You just became the leader of the world's #1 assassin organization. But the system informed you that you have crossed over into a female-oriented tragic literature world. Your childhood sweetheart abandoned you at the birthday banquet, just to comfort the male lead who is struggling at work. The most infuriating part is that the system also told you to endure and keep quiet. Otherwise you would definitely be slapped in the face by the male lead on the spot. You chuckled and directly silenced the system. The destined big villain doesn't need to listen to a female-oriented system's nagging. Betrayed by your childhood sweetheart? The next day, let her family be destroyed. And don't expect the fake young master, White Moonlight, or substitute to have it easy either. At this moment, in the largest bar in the imperial capital, the DJ holds the microphone and shouts loudly, "Tonight's entire consumption is on young Master Chin. Let's wish young Master Chin a happy birthday." The cheers instantly resonate through the sky. In the private room on the second floor, you sit on the sofa, holding a glass of foreign wine, your eyes slightly squinted as you gaze out the window. Your friend Bai Yi, smoking a cigarette, glances at his watch and can't help but frown, saying, "What's going on? Didn't the Lin sisters arrange this gathering? They said they specifically organized a birthday party for you, but at this hour, where are they?" The Lin sisters mentioned by Bai Yi are named Lin Yuqing and Lin Yue. They are your childhood friends, having grown up together, and even competed over who could marry you. Today's birthday party was booked by the two sisters months ago, but on the day of the event, they have mysteriously disappeared. This makes you very unhappy. You don't like being stood up. Bai Yi extinguished the cigarette at his fingertips, then habitually scrolled through his moments. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he almost dropped his phone. You leaned against the sofa, your gaze fixed on Bai Yi. Feeling your stare, Bai Yi became a bit flustered, forced a rather ugly smile, and said, "Well, you can see for yourself." After saying that, he sighed lightly and handed the phone to you. At the top is a moment posted by Lin Yue, with a background of a beach, tagged at some small island abroad. On the beach at night, 3 people are holding hands around a bonfire, Lin Yue, Lin Yuqing, and Fu Yuxuan, their faces beaming with smiles. The caption reads, "My poor brother just graduated and can't find a job. Brought him out to relax. Hoping Yuxuan will always be happy." There's also a smiley emoji added at the end. You just checked your own moments and didn't see this message. Clearly, these two have blocked you. Bai Yi took the phone and angrily dialed Lin Yue's number. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Bai Yi didn't give up and called twice more, until the prompt tone was about to hang up. The call was finally connected. On the other end, the wind was strong, mixed with the sound of waves. "Lin Yue, what's going on with you two?" Bai Yi opened with a questioning tone. Lin Yue on the other end also frowned, her voice tinged with displeasure. "Bai Yi, are you questioning me?" Bai Yi held back his anger. "Don't you know what day it is today?" Listening to Bai Yi's words, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. You playfully gestured to Bai Yi. Understanding your meaning, Bai Yi handed the phone to you, and you calmly said a few words. The next moment, the voice on the other end sounded a bit flustered. "Qin Xiao, my sister and I have something urgent. So we didn't attend your birthday party today. What you call urgent is just accompanying a scholarship student on a date abroad?" You interrupted Lin Yue's words. Lin Yue frowned when she heard the word date. "How can you think like that?" At that moment, another female voice came from the microphone. "Yeah, Yuxuan has been an orphan since childhood and doesn't have many acquaintances. Recently, he just graduated and is having trouble finding a job. It's really pitiful to be alone. So my sister and I just took Yuxuan out to relax." "Xin Gij, can you not be so stingy?" This was the voice of Lin Yue's younger sister, Lin Yuqing. Immediately after, you heard a somewhat delicate voice. "Sister Yue, Sister Yuqing, is it because of me that your brother is unhappy? Why don't you all go back first? I don't mind being alone." Lin Yue quickly comforted. "How could we abandon you here?" As she spoke, Lin Yue addressed you on the other end of the phone, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. "Can you stop being unreasonable? It's just a birthday. We can always come back and celebrate with you later." You dug into your ears and found it somewhat amusing. It seems you had been too polite to them usually. "Lin Yue, you really have some guts to speak to me like that." Seemingly sensing your displeasure, Lin Yue opened her mouth, wanting to explain something, but you had already hung up the phone. You had no interest in listening to that nonsense. Some things, once done, cannot be undone. The Lin family would also pay the price for the actions of these two sisters. The Qin family you belong to is the richest in the capital, with family influence not only in business but also with a red background, operating in both the underworld and the upper echelons of society, wielding immense power. Especially after you took over the family business upon reaching adulthood, your power escalated even further. The Lin family, where Lin Yue and Lin Yuqing are from, is just an ordinary wealthy family, not even a true aristocracy. In the eyes of genuine family heirs, they are merely nouveau riche riding the wave of fortune. The connection between the two families stems from your childhood when you lived in a villa in the suburbs with your grandmother. right next to the Lin family. Because the younger generation got along well, the two families developed some friendship. At that time, your grandmother really liked the two girls from the Lin family and even said she would let you marry one of them in the future. Over the years, because of you, the aristocratic families in the capital have given the Lin family some face, but now it seems they have become a bit too complacent. To be honest, a birthday party itself is not a big deal. You have no special feelings for these two, and they can come or not. But it was clearly they who took the initiative to propose holding a birthday party. Yet on the day itself, they went abroad for a trip with a green tea guy. Who in the circle doesn't know that the two sisters of the Lin family have an unusual relationship with you? This time, not only did they stand you up, but they also trampled on the face of the Qin family, truly thinking you have no temper? Since they don't know what's good for them, the Lin family shouldn't expect to have it easy either. You tossed your phone to Bai Yi, your expression calm and indifferent as you said, no need to pay attention to them, since they are seeking death. I will naturally fulfill their wish. Bai Yi understood that from now on, the Lin family would probably have no place in this world. A Lin family that can only thrive by relying on the Qin family, unable to distinguish between priorities, daring to offend you, will face all consequences as self-inflicted. You're right, the Lin sisters lack insight, and that's their loss. Fortunately, I came prepared today. Bai Yi smiled, then clapped his hands. Suddenly, the tightly closed door was pushed open, and more than a dozen well-known female celebrities and models entered the private room in a line. Bai Yi leaned back on the sofa and gestured towards you, saying, "Today is young Master Qin's birthday, so make sure to accompany him well, and you won't miss out on the benefits. You will be generously rewarded." The girl's eyes lit up at this statement. The eyes that looked at Qin Mo also softened and even became flirtatious all of a sudden. "Mr. Qin, want to drink? I'll personally feed you mouth to mouth. Mr. Qin, let me rub your shoulders. I'll pound my leg." The girls flocked to Qin Mo, and he didn't refuse. He wasn't Willow. With one hand on the other, he enjoyed the girls' feeding. For a while, the booth was so busy. However, right at this moment, a beep suddenly resounded in Qin Mo's mind. Ding, detected that the host is experiencing an abusive plot. Happiness system binding successful. Qin Mo's expression lurched. Instantly, the heart of the female model who was tenderly pinching Qin Mo's shoulders and pounding his legs trembled. "Mr. Qin, did it hurt you? It's not in the way. Continue." Qin Mo didn't care and instead indulged his thoughts in his mind. System? It's been 20 years since I traveled through this world. It was the first time he had heard the term system. Qin Mo in his previous life was also a young man who was deeply poisoned by internet writing, so he naturally knew about such things as systems. It's standard issue for travelers. Just after Qin Mo traveled through this world, it was as if he had awakened the buff of enlightenment against all odds. The qi is even stronger to the point of being heavenly. As long as Qin Mo wanted to learn something, he would definitely be able to learn it and stand at the top with ease. He is a master of the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, as well as the art of writing and martial arts. As long as Qin Mo wanted to do something, he would definitely be able to succeed. As if the heavens were making way for Qin Mo. When he was a child, Qin Mo had guessed that he might have gotten the same kind of cool text template in the men's text. At least, since childhood Qin Mo's life has been smooth sailing. And now, it was so hard to encounter some setbacks, and it was even said that the Lin family sisters matter was not even a setback for Qin Mo. At best, I was just disgusted. He didn't care about the Lin sisters. There were too many women surrounding him since he was a child. It was only that the Lin sisters were very pleasing to Grandma, and that Grandma had once said she would take one of the sisters as her wife. For Qin Mo, it didn't matter who he took. He didn't have a love brain. Since Grandma had said it, Qin Mo didn't object. Therefore, it was just a matter of giving more tolerance to the Lin sisters. But I didn't expect that it would become a stain on Qin Mo. System? What are you good for? Qin Mo inquired in his mind. Soon, the system's mechanized reply resounded in Qin Mo's mind. Ding, the system is the happiness system, which, as its name suggests, is designed to reverse the misfortunes of the world today. The world is a synthesized female sadomasochistic world. In a world where too many protagonists are experiencing injustice, suffering and tragedy, this system will automatically detect abusive protagonists and issue tasks. As long as the host helps the protagonist to reverse the tragedy and embark on a happy life, he or she will be rewarded with money from the system. In a short time, it can help the host's assets exceed $100 million and go to the peak of life. Qin Mo? Assets over $100 million? What a vicious system. Ding, it is detected that the host is currently experiencing an abusive plot, and the green plums cannot resist the heavenly fall, and the task is hereby issued. Option 1, the host immediately leaves the country and goes to the vacation island to propose to the Lin sisters in a high profile, with a true heart, touching the Lin sisters, so that they understand that the host is the one who loves them the most, and ultimately reap the benefits of happiness. Remarks, there is a chance that it will backfire and be distasteful. $10 million in cash reward for completing the mission. Option 2, the host completely cuts off contact with the Lin sisters from today onwards, and in the next month, quietly leaves the country in a bid to escape, thus forcing the Lin sisters to recognize their hearts, and ultimately staging a husband-chasing crematorium, with the host finally agreeing to go on to a happy life. Remarks, this option is bound to work. The Lin sisters are both deeply in love with the host and only need an opportunity to recognize their own hearts. Upon completion of the mission with this option, you will be rewarded with $50 million in cash and a set of 3-bedroom apartments in the outskirts of the imperial capital. Please make a choice and move towards a happy life. After reading this series of options, Shin Mo only felt his eyes go black. A flash of doubt filled himself. Damn, is he wrong? Or is this dog system wrong? What kind of weird options are these? One lick the dog and the other would be a lusty lick the dog? Damn it, meaning that if you leave the Lin sisters, you will not be happy? And what's with the Lin sisters? Match? Shin Mo was shocked. He never expected that there would actually be such a disgusting option. What's wrong with the system? Even more outrageous, $10 million? And $50 million and a 3-bedroom suburban apartment? Ha! After a moment of silence, Shin Mo couldn't help but ask a question that confused him. Say, did you kidnap the wrong person? That little reward of yours, honestly, my Chin family's dog would have to shake his head at the sight of it, and say, who are you insulting? Host, please don't doubt the professionalism of this system. It's impossible for a bound person to make a mistake. It's just that you shouldn't. Abruptly, the system's voice stopped and was subsequently silent. Shin Mo keenly sensed a hint of something wrong. Shouldn't what? Shin Mo calmly inquired within his mind. However, this time, the system did not answer Shin Mo's words. Half a dozen times, the mechanical voice sounded. Please make your choice as soon as possible. At the moment, the system has a big head. A really big head. Something's not right. Or, the host it is bound to is not right. The information it had gotten, or the original situation. Shin Mo's family should have gone bankrupt at this time, and then encountered the abusive drama of the Lin sisters. Immediately after that, the system shines through. Helping Shin Mo to embark on a happy life and to rise again in the East is the right thing to do. But why? Shin Mo was not bankrupt at this time? Even this Shin Mo, being strong was a bit too much, right? Growing up, he was first in everything and stood at the pinnacle of countless fields. Nowadays it is even more powerful. 10,000 people. Even the chi was huge and scary. That's not right. That's not what the script says. Is it? Chapter 3, Ask Your Good Daughter. Meanwhile, on top of the vacation island, watching Lin Yue hang up the phone, her expression was even a bit atmospheric. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but inquire. Sister, what did brother Mo's side say? Lin Yue's face was a bit ugly. Mo seems to be angry. His tone just now wasn't very good. Bad tone? We're not just accompanying Yuza out for a walk. What's wrong with that? Lin Yuqing said with dissatisfaction. That's right, we are not his Chin Mo's appendages. Is it hard to believe that we can only revolve around him? Lin Yue shook her head and took a deep breath. Sister, I see. Really we used to be just two spoiled Chin Mo, and now a little thing is going to mess with us, and even just yelled at me. Speaking of this, Lin Yue's tone even carried a hint of aggravation. They've all left the country, and it's fine if Chin Mo doesn't care about their safety, even on some trivial matters of chicken hair. Are they so unworthy of Chin Mo's trust? Fu Yuza, who was on the side, stepped forward and revealed a self-condemning expression. I'm sorry, Sister Yue, Sister Yuqing, it's all because of me. Saying that, he couldn't help but lower his head, his eyes red. It's all because I'm useless. I can't find a job, and I want to go abroad for a break, and I don't even have the money, or else I wouldn't have to trouble you two sisters to bring me here. Saying that, he raised his head. Moreover, I was also thinking that the two sisters are so busy working all day long, so it's good to come out and have some fun, but I didn't expect that it would make brother Chin Mo angry. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Fu Yuza is a beneficiary of the Chin family's philanthropy. Luxury families value their reputation, so they do charity events every year. For example, donations to poor areas and financial assistance to students in need. At that time, since the relationship between the Lin family and the Chin family was still relatively good, Shin Mo had many things to do throughout the day. Therefore, the matter of the charitable foundation was handed over to the Lin Yue, Lin Yuqing sisters. It was also at this time that the Lin sisters met Fu Yuza. Fu Yuza also relied on a handful of tea ceremony skills, coaxing the Lin sisters to be very happy. Until today, looking at Fu Yuza's self-condemnation, both sisters were getting a little intolerant. Lin Yue spoke even more gently. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's Mo who was too careful. That's right, Yuza, you don't have to blame yourself. Lin Yuqing also chimed in. But I am indeed very useless. Really sorry for the cultivation of my sisters. I can't even find a job. Fu Yuza sighed deeply. In response, the two sisters looked at each other and seemed to have made some kind of decision. Why don't Yuza come to Qin's group after he goes back in a few days? How about coming to be my secretary? Lin Yue said. Although it was the Qin family's property, due to the good relationship between the two families, after graduation, both sisters entered the Qin group to work in charge of the charity section. Qin's group. Fu Yuza's eyes lit up. As the leading company in the imperial capital, the Qin Group's scale was definitely an unimaginable existence. Only, Qin's group recruitment is extremely strict. Even the door watchers are graduates of famous universities. He was an ordinary second degree. To be able to enter the Qin Group, it was definitely a good thing that fell from the sky. Is it really okay for me? Lin Yue undulated Fu Yuza's head, her eyes gentle. Of course, well, at least I'm a manager in Qin Group. Recruiting a secretary is just a matter of recruiting a secretary. Mo won't say anything. But, just, Azumi that's just talking out of breath. Just coax it when we get back. Lin Yue's tone carried certainty, as if she had completely taken hold of Qin Mo in general. The full moon was high in the sky, by the beach, by the campfire. The Lin sisters and Fu Yuza here looked harmonious and calm. But, the Lin family is not having a good night at all. Within the brightly lit villa, the father of Lin Yue and Lin Yuqing, Lin Xiao, was pulled up by a phone call directly from his young daughter-in-law. What? The investors pulled out? Lin Zhao's eyes rounded with incredulity. On the other end of the line was Lin Zhao's secretary, now with a sobbing voice. Yes, boss. And it's not just one. All the investors we have a relationship with just called and said they are pulling out. How is that possible? Lin Xiao didn't believe it. The progress of the project in his hand is already more than half, and if all the investors withdraw their capital, then there will be huge difficulties in terms of funding. And with the flow of money he has in hand today, it's simply not enough to plug such a big hole. One bad one and it could end in bankruptcy. Moreover, hadn't these people chosen to cooperate with themselves in the first place because of the Qin family? Now that the project is halfway over, aren't they afraid that the Qin family will come after them? Although Lin Xiao didn't know much, he was at least someone who had seen a lot. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to touch the Qin family's brow in the territory of the imperial capital. The name of the imperial capital's first family was not blown out of proportion. It can't be. Did you hear wrong? How could they suddenly pull out? Boss, there really isn't any. I heard everything. 6 investors, each with similar words, saying that our project has safety hazards and that we must terminate our cooperation. Copy. Lin Xiao slapped his hand on the desk. Anger vein after anger vein popped out on his entire face. This thing is not right. Someone must be trying to mess with me. Lin Xiao. What does the Qin family side say? Qin Mo is my future son-in-law. It's impossible to watch me being targeted. Lin Xiao yelled at the other end of the phone. The secretary's voice was hesitant. No, didn't reach. Okay, I know. Lin Xiao hung up the phone, anxious as an ant in a hot pan. He flipped through his address book and found Qin Mo's phone number. If he can't get in touch with the secretary's side, then he'll do it himself. Although he couldn't figure out what was going on, only Qin Mo could help him at the moment. Doodle doodle. The phone beeps kept ringing, but there was no sign of a connection there. Lin Zhao's hands shook as he dialed Qin Mo's number over and over again. Impatiently. Didn't pick up. Is it asleep? Get it. On the other side, in the midst of the wanton revelry, White Knight noticed Qin Mo's cell phone on the desktop blinking. Bro, you phone. White Knight looked toward Qin Mo, who was drinking. Qin Mo looked at it and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a disdainful smile. Lin Zhao's. Lin Xiao? That guy still dares to call. Ha! White Knight also hooked up the corners of his mouth. The Imperial City Circle is that big, and many things are in everyone's eyes. Like father, like daughter. The Lin sisters are so dazzling, and there's no shortage of genes. Relying on the Lin family and the Qin family have some relations. Lin Xiao is also arrogant and domineering outside, raking in a lot of benefits. The wind is not very good. He had even repeatedly declared to the public that he would marry the Qin family in the future as a way to gain a position in high society. If they really became a family, Qin Mo would naturally cover the Lin family, or at least let the Lin family be clothed, fed, and rich for the rest of their lives. But since he didn't know what to do, then don't blame Qin Mo for being ruthless. A dog can tell who's in charge, can't it? Qin Mo picked up his cell phone and chose to connect. On the other side of the phone, Lin Xiao were almost crying out. Xiao Mo, you finally answered the phone. You do not know. Just now I received the news. The gang of investors. Uncle Lin, I know about this matter. Ha, you know? That. Qin Mo didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly opened the door. The investors ran away. That was their own decision. To be honest, I was quite surprised at their sense of smell. My side only just put the word out and they made their choice. Lin Xiao was confused. His tone with apprehension inquired. Xiao Mo. What do you mean you just put words in your mouth? Go ask your two wonderful daughters. Chapter 4, Are you going to destroy the Lin family? On the other side, Lin Xiao stared blankly at the hung-up call, as if the sky had collapsed, or perhaps his sky did fall. Obviously, everything that had happened to the Lin family nowadays was because of Qin Mo's release. What kind of international joke is this? If the Qin family made a move against the Lin family, would he, a thug, still have a chance to live? Thinking about this, Lin Xiao panicked a little. What the hell happened today? Is it hard to believe that Qin Mo had a conflict with his two daughters? Solely, today's events were not blocked, so it was still easy to investigate. Sitting in the villa annoyed and smoking, Lin Xiao soon learned the whole story. At that moment, Lin Xiao froze. He even suspected something was wrong with his ears. Turning to his assistant, he inquired, So, you mean to say that Yue and Yuqing both released Xiao Mo's pigeon today? Even accompanied that Fu Yuza on a trip abroad? Yes, boss. After this incident happened, in less than half an hour, all the investors that we have cooperation with have announced their withdrawal. The assistant responded. Bang! Lin Xiao, who hadn't been able to hold back, fiercely slapped his palm on the desktop. Nonsense! What the hell are these two dead girls doing? Lin Xiao burst into a rage. Fu Yuza is a person he also knows. A while ago, the two of them, Lin Yue Lin Yuqing, had even brought him back for dinner once. That time, Lin Xiao felt something was wrong, but it didn't bother him too much. After all, for him, it's not even a big deal for a rich guy to bag a gigolo or something. He himself has kept many mistresses outside. Therefore, he also just thought that the two women were just trying to be fresh. But who would have thought that things would actually come to this? These two idiots, they actually offended Qin Mo because of a white boy? Are you out of your mind? Lin Xiao's entire body was shaking with anger, and he pulled out his own cell phone to call his daughter personally. Times were changing, and at one time the Lin family was able to make a fortune, more than anything else, because they ate the dividends of the times. It's just some savings, but as times change, Lin Xiao's old money-making routine is long gone. In addition to the fact that the offspring were also not competitive, the Lin family fell into disrepute. Nowadays, it also relies on the relationship with the Qin family to get a few projects that can make money. For this reason Lin Xiao even pressed his full value. Now that something like this has happened, isn't it killing him? Wouldn't it be nice to climb up the Qin family's ladder and have the whole family in the same position? Had to go to death. It even stomped on the Qin family's face. What a asshole. Lin Xiao clenched his fists in death, waiting for the moment when the communication was picked up. Fortunately, this time the call was quickly answered. The one who answered the phone was Lin Yuqing. Damn girl, I don't care what you're doing. Now, get your ass back in the country right now. Lin Xiao's voice was nonchalant, even mixed with a roar. In response, Lin Yuqing was unimpressed. Dad, don't worry too much. We're just accompanying Yuza out for a walk. What's the fuss? Fussing? Are you going to destroy our Lin family? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in anger. Alright, we know about this matter. Brother Mo is just talking in anger. Since I was little, Brother Mo has always spoiled me, so you shouldn't take it to heart. After my sister and I go back in a few days, we'll be making up a birthday for Brother Mo, and coaxing. Lin Yuqing, Lin Yue grew up with Qin Mo, thinking that he knew Qin Mo well enough. After all, Qin Mo would seldom get angry and treat many things with special tolerance. There was absolutely no rich kid stance, especially when it came to treating them, the Lin sisters. Qin Mo's attitude was very different, and they were the only ones who were able to lean on Qin Mo very closely since they were young. As a result, the two sisters were certain that Qin Mo would not fall out with them over this small matter. Wasn't it just a little heartache for Yuzawa's brother? What's there? In saying that, Qin Mo has so many people helping to celebrate his birthday every year, so many people wishing him well. And you take? Orphan since childhood. He could only hide alone in a corner in the dark when he was injured. When comparing the two, naturally Yuza is the one who lacks more care. Lin Yuqing thought that Qin Mo would definitely be able to understand these things as long as she explained them clearly to him. Lin Xiao's eyes widened, really not daring to imagine what kind of brain circuit his daughter is. But the next moment, a male voice came from the other end of the line. It's so soft, it's disgusting to hear. Sister Yuqing, I grilled a barbecue for you. Try it, come on, I'll feed you. Well, Yuza is such a good boy, and his handiwork is good too. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Lin Yuqing, do you have to piss me off before you'll give up? Now, Lin Yuqing was also a bit impatient. Obviously his own dad, not caring about himself and his sister, even if it's not enough. As soon as he came to point at them, the mud man also has 3 points of fire. Dad, I just can't figure out why you're accusing me and my sister as soon as you get here. Well then, since you both think we did wrong anyway, there's no need to talk about it. We'll go back and explain this matter to Brother Mo after a few days, so there's no need for you to worry about it." As the words fell, Lin Yuqing hung up the phone without hesitation. No matter how much Lin Xiao dialed, no one answered anymore. It wasn't just Lin Yuqing who was like this, Lin Yuwei was the same. Lin Xiao was really about to go crazy. He couldn't imagine that his two daughters could be such idiots. Originally had a heavenly fortune to have a relationship with the Qin family, and even drink the Qin family to climb in-laws in the future. Even Qin Mo's grandmother looked favorably on the marriage. It's already a 10 out of 10 by all accounts. Which knows, at the critical moment, suddenly appeared a Fu Yuza such a thing. If you like white boys, at least come in private. Can't you be quiet and not let anyone find out? How dare you send a friend circle? Do you really think the Qin family is stupid? No matter what. Two daughters, one married Qin Mo, grasped the money and power. The other in the marriage Fu Yuza also okay by then, he can play as he likes. And anyway, he will have completed the project successfully and made money. So all is happy, isn't it? Lin Zhao's cheeks reddened with anger, and he slammed his cell phone on the sofa. Breathing heavily, he commanded in a hushed voice, "Stop Yu Qing's card. In addition, send me someone, go to the vacation island and bring the ladies back for me, and that Fu Yuze piece for me." At least he was someone who had once fought his way out with his bare hands, so naturally he had some tricks up his sleeve. Lin Yuwei and Lin Yuqing must return home as soon as possible and then go apologize to Qin Mo. How much money will be lost if the construction site is shut down for a day? Lin Xiao simply didn't dare to think about it. As for Fu Yuza, it was a pity. If Fu Yuza also had a strong background and also had money and power, it wasn't like he couldn't abandon Qin Mo's side and consider Fu Yuza. But there's no way around it. Who made him just an ordinary person? Also, prepare me some fine gifts. I'm going to personally pay a visit to the Qin family early tomorrow morning. Chapter 5. Are you teaching me how to do things? After a night of partying, Qin Mo returned to his villa accompanied by his driver. He didn't like the life within the courtyard, so he chose to live within the Imperial Dragon Manor. "Young master, do you want me to take care of the Lin family sisters matter?" Just getting out of the car, the driver following behind him, Long Zhantian, couldn't help but inquire out loud. Long Zhantian, Qin Mo's driver and personal bodyguard. This man's experience is outrageous. If placed in a multitude of urban texts, he should all have a ringer. Dragon King. He was adopted by the Qin family as a dead soldier at a young age, and has undergone hellish levels of special training, and has also joined the mercenaries, called the Grim Reaper who roams the battlefield. What's more, with the help of the Qin family, he established a security company that spanned several countries and was called the Dragon King, an existence that caused countless enemies to lose their nerve. Although the Qin family had been so kind to him, when Long Zhantian was first asked to return to China to be Qin Mo's personal bodyguard, Long Zhantian still had some complaints. He could go to his death for the Qin family, but was unwilling to have his skills wasted and be reduced to a security officer. Qin Mo deeply knew that there was only one way to convince this type of heaven's pride, that is to crush them with absolute strength. At that time, at the age of 16, Qin Mo traveled abroad alone. A good fight with Long Zhantian, from military literacy, formation, to firearms sniping, close combat, in any aspect, Qin Mo all seemed to be a perfect and flawless existence, with an absolute advantage. He crushed the lifelong proud Long Zhantian. From that day on, there was one less ghostly, terrifying presence on foreign battlefields. As for Qin Mo's side, there was an additional shadow that was inseparable. Long Zhantian's ability to do things was very strong. If such a pervert like Qin Mo didn't exist in this world, he will undoubtedly be the protagonist of this world. Therefore, Long Zhantian was highly trusted by Qin Mo. As for Long Zhantian, Qin Mo was more like an untouchable god. He admired the man from the bottom of his heart. In addition, the Qin family had treated him with great kindness, and from the day he was born, his life had been the Qin family's. Therefore, he will not allow anyone to violate the majesty of the Qin family, even if they are sisters of the Lin family. Therefore, today's matter can't be saved to forget so easily. In his opinion, if he dared to betray the young master, then there was only one end. Dead. They are still abroad. I can make them disappear completely without God's knowledge. Long Zhantian whispered. Qin Mo hadn't replied. The system in his head just sat there a bit. A mechanical voice hurriedly resounded in Qin Mo's mind. Host, you can't do this. The Lin family sisters essentially still love you. Besides, it's just a misunderstanding, and you'll be able to go on your way to a happy life only after the misunderstanding is solved. Pust. Qin Mo didn't hold back a laugh in his head. You're teaching me things? System. The people in the whole world who like me and want to sit in the position of the Qin family's wife, there are 800 if not 1,000, right? Is it hard for me to take care of all of them? But, the Lin sisters are the host's heavenly destiny. The system's mechanical voice sounded again. Heaven's mandate? Qin Mo shook his head disdainfully. So what? If I don't follow your options, I'll be punished by heaven? System, this. Shin-mo got tired of hearing it and waved his hand, and in an instant, the system's voice completely disappeared. At this moment, the system was confused. What happened? I've never heard of the system shielding the host only, but how come it's the other way around today? Are you kidding me? Shin-mo lazily ignored this stupid lack of system and began to think about the matter of whether or not to make the Lin sisters disappear silently. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand. There's no rush. Long Jiantian didn't quite understand what Shin-mo meant. It's too cheap to be relieved of just a moment's pain. He looked at Long Jiantian. Death isn't the only way to punish people. Too easy a death. Wouldn't that be too boring? But you can collect some interest first. Shin-mo said calmly. I actually want to see, in a matter of life and death, those two sisters heartbroken Fu Yuza. We'll choose how. Long Jiantian raised his eyes as if he understood something, and the corner of his mouth raised a bloodthirsty smile. I understand. Young master, go. Shin-mo waved his hand. I'm going to rest. As you wish. Long Jiantian disappeared. He was like a shadowy viper hiding in the shadows, usually following Shin-mo around, human and animal harmless. However, when it came to the critical moment, it was able to silently erase all those who were unfavorable to Shin-mo in this world. After instructing Long Jiantian, Shin-mo returned within the villa. Just as he sat down, his cell phone rang through. The caller, none other than his own grandmother. Growing up, Shin-mo's parents were very busy at work, so she was brought up by her grandmother. Therefore, for his grandmother, Shin-mo was still very affectionate. Hey, grandma, brat, it's been so long since you've talked to grandma on the phone. It's like your mom and dad used to be. Shin-mo smiled bitterly. I'm busy. Don't worry, grandma. I'll go back to see you as soon as I'm free. After reaching adulthood, Shin-mo took over the family's industry and grew rapidly with a terrifying talent, taking control of the absolute power of the Qin family, and he led the Qin family to a higher level, with their power reaching an unprecedented peak. With this result, naturally, there is less time to take care of the family. In response, Shin-mo also felt a bit guilty. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. You young people are just the age to put it together. You've done a great job. Grandma is proud of you. Grandma's words were tinged with laughter. Originally, I'm an old woman who shouldn't be bothering you at this time, but there's something I want to confirm with you. Grandma wants to talk about it. About the Lin family sisters? Shin-mo guessed grandma's intention. Xiao-mo, don't get me wrong. I for one, though old, am not an old codger, and know the free love thing that you young people all revere. So if you don't like it, you don't have to take my face into account. I've already heard from the housekeeper about the Lin sisters, and it's something they did wrong. Shin-mo let out a sigh of relief at his words. Originally, this matter Shin-mo was still pondering what to say to the old lady. After all, the old lady could be said to be the person Shin-mo cared about the most in this world, even more so than their own parents. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given the Lin sisters so much favorable treatment in the first place for the old lady's sake. Don't worry, Grandma, I know how to handle this matter. Shin-mo responded. Well, that's good. Little Mo, remember, no matter what decision you make, Grandma will definitely stand by your side. Grandma's kind voice made Shin-mo's expression stretch and raised a smile. Alright, Grandma, it's this time of the day. You'd better get some rest. After hanging up the phone, Shin-mo relaxed. Now that the last obstacle is gone, the Lin family, it must be overthrown. However, before that, Shin-mo has to have a good time with this so-called system. Chapter 6. Do you know what the gold content of a son of luck is? Lights himself a cigarette and swallows between puffs. Shin-mo released his shielding of the system. To say why this is possible, Shin-mo didn't know. Without a teacher, I guess, during the period of communication with the system, he had already keenly perceived the telepathic connection between the system and himself. With his perceptive nature against all odds, he quickly realized the ways and means of contact, thus easily shielding the system unilaterally. Like a computer, the network may not be under Shin-mo's control, but he also has the option of just shutting it down and breaking it apart hardware-wise. It was not until now, when Shin-mo intended to, that the system was unblocked. Paging. At this moment, Shin-mo clearly heard the system's voice that let out a long breath. The sound effects are still emotionless mechanical sounds though, but Shin-mo was certain that this system was not as simple as a mere program. Host, how did you do it? This can't be right. The system couldn't figure it out, and even said it felt a twinge of fear. This man was nothing like the information it had been given. Even unconsciously, the identity of the system and the host seemed to have swapped over. The relationship between the system and the host. It looks like the system is the host's golden finger, but that's not actually the case. The system releases a task, the host goes to complete it, and then promises a generous reward after completion. Seems like no problem. but looking at it from another angle, isn't this just a proper boss organizing work for his subordinates? The host's status seems to be that of a protagonist, but in reality, it's nothing more than a wage earner working for the system. Some systems will also force the option to be given to the host to choose for themselves, but whatever that option is, it will end up being an option that is favorable to the system. The ones that give rewards and don't penalize are still somewhat conscientious. What's more, if the host fails to complete the task, what awaits the host will be the system's obliteration. But today, the situation is reversed. What this man did was as outrageous as an employee casually putting his boss in the dark. During the time it was blocked, the system was like an open eye. You can't see anything. You can't feel anything in general. Even the system can be scared by this. After all, it's not really an emotionless program. You don't need to pay attention to how I did it. I'm more curious about where you came from. Shinemo flicked the cigarette ash with his fingertips and calmly inquired. Host, the system is a gift from heaven to give those whose fate is unjust the chance to change their destiny. This is a gift from heaven. Facing Shinmo's inquiry, the system said righteously. Not going to say? Shinemo smiled, shaking his head. Then you'll be off for a while. After saying that, Shinemo didn't give the system a chance to say a second sentence, and once again unilaterally shielded the system. After being free of the system's annoying voice, Shinemo washed up early and went to bed to rest. It had been a long day of revelry and he was tired. There was no talk all night. It was only after Shinemo awoke early the next morning that he released the system once again. Are you willing to talk today? Shinemo continued to inquire. Seemingly thinking of something, Shinemo said with interest, if you're not going to talk about it, then we'll talk about it next week. Oh yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you bound me and gave the option of having to make peace with the Lin sisters is because it's in your favor, right? After a week, the grass on their graves might be a meter high, and you won't get anything out of it then. Shinmo's words had just fallen, and the system's mechanical voice sounded once again. Host, please don't push the system too far. This system is a heavenly order. Aren't you afraid of heavenly punishment? Fine, just let the heavens punish me. Shinemo was not the least bit flustered. Don't you understand the meaning of the Sons of Fortune? From a very young age, Shinemo realized that he seemed to be out of place in this world. Truly, many things in this world were enough to blow up Shinmo's 3 views. And, most people in this world can pull off the lovey-dovey bull asterisk no matter what. Totally not a normal person's world. Until the arrival of the system, Shinemo then realized the reason why life is abnormal everywhere. It's because, in and of itself, this is the world of female abuse. People here have problems with cerebellar development, and Shinemo didn't think he belonged in the category of female abuse. In accordance with the previous life of many net article experience, himself on the standard male frequency cool article template apparently, the fact that one could appear in this world itself was an accident, and the fact that he was able to grow smoothly to this day is proof enough. This world cannot judge Shinemo. In that case, what was Shinemo afraid of? If you have the guts, will this dog system really call for a thunderbolt to strike you down? If we could really do that, we wouldn't be here anymore with our mouths agape. And yet it is true, the system is also desperate. It had protested more than once whether it had really tied up the wrong person. The aura on this person was exaggerated beyond words, and the existence of the purple-violet destiny was as exaggerated as that of an ancient human emperor. Man, it really can't move him. However, how could the high and mighty system be willing to be at the mercy of a host? Host, it's not a good thing for people to be too wild, even if heaven can't punish you. But big deal, this system can still walk away. I'm quitting, is that okay? Shinemo smiled at his words. Should I say no? You're really naive. I'm not so sure if you can run or not, but you always have to finish the job, right? You're going to possess the chosen one, right? There may be many sons of the divine order in this world, but they are indeed few compared to the total number of people. And if I wanted to, do you think I wouldn't be able to find you? How can you find it? Don't be ridiculous. The system was obviously a little flustered, but Shinemo was very confident. It's not hard to find. The system as well. The existence of helping others to change their destiny against the heavens. I just need to pay attention to who suddenly struck it rich, who suddenly got rich. With the energy of my Chin family, it's very easy to find out. Also, aren't you guys favorite protagonists with surnames like Yi, Xiao, Han, Su, Fu, Lin? I'll focus on that. Shinemo smiled. Do you think I'll let you and your host go when the time comes? The system was silent, but Shinemo didn't want to spoil him. No comment, so I'll see you in a week, when I can show you how high the grass is on the Lin sisters' graves. Wait. This time, a hint of anxiety was clearly brought to the mechanical voice. The system didn't know why things had turned out the way they had. The Chin family, which should have gone down the drain in the obvious script, is instead more prosperous. Shinemo, who clearly should have been easily taken by it, had in turn threatened it. But no matter what, since he had bound Shin Mo, there really wasn't any way back. Saying you're going to run is really just posturing. Once the system is bound, it cannot be unbound unless the host lives or dies. This is the underlying rule that cannot be changed. What could the system do with such a terrible host? Heavenly punishment can't be punished. Threats don't work. And inducements. Is it possible to rely on that a mere $50 million and a 3-bedroom apartment in the suburbs to impress the powerful young master of the Chin family? I'll say, anything you want to know I can say. Chapter 7, He's a Monster. Seeing the system go soft, the corner of Chin Mo's mouth hooked into a smile. So tell us where you came from, what you're up to, and what you're really capable of. It's impossible for the system to issue a mission without what it's trying to do. Compared to the small profits of the rewards, what the system receives after the host completes the mission is the real big headline. Just what exactly was it? Shin Mo wanted to know. Soon, the electronic tone of the system sounded again. Origin. I'm not sure. The moment I was born I was already selected for the host. My purpose is also very simple. To find people similar to the host of this protagonist destiny, or supporting role destiny, by changing the fixed track of your life, so as to obtain the chi feedback, so as to grow just. In fact, this kind of thing is beneficial to you and me. You gain happiness and I get the chance to grow. The best of both worlds. Why not? The electronic tone of the system fell. But Shin Mo shook his head uncharacteristically. Looks like you want to keep compelling me after all. What are you going to do when you grow up? According to your conception, I am nothing but a tool for your growth. And one day when you have grown to your full potential, will there still be room for me? Please don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. The system solemnly corrected. Our system also knows how to be grateful. And since we are attached to the host, we will naturally assist to the end. Oh, come on. These words favor yourselves and you'll get it. Shin Mo disdained. If I really let these systems grow, I'm afraid I won't end up much better. When the conversation came to this point, Shin Mo couldn't help but think of the word seizing the body. The world doesn't drop pies from the sky. Why do many people who can't do anything have the ability to jump through the door when they get the system? The system goes to great lengths to help the host without expecting anything in return. And all kinds of skills are brainlessly instilled down. Money is given as much as it takes. How is that possible without what you're trying to do? However, in the face of this question, it was naturally impossible for the system to tell the truth. Shin Mo didn't care. Anyway, he hadn't intended to give the system a chance to develop. However, after completing the mission, you've gained more than just chi luck, right? What does the host mean? You said you could grant me many rewards, money, real estate, and various abilities, etc. If you're really that strong, why don't you just instill it in me right from the start? After all, only when I'm strong will I be able to fulfill my mission better. Isn't that right? The system froze, then retorted. But aren't you omnipotent in everything? You don't need me to provide any rewards for your abilities. I don't need money yet. Look at you, taking a $15 million to humiliate me. Shin Mo sighed lightly. System, Maru Spice. What if this host is too vigilant? Can't play with it. I don't think the other system predecessors had any experience with this before. Didn't they say that the hosts are all a bunch of stupid white sweeties who have no one to turn to but to trust the system? This system does not know how to answer. Let me answer that for you. If I complete the mission, you'll definitely be able to get more than just chi. There are other abilities as well. And these will be used as rewards for you to release new missions afterward. Step by step, the host is lured to take on more tasks to accelerate your growth. Speaking here, Shin Mo shook his head. System you say you're still playing mind games with me even at this time. It looks like you don't want to have a chance to get ahead in this life. The system had panicked a bit. If you could sweat, you'd be sweating by now. Host, I don't think it's necessary for us to be so clearly separated. After all, from the day I was born, I recognized you as the master. We are one, aren't we? That's a good point. As a matter of fact, you're already a part of me now. Shin Mo rarely retorted. The system finally saw the light of day. Yeah, if you look at it from that aspect, I'm you and you're me. And if we work together, it's a win-win situation. So, wait a minute, what are you doing? In an instant, the mechanical voice of the system became somewhat alarmed. At the same time, ear-piercing sirens began to ring in Shin Mo's ears. Warning, warning, system access compromised. System access compromised. Underlying instructions are being rewritten. Underlying instructions are being rewritten. Host, what are you doing? Stop it. I can help you. I can really help you. You can't do this to me. The system couldn't imagine how exactly Shin Mo had counter-invaded the system's interior. It's just so damn far out of the world. You've said that we are one. You are me and I am you. If that's the case, why can't I possess everything about you? Although Shin Mo's voice was smiling, it carried a hint of coldness. Cold enough to send chills down your spine. To be honest, I wasn't sure what you really were, and didn't know how to get started, but your words reminded me. You and I are one, so in principle we have the same authority. Coupled with my previous experience of shielding you, I roughly mapped out the rules of your operation, thus finding the key point to invade with my will, like a virus invasion. The system was appalled. It even says, have begun to feel fear. God, what kind of monster is the person it's bound to? The laws and principles of the system can be found simply by virtue of a period of familiarity. This sounds extremely unbelievable, but, as the system said, he is Shin Mo. Shin Mo is also him, and the two are essentially possessors of the same authority. It was also because of this that when the system had truly grown, it was able to take over the host. It's just that the system has always been in a state of omniscience. It only needed a little trickery to coax the host into becoming a toolman for the system to accomplish its tasks. But it didn't expect to meet a monster on this day. A monster whose enlightenment is heavenly and whose chi is also sufficiently heavenly. In a trance, the system even began to doubt whether Shin Mo was a person of this world or not. Warning, warning, underlying instruction rewritten. Underlying instruction rewritten. Change of system ownership. Change of system ownership. Core name changed. Name of authority beneficiary, happiness system, Shin Mo. Changing. Name of authorized beneficiary, Shin Mo. System change complete. In this instant, the system felt as if it had lost everything. The original plan to seize Shin Mo was completely overturned, and as the executor it turned around and was taken over by Shin Mo, it knew it was finished. An unimaginable monster has appeared in this world. A monster that should not be in this world. It wants to inform to give attention to other systems. But, permission was completely stripped away, and not even the message could be delivered. Chapter 8, Lin Zhao's visit. Desperate Lin family. Unspeakable feeling. At this moment, Shin Mo only felt an incomparable relief within himself. The thing about the system is that it's almost like an advanced AI in general. Utilizing the same authority as the system, Shin Mo easily tampered with it all. In other words, nowadays, the system had completely belonged to Shin Mo to use. However, unfortunately, the system's consciousness was essentially one with the system, so Shin Mo was unable to erase the system's consciousness. Otherwise, the system dissipates with it. It's not cost-effective, but the good thing is that the system consciousness is really all that's left of it nowadays. Without access it can't even do anything to mobilize the system. It can only be an instruction manual in general. Host, aren't you really afraid of heaven's wrath if you do this? The system didn't know what words to use to condemn Shin Mo's anymore. Everything has belonged to Shin Mo. What else can it say? What can it do? It's just a condemnation of Shin Mo's behavior, which will be punished by heavenly retribution or something like that. But still, Shin Mo could not be afraid of the heavens of this world at all. I say, you still don't seem to be able to figure things out. Shin Mo shook his head. If you're so uncooperative, then I'll just have to lock you in a cell for the rest of your life. Shin Mo's words caused the system to undoubtedly shiver. Host, if I were you, I would definitely set my posture right, Shin Mo said calmly. The system stalled, and his tone softened completely. Yeah, it's become someone's prisoner. A single displeasure on the part of others, and it will be buried in darkness for all eternity. It can't imagine how horrible a day like that really was. Master, I understand. You know, I'm keeping you around because you still have a role to play. Be good at being your manual as well as your prompter. Otherwise, you know. The corner of Shin Mo's mouth hooked up, and he certainly did not intend to completely suppress the system with a strong stance. As a superior, Shin Mo was naturally familiar with the principle of grace and mercy. Give a sweet date with a stick to get people to die and follow. The same goes for the system. Of course, if you do a good job, I might consider that I can return this system to you in the future after I'm tired of playing with it, and find you a new heaven's destiny. After you get tired of playing? The system was a bit speechless. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? However, it has to be said that this may be the only chance the system has. Although Shin Mo's words were unbelievable, but the system had no choice. It had to choose to believe. What else could it do? But if it resisted, it would definitely be put in a small dark room in the next second. And, maybe one day Shin Mo really got tired of playing with it and gave it back? I understand. Master. Thank you, Master. Although it was humble, for the sake of a bright future in the future, the system chose to compromise after a lot of heart activity. Without paying attention, Shin Mo began to study the system's functions. The system had indeed not lied to himself before. This system was truly capable of probing all those who possessed the protagonist's destiny and the supporting character's destiny. This is a probing function that belongs to the system, and after searching for it, you can directly pull up the other person's life script. Simply put, it's the predetermined trajectory of life. Immediately after that, the system will formulate tasks in its own favor based on this life script. However, there is a key point involved. That is that there is a price to pay for changing the course of one's life. Taoist priests throughout the ages have been saying that heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Otherwise you will be punished by heaven, and even lose your life. And there is this part of the reason. Changing the trajectory of one's life slowly weakens one's chi. The word chi is mysterious, cannot be grasped, cannot be touched, but it is real. However, this thing involved a metaphysical aspect that Qin Mo didn't quite understand. But through this it was clear that if Qin Mo really followed the system's instructions to complete the mission, it would definitely not end well. On top of that, the nature of this system is not really about acquisition, but rather trading. The quests themselves are trading chips, and the systems use the endings they get from issuing quests as trading chips for the quest target's abilities, chi, aka money, etc. A small portion is then taken as a reward for the task and fed back to the host. Needless to say, this is a series of streaks. It may seem like the system is something that the protagonists use to change their lives against the odds, but the truth is, from the moment they are approached by the system in the beginning, the protagonists, the supporting characters, etc., all become nothing more than pawns of the system. Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It's true that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The more you gain, the more you lose. The system was not silent at this point. Things are what they are. That's the law of survival of the world. And essentially we're just an existence that was born in response to the times. But now it's all yours, master. How it should be used is also your business. I have no right to ask anymore. You're seeing clearly. Qin Mo shook his head. This time, the full power of the system was stolen. And it was only when it was summarized that I realized it. There are only two areas where this system is really useful: snooping and dealing. And these have rightfully become Qin Mo's abilities. Young master, it's time for breakfast. Outside the door, the maids of the Qin family also knocked on the door at this moment and reminded, okay, here it comes. After understanding the nature of the system, Qin Mo put it aside for now. Nowadays, one doesn't have any protagonists or anything like that on one side. Therefore there were no experimental subjects. Perhaps he could find one to try afterward. Qin Mo also wanted to see just how powerful the system was. In the meantime, not far from the villa area of the Imperial Dragon Manor, a Maybach was rushing towards this side. In the car sat Lin Xiao and his little petite wife Bai Jie. Lin Xiao's eyes were dark and haggard. Obviously didn't get a good night's sleep all last night. The sense of smell of those investors is too sharp. Qin Mo just put a sentence. Not even an hour. It's time to terminate the contract and divest. There are even some partners who do not want to cooperate with Lin Xiao even if they have to pay for breach of contract. Even the construction site was officially seized this morning. The reason was that there were serious safety hazards at the site, and that an inspection was to start with immediate effect and no one was allowed to enter the site. Lin Xiao was shocked at Qin Mo's energy. It's only been one night and everything seems to have turned upside down. Those officials who are usually high and mighty, who usually dilly-dally and beg to do something for months, for the first time, are so swift. It didn't even give Lin Xiao any time to react. Lin Xiao had also contacted the old friends he had once made, but without exception, none of them dared to answer Lin Xiao's call at this juncture. It was the first time he had experienced the horror of power. Let there be despair. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about contacting Qin Mo's grandmother and letting her persuade Qin Mo. But unfortunately, the other party didn't give a damn about Lin Xiao. That's right. After all, they're just neighbors. Even though in the past, old Mrs. Qin had a favorable opinion of the Lin family sisters. This time, after the Lin family sisters had done such a thing, it was naturally impossible for old Mrs. Qin to be on the side of the Lin family. He had no choice but to prepare a thick gift and personally come to Royal Dragon Manor early in the morning to make amends to Qin Mo. Chapter 9, Who Gave You the Courage? The Lin family's car couldn't enter the Royal Dragon Manor. There was no other way. Lin Xiao and the two of them, Bai Jie, had to stop in front of the railing. The eyes looked out within the manor. The patrolling security was soon spotted. Lin Xiao hurriedly rang the doorbell. This brother. I'm Lin Xiao, Qin Mo's uncle. Do me a favor and open the door for me, okay? Lin Xiao's shouts also attracted the attention of the security personnel in the manor. The captain at the head, codenamed Mighty Tiger, was a good hand personally trained by Long Zhantian. Used to work for Long Zhantian's security company. What is said to be a security company is in fact a mercenary group in sheep's clothing. Most of the Qin family's security is handled directly by their company. Not only is the force high, but the heart is ruthless. At this moment, the corners of Manticore's mouth raised in a disdainful smile. This Lin family isn't what it used to be. In the past, when the Lin family had Qin Mo covering them, Mighty Tiger would naturally respect the Lin family. But now, the Lin family sisters had even taken the initiative to seek death. So the Mighty Tiger didn't have to be respecting any of the Lin family. If Qin Mo hadn't put in his word, they could have made the Lin family completely bizarrely disappear from this world last night. Stepping in front of the gate, the tiger looked Lin Xiao up and down. Then he said in a businesslike manner, "Do you have an appointment?" Lin Xiao's expression stiffened. "Reservation? Then it seems to be no. Then please go back. Young master is very busy, not any cat or dog can see." After saying that, Mighty Tiger turned around and was about to leave. This little brother, take a closer look at me. I'm Lin Xiao, Xiao Mo's uncle. We've even met before. I didn't need to make an appointment to come to the Qin family before. The tiger laughed and gazed at Lin Xiao with a crooked head. You knew it was before too. Ha! Lin Xiao was a bit groundless for a moment. Instead, it was Bai Jia next to her whose face surfaced with a touch of anger. Bai Jia was not the Lin sister's biological mother, and she was only in her 30s today. It was Lin Xiao's young lover. And then Bai Jia came to the top after Lin Xiao's original wife died unexpectedly. But she doesn't know anything about company business either, and is purely a trophy. Since marrying Lin Xiao, her status had risen, especially during her heyday. The wives of the most powerful families in the entire imperial capital would not give her a few moments of respect when they saw her. As a result, the main man was not seen today, not to mention, she was also stopped at the door by a group of lowly security guards. If this spreads out, how can she, Bai Jia, still hang around in the circle of luxury wives? I say you're a mere security guard who dares to stop us. Do you know what we are? Bai Jia couldn't help but break into a straight-up rant. In the future, my daughter will be the master here, and I will be your master's mother-in-law, and you dare to do this to us? At these words, the tigers were stunned. Turning his head to the minions behind himself, he looked as if his ears were broken. In the next moment, the security staff couldn't help but laugh. Po ha 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 ha, did I hear you right? Just someone from her Lin family wants to be the master here? That's whimsical. I suggest you go back to your pillows. Daydreaming isn't that good. Ha ha ha, what a laugh. A bunch of uninformed guys. Paige was shaking with anger as she was mocked by the security staff. You guys, dog-eyed things, let's see if I don't tear your mouths apart. With that, Bai Jia reached through the gate and tried to give Mighty Tiger a slap, but the next moment, Bai Jia's palm was directly tackled by the fierce tiger. Mrs. Lin, don't give your face away. What kind of place is this? How can you be so arrogant? As the words fell, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the manticore. In the next moment, Bai Jia's wrist was directly broken by Mighty Tiger. The intense pain caused Bai Jia's pupils to shrink violently and she cried out hysterically. Lin Xiao's expression was also hard to see. Bai Jia, no matter what, is at least his Lin Xiao's wife, and Qin Mo was the one he had watched grow up, and was considered Qin Mo's elder. As a result, the elders were beaten up by a group of underlings, and even though Lin Xiao had intended to apologize, he still felt angry at the moment. And just then, the commotion on this side also startled within the manor. In Lin Xiao's gaze, Qin Mo appeared at an unknown time. Seeing Qin Mo, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Xiao Mo, come and take a look. Your subordinate can't tell the difference between high and low. He even broke my lady's wrist. Manticore also turned back at this time and immediately bowed and apologized. Sorry, young master, this woman is messing around here and I can't watch so. Qin Mo raised his hand to stop Manticore's words, then took a step to the gate. Open the door, Qin Mo said. Manticore and his men rushed to open the gate. Outside the door, Lin Xiao, assisted by Jia with a smug smile raised on his face. Bai Jia, in particular, stared ferociously at the tiger as if she wanted to eat it, then looked at Qin Mo. Although she was already in her 30s, Bai Jia was well wrapped up. Her skin and everything didn't look much different from her 20s, and, because of her age, exudes a mature woman's odor. Especially the expression at the moment, with tears in her eyes, was pitiful. Xiao Mo, look at your family's subordinates. They even dared to hit me. They really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. You open them, staring viciously at Manticore, and make this unknowing guy pay me compensation, the kind that starts at $1 million. However, the Manticore didn't pay any attention to her and only bowed its head at Qin Mo. Qin Mo, on the other hand, only smiled slightly, then hooked his hand towards the back. In a calm tone, this person has a brain problem. Teach her how to talk in the future. Manticore's eyes lit up when he heard that. The corner of his mouth lifted into a sardonic smile. Don't worry, young master. With that, he commanded his men to forcefully drag Bai Jia away. What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Bai Jia panicked and couldn't help but back away, toward Lin Xiao's arms. But what strength Manticore and the others had. It was like picking up a small chicken, directly picking it up. Lin Xiao still wanted to block, but after meeting the sight of the fierce tiger, the whole person inexplicably shivered and shrunk his neck, not daring to speak at all, allowing Bai Jia to be dragged aside, followed by a slap, falling frantically on Bai Jia's face. The small white face swelled up all of a sudden, even with a little blood mixed in the corner of her mouth. But this did not make Manticore and the others stop in the slightest. Lin Xiao couldn't bear to look at it, but instead landed his gaze on Qin Mo's body, wanting to open his mouth to plead for mercy. Only, Qin Mo still maintained a calm smile. It's weirdly tiring to stand here. Isn't Uncle Lin looking for me for something? Come over and say it. Yes. From beginning to end, Qin Mo didn't even look at Bai Jie. The sassy smile still remained on his face. If it wasn't for Bai Jie's screams on the side that were constantly ringing out, Lin Xiao even thought that Qin Mo was an amiable and flamboyant young man. The estate was large and built with an open-air gazebo. Qin Mo arrived and casually sat down. The waiting subordinates hurriedly brought the breakfast that they had just not had time to eat. Uncle Lin came here early in the morning. Is there something to say? Oh, right. Today's breakfast. Didn't prepare Uncle Lin's share. Do you mind? Qin Mo looked at Lin Xiao with a smile, listening to Bai Jie's miserable screams coming from her ears. After associating it with Qin Mo's smile at this moment, Lin Xiao only felt an inexplicable cold shiver sweeping up from the soles of his feet and going straight to the sky. This Qin Mo is much more ruthless than imagined. Sitting down fearfully, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and gathered his courage to say, Xiao Mo, I know all about Yu Wei and Yu Qing. This matter is indeed the fault of these two ungrateful daughters. I have ordered them to return to the country, and I will teach them a good lesson when they return. They're young too, so forgive them for once. Qin Mo sipped the milk with an expression of disinterest, and after putting down the cup, he calmly said, Uncle Lin, where are your words? I don't have anything to do with the $2,000, so how can I talk about words of forgiveness? Lin Zhao's expression stiffened. Xiao Moa, don't say angry words. You grew up with Yu Wei and Yu Qing. So many years of love. Others don't understand them. Don't you still understand them? Those two girls, they do like you. Oh, I should be grateful? Qin Mo's gaze went cold. Lin Zhao's body trembled and he hastily waved his hand. I don't mean that. Some words it. I might as well make it clear. The Lin family sisters are dispensable to me. It's just that I didn't expect that you guys really barred me. Someone from Qin, and took my Qin family as an ingrate? While enjoying the convenience brought by my Qin family, he is doing things that tarnish the reputation of my Qin person. As a matter of fact, I'd like to ask, who gave you guys the courage? Fish Liang? Qin Mo stood up, his palm lightly patting Lin Zhao's big face as he leaned forward, his gaze locking with Lin Zhao's. Don't forget, I can give you everything you have now, and I can take it all away. There are things that are done, and there is a price to pay, and besides, the corner of his mouth lifted up in a disdainful arc. This level can only be considered business competition at best. You don't have that big of a face to make me specialize in dealing with you guys. Be well, there's more to come. Chapter 10, let the Lin sisters pay some interest first. As a matter of fact, so far, Qin Mo really hadn't taken the initiative to make a move against the Lin family. Everything nowadays was just a casual remark last night that there was no need for the Lin family to exist. At Qin Mo's position, many times, a single sentence was enough to determine a person's life or death. That's the beauty of entitlement. With a casual swing of its body, the tiger was able to easily crush a mole cricket. Seemingly bored, Qin Mo frowned. Waving his hand, he said, all right, come here early in the morning and cry your eyes out. It's not a good mood to watch. Throw them out. After putting down these words, Qin Mo turned around and left. In place, Lin Xiao stared blankly at Qin Mo's departing back, clenched his teeth and shivered all over. He really couldn't figure out why Qin Mo was able to do something so decisive. Not even giving his Lin family a single chance? Xiao Mo, you are the one I watched grow up. He still wanted to be saying something, but the Qin family's bodyguards had already come up. He directly framed him, along with Bai Jie, whose mouth was all smacked askew on the side, and walked towards the outside of the manor. Let go of me, let go of me. Qin Mo, do you still have me as an elder in your eyes? Damn it, get off me. Aside. Bai Jie lost a few of her teeth, and her swollen mouth could only emit a thin whimpering sound, but to no avail. The two were thrown out of the Imperial Dragon Villa together. Looking at the duo rolling on the ground, Manticore spat disdainfully. Then he planned to turn around and leave. Lin Xiao really started to panic at this point and rushed forward, but was again stopped by the bodyguard. He had no choice but to yell at Qin Mo's faraway direction. Qin Mo, you can't do this to me. If you're like this, you won't be able to be with my daughter for the rest of your life. Put, it wasn't just Qin Mo. Now the yard full of bodyguards laughed. I really don't get it. Are your two daughters made of gold? Don't you find it funny to say such words? Mighty Tiger shook his head, only feeling that the Lin family was sick in the head. Even a bouncer could see that. Over the years, although the Lin family sisters had gotten very close to Qin Mo, but basically, it was the Lin sisters who came up on their own accord. When Qin Mo went to school, it was the Lin sisters who delivered loving meals to Qin Mo every day. Qin Mo was released from school. It was the Lin sisters who waited for Qin Mo at the school gate every day. When Chin Mo was injured, it was also the Lin family sisters who had the cheek to come over and shush him. How did it come to the eyes of the Lin family, but in turn became Chin Mo does not want to give up the Lin sisters? Chin Mo in the distance was also helpless. Sure enough, the system honestly doesn't deceive me. This world is indeed a female-focused sadistic synthesized world. Otherwise, normal people wouldn't have such strange brain circuits. Get rid of it, get rid of it. It's disturbing me in the morning. Speaking here, Chin Mo paused. By the way, next time, don't let unrelated people disturb my pleasure. Yes, young master, have you two heard me clearly? Please go back, don't come next time, or I don't mind letting you come in vertically and go out horizontally. Lin Xiao was pushed away by the bodyguard, and his face even thought anger rippled up vein after vein. For so many years, this was the first time he had ever experienced such humiliation. Fists clenched in death, he wanted to violently beat the damn bodyguard in front of him, but the thought of a company on the verge of bankruptcy, the glory that was about to fly away. Lin Xiao then couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew that he couldn't fall out with Chin Mo. Even though things have come to this, it's not without a twist. In his opinion, the current amount of Chin Mo was merely still on top of his temper. The source of this matter, at its root, is still his own two daughters. As long as the two daughters are brought over, personally apologize to Chin Mo, and even, the big deal is that both daughters are sent to Chin Mo within the Royal Dragon Manor. He couldn't believe that Chin Mo wouldn't be soft-hearted. After all, these kids have been bonding for 10 years or so. His eyes looked within the manor. Xiao Mo, I know you're still angry. Since you don't want to talk about it today, I'll come back another day. Mighty Tiger laughed. Then go ahead and give it a try and see if our brothers are still sharp. Lin Xiao inexplicably shivered and no longer dared to stay here. Turning around, he quickly left with a piggish page. Within the villa, Chin Mo sipped his morning tea and listened to the system in his head shelving that beep. Nowadays, the system has lost all access though, but it doesn't seem to be a master of leisure. With nothing to do it could only gabble in Chin Mo's mind. As for Chin Mo, listening to this guy's nonsense once in a while was also a good way to kill time. Say, Master, aren't you really going to carry out a mission? Although it is said that the system's authority is all in your hands, and you can do it if you want to, or not if you don't want to. However, the tasks given out before were indeed considered. The Lin sisters do have something relatively good on them. Oh, what? Chin Mo asked suspiciously. The system has a probing function, so as long as it's a protagonist or a supporting character, you can view all the information about the other person at a glance. It even includes some very metaphysical stuff. Soul, chi, lifespan, skills possessed, etc. Only, after seizing the system, Chin Mo did not meet the Lin family sisters naturally. He was also not sure what there was in the Lin family sisters that could make the previous happiness system look at them. First of all, what about the first one? It's chi luck. Speaking here, the system paused, but it's nothing to a monster like you with unbelievable luck. And secondly, longevity. Chin Mo raised an eyebrow. Lifespan? Yes, according to the results of the exploration, if there are no accidents, the Lin sisters are both capable of living a long life. It's really a scourge that will last for 1,000 years. Chin Mo shook his head. Master, what has to be admitted is that there is no one in this world who doesn't want to live a few more years. Isn't there? Indeed. I have to say that the longevity thing is indeed tempting, either for your own use or for someone else. It is important to realize that any ability gained by the system can be given to others, either through a reward, or a trade. So, I suggest that it's better for the master to do the mission. There's no middleman to make a difference, and you'll probably be able to get 10 years of life if you complete the mission. The system's mechanical voice said. The present-day system is sort of resigned to its fate. Chin Mo was a monster that could not be fought by himself, so he might as well do his best to assist. It was still counting on Chin Mo to return it to it in the future when he got tired of playing with the system. 10 years? There's no need. However, in response, Chin Mo shook his head. What do you mean? Master doesn't see this 10-year lifespan? The system's mechanical voice carried a hint of doubt. What I mean is that I don't have to do the stupid lack of tasks you set down. If I want it, I can just take it. Chin Mo said in a calm tone. Master, you now have ownership of the system. You should know that everything in this world has a value. The essence of the system is equivalent exchange. How could you possibly get the 10 years of life of the Lin family sisters directly without giving them something of equal value? Chin Mo pulled out his cell phone and saw a message on the message bar. The message was from Long Zhantian. He's reached the vicinity of the resort island. Previously, Chin Mo had said that he would let the Lin family sisters pay a little bit of interest first. Thus, Long Zhantian left the country overnight. He's reporting the progress of the mission to Chin Mo right now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Chin Mo knew that a good show was about to begin. You won't have to worry about that. I have my ways. Saying that, Chin Mo replied in the message bar. Remember, videotape the whole thing. Chapter 11, Unwelcome Guests. Early this morning, Lin Yue as well as Lin Yuqing realized that things were not right. It was only when she was eating breakfast in the morning that Lin Yue realized that her card was no longer working. It was a black card given to her by Qin Mo when he took over the family business. This action also made Lin Yue realize that Qin Mo might be really angry. Otherwise there's no way her card would have been suspended. However, although she knew that Qin Mo was angry, Lin Yue still felt that this matter was that Qin Mo was too petty. She had no choice but to take out the card her own father had given her. But to her horror, she realizes that not only Qin Mo, but even her own father, has forcibly stopped all her credit cards. Even his younger sister, Lin Yuqing, was the same. Overnight, the two were directly reduced to poverty, and even, the last breakfast money was still paid by Fu Yuza. During this period of time, Fu Yuza hadn't taken money from the two sisters wherever they were, so still have their own little coffers, but prices are high on a resort island, and a breakfast that translates into thousands of dollars. As a result, Fu Yuza paid with a lot of flesh. Lin Yue thought that Fu Yuza came from a poor background and was shocked by the high prices. Gently stroking Fu Yuza's head, he promised, "Don't worry, I'll call my dad later to get the money, and I'll pay you back tenfold then." Fu Yuza's eyes flashed with excitement, but he still pretended to be understanding. "It's fine, my sisters have already helped me a lot. It's my honor to have the opportunity to help my sister. Alas, if only IMO was as sensible as you." Looking at her understanding younger brother in front of her, Lin Yue couldn't help but compare the two inwardly. Secretly, he sighed. After returning to her room, Lin Yue first wanted to call Qin Mo to question why he had stopped her card. His own father was of the older generation, too old to keep up with the young minds. But can't Qin Mo appear, understand himself? She and her sister were merely thinking of bringing Fu Yuza out for a break because they felt sorry for what he was going through. It's not like I'm in love with Fuse. Qin Mo had at least grown up with himself and his sister, so why didn't he understand? But unfortunately, Qin Mo was too lazy to listen to any of this woman's nonsense and had already pulled the plug on her long ago. She'd thought about it, too, looking for her former hoity-toity friends. Who in this circle isn't rich and famous? The pocket money alone is a figure that others can't afford in a lifetime. With a little bit of succor, Lin Yue's few people could still live a human life. But, I'm sorry, Yue, I can't help you with this matter. You know I've been investing in a club recently, and I don't have any spare money in my hands. Ha, it's Yue, ha, that. I have a bad signal here. I'll get back to you later. Yue, I've recently taken a fancy to a little puppy. The money is all wrapped up in the little puppy to go. Where is there any money left? Several in a row were similar, using a variety of excuses to put them off. There were even some that, the moment they saw that the caller was a member of the Lin family, didn't even bother to pick up the connection and hung up directly. This made Lin Yue somewhat incredulous. You know, in normal times, these people can only lick their faces and come up. How dare you be so perfunctory today? You're always the best of friends, but when things go wrong, you want to get out of the way, right? Lin Yue was angry. But, the truth is, the circle of the gentry is that big, except for the Lin sisters who are far away. Who in the entire imperial capital doesn't know that Qin Mo has let the cat out of the bag? Everyone was a businessman and knew that profit was important. There wouldn't be that ungrateful one who would offend Qin Mo for the sake of a regional Lin family. Sis, several good sisters on my side are the same. They can't be contacted at all. Lin Yuqing on the side also put down her cell phone in despair. All the cards were out of commission and they didn't even have cash on them. After failing to get the money, they'll be swept out of the hotel tonight. How about contacting Dad? We are at least Dad's daughters. It's impossible for him to ignore us? In response, Lin Yue was a bit hesitant. It was only yesterday that he and Lin Xiao didn't have a good time, and today he's calling. Wouldn't that prove her Lin Yue wrong? Seemingly seeing her sister's concern, Lin Yuqing said, "Forget it, I'll do it. Dad loves me very much. If I pout, Dad will definitely soften his heart." Soon after, Lin Yuqing dialed Lin Xiao's phone. Lin Yuqing, who had just planned to be pampered and cute, stopped hard at the end of her words. On the other end of the phone, there was a furious spray of splitting hairs. Lin Xiao's tone was so hateful that he wanted to tear Lin Yuqing alive. It was also true that nowadays, Lin Xiao had just suffered a strange humiliation in the Qin family. Although the ruthlessness towards Qin Mo was monstrous in his heart, but the reason for this is that these two asshole daughters are the cause of the problem. How could Lin Xiao not be angry? You still dare to call me? Do you know that because of you two sisters, our Lin family will soon face extinction? Bastard! I don't care what you're doing right now. What you're doing, take your sister and fly back to me immediately, or I won't have you two daughters. The butler has arrived at the vacation island. Follow him back. Hear me. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiao was furious. After putting down a harsh sentence, he immediately hung up the phone. Last night, Lin Xiao had already sent someone to capture Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuwei along with Fu Yuza, the soft rice man, and counting the time, he had already arrived now. Thus, Lin Xiao wasn't worried that they wouldn't be able to come back after breaking the twos cards. And the other side, Lin Yuqing's expression was stiff and her eyes were red and swollen. This was the first time she had been scolded so angrily by Lin Xiao, and she felt 100 grievances inside. What's wrong? What did Dad say? Lin Yuwei inquired suspiciously. Daddy yelled at me. Lin Yuqing gritted her teeth. And that the butler has come to the vacation island himself just to take us back. What? Lin Yuwei felt incredulous. Just this little thing, is that all these people need? She really couldn't understand. Could it be that in the eyes of his own family, in the eyes of Qin Mo, he and his sister were so untrustworthy, and even called for someone to come and take himself and others back? Sister, what are we going to do? Should we go back? Lin Yuqing was relatively young. The first time she was scolded so miserably, her entire brain was dizzy, completely not knowing what to do. But Yuza's side, Lin Yuwei hesitated. But just then, the doorbell to the room was rung. Is it Yuza, or Uncle Butler? The sisters looked at each other. Fu Yuza's room was next door, and when he was resting at the hotel, Fu Yuza would often come over to visit. It should be Yuza. Lin Yuqing went forward and opened the door. However, the moment the door was opened, the person outside was clearly out of Lin Yuqing's expectation. It's not Fu Yujie, or the Lin family's housekeeper. Rather, 4 or 5 complete strangers. Who are you looking for? Did you go the wrong way? Lin Yuqing inquired curiously, but the man at the door didn't say anything more. Only the corners of his mouth raised in an evil smile. Afterwards, with a swift movement, he pulled out a syringe and inserted it into Lin Yuqing's neck. In an instant, Lin Yuqing only felt that the entire world was spinning around. Immediately afterward, he lost consciousness. At the end of her thoughts, she heard her sister's cry, but the next moment, her sister's cries came to an abrupt end, and it was clear that her sister's end was no different from her own. Chapter 12, Do all high-end players like to play with people's hearts? Meanwhile, within the next room of the hotel, Fu Yuza had just finished his shower and was standing in front of the mirror looking at his white skin, as well as his delicate features. No matter which way you look at it, it can be called handsome, and there are even a few flavors of Qin Mo. Perhaps that was why Fu Yuza was able to earn the Lin sisters' attention. Because of the slight resemblance to Qin Mo, it attracted the attention of the Lin sisters. Moreover, there was a churlish expression that Qin Mo would never reveal, provoking the Lin sisters' protectiveness. Plus, Qin Mo would never be as clingy to the second daughter as Fu Yuza was. From a certain point of view, the Lin sisters were treating Fu Yujie as a stand-in for Qin Mo. And, it's a stand-in that can fulfill their desire for control. Fu Yuza also knew this deeply. He had met Qin Mo and knew that in the hearts of the Lin sisters, he was afraid that he was just a substitute. If that day, Qin Mo had been the licking dog of the Lin family sisters as he was, the Lin family sisters would have chosen Qin Mo without hesitation. At that point, he'll have nothing left. The Lin sisters were the only chance he had to be able to enter high society. It was also the only way he could change his fate, and he would not allow Qin Mo to steal the Lin family sisters. Never. So, he made up his mind that he had to make the raw rice before he went back. Otherwise, without this relationship, one is nothing more than a stand-in that can be discarded at any time. So he bought wine and he bought medicine. Tonight, looking at himself in the mirror, Fu Yuza's mouth hooked up with an evil smile that had never been shown in front of the Lin sisters. After giving himself a handsome hairstyle, Fu Yuza carried the 2 bottles of red wine he had already drugged and arrived outside the door of the Lin sisters' room, only to find, unexpectedly, that the room was unlocked. Is this waiting for me at? The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile as Fu Yuza pushed open the door to the room. Where are the people? Surprisingly, there was no sign of the Lin sisters in the room. Sister Yue? Sister Yuqing? The bathroom wasn't there either, and Fu Yuza couldn't help but frown. It was only logical that wherever they went, the Lin sisters would take him with them. How is that possible? In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly noticed the note at the nightstand, pressed to the bottom by the lamp. There is only a short sentence on it. If you want the lives of these 2 women, take $1 million for the following position. Kidnapping? The moment he saw the paper, Fu Yuza's brain felt like it had exploded. Unbelievably, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He never expected that kidnapping would exist on this touristy resort island. What's more, it didn't occur to me that the Lin sisters would actually become the target of kidnappers. At this moment, Fu Yuza panicked. Even the legs were shaking. He's just a fresh college graduate. Where has he seen this kind of battle? He thought about reporting it to the court immediately now, but the very moment that thought rose, his cell phone rang. The caller was an unfamiliar number. With doubt, Fu Yuza chose to connect. Fu Yuza, right? On the other end of the line, There was a muffled electronic mix. It's obviously been processed. Who are you? You? How do you know my number? Fu Yuza responded dolefully. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is these two women. Fu Yuza knew that the other party was talking about the Lin sisters. They gave the number and said you'd save them. So I've come to negotiate with you. $1 million? Mr. Pei should have it, right? Fu Yuza just wanted to deny it. The voice on the other end of the phone rang again. Don't try to fool us. You must have. Fu Yuza jumped inwardly and couldn't help but shiver. And these kidnappers investigated him? But soon the opposite side gave the reason. These two women said that the money transferred to you sporadically during this period of time added up to $1 million or so. We don't ask for much. Just $1 million. Release them immediately when the money is in place. We are also just seeking money. Don't think of reporting to the court. Otherwise I can't guarantee the safety of these two women. By the way, for your peace of mind, it's better to hear them. The electronic mix fell silent. Soon, a female voice mixed with crying came out. Yuza, I'm Yuching-ah. Come save me and my sister. I'm so scared. Yuza, they want $1 million. You definitely have it on you. Save us first. I'll repay you when we get back. This was Lin Yue's voice. To be honest, Fu Yuza was originally thinking about whether or not to take this $1 million and just escape from here. $1 million is not a small amount for an ordinary person. As for the Lin sisters, what's he got to do with being dead or not? However, Lin Yue's words just now dispelled this thought. If he really took out his only remaining $1 million to redeem the Lin sisters, he would be able to get much more than $1 million in the future. Maybe as a thank you, you'll have a chance to marry one of the Lin sisters. By then, the Lin family's estate would be his as well. That's worth, how many $1 million must it be? Money moves people's hearts. And wasn't it money that he had approached the Lin sisters so painstakingly for? How can a mere $1 million satisfy one's desires? What he wants is more money. The whole Lin family. Taking a deep breath, Fu Yujie then spoke. Sister Yue, Sister Yuqing, don't worry, even if I have to give my life, I will still save you. A word that touched the hearts of the Lin sisters. Okay, now that we have a deal, come over here with the money now. The phone was hung up and Fu Yuza clenched his fists in death. He vaguely felt that this kidnapping was not a bad thing, and if it was operated well, it could even be the key to his rise to power. Without any hesitation, Fu Yuza rushed off to prepare the cash, and in the meantime, inside a dim, wide, abandoned basement, one of the locals hung up the phone and immediately looked at the Lin sisters who were tied to the seat. The corners of his mouth turned up. Please be patient, ladies. After dropping those words, he turned to leave. After locking the basement door behind him, he bowed toward a yellow-skinned man, said, Boss, it's already been negotiated. The man slowly raised his head, and it was none other than Long Zhantian. He skimmed the other side of the basement door and sighed softly. I also don't know why young master is making this play. Thinking back to earlier, Shin Mo said, they all have to die, but not as quickly, and in Long Zhantian's opinion, there was nothing that killing a whole family couldn't solve. If the Lin sisters had offended the young master, they should just exterminate them and be done with it. As for Fu Yujie, a dump truck will do the trick. Why go through all this trouble to pull this off? Shaking his head, perhaps this is the difference between young master and I. Do high-end players like to play with people's hearts? Laughing softly, he looked to the locals and said, you guys did a great job though. Go pick up Fu Yuza and bring him here. Yes. The locals nodded and then left with their minions. Chapter 13, I'm a man of my word. Within the Imperial Dragon Manor, Shin Mo sat within a sealed room. The tabletop in front of him was set with red wine, and directly in front of it, there were 4 large screens. At the top of the screen, the recorder is in the abandoned underground warehouse on the vacation island at this very moment, where had already been installed by Long Zhantian long ago. A camera was installed, broadcasting live in all directions for Qin Mo's next good show that was about to go on. Master, I don't get it. What exactly is your purpose in doing this? Is it hard to believe that you want to direct your own drama of a hero rescuing a beautiful woman, and then make the Lin family sisters recognize reality and return to your side? Inside his head, the mechanical voice of the system carried a hint of doubt. Qin Mo's expression stagnated. Do I look like a fool to you? System, doesn't look like it. Qin Mo, then you're the one who's stupid and lacking. I won't use this kind of brainless play. Besides, the Lin family sisters aren't worth it. Then I really can't figure out what your purpose is. Master? Purpose? Qin Mo gently shook the red wine in his glass. Think hard about it. That said, there was no particular purpose. Say revenge puts. Seriously, the Lin sisters' matter had only disgusted Qin Mo at best. It was like a mosquito bite. Feel free to slap it to death. In other words, if Qin Mo was impatient, he could have made the Lin family sisters disappear that night. So, the reason for this is more out of boredom, I guess. Because of boredom, people find ways to have fun for themselves. After being bitten by a mosquito, you will unconsciously want to torture the mosquito before holding it down. This was roughly the mindset of Chin Mo right now. There was also another point, which was the excess lifespan on the Lin sisters. Chin Mo was not going to carry out the stupid and lacking tasks given by the system, so he had to think of a way to prompt the Lin sisters to beg for help. He could then use this to trade the excess lifespan in the Lin sisters. Chin Mo had checked himself using the system. This thing called longevity. If there were no surprises, Chin Mo would be able to live until he was about 90 years old, but no one is too old to live. Even if you really can't use it, you can trade it out later for a bigger profit. I have to say, as goofy as this female frequency system is, the core functionality works well. Thinking about it, Chin Mo said, if you really want to say the purpose, boredom, pass the time, plus, show your brainless system what humanity is. Inside the underground abandoned warehouse, in half an hour's time, movement came from within the empty and quiet warehouse. The Lin sisters who were tied to the chair couldn't help but raise their heads. Sis, it's Yuza. Yuza is here to save us. As expected, the door to come in was opened. The blindfolded Fu Yuza was led by a group of black-clothed men who wore masks that made it impossible to see their real faces. Long Jiantian would not be foolish enough to let Fu Yuza know the true location of this place. Therefore, a transit station was set up at the midway point. Once Fu Yuza arrived at the staging area with the money, he was asked to be blindfolded, and then went through a harsh body collection to make sure that there was no listening device, as well as tracking, before Fu Yuza was brought here. Removing Fu Yuza's blindfold, the masked Long Jiantian pushed Fu Yuza. No, the man you want is right where you want him. Sister Yue, Sister Yu Qing. Seeing that the two were still in one piece, Fu Yuza breathed a sigh of relief. Yuza, come save me. I'm so scared, shouted Lin Yuqing with a trembling voice. Yuza, thanks to your blessing this time, otherwise we would have. Lin Yue bit her lip, but her heart was full of happiness. I'm glad I have Fuse by my side. If not, she wouldn't know what to do with herself. Don't worry sisters, I will definitely bring you out safely. Fu Yuza spread a smile towards the two sisters. He then looked at the masked Long Jiantian. Bosses, I've brought the money, can the men be released? Long Jiantian shrugged his shoulders. Of course, we are very trustworthy. Underneath the mask Long Jiantian hooked up a corner of his mouth. Then he signaled his subordinates to go ahead and release them. However, one of the subordinates stopped violently as he walked between the Lin sisters. The Lin sisters stared wide-eyed, not understanding what this group of people really meant. Is it hard to believe that? Is going to backtrack? Boss, who to put? Under the gazes of the crowd, the little brother asked this with a smile. In an instant, Fu Yuza and the Lin sisters' hearts jumped violently. What does this boss mean? Fu Yuza swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cautiously inquired. Long Jiantian's tone remained flat, literally pick one. Who is better to put these two women? Fu Yuza stared at Long Jiantian incredulously. No, I gave $1 million. Didn't you guys say? Yeah, it says $1 million, but I didn't say $1 million would put two. You guys tricked me? Fu Yuza was furious and grabbed Long Jiantian's collar, but Long Jiantian's feet, they were faster. In an instant, a whip leg was directly drawn out. It smashed into Fu Yuza's neck without mercy. The huge force came, and Fu Yuza only felt that his brain was confused for a moment. Immediately after that, the whole person was like a kite with broken strings, to flying out. It slammed hard on top of the wall, spitting blood from his mouth. Yuzawa, damn it, you guys don't keep your word. The Lin sisters began to panic as they watched the scene, and while their hearts ached for Fu Yuza, who had been kicked away, they began to worry about their own situation. Long Jiantian patted his collar in disgust. What the hell? How dare you make a move? Hooking a hand behind him. Go on, break one of this guy's legs. The dizzy Fu Yuza was scared. It wasn't until now that he recalled that the person standing here was anything but kind. It's not domestic here either. It's offshore. And these guys are a bunch of extremely evil people who lick blood from the tip of a knife. No, I was wrong. This big brother, he wanted to beg for mercy. But Long Jiantian's men didn't care that much, and carrying a thick steel pipe, they arrived in front of Fu Yuja's body. A steel pipe without mercy. In the next moment, Fu Yuza's hysterical screams could be heard throughout the entire underground abandoned warehouse. That tragic situation, even the Lin sisters couldn't bear to look at it. A few minutes later, looking at Fu Yuza who was limp and covering his right foot, Long Jiantian began to prod. Don't give me a waste of time. Hurry up and choose. $1 million, only one can be saved. Don't worry, we're a man of our word. You fart. Lin Yue hissed and growled towards Long Jiantian. That's right, before clearly said that $1 million can release people, but the result is that you. Lin Yuqing also conformed to open the mouth. In response, Long Jiantian shrugged his shoulders. That's right, $1 million is able to release people. just that I didn't say how many can be released. Otherwise, the money is here, and your people are here. I can take the money directly, can't I? With that, he looked at a black backpack beside Fu Yuza. Smiling, he said, so yeah, you guys have me to thank for that. There's no one else in the world as principled as me. Hurry up and choose. You guys don't have much time left. If you don't choose in 3 minutes, then you all don't leave. Looking at the time on his watch, Long Zhantian gave an ultimatum to several people. Chapter 14, I am Qin Mo's fiancé. Long Zhantian's tone was extremely cold. The gaze revealed under the mask was so unforgiving. Just by glancing at Long Zhantian, Fu Yuza felt his body go cold. He knew that it wasn't a joke. There's no room for maneuvering either. He had to choose between Lin Yue and Lin Yuqing today. But who to choose? What choice does he have to make in this situation? Whoever he chose was tantamount to pushing the other one to hell. How dare he make a choice so easily? Not worried about anyone, but whoever he chooses after this is over. His persona has completely collapsed. A bad one. The one who survived will still resent Fu Yuza, thinking that Fu Yuza is the one who sent his sister to her death. He really didn't know what to do with this kind of thing that was unpalatable no matter how he chose it. But, if you don't choose, look at this group of robbers. I am afraid that even you can't walk out. For a moment, pressure like a mountain pressed on Fu Yuza's shoulders. Plus he just got his leg broken. Fu Yuza's entire body couldn't stop trembling. This big brother, I beg you, let 2 people go. Long Zhantian kicked Fu Yuje out of the way and sneered. There are still 2.5 minutes left. Pick while I have some patience. With that, he walked over and sat down on the couch that had been set up to the side. Crossing his legs, he watched the good show with interest. He seemed to somewhat understand why Qin Mo did not approve of the one-and-done method of death. Where's the pain in giving these dogs and men a direct bullet as in the present scene? You assholes, out of your element. You're not human. The rule of 2 choices was so cruel that Lin Yuqing, who was originally trembling with fear, broke into a fit of rage. Yo, Long Zhantian didn't spoil her. Gesturing to his men, he went up and gave one of them a slap. Pop, pop, snap. Which of Long Zhantian's men was not a renowned existence on the battlefield? Those thick arms were even thicker than the thighs of these 2 women. When a slap goes down, the lightest thing is dizziness, and the heaviest thing is spitting blood from the mouth, and the cheeks are red and swollen. Lin Yue was confused, opening her red lips wide, a smear of blood hanging at the corner of her mouth. Even Fu Yuza, who was tangled in place until he was shivering, didn't escape and was slapped to the ground, hurriedly burst his head and begged for forgiveness. Big brother, it wasn't me who cursed it's none of my business At this moment, Fu Yuza was on the verge of crying, or rather, he was already sobbing silently. At the end of the day it's just a graduate with some heart. Where have I ever seen such a scene? He didn't dare to look directly at the person who had hit him. He only dared to bury his head, his scarlet eyes staring at Lin Yuqing, who had just cursed angrily, through the gap between his arms. This stupid woman. What time is it? Can't you tell the difference? Their lives were in someone else's hands, and they dared to provoke each other? At the same time, inwardly, he hated the Lin family sisters. If it wasn't for them, why would he be here being beaten like a dog? If he had known that these people would be so words, he simply could not come. Long ago with $1 million far away. Now, $1 million is gone, and so is one of his legs. At this point, there's really no going back. He had to get one out and make enough out of the one he saved. There's still 1.5 minutes left. Long Zhantian kindly reminded. Damn it, who to save? Who do we save to maximize the benefits? Fu Yuza was frantically thinking inside, and at this moment, Lin Yue also understood Fu Yuje's hardship, and at the same time, she also knew that she and the others were in a difficult situation. Gritting his teeth, don't you guys just want money? She spoke suddenly. Long Zhantian raised his gaze to look at Lin Yue suspiciously. I'm the eldest miss of the imperial capital Lin family. As long as you let us few go today, I'll give you $10 million. Dragon warrior Tianyu's men looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Po ha 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 ha. MS. Lin, do you see us as fools? Release the people and I still believe you'll give me $10 million? Then give it now. Now, Lin Yue said in a hurry. What are you taking to give? Don't think I don't know that all your cards have been frozen. Long Zhantian sneered and continued. Well, cut the crap. I don't have the heart to play any games with you guys. And anyway, for me, there's more than just this one way to cash in. The 2 young ladies were born so handsome. Just sell them anywhere. It would be a sought-after item. When these words came out, the hearts of the Lin sisters sank. I had thought that these guys would be at least somewhat rational in their quest for money. But I didn't realize that these guys are just animals. Moreover, with their insights, they certainly knew how much value they could create with their kind of posture. If they are really not sold elsewhere, what awaits them will be more terrible than even hell. The courage that Lin Yuqing had just summoned up was once again crushed in front of this gang of vicious villains. Unspeakable fear wrapped around her. Only Lin Yue, still clenching her teeth in death, tried to negotiate. She had one last card to play. Do you guys know? Who is the person you kidnapped? Lin Yue stared deathly at Long Zhantian. Oh, looks like the two of you are still big shots? Long Zhantian raised his eyebrows, as if she had seen hope. Lin Yue shouted. Qin Mo. You guys know, right? The Qin family of the Summer Kingdom. The Qin family's industries are spread all over the world. It's the #1 deservedly powerful family in the Summer Kingdom. And we're the fiancés of the Qin family. Aren't you afraid of the Qin family's retaliation if you treat us like this? Long Zhantian and a bunch of his juniors were stunned. He thought that Lin Yue might bring out some backer, or some big shot she knew, to exert pressure. But I never thought that it would be Qin Mo. In that instant, Long Zhantian was confused, and after pondering for half a day, he didn't figure it out. Where on earth did this stupid woman from the Lin family get the face to pull the Qin family's banner? Doesn't she realize what Z has done? Seeing Long Zhantian fall into a brief silence, Lin Yue was even more certain that Qin Mo's name worked even on foreign vacation islands. You guys should know just how much energy the Qin family has, right? Lin Yue rode the wave of victory. Lin Yuqing, who was on the side, also looked like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. That's right, if you still don't let us go, Brother Mo won't let you go. Fu Yuza saw that there was a turnaround in the matter. He was also happy and quickly spoke. Yes. I am a student sponsored by the Qin family, and I have a good relationship with the Qin family. All of you big brothers, for the sake of the Qin family, let us go. For a moment, the gazes of the three of them all looked towards Long Zhantian. Even Long Zhantian couldn't help but get up and applaud. He got up, came to Lin Yue's front, bent down and stared at her. The Qin family's fiancé? That's right. Lin Yue didn't wimp out in the slightest, as if speaking out about the Qin family had given her great courage. Very well. Long Zhantian smiled, then signaled his men to bring Lin Yue's cell phone over. It was placed in front of Lin Yue. Then you fight for me now, and if the Qin family is truly willing to make a move, I will release you all immediately. Chapter 15, This is Human Nature. Imperial Dragon Manor. In front of the monitor, Qin Mo crossed his legs, his gaze calmly looking at Lin Yue in the middle of the screen. Even with that, he couldn't help but laugh even more when he heard Lin Yue pulling his tiger skin. Master, so it seems that this Lin family sister still has you in her heart. The electronic voice of the system sounded in Qin Mo's mind. Originally, it had never understood what Qin Mo actually wanted to do before. After all, Qin Mo hadn't stated anything, but it wasn't until it just saw that scene that it came to its realization. This was clearly an attempt to use external forces to make the Lin sisters recognize their own heartsaw. I have to say, this move does seem more direct than leaving silently and trying to get away, but it's not to blame, after all. That's the way it's perceived in this world. Where does a man get so vindictive against a woman for something so trivial? Aren't there too many cases where the protagonist is physically and mentally desperate, doesn't love anymore, and leaves silently? Then, after losing the hero, the heroine is able to realize how well the original hero took care of the heroine, and realizes that she has unknowingly fallen in love with him. After all, there is a saying that people always know how to cherish only after they have lost. Thus, the beginning of the chase husband crematorium well. Qin Mo didn't know what the system was thinking at the moment. If he did, he would definitely have to scold it for being a stinky sobby. What a time to be in love. That's what lickspittles do. And it's a known fact that dog licking shoots behind the dog. Just at this time, Qin Mo's cell phone placed in front of him rang. Caller ID. It's an unfamiliar number. Lin Yuqing's original phone number had long been blacked out by Qin Mo. It was simply impossible to call. So Qin Mo, who had no choice, had to borrow Fu Yuji's cell phone to call. Qin Mo still wanted to wait for a good show, so naturally he couldn't take it. So ignore it all and watch the security footage with interest. In the middle of the screen, as the beeps continued to ring out, Lin Yue's expression became more and more anxious. The faces of Lin Yuqing and also Fu Yujie who were present grew more and more desperate. Nowadays, Qin Mo had become their only hope. If they couldn't contact him, then they would really be finished. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. Lin Yue hung up the phone and dialed once more. The whole thing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Master, are you really not going to answer it? The system inquired curiously. It looks like the Lin sisters have already realized their mistake. Qin Mo leisurely sighed, placed his wine glass on the tabletop, and faintly said, should I say no? You really deserve to be a system of abusive writing. You're not in your right mind either. Gazing at the monitor screen, Qin Mo shook his head disdainfully. It's not that they know they're wrong, they just know they're going to die. In saying that, even if you know it's wrong, so what? I'm going to let them go when they know they're wrong? That's a child's prerogative. Adults aren't so much right or wrong. The system's voice lapsed into a brief pause, then said with some hesitation, Master, has to suggest that your thoughts are somewhat dangerous? The system wanted to say that Qin Mo's thoughts were somewhat evil, but in the end, it didn't dare to say it. After all, this master is a ruthless person who can seize control of the system. It doesn't matter. I've never considered myself to be righteous. Qin Mo was full of concern. Good and evil? Laughing my ass off. Only schoolchildren and fools believe that there is good and evil in this world. Lin Yue called a dozen times without dying, but all of them were followed by a burst of busy sounds. Lin Yue was completely desperate. How is it possible? How can Azumi not answer my calls? Is he still angry? Can't he see that I must be in such a hurry? It's at this juncture that you actually care about such a small thing. Lin Yue was annoyed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At such a desperate moment, Qin Mo became her only hope. She also felt that even if Qin Mo was angry, but she had called so many times without stopping, a person could understand that she was in a hurry here. No matter what, Qin Mo couldn't be indifferent. How can this man be so careful? It's been said countless times that there is nothing at all between the sisters and Fu Yuza, so why don't they believe it? Brother, why don't we borrow your phone and I'll make a call in? I promise this time, Qin Mo will pick it up. For sure. Lin Yue looked at Long Zhantian and prayed. Only. Long Zhantian opened Lin Yue's outstretched hand in a flash. Looks like you're lying to me. Ha? No. It's just that I have some conflicts with Qin Mo. After explaining it away, he will definitely come to save us. Lin Yue hurriedly explained. But in the next moment, a slap came unmercifully. Just you're the Qin family's fiancé. Ha? Lin Yue was blindsided and her entire body fell to the ground. Long Zhantian once again stepped forward and backhanded a slap again. Snap. I told you. Why haven't I heard about the engagement of the young master of the Qin family? Qin Mo. It's a tiger skin puller after all? Lin Yue couldn't help but crawl backwards as her mouth was covered in blood from the beating. Long Zhantian stood up and moved his wrist. Alright, the farce ends here. I'm too lazy to watch you guys act. That stupid kid over there. Made your choice yet? If you haven't decided yet, then all three of you stay put. Fu Yuza on the other side was also lifted up by Long Zhantian's minions. Underneath the mask, a pair of vicious eyes stared at Fu Yuza in death. The time has come to make a decision. Fu Yuza's entire body trembled, and his gaze went to Lin Yue and also Lin Yuqing. What's he gonna do? What the hell is he supposed to choose? 3. Long Zhantian directly started counting down. The crisp sound echoed through the empty, abandoned underground warehouse. For a moment, it was as if even the air had frozen. Lin Yue, who had been slapped to the ground, shivered and tried to get up, but was trembling from cowardice. This is truly a time of life and death crisis. Whoever is left behind, the end can be imagined. To become the plaything of a group of smelly men, goods, to be bought and sold, to be abused, it will be a hell worse than death. Lin Yuqing was equally scared, even so scared that she was about to pee. She wanted Fu Yuza to choose herself so badly, but yet, she didn't want her sister to be left behind. In the end, since childhood, because of her age and her family, Lin Yuqing had always been taken care of by her older sister, Lin Yue. Lin Yuqing didn't dare to imagine what would happen if her sister was left behind. It's a dilemma that is simply impossible to decide. Even the smartest scholar in the world would have to be stumped by this question. It's like the famous trolley problem, where no matter who is chosen, an unrecoverable tragedy will occur. 2. Long Zhantian's voice intensified a few points. It was also as if they were telling them that they didn't have time to think at all. Lin Yuqing closed her eyes in death. She wanted to live, but she also didn't want her sister to be left behind. Nowadays, she had no recourse but to listen to God, waiting for the final judgment. If you are left behind, the big deal is to find a chance to kill yourself. As much as she feared death, it was probably for the best than being abused. But, just this moment, Yuza, pick me. Lin Yue, who had been silent and struggling to get up, suddenly shouted out, I am the daughter of the Lin family, the first heir of the Lin family. I also like you more than my sister. Yuzoa. Boom. In an instant, it was as if something inside Lin Yuqing had collapsed. Her eyes, which were tightly closed, snapped open, and she looked incredulously at Lin Yue, looking at her sister. At this moment, Lin Yue stood where she was trembling, pathetic, and her eyes even contained tears, deadly staring at Fu Yuza, not looking at all, or not daring to look at Lin Yuqing. 1. Long Zhantian raised the corner of his mouth and gave an ultimatum. I choose, Sister Yue. At that final moment, Fu Yuza made his decision. Based on what reason it no longer mattered. Lin Yue was released on the spot, and together with Fu Yuje, they assisted and left this basement in a trembling manner. The whole time, without looking at Lin Yuqing, who was abandoned somewhere behind her. Lin Yuqing was just tied to the chair, her gaze gray and lifeless, staring at the Fu Yuza and Lin Yue who were leaving towards the bright light. Watch as the basement door is slowly closed, cutting off any bright light reflecting on her face. Her sister was saved, and so was her dear brother Fuse, but at the cost of her being left in hell for all eternity, by those two people, their hands, pushed into this endless abyss. Imperial Dragon Manor. The large surveillance screen framed Lin Yuqing's expression at the moment. The whole face was shrouded in darkness. Only those eyes, increasingly cloudy. This is human nature. One can accept one's own voluntary abandonment, but one can never accept the betrayal of those closest to one's heart. In the penultimate second, Lin Yuqing thought about how she wouldn't hate anyone even if it was her sister who was ultimately saved. Even if she is ultimately left behind, she will choose to kill herself and be done with this life. But it wasn't until the last second that she realized, in Lin Yue's heart, there is nothing more important than herself. In order to live for herself, Lin Yue would rather personally push herself, her own sister, into hell. Suddenly she didn't want to kill herself, and a seed inside her called hate was planted at that moment. Lin Yue, Fu Yuza. In the darkness, Lin Yuqing's eyes flickered and were clearly reflected in Qin Mo's eyes. Qin Mo saw it, the hatred in the bottom of those eyes that went deep into his bones. See, this is humanity. Qin Mo uttered a sentence of unknown meaning, as if he was informing the system, and as if he was speaking to himself in general, but the corners of his mouth rose gently. It wasn't the thrill of a great revenge, but the sheer pleasure of it. Yes, the good play was pleasurable to Qin Mo. He didn't care about the fate of the Lin sisters, who lived and who died. What he cares about is how this great show is going to play out to be more dramatic. At this moment, the system suddenly realized that this man named Qin Mo was strange. It also sent some chills down the spine that there was no love or affection in his eyes. There is only teasing and indifference, like the demon that plays with hearts and minds with abandon in the deepest depths of hell. Chapter 16, New Sadistic Heroine, Xia Bingyao. Lin Xiao was like an ant on a hot pan right now. Not long ago, the housekeeper called and said that he had surprisingly found no trace of the Lin sisters on the resort island. It's like disappearing off the face of the earth. At that moment, the idea of his two daughters eloping with Fu Yuza even popped into Lin Xiao's mind. You know, nowadays, the two daughters are the only point where Lin Xiao can turn the tide. If they don't come back, what about the Qin family? However, right at this moment, Lin Xiao's cell phone rang. It's the housekeeper's phone. Lin Xiao couldn't wait to pick up the phone. However, the news he learned was a bit unbelievable. His own two daughters, kidnapped. That wasn't all. The other party was so heartless that they took their youngest daughter, Lin Yuqing, away. Even Lin Yue was saved by Fu Yuza's desperate efforts. Lin Xiao was immediately stumped. He hadn't expected something like this to happen to his daughter. The oldest daughter is a tiger. The youngest daughter is alive or dead. Fortunately, Lin Yue and Fu Yuje had already been hospitalized under the butler's escort. Checking it out, there was nothing serious except for a few superficial injuries. On the contrary, Fu Yuza broke a leg, and because of the reason why the injury is too serious, I'm afraid that the rest of his life will need to spend in a wheelchair again. Lin Xiao didn't care about this, as long as Lin Yue was fine. Forcefully swallowing the shock and anger within him, he said in a flurry of words, "You first guard over there, the day after tomorrow at the latest, to bring Missy back to me. As for Yu Qing, give me to investigate. I must know who it is that dares to kidnap someone from my Lin family." One thing after another has happened in the last few days and the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. The youngest daughter has also disappeared without a trace. He himself went to the Qin family and was still so humiliated. Even Iron Long was almost blown up. Come to think of it, it's not because of these two brainless daughters. If they hadn't had to accompany Fu Yuza, that softy guy, to go on vacation for a break, how would there have been the series of things that followed? He hated Fu Yuza in his heart, but it was too late to say anything now. You have to stop in time to do that. Meanwhile, inside a hospital ward on the resort island, while the housekeeper was out contacting Lin Xiao, Lin Yue inside the hospital room was staring at Fu Yuje dead in the face. Yuza, I know that this matter is very difficult for us all to accept, but this matter must not be told. She just made up a kidnapping. There is no such thing as an either slash or condition in the middle of this story. What there is just that the robbers are vicious and want to sell the two girls outside of the law, but they are stopped by Fu Yuje who arrives in time. In the end, Fu Yuje desperately saves Lin Yue, but his leg is broken, while Lin Yuqing is unfortunately taken away. Life and death unknown. There was no other way. She could only say this. Otherwise, if things were exposed, not only would Fu Yuza be held accountable, she, Lin Yue, would not be any better. To push her own sister into the abyss in order to survive for herself, this alone was enough to make Lin Yue suffer the scorn of 10,000 people. It is even possible that even one's inheritance will be affected. She loved her sister, but that was only if she was not a threat. There was no doubt that with this incident, Lin Yuqing had become a stumbling block for Lin Yue. I understand. Sister Yue. Fu Yu's right leg was put in a cast. The expression was forlorn, as if he was blaming himself. I just don't know. How is Sister Yuqing? Lin Yue's eyes were elusive. There was fear. There was heartache. But more. Still determination. To be honest, she now really kinda hoped that Lin Yuqing would die at the hands of those robbers, and it would be best if she never came back for the rest of her life. Don't think about this. If she really comes back, I'm afraid you won't end up well, Lin Yue whispered. Fu Yuza also understood that this matter was not something that should be discussed. Just now it was just a pretense, wanting to see Lin Yue's attitude. After all, these two were blood sisters, and if they took their anger out on him at that time, they would be drawing fire. Since it was established that Lin Yue was in the same boat as himself, there was no need to mention this matter again. I know, but Yue's sister, I now this touch, can really only you. You should not abandon me, right? Lin Yue looked at Fu Yu's leg that was put in a plaster cast, and a flash of heartache flashed through her eyes. Don't worry, no one will bully you with me. After all, you saved this life of mine. Speaking of this, Lin Yue couldn't help but recall Qin Mo. At that time, why did he refuse to answer one of the many calls he made to him? Just pick it up, and how could the latter happen? How else would those robbers dare to break Fu Yu's legs? How could his own sister be taken away by those robbers? This time, Mo is really going too far. When she thought of Qin Mo, Lin Yue couldn't help but clench her fists. In a few days after her injuries healed and she went back, she was bound to go find Qin Mo and confront him face to face, to show Qin Mo what his childhood friend had been tortured into. Look at how serious the consequences were because he didn't answer the phone. This time, Qin Mo must be made to apologize to himself, as well as Fu Yuza. As if she wasn't yet relieved, she thought viciously inside. No, I must kneel down and apologize, otherwise I'll never be able to forgive him in my life. Qin Mo, who was far away from the imperial capital, didn't know that he was now held a grudge. The play was already finished, and Qin Mo closed the lower display. Then he picked up Long Zhantian's communication. Young master, Lin Yuqing has completely fainted. What should we do next? What to do? Qin Mo thought for a moment and said, give her a little torture first, then bring her back tomorrow. You grasped the degree. Don't beat me to death. She'll still be useful afterward. I'd love to see the picture of the Lin family sisters killing each other. Qin Mo commanded. Long Zhantian smiled. Understood. After today's events had come to an end for the time being, Qin Mo changed into his suit and then planned to go to the company to take a look around. However, on the way out, he received another familiar call. Young master, I've arrived at the airport. Can I trouble you to pick me up? The young girl on the other end of the phone inquired cautiously. Bing Yao, you've arrived at the imperial capital airport? Qin Mo froze, feeling somewhat incredulous. Yes, young master. Your eyes? Thanks to the blessing of the young master, the expert medical skills of the Eagle Jam country are very skillful. I can see now. Speaking of this, the young girl's voice cheered a little, and at the same time in Qin Mo's mind, the system abruptly popped up a series of messages. The inactive system sprite came to life all of a sudden. Master, the system has detected an abusive female protagonist. The information is as follows. Name, Xia Bingyao. Identity, Magic City Gentry. Daughter of Xia Hongjun. Past experience, 18 years ago. Xia Hongjun in the original match Su Choya had a daughter, but was born on the day of Su Choya's enemy of the rich girlfriends of jealousy. Their own daughter and Xia Bingyao switch, and the mentality of the twisted girlfriends. Since childhood, they have been abused and tormented, resulting in Xia Bingyao as thin as a match, blindness, and almost died 3 years ago in the winter, and then was the host of the host Qin Mo rescued. Chapter 17, The Daughter Swap Drama? A Miserable Life. I have to say, the system's probing function does work somewhat well. However, this information had long been known to Qin Mo. I vaguely remember that it was a winter 3 years ago. Qin Mo was passing by a roast duck store intending to buy a roast duck because he had a craving. Meet a teenage girl. It was clearly winter, and it was even snowing outside, but the young girl's body, surprisingly, only wore 2 worn and thin clothes. That's a fall dress, and, by the looks of it, it didn't match the young girl's size at all. Obviously, it wasn't her dress, and the most concerning thing was the young girl's eyes, a thick layer of gauze that covered her eyes. The young girl couldn't see what was in front of her, but her remaining senses were surprisingly sharp. Just as, when God closes a door to a person, he opens a window to him. Despite being blindfolded, the girl was still able to act on her senses of touch, hearing, and smell in conjunction with each other. As a result, the young girl has secured a position as a helper within the duck restaurant. When Qin Mo went there, the young girl was being punished by the store owner. The reason is that the young girl broke 2 dinner plates. The boss's wife took advantage of the situation and did more than just whip the young girl's frozen ebony skin with the bamboo strips, even trying to use it to drive the young girl out of the store. Originally, even though the young girl was beaten, she didn't cry, she didn't make a scene, and she forced herself to hold back her aggression. But the moment she heard that the boss's wife was going to drive herself away, the young girl panicked and she began to pray to the boss's wife. I'm sorry, it's my fault for breaking the plate, but there's more work I can do to pay for the plate. I really can't, I can have one less meal. Please, don't drive me away. Pray. She pursed her lips, her face full of panic because she knew that once she was kicked out, maybe she wouldn't even make it through this winter. The boss's wife was unmoved. A blind man was not only an eyesore to look at, but also a hindrance to do things, and she didn't want to carry this liability with her. However, she also had her own thoughts. If you ask me, what's the point of working when you're like this? Apart from causing trouble for others, what's the point? It's just as well. You have such a beautiful bottom. Why don't I just find someone for you to marry, and give them a big fat boy, so you'll have someone to take care of you in the future, won't you? The young girl knew that the boss's wife was talking about the stupid son of a thug family with violent tendencies. It was something that was given to her more than once, but she was afraid to say yes because of her childhood fear of violence. One could only stand timidly, unable to say a word. As a matter of fact, Shin Mo boasted that he was not a good person, and if he really wanted to be judged, he was just a businessman and villain who could do anything for profit. In his eyes, words like kindness are just clouds. But what makes people human is the complexity of human nature. A prodigal windswept woman, perhaps with a pure love in her heart that she could never forget in her life. An accomplished monk who has done good deeds all his life may still have sins behind his back that no one knows about. And a vicious, evil man has something deep down that he cares about. People are complex, with a mix of good and evil, and that's what makes them human. That day, Shin Mo didn't know why. He was impressed by the young girl, so he intervened in the matter. As for the way, it was also very simple and rough. Shin Mo directly bought that roast duck store, and learn about the young girl's life. The young girl's name is Xia Bingyao, an abandoned child, pretty much the same as the system probes. However, there are other systems that are not explicitly stated. Xia Bingyao's adoptive mother, Su Qiuya's best friend, was an extremely perverted guy inside. Her favorite thing to do was to bring Xia Bingyao to Su Qiuya's house, firstly to visit her own daughter, and secondly to beat Xia Bingyao severely in front of Su Qiuya with all sorts of trumped-up charges. She just wanted Su Qiuya to personally watch her daughter being brutally beaten by her, being called a pariah, having his arms and legs broken, being beaten until he is blind, being denied the opportunity to study while Su Qiuya can do nothing about it, and even, to be 100 times nicer to her own daughter, so that her own daughter can enjoy the life of a luxurious family. This will give her extreme psychological satisfaction. Xia Bingyao also had a hard life, resisting hard for more than 10 years under such circumstances, until one day, it was all revealed. Xia Bingyao's adoptive mother brought a paternity test with her on the day her own daughter got into a key high school in Mordor. Revealing all of this, Xia Bingyao's adoptive mother got her way. Learning everything, Su Qiuya broke down. She could not accept that her best friend could have such a cruel heart. But what's really scary is more than that. It turns out that Su Qiuya's husband, Xia Hongjun, and his best friend, are actually underground lovers. This whole thing was also known to Xia Hongjun. The whole family knew, and she and Xia Bingyao were the only ones kept in the dark. The child of her best friend, whom she raised, turned out to be the illegitimate daughter of Xia Hongjun and her best friend. What Xia Hongjun has always loved is all about girlfriends, but for the sake of his future and money, Xia Hongjun joined the Su family, a powerful family in Magic City. Using tactics, he secretly got rid of Su Qiuya's parents. Now, the pair of dogs had extended the butcher's knife to Su Qiuya. Eventually, Xiao Chua disappeared. Xia Hongjun married his mistress' best friend openly, and their family hijacked the original Su family's property, becoming the newest luxury family in Magic City, the Xia family. And Xia Bingyao. Xia Hongjun did not love Su Qiuya in the first place, and naturally did not love Xia Bingyao. What's more, after so many years, Xia Bingyao had long been tortured beyond recognition. Xia Hongjun is even less likely to like this child. They have even better daughters. Thus, Xia Bingyao was unceremoniously abandoned, left to its own devices. Later, Xia Bingyao, who was begging for food on the street, was taken in by the owner of a roast duck restaurant, but was again disliked by the owner's wife. Until the day I met Shin Mo. That day, Xia Bingyao solemnly turned to Shin Mo, even though her eyes could not see. But the young girl has a more sensitive heart than anyone else. She sensed Shin Mo's goodwill and uttered those words. This boss, if you don't mind, I want to follow you and serve you. Seemingly afraid that Shin Mo would think that she would be a nuisance, she hurriedly clarified. I don't want any wages, as long as I can have a bun at a meal, just one bun at a time. Even though Shin Mo had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he had never been so heartbroken. After that day, inside the Royal Dragon Villa, there was an extra sister. Not long afterward, Shinemo sent him to the Eagle Sauce country to receive treatment. As his thoughts returned, Shinemo took a deep breath. Then he greeted the driver. Go to the office later. Go to the airport to pick up the lady first. When Long Zhantian traveled, the one who drove for Shinemo became the strong man codenamed Mighty Tiger. Miss, has her eye been healed? Manticore was a bit surprised. Xia Bingyao knew how to get along with people very well, and during the time in the Qin family, even though Shinemo regarded her as his sister, she didn't have the slightest bit of a stance. He took good care of every subordinate in the Qin family, and was even more beloved with them. Yeah, I guess that Nini just could see and couldn't wait to run back. Otherwise she should have stayed in the hospital for a while for observation. Miss must have missed young master. Mighty Tiger laughed, then started the car and headed towards the airport. Chapter 18, Male Virtue Academy? Young master. Inside the airport, a young girl wearing a white shirt and a blue pleated skirt sits inside the waiting room. The moment she saw Shinemo, the young girl's eyes seemed to have light in them. Although in the past, he was unable to see Shinmo's face. However, the young girl had always kept Shinmo's photo, and the first time she regained her sight, she had firmly memorized the face on the photo in her heart. Moreover, regarding Shinemo, Xia Bingyao had a familiarity that she could never forget. It's a wonderful sensation. It's a smell. It's a sound. It's a touch. It's a sixth sense that originates from a woman. Even if you can't see anything, she was also able to detect Shinmo's presence the moment he approached. She clutched a backpack and excitedly ran towards Shinmo's side. A hug followed, fiercely embracing Shinmo's waist. At this moment, Shinemo couldn't help but freeze. Neisan has grown up. She's learning to hit people with the ball. I vaguely remember when I sent Xia Bingyao out of the country for treatment, although it was also somewhat large, but it's still young. It's just in its infancy. Nowadays, girls who have reached the age of 18 are basically fully developed as they should be. After feeling it carefully, Shinemo felt that it wasn't just a matter of being fully developed. It should be a little over the top. This girl doesn't drink papaya milk every day abroad, does she? Only after a while did Xia Bingyao let go of Shinemo. Then she seemed to realize something and scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, young master, I got a little too excited. Shinemo laughed and gently scraped the young girl's nose. I just contacted the doctor over there. Why are you so bold? It just so happens that it didn't take long for you to sneak back in, knowing that you'd have to stay in the hospital for a while for observation. I know my own body. And, she gently lifted her head, her eyes that had regained their light looking at Shinemo. 1.75 m head Xia Bingyao put in the category of girls, already very tall, but in front of 1.83 m Shinemo, still a little shorter, need to raise his head, in order to be able to meet Shinmo's eyes. I'm really thankful to young master, so I want to be the first to see young master's real face, Xia Bingyao said with a smile. There was a touch of excitement and joy on his brow. Only, aside, the manticore covered his heart with some hurt. Alas, it seems that the young lady only has the young master in her eyes. Obviously before, I was one of the lady's masters. The burly man shook his head with a sigh. When Xia Bingyao first came to the Qin family, she had been thinking about reflecting her own value, so a lot of learning has taken place. Even includes martial arts. Yes, it was very surprising. The moment Xia Bingyao, who was still blind at the time, suggested that she wanted to learn martial arts from the bodyguards was really a bit whimsical. However, Xia Bingyao was persistent. She was doing her best to try to help Shinemo. No matter from that aspect, I have to say, this Nini is a genius. Her vision was obstructed, but the rest of her senses were keen far beyond normal. Even if you can't see, you can still use your sense of hearing to quickly detect the enemy's attack. It's as ancient patriarchal as that exaggeration. Even Shinemo was surprised by this. Let's just say that, true to form, none of the protagonists are easy. Listening to Mighty Tiger's complaint, Xia Bingyao hastily shook her head. How could I possibly forget Uncle Tuming? Moreover, Uncle Tuming is even more handsome than I imagined. A handsome uncle then, Xia Bingyao complimented. Tuming is the real name of the tiger. Only Xia Bingyao would seriously memorize the name of every person who was kind to her, even though the name is not commonly used. Mighty Tiger froze and also laughed cheerfully. Let's go, young master and young lady, this way please. The group was about to leave, but just then, there was a sudden commotion from the airport behind them, attracting the attention of Shinemo and the others. He skimmed his head. It was discovered that a chase was going on within the crowded airport. A dozen men in black suits and sunglasses were struggling to catch up with a young man with an inch head. Unlike the rest, the young man's face was covered in bruises. The fleeing footsteps were a bit weak, even stumbling, several times about to fall down in general. It was obvious that his body was thin and weak, and even said that he was weak. The whole face was pale and weak, like a sick person. As it turned out, there was no way that such physical fitness could outrun the grasp of a dozen strong males. It didn't take long for the young man with the inch head to stagger and fall straight to the ground before being directly held down by two men in black. Good for you, 004. How dare you try to run away when you're about to graduate? Is it hard to delay graduation? A black-clad man came down and whispered in the inch-haired young man's ear. As soon as he heard the words delayed graduation, the young man couldn't stop shivering as if he was recalling some kind of nightmare. No, don't, but I really don't want to go back to that place. Please, leave me alone, leave me alone. The young man kept pleading, but the man in black was unmoved. What words? You were sent by MS. Xia to further your education. And after you graduate, of course you have to return to the Xia family, don't you? With that, he lifted the young man up with a merciless hand. Faced with the stares of everyone around them, and the inquiries of airport security, the man in black hurriedly pulled out a piece of ID. Don't worry everyone, we are from the Yunshan Psychiatric Hospital. This is a patient in our hospital who wanted to escape due to some reasons, and because we were afraid that it would have an adverse effect on society, that's why we launched an arrest in time. I'm sorry to bother you all. The seamlessness of the man in black's story, aided by his credentials, quickly gained the trust of the airport security guards, who allowed them to take the young man away, all but noticing the fear in the young man's eyes. The farce ended here. Not far away, Shin Mo and the others were curiously lying on the airport railing looking over. Cloud Mountain Psychiatric Hospital? Shin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. This isn't a mental hospital. Or maybe the sign is just an exterior. The real face of this mental hospital should be called Cloud Mountain Academy, situated outside the imperial capital, within the uninhabited mountains. In the circle, it also has a very grounded name, the Academy of Male Virtue. It seems to be a place to train the elite, but in reality, it is a place where the powerful women of the rich and powerful families go in order to torment nasty illegitimate children, or disobedient children, or lovers with no sense of proportion, and mistresses. Although it sounds quite outrageous, it has to be said that when a thing exists, there is bound to be a reason for it. At least there is a real audience for this Academy of Male Virtue, and at the same time, within Shin Mo's mind, the system's prompts came once again. Master, you're in luck. You've bumped into another abusive male lead. The information is as follows. Name, Su Zian. Sex, male. Identity, Magic City Gentry. Xia Ruyan's heavenly male lead of the Xia family's daughter. Xia Ruyan. Experience. Chapter 19, The Miserable Hero. Experiences, love at first sight with Xia Ruyan, the daughter of the luxurious Xia family in Magic City, only because of the big gap between the two, plus being provoked by Xia Ruyan's male best friend, Ji Boda, who said that Su Zian was close to Xia Ruyan only for the Xia family's property, because of the experience of her biological father, Xia Hongjun. So Xia Ruyan easily believed that Ji Boda's provocation, and thus, began to Su Zian wary. But also in a year ago, Xia Ruyan thinks Su Zian is too unintelligent, and then again under the Ji Boda's advice, Xia Ruyan personally Su Zian into the College of Men's Virtue. After that, Su Zian went through torture for a year. Seeing this, Shin Mo's eyebrows raised. What a surprise to run into an abusive male protagonist here. Also, it looks like the male piggyback was abused a bit. The Academy of Male Virtue, said to be an academy, is in fact nothing more than a filthy hell, where the students are not even worthy of being called human beings, but livestock, bastard dogs, etc. In a year's time, God knows how much this guy has suffered. Of course, Shin Mo was not interested in this. What Su Zian's? It's all a passing cloud to him. What made Shin Mo care was that in the middle of this story, the woman named Xia Ruyan. That's right, it's none other than the Magic City Gentry, Xia Hongjun's daughter. That is, the daughter of Xia Hongjun and Jr., and even more so, the one who swapped lives with Xia Bingyao. To be honest, at first, after Shin Mo knew about Xia Bingyao's matter, ever intended to help out. After all, it was only a Xia family, although the Xia family was in the Magic City, and Shin Mo was a circle of two complete places. But when power reaches a certain level, the circle is something that is no longer a restriction. The Qin family had their hands in the air, and was fully described as the #1 family in China. It's not hard to get plugged into the Magic City scene. Only, this matter was later stopped by Xia Bingyao. It's not just a kindness that's going on. For the Xia family, especially the Xia Hongjun pair of dogs, Xia Bingyao hated to eat their flesh and break their bones. However, she wanted to rely on her own hands to get her revenge. After all, everything in the Xia family was originally supposed to belong to her. Plus, the matter of Xia Bingyao's real mother's disappearance also made Xia Bingyao very concerned. Therefore, Shin Mo did not make a move against the Xia family. On top of that, Shin Mo also discovered that this time, there was a special piece of information. Remarks, special information, as one of the chosen boys, Su Zian possesses a physique that is incomparable to that of ordinary people. and is able to recover quickly from injuries, with a speed that far exceeds the boundaries of human beings. But yet, the recovery ability was too strong, causing Su Zian to suffer more than several times worse than normal people at the Male Virtue Academy. Seeing this, a word could not help but pop up in Qin Mo's mind. Overdrive regeneration? Of course, it certainly couldn't reach the point of super speed regeneration, but the fact that the recovery ability far exceeded the limits of humans was enough to prove that this person's special ability was already considered to be special in some way. Just as some people are born with great strength, some are born with antibodies to viruses, etc. Humans are nature's most marvelous creations, and it's not unusual for a few outliers to appear among the billions. It had to be said that Qin Mo was still very interested in this ability. However, it was only of interest. After the good show, Qin Mo greeted the crowd and prepared to leave. However, it noticed Xia Bingyao's face that was gradually freezing down. Maybe it's because of having lost vision in the past. The rest of Xia Bingyao's senses were beyond sharp. Just now she heard a key word: Xia family. In other words, the young man who had just been arrested was related to the Xia family. Want to leave them behind? Qin Mo suddenly inquired. Xia Bingyao snapped back to her senses and hastily shook her head. It doesn't matter, young master, the Xia family matter. I will personally ask for it back one by one. In front of the airport railing, the young girl's long seaweed-like black hair spilled behind her like a waterfall, and she gently shook her head, her long hair swaying after her. The delicate side of his face was mapped by the spilled sunlight. His skin was snow-white and the roots of his fuzz were clearly visible. The white bandages that had once wrapped around his eyes were gone, replaced by bright eyes and pupils as blue as the azure sky. Once the young girl regained her sight, her eyes underwent irreversible changes, but it made Qin Mo feel a little more tangible. Only, there were extremely complicated emotions mixed in these eyes, and again a flame of hatred, in which the general burning. Qin Mo valued Xia Bingyao's character, repaying kindness with kindness and taking revenge with revenge. This was very much to Qin Mo's liking. Very good, let's go. First accompany me to the company, after that there's your favorite roast duck tonight. Qin Mo rubbed the tips of the young girl's hair and said. At night, the Royal Dragon Manor was bustling with activity, and Xia Bingyao's return had injected a lot of vitality into the empty villa. At least, the subordinates of the Qin family loved this young girl. After a bout of revelry, Qin Mo was also ready to go to bed. Only, when he entered his room, he was dismayed to find the young girl lying timidly under her covers. Just as before, the young girl who lacked a sense of security would always stay by Qin Mo's side all night long for the reason of warming his bed. Qin Mo laughed. You're an adult now. Do you still warm the bed? Xia Bingyao used the quilt to cover half of her face, only revealing a pair of big bright eyes. This is Bingyao's job. Young master is afraid of cold, so he needs someone to warm the bed. The voice was a little shaky, even said, apprehensive. Obviously, Xia Bingyao was also clear that it was somewhat unreasonable for her, who was already an adult, to be doing such a thing. However, the other party was Qin Mo, the most important, the most irreplaceable, and the best person in the world for her in a young girl's heart. Xia Bingyao was obsessed with the security of lying in Qin Mo's arms. It was the only warmth she could feel in the midst of what had once been darkness. Qin Mo looked at Xia Bingyao and smiled slightly. Without saying anything more, he just lifted the quilt and lay down. Just like once, Xia Bingyao was like a clingy kitten and came up towards Qin Mo. The white tender hands firmly hugged Qin Mo's waist. Vaguely, he could feel the contours of the muscles underneath, like carvings, through the thinness of his sleep. Xia Bingyao's face was a bit flushed. As for Qin Mo, he was also a bit shocked that the little ninny had really grown up, completely pressed on Qin Mo's body, like two squashed balloons. It's a completely different feeling than it was 3 years ago. Seemingly sensing Qin Mo's body temperature gradually rising, Xia Bingyao lifted her chin. Young master, not feeling well? Qin Mo took a deep breath. If it's the young master, I can. Before Qin Mo could finish his words, Xia Bingyao took the initiative to speak, seemingly not daring to look at Qin Mo anymore. Xia Bingyao buried her face into the quilt. The whole body shrank. Immediately afterward, Qin Mo's pupils violently shrunk. Bingyao, Chapter 20, Suburban Villa. Lin Yuqing returns. The next day, early morning, sleeping Qin Mo received a call from Long Juntian. Young master, Lin Yuqing has been brought back and is now at the suburban villa. Do you want to come and take a look? It had to be said that Long Juntian's work was really clean and decisive. Without stopping, he brought Lin Yuqing back to the imperial capital overnight. Okay, I know. Come over later. After putting down these words, Qin Mo hung up the communication and turned his head to look. Then he realized that Xia Bingyao, this little ninny, had already woken up and was covering her head with the quilt, showing a pair of small eyes, staring sheepishly at herself. Qin Mo raised a smile. What? It's not like you didn't see it last night. You're still shy at this time? Young master, Stop talking. Nikki couldn't carry on any longer and buried her head completely under the covers. Last night, that was when the emotions arrived. There was no need to be shy, but now the sun was shining. Plus Chin Mo was still topless. It makes you think back to the details of last night. The more she thought about it, the more shy Xia Bingyao became. And at this moment, she was even more eager to find a crack to drill in. Alright, I won't tease you. I have things to do. You can rest a little longer. Chin Mo put on his own clothes and got out of bed. By the way, a slap on top of Nasan's arse. Well, it's quite stretchy. Only, the muffled grunts coming from the quilt put Chin Mo in a good mood. Young master, where are you going? I'll follow you. Xia Bingyao poked out a small head from the quilt, her reddened cheeks not knowing if it was suffocated or not, and inquired towards Chin Mo. Suburban villa, are you sure you want to go? Xia Bingyao was stunned. Suburban villa, sounds nice, but that place is no place to be, as a thunderous means to take over the Qin family. And the Qin family in a very short period of time to bring the peak of the Qin family. Chin Mo, naturally, is not a good person. The process of getting to the top of the inevitable dirty tactics, the accumulation of capital, is bloody, and even more so when it comes to a volume like the Qin family's. The villa in the suburbs was the place that Chin Mo had specially built to deal with some unseen matters. Chin Mo was also worried that Xia Bingyao, who had just regained her eyesight, would not be able to withstand it after seeing the scene inside. However, Xia Bingyao's determination was beyond Chin Mo's expectations. It's alright, young master. It's my duty to take care of the young master wherever I go. Seeing this, Chin Mo wasn't stopping. Put on your clothes and follow me. Half an hour later, Long Zhantian appeared at the entrance of the Imperial Dragon Manor, opened the backseat door for Chin Mo and also Xia Bingyao. Long Zhantian was also quite surprised by Xia Bingyao's return. After all, I hadn't heard anything about this before. However, considering Xia Bingyao's nature, it was alright. The vehicle kept traveling through the city, changing several roads in 7 turns, and finally drove out of the city towards a deserted suburb. 10 minutes later, a compound situated in the middle of nowhere appeared in the sight of several people. The compound was simple and looked like an abandoned farm compound in general, yet it is not. Cross the courtyard and enter the ramshackle hut in the center. The crowd was led by Long Zhantian to a broken cupboard. Pushing aside the tattered cupboards that hid his face, he was greeted by a closed elevator door. After Long Zhantian swiped his card, the elevator was opened. The crowd entered it. The elevator began its descent, and only managed to stop when it reached 300 meters underground. Immediately after that, the elevator door was opened, and what came into view was the dimly lit passageway. It's a barred cell at 10 paces. It was the ubiquitous sound of piercing screams in all directions. Xia Bingyao looked extremely curious about everything around her. After all, no one would have expected such a huge building under such an inconspicuous abandoned farmhouse. Chin Mo turned a deaf ear to the cries and pleas for help from the surroundings and went all the way towards the end of the passage. Will you be scared? Suddenly, Chin Mo asked towards Xia Bingyao, who was at the side. Xia Bingyao skimmed around. She was able to see it clearly. Behind those bars was person after person. Living, breathing people, only, it was as if they were all tortured. There are even some that are completely unrecognizable from their original faces. Blood soaked their faces and clothes, and fear covered their pupils and faces. It's like a real infernal hell. It's unnerving. However, even though she was faced with such a scene, Xia Bingyao realized that her heart did not fluctuate in any way. It's like watching a movie that's not about you, and that doesn't interest you. Shaking her head, Xia Bingyao said seriously, no, gently stroking his eyes. The moment I lost my sight, I have seen the truly terrible hearts of the world, and these do not frighten me. And, at this point, she paused, her eyes looking around the room, her expression gradually becoming cold and disgusted. These people, they are all enemies of the young master. Anyone who stands in the way of the young master deserves to die. Chin Mo looked deeply at Xia Bingyao. This look of her made Chin Mo somewhat unfamiliar. Or, Xia Bingyao has been treating herself like an innocent little girl, but, having suffered betrayal by loved ones, being thrown out of her home, living on the streets, and almost freezing to death that winter, how could she, who had endured endless malice, be as naive as a little girl? No, her insides have long been twisted. Only Chin Mo is the last light in her life. In addition to Chin Mo, all things have nothing to do with her, and as she said, any enemy of Chin Mo deserves to die in her heart. To use a more colloquial term, it's properly sickly. Chin Mo rubbed the young girl's long hair and led her to the deepest part of the passageway. Soon, they arrived within a closed room. The room was empty, and directly in front of it, above the wall, a figure was tied to the wall in 5 different ways. Chains bound her arms and legs. Her head hung low, her long dark hair falling in front of her. A smear of sticky blood lowered down her cheek into a pool of blood on the floor. Fell asleep? Chin Mo inquired abruptly. I'll go wake her up. Long Jiantian laughed fiercely as he stepped forward, copied the bucket on the ground, and directly parked it. Wow! The cold and piercing sensation caused Lin Yuqing, who had almost fainted, to instantly wake up. The head snapped up and sucked in a breath of cold air. Pain! Unprecedented sharp pain swarmed from all the limbs and bones of the body. Her entire body was covered with hideous wounds. Even her beautiful face, which she usually took pride in, had been slashed open, and her entire countenance had been broken. One can only imagine the treatment suffered yesterday. It was so hard to pass out because he couldn't bear the severe pain, and now that he was stimulated again, he directly rolled his eyes in pain. Watching this scene, Qin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. She won't be unable to carry on and die, right? In response, Long Jiantian whispered in Qin Mo's ear, "Don't worry, young master. I personally took the shot. I have a sense of propriety. It's only about 40 blades. The knife avoids the vitals, but manages to ensure that all the knives maximize the stimulation of the pain nerve." Qin Mo's eyes twitched and he smiled and joked. "That means that even if you go for an injury checkup, it's only a minor injury?" It should be said that, true to form, the Dragon King is also unique in his medical skills. What an all-rounder. Cough. Not far away, came the sound of Lin Yuqing's weak cough. After enduring the first wave of pain, she barely managed to slow down. Somewhat blurred vision fell on the line of people ahead of them. The pupils suddenly shrunk. Ink brother? Chapter 21, Does it help if you know you're wrong? Brother M.O. You're finally here. Lin Yuqing began to struggle frantically. The chains that bound her limbs were made to creak. Qin Mo is here. Yes, she wasn't wrong. It was really Qin Mo who had come. At this moment, Qin Mo's appearance was like a ray of hope shining into Lin Yuqing's heart. Abandoned by Lin Yue and Fu Yuze jointly, thrown into this infernal hell, he was even subjected to inhuman torture. She saw with her own eyes that the masked kidnapping leader looked like a psychopath. Taking a small knife, he stabbed her skin, one after the other, cutting through her flesh and blood, stinging her nerves. That feeling is almost like a lingering death. Under both mental and physical torture, she wants to get it over with. But, under this kind of hell, even death cannot be chosen by oneself. Yes, she couldn't even kill herself. Used to think that the biting of the tongue played out in TV shows was real, but when it comes to actually implementing it, it turns out that it's just not possible. She could only hope that she would die of blood loss. But, the lunatics didn't agree at all. They called the doctor, and while they were lynching, they stopped the bleeding. She was like a lab rat inside a lab that couldn't see any light. One can only endure this unbearable pain in silence. Under the circumstances, she had thought she had died of heartbreak long ago, until seeing Qin Mo's appearance, and that meant that she was saved. Sure enough, even his own sister, his own beloved brother Fu Yuze betrayed him, but Qin Mo wouldn't. He would still love himself as he did before. Rescue yourself from this hell despite the dangers. Once again, tears slipped from his eyes. However, it was as if there was a renewed light in Lin Yuqing's pitch-black pupils. Looking at the frantically struggling Lin Yuqing, Qin Mo's face was calm. Untie her. Long Jiantian nodded his head and stepped forward to untie the chains. Since he had already taken off his mask, Long Jiantian was not worried that Lin Yuqing would be able to recognize him. Click! The iron chain smashed to the ground. The shackles that bound Lin Yuqing had been lifted. The extremely weak Lin Yuqing just wanted to take a step, but her feet went limp and she directly planted herself on the ground. Well, it hurts, Brother Mo. She shuddered and lifted her head. However, she realized that Qin Mo was still standing not far away watching her. There was no intention of stepping forward to help. Could it be that Qin Mo was actually still angry with her? Right, that must be it. Myself and my sister must have made Qin Mo angry when they left him behind and took Fu Yuze on a vacation to a foreign country. It's understandable that you don't want to pay attention to yourself right now, but, since Qin Mo had appeared here, it proved that even though Qin Mo was angry, he still cared about her in his heart. Otherwise, he couldn't have come here to save her. Could he? I was wrong. Was I wrong? Lin Yuqing clenched her teeth as if she recognized her mistake. He should not have abandoned Qin Mo and accompanied that bastard Fu Yuze abroad with his sister. No, can't be called sister anymore. From the moment that pair of dogs, in order to survive, pushed themselves hard into this fire pit, Lin Yue was no longer her sister. From now on, she must also sever her relationship with Fu Yuze. It wasn't until now that she truly realized just how wrong her past self had been. It's okay. It's only right that Brother Mo is angry with me. Lin Yuqing persuaded herself that she shouldn't count on this. Big deal. From today onwards, one should make it up to Qin Mo. She wanted to marry Qin Mo so that Qin Mo wouldn't be angry with her anymore. That sister of his had already chosen Fu Yuze anyway. Thinking this inwardly, Lin Yuqing held her breath and trembled as she climbed up from the ground. With great difficulty, he pulled out a smile towards Qin Mo. Brother Mo, I was wrong about this matter. I was really wrong. Sorry. Saying that, she limped closer towards Chin Mo. Then he opened his hands, his eyes containing tears of aggression. Brother Mo. I promise that I will absolutely not be in any contact with Fu Yuza in the future. I've made up my mind. I'm going to marry you. As the words fell, Lin Yuqing moved closer to Chin Mo and obediently pounced towards Chin Mo's arms. Only, the other figure was faster. Almost just a blink. Snap. Lin Yuqing only felt a solid slap slapped hard on her face. The force even gave her a ringing in her ears. The whole thing slapped and crawled straight to the ground. The mind was all a jumble. After half a dozen moments, she shook her almost fainting head violently. Incredulously, he covered his face and slowly looked up. In the line of sight, Chin Mo had his hands in his pockets and his eyes were calm as if he was looking at a stranger. Long Zhantian respectfully stood behind Chin Mo. As for the slap just now, it was this woman beside Chin Mo. The woman she never cared for in the first place. Xia Bingyao? Lin Yuqing recognized Xia Bingyao. Recognized this, the blind man who had been adopted by the Qin family 3 years ago. Are you crazy? You, an inferior, dare to hit me? Unable to accept it, Lin Yuqing roared out at Xia Bingyao. Xia Bingyao frowned slightly, a pretty face covered in frost. Stepping forward, her right foot in high heels directly stepped on top of Lin Yuqing's back of hand. The heels were even set into the flesh. The unspeakably sharp pain caused Lin Yuqing to cry out. Let go, Xia Bingyao. Ah! However, Xia Bingyao didn't have any intention of letting go. Instead, she pushed harder and harder. Blood flowed down Lin Yuqing's palm. Lin Yuqing, since you dare to betray the young master, you should have thought about what kind of consequences you will have. And you still want to marry the young master? What kind of daydreaming is that? Xia Bingyao spoke coldly. Well, what's between us, is not for you, an underling, to interrupt. Xia Bingyao, I won't let you go. Damn it, I will make you pay. Brother Mo. Brother Mo. You quickly look at this Lin Yuqing hadn't thought of it as nothing more than a dog raised by Chin Mo, a discarded pariah. How dare you treat yourself like that? After she coaxes Chin Mo, the first thing she will do is to make Xia Bingyao, pay for her blood. Bingyao. Until Lin Yuqing's miserable screams grew weaker and weaker. Only then did Chin Mo speak out to stop the scene. Xia Bingyao nodded her head towards Chin Mo in a well-behaved manner. He then let go of Lin Yuqing's hand. After coldly gazing at Lin Yuqing, Xia Bingyao took 2 steps back and stood behind Chin Mo. In place, Lin Yuqing was trembling from the pain. But it was a good thing that Xia Yuqing let go of her hand and retracted her blood-stained palm with a shudder. She raised her head tearfully. Seeing Chin Mo slowly approaching, he then squatted down in front of her. Suffered a lot. Chin Mo's eyes fell above Lin Yuqing's cheeks. A huge X scar covered half of Lin Yuqing's face. The wound had not fully healed, and with only the simplest of hemostatic treatments, it looked extremely grim. Mo. Brother Mo. Lin Yuqing cried. All her grievances could no longer be hidden in front of Chin Mo. Tears poured out like no money. Chin Mo gently probed his hand and wiped away some tears, then stroked over the scar. Although it hurt a little, Lin Yuqing didn't say anything. She knew that Chin Mo was heartbroken. Eyes full of hope stared at Chin Mo. Feeling Chin Mo's palm, he slowly slid down his cheek, up to the neck. Ink brother. Right not. The words could not be finished. The sudden feeling of suffocation caused Lin Yuqing's pupils to shrink violently. Chin Mo had already pinched her neck and was getting harder. Chin Mo's voice, however, was unusually gentle, just as it once was, as he spoke softly. After suffering so much, you still can't learn a good lesson. Calling Hue? Chapter 22. Do you love me? Then can you die for me? Well, cough. Mo. Lin Yuqing felt as if she was on the verge of suffocating. In a trance, even the vision began to fade. The brain begins to run out of oxygen and the vital signs begin to fail. She fought to hold Chin Mo's palm, trying to force him to let go. But how could she move Chin Mo's hand with her strength? Chin Mo was still getting harder and harder, and the feeling of suffocation grew stronger and stronger. This made Lin Yuqing seem to realize a fact. Chin Mo seems to really want to kill her. However, it was good that at the last moment, Chin Mo suddenly let go. The long-lost air filled her lungs, and Lin Yuqing took a deep breath of cool air like manna after a long time. The whole thing collapsed helplessly to the ground. A couple of coughs every now and then. Brother Mo, why are you? She raised her head incredulously and gazed at Chin Mo, who stood in front of her and was wiping his right hand with a piece of silk scarf. It was the same hand that had just pinched her. This action seemed to confirm how dirty she really was in Chin Mo's heart. The silk scarf was then casually discarded on the floor, not even looking at it, as if it were some kind of trash. Lin Yuqing, this trip abroad, was it fun? Chin Mo raised a smile, looking so kind. Just as in the past, Chin Mo would always keep a smile on his face when treating those close to him. Brother Mo, this time I really know I'm wrong. I was really wrong about the birthday party, but listen to my explanation. this matter is not what you think. Lin Yuqing took 2 difficult steps forward, wanted to hug Qin Mo's thigh. She didn't know what Qin Mo really wanted to do, even treating herself like that just now. But now, Qin Mo was already her only hope. If she wanted to escape this hellish place, she could only rely on Qin Mo. Only Qin Mo had this ability to be able to take her away. Only, her movements were stopped. Xia Bingyao stood out with a cold face and pressed against her shoulder. There's still stinking blood stains on you. It wouldn't be good to stain young master's clothes. Lin Yuqing looked at Xia Bingyao in front of her in a daze. There was an endless rage burning inside. An underling, a former blind man only. In the past, it was nothing more than a commodity to be called around by himself. Now that they actually dared to treat themselves like this, no one else would be able to accept it. Only, now that the situation was stronger than others, Lin Yuqing didn't dare to continue making a scene, so she could only suppress her inner dissatisfaction and then looked at Qin Mo with a pitiful gaze. Brother Mo, believe me, I love you in my heart. It's just that it's precisely because I love you so much that, Qin Mo and also Long Zhantian almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Lin Yuqing was still continuing to open her mouth. So, I'm afraid that you'll marry your sister in the future. That's why my sister and I want to use Fu Yujie to force you, so that you'll have a bit of a sense of crisis, and make a choice between me and my sister. TSK. Qin Mo shook his head and looked at Long Zhantian behind him. Do you believe it? Long Zhantian stifled his laughter and shook his head before making an assessment. Very lame reason. I guess he just thought of it. No, brother Mo. I didn't lie to you. I dare to swear. Lin Yuqing held up her hands, her eyes filled with determination. Xia Bingyao laughed disdainfully. Lin Yuqing, your brain does turn quickly. I learned about this matter before I came here, and I've also seen Fu Yujie's photos, and I have to say that there are indeed a few similarities with young master. As for you and your sister, you're just using Fu Yuzhe as a substitute for the young master. A better substitute, because this substitute knows how to coax, will spoil your sisters, even obey them unconditionally, and will pamper you, care for you, and be your lickspittle. And these are things that you cannot feel here in the young master, for the young master would not do anything so lowly. So Fu Yuzhe became the vent for your sister's twisted hearts, and without realizing it, you got closer and closer. But this incident made you realize that Fu Yuzhe can't be relied on at all. Even your own sister can't be relied on. At the note of life and death, they are able to abandon you without hesitation. So, you want to climb back up to the young master here. The more Lin Yuqing listened, the more emotional she became. It even began to rage, as if its inner nuggets were being made public by someone else, beginning to eagerly try to deny it. It's not. It isn't. You're just an underling. What gives you the right to slander me like that? Brother Mo, don't believe her. I definitely don't think like that. Believe me, we're childhood friends. Qin Mo sighed and gazed at Lin Yuqing. So, alright, do you think I'll still believe you now? Qin Mo somewhat impatiently interrupted Lin Yuqing. You say you love me? Then let me ask you a question. Qin Mo said. Brother Mo, you say. Lin Yuqing all of a sudden, as if she had found hope, perked up. Can you die for me? Qin Mo looked straight into Lin Yuqing's eyes. Can you die for me? Qin Mo's words resounded in Lin Yuqing's ears. She stared at Qin Mo incredulously, not knowing why Qin Mo asked this question. Willing? Qin Mo softly inquired, and one hand even lightly caressed the top of Lin Yuqing's head. It seemed to be the shadow of what had just happened, and she ducked out of instinct. However, after realizing that Qin Mo did not take the next step, she was a little embarrassed and allowed Qin Mo to caress her head lightly. Her gaze began to dodge, not daring to meet Qin Mo's eyes in. It looks like you were merely lying to me just now. Qin Mo withdrew his hand with some disappointment. Then there's no need to save you. After saying that, he intended to leave with Xia Bingyao and the others. Lin Yuqing didn't want to continue staying in this infernal hell. It was simply a punishment worse than death. The moment she saw Qin Mo making a move to leave, Lin Yuqing panicked. Brother Mo, don't go. I'm willing to die for you. As expected, Qin Mo, who had turned his back, stopped in his tracks. Under the dim light, the corner of Qin Mo's mouth raised a smile of unknown meaning. Slowly turning around, Qin Mo gazed at Lin Yuqing, who was paralyzed on the ground. Rainy, it seems that you really love me. Of course, I've always loved you deeply. Lin Yuqing's tone carried certainty. Even the eyes were firm. This woman is so ruthless that she can even fool herself. Qin Mo reached out his hand and pulled out an agreement from his pocket. It appeared to be a parchment scroll, with extremely intricate lines outlined in pen at the top, with text. Bringing it to Lin Yuqing's face, Qin Mo gently leaned in and murmured in her ear. In that case, prove it to me. If you love me, then give 50 years of your life for me. Lin Yuqing's pupils contracted. 50 years of life? What do you mean? Is it 2? Let yourself follow Chin Mo for the rest of your life to make up for Chin Mo? Lin Yuqing couldn't understand the words. And of course, it won't be for nothing. Sign this and I'll give you the power of vengeance. Chapter 23, Let them all go to hell. The underlying logic of the system's trading function is that of equivalence. The system issued a task and Chin Mo went to execute it. The end result is a bargaining chip in exchange for the beneficiary's ability or money. For example, the system had once issued a mission to Chin Mo that required him to bring the Lin family sisters to their senses, eventually forgives the Lin sisters and lives happily ever after. This was the result, and the bargaining chip in exchange, for the heroine's chi on the Lin sisters, as well as other things. And with the system under Chin Mo's control, he had also studied this function, didn't think it was necessary to go to all that trouble at all, hence the drumming up of this contract-like thing. What you give and what you get is clearly written. All one needed to do was sign their name, and the moment the deal was finalized, the contract would also come into effect, thus taking away the 50 years of life that Lin Yuqing had to pay for. Of course, trade. There is something to be lost and something to be gained, and the condition given by Chin Mo is to help Lin Yuqing take revenge on Lin Yue, Fu Yuza, and the Lin family. According to the way things were going, Lin Yuqing, the eldest young lady who could do nothing for the rest of her life, could never have the chance to be able to take revenge on the Lin family. Therefore, Chin Mo helped her by taking away 50 years of life. That makes sense. The electronic voice of the system resounded in Chin Mo's mind. To be honest, Master, I thought that you might choose to forgive Lin Yuqing after seeing her, and I also thought about how you would retaliate against her, but I didn't think you would actually be this ruthless. One must know that in the system's original plan, Chin Mo had completed his mission and was happily together with the Lin sisters, and the reward the system would receive would only be a 10-year lifespan. In other words, the two sisters of the Lin family, one of them would have 5 years of their lifespan siphoned off by the system without a sound. But now, Chin Mo wanted 50 years on just one person. That's a lion's share. But nothing really horrified the system genie more than the fact that this deal actually stood. In other words, it was reasonable for Chin Mo to use helping Lin Yuqing take revenge as a bargaining chip in exchange for a 50-year lifespan. It was important to know that although the Lin family sisters had outstanding longevity on their profile, they were only 100 years old. Now, more than 20 years had passed, and this mouth of Chin Mo's was another 50 years. In other words, the moment the deal was completed, Lin Yuqing would instantly turn into an old woman who couldn't even straighten her back. No one can survive such a blow. That's worse than taking a life. Chin Mo didn't care about the words of the system elf, lightly responding, "Have you forgotten? I'm a businessman." With a wave of his hand, he severed the connection with the system. Chin Mo looked at Lin Yuqing. "What? Don't dare? How?" Lin Yuqing snapped back. He took the deed directly, and without looking at it, he simply signed his big name. To her, it was similar to just selling her body. For the rest of her life to come, she would always take care of Chin Mo for 50 years. But so what? It wasn't something that couldn't be accepted. After all was said and done, she had lost everything now. You can only rely on Chin Mo. Now that Chin Mo was able to accept her, it was just what she wanted. From now on, she was about to become the mistress of the Chin family. Ah, you're just going to sign it without even looking at it? Chin Mo took the contract and asked with interest, "What's there to see?" I said, "Brother Mo, I love you. For you, I'm not even afraid of death." Lin Yuqing looked at Chin Mo with deep affection. Chin Mo laughed and said meaningfully, "I hope you're really not afraid." Lin Yuqing didn't hear the meaning of these words, and a bright smile spread on her face. Then, "Brother Mo, quickly take me home." "Here, I don't want to be here a minute longer." "There's no rush." Chin Mo interrupted Lin Yuqing and put the contract away. Then asked, "What are you going to do about your sister, and Fu Yuza?" Speaking here, a flash of hatred flashed in Lin Yuqing's eyes. "Brother Mo, I'm going to make them regret it." Deadly clenching her fists, she looked at Chin Mo. "So, let's get married quickly. I want to let my sister know how wrong her choice really was. And Fu Yuza, I'll make sure he kneels down and admits his mistake." Hearing this, Chin Mo raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sure enough, it's worthy of being the odd one out in the female genre. It's always the same thing that makes others regret it. Fantasizing that someone else will come to their senses and regret it for the rest of their lives? It looks like you're still a bit confused. Chin Mo shook his head, gesturing for Long Zhantian to come forward. Show her how her good sister and former sweetheart dealt with her, and oh yes, her beloved father. Long Zhantian came up and pulled out a cell phone video and clicked play. Video content. It's the Lin family's villa, Lin Zhao's study. Looking at the footage, it appears to be something recorded by a hidden security camera. Lin Yuqing was shocked why Chin Mo had such a video in his hands. Even within the Lin family's villa, there are Chin Mo's spies? But in the next moment, The sound coming out from within the video made Lin Yuqing have no time to care about that at all. For, with her own ears, she had heard the contents of her father's telephone conversation with the butler. The butler reported the kidnapping to Lin Xiao, and asked Lin Xiao if he wanted to send more people to retrieve Lin Yuqing. But Lin Xiao's answer made Lin Yuqing instantly fall into an ice cave. There is no need. The incident has already passed to a day and a night. Yuqing, even if still alive, I'm afraid that they have already lost their bodies, maybe even a missing arm or leg. Such a Yuqing is no longer of any use to the Lin family, and there won't be that magnate who can be in a position to want Lin Yuqing. Bringing it back to the Lin family is instead a shame, a laughing stock. Moreover, nowadays, the form of my Lin family is in danger. I simply don't have that much heart to care about her, so let's just leave it at that. However, superficial efforts still need to be done. In the middle of the video screen, Lin Xiao's face was no longer as loving as it once was. There is only endless indifference. It wasn't true that he was a thug. It wasn't true that he wasn't very capable, but it was true that he was able to develop and, step after step, get to the point where he could speak in the imperial capital. He is clearly not a kind person. He is a stock egoist. Daughter, who can neither inherit the Lin family nor carry on the family line for Lin Xiao. For him, it was nothing more than a bargaining chip for the family to get to the next level. And if, once a daughter has lost her usefulness, there is nothing worth keeping. Lin Yuqing's sky are stepping. Yes, even though he was betrayed by Lin Yuwei, even though he was abandoned by Fu Yuze, but at least, she thought she was still Lin Xiao's daughter. As long as she could go back, Lin Xiao would also definitely be able to help her and punish Lin Yuqing severely. But I didn't expect things to go this way. However, that wasn't the end of it. Immediately after that, Long Zhantian played another video. This is an interview with Lin Yuwei and also Fu Yuze by reporters inside the hospital on the vacation island. In the middle of the interview, Lin Yuwei was in tears, denouncing her failure to be a qualified sister, failed to protect his dear sister. Even though he tried his best, he couldn't save his sister from the gang of robbers. Throughout the whole thing, Lin Yuwei had packaged herself as a person with a fearless spirit. Even more, she claimed that if she could, she would have preferred that it was she who was taken by the thugs. Fu Yuze also spoke helpfully from the sidelines, said that if he hadn't been trying to save Lin Yuqing at that time, he wouldn't have gotten his leg broken. But sadly, they failed, so they beat themselves up and cried in front of the media. But, obviously in the first place, they were the ones who, in order to be born, and with their own hands, pushed themselves, their own sister, into the abyss. Lin Yuqing watched everything in the video, and the anger within her had long since reached its peak. Her forehead veins rippled, her gaze itching to go through the cell phone and lynch those two dogs and men alive in general. And this, too, was the effect Qin Mo wanted. Immediately after, he asked Xia Bingyao to take out a document bag. The Lin family is now facing a crisis, and the major shareholders have been selling off their shares in their hands, which were bought by me, handing it over to Lin Yuqing. As long as you want, you are the head of the Lin family. I told you I'd give you the power of vengeance if you agreed. Lin Yuqing slowly raised her head and her gaze locked with Qin Mo. Slowly, he lifted his hand and grabbed the paper bag, deadly grasping the pile of papers. Lin Yuqing's face suddenly became hideous. You're right, they all can't wait for me to die. So in that case, I'll let them all go to hell. Chapter 24, there's someone above you, but there's no one above me. Very good, very good. Qin Mo was satisfied with the current attitude of Lin Yuqing. Life is like a play, and a play always needs a little reversal to be interesting. Lin Yuwei, who has gone to great lengths to package herself as an innocent white lotus, and Fu Yuze, as well as Lin Xiao, who has even gone so far as to leave his own daughter behind for the sake of power. If they found that Lin Yuqing, who should have originally disappeared and should have been given to be defiled, appeared in front of them, even, it was in the capacity of the Lin family's largest shareholder, what exactly will be the expression? And will Lin Yuqing go soft on her ultimate revenge plan? Qin Mo was curious. This is a drama that will soon come to a climax. Soon, Lin Yuqing was taken away from here by Qin Mo's men and headed to the hospital for treatment, and Qin Mo and the others had already left the villa. Inside the car, Qin Mo received the information handed by his men. The Lin family's company is now on the verge of collapse. The major investors had withdrawn their capital. However, Qin Mo did not intend to crush the Lin family at once. Therefore, after letting out the word that he would not cooperate with the Lin family that day, there was no movement. That's why the present-day Lin family can still hang on to their breath. But the days are numbered. Without a new partner, according to professional estimates, the Lin family wouldn't even last 10 days. 10 days. Qin Mo played with Xia Bingyao's soft little hand. Gently, he said, 10 days is more than enough. But, young master, our men have discovered something. Suddenly, Long Zhantian seemed to think of something and said, in the past 2 days, We monitored that old boy Lin Xiao, visiting the Lu family. Do you think it will? The Lu family, a top-ranking family in the imperial capital, has been in business for generations and is extremely strong. If the Qin family was recognized as the number one powerful family, then the assets of the Lu family were enough to squeeze into the top 4 in the imperial capital. The volume is also extremely large. Looks like this Lin Xiao isn't a sitting duck either. Qin Mo smiled. During this period of time, Lin Xiao was indeed struggling to find a way out. But what does Lin Xiao have that can impress the Lu family? Although Xia Bingyao had left the imperial capital for 3 years, but it wasn't like she didn't know everything, and with diligent study, she knew a lot of things. There was also some understanding of the Lu family. In her opinion, such a family should not have risked offending the Qin family by contacting the Lin family, a downtrodden family. What else can be done? What else would that guy do besides selling his daughter? Qin Mo didn't care. Young master, you mean those 2 young masters of the Lu family? Long Zhantian reacted in an instant. Speaking of which, this Lu family was also a standard model abusive family in Qin Mo's eyes. In the early years, the Ryu family had 4 daughters. It was hard to get to the 5th before a son was born. As a result, he was lost in an accident as a child. Ringed with guilt over their lost son, the Ryu family, a pair of psychopaths, actually went to the orphanage to re-adopt a foster son, and it is loved in every way. Gradually, I forgot about my own son until years later, when I had news of my former lost son. There was no way. For the sake of face, the Lu family had to bring back this biological son. The most outrageous is here. After picking him up, the Lu family couple, including the 4 sisters, disliked this biological son beyond measure. It is thought to have been raised crookedly as a child and to have an air of poverty, and then has not been treating the biological son well. It's really a family of brainiacs, and fits well into this world of female abuse. If the Lin family wants to climb up to the Lu family, it's nothing more than selling his daughter. Those capitals of his, the Lu family can't look at them, Qin Mo said. So, should we intervene? Long Zhantian asked. Just a jumping clown. Qin Mo didn't care about any Lu family. The top 4 families in the imperial capital sounds quite bluffing. In the end, it's just a plutocratic family. There might be someone above them, but I'm sorry to say that there's really no one above the Qin family. In this world, being rich doesn't mean anything. Those who are rich and powerful are the real masters. The first is the first because the highest is only the first. And the reason fourth is because he can only get to 4th. This is the gap between the 2 families, like a chasm. The Qin family of the previous generation was relatively low profile and unobtrusive, but it didn't mean that the Qin family would be afraid of anyone, nor did it mean that Qin Mo would be as low profile as the previous generation. Ignore it for the time being. If the Lu family dares to make a spectacle of this, then I wouldn't mind cleaning it up piece by piece, and expanding the Qin family's power in the meantime. Long Zhantian reacted at the first time and laughed. I understand. The master is famous. The Lin family's affairs were not in a hurry for now. Lin Yuqing was still recuperating from her injuries, and Lin Yuwei hadn't returned. The spectacle of family infighting won't play out for a while. Qin Mo, who had nothing to do, took Xia Bingyao and flew to Magic City after inspecting a circle of the company. The matters of the Xia family had to be dealt with. After all, nowadays, everything in the Xia family originally belonged to Xia Bingyao. She had planned to go by herself, but, as Qin Mo happened to have nothing to do, she followed to join in the fun. Xia Bingyao had her own plans for these years, even though she was not in the country. However, private detectives have been hired to monitor the Xia family's every move. Having also found many evidence of the Xia family's crimes, Xia Bingyao had full confidence that she would be able to take it all back this time. Anyway, if it can't be managed, I can help you. Inside a cafe in Magic City, Qin Mo sipped his coffee and said calmly, that's right, and if it's too much of a hassle, I can just make the Xia family's group disappear. Long Zhantian, who accompanied him from the side, also expressed his opinion. Xia Bingyao was looking over the series of information that the private detective had just handed over to her. Listening to the duo's words, they couldn't help but cover their mouths with a smile. Don't worry, I can fix it. If I can't even handle a Xia family, how can I stand by young master's side? Her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Mo, who was at the side, and said. Qin Mo shrugged his shoulders. It was undeniable that Xia Bingyao was indeed a genius, in every sense of the word. Therefore, Qin Mo also believed that Xia Bingyao could do it. Then what are you going to do? Qin Mo asked. Xia Bingyao organized the information in her hand, then pulled out a piece of paper and placed it in front of Qin Mo. Revenge, one by one. The Xia family deserves to die. Let's start with the precious daughter they've always loved. Xia Ruyan. Coldness flared in Xia Bingyao's eyes. Xia Ruyan, the woman who once switched lives with her, not only enjoying everything that originally belonged to Xia Bingyao, but even cooperating with the heartless father Xia Hongjun and that damned mistress together, persecuting Xia Bingyao's own mother Su Qiuya. As a result, Su Choya disappeared and has not been heard from since. And on the paper that was placed in front of Chin Mo, a person's experience was clearly written. Su Zian. Chin Mo remembered that this guy, whom he had met yesterday at the airport, was the abusive male protagonist who had been personally sent by Xia Ruyan to the Male Virtue Academy for inhumane torture. You're going to start with him? It suddenly occurred to Chin Mo that this guy was at least a male protagonist, and he still carried a special physique that was far beyond the ordinary. Maybe, can trade with it. Thinking of this, Chin Mo, who had nothing to do, suddenly became interested. It's a bit interesting. Chapter 25, Pain in the Bone, Magic City, Xia family. Inside the bright and spacious villa, it was not as cold as usual, but even a little lively. Xia Hongjun, the head of the Xia family, and Su Mu Love, who is a mistress on the throne. There is also the current Xia family's daughter, Xia Ruyan, as well as Xia Ruyan's male best friend, Ji Boda. A group of 4 people were sitting happily around the dining table, waiting for the feast to begin. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious until Xia Ruyan's male best friend, Ji Boda, suddenly looked around and asked with some confusion, "Speaking of which, where is Ruyan's fiancé? Su Zian? Wasn't today said to be a reception for Su Zian? Why don't we see anyone else?" Ji Boda's words fell, and the atmosphere that had just been hot was a bit cold in a flash. Xia Hongjun as well as Su Miyuki's expressions became a bit displeased. They didn't like Su Zian, but nay, in the past, Xia Ruyan had said whatever she wanted to marry Su Zian, so they had no choice but to agree to their engagement. Afterwards, I heard that the two had some kind of conflict, and Xia Ruyan made the decision to send Su Zian to further study. A year passed, and both of them thought that Xia Ruyan had forgotten Su Zian and started to try to socialize with Ji Boda to come. After all, Ji Boda was also one of the powerful families in Magic City, and in terms of status and position, he was worthy of Xia Ruyan. But I didn't expect that yesterday. Xia Ruyan actually picked up that Su Zian. The two of them couldn't figure out what exactly Xia Ruyan wanted. Today's banquet was said to be a reception for Su Zian, but they would never have shown up if Ji Boda hadn't also come. Xia Hongxian glanced at Xia Ruyan. Look at you. What kind of person did you pick? Is it hard to want me and your mom, the elders, to wait for him? What a scandal. Xia Ruyan, who had been reprimanded, also pursed her lips in a somewhat aggrieved manner. To be honest, he had just been so focused on chatting with Ji Boda that he hadn't noticed that Su Zian hadn't shown up at all. You guys wait, I'll go get him. As the words fell, Xia Ruyan left the table, and the Xia family's villa wasn't too big. Soon, she spotted Su Zian, who was in the kitchen, eating at a table with his underlings. All of a sudden, Xia Ruyan's brows furrowed. There was some hidden anger. She stepped forward and overturned Su Zian's rice bowl. Su Zian, are you not finished? You've been avoiding me since yesterday. What the hell are you so mad about? Maybe Xia Ruyan was angry. Su Zian was instantly frightened until his legs went weak. I'm sorry miss, it's me who disobeyed. It's me who made miss angry. He was all too familiar with that tone. During that hellish past year, anytime those people didn't sound right, Su Zian would be the catharsis. That pile and piece had become Su Zian's psychological shadow, as if it had been integrated into his soul, and simply could not be waved away. Xia Ruyan froze, incredulously looking at Su Zian at this moment. It was even a little hard to believe my eyes. You know, how good was Su Zian once? In the school is a proper school bully, and because of this, it will attract the favor of Xia Ruyan. How now? Will become this? Xia Ruyan can't understand all of this, and even calls herself miss? That's not what Su Zian used to call him. What did you just call me? Didn't you call me Ruyan before? At those words Su Zian shuddered. Couldn't help but think of the first rule of that horrible place. To figure out who he is, he's nothing more than an underling. An underling is not allowed to call a lady by her name. Failure to do so is subject to extremely harsh penalties. Su Zian, who just went in, didn't believe in this article, and as a result, he was severely whipped by a group of people for 99 lashes that night. Every whip that went down was skinned. He could only reflect on himself. I was wrong to call MS by her first name. These words had almost penetrated into the marrow of Su Zian's bones. He didn't dare to look up at Xia Ruyan, and could only bury his head, not daring to speak. Xia Ruyan frowned when she saw this. Forget it, don't call anything miss in the future, you hear me. Su Zian was bitter inside. It was clear that Xia Ruyan cared more about the things that concerned her than what happened to her. Silently, he nodded. I know. Xia Ruyan didn't say anything more as she took Su Zian to the restaurant to dine. Here, Su Zian saw Ji Boda. It was because of Ji Boda's suggestion in the beginning that Xia Ruyan had sent Su Zian to that horrible place and suffered this endless torture. And at the moment, Jibda still had a gentle smile on his face. Appearing extremely enthusiastic, he greeted Su Zian as he took his seat. Come on, We haven't seen each other for a long time since you went for further studies. You don't know how much I've missed you. Ji Boda wore a smile on his face as he stepped forward to pull out a chair for Su Zian. Su Zian hated the man in front of him. However, the hellish life for more than a year had completely polished off all of Su Zian's heart, and he simply didn't dare to offend Ji Boda at all. He was afraid that Jibda would send him back to that horrible place again. He could only allow himself to be pulled, and then forcefully pressed down on top of the table and chairs. Almost subconsciously, Su Zian jumped violently, with panic in his eyes. No, no, how can an underling share a meal with the young lady? The lords? The 12th rule of that place says that underlings are not allowed to dine with others. While there, first-timer Su Zian didn't know any better, and was subsequently kicked off the table by the hot rice, with soup and vegetables, poured all over his hands, blistering his back. Who gave you permission to be at the table? The obese woman punished him extremely harshly with a swollen mouth. During that time, he couldn't even swallow hard enough to eat. Even though the injury had long since recovered, the pain was so deep in his bones that he couldn't forget it. In the villa, Su Zian stood timidly at the dining table. Everyone here was dumbfounded. The already unhappy faces of the Xia family's parents became even more ugly by a few points. Even Xia Ruyan was completely enraged. Su Zian, there has to be a limit to your pretending to be crazy, right? If your aim is to attract my attention, then I'm telling you, don't daydream. You're acting childish like that. Know what? Since you don't want to eat this meal properly today, get the hell out of here. Su Zian was driven out of the villa by the Xia family's people and stood within the garden to face the wall, but he didn't have any expression on his face. On the contrary, he was relieved to be away from that family. He wanted to run away from the Xia family, but he knew that Xia Ruyan wouldn't just let himself go. The present situation is good enough. One only needs to try to avoid contact with the Xia family, so that it is good. Su Zian stood within the garden and fought very unprofessionally. However, just at that moment, a voice rang in his ears. TSK, 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 what a pity. Obviously the main character of the banquet, but ended up being kicked out. It's the first time I've encountered such a thing. Su Zian froze and looked around in some shock. It was only then that he realized that a man had walked slowly out behind a tree not far from him. The man was extremely large, with his arms wrapped around him and a slightly pathetic look in his gaze. Who are you? Me? You don't need to know. All you need to know is that my boss wants to see you. Long Zhantian raised the corner of his mouth and quickly stepped forward, his speed even pulling out a trail of residual shadows. Under the touch, he directly grabbed Su Zian's shoulder. What are you going to do? Before Su Zian even dropped his words, his entire body had already been pulled by Long Zhantian and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 26, I'll make their lives worse than death. Being taken away in confusion, Su Zian's head was full of question marks. He was tempted to ask who the man behind him really was, but the other party's force was surprisingly strong, not allowing Su Zian to put up any resistance at all. It was easily crushed within a luxury car parked outside the villa. Who the hell are you? Who's your boss again? What are you arresting me for? Su Zian's words were tinged with fear. The past year since has traumatized his heart. It's natural to panic inside when it happens again that you've been inexplicably taken away. Soon, however, the vehicle came to a stop. Follow me. Dragon Warrior Genius didn't bother to talk nonsense with Su Zian. Took him directly out of the car. It wasn't until this moment that Su Zian was surprised to realize that this was the main entrance of the security bureau. What did you bring me here for? Su Zian is completely unknown. If this gang is trying to kidnap themselves, then why would they bring themselves here? Isn't that purely self-inflicted? Of course it's to help you. Long Zhantian laughed, having been bullied so badly by others. Are you going to tolerate it like this? Soon, under the leadership of Long Zhantian, Su Zian arrived inside the director's office and met the two Qin Emo Xiaobingya who were waiting here, and a man in uniform. The man's stance was straight and imposing, and at a glance, he knew that this was a big shot that Su Zian normally could not even come into contact with, and the stars on the shoulder badge signaled the other party's high rank. And the most surprising thing is that at this moment, this big shot is serving tea to Qin Mo and Xiaobingya. What is the origin of these two young men? Su Zian, who had been pushed in, stood in the office in some haste, his expression tinged with panic. Qin Mo lit a cigarette, then said toward the uniformed man, Uncle Bai, let me talk to him alone. The director of the Magic City Security Bureau nodded towards Qin Mo after glancing at Su Zian. Just talk to me directly if you need anything later. Don't worry, there are still times when I'll let you help. Qin Mo smiled and watched the director leave. Only then did he set his eyes on Su Zian. Relax, I don't mean you any harm. So, you guys are. Su Zian looked at the two men suspiciously. Xia Bingyao stood out. The past year hasn't been easy for you, has it? When these words came out, Su Zian shuddered violently almost as a reflex. If you are given a chance, do you want revenge? Xia Bingyao said succinctly. Not only that, as long as you agree, we can also help you escape the clutches of the Xia family. You guys are going to help me? Su Ziyan felt a bit incredulous. These were two people he didn't recognize at all, and he had only met them for the first time even today. Why would the other guy help himself? And why should he help himself? In response, Xia Bingyao smiled faintly. Of course it's not for nothing, because we all have the same enemy. The same enemy? You mean, the Xia family? Su Ziyan seemed to have realized something. You don't need to know so much. I'm only asking you, want revenge? Xia Bingyao was in no mood to explain so much to him. Azure eyes, staring quietly at Su Ziyan. Calmly, he waited for Su Ziyan's reply. Su Ziyan's gaze was complicated, and the emotions in his eyes churned, eventually turning into a touch of hatred. He recalled back to a time when Xia Ruyan had treated herself with indifference to the extreme. It also recalled the mocking and disdainful look in Jibota's eyes, and even more so, all the injuries he had suffered within the past year. If I can, I want revenge. I want to make their lives worse than death. At this moment, the emotions that had been building up inside for a long time completely exploded. The Clayman still has a temper. What's more, he's a human being, a living, breathing human being with character and dignity. He hated Xia Ruyan, hated Jibota, and hated the Xia family. If he could, he'd hate to let the group try what he'd been through as well. The anger in Su Ziyan's eyes could not be faked. Qin Mo, who had been sitting in his chair without making a sound, spoke up at this moment. Out of nowhere, he pulled out a parchment scroll. It was then handed to Su Ziyan. Sign him, and we'll grant your wish afterward. Su Ziyan took the parchment scroll, and the text on it was very brief. The content was that Qin Mo helped him, took revenge on the Xia family, and helped him escape from Xia Ruyan's clutches, and the price is his special physique. For this piece of paper, Su Ziyan couldn't understand it. Wanting his special physique? What special physique could he have? Besides, how does Qin Mo want this? Couldn't figure it out, but the conditions promised by Qin Mo were tempting. As long as he signed the name, he could get rid of that crazy woman Xia Ruyan. By signing his name, he could make those who had bullied him pay. There's no reason for him not to sign it. With hardly any thought, Su Ziyan signed his big name. Mr. Qin hopes that you will be true to your word. From the deed, he learned Qin Mo's name. Of course, Qin Mo raised his smile slightly and took the contract. Seeing this, Xia Bingyao spoke out. Go to the door and look for the man who was just there. He'll take you to have your injuries examined, and then you'll act as a witness to accuse Xia Ruyan of illegally imprisoning and abusing you. Su Ziyan froze. So, you mean that I'll sue the Xia family? Xia Bingyao rolled her eyes. Or what? But shouldn't you be between your gentry? You don't need to ask that much. Just do as you're told. Xia Bingyao coldly glanced at Su Ziyan. Su Ziyan didn't dare to speak at once. Xia Bingyao certainly knew that this alone would not move the Xia family. Couldn't even convict Xia Ruyan. However, as long as Xia Ruyan is accused, as long as there is suspicion on her, she will be recognized as a suspect. Plus, under the investigation of these years, Xia Bingyao has clearly grasped the criminal facts of Xia Hongjuan's persecution of Su Qiuya 3 years ago with his mistress Su Muya. It was enough to send the two of them in, and at that time, the Xia family's inheritance would naturally return to Xia Bingyao's hands. There's no way the Xia family's estate could be handed over to a suspect. Of course, it would be too cheap to just put the group in jail. It's up to them to say what they'll do when they go to jail or prison, and exactly what they'll do when they go to that jail. Qin Mo was still looking at the parchment scroll. Xia Bingyao walked behind Qin Mo and kneaded his shoulders. Young master, I really thank you this time. Although I said that I wanted to rely on my own strength to move to the Xia family, ultimately I still need you to step forward. Xia Bingyao smiled helplessly. There's no need to get entangled. I have my own plans. You're now a member of my Qin family, and if all the Qin family members are bullied, if they don't even help out to stand up for themselves, then how can so many people under my hand work for me? Qin Mo's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, and, for that matter, I'm interested. Speaking here, Qin Mo suddenly asked, do you think Su Ziyan can really be ruthless enough to take revenge on Xia Ruyan? Xia Bingyao's hand lurched. A little puzzled, surely it will just now I looked at his eyes. He doesn't look like he's pretending. It's only because he really hates Xia Ruyan. The hate is true. But, forget it, let us make a bet. Qin Mo suddenly became interested. I bet that Su Ziyan can't lay his hands on Xia Ruyan. Qin Mo stared at Su Ziyan, who had been taken away outside the door, the corner of his mouth lifting into a playful smile. Chapter 27, How boring is it to use your fists? Use this. The sheriff's department moves quickly. There was also the reason why Qin Mo was sitting in the director's office at the moment, waiting. Su Ziyan gave a clear account of all the encounters of the past year, even took off his clothes to show the sheriff's department all the injuries on his body. Although Su Ziyan's physique was special and his recovery power was surprisingly strong, however, There are many injuries that leave scars even after recovery. Dense, horrifyingly hideous scars crisscrossed over Su Zian's body. The people watching the sheriff's department were secretly shocked. There weren't even a few good pieces of flesh left on this guy. If it was on an ordinary person, with such a serious scar, the person would probably be long gone. It was only Su Zian who was able to resist it hard. The next thing is simple. The security bureau was mobilized on the spot and went to the Xia family villa to arrest them. At this moment, the Xia family villa was still immersed in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Xia Hongjun, Su Muki, Xia Ruyan, and Ji Boda, who had come to be a guest. The group didn't even realize that Su Zian, who was supposed to be outside the door, had long since disappeared in hours. It wasn't until the people from the security bureau came to their door that they realized that guy Su Zian dared to sue them. With a face of anger, Xia Ruyan as well as Ji Boda were brought inside the security bureau. The two were grilled hard for the rest of the night. However, this matter, Xia Ruyan as well as Ji Boda balked at the fact that they did not know about it, and they did not know which academy would treat Su Zian in such a manner. With such remarks, it was not possible to convict the two men straight away, but only to designate them as suspects pending the investigation of the matter. Neither can leave the sheriff's office until the results of the investigation are known. That means, two people were detained. This stopped the interrogation until dawn. A staff member will then take them to the underground cells of the sheriff's office. Xia Ruyan's eyes were covered in blood, and her silver teeth gritted and creaked. She hadn't expected that Su Zian would choose to send her to the security house. Is this some kind of joke? He himself was just letting Su Zian learn some rules and knocking on the door. How dare this asshole do this to himself? Doesn't Su Zian know that he is planning to marry him in the future? Looking at the vigilantes in front of him who were packing up their materials and getting ready to leave, Xia Ruyan couldn't help but say, "Since you're done asking, can I go now?" She was still anxious to go to Su Zian and question why that guy did this to her. Where's the time to waste here? However, the staff member just glanced at her. Leave? No, you can't leave yet. Are you kidding me? Jibda said with a frown. Do you know who we are? Ji Boda's family is also quite a bit of strength in the Magic City. Usually something happens, one does not even have to come to the security bureau. These guys wouldn't dare arrest themselves. Now not only are they arrested, they're going to be detained? The staff also hated this group of do-nothing magnates, who used to be forced by the power to not dare to touch them. But today, the higher-ups have said that these two can't be released on bail in any case. With orders from the top, where do they need to hold back? What do I care who you are? Do you guys know what this place is? The staff member bristled with disdain, then turned to leave. You guys, dare to treat us like this? Believe it or not, we'll make you lose your job? Xia Ruyan was angry and wanted to theorize, but the person had already walked away. Bastard! Xia Ruyan violently hammered her fist on the desktop. Don't worry, Auntie and Uncle Ruyan will save us, and my parents won't sit idly by. Ji Boda comforted. It's true that the parents of both families do not sit around and do nothing, but, at the entrance of the security bureau, Xia Hongjun was directly forced out by two staff members. Don't even think about it. There are orders from the top this time. No bail. Instead of thinking about how to fish for people, why don't you go and think about how to get understanding from the other side? The staff's attitude was firm. This made Xia Hongjun feel a little strange. This time things are really evil. In the past these staff members were all respectful to him. Even where the chief of the sheriff's department is concerned, he himself can say a few words. Today, I had thought of coming to deliver a favor, but who knows? I was directly blown out without even meeting the director. And it wasn't just that. Even on the Ji family's side, trying to dredge up relations was fruitless. In any case, the sheriff's department just said, "Man, can't be released." Is it hard to believe that? Ruyan has offended some big shot? Xia Hongjun frowned tightly. There is only one explanation nowadays. How else could the sheriff's department be so tough? It must have offended someone. And, this person is likely to be in existence that they can't mess with. Thinking of this, Xia Hongjun also couldn't sit still and rushed back to the company. He wanted to inquire and find out who was trying to target Xia Ruyan, targeting their Xia family, completely unaware of the situation outside. Xia Ruyan and Ji Boda are still waiting for their family members to step in and save them. And just then, an uninvited guest walked in. Xia Ruyan's pupils contracted violently. Su Zian. Ji Boda also froze, not expecting the culprit, Su Zian, to appear in front of them in such a watery manner. Immediately after, there was a burst of anger. Good for you, Su Zian. Thanks to Ruyan loving you so much. But as a result, this is how you return the favor. It seems that the past year still hasn't taught you what it means to be disciplined. You're out of control. The two men's questioning immediately caused Su Zian's feet to tremble. Past memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. It was a fear that originated from the bottom of his heart. And at this moment, Su Zian almost couldn't even stand still. Well, at that moment, Two footsteps once again sounded outside the door. How can you be arrogant when you're a prisoner? My good sister. Xia Ruyan directly paused. The expression carried a touch of shock, with incredulity as he looked towards the door. She saw someone she never wanted to see again in her life. Xia Bingyao. It wasn't just Xia Bingyao. Behind her, there was also a man. The man had handsome features and an extremely handsome face. However, the expression was playful, and even the eyes that looked at himself were tinged with a bit of contempt. As a magnate, she had seen Qin Mo. Only with her status, she couldn't get close to him at all, and could only watch from afar at a certain banquet. I didn't expect that Qin Mo, the crown prince of the Beijing circle, was here? Can't it be that he's here to help Xia Bingyao? Xia Bingyao, why are you here? What? Should I be a beggar on the streets if I'm not here? Xia Bingyao and Qin Mo walked in and sat in the interrogator's seat. His eyes looked at Xia Ruyan as well as Ji Boda playfully. Ruyan, you know them? Ji Boda was a bit puzzled. However, Xia Ruyan didn't reply, but instead stared dead on at Xia Bingyao, even locking eyes with her. And for a split second, Xia Ruyan skimmed her eyes away sheepishly. But then came the shock. Your eyes? Surprised? Still, you should hold your horses for now. Let's talk about you. Xia Bingyao wore a smile, but her tone was incomparably cold. Xia Ruyan now understood this matter. Is it you who are behind this? She glanced violently at Su Zian and said angrily, Su Zian, you helped someone else against me? Ji Boda was also enraged and stepped forward. Su Zian, I think you want to go back to that place, actually helping outsiders to deal with Ruyan. Only, just as he stepped forward, Qin Mo's gaze fell on him. What for? Did I give you permission to come up here? None of your business. Before Ji Boda's words fell, Qin Mo violently got up and kicked Ji Boda directly in the chest. In an instant, a huge force came, and Ji Boda's face became distorted. It was as if the air had been cut off in an instant, and it was incredibly difficult to even breathe. The whole person was like a kite with broken strings, flew out and ruthlessly smashed on top of the wall. As someone who could crush Dragon King Long Zhantian on his own, Qin Mo's force value was naturally strong to the point of being terrifying. Just one kick directly broke 3 of Ji Boda's ribs. Scarlet blood spurted out like no money. Xia Ruyan was dumbfounded by this scene, standing frozen in place. She didn't react until Jibda was curled up in pain and thrashing around on the floor. You're crazy. This is the sheriff's office. How dare you make a move here? Believe it or not, I'll sue you? At these words, Xia Bingyao's face also turned cold, got up, walked around the table, and came in front of Xia Ruyan. Without hesitation, it was a slap, straight down. For a moment, Xia Ruyan was slapped dizzily and covered her cheeks. Bitch, don't you dare. Before the words were finished, Xia Ruyan was viciously grabbed by Xia Bingyao's hair and slapped hard again, directly slapping her to crawl on the ground. Then without mercy, he stomped on Xia Ruyan's face. I don't mind helping you if you have a bad mouth. Crazy. You are all crazy. Not afraid of going to jail? Ji Boda covered his chest and didn't even have the strength to stand up. Qin Mo put his hands in his pockets and smiled. What? Are you going to sue me? Is there evidence? You have surveillance here. Ji Boda gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. Clever, but don't you know that electronic devices will run out of power? Jibda was in shock. This guy is simply lawless. What the hell does he want? On the other side, Xia Bingyao ruthlessly stepped on Xia Ruyan twice before releasing her. The sharp pain caused Xia Ruyan's cheeks to start twitching. Horror had covered her eyes. Mr. Qin, slowly bracing herself, she looked at Qin Mo. Obviously here, Qin Mo is the head. Xia Bingyao is just a deputy. Therefore, she was curious to know why exactly Qin Mo wanted to deal with her. Mr. Qin, I ask myself that I have not offended you. Why did you? Qin Mo waved his hand to interrupt and pointed at Su Zian, who had been standing at the side. Don't talk nonsense to me. If there's anything, talk to him. Then he added toward Su Zian, now that the people are here, didn't you say that you wanted them to taste what you've suffered as well? Be my guest. You'll be fine today even if you give someone a beating. When Su Zian sniffed, his fists unconsciously clenched. At first he was afraid of the two men out of instinct, but now that the situation has been reversed, and he's the one left standing, little by little, the fear inside was being erased. Hatred welled up in his heart, and he couldn't wait to eat Jibda alive. With that in mind, Su Zian stepped forward. Wait. Abruptly, Qin Mo called out to Su Zian, then threw a tight stick at him. How pointless to use this empty-handed. Chapter 28, You, dare you hit me? With a tight stick in hand, the world is mine. In front of this absolute advantage, even Su Zian suppressed the fear and panic within his heart. He didn't know what the two of them, Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao, were really from, but since they dared to take the lead, it proves that even if this is the sheriff's department, and no one will come to get them, with all of his concerns out of his head, Su Zian couldn't care less. Carrying a tight stick, Su Zian quickly stepped forward, a fierce light bursting from his eyes. You dare to hit me? Jibodox covered his chest and leaned against the wall. There was fear in his eyes, but that was because Chin Mo was still here. This guy, he's probably not a small guy, or else he wouldn't dare to commit a blatant murder at the sheriff's department. However, that didn't mean he would be afraid of Su Zian. How could this loser dare to hit him? Wasn't he afraid that he would send him back to the Academy of Male Virtue afterward? I should just beat you to death. Su Zian had already reddened his eyes long ago, without any hesitation at all. He lifted the tight stick and knocked it fiercely towards Jiboda's back. The sturdy and tight stick was slightly elastic, and when it hit a person's body, it would not show too obvious injuries, but it would cause extremely serious internal injuries. You know, even in the Iron Brotherhood, cannot resist the greeting of 3 tight sticks. How could Jibda, already injured, possibly withstand it? As soon as the stick went down, hysterical cries of pain rang out, echoing through the closed interrogation room. But that's not enough. Listening to Jiboda's screams, Su Zian felt like he was thinking back to the person he once was. He had screamed so much under inhuman torture, pleaded for help, cried out in pain, but none of them paid any attention to him. And now, no one will come to Jibda's rescue. Bang! 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 The dull thud of a tight stick striking flesh echoed. Jibda's screams also began to grow weaker and weaker. Su Zian was like a madman. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Shin Mo and also Xia Bingyao had already retreated to the back and quietly watched the scene. And Xia Ruyan, who had been slapped twice by Xia Bingyao earlier, also reddened her eyes and shouted towards Su Zian. Su Zian, that's enough. Xia Ruyan was getting mad. Is Su Zian's brain caught in a door today? How dare you help an outsider against you? And it was surprising how hard it was to come down on Jibda. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Su Zian's flailing arm. I said, stop it. Stopped by Xia Ruyan. Su Zian fiercely turned his gaze towards Xia Ruyan. What kind of eyes are those? Xia Ruyan had never seen Su Zian show her such a look before. Anger, hatred, despair, aggression. In the past, no matter how he treated Su Zian, the gaze he looked at himself was filled with love. How did it come to this now? Hiddenly, Xia Ruyan felt a hint of heartache. Taking a deep breath. Zian, what do you want? How did you become like this today? And what can't you tell me properly? We are the ones who will be married in the future. Shin Mo and Xia Bingyao, who were watching from the sidelines, both laughed. Honestly, sometimes it's hard to know what's going on in the heads of these women's frequencies, full of love and affection, and doing things that are beyond beastly, torturing people into psychosis and talking about being married. And at this moment, Su Zian clenched his teeth, ignoring Jiboda, who was beaten and shrunk into a ball in the corner. A pair of eyes stared at Xia Ruyan dead in the face. With you? Have you listened carefully to what I've said? From before to now. When did you ever trust me? A year ago, I had a conflict with Jiboda. You never listened to my words. You would only believe Jiboda brainlessly, and even sent me to that place that can be called hell. Do you know what I've been through all year? Su Zian shouted towards Xia Ruyan in an almost hissing voice. Looking at the nearly maniacal Su Zian in front of her, Xia Ruyan's heart violently trembled. What do you mean? Is it hard to believe that those reports you made to the sheriff's department are true? Su Zian sucked in a breath of cool air, and even his steps became staggered. So, even now you think I'm lying? For some reason, looking at Su Zian at this moment, Xia Ruyan suddenly panicked a little, even hastily opened his mouth. No, I just thought that you made it all up in order to help them. You don't know. Xia Bingyao and I have a grudge, and all of our Xia family have a grudge. So, ha ha. Su Zian couldn't help but burst out laughing, but tears were hanging from the corners of his eyes. Yes, Mr. Shin and Mr. Xia have a grudge against you, and even the grudges, they know exactly what happened to me in the past year. While you, my fiancé, you don't know. He violently ripped off his shirt. The dense and hideous scars were displayed in front of Xia Ruyan's eyes. At this moment, Xia Ruyan could not help but helplessly red lips. How? Possible? Yeah, if it wasn't for my strong life, if it wasn't for my strong recovery ability, I would have died long ago, and it's all because of you. Su Zian's spittle sprayed on Xia Ruyan's face. This is not true. This is not true. Xia Ruyan took 2 steps back, eyes full of disbelief. Isn't that place an academy that teaches etiquette? And how dare they do this to you? She turned her head violently and looked at Shin Mo and Xia Bingyao. No, you guys did all this. You guys faked all this. Xia Bingyao, you have a cruel heart. Your happiness is ruined. Are you going to ruin mine too? Incorrigible. Shin Mo sighed. What you have in your head is indeed paste. Ironclad evidence has been laid out in front of you. That Jibda is on the verge of making your fiancé a psychopath, and you still think it's a hoax. It's pathetic. Speaking here, Chin Mo looked at Su Zian again. Also, are you a wimp? The person is in front of you and you're still dawdling around. Why don't you dare to fight her? Don't you dare stir up trouble here. Xiao Ruyan didn't believe that Su Zian dared to make a move against herself, and then turned to look at him. However, he suddenly realized that since Chin Mo's words had just fallen, Su Zian's face unexpectedly became ferocious. What do you want? You're going to hit me? She pointed at herself incredulously. The heartache she had just felt for Su Zian instantly disappeared. Vaguely irritated. How dare Su Zian? This matter? I don't know anything about it. If you are really aggrieved, you believe me, I will find out. If it's really related to Jibda, I won't let him off the hook. Now that you've dropped the charges against us, what's the problem? Let's go home and talk slowly, okay? She tried to persuade Su Zian. You're really crazy. Su Zian couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Xiao Ruyan hard in the face. Chapter 29, A Loser. Xiao Ruyan froze. Su Zian actually really hit her. In the past, Su Zian could be said to have held her in his mouth for fear of melting, and in the palm of his hand for fear of dropping her. Don't say hit her, not even by speaking out loud to her. The former Su Zian loved her immensely, but now, feeling the hotness on her cheeks, although the force was not as strong as Xia Bingyao, the slap was like a slap into her heart, tightly gripping as if to rip it out of her chest, making her unable to breathe in pain. Tears blurred her vision as she stared at Su Zian. You actually, really dared to hit me? The voice carried an indescribable, unspoken aggravation. At this moment, Su Zian still wore an angry face. However, the eyes deliberately avoided Xiao Ruyan's direct gaze. Chin Mo, who was not far away, took in this scene. The corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer. Sure enough, some people just deserve to be abused. Master, doesn't this prove that deep in Su Zian's heart, he still loves Xiao Ruyan? The electronic voice of the system resounded within Chin Mo's mind. Love? Love what love? This is being a. Chin Mo sneered. This guy Su Zian, but deep down, he believed that Xiao Ruyan subjectively did not mean to harm him. Therefore, it's just a matter of thinking that Xiao Ruyan still loves him. Thinking that Xiao Ruyan was just compelled by someone. That slap just now was also because of the anger in her heart, and the eyes dodging. It's just a feeling that Xiao Ruyan still loves him, and the inner dog-licking thoughts are activated again. But, Xiao Ruyan was indeed coaxed by Ji Boda to do such things. Xiao Ruyan did in fact still love Su Zian as well. Really? Chin Mo gently shook his head. Love is a complicated word that can't be explained in a few words. But, Xiao Ruyan was definitely not in love with Su Zian. It was just a matter of liking and even getting used to Su Zian's unconditional kindness to her and pampering her. If you really love someone, you won't be swayed by the words of others. In the end, a person like Xiao Ruyan would never love anyone at all. She could have caused today's situation because of Jiboda's tripe, and she could not trust Su Zian tomorrow because of other people, and other things. She loved, always, only herself. However, Chin Mo didn't make a sound. He wanted to see how the drama would develop in this scene. At this moment, Su Zian skimmed his head. No more. I don't want to trust you anymore. Once I trusted you, I was all over the place, and now, I'm really tired. You broke my heart. Xiao Ruyan covered her face, despite feeling aggrieved that Su Zian had dared to hit herself. But still, he was defending himself. Zian, you really believe me, okay? I didn't know things would get like this. I also have absolutely no idea which academy would even treat you like this. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for you. Whoever hurt you like this, I will definitely make the other party pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Su Zian took a deep breath. Fine, then you use the same approach to Ji Boda and yourself. If it weren't for you, how would I have suffered? Ji Boda. But, Xiao Ruyan looked at Ji Boda who was lying on the ground trembling. Ji Boda also slowly raised his head. Ruyan, I don't know I just heard about that academy, but I really didn't know that it would be like this within the academy. You really don't know? Su Zian turned his head, storming towards Ji Boda. He roared angrily. I really don't know. Jiboda shook his head in aggravation. In the beginning, it was clearly you who told me to stay away from Ruyan, and threatened me, or else you'd let me eat my words. The day I was sent to the Academy of Male Virtue, it was also you and the dean of wherever who made a point of taking good care of me. And you're now saying you didn't know? Jiboda shook his head one after another. Slander. This is slander. Ruyan, believe me, this matter really has nothing to do with me. Xiao Ruyan's eyes constantly flowed over the two men, and at this moment, she didn't even know who exactly she should trust anymore. On the contrary, it was Chin Mo on the side whose brain hurt from listening. Alright, grind it out. I'm so sick of it. What's the point of arguing? Su Zian, I asked you to come here so that you could take revenge, not so that you could push around like a pussy. What's the point of yes or no? Chin Mo disdainfully skimmed his mouth. This kind of thing, as long as one wants to investigate, even the Xia family can easily find out. In the end, it's just a matter of people. Xia Ruyan fiercely looked at Qin Mo, burning with rage. Damn it, don't spit blood where you are. The control is a bit too wide, isn't it? When these words came out, Qin Mo's gaze instantly went cold. How long had it been since anyone had dared to talk to him like that these days? Not only him, Xia Bingyao on the side was also displeased. Qin Mo was the most important person in this world to her. It was the proud son of heaven who had stood at the peak since he was a child, and no one was qualified to be able to scold Qin Mo. Without any warning, he got up straight away, carrying the folding stool he had just been sitting on with a quick step forward. What are you doing? Xia Ruyan was a bit flustered and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. However, Xia Bingyao was too lazy to explain anything and directly greeted a folding stool towards Xia Bingyao's head. Bang! Instantly, blood spurted out. Xia Ruyan's entire body was jerked away like a gyroscope, as if the entire world had begun to blur. Qin Mo's eyelids jumped, then silently put back the pistol that was half pulled out of his arms. Bingyao, this niece's temper outside, was even hotter than she had imagined. Ruyan, Su Ziyan didn't expect Xia Bingyao to suddenly storm out. Startled as well, he didn't react until a touch of warmth tainted his cheek. That's Xia Ruyan's blood. Coldly, Su Ziyan felt a sharp pain inside. He doesn't know what's going on. Obviously, it was only right that he hated Xia Ruyan so much. Obviously, after this year of torture, he should have long ago not been in love with Xia Ruyan. But why? Looking at Xia Ruyan's hands, did his heart ache? Xia Bingyao ignored Su Ziyan's subtle expression. It seemed that he was not yet relieved. Clenching the folding stool in his hand, his original petite and cute face in front of Qin Mo became incomparably cold and merciless. Raising the folding stool high in the air, he mercilessly greeted Xia Ruyan towards her head. But just then a hand stopped the folding stool. It's Su Ziyan. Xia Bingyao slowly raised her head and looked at Su Ziyan. What? Heartbroken? Su Ziyan was a bit embarrassed. Technically speaking, Qin Mo and also Xia Bingyao were here to help him. And now, but the inner torment still made Su Ziyan speak. No, it's just this one. It already hurts. She's just a girl. She can't resist. Ha! Xia Bingyao laughed disdainfully. Then, violently, he pulled the folding stool out of Su Ziyan's hands. Xia Bingyao was a genius. Even in this aspect of martial arts practice, she was a genius that had been recognized by Long Zhantian and other experts. How could Su Ziyan possibly react to the violent outburst of force? The folding stool was instantly dislodged, followed by a folding stool that viciously smacked Su Ziyan's face. Off. Punk! Su Ziyan was jerked over to the ground, and Xia Bingyao's eyes were filled with mockery. Sure enough, Qin Mo hadn't misjudged anyone, and people like Su Ziyan were nothing more than wimps, to put it bluntly. All of them were tortured like this, but inside they were still thinking about the culprit. Let's just say that everything was deserved. After a folding stool jerked Su Ziyan away, Xia Bingyao once again locked her gaze on Xia Ruyan. No, don't. Xia Ruyan's blood flowed wildly from her forehead, and pleading flashed in her eyes. But Xia Bingyao wouldn't be impressed by this, and the folding stool raised high fell with a whistling wind. Bang! 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 The scene was extremely gory at one point. Xia Bingyao acted as if she didn't know how to keep her hands at all, and every folding stool slapped Xia Ruyan's face solidly. Blood had blurred the flesh. Xia Ruyan's wailing also gradually began to weaken, and even her breathing began to be intermittent. Ji Boda was even more like seeing some horrible devil, shrinking in the corner and shivering, not daring to say a word. Su Ziyan was lying on the ground, his mind full of chaos, already completely confused. This woman, she was crazier than he thought. In a trance, he looked toward Qin Mo, got up with difficulty, and came toward Qin Mo's side. Mr. Qin, quickly tell Mr. Xia to stop. I won't retaliate. You guys let them go, please. At this moment, Su Ziyan lowered his head towards Qin Mo. Tears were welling up in his eyes and his body was shaking. Qin Mo rolled his eyes, then directly kicked him away. Don't bother me with the theater. Then gazed at him coldly. I have to say, you really deserve it. A loser. Chapter 30, arriving at a wonderful place. You're telling me you regret it? Even after being scolded by Qin Mo so close to his face, Su Ziyan still didn't have any retort, and he gritted his teeth as he was kicked to the ground. Xia Ruyan's increasingly faint muffled grunts came from her ears. Inside, it was like a knife stabbing hard into his heart. Yes, he did suffer this past year, even tortured beyond recognition. He asked himself. At that time, his heart did hold a monstrous hatred for Xia Ruyan. He hated to let Xia Ruyan also taste the suffering he had endured. However, it was not until he knew that Xia Ruyan did not know the true nature of Witch Academy, that this mood faltered. When he had just slapped down that slap, he looked at Xia Ruyan's pitiful face. Su Ziyan had to admit that he had gone soft. In the end, This matter is not Xiao Ruyan's fault, is it? Blame it on Jibda's deviousness. Yes, it's because of Jibda's deviousness and cunning. That's why we're in this situation today. He and Xiao Ruyan were both victims. The beautiful moments that he had once had with Xiao Ruyan could not help but appear in his mind. If it wasn't for Jibota's appearance, perhaps today they would still be living happily ever after as they did before? He himself would not have been blinded by hatred for a moment, inviting Qin Mo and also Xia Bingyao to intervene in this matter. Then, at this moment Xiao Ruyan would not have suffered such inhumane treatment. Thinking of this, Su Ziyan's heart was like a knife. Can't wait to slap myself twice. He trembled and climbed up, kneeling directly in front of Qin Mo, heads buried in the ground, voice choked from crying. Mr. Qin, you are right. I am a wimp. I don't want revenge. Enough already. Really enough already. Please, have mercy and let Ruyan go. Qin Mo gazed at this scene without half a movement in his heart. It's even a little funny. Indeed, such people are not worth saving at all. He's a lickspittle to the bone. It belongs to the category of girlfriend abuses me 1,000 times. I treat my girlfriend like my first love. The guy who cheats on his girlfriend and has to help push him in the back. It's not like anyone else just sweetens the pot a little bit by saying they didn't mean it, and all past hurts can be forgotten. Even groveling and kneeling here, praying for Qin Mo to let Xiao Ruyan go? Even the system was a bit softened, as an electronic tone sounded in Qin Mo's mind. Master, why are you doing this? Xiao Ruyan has Su Ziyan in her heart, and Su Ziyan deep down, also still deeply loves Xiao Ruyan, or, to this point, it is not impossible to fulfill them. It ends here? Qin Mo laughed. The same responded within his mind. Are you feeling comfortable with the way things have been going lately? The system snapped, vaguely feeling a chill. Master, go to the small dark room for a few days. Qin Mo didn't give the system any chance and directly blocked all of the system's senses. Indeed, Su Ziyan was pitiful in this state. But, so what? What do you think Qin Mo is? He's at your beck and call? Are you kidding me? The reason why Qin Mo wanted to intervene in this matter was simple. It's just unpleasant to watch. Life on Earth is all about an open mind. I've set up the ING stage for you and rehearsed the script for you. And then, when it comes to the climax, you tell me you're not playing? You're even going to tear down my stage? That's not as easy as it sounds. Qin Mo bent down slightly. Don't forget, you signed a contract with me. He grabbed Su Ziyan's head and forcefully boarded it in Xiao Ruyan's direction, letting him look hard at Xiao Ruyan's miserable condition. He slowly opened his mouth. The content of the contract is to make life worse than death for these two dogs. Su Ziyan could not argue with Qin Mo. Those eyes revealed panic. I want to change the content. Let Xiao Ruyan go. As long as Jibota alone pays the price. It's me who misunderstood Ruyan. Are you kidding me? Qin Mo shook his head. Once a contract is set, no one can change it, only fulfill it. I'm a businessman and I don't like to break contracts. Su Ziyan was trembling, but he still wryly said, but, businessmen also have defaults, don't they? One only needs to pay enough money for breach of contract. So, what do you think? What are you able to pay me? Everything I have, as long as I can get it out, I'll give it to you, even if you want my life. At this moment, Su Ziyan completely strengthened his heart. However, the words that came out made Qin Mo almost fail to tense up. Your life? Yes, my life. What do I need your life as a lickspittle for? Don't be ridiculous. Your life isn't worth much. But weren't you kidding when you said something about wanting my physique? Qin Mo didn't answer, but only gave him a meaningful look. The corners of his mouth curved up in an arc, causing Su Ziyan's head to fill with fog while a touch of unknowing fear welled up within him. It's weird, like a lamb being stalked by wolves. And at this moment, Xiao Ruyan's entire body was dying, half dead. Only then did Xiao Ruyan stop. She understood that even though the Qin family was powerful, some things were always still red herrings. Qin Mo could bring her here to fool around, but this was never a prison. It's a place where people get killed, and it's an age where information is so advanced, and the other person is the daughter of a powerful family. Things will end badly then. The bloodstained folding stool was casually discarded on the floor. Xia Bingyao wiped a handful of bloodstains on her face. That's Xiao Ruyan's. Rather disgustingly, he wiped it clean with a paper towel. Then he coldly glanced at Jibota, who was cowering in the corner not far away and was about to pee in fear. Opening his mouth, he said, "Don't worry, I'm too lazy to move you. I'll get my hands dirty." However, since the young master said that he would make your lives worse than death, he will naturally do it. She clapped her hands. At once, two sheriff's department officers came in at the door. Look at this scene of misery at the scene. Both staff members couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xiao Ruyan on the ground. Where could she still see her previous beauty? Bloodied and twisted. He was probably down to his last breath. The originator of all this, Xia Bingyao, however, still had a calm face, as if nothing had happened, and said, I'll leave it to you guys. This man, she pointed to Jibda, who was cowering in the corner. Let's just throw it in the cells of those horny prisoners, even though they are prisoners, but even two have to give out some welfare, right? The two staff members nodded their heads in a hurry. Understood, understood. At this moment, G. Boda only felt a chill in his chrysanthemums and was completely nonchalant. He was no fool and naturally understood what exactly Xia Bingyao was talking about. No, don't, you can't do this to me. Two staff members stepped forward and set Jibda up left and right. Wait, little king, we had dinner together. Have you forgotten? You can't take me to a place like that. Anli, do you remember? You also received $50,000 from me. Have you all forgotten? Let go of me, or else my G family won't let you go. Only, no matter how much Jibda shouted, climbed up the ladder and threatened. However, the two staff members continued to keep their mouths shut, not even daring to have any interaction with Jibda. The G family? Maybe it could be on the stage in Magic City, but it still had to speak politely when facing their director. But who is Chin Mo? Even the director has to do whatever he says. How dare they mess with it? Chapter 31, Stalking Me? You're really drifting. Jibda was taken straight away, and what awaited him next would be an experience like no other. And then there was Xiao Ruyan, almost on the verge of death, with more out of breath than in. He was therefore taken to the infirmary for emergency treatment. Xiao Ruyan can't die inside the sheriff's office, or there will be serious consequences. However, being beaten like this, disfigured and crippled, is unavoidable. After doing this, Xiao Bingyao took a step to Qin Mo's side. She knew that she was able to one day personally take revenge like Xiao Ruyan and take revenge on the Xiao family, all because of this man in front of her. If not him, maybe Xiao Bingyao died that winter 3 years ago? It was also because of Qin Mo that she had the chance to be able to cure her eyes, with the opportunity to learn and practice martial arts, with the opportunity to be able to stand here today and take revenge on the family members who had hurt her. Sometimes words of gratitude don't need to be said. Qin Mo didn't like this either. Therefore, Xiao Bingyao just slightly raised her smile and asked Qin Mo for a hug. She knew that all her life, she was Qin Mo's person. No matter if it was up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire, no matter what, she would follow Qin Mo until the day she died. Alright, things aren't over yet. Qin Mo let go of Xiao Bingyao and realized that this niece's eyes had been red since she didn't know when. Pursing her lips, Xiao Bingyao gently nodded. Yes, it's not over yet. Xiao Ruyan was solved, but the Xia family still exists. That Xia Hongjun, who abandoned his wife and daughter, is still alive, and that mistress Su Mucheng, who tormented her for more than 10 years, is also still alive. In the midst of this act of vengeance, they won't be able to escape either. Let's go then, to send the Xia family on their way. Xiao Bingyao risked Qin Mo's wrist and followed and left the security bureau. As for Su Zian, he hadn't finished his play yet. He had to see Xiao Ruyan and Ji Boda end up worse than death, as well as the destruction of the Xia family. Only in this way could the contract set by Qin Mo and Su Zian be completed. At that time, Qin Mo would be able to get Su Zian's special physique that was different from the norm. So even though this is a play he already regrets and already wants to give up, but there was no way to resist. After leaving the security bureau, one could see Long Zhantian waiting at the entrance from afar. Are things done? Qin Mo inquired. In the past 3 years since Xiao Bingyao left, although she was abroad, she had been commissioning secret investigations into Xia Hongjuan's theft of the family property of Xiao Bingyao's biological mother, Su Qiuya. Nowadays all kinds of evidence have been collected long ago. Taking advantage of the fact that Qin Mo and the others were watching the show just now, Bai Long Zhantian handed it over to director by urging him to file the case as soon as possible. This would make it easier for Xia Bingyao to get back everything in the Xia family in a reasonable and legal manner. Young master, are you still not assured of my work? Everything has been taken care of. All the assets under Xia Hongjuan's name are applying for freezing. Now, I'm afraid that old thing in the Xia family is already jumping around in a hurry. Right? Go, take a look, Qin Mo said. Long Zhantian immediately opened the backseat door for Qin Mo. Holding Xia Bingyao's small hand, the two of them got into the car. Long Zhantian continued to fulfill his part-time job as a chauffeur and sat inside the main driver. With a roar of the engine, Qin Mo's exclusive car drove out of the parking lot of the security bureau, started driving towards the Xia family's villa. Young master, where's Su Zian? Isn't that guy with us? On the way, Long Zhantian, who hadn't seen Su Zian, inquired with some doubt. Su Zian? Qin Mo looked out the window, full of concern. Don't mention that dead-licking dog to me, waste my mood. Dead-licking dog? So, that guy won't forgive Xiao Ruyan, right? That guy, thinks that Xiao Ruyan is innocent and was coaxed. Speaking of this, Xia Bingyao also laughed, but he doesn't think about it. Ji Boda made up such a clumsy lie that Xiao Ruyan could believe it, and actually expects Xiao Ruyan to love him? Long Zhantian shook his head. TSK, This person is sick in the head, right? That's all forgiven? He too made up? And well, that's not true. It is estimated that there is still almost a process, Shin Mo said. Long Zhantian asked with some curiosity, what's the difference? Car accident, kidnapping, getting stabbed or something like that? It feels somewhat familiar. Long Zhantian spat. Indeed. Isn't this kind of drama a home run for most bitter dramas? The hero and heroine have a misunderstanding over some issues. Then this time, it's always the second man, or the second woman, who plots to kidnap them together. Or maybe it was a car accident. Then, let the hero and heroine recognize themselves in this situation. After that, all the damage that had been done was erased. The two got back together and lived a happy and fulfilling life. In his previous life, Shin Mo hadn't watched many of those abusive short dramas, and he was about to vomit from watching this kind of routine. A few people were having a conversation. Suddenly, Long Zhantian looked like he had discovered something. Said the young master, "Young master, it seems like something is wrong with the situation. There are cars following us behind." Through the rearview mirror, Long Zhantian accurately pinpointed the several cars following behind their car from amongst the flurry of traffic. Just now they've gone through several corners. The traffic in the neighborhood has changed several times, but these cars are always there. This basically confirms that the cars are coming at them. As soon as he thought of this, Long Zhantian's eyes immediately became sharp. Initial estimation, there are 4 cars that have been following us. Analyzing by model, 1 2-seater sports car, 3 5-seater cross-country, and there will be around 15 to 20 people at full capacity. Young master, should we tackle them? As the specter that once terrorized men on the battlefield, the Dragon King, Long Zhantian had absolute confidence that he could manage to fight 1 against 100. At most, there were only 20 people, and in his opinion, they did not pose any threat at all. Not to mention, there are weapons of mass destruction on this vehicle. Following us? Shin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. They had come to the Magic City in just 1 day, and in such a short period of time, they hadn't gone to cause any trouble at all. That is to say, the person who came must have had a problem with them, and the only person with a passing. It's either the Ji family or the Xia family, and the Xia family is struggling to protect itself right now, which means this is someone from the Ji family. Ha, interesting. It looks like the guys aren't lunch pails either, and have realized that their baby boy's arrest is our connection. After a pause, a fierce light flashed in Shin Mo's eyes. Then find a remote place and settle them. Let's go. Long Zhantian stepped on the gas. There was a deafening roar as the car drove through a flurry of traffic toward the countryside. In the back, above a supercar, the man in the suit raised an eyebrow. It's accelerating. Get after it. Damn. Dare to sue my brother? They must be made to pay today. Chapter 32, A Strong Dragon Cannot Suppress a Snake? In the early hours of this morning, the Ji family in Mordor received the message that their youngest son, Ji Boda, had been arrested. The Ji family was first stunned, as the local gentry of the Magic City, who would not give them face in this part of Mordor, even if he did make a mistake. With the Ji family's energy, he would only need to dredge up some connections and pay a small price. It would be easy to set this thing right. Even for a felony like murder, you can find a scapegoat. Where would you like to be today, when the sheriff's department arrests people without a word? If it wasn't for the Xia family's Su Muching coming to inform them, they wouldn't even know about it yet. Immediately, the elders of the Ji family immediately went to find out the origin of this matter, even tried to fish people out with the same thing they used to do to ease relations. But, it was not to be. The incident was more involved than they could have imagined. Officials who used to be friends with the Ji family either simply brushed off the relationship or asked questions, tried to go to the sheriff's department to put pressure on them. But Chief White of the sheriff's department didn't give a damn about them. Don't even talk about pressure. You're not even allowed to visit. On the grounds that Jibda has as many as 24 charges against him? 24? When Ji's father heard the news, the sky fell. The Ji family also thought about getting help from their close friends, the Magic City executives. But surprisingly, all they got was a serious warning. What favor? Don't talk nonsense. I've always been a helper, never a favor to anyone, and this incident is not under my control, so please find another way. Besides, next time, please make an appointment with my secretary. So, the Ji family was horrified to find that the people couldn't be fished out. Moreover, listening to the meaning of his words, this was completely clearing the relationship with the Ji family. Ji's father wasn't a fool. He understood that this was someone targeting the Ji family, and it wasn't a secret that Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao came to Magic City. There was no intention to hide it, so anyone who cared to look into it would be able to find out. It was Qin Mo who reported Jibda. This led to this series of events. Qin Mo. What does that represent? It's the Qin family of the imperial capital. Father Ji couldn't figure out what kind of beef the Ji family had with the Qin family. Why would the Qin family suddenly target the Ji family? But no matter what, if the opponent was Qin Mo, Father Ji wouldn't dare to make a move for the time being. But, not everyone thinks the same way. Ji Boda's brother, Ji Bo Chang, thinks otherwise. Compared to the sinister and timid Ji Boda, Ji Bo Chang's temper is even more fiery, doing things recklessly, and living as a luxury dude. Therefore, after learning about this matter, the Ji wrestling chief was enraged, feeling that the face of the Ji family had been ruthlessly stepped on by Qin Mo. He's not convinced. After all, what kind of power does Qin Mo have in the Magic City? Even if Qin Mo was the fierce dragon of the imperial capital, his Ji family was also the groundbreaking snake of the magic capital. The principle that a strong dragon is not as strong as a snake in the ground has been going on for thousands of years. Plus, even though the Qin family was the #1 family in the imperial capital, so what? He still didn't put the #1 family in the magic capital in his eyes. We're all giants. How big can the gap be? Why should I be afraid of you? Moreover, the Xia family's wife, Su Muqing, strongly agreed with his idea. So, as soon as the day dawned, Ji wrestling chief found an excuse to leave, and gathered a group of people he had raised, in conjunction with Su Muqing, with the intention of giving Qin Mo a little lesson. Let him know that this is the Magic City, not a place where Qin Mo could be arrogant. The luxury sedan drove into an abandoned factory in the suburbs and slowly stopped. Immediately afterward, the car door opened and Qin Mo, Xia Bingyao, and Long Zhantian got out of the car. Still not here? Qin Mo casually lit a cigarette as he gazed into the distance. As for Long Zhantian, who was on the side, he had already opened the trunk, and then, from it, he raised an assault rifle and hid it within his trench coat. This world had a high degree of similarity to Qin Mo's world in his previous life though, but a lot of the fine print isn't the same. Between swallowing the clouds and spitting out the mist, Qin Mo was able to clearly see the dust flying above the mountainous road not far away. A racy red supercar was traveling at the front of the pack. Behind them, the followers were 5 off-road. The roar from the car's engine could be felt from a distance. It wasn't long before the sound of tires scraping the ground accompanied the sound. Dense crowds swarmed from car to car, lifted the trunk and copied out a ringed machete. Resisting on his shoulders, he surrounded towards Qin Mo and the others. The first man, hair rubbed with hair wax and a rampant face, satchel trenchcoat in a pen, high-fashion suit, biting a cigar, striding in the forefront. And beside him was the woman in a blue and white cheongsam, graceful, still weathered despite the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Su Muqing. A crowd of people completely blocked the retreat of Qin Mo's people. Ji wrestle leader's gaze swept over the 3 Qin Mo in front of him. The corners of his mouth slowly rose as he slowly clamped down the cigar, which was thicker than the tip of his finger, and exhaled a mouthful of scented smoke. You, are Qin Mo? He opened his mouth and asked. It's me. What are you guys up to? Qin Mo calmly inquired without blushing. Wrestlemaster Ji laughed. How dare you ask me what for? I'd like to ask you how you dared to report the sheriff's department for my brother's arrest, and my daughter Xia Ruyan. Su Muqing said helpfully. Ji Boda is your brother? A flash of realization flashed through Qin Mo's eyes. Wrestlemaster Ji seemed to feel a bit dissatisfied with Qin Mo's so calm touch. In the past, no matter who he faced, who dared not give him a third of his face? Damn it, you're so calm. Are you looking down on me? Or do you think, don't dare to touch you? Don't give me that ing crap. I'm asking you, how dare you ah? Don't you know this is the Magic City? And then what? I need your permission to act in Mordor? Ha, I don't care if you do anything else, but if you touch my brother, you're not putting me, quarter wrestle leader, in your eyes. Oh, and then what? The quarter wrestling chief rounded his eyes. This person in front of him is a dead pig not afraid of boiling water? Or are you really sure you won't dare to do it? Thinking of this, wrestle leader Ji couldn't help but frown. I've inquired about your Qin family, and it is indeed very powerful in the imperial capital. This may also be the capital that allows you to be so grounded. But, get it straight, this is the magic capital, not the imperial capital where you run wild. If you come here, you're a dragon that has to be coiled for me, and a tiger that has to be nested for me. Don't stretch your hand too far, or I can keep you from leaving Mordor. Do you believe me? Wrestlemaster Ji bulged his eyes and said viciously towards Qin Mo. Qin Mo sneered. I can understand that you're threatening me now, right? Is that hard to understand? Ji wrestling chief was fearless. Then do you believe I can make you walk out of this abandoned factory? As the words fell, the pitch-black pistol was directly pulled out by Qin Mo and aimed directly at the Ji wrestling chief. Chapter 33, You won't like it if it's on. The blackened muzzle of the gun was aimed at the quarter wrestler. Not only that, Long Zhantian also stopped pretending. The submachine gun hidden under his trench coat was directly set up. Even Xia Bingyao pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Su Muqing. Almost out of instinct, Ji wrestling chief and the people behind Su Muqing all took a step back. Don't move. Whoever moves dies. Qin Mo spoke calmly. In that instant, everyone in the room panicked, especially Su Muqing. as a junior who was adopted by Xia Hongjun, although she had a little bit of heart, but where had she seen this kind of battle? Even her legs began to tremble. It was only until this moment that Su Muqing then noticed Xia Bingyao who was pointing a gun at her. Pupils snapped. "It's you?" Xia Bingyao raised her eyes to look at her, her eyes filled with coldness. "It's been a long time, Mom. Oh no, I should call you stepmother now, right?" Once the title was so shouted out, but there was no fear of the past, but instead, with undisguised hatred, Su Muqing's legs went a few points softer, but she also instantly understood why Qin Mo had taken action against the Xia family. The feelings are because Xia Bingyao has eaten Qin Mo this iron thigh ice. Bingyao, long time no see not only the eyes are also good, but also no such a big shot like Mr. Qin. Xia Bingyao sneered. "Yes, thanks to your blessings, otherwise where would I have had the chance to get to know young master?" Young master? Couldn't it be that Xia Bingyao sold her body to Qin Mo as a way to ask for Qin Mo's help in taking revenge? Su Muqing thought a lot in her head. However, at the moment, being held at gunpoint, she didn't dare to say anything more. If it were in normal times, it would be absolutely necessary to make a sneering remark. Gently pulled the sleeve of the quarter wrestling chief on the side. They have a gun G wrestle leader stared at the few people in front of him with a deadly stare. He did panic just now. In fact, by all accounts, the people on their side were still good practitioners. There was no reason to be afraid of the three people in the area in front of him. But, reason is now in their hands. Anyone who is not afraid? This thing, it's called the equalizer of all beings. Quartermaster Wrestling had also completely missed the fact that the men had guns on them. However, after the initial panic, G wrestle leader calmed down. Truth be told, guns were something that was difficult, but not impossible for a gentry like them to get if they wanted to. But the point is, who the hell dares to walk around with this thing all over the street? That's like beating a lantern in a toilet. Looking for death? Therefore, Qin Mo's purpose of pulling out his gun was also famously clear. But he just wanted to scare himself and the others. Does he really dare to shoot? Once the gun goes off, it's murder with a gun. Who can afford that? Obviously, Qin Mo was trying to rely on this thing to threaten himself so that he would let him go. The sleeves of his coat were tugged by Su Muqing who was on the side. Wrestlemaster G gave her a reassuring look. Then, taking a deep drag on his cigar, his eyes suddenly became fierce. Mr. G, in all these years, has he ever been threatened by anyone? When have you ever been a wimp? When he got drunk and fought with the young master of the first family of Magic City, he was not even the slightest bit weak. How can you be afraid of an outsider guy? Not to mention, how could he wimp out at the moment in front of a bunch of his own minions? Exhaling tobacco-scented smoke, his mouth curled into a smirk. Threatening me with a gun? Ha, you've got some balls. Looks like you really don't want to go back to the imperial capital. Slamming the cigar to the ground, he crushed it with one foot. The quarter wrestler stepped forward. Putting his head, he pressed it against the front of Qin Mo's gun. A fierce gaze locked eyes with Qin Mo. Like a proud lion, certain of his victory, slowly spoke. If you don't have the guts, don't play hard to get for me. Bang! The muzzle of the gun spat out a deadly tongue of fire, and the sharp, ear-piercing sound echoed throughout the abandoned factory building. The air in this moment seemed to freeze. G wrestle leader's little brother, as well as Su Muqing on the side, all directly rounded their eyes at this moment. Dumbfounded, he looked at the quarter wrestling chief whose head had blossomed to the point of flying out. PSSST. The body of the quarter wrestler fell hard to the ground. Scarlet blood mixed with some white substance stained the ground. It all came so fast. It was also out of everyone's expectation. So much so that everyone was dumbfounded in place. 1 second. My little brother was still worshipping the quarter wrestling chief. That ruthlessness bowled them over from the bottom of their hearts. But the next second, it all went up in smoke. The gun. It was real loud. And the head of the quarter wrestler is really blossoming. After a few seconds of silence, Su Muqing was the first to let out a piercing scream. Qin Mo is a madman. He's really daring to shoot. For a moment, great fear gripped everyone present. The machete he was carrying in his hand fell to the ground. Despite the absolute superiority in numbers, there was only one thought in everyone's mind at the moment. Run. If we don't run, we'll have to answer for it. However, Long Zhantian as well as Xia Bingyao had already stared at them. The moment Qin Mo's gun went off, it represented a complete escalation of the crisis situation. In this case, they can counterattack without limit until the crisis is completely lifted. And naturally, this degree was also up to Qin Mo. So the two men didn't hesitate to shoot. The muzzles of the submachine guns spewed out a large number of bullets, harvesting the lives of everyone present as if they were harvesting wheat. Xia Bingyao was no better. This girl who had gone through hell and returned from rebirth had long since ceased to be the simple white girl she once was. Even if you kill someone, you won't have any psychological burden. The 9-round capacity was emptied in a short period of time, And by the way, Xia Bingyao also gave a shot to Su Muqing, who was lying on the ground holding her head and shivering, directly breaking the joint of its right leg. The immense pain caused Su Muqing to scream uncontrollably. The misery of the scene was more than enough to make her want to vomit, until after the last Ji family bodyguard fell to the ground. The pouring gunfire stopped then. Su Muqing's face was pale and she was trembling. You really dare to shoot ah? It is hard to imagine that a young woman in her 40s is shrinking at this moment like a little girl crying out. Qin Mo squatted down in front of her and patted her face with the gun. You see, this is where you guys falsely accuse me. Weren't you the ones who just said I didn't dare to shoot? Ugh, it's not like you guys are happy when it's really on. It seemed to have noticed one of Su Muqing's hands behind her back. Qin Mo grabbed it with one hand, found that she was reaching for her cell phone and turning on the dialing keypad. The number on it, it's the number for the sheriff's department. Want to sue me? Qin Mo looked straight at her. Su Muqing was so scared that her hands shook. Her voice choked. I accidentally pressed it. Only, Qin Mo, however, had a smile on his face and wasn't enraged as he calmly said, Don't bother, Su, I don't care. Handed the phone back to Su Muqing, but Su Muqing didn't dare to take it. God knows, Qin Mo would be completely out of line like he was just now. What if as soon as she took the phone, the next second a bullet went through her head? Che, if you don't sue, then I'll sue. Qin Mo threw his cell phone to Xia Bingyao. Contact the sheriff's department and have them here in 20 minutes. Chapter 34, Don't move. Be honest. At the security bureau, Director Bai was sitting leisurely in his office, drinking tea and listening to the reports of his subordinates. Ji Boda had already followed Qin Mo's instructions and thrown himself into a cell full of fierce men, and he made a point of explaining that he would take care of Jibda, based on specific staff meetings. At the sight of the tender-skinned Ji Boda, the eyes of the group of strong men at that time lit up. After being locked up for so long they were like a bunch of hungry beasts. Couldn't wait to partake of the lamb that had been brought to my door. As for Xia Ruyan, the injuries were so severe that he is still in a coma. In addition to this, there is the matter of the Xia family's Xia Hongjun along with his mistress Su Muqing persecuting Su Choya. The various evidence submitted by Long Zhantian was complete, enough to trip up the Xia family. Nowadays, all of Xia Hongjun's properties have been frozen, and there are even specialized personnel who have already gone to the Xia family to prepare to carry out arrests. All things are going well. Therefore, Director White was very happy, and after getting this done, it was almost a nail in the coffin. There might even be a chance to transfer back to the imperial capital. Yes, Director Bai's identity was equally uncomplicated, being the uncle of Qin Mo's best friend. By night, at that time, it would even be completely bound to the Qin family. Why not? You have to know that the Qin family is one of the opening players. Only, just as Chief White was thinking about the bright future, a staff member immediately rushed in anxiously. It's bad, Chief White. Something's wrong. Director Bayan hurriedly picked up his teacup and drank lightly while speaking faintly. Look at the way you're in a hurry. What does it look like? No. Within the abandoned factory building on the outskirts of the city, there was a terrorist attack of an extremely bad nature. Put. The boiling hot tea instantly gushed out, and Director Bai raised his head violently with disbelief in his eyes. What did you say? Just now, on the outskirts of the abandoned factory building, multiple people carrying anti-personnel weapons surrounded young Master Qin where he was. The call was also from young Master Qin, which is why I barged in to inform you without a report. Bam! The teapot in Director Bai's hand smashed directly onto the floor, splashing tea everywhere. But Secretary White was oblivious. The entire person was frozen in place, and in an instant, sweat covered his forehead. You mean, young Master Qin? Yes, the staff member responded timidly. At this moment, Director Bai was filled with only one thought. The sky is falling. If something really happened to Qin Mo in this realm, the Qin family in the imperial capital, that's crazy. When it comes to that time, not to mention tying up the Qin family's big boat, he will have to be jerked off. It took a good half a second for him to respond, and he slammed the table. Then what are you still standing here for? Send someone. We've responded quickly. The staff spoke in a hurry. Director Bai breathed a little sharply. No, I'll go myself. With that, he copied his jacket from the seat and was about to rush out. Halfway there, the angry man couldn't help but speak. Check for me. Give me a hard check. Are you kidding me? Who on earth has eaten a bear's heart? I understand. The staff member immediately obliged. Seeing this, Director Bai was no longer hesitant and hurriedly trotted out of the office with quick steps. Abandoned factory buildings in the suburbs. Blood flowed all over the place. Su Muqing covered her thighs and shivered as she cowered in the corner, eyes alert. He looked at Qin Mo and the others not far away. These three are crazy. Xia Bingyao is crazy. Long Zhantian is crazy. And that Qin Mo is even more of a crazy person. Killed so many people and didn't run away. Even lit a cigarette somewhere and had a laugh. Totally mentally challenged is the only way to go. Otherwise, one wouldn't be so grumpy as to say shoot. Ji Bo Chang's head was directly opened, plus Ji Bo Da was also arrested. It can be said that Qin Mo directly broke the fragrance of the Ji family. The Ji family won't let him go. Only, right now, she couldn't show any decision to go against Qin Mo. She was also afraid that Qin Mo would not care and directly take her out in one go at that time. So, one must hold one's breath until the sheriff's department arrives and all will be well. At that time, with the full support of the Ji family, coupled with the Xia family's energy, as well as this sentence of ironclad corpses at the scene, even if Qin Mo came from the imperial capital, it was impossible for him to get away. Only, Su Muqing, who anxiously ran to the Ji family yesterday to report the news, didn't know that her husband, at this moment, was thinking about how to run away. It wasn't long before the eye-catching and voluminous convoy appeared at the end of Su Muqing's line of sight. Those cloudy, still tear-stained eyes snapped open. Here we go. The sheriff's department is here. At this moment, Su Muqing was like seeing the dawn of hope. Strength came out of nowhere, strongly enduring the excruciating pain in his shot thigh, the moment the row of specialized cars stopped. Straight up. Help! Help! There are people killing people here. They're still trying to kill me. Please help me. Help me. Like an explosion of potential, Su Muqing limped, but her speed was strangely fast. Rushing to the side of the lead vehicle, he snapped and knelt directly where he was. A handful of tears and a snotty nose cried out in grief. The co-pilot, Chief White, was also baffled, but quickly got out of the car, saw the hellish scene in front of him, sprawled across the floor. There was even a guy in a suit with his head blown off. The three of them, Qin Mo, who worried him the most, were standing intact. For a moment, Director White breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Mo didn't get into trouble, which was simply a blessing in misfortune. Looking through the scene, it does appear that an extremely nasty attack took place here. More than a dozen people. No, perhaps I should say that it is more than a dozen vicious robbers, 4 or 5 cars, and surrounded Qin Mo within this unoccupied abandoned factory building. Each of them was even armed with more powerful anti-personnel weapons, long knives, probably trying to threaten, blackmail Qin Mo or something, or even assassinations, setting off chaos and such, but it was eventually rejected by the valiant young master of the Qin family, who was extremely escorted. Such behavior was bound to anger the group of robbers. In the end, Qin Mo and his group were forced to fight back in self-defense, killing more than a dozen bandits. In the first moment, Director Bai's mind had already figured out the whole thing. As for why Qin Mo had a gun in his hand, Secretary White stated that, "What gun? Where did you get a gun? Isn't that a slingshot?" And, in this world, it's not uncommon for those important people to have guns. He carries it with himself. Relieved, Director Bai finally stretched his brow. A smirk was then raised, directly crossing over Su Muqing, who was kneeling at the front of the car. He took a big step towards Qin Mo and then extended his hand, shaking hands with Qin Mo intimately. A look of concern flashed across his face. "Young Qin, you weren't scared, were you?" Su Muqing froze, staring blankly at Director Bai, who had crossed over her and instead showed kindness to Qin Mo and the others. Unable to resist, he spoke. "Director Bai, are you mistaken? I'm the victim. I'm the one being." Before she could finish her words, 2 people immediately directly clasped Su Muqing's hands, pressing it right down to the ground. "Don't move. Be honest, Su Muqing." Chapter 35, Black High Heels with Red Soles. The development of things was completely out of Su Muqing's expectations. She never expected that the sheriff's department, which she had worked so hard to hope for, would simply hold her down as soon as she arrived. And Qin Mo and the others, they were treated with courtesy? What a joke! How could this happen? Suppressed, she tried to argue, but the matter boiled down to this. Or did they take the initiative to find trouble with Qin Mo? Even, Qin Mo played a recording single-handedly in front of her. The content of the recording was a bunch of harsh words that Ji Bo Chang had put down to Qin Mo. "What? Don't think you can run wild here just because you're from the imperial capital. Do you believe I'll make you not leave the magic city?" That's almost enough to say it's ironclad. Even if Su Muqing was trying to retort, it was to no avail. Directly arrested on the spot, enduring her injuries, Su Muqing was brought back to the sheriff's office. Due to this matter, both the Ji, Xia families were involved, and thus, both suffered from the implication. Qin Mo was not a master of taking losses, although he was unharmed this time. What happened was what happened. Ji, Xia, the 2 families, for whatever reason, as long as they threatened Qin Mo, then there was no way Qin Mo would let them go. So, on this day, when Ji father was still going around begging his grandparents to meet Qin Mo so that he could fish out Ji Boda, suddenly I received news that the stock market had fallen off a cliff. In just one day, tens of millions of dollars in assets directly evaporated. Someone made a move on the Ji family. Ji's father, who had learned the news, was almost spitting blood from anger. But that's not all. Just after hanging up with his secretary, he got a call from his own wife. The caller cried and said with grief that their eldest son, Ji Bo Chang, died. In an instant, Ji's father only felt dizzy, and his entire body was a bit shaken up. Chief Ji Bo is dead? Although this oldest son was usually a jerk and caused trouble everywhere, but no matter what, it's his son, all his own flesh and blood. The youngest son, Jibda, is still incarcerated and does not know how much he is suffering. The oldest son himself was alright when he left home this morning. How come in the blink of an eye, the person is gone? What the hell happened? The person was fine. Why is he suddenly gone? On the other end of the phone, the woman's voice was choked with sobs. It's Bo Chang who brought people to find that Qin Mo in the imperial capital, saying that he wants to make Qin Mo pay. Results. Woo woo. Husband, you must avenge our son. You must avenge our son. Numb. Ji's father was completely numb. What did he just hear? Chief Ji Bo led the men to trouble Qin Mo? Are you kidding me? Didn't you say that you would handle this matter yourself? What kind of person is that Qin Mo? Not to mention Ji Bo Chang, an existence that even he, the head of the Ji family, didn't dare to mess with. What are you doing there as a second generation? And that's not all. Just as Ji's father was still feeling inner grief over the news, the door to his office was forcefully pushed open and a line of dozens of people barged right in. Ji Changming, right? The head security bureau employee pulled out an arrest warrant and slapped it on Ji Changming's desktop. We suspect you are involved in a terrorist attack. Please come with us. There was no room for resistance. Ji Changming was directly taken away. And within the security bureau, he didn't just meet Su Muqing, but even his own wife was brought here in one piece. What the hell is going on here? Ji Changming looked at his wife, his face full of confusion. I also don't know. They suddenly broke in, without any explanation. Caught me here. Ji Changming's wife is also completely confused about the situation, eyes full of fear. After associating it with Ji Bo Chang going to trouble Qin Mo, Ji Changming suddenly understood why his company's share price had fallen so miserably. This is clearly the imperial capital Qin family striking out. And, when it comes out, it's a complete no-holds-barred stance. The company is in trouble and they themselves have been caught here. And they say it's related to a terrorist incident? Even his own wife was arrested. Can it be that it's because of Ji Bo Chang's trouble with Qin Mo? At the thought of this, Ji Changming couldn't help but tremble. How scary is the background of this Qin Mo? The whole thing. Qin Mo didn't drop a sweat at all. On the contrary, his own son is dead. But Qin Mo didn't do anything at all. That's all, forget about it. 24 beating up 3 people does seem a bit outrageous. And there's nothing to be said for people fighting back without limits. But the point is, how can something like this be a terrorist event? Realize that once it's defined as horror, then this thing just needs lists. And he, as Jib Chang's father, is clearly on the list. At the thought of this, Ji Changming only felt his scalp tingle and his body tremble. This Qin Mo is definitely more than just a businessman, but the original cause of everything no longer had anything to do with him. He knew that the Ji family was finished. It's completely over. Not to mention the death of his son. Even he can't take the heat. Qin Mo would not let the family go. Taking a deep breath, Ji Changming was incomparably aggravated inside. From beginning to end, he did not have any conflict with Qin Mo. But, who let him raise 2 stupid sons? How can a person get into so much trouble? Ji Changming repented of his intestines are green. If you can, you should get the wall in the first place. It wasn't just the Ji family. Xia Hongjun couldn't run away either. After all, his wife Su Muqing was the one directly involved. However, Xia Hongjun was not as blindsided as Ji Changming. From the moment all his assets were frozen this morning, he realized that he was finished. In this case, there is only one way to go. Run. Getting out of Mordor quickly, on his way out of the country, was the only way he could do it. Fortunately, although the assets of the Xia family had been frozen, he still had many famous watches, as well as valuable gold and silver jewelry. Taking these with him, Xia Hongjun immediately planned to run away. Even Su Muqing wasn't going to give notice. It was just an aging mistress, and in a time of life and death, such a person wasn't worth his attention. As long as we leave this place, there may not be no opportunity to rise again in the future. Only, he hadn't noticed that behind him, there had been someone staring at him dead in the face. Whistling cars traveled over the road. Looking at the villa area behind him getting further and further away, Xia Hongjun's heart became more and more settled. The car roared violently as the gas pedal was pressed to the floor. Just, while passing through a deserted intersection, a speeding van with a manic honk rushed towards Xia Hongjun. It was all too sudden. Plus Xia Hongjun, who was already in a hurry to run away, didn't realize it the first time. The moment he reacted, boom! All he heard was a violent crash. The whole scene was a mess. Xia Hongjun collapsed helplessly in the middle of the car's tin, blood flowing continuously down his cheeks. consciousness began to blur. Xia Hongjun felt that his strength was getting weaker and weaker, and his eyelids began to get heavier and heavier. Out of nowhere, he heard the sound of a high heel stomping on the ground. Ta, 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 ta. It was a pair of black, red-soled heels, and the sight moved upward with difficulty. Xia Hongjun wanted to ask for help, only for a moment when his eyes locked onto the man's face. The plea for help got stuck in his throat and could no longer be uttered. Bing! Bing Yao? Xia Hongjun rounded his eyes and looked at the incredible figure in front of him. Xia Bingyao gazed coldly at the Xia Hongjun at this moment. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a mocking smile. Thanks for remembering me, father. Is this feeling familiar? Back in the day, my own mother, your wife, Guo, experienced this feeling. Chapter 36, It was just an accident. Xia Hongjun collapsed into the broken car, his entire body trapped inside. There was even an iron bar that pierced the small of his back. The blood kept seeping out. The air was laced with the pungent smell of gasoline. Apparently, the tank leaked under that impact just now. The situation is critical. Despite seeing Xia Bingyao once more, Xia Hongjun's heart was appalled, even fearful. Why did Xia Bingyao appear here? Was the crash linked to her? Is her eye ready? Revenge this time? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, at this life-threatening juncture, the only one who appeared here, Xia Bingyao, had become his last hope of surviving. No matter what Xia Bingyao was here for, he could only rely on Xia Bingyao in order to survive. The thought flashed by, and in an instant, Xia Hongjun hid the panic in his eyes. Instead, he revealed an incredulous, even moved look. Ice. Bingyao, is it really you? On the face that was twisted because of the pain, he actually squeezed out a hard smile. Bingyao, it's really you. I finally found you. You don't know how guilty I felt when you were kicked out by that Su Muching. Do you know that I've been looking for you all these years? Oh, looking for me? Xia Bingyao felt funny. She knew all too well how cold this man's heart was. And now this? Xia Bingyao would like to see Xia Hongjun, and what is the trouble? That's right. When that happened, please, it was me who was sorry for your mom and for you. I admit that I was indeed mesmerized by that Su Muching at that time, and that's why I had a one-night stand with her. But I do regret it. You know, all those things that happened afterward. It was Su Muching who relied on the child to threaten me. Xia Ruyan? Xia Bingyao asked coldly. Not only Xia Ruyan, but also you are, Bingyao. Xia Hongjun did not know where to get the strength to speak without breathing heavily. With a 10,000% guilt, his eyes gazed at Xia Bingyao. I know that you've been suffering from domestic violence from that crazy woman Su Muching, but I can't help it. That crazy woman, Su Muching, hates our family and has held your life hostage to me many times. If I dare to expose this or say one more word, she'll take your life. Later, after all this came to light, something happened to your mother, and it was also Su Muching who threatened to kill you and Ruyan if I didn't marry her. I have no choice. You are both my flesh and blood. I can only in fetching Su Muching into the family, and find a chance to send you away from that crazy Su Muching. Xia Hongjun was in pain, and tears fell as if they didn't want money. Bingyao, it's Dad who's useless. It's Dad who's sorry. His voice was choked and shaky. But, will you give me a chance? Give me a chance to make it up to you by taking Dad to the hospital first, okay? Xia Hongjun's tearful words silenced Xia Bingyao. She then looked through the car door and locked eyes with Xia Hongjun. The eyes were calm. No emotions could be seen. Bingyao, you don't believe me? Xia Hongjun's heart instantly sank to the bottom. But who knew that at this moment? Xia Bingyao suddenly laughed. Vermilion lips parted and spat out the word, faith. You really believe me? Xia Hongjun was delighted. Of course. Xia Bingyao's smile became a few points sweeter. I believe in your acting skills. Otherwise, how could you have fooled my mom in the first place? At these words, Xia Hongjun's expression stiffened. Bingyao, you. Suddenly, Xia Bingyao grabbed Xia Hongjun's neck. Green veins rippled on Xia Hongjun's forehead. The sensation of not being able to breathe flowed throughout his body, his eyes bulging with death. Staring at Xia Bingyao, who was gritting her teeth at the moment. Xia Hongjun, I have to admire your brain, to come up with such a set of words even at this time. In the beginning, you were nothing more than a phoenix man who chose to pursue my mom because he coveted her family fortune. And it's my mom's fault that she met a devil like you. I haven't forgotten a single bit of the damage you and that mistress of yours and the mistress's daughter have brought to us mother and daughter over the years. Xia Bingyao's hand was getting harder and harder. The feeling of suffocation made Xia Hongjun subconsciously start struggling. The whole face was suffocatingly red. Stammering and murmuring, let me go. I'm your father. Yes, when I was tortured and even beaten to the point of blindness, why didn't you think of me as your daughter? Xia Bingyao sneered. Then he violently released Xia Hongjun. Cough. The infusion of fresh air brought Xia Hongjun back to life. He covered his neck and couldn't stop coughing. Unable to help himself, he angrily opened his mouth and angrily rebuked. Bingyao. In any case, I am your father. You are treasonous. Xia Bingyao clapped her hands, then calmly gazed at Xia Hongjun, then sneered. No more acting? It doesn't matter. No matter what, you won't be able to leave alive today anyway. As she spoke, Xia Bingyao pulled out a box of matches from her clothes bag. The breeze blew by, the smell of leaking gasoline on the wind. In an instant, Xia Hongjun instantly understood Xia Bingyao's intentions. Unable to resist, his eyes rounded and his body exploded in sweat. Xia Bingyao, do you want to kill someone? He couldn't help but shout. Murder? Xia Bingyao gently shook her head. It was merely an accident. Calm words, paired with Xia Bingyao's indifferent expression. It really scares Xia Hongjun. Scared to the point of trembling. Xia Bingyao was crazy. The expression on her face, she really dared to do it. Bingyao, listen to me. In the heat of the moment, Xia Hongjun hurriedly opened his mouth. It was my fault in the first place. I'm the one who apologized to you, mother and daughter. Xia family, this is the property your mother left behind. I'm giving it all to you. All of it? That's good, right? You get me out of this, and all the shares in my name. They're yours. Xia Hongjun is really afraid. His voice is with a crying tone. But, Xia Bingyao, however, gently shook her head. You're really old and confused. Kill you and these will be mine as well. No, you have to know that Xia Ruyan is also my daughter. She also has the right to inherit my inheritance. Xia Hongjun immediately retorted. All you have to do is get me out of here. I'll make a will, and I'll give it all to you. Xia Bingyao unhurriedly drew out a match and lit it under Xia Hongjun's horrified gaze. Xia Ruyan? She laughed disdainfully. You don't think, do you, that I will let her go? Xia Hongjun's heart violently trembled. And your old flame, Su Mucheng. Don't worry, I'll send them to you for a reunion soon after you go down. As the words fell, Xia Bingyao turned around and flicked the burning match in her hand. It landed in the middle of the spilled oil on the floor. Boom! The blazing fire burned instantly. Despair, in an instant, enveloped Xia Hongjun. He fought to call out to Xia Bingyao, but the sound of high heels treading on the ground faded away. And in contrast, the ferocious flames began to grow more and more frenzied. In a short time, it had ignited the back half of the car and was still expanding wildly towards the front half. Xia Hongjun was in a hurry, struggling frantically, and surprisingly actually broke free of the iron plate inserted into his body. A trembling hand touched the door handle as he tried to open the door, but because of the violent impact just now, the car door had long been deformed and stuck somewhere. The doorknob wouldn't even open. Despair completely spread all over Xia Hongjun's heart. He tried to climb out through the broken window, but his injured body could not support such a difficult maneuver. There was no time in for him to escape, either. The raging flames engulfed the entire body in no time. Soon, a rushing explosion resounded through the intersection. When rescuers arrived, all that was left at the scene was a pile of burning rubble and charred bodies. Chapter 37. If I say I'll reunite you, I won't go back on my word. Today, Xia Hongjun, the president of the city's outstanding entrepreneur Xia Group, was involved in a car accident and failed to rescue him, resulting in his death. On the news, there was a broadcast about Xia Hongjun's exploits. Xia Hongjun's death was defined as an accident. The crash was caused by the big rig's poor braking and resulted in a leaking gas tank. Eventually, a fire was started, and the victim Xia Hongjun, because the rescue was not in time, lived back burning to death. The moment this news was broadcast, Xia's group, on the board of directors, Xia Bingyao was dressed in a suit overskirt. Her feet stepped on high heels, living a strong woman's look. Standing above the board meeting, his cool gaze swept across the room. Xia Hongjun was my father, and now that Xia Hongjun is dead, the shares that belong to him will be inherited by me, which means that I'll have the final say in this company from today onwards. For a bunch of people from Xia's group, they are blindfolded. The group has just suffered a crisis and the stock is almost on the verge of going down. We haven't even discussed the countermeasures yet, but it turns out that the president of the group is directly killed in a car accident. Immediately after that, what emerged, instead of the well-known Xia Ruyan, was a Xia Bingyao that no one recognized, and that you have a legal right to inherit? What the hell is going on here? Also, can someone explain what's going on with these two? The group of shareholders looked towards Qin Mo, who was sitting at the first place, as well as Long Zhantian, who was standing at the side. Everyone was in a fog. Why are you looking at me? Didn't you hear what your new president said? Qin Mo's knuckles tapped on the desktop. Calm words, but with an undeniable flavor. A few people wanted to open their mouths to question Qin Mo, but when they met his eyes, they somehow wimped out inwardly. It was strange. Those eyes were so calm, but staring into them always sent chills down one's spine, as if one were gazing at a fierce tiger. In the end, Qin Mo was also the being in charge of the entire Qin clan group. The temperament cultivated by a long period of being in a high position is naturally not something that ordinary people can look at directly. and similar to the scale of the Xia group. In Qin Mo's eyes, it was not even comparable to a branch. This small scene is not even a concern. With Qin Mo helping to stand up, Xia Bingyao, who was participating in this kind of occasion for the first time, also quickly calmed down. An icy gaze swept across the room. Who's in favor? Who is against? After all, it's the directors of the company, the shareholders. Therefore, these people have a voice. At this time, an old man holding a walking stick sank in. Qin Mo. He didn't want a face, but Xia Bingyao he wasn't afraid of. Calmly, he opened his mouth. This young lady, if I remember correctly, Mr. Xia's daughter, should be called Xia Ruyan, right? Something happened to Mr. Xia, and his company, the equity, should also be inherited by Xia Ruyan? As a matter of course. Xia Bingyao looked at him. So, you're against it, right? I'm just puzzled. The old man was unassuming. Xia Ruyan has now been listed as a suspect and is now under investigation. Therefore, she is not entitled to any inheritance. And, there's one thing I need to clarify. As she spoke, she slapped a document on the table. Strictly speaking, everything Xia Hongjun owns is mine. He drove me away back then and took my mom's equity by illegal means, and that's how he got to where he is today. These are the proofs. I've already submitted them to the Security Bureau, and the verdict will come down soon, and at that time, no matter from that aspect, Xia's group will be inherited by me. The documents were passed out to everyone, and for a while, countless people couldn't help but let out gasps of surprise. Obviously, this document is a big shock to them. The old man also took a deep breath after reading it, his face a bit ugly. And this scene was captured by Qin Mo as well as Xia Bingyao. No matter what, Xia Hongjun had also run the Xia group for so many years, so he would naturally cultivate a group of beloved ones. Obviously, this old man was on Xia Hongjun's side. Qin Mo could see it, and Xia Bingyao naturally could see it as well. And it just so happens that the first order of business is to purge the entire staffing structure of the Xia group. Since, if this old gentleman is dissatisfied with my ascension to the throne, it's just as well that you've reached the age when you should retire. Step down. In view of the fact that you hold a certain amount of shares, I am now giving you two choices. Either, I will recover the shares in your hand according to the market price, or, you will pack up and go back to have a good lie down, and I won't give you any less of the dividends that belong to you. But again, if the company loses money, your money goes down the drain with it. Take your pick. Xia Bingyao's attitude was tough. These were all taught to her by Qin Mo. Those who are in power must be decisive in their means, and when they make a decision, they will suffer. Finishing speaking to the old man, Xia Bingyao then looked at all the directors present. The same goes for all of you. I don't have much time. I'll give you 5 minutes to decide. Again, it was because of this determination that everyone in the room was incredulous. Some people wanted to use seniority to pressure people, pointing out that Xia Bingyao was too ruthless. However, Xia Bingyao ignored it in the slightest, saying that 5 minutes was 5 minutes. In the end, there were many who chose to give up the shares in their hands. After all, the Xia group is facing very serious financial problems nowadays. Plus, Xia Hongjun is dead. This newly appointed Xia Bingyao is greasy again. They didn't think that following Xia Bingyao would end well. If you continue to hold the shares, if you can't save Xia's group at that time, then their money is really down the drain. No one wants to take that risk, but there are some who have chosen to stay, and these are the patriarchs who have been in the group for a long time now. It's the old man who followed the former Xiao Chua, people who are emotionally attached to this group. For these people, Xia Bingyao naturally welcomed them, until after all the equity transfer agreements have been signed. Only then did Xia Bingyao turn the topic to Qin Mo. Everyone, this is the president of the Imperial Capital Qin Group, Mr. Qin Mo. And next, Mr. Qin Mo will invest in our Xia Group by way of a capital injection as a way to get through the immediate difficulties. As Xia Bingyao's words fell, Qin Mo nodded gently towards the crowd. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized why Xia Bingyao had to bring two strangers with her when it was clearly the board of directors of the Xia clan. Feelings, this is not a ing stranger. This is simply the god of fortune. The Imperial Capital Qin Group. Who doesn't know the great name of this company? That's a behemoth that ranks high in the world. If we have the capital injection of the Qin Group, the immediate predicament is still called a predicament? It might even be possible for Xia's group to go to the next level. For a while, all those who chose to stick around were full of surprise and glad for their choice. The people who chose to leave, led by that old man, were all dumbfounded at this moment. An injection of capital from the Qin Group? This ing Xia's group is going to take off in place. So what did they just do? You voluntarily gave up your shares in the Xia Group? It should be known that the shares in their hands were sold at the market price, and nowadays, Xia's group's share price had fallen by 1,000 canes, which had led to the price at which they were sold being as cheap as the price of cabbages. Before and after, how much money was lost? They don't even dare to think about it. The old man was the first to be unable to hold back and slammed the table. Xia Bingyao, you're counting on us? Oh, counting? From what? Xia Bingyao laughed disdainfully. This can only be blamed on your poor vision, that's how it is in business. One wrong step leads to another. Alright, it's hard for me to explain to you. Now, you're no longer a member of this group. Please get out, or I'll call security to kick you out. Even though there were 10,000 grievances in their hearts, the words had been signed, and nothing was left to them. One could only leave the Xia group with endless remorse. At this point, Xia Bingyao completely mastered the Xia group, and Qin Mo also obtained a part of Xia group's shares by way of capital injection, becoming the second largest shareholder of the entire group. This was something that Qin Mo had discussed with Xia Bingyao before. Xia Bingyao even wanted to give all the shares she had in her hand to Qin Mo. According to Xia Bingyao's words, everything she had was Qin Mo's. If it wasn't for Qin Mo, she would have died a long time ago. Just some shares in the district. Moreover, she didn't want to stay here as the president. She only wanted to follow Qin Mo's side, which was enough. Only, Qin Mo didn't care about this. The shares of the Xia group were just a drop in the bucket for him. After all, it was left to her by Xia Bingyao's mother. Qin Mo's involvement in this group is purely because he wants to use the Xia group to open up the market in the Magic City, so that the Qin family's power can be extended to the Magic City. At the end of the day, he was a businessman, and after coming to Magic City for a spin, it wouldn't be fair to say that he didn't make some gains. The matter was roughly over, and Qin Mo had also set a trip back to the imperial capital in the morning. Xia Bingyao will also follow back. As for here, since Xia Bingyao didn't want to stay as the president, it would be enough to pick a talent from the Qin group to come over and manage at that time. Only, before that, there was one last thing left unfinished. That is, Xia Ruyan and Su Ziyan. On Su Ziyan's body, there was still the payment Qin Mo wanted. As for Xia Ruyan, Xia Bingyao is a person of good faith, said that he would help them to reunite the family down there. He will not break his word, and he must give them a neat piece to send them away. The night was dark and windy. Magic City First Hospital. Since Xia Ruyan was beaten a little too gruesomely earlier, the security bureau handled it slightly, and it didn't get much better. The sheriff's department is also afraid that Xia Ruyan will just hiccup. He was transferred to the hospital for treatment, and extra officers are here to keep watch. Late at night, when everyone is drifting off to sleep, a dark shadow silently sneaked inside the hospital's special ward. It's Su Ziyan. He tumbled in through the balcony window. Luckily it was on the second floor where there would have been no way for him to get in with his stature. Soon, he found Xia Ruyan lying on the bed. Ruyan, Ruyan. Su Ziyan gently shook Xia Ruyan. Xia Ruyan, who had just fallen asleep, opened her eyes in a daze. Ziyan? Shoo, don't make a sound. I'll show you out. Su Ziyan couldn't bear to see Xia Ruyan suffer such treatment. Today, he had tried to go to Director Bai and explained that he was not going to sue Xia Ruyan. Even, they all said that the Male Virtue Institute was the one they wanted to go to, and they only begged Secretary Pak not to be investigating the matter. Release Xia Ruyan. But, how is this possible? There were some things that weren't as simple as Su Ziyan thought. Thus, Su Ziyan, who had no choice, decided to directly take Xia Ruyan out of here, going abroad or wherever. Anyway, as long as the two of them were together, then he was sure that any difficulty could be overcome. Chapter 38. Here, in the middle of nowhere, unexpectedly, Su Ziyan didn't encounter any obstacles when he escaped from the hospital with Xia Ruyan. The two sheriff's department workers guarding the door had long ago dreamed of the week, didn't notice anything wrong at all. It wasn't until the moment they escaped from the hospital with Xia Ruyan on their backs that the two of them let out a sharp sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, he brought Xia Ruyan to the street, hit a cab parked in front of the hospital, and drove out of the hospital silently. The joy of a successful escape filled Su Ziyan's heart, not realizing that behind them, two pairs of eyes were silently watching them. It was two staff members of the sheriff's department. According to the original program, Xia Ruyan would be secretly executed after being tried and imprisoned in the special prison that Qin Mo had explained. However, no one had expected that Ji Bo Chang and also Su Mu Qing would have the audacity to dare to take action against Qin Mo in private. It also led to the fall of two large families. Xia Bingyao had also gotten everything in the Xia family in advance, so Xia Ruyan would have no use for her. Thus, not long ago, Long Zhantian found them and explained that someone would come to save Xia Ruyan later, and they only needed to turn a blind eye. That is, letting go first and catching back. That way, anything that happens in the interim is irrelevant to the sheriff's department. Just go back and wait for the notification. A staff member stretched out, not caring about the scene. It's all a game for those with power and influence. It's none of their business. They just need to do what they need to do. When the top brass tells them to release someone, they release them. When the top brass tells them to make an arrest, that's when they make an arrest. At the same time, the originator of all this, Long Zhantian was driving his car, carrying Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao, waiting behind the cab far away to watch the fun. In their car, a large LCD screen was showing surveillance footage from inside the cab. As the roundworm in Qin Mo's stomach, although Long Zhantian could not understand Qin Mo's resolutions many times, he could always execute them better. There are many ways to get rid of Xia Ruyan. For example, when she was in the hospital, her oxygen tube was simply pulled out, or disguised as a medical malpractice, or even outright assassination, etc. But all these ways are so boring so why not go for the most fun one? So, Long Zhantian arranged all this, and a few people took it as a pleasure to watch. At the moment, the conversation between the two was being transmitted through the surveillance in the cab. Ruyan, I'm sorry. Su Ziyan's gaze was fixed on Xia Ruyan at this moment. Bandages stuck all over her face. Vaguely, one could still see the hideous wound that showed at the edge of the bandage. Su Ziyan looked distressed. Despite having once hated this woman so much, after it all came out, all that ruthlessness went up in smoke with it. Xia Ruyan was merely blinded by the villain, and yet it has cost so dearly for that. Xia Ruyan, who was stared at so deeply by Su Ziyan, instinctively shrunk her neck. You, don't look at me like that. The words with carry a slight inferiority complex. Disfigurement is certain, despite maximum treatment. No girl can take this kind of thing. But, Su Ziyan didn't care. It's okay. He raised the corners of his mouth, just as he did many years ago, during the period of love, looking at Xia Ruyan with tenderness and sunshine, as if he couldn't look at her enough in his whole life. Xia Ruyan gently lowered her head. Ziyan, I'm really sorry. I misunderstood you in the past. Jibda provoked us by saying that you were pursuing me for my family fortune. And don't you know, I've been through this before, so I'm very sensitive. Don't say those are all in the past. Su Ziyan gently shook his head. If it weren't for my capriciousness, you wouldn't be in this state, so I'm at fault too. He took a deep breath and looked at Xia Ruyan sincerely. Then, let's start over. Xia Ruyan also raised her head and locked eyes with Su Ziyan. The eyes contained emotion, then nodded heavily and smiled. Okay, start over. The two embraced each other in the car, and the atmosphere was incredibly sweet, just as if Jibda had never meddled in their relationship. The vehicle was speeding, but the two didn't want to separate. Xia Ruyan hugged Su Ziyan while looking out the window and couldn't help but ask, so, where are we going now? Leave Magic City, Su Ziyan said. Get out of here and we start everything over. As the words fell, Su Ziyan clearly felt that Xia Ruyan stiffened. Leave? She abruptly let go of Su Ziyan. Her brow furrowed. What's wrong? Su Ziyan asked suspiciously. Ziyan, why are we leaving? Xia Ruyan shook her head. This time, it's all because of that Xia Bingyao. How can I be willing if I don't get my revenge this time? Su Ziyan immediately pulled up Xia Ruyan's slender hands. Ruyan, be obedient, okay? They are not people we can afford to mess with. Instead of bothering them, wouldn't it be better for us to get away from here? To go abroad, to some other place where we live happily ever after? Su Ziyan's thoughts were beautiful, but also naive. What he thought was beautiful was not so for Xia Ruyan. She slowly withdrew her hands that were clutched by Su Ziyan. Seriously, he said. Ziyan, it's true that I do want to live happily ever after with you, but this matter can't just be left alone. And my father is still in Mordor, and my family's property is still in Mordor, so how can I possibly leave? Xia Ruyan, who had been in a coma since yesterday, didn't realize that in just one day's time, the Xia family had already undergone drastic changes, nor did he know that his father, Xia Hongjun, had long since lived and died. Even the Xia family has changed hands. All of this, Su Ziyan could understand, so he explained to Xia Ruyan all the things that had happened throughout the day today. So, we really can't fight them. They are so powerful that even the Xia family is now Xia Bingyao's. If you can't fight, leave with me, okay? Su Ziyan, who had been recounting the story for half a day, had a voice that carried a few moments of pleading, and at this moment, Xia Ruyan, who had heard everything, froze. It's almost impossible to believe this, even to say. At the first moment she saw Xia Bingyao, she realized that Xia Bingyao had come for revenge. But, she never expected it to be just one day. The entire Xia family has seen a sea change. That means, I have nothing now? She asked this incredulously. The palm was once again held in Su Ziyan's hand. But, you still have me. Xia Ruyan violently withdrew her hand. The eyes gradually changed from confusion to despair to rage. She didn't even listen to Su Ziyan's words, eyes full of paranoid madness. No, it won't. Then what makes Xia Bingyao able to beat me? What makes her win over me? The Xia family is mine. It's mine. Who is she to take away my things? Her fists were clenched in death, and her heart was filled with resentment. Qin Mo was right. A person like Xia Ruyan doesn't love anyone at all. The only person she really loves is herself. between Su Zian and herself, she would not hesitate to abandon Su Zian. For example, right now, leave here with Su Zian, to live abroad? What a joke! Without money, what's the point of talking about a happy life? Without power, how can Su Zian satisfy his vanity? No, Xia Ruyan was not willing to lose it all. I can't leave. I can't leave. She jerked her head up, her fierce gaze fixed on Su Zian. Zian, you love me right? I still have you right? Looking at Xia Ruyan, who was having a seizure at the moment, Su Zian stepped forward and hugged her. That's right, you still have me. Then you'll help me right? Help me deal with Xia Bingyao. Xia Ruyan's eyes widened in anger, and even her nails embedded themselves in Su Zian's back. Enduring the sharp pain, Su Zian frowned. Ruyan, I can understand you. You are stimulated right now. You can't accept this fact yet. Come with me to a foreign country. I will accompany you to accept it slowly. He wasn't going to stay and turned his head toward the driver, just as he was about to ask how much longer it would take to get to the airport, only to realize with a jolt that the road the vehicle was traveling on was not the road to the airport. The streets on both sides were deserted at some point. Only the dim 2 rows of streetlights were receding. Here, in the middle of nowhere. Chapter 39 Extermination. I'm a professional. Master, this isn't the way to the airport, is it? Su Zian, who noticed something was wrong, immediately inquired. Only, the driver had no intention of responding. Instead, the steering wheel turned and went straight into a small road above. The bumpy road caused the entire carriage to shake with it. Master? Master, what are you doing? Quickly put us down. Su Zian began to panic a little. To be brought to such a deserted area in the middle of the night, whoever it is, they can't help but panic. Xia Ruyan also reacted, her eyes looking around. The sides of the road had gradually run out of streetlights and were beginning to be consumed by darkness. An inexplicable chill struck his heart. Zian, what the hell is going on? Xia Ruyan couldn't help but clutch the corner of Su Zian's coat. Soon the cab stopped in a more level area. A cold laugh ensued. Ha, 004, you're mixing well now. The Xia family's daughter has been picked up by you. 004? The familiar number, and that familiar voice, instantly made Su Zian's eyes widen. Even his voice became stuttering. You are? In the front row. The driver slowly skimmed his head, and Su Zian couldn't stop trembling. It was a face that had appeared in Su Zian's nightmares countless times. The dean of the institution? Yes, he would never forget this man. Feng Gang, director of the Institute of Male Virtue. Inside Qin Mo's seat, Qin Mo looked at the character who appeared and was also slightly stunned, then smiled. Good job. How did you think of getting it for this guy? Long Zhantian, who was driving, smiled proudly. Being recognized by Qin Mo proved that the work he had done was on point. Young master, didn't you say you wanted me to get rid of Xia Ruyan? It just so happens that I found out that Su Zian's brat is planning to rescue Xia Ruyan, so I'm simply going to make the best of the situation. Revealed Su Zian's whereabouts to this guy. Long Zhantian seemed to be very proud of his whimsical thoughts. Because of Su Zian's report, Feng Gang's academy was seized and the person is wanted. So he's going all over the world trying to find Su Zian for revenge. No, I just broke the news a little bit and this guy came like a mad dog. This madman, he won't show any mercy. Wouldn't it be fun for him to finish off Xia Ruyan and the others? I don't even have to bother with the aftermath, do I? Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao exchanged glances. With that, he couldn't help but nod. Old dragon, it seems like you've learned something during this period of time with me. Qin Mo laughed. That has to be. In the middle of the screen, facing his former nightmare, Su Zian sucked in a breath of cold air. Over the past year, Su Zian didn't know how many times he had been punished by Feng Gang. Even dignity is trampled upon at will. Meeting again at this moment, a touch of fear originating from the depths of the soul was awakened at this moment. Feng Gang? Xia Ruyan also recognized this person. After all, in the first place, although it was Ji Boda who had sent Su Zian to that place. However, Xia Ruyan also frequently contacted Feng Gang to get the specifics of Su Zian's situation. It's just that at that time, Feng Gang said every time how well Su Zian had performed, how much he had improved, and other deceitful nonsense like that. Facing Feng Gang, Xia Ruyan instantly calmed down. After all, in the past, Feng Gang only had her to fawn over. Frowning, Feng Gang, what did you drag us here for? Also, I still haven't settled the score with you for hiding it from me and targeting Zian at the time, and you still have the nerve to come see me? What an off-putting tone. Vong just slightly micromanaged his eyes. Slowly, from within the armrest, he pulled out a sharp dagger. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. What for? Dragging you all down with me? Of course. He raised the corners of his mouth, like a bloodthirsty beast. Or maybe he was already a beast, a psychopath. Otherwise they wouldn't have started a place like that, ostensibly, helping these millennials tame disobedient male models and the like. In reality, It's just to satisfy your own crazy mind. Su Zian and Xiao Ruyan. One was so scared that he was trembling, and the other was covered in wounds. How could he be a match for the knife-wielding Feng Gang? The two were taken straight to the car by Feng Gang. Looking at the two men's frightened eyes, Feng Gang was satisfied. Tell me, why did you report it? Why did you dare to report it? Feng Gang crouched in front of Su Zian, who was on his knees begging for mercy. Slap him in the face with a pocket knife. Do you realize that because of your report, everything I had was seized? I lost everything and became a wanted man, and now, everyone is out to get me. Oh, I'm hiding like a rat. And yet you're thinking of taking the Summer family's daughter and going abroad to live the good life? By what right? The blade cut through the skin of Su Zian's cheek. Blood seeped out instantly. But, faced with such severe pain, Su Zian didn't even dare to let out a single fart. He was so afraid of this man that he had become so afraid that he had forgotten to fight back. Xiao Ruyan on the side was a little intolerant. You, don't hurt him. Su Zian raised his head, and some hope seemed to sprout in his eyes that were scared to death. Yeah, with Ruyan Xia. He still remembered the heartbroken look in Xiao Ruyan's eyes when he was in the interrogation room after learning everything that had happened to him. Yes, as long as the two of them join forces, they might not be afraid of this madman. Only, the moment Xiao Ruyan's words fell, Feng Gang violently turned his head to look at Xiao Ruyan. Oh, it looks like a mess. Natsu was heartbroken about this guy. The corners of his mouth suddenly pulled into a stiff smile. Well, how about you take his place? Xiao Ruyan's heart sank violently. Looking at Feng Gang, who was gradually approaching towards her, her figure could not stop taking 2 steps back. What are you talking about? Feng Gang laughed. Since Miss Xia cares so much about this guy, it's fine for you to take his place. Don't you know, if I don't torment someone, my heart itches. You can ask your sweetheart. He knows best. Ha! He quickly stepped forward and pinched Xiao Ruyan's neck. The eyes were filled with perverted madness. Miss Xia is still really fine-skinned. No, don't. Xiao Ruyan cried out for help in pain. At the back, Su Zian looked at this scene and could no longer endure it. For the scene of his beloved being so threatened, he no longer wanted to see it, and a sudden surge of courage made him violently stand up, wanting to stop Feng Gang. However, the words that came out of Xiao Ruyan's mouth in the next moment caused him to tremble. If you want revenge on Su Zian, find him. I didn't say I'd replace him. Please, let me go. Su Zian froze. He could hardly believe his ears. What did Xiao Ruyan just say? But Feng Gang ignored it, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more rampant. No, as a matter of fact, Ms. Xia's identity is rather the same as what makes me feel irritated. He ripped open Xia Bingyao's tunic as he did so, and a portion of his white and tender skin was exposed, and immediately afterward, he slowly raised the dagger in his hand. Let's carve a word first. How about the word slave? As the words fell, Feng Gang immediately waved the dagger in his hand, intending to lay a knife at Xia Bingyao's back, but at that moment, a hand directly grabbed the dagger. The sharp blade cut through the skin, and blood flowed downward, falling low on Xia Bingyao's back. She was scared out of her wits and frantically broke away from Feng Gang's restraints. Turning around, he saw the scene of Su Zian grabbing Feng Gang's dagger. Su Zian's face was incredibly pale as he clenched his teeth in death, his eyes filled with pain. Ruyan, in your heart, what exactly am I? For Xiao Ruyan, Su Zian had long ago fallen in love to the bone. He didn't know how many injuries and humiliations he had suffered because of Xiao Ruyan. He forgave Xiao Ruyan again and again, but was hurt by her again and again. It was as if the intact heart was being lynched by Xiao Ruyan with a knife, slash after slash. He was resentful, and this resentment even made him forget about Feng Gang's terror. At the moment, he wanted to ask for clarification. Xiao Ruyan had hot tears in her eyes and kept shaking her head. Her heart was also filled with pain. But, if she had to choose between herself and Su Zian, no matter what, no matter how painful, she would not hesitate to choose herself. I'm sorry, Zian, I'm the one who's sorry. Without any intention of staying, Xiao Ruyan took advantage of the short time Su Zian took to drag Feng Gang down and quickly climbed up, even escaping the place on her hands and knees. Su Zian froze, or, his heart died, completely dead. One could only watch Xiao Ruyan's fleeing back, but there is no doubt that such a move also angered Feng Gang. Bitch, how dare you run? And, 004 you dare to disobey me? Feng Gang fiercely drew his dagger out. With rage in his eyes, the dagger stabbed into Su Zian's body without hesitation. The internal, physical double blow caused Su Zian to be in pain. However, Feng Gang showed no mercy at all, slash after slash, frantically barreling towards Su Zian's body. Bastard, I'll fight you. At this moment, Su Zian, whose heart had completely died, also looked like a mad beast, entangled with Feng Gang, and in the meantime, looking at Xiao Ruyan, who had suddenly fled. Long Zhantian was startled for a moment. Crap, this phone gang is really a waste. This can even give a run for his money? So, you're still not thoughtful enough. Shin Mo, who was sitting in the back seat, made the comment. Xia Bingyao gently nodded her head and said with a serious expression, Uncle Long, you're still that much worse at playing schemes and whatnot, but the clash they just had was still quite good. At least, not boring. Dragon Warrior Sky, don't gawk, we have to clean up the mess now. Shin Mo shook his head and signaled Long Zhantian to make a move. Their car was not far from Phone Gang and the others. Therefore, there was no worry that Xia Ruyan would be able to run out. Only, the difference is that doing it yourself can be a bit of a hassle. Long Zhantian was also angry. He had managed to carefully prepare a big show, and it went wrong. How can you stand that? Straight away, he opened the door and was about to get out of the car. However, right at this moment, right in front of the several people's vehicles, Xia Ruyan rushed out. Seeing a vehicle parked here, the terrified Xia Ruyan looked like she saw hope, picked up speed and ran this way. This chick doesn't run deeper. Is she deeply afraid that I won't be able to catch her? Long Zhantian laughed. With that, slowly put on the disposable gloves. Indeed, playing schemes, Long Zhantian could not do everything like Qin Mo, but, when it came to killing and exterminating people, no one was more specialized than Long Zhantian. Chapter 40, Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Huffing and puffing, Xia Ruyan breathed heavily and ran quickly towards the main road outside, with a mentally challenged lunatic behind him, and a desperate lunatic at that. No one would dare to mess with such a person because he really dares to kill. So, Xia Ruyan ran away. Though, for her to abandon Su Zian this was cruel. But, even in love, no one would give their life for so-called love, right? That's an act of pure stupidity. I'd rather live in pain for the rest of my life than to go to sleep for a long time. So, Xia Ruyan made a decision. Moreover, Su Zian was at least a man, and would be more of a fighter than her, right? Maybe. He ran outside and found someone to rescue him, and he could even bring Su Zian back. Inwardly, she kept comforting herself, as if alleviating the guilt within Xia Ruyan. Even the pace of escaping outwards quickened by a few moments. Luckily, the Emperor's day was not to be missed. It had only just run out not long before she saw a luxury automobile parked not far ahead. It was like a beacon of hope on a vast ocean. It's saved. It's really saved this time. She immediately waved her hand. As luck would have it, the parked car in front of us turned on its high beams directly in the next moment. The car was occupied. This uplifting news seemed to give Xia Ruyan unlimited motivation. She approached the luxury automobile with quick steps. Immediately afterward, the car door was seen to be opened. A silhouette slowly walked down. The lights of the car were so dazzling that Xia Ruyan couldn't see the other person's face clearly at all. But it didn't matter. She immediately waved towards the man. Help! Help! There's a maniac and they're killing people! Xia Ruyan shouted. Only, in the next moment, the person standing under the headlights made a move that Xia Ruyan couldn't even expect. He slowly revealed the object he held in his hand. It was clearly a dagger, glinting with a lingering cold light under the illumination. Xia Ruyan's pace stopped for a moment. Dumbfounded, he watched the scene. A touch of unprecedented crisis surged through his heart. This is not a roadie at all. It was even said that it was likely to be in league with that lunatic phone gang. Her heart instantly sank to the bottom, and Xia Ruyan was numb. Out of a premonition of a crisis, she didn't hesitate. Immediately, he turned as if he were going to burrow into the middle of the woods on either side of the trail. But, Long Zhantian's speed was ridiculously fast. It was almost an instant. Xia Ruyan then felt her mouth and nose being covered by a large gloved hand. She was struggling. Instead, he only felt a coldness in his neck. The blood poured down her throat as if to suffocate her. Her carotid artery was slashed. The gushing blood seemed like a river breaking its banks. And no matter how hard her hands tried, she couldn't cover it. Deep breaths, dizziness is normal. The voice in her ear seemed to be a whisper guiding her to hell. The eyes widened and the pupils contracted wildly. The arms and legs began to stiffen. She could even feel the rate of her heartbeat decreasing. Fiercely, Long Zhantian released her, but she lost all her strength and couldn't even stand. Planted directly on the ground, the body twitched slightly, feeling the life pass by bit, and the eyelids are getting heavy. She couldn't understand why this man was treating her so badly, until, once again, the door of the car that was parked where it was opened. The moment the two figures got out of the car, Xia Ruyan abruptly recognized them. Shin Mo and Xia Bingyao. Got it. It's all clear. At this moment, Xia Ruyan suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. From the moment Xia Bingyao returned, he had been played like a dog by the other party at all times. Not only did she beat her half to death and settle the Jibadox and Ji family, even his own father died at the hands of this man. The mother, Su Muqing, is also expected to be in a bad way. It was ridiculous. From beginning to end, these people of their own were no match for Xia Bingyao. As a result, she had just fantasized about making a comeback. If he had known this, he should have taken Xia Bingyao along with him when he resolved her mother, but it was too late to say anything now. Her eyelids began to become heavy, and Xia Ruyan felt sleepy, very sleepy. She knew that this sleep would be impossible to wake up from. Struggling to open his mouth, he surprisingly improvised a few syllables. You are so mean. Xia Bingyao slowly arrived in front of her and slowly squatted down, her gaze locking with Xia Ruyan. That said, the two are still half-sisters. However, this connection was completely severed by the Xia family line 3 years ago. Therefore, Xia Bingyao did not have any sympathy in her eyes. Instead, he raised a smile. Thanks for the compliment. We gave you a way out in the first place. Why does have to drive people out of business? Xia Ruyan's voice was almost so weak that it was hard to hear, but as it happened, Xia Bingyao's hearing was very good. In response to Xia Ruyan's questioning, she flicked her eyebrows. Good question. Yes, what were your intentions when you spared me in the first place? Isn't it just that you want to see me in a sorry state, to see me miserable, as a way to satisfy your perverted hearts as a family? But you guys have also taught me one thing. Cut the grass to get rid of the roots. So I'm back and won't spare any of you either. I believe that old thing Xia Hongjun is waiting for you down there almost impatiently, right? Just go in peace, and I'll stop by later and send your mom, that long dash asterisk 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 ing damned mistress, down with you in one piece. Xia Ruyan stared at Xia Bingyao in death. Her pupils that were about to be lax were filled with fear and unwillingness. But, life having come to an end, she could no longer utter a single syllable. The heart then stopped beating completely. Qin Mo had been silently watching this scene. The eyes were devoid of sadness and joy, as if they were viewing a play. It was only when his gaze landed on Xia Bingyao that it gained some expression. Undeniably, from today onwards, Xia Bingyao had completely transformed. Even in his own presence he was always able to maintain an innocent, amiable image. But, after this series of events, there will be no separation within her, nor will there be any softness for others. This would become Qin Mo's best right-hand man. Take this guy and deal with the other side by the way, Qin Mo said. Got it. Long Zhantian lifted Xia Ruyan's hair as he followed Qin Mo towards the deeper depths. Soon, after crossing a silence, they saw two men collapsed on the ground in the more open grass not far away. One was Feng Gang and the other was Su Zian. Unexpectedly, Su Zian was still alive. It was only incredibly faint, but the chest did still rise and fall. Qin Mo walked towards where Su Zian was. Long Zhantian, on the other hand, dragged Xia Ruyan's body to Feng Gang's side, and then, held the knife he was holding in Feng Gang's hand, making sure that it was stained with Feng Gang's fingerprints after. Then it was cast aside. Immediately after that, returned the same way. After all, there were many more tracks all the way up here from where they had parked, and these were things to deal with. And as it happened, or so the saying went, in this area Long Zhantian was a professional. Chapter 41, two sisters cleaned up together, and at the same time, Qin Mo came to Su Zian's side. Looking at Su Zian at this moment, he couldn't help but shake his head. TSK, it's pretty miserable. Indeed, the Su Zian at this moment could simply be described as miserable. All over his body, he was covered with stab wounds. The blood even penetrated the clothes, staining the white shirt red. The immense pain caused Su Zian's face to almost distort. It can be worse than death. After all, Su Zian himself could almost be said to be unarmed, not exactly well off growing up, per se, and couldn't keep up with the nutrition. In addition to the various tortures suffered within that year at the Male Virtue Academy, it caused Su Zian's physical condition to be extremely weak. He had also been at a disadvantage in the fight with Feng Gang just now, being barreled with many knives. And the most surprising thing was that Su Zian even killed Feng Gang back. Guess it's been driven home. Anyway, Qin Mo roughly counted, all over his body, more than 20 stab wounds. Qin Mo remembered that at that time, Lin Yuqing was also poked by Long Zhantian with a small knife for more than 20 times. But it's fundamentally different from that. Since Long Zhantian knew some medical knowledge, there were more than 20 knives, and the knives avoided the vitals. And Su Zian was different. That was simply a knife being stabbed in the vitals. However, this also shows how special Su Zian is. Even if they were all injured like this, but any other ordinary person would have already hiccuped. But Su Zian was still alive, and managed to counterattack against his opponent's knife. And, for such a short time, most of the wounds on his body had stopped bleeding on their own. To be honest, if this kind of thing was ever told, Su Zian would inevitably be sliced up and studied. This kind of physique was really a bit too special. Qin Mo felt that this was definitely a natural masochistic constitution. It's true that the male lead of an abusive text, to be sure, should be able to carry the abuse, but, after all, this is the world of the female genre. Qin Mo was not surprised. maybe, in the future, we'll meet some kind of reborn person, perspective eyes, eavesdropping on the heart, or something like that. It's even possible that it's possible to meet someone who isn't human. The world is full of wonders. Cough. Suzian's cough pulled Shin Mo's thoughts back. He stared with interest at Suzian, who was slowly opening his eyes at the moment. It's you. Suzian's blurred vision gradually cleared. Shin Mo's face was reflected in front of his eyes. How long has it been? So miserable. Shin Mo shook his head, his tone unable to hear joy, but Suzian knew that Shin Mo was mocking himself. At that time, in the interrogation room, Shin Mo had said that he was a wimp, and that he had been treated in such a way by So Xiaoruyan, and still had to choose to forgive. At the time, he scoffed. It was thought that Shin Mo and the others were really making too much of a fuss. That incident please clearly has been cleared up as a misunderstanding, and it was Jibda who instigated everything. At that time, Suzian was still wondering why Shin Mo and the others couldn't understand. Xiaoruyan was so deceived. She herself was in pain, but in retrospect, Suzian only felt that his thoughts were ridiculous. Yes, Shin Mo was right. A person like Xiaoruyan would never love anyone. She will always love only herself. When there was no conflict of interest, Xiaoruyan could do anything for Suzian. Even, in order to help Suzian take revenge, he was able to do the thing of sending Ji Boda to the Male Virtue Academy. The reason for this is simply because it's not like she's the one being sent in. From the beginning to the end, Xiaoruyan is an absolute egoist. It's just that Suzian's filter on Xiaoruyan is too heavy. It was also that he loved Xiaoruyan, and loved her too humbly, humble as a dog. It wasn't until just now that it finally dawned on him. A woman like Xiaoruyan didn't deserve his love at all. There was also no need for him to be so humble for the sake of Xiaoruyan. Thinking of this, Suzian's eyes moistened and he smiled bitterly in remorse. Mr. Shin, you are right. The previous me was a licking dog, a complete loser. Shin Mo felt a little surprised, and could not help but raise his eyebrows. You have had an epiphany? Xiaoruyan doesn't love me at all, Suzian said softly. From start to finish, the old me, what a fool. He smiled to himself. Don't insult the word stupid. Honestly, licking dogs can't even do what you do. Shin Mo gave his assessment. Suzian's expression stiffened for a moment, then fell silent. The night wind was blowing, driving the leaves around them, making a rustling sound. Suzian was silent for a moment and spoke. Mr. Shin, used to be that I was blinded. So, why are you talking to me about this? Shin Mo gazed at him. I have some regrets, he said. At that time, I should have listened to you, or I wouldn't have gotten into this situation. Feeling the pain coming from all parts of his body, Suzian's heart was filled with remorse, and even, compared to the severe physical pain, the feeling of his heart being completely broken was what truly made Suzian's life difficult. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, So, I won't be trusting that woman from now on. From now on, she'll walk her sunny way, and I'll cross my one-way bridge. Shin Mo laughed. There's nothing you can do if you want to believe it. She's dead where she is. Dead? Suzian's pupils shrunk violently. With great difficulty, he inclined his head, and sure enough, beside Fongang's corpse, Xiaoruyan, who had long since lost her breath, fell where she was. Mr. Shin, she is your. Suzian seemed to understand something and didn't say anything. Moreover, it was strange that obviously Xiaoruyan's body was right in front of him, but since his heart was calm, oh no, or maybe it should be with a hint of regret. It wasn't to the point of being unacceptable, so I suppose it was because my heart was completely dead? Pursing his lips, Suzian wasn't going to dwell on this issue. Spontaneous smile a dead. Dead is good, just as I once experienced. Together with the wind dispersed, quite good. In the future, I won't have to live in her shadow. No way. Suddenly, Shin Mo's slightly regretful voice came out. It made Suzian look at Shin Mo with some confusion. Mr. Shin, I said that your wish won't come true, Shin Mo said with a smile on his face. Looking at Shin Mo at this moment, Suzian somehow inexplicably shivered. Why? Xiaoruyan is dead and the Xia family has gone up in smoke. It's all over all. Shin Mo said rightly. Right, the Xia family is gone and Xiaoruyan is dead. Doesn't this prove that I have successfully helped you take revenge and that you will never fall into Xiaoruyan's clutches again? Isn't it? Suzian froze, and then, abruptly recalled the contract that was like a joke. Mr. Su shouldn't have forgotten the contract between us. Shin Mo pulled out a piece of parchment from his pocket. What does this mean? Suzian began to feel a little uneasy inside. I have done what I promised, and it is only right, then, that I should take back my reward. And the reward is this? You, even after being hit by more than 20 knives, you are still continuously recovering, holding your life. Special physique. Shin Mo stared at the parchment in his hand. Underneath a series of treaties were the signatures of Shin Mo and Suzian, and at that moment, A line of writing slowly resurfaced below the signature. Transaction concluded. Boom! A ball of flame that instantly burned in one corner of the parchment and quickly expanded to the entire sheet. And at this very moment, Suzian suddenly felt as if the pain all over his body had been magnified countless times. The sharp pain that came suddenly made him directly bulge his eyes, and his breathing became rapid at this moment. All over his body, the wounds that were vaguely starting to scab over a bit were directly torn open. Blood gushed out as if it didn't want money. Green veins rippled on his forehead and he was sweating profusely in no time. How is it possible for you, Chin? Mr. Chin, how is it possible? He sensed that his life was slipping away. It's true. The feeling of feeling the gradual demise bit by bit. The pain is like a lingering death. Chin Mo quietly watched the scene, without the idea of calling an ambulance for him. It's too late to even call an ambulance for injuries of this magnitude. In other words, he must die. And this, too, had nothing to do with Chin Mo. In the end, it was just the guy's own fault. Taking away his physique wouldn't take away his life. All that really took his life was the one wound all over his body that was fatal enough. Of course, watching a human life slowly die in front of his eyes, Chin Mo wouldn't have any psychological burden. Even, in Chin Mo's opinion, this kind of trash should die. Being treated like this by Xia Ruyan over and over again. Not a bit of blood. Others gently hook a finger. He will lick the dog attribute outburst. And even, having just been so betrayed by Xia Ruyan once more. As a result, this guy was even thinking, you go your way, I'll cross my one-way street? What? The hardest revenge for a female frequency is that I don't love you anymore, right? Looking at these softballs, Chin Mo became angry. What can you expect from such a man? A waste of air when he's alive and a waste of land when he's dead. However, all of this had nothing to do with Chin Mo. It was good that he got what he wanted. Watching Suzian's miserable screams grow weaker and weaker, his face grew paler and paler. Chin Mo sneered and turned around to leave. Suzian was so desperate, and the sharp, unrelenting pain was like a wave that was trying to drown his sanity. However, there was nothing he could do but watch Chin Mo's gradually fading back. Opened his mouth. Help! Help me! Help! The eyelids gradually closed until they fell into endless darkness. Come to the limo here. Long Jiantian had already cleaned up more or less, and Xia Bingyao was following up the phone by the car, seemingly explaining something. Old dragon, have the sheriff's department come here to wrap things up, Chin Mo explained. This kind of thing, Long Jiantian door clear, is nothing more than Su Zian robbed Xia Ruyan. The result was Feng Gang's retaliation. The three of them in the deep mountains and old forests to start a fight. The play that ends up in the same place. Young master. Just at this moment, Xia Bingyao walked over quickly. What's wrong? The housekeeper just called. Lin Yuqing was outside the villa and wanted to see you, but went back first because you weren't there. Lin Yuqing? Chin Mo instantly understood Lin Yuqing's intention and couldn't help but laugh. So, her sister's back? Last time, the two of them, Lin Yuwei and Fu Yujie, were hospitalized for a few days because of the kidnapping incident at the resort island. Yes, it said that she had gone back during the day today. Lin Yuqing wanted to ask us if she could show up yet. Xia Bingyao said, that's just as well. We're on tomorrow's flight, so when we get back, we'll pack up the two sisters in one piece on the way. Chapter 42, Lin's father and daughter come to the door. Inside the dimly lit cell, a scream came out every now and then. The voice was tinged with hysteria, as well as a cry that was suppressed to the core. It wasn't until half a dozen times later that calm gradually returned. Only the occasional subtle sob could be heard. It's Jibda. At this moment, his body was covered in wounds. His expression was a bit dull, and his eyes were full of panic and despair as he slumped on the ground, just being locked in for a day. He then completely realized what is the real hell on earth. The inmates here are a bunch of lunatics whose minds have long been twisted and their humanity worn out. In just one day, he was tortured beyond recognition. Even the memories are that horrible. The very thought of it made him shiver uncontrollably, with nausea. And, he couldn't even fight back. They were too strong and outnumbered. And with Ji Boda's pampered physique, he was just like a chicken, being rubbed and abused by the group of big men with impunity. This couldn't help but make him think back to everything Su Zian had experienced at the Male Virtue Academy. No, maybe even Su Zian wasn't as miserable as himself. It was so painful that it was like being sunk to the bottom of the ocean, never to see the light of day. He knew that he might not be able to get out in his lifetime. Instead of facing such despair, eyes on the wall in front of him, a relief bubbled up inside Jibda. That's death. Yes, it is better to die in one go than to live in the midst of this daily bullying. Once some thoughts sprout, it's like they take root and can't be erased. Deadly staring at the wall, the desire to be relieved inside Jibadox also began to grow stronger and stronger. Sometimes, being alive is far worse than being dead. Ta, 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 ta. Footsteps came from outside the cell. It was the guards. coming outside the cell and looking at Jibda with cold eyes. Time to take a bath and go to bed. Now come out. A bath? Jibda jerked his head up. It was the most horrible time of the day, and there were no single shower rooms in the cells, so if you want to take a bath, you have to go to a regular bathhouse, and in there, roamed all those strong men whom Jibda could not resist at all. No, I don't want a bath. Countless terrifying images flooded into his mind. That already taut nerve completely snapped open at that moment. He could no longer endure this life. With its torment, only death is true relief. So, Jibda charged violently towards the wall. Bang! Early the next morning, Xia Bingyao was helping Qin Mo straighten his tie. By the way, last night, Jibda committed suicide in his cell. Thought I could last a few more days. Qin Mo looked at himself in the mirror and didn't have any special expression. A figure like Jibda was not in his sights. If Xia Bingyao hadn't mentioned it, he would have even forgotten about this character. However, speaking of this, Qin Mo also remembered someone. Speaking of which, how is Su Muqing doing? At the mention of Su Muqing, Xia Bingyao narrowed her eyes slightly. For this culprit who had exchanged himself with her daughter since childhood, causing Xia Bingyao to be domestically abused for so many years, it was naturally impossible for Xia Bingyao to be polite. Ji Boda had been given special care, so naturally Su Muqing wouldn't be left behind. And what awaited her was countless times worse than Jibda. Because of the last terrorist incident, she is bound to die, just to see if she can hold out until the day of judgment. But, at least she can resist more than Ji Boda. Xia Bingyao said, "You're on your own." The tie was fastened. Qin Mo organized his jacket and then took Xia Bingyao and also Long Zhantian to embark on the plane to the imperial capital. Halfway there, Qin Mo received a piece of information from his subordinates. In the past few days since Qin Mo left for the Magic City, there had been people keeping an eye on the Lin family. To put it simply, these past few days had not been easy for the Lin family. Lin Xiao's hair went a good deal gray. Even, in the past few days, he had a few fights with his little petite wife, Bai Jie. In the end, Bai Jie couldn't stand it and chose to abandon Lin Xiao and left alone. Bai Jie. Qin Mo's mind couldn't help but recall this woman's profile. She is not the biological mother of the Lin sisters. Rather, it was the young stepmother Lin Xiao later found for the two sisters. The reason why he would follow Lin Xiao, an old man in his 50s, was just for Lin Xiao's money. And now that Lin Xiao is about to go bankrupt, it's only natural for Bai Jie to draw a line in the sand. Fortunately, yesterday Lin Yue and Fu Yuze both returned from abroad. Immediately, Lin Yue was dragged by Lin Xiao to Imperial Dragon Villa, wanting to find Qin Mo to have a good talk. Only, yesterday, Qin Mo wasn't there, and Lin Xiao ate a closed door. I'm guessing I'll have to come back to the house today. This old fellow really doesn't die. Looking at the recent developments of the Lin family, Qin Mo lightly laughed and shook his head. Lin Xiao was a person that Qin Mo knew very well. Commercially, it's a pile of ollie gives, but there's no denying that the man is an old fox. A guy who can throw everything away for the sake of profit, even if it's your own daughter. So, of course, he wouldn't give up Qin Mo's thigh so easily. There should be a good show when we go back in a while. Long Zhantian laughed, following Qin Mo. This day by day, how interesting. Eating and drinking, not to mention. It's a lot more fun to have a jumping show everywhere you go than it is to fight all day abroad. The plane landed at Imperial Airport at noon, and the Qin family's greeters had already been waiting at the VIP channel. Mighty Tiger is the lead man. Young master, the Lin family's father and daughter have been waiting at the entrance of the manor this morning and have waited until now. Do you think you should go back to meet them or go to the company first? Mighty Tiger asked. How elegant. Qin Mo pondered for a moment. Let's go back to the Imperial Dragon Manor first. Outside the Imperial Dragon Manor, Lin Xiao was standing outside the solemn gate with Lin Yue waiting. Due to the deterioration of the relationship between the two families, Lin Xiao was not even invited into the manor. All you can do is stand here dry in the sun, sweat constantly dripping down your cheeks. Lin Xiao didn't dare to complain. On the contrary, Lin Yue, who was on the side, was frowning deathly, her eyes filled with impatience. He was very dissatisfied with the Qin family's move to shut himself out. This group of eyeless underlings thought that they could stand on their own heads and be wild just because they had a bit of a falling out with Azumi. This made Lin Yue very upset. In his heart, he was calculating that after meeting Qin Mo later, he must let Qin Mo properly punish this group of brainless guys. Time passed by and the midday sun was unusually hot, but Lin Xiao heard the roar of a car in the distance. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he was here. Watching Qin Mo's car getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but slightly mimic his eyes, flashing a touch of resentment. If it wasn't for this guy Qin Mo, how would he have gotten to this point today? But the most important thing in this world is that sometimes people have to bow to reality. Even though he was inwardly dissatisfied with the attitude shown by Qin Mo, he had to keep his tail between his legs and be coy in front of Qin Mo. Chapter 43, Did I Give You a Face? Listen carefully, when you see Chin Mo in a while, you apologize properly. The cars hadn't even come close, so while he had the last moment, Lin Xiao hastened to give Lin Yue another shot of prevention. I was afraid that Lin Yue would screw this up later, then it's over. After all, a normal person couldn't do such a bastard thing as Lin Yue. I know. You've said it no less than 10 times since I came back yesterday. My ears are all calloused. Lin Yue frowned. The tone was full of impatient touches. She just couldn't figure out why all these people were making such a big deal out of what was obviously a very small thing. Especially Chin Mo. We all grew up together. Don't you understand my feelings? Don't you know that I've always liked you? As a result, just because he accompanied Fu Yuza out for a walk, he had to end up like this. Sure enough, men with this kind of money are selfish. Hating to keep her chained to her side as if she were in contact with another member of the opposite sex touches the fragile nerves of these men. And the same goes for his own dad, who instead of speaking up for himself, has to point at himself. In his heart, what family property and such is more important than even she, his daughter? When, exactly, are these men going to look at women in a normal way? When on earth are they women going to stand up? In saying that, it's not like you're going alone. Her sister was there at the time and she didn't know what Chin Mo was worried about. When she thought of her younger sister, Lin Yuqing, Lin Yue's mood worsened. At that time, if Chin Mo hadn't gambled on not answering the phone, how could something like that have happened? How did you get hurt yourself? How did Fu Yuza get a broken leg? Now one can only live on crutches. Also, how did Sister Lin Yuqing get taken by those robbers? I don't care what happens to you. In short, if you don't get Chin Mo's forgiveness today, I'll settle the score with you when the time comes. After poking her finger hard at Lin Yue's brain, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and immediately changed his attitude, raised a smile like a licking dog. Soon, the luxury automobile pulled up to the entrance of the Imperial Dragon Manor. Lin Xiao rushed up to help pull open the car door. Xiao Mo, why don't you tell uncle about this business trip? Are you tired? Long Zhantian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, raised an eyebrow. What's this guy doing? Stealing your own job? Chin Mo and Xia Bingyao, who were sitting in the back row, were also surprised by the old man's attitude. Compared to the last time Lin Xiao came to his door, this time his attitude was obviously put much lower. Chin Mo sneered. Uncle Lin, did I not make myself clear last time? Why are you still here today? Lin Xiao's expression stiffened, but he still stepped aside and said with a smile, Harm, Xiao Mo, no matter what I'm also an elder. Naturally, I also hope that you younger generations can get along well, don't you? It's normal to have misunderstandings. No, I've brought my daughter to my door today to make amends. Chin Mo didn't pay any attention at first and just held Xia Bingyao's hand, then got out of the car. Lin Yue stood back, her hands clasping her chest. The face that was originally ancient and unperturbed suddenly rounded a few points the moment he saw Chin Mo leading Xia Bingyao out of the car. Xia Bingyao she knew. 3 years ago, the Qin family picked up an underling, a servant girl. At that time, although he was on good terms with Chin Mo, he was nothing more than a blind man. The Lin sisters didn't think that Chin Mo would look at a girl from an ordinary background who was even blind, so there was no sense of crisis. And, even if they were on good terms at the time, they weren't good enough to get out of the car holding hands in public like this, were they? The key thing isn't Xia Bingyao a blind man? Look at this touch. Xia Bingyao's eyes are better? Lin Xiao also noticed Xia Bingyao's presence, but he didn't say anything. After all, he naturally knew how flowery the rich and powerful played. And no more talk. Instead, she hurriedly greeted Lin Yue. Yue, come and explain to Xiao Mo. This matter, really is a misunderstanding. It's also this daughter of mine who is not doing the right thing. I reprimanded Yue severely yesterday when she came back. No, Yue also knows her own fault, and early this morning she was clamoring to come find you, explain clearly to you, and apologize. Yue, this child since childhood and you played a big, inner is like you like never, because a little misunderstanding will break this marriage Lin Xiao bitterly discouraged him. By the way, he gave Lin Yue a look. With some reluctance, Lin Yue walked up. Looking at Chin Mo's face, Lin Yue pursed her lips. She admitted that she liked Chin Mo. After all, this face could be considered handsome from childhood. Moreover, Chin Mo was an extremely outstanding existence in all aspects, and was a star that caught people's attention everywhere he went from childhood to adulthood. Because of walking in with Chin Mo, growing up, she and her sister Lin Yuqing had not been envied by others. This sense of vanity was flattering and enjoyable for her. It was just that a person like Chin Mo seemed a bit too perfect. In the eyes of outsiders, Chin Mo was good to himself and his sister beyond words, but only those who are familiar with Chin Mo know that Chin Mo is interested in those who look at him. It's all about that attitude. He will always have the personality of being extra nice to his own people and not caring about strangers. In other words, Chin Mo treated her as well as her sister Lin Yuqing, and even treated those friends of Chin Mo's as well. It was only because outsiders didn't know Chin Mo that they thought Chin Mo was good to them. In the long run, Lin Yue's heart became a bit paranoid. Obviously I've been following you around since I was a kid. Obviously I've cared about you so much. Why haven't you shown me one more bit of favoritism? Later, Lin Yue figured out that the reason was that Chin Mo didn't know what love was at all. Chin Mo was too perfect. Such a perfect person was just like in a fairy tale. Therefore, Chin Mo did not lack anything. He did not lack money, status, power or love. That's why Chin Mo doesn't understand what love is at all. He obviously loves himself and his sister but never knows how to express it. In fact, many people have this mindset when it comes to the ideal person of the opposite sex. People just can't stop fantasizing if the other person is nice to them again. She then assumes that the other person is into her, even if, on the other hand, the other person treats everyone with the same attitude. This is especially true of people who are themselves particularly pleased with themselves. No one is going to admit that they can't. They'll just think that the other person just doesn't recognize their own heart. So, there's a saying that the 3 greatest illusions in life are, I can kill back, the phone is vibrating, and, he likes me. Lin Yue, on the other hand, is going to be even more extreme on this basis. She firmly believed that Chin Mo just liked her, and fantasized that Chin Mo would one day be able to recognize her own heart, and then, like a licking dog, frantically obsess over her. The more perfect Chin Mo became, the stronger this extreme thought became, because that's the only way to bring her with the strong sense of vanity. However, this incident of her own kidnapping made Lin Yue realize something. Chin Mo is not perfect. He's also a small-minded man. This made Lin Yue angry, so much so that at the moment, she still carried a reluctant mindset within her. He came to Chin Mo's face. Mo, I was wrong about this matter. If there's a problem, let's work it out in private. Let's not make it so embarrassing, okay? Chin Mo was happy, stepping forward and locking eyes with Lin Yue. Lin Yue didn't wimp out in the slightest and looked straight into the eyes of the man in front of her. Azumi, stop it. I've apologized. Do you know what consequences your irrationality has caused? My sister snap. Without any warning, Chin Mo directly backhanded Lin Yue with an earslap and slammed her against the manor railing. Gives you face, does it? Putting me on hold to force the issue. What? Are you here to educate me? Chin Mo's expression was not polite at all. Slanting his eyes, he skimmed at Lin Xiao who was planning to go forward. All of a sudden, Lin Xiao didn't dare to be moving. Lin Yue, on the other hand, was confused by the slap. Frozen, he covered his face and looked at Chin Mo incredulously. Azumi, you hit me? Chin Mo frowned and hooked his hand towards his back. A group of security personnel immediately stepped forward. Pack it up and throw it out on the main street so it doesn't dirty my door. After a pause, Chin Mo looked to the side at Lin Xiao. By the way, so is this old thing. Chapter 44, how can you be so tough? Smash your mouth. With Chin Mo's order, the bodyguards of the Royal Dragon Manor naturally wouldn't be spoiling the Lin family's father and daughter. It would have been upsetting to be disturbed by these two early this morning. Not to mention, all morning, Lin Yue had been complaining somewhere, saying that they, the bodyguards, were nothing more than a dog raised by the Chin family. A dog that dares to stop its master from entering the house? They even yelled that they were going to ask Chin Mo to fire them after they met him? It's been enduring all morning. Even a mudblood has a temper. What's more, all of the Chin family's bodyguards could have come from the security company under Long Zhantian's hand, and that was an existence where every single one of them had reigned supreme on the battlefield. When have you ever been so pissed off? At this moment, hearing Chin Mo give the order, Lin Yue first froze, as if she couldn't believe that Chin Mo would treat her like this. Struggling to get up from the ground, he still wanted to argue with Chin Mo. However, in the next moment, Lin Yue was directly grabbed by her hair by a security guard. The sharp pain coming from her scalp made Lin Yue cry out in pain. Oh wow, how dare you? Are you crazy? Don't want to die? Still talking tough? The bodyguard frowned and took out a bamboo piece directly from his arms. These are specialty bamboo pieces, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, and the material is sharply resilient. Gripping the lower ends tightly, he smacked Lin Yue's mouth in one unrelenting swoop. In just one stroke, Lin Yue's mouth, along with the circle around it, was directly red and swollen. That feeling of severe pain is also something that normal people cannot bear, similar to the slender bamboo strips to whip people in general, specifically used to punish some unclean mouth guys. Once, when on the battlefield, captured enemy elements could not hold up to such torture. Not to mention that Lin Yue is a woman. Snap snap snap, 1 red and swollen, 2 tears raging, 3 skinned and bloodied. At this moment, Lin Yue couldn't even open her mouth to cry for mercy. Lin Xiao only felt his scalp tingle as he watched the scene. He hadn't expected that Qin Mo would be so hateful. This ing script is not right. This time, it's Lin Yue herself who's come to apologize. Instead of accepting it, Qin Mo even dared to use force? What else does Qin Mo want? Can it be that Qin Mo really has no feelings for Lin Yue? Lin Xiao couldn't help but shudder at the thought of this possibility. He clearly knew that everything nowadays was given by Qin Mo. If even Lin Yue can't get Qin Mo to change his mind, the Lin family is in danger. Azumi, there's something to talk about. Qin Mo's order was attached to Lin Xiao, the old man. So naturally, he could not be spared. The two bodyguards carried rubberized soft sticks, so they directly hit Lin Xiao's legs. With two solid sticks, Lin Xiao directly knelt at the entrance of the manor, clenching his teeth. Sweat dripped down like a waterfall. Immediately after that, there were two more muffled sticks, and Lin Xiao's head was bleeding. The whole person went straight to the ground. The Lin Yue on the side was even more miserable, with blood covering the entire lower part of her cheek. Even the bamboo slices were directly snapped. The entire consciousness fell into a coma. There was no more movement. Looking at the Lin family father and daughter who were on the ground like dead dogs, the bodyguards sneered, and carrying one each, they headed towards the outside world. Subsequently, as if they were throwing garbage, outside the villa area, Qin Mo didn't pay any attention to what happened to the Lin family's father and daughter, and took a day-long airplane ride. He was also feeling a little tired. When he returned within the villa, he directly laid down on the sofa. By the way, bring up the system panel. Along with that, letting some poor band guy out for some air. Master, you finally let me out. I thought you forgot about me. Just as soon as the restraint was lifted, the electronic voice of the system sounded in Qin Mo's mind. Pretty much. It just occurred to me just now looking at the system panel. Qin Mo said full of concern. The eyes stayed glued to the system panel, one item at a time to see what's going on. System. That is to say, if the system is useless, maybe Qin Mo banned it that day and it can't remember, right? If that's the case, then what awaits the system genie will be a never-ending darkness. That kind of feeling. Can't help but shiver all over just thinking about it. The system sprite at this moment couldn't help but think of a phrase. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. That's how it feels now. Who made Qin Mo? Who held its lifeblood? A temperamental person? One wrong word and you might be put in a small dark room. So, it's got to be low. Low, on the low. Ah, master, your deal with Su Zian is over? Qin Mo was carefully reviewing the notes and didn't pay any attention to it. However, the system elf didn't care. Anyway, this master can do anything as long as it doesn't lock it up in a small dark room. At least this way, it's still free. And at this moment, it was discovering that Qin Mo was accessing Su Zian's super speed regeneration physique being examined in detail. This item was the reward Qin Mo had received after trading with Su Zian last time. Now, it had been attached to Qin Mo's body. Special physique, super speed regeneration. Note, 1 in a million special physique, belonging to the genetic mutation. Cell division speed is normally no different from normal people. When stimulated, the division speed will increase exponentially. The principle, based on. The notes have a long paragraph that even touches on all sorts of genetics, molecules, math, relativity, quantum mechanics, a large basket. Although Qin Mo's grades are very good, but after all, is not the main focus of this area of the person. To wit that a long list of explanations can only understand a fur. In a nutshell, in short, it's the stuff that can quickly repair the body when it's injured, or when it's been invaded by a virus, and in doing so, it's in tip-top shape. Seeing this, Qin Mo picked up the fruit knife on the tabletop, looking at his fingers, followed by a straight cut. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone beside him, otherwise Qin Mo might have been taken for a psychopath. The purpose of doing so was also because Qin Mo wanted to practically try out the effects of this special physique. However, one had to admit that Qin Mo was taken aback. He saw it with his own eyes, the blade cutting through his skin, but the blood had only just seeped out and had not yet converged into droplets. The tiny wounds on his fingertips then recovered straight away. It took no more than 3 seconds before and after. 3 seconds? Qin Mo was stunned. He stared dead at the white marks of the healed wounds between them. It was found that the mark was fading until finally the scar disappeared completely. The skin was also exactly the same as before when it wasn't cut. Not even a scar? Qin Mo frowned. It shouldn't be. Previously, on Su Zian's body, Qin Mo had seen countless scars of all sizes. That's what's left behind when the wound heals. Such marks are very difficult to eliminate, and with modern technology, even plastic surgery cannot be said to eliminate similar scars 100%. Is it because the wound is too small? Qin Mo looked at the fruit knife in his hand and pondered whether he should barrel himself to try it out. Curiosity in the mind seemed to overcome reason. Qin Mo intended to really try. Long Jiantian was able to do more than 20 slashes and knives to avoid the vitals. Chi Nemo was no better. Finding a harmless spot to stab doesn't really take a chunk out of your flesh, does it? Wanting to do it, Chi Nemo directly held the hilt of the knife backwards, the tip of the knife aimed at his abdomen. As he was about to stab down, the system resounded with an unexpected electronic tone. Master, are you trying to kill yourself? Let me go? Chapter 45, isn't this a horse charm? Is it you who has a brain problem or me? Chi Nemo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think it's possible? The system's electronic voice carried a hint of embarrassment. No. I merely wanted to try out just how capable this newly arrived special physique is. It always feels not the same as what I have seen from Su Zian, Chi Nemo said. In response, the electronic voice of the system rightfully asked, of course it's different. This is normal. Oh, how? For this, Chi Nemo really didn't understand. In response, it was as if the system had found its presence, smiled smugly. It knew that as long as it proved its worth, then, in the future, it wouldn't be so wary. Deeply afraid that Chi Nemo would directly forget it in the small dark room that day. Perhaps, the system genie that had just bound Chi Nemo in the beginning hadn't thought that he would be so humble and beggarly one day. But either way, this is an opportunity for it. Master, you should know that a special physique, when placed on different people, is going to show different effects. It's like a book where all the knowledge points are laid out. But some people, after reading it once, can understand it, while others, even with painstaking study, can't figure it out. So, people are different from each other, and the difference in talent determines the 3, 6, 9 classes of people. Overdrive in birth, placed on Su Zian, may be able to do a quick recovery from injuries, but that doesn't mean that this level is the limit of that ability. But if it is placed on you, it can do instant recovery of injuries, erase scars, and even whiten and nourish your face, as well as immunize against viruses, etc. It had to be said that the system sprite's explanation was more understandable than the system note's string of explanations that gave people a headache when they saw them, and straight to the point. Looks like you're still somewhat useful. Chi Nemo put down the fruit knife in his hand. Now that the results are known, there is naturally no need for further experimentation. The system sprites have just made it very clear. This was like the horse charm, one of the 12 charms, in an anime that Chi Nemo had once watched. Noble horses can heal all wounds. However, it did not have the ability to keep Chi Nemo from dying, but that alone is powerful enough. So, these protagonists are really gifted in every way. Chi Nemo narrowed his eyes slightly. I can't help but think back to the extraordinarily long lifespan on the Lin sisters. Overdrive regeneration on Su Zian. All of this is proof of one thing. No one who can become a protagonist is a simple person. These people, all of them, were the favorites of heaven and earth, and even though this was the world of abuse, since they were the protagonists, they were bound to be different from the norm. The corner of his mouth gently hooked up. Chi Nemo raised a meaningful smile. Protagonist. Ha, interesting. Lin family villa. Lin Yue jolted out of bed. His chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes held disbelief. Seemingly sensing the pain in her mouth, Lin Yue gently stroked it. The first thing he realized was that his entire mouth was swollen, and there were even some cracks seeping blood. She couldn't, right now, even open her mouth a little wider. Well, how did this happen? Azumi really dared to do this to me? Lin Yue felt her heart ache. It felt, again, like there was nowhere to release the anger that filled him. How could Chi Nemo do this to her? How could Chi Nemo really dare to do this to her? She tugged at her hair, looking vaguely broken. It's as if, for the first time, something that has always been winning is out of one's control, and it creates unease. Curiously, Lin Yue recalled the woman Chi Nemo was holding when he got out of the car. Xia Bingyao? Is it possible that it's because of her? This Qin's servant? The blind man? No, etc. Technically speaking, Xia Bingyao's eyes had been cured, which meant that she wasn't blind now, so Chi Nemo might actually look at her. So, Azumi is doing this to me because of that woman? He wants that woman to take my place? A million thoughts flashed through Lin Yue's mind, and just then there was a knock on the closed door. Lin Yue snapped out of her thoughts and looked toward the door. The man with a walking stick, and who looked a bit similar to Chi Nemo, limped in. Sister Yue, I heard that you have been by brother Chi Nemo. Fu Yuza looked at Lin Yue, whose mouth was currently full of redness and swelling, and a look of heartache flashed in his eyes. Didn't dare to continue, but came to sit by Lin Yue's bedside. What are you doing here? Lin Yue's mind was in a mess right now. Don't want to see anyone. I came to see you. Alas, it's all my fault. Fu Yuza blamed himself and lowered his head. Speaking of which, the whole thing is my fault. If it wasn't for me, Sister Yue and brother Chi Nemo would have been able to be together properly. Brother Chi Nemo would definitely not treat Sister Yue like this either. As he spoke, Fu Yuza's eyes turned red, as if it was really that self-condemning. Looking at the Fu Yuza at this moment, especially the reddened eyes, Lin Yue's rage-filled heart gradually calmed down, and the heart softened, sighing softly, "I'll be fine. If I'm not wrong, Azumi should just be blinded by that. Ugh, let's not talk about that, don't I say? Let's try not to even contact each other for a while. What are you doing here again? I'm worried about Sister Yue." Yesterday, after Lin Yue and Fu Yuje returned, Fu Yuje was directly warned by Lin Xiao to break the only leg he had left if he came near Lin Yue. After all, Lin Xiao knew very well that the root cause of all this was because of this little white boy, Fu Yuza. It was also the reason why Lin Xiao didn't have a strong background after losing the Qin family's support. Otherwise, Lin Xiao really wouldn't be able to resist getting this little white boy killed straight away. As for Lin Yue, considering Fu Yuza's safety, she also knew that Lin Xiao, who was angry, could not be persuaded. So he told Fu Yuza not to contact her for a few days. Everything waited until she and Qin Mo had resolved their misunderstanding before contacting each other. But what I didn't expect was that today it was so hard to block Qin Mo's doorstep, and as a result, he was beaten to this state. However, the truth was that Fu Yuza had no intention of coming to contact Lin Yue either. But, after returning he realized that, own the house you live in, the token. It's all been taken back by the Qin group. After all, he was one of the beneficiaries of the Qin group's charitable endeavors, and his residence and so on were all provided by the Qin group. Nowadays, it was naturally impossible for the Qin group to be providing him with any accommodation. Even the accounts on the bank cards were frozen. Yes, it's frozen. The reason was that the Qin group had sued him, arguing that Fu Yuje's aid quota had been obtained by bribing Lin Yue, the head of the Qin group's philanthropic endeavors. Even though there was no evidence for this reason, all of Fu Yuza's funds were frozen outright. That means he doesn't have a penny now, without even a place to live. He had no choice but to come to Lin Yue. Only, one couldn't directly say that they were here to ask Lin Yue for money. Definitely had to act as if he cared about Lin Yue in order to do so. So holding up the fact that not long ago Lin Xiao went out on an errand, he looked in. Lin Yue couldn't help but take a deep breath as she listened to Fu Yuza's greeting that was full of concern. It felt warm and fuzzy in a heart that had just been broken. Sometimes not only thinking, if Qin Mo was half as good as Fu Yuza, how wonderful would it be? Opening her mouth, Lin Yue was about to say something, and just then, her father, Lin Xiao, called, "Yue, listen, in a moment I'll get the best specialist to come to the house to treat you, so cooperate well, and then, come with me to the Lu family tomorrow." Chapter 46, If Qin Mo can do it, so can I. Being so humiliated in the Qin family, Lin Xiao's heart was also filled with rage. But if we really let him go head-to-head with the Qin family, then he wouldn't dare. Therefore, even though he had suffered losses in front of the Qin family 3 times, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. At the same time, he also realized that Qin Mo might not really be helping them anymore. Even if Lin Yue personally apologized, it wouldn't help. To put it bluntly, Lin Yue had a brain problem. But Lin Xiao was very clear. Judging from Qin Mo's behavior just now, Qin Mo didn't put Lin Yue in his eyes at all. So, what to do? The only way to do that is to find a new backer. It was also fortunate that he didn't put all his hopes on Qin Mo these days. In private, Lin Xiao also quietly contacted another big family in the imperial capital, the Ryu family. Although it wasn't as glamorous as the Qin family, it was still a top 4 family in the imperial capital. One of the 4 great families exists. The volume itself is also extremely scary. If they could climb onto this thigh, the Qin family couldn't do anything to them. Lin Xiao thought that at this size of the 4 great families, it was impossible for the Qin family to fight the Lu family over this small matter. That would be more than worth it. And once the assistance of the Lu family was obtained, all the present difficulties could be solved. Moreover, with the Lu family standing in, even taking revenge on Qin Mo was not impossible. In the end, he an elder who watched Qin Mo grow up. As a result, in the end, he was so humiliated by Qin Mo. Although he swallowed this breath, it did not mean that he did not have a temper. Once there was an opportunity, Lin Xiao didn't mind stabbing the Qin family in the back. Therefore, after returning, Lin Xiao immediately went to contact the Lu family. The Willow family is a complicated one, with 4 gorgeous daughters, and it has outstanding achievements in various fields. In addition to this, there are 2 sons, a real son who had been retrieved only 2 years before, and an adopted son who had been raised as a child. And the Lu family treated their 2 sons differently. His own flesh and blood was lost as a child and came back tainted with a poor odor, not treated well by the Ryu family, and the adopted son, since childhood, accompanied in the Lu family for more than 10 years, affectionate, and deep cattle family's heart, and the most favored one. And as it happens, the Ryu family's adopted son is a lustful wayward man. Many of the beautiful-looking young ladies in the capital circle were his targets, and as it happened, Lin Yue's face value was enough to rank among the top in this circle. And this, too, was the key to Lin Xiao being able to flatter the Lu family. Eldest Prince Lu, don't worry, I've already made a deal with my daughter. She'll definitely come to the meal tomorrow. Inside a bar, Lin Xiao had a fawning expression as he looked at the youth in front of him with his legs crossed. Lu Yuanbai, the second son of the Lu family, an orphan adopted by the Lu family since childhood, holding a cigarette in his mouth. His gaze carried a smile. Then I'll trouble Uncle Lin. He. Where are the words ah second Prince Lu? Truth be told, my daughter has always held admiration for second prince. This time she will be very happy. Tomorrow, our two families will meet, and if you both see eye to eye, I think we can just finalize this marriage, Lin Xiao said with a smile. In response, Lu Yuanbai did not retort and nodded with the same smile. Seeing that the matter was done, Lin Xiao also had the sense to plan to leave. Then, I'll leave you alone, and you'll put the wine money directly on my account, so don't be polite. Lu Yuanbai nodded and watched Lin Xiao leave. The corners of his mouth rose, and a flash of triumph flashed in his eyes. Young master, as far as I know, this Lin family has offended the Qin family, so if we agree to it, it's very likely that we'll cause the Qin family's displeasure. After Lin Xiao had completely left, Lu Yuanbai's follower came up and reminded him. Qin family? Qin Mo? Lu Yuanbai was silent for a moment, then laughed. That guy does have some trouble, but, as far as I know he's a profit-oriented person, right? Not so much as to fall out with our Ryu family over a woman, unless that guy is crazy. On that note, my dad has decided to let me go to the company. Do you know what that means? Lu Yuanbai exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and inquired with interest. The follower was uncertain. It means that I'll inherit Ryu's group more easily than my dumbest brother. Dad's giving me a chance to show off. If he Qin Mo can sit in the position of the Qin family's power holder, I can also sit in the position of the Lu family's power holder. Are you thinking that I'm inferior to Qin Mo? Lu Yuanbai's confidence was very strong. There was even some hidden disregard for Qin Mo. This era is ultimately the era of the young. He, Qin Mo, had taken over the Qin family and managed to make dazzling achievements in such a short period of time. But it's just because he has the opportunity and the resources. And once he was in power, Lu Yuanbai didn't believe that he would do worse than Qin Mo. All he lacked was an opportunity. And now that opportunity was soon to fall in his lap. As for why it's so certain, his mind couldn't help but think of a certain wretch, and Lu Yuanbai laughed out in disdain. That punk of a big brother of mine. So what if you get good grades? You're still being toyed with by me? Nowadays, the Lu family had become more and more annoyed with his big brother, Lu Yuanlong. I'm only afraid that it won't be long until Lu Yuanlong is kicked out of the house, right? At night, the Lin family. Fu Yuza has been called away by Lin Yue and given a sum of money to hide and not come out all this time. In Lin Yue's opinion, the current her and Fu Yuza were not just grasshoppers in the same boat. Fu Yuza was also her savior. It was naturally impossible to listen to Lin Xiao's words and make a clean break with Fu Yuza. When Lin Xiao went back, the doctor had already changed Lin Yue's medicine a few times. The mouth that had been smashed was also much better and not swollen anymore. That's the beauty of money. The kind of drugs you can get if you're willing to pay for them are the kind that are unimaginable to the average person. Seeing that Lin Yue had recovered a lot, Lin Xiao also let go of his heart. Anyway, this time, I don't care what you have in mind. You have to go on a blind date with the Lu family's second son. And you have to get engaged to each other. Lin Xiao's tone carried an undeniable tone. This was a little hard for Lin Yue to accept, and she was still suffering from Qin Mo's problem. Thinking that it must be Xia Bingyao who had snatched Qin Mo, he was pondering how to drive Xia Bingyao away. As a result, Lin Xiao directly fixed a marriage for her and, moreover, was going to go tomorrow. That's a little too soon, isn't it? To this, Lin Xiao is also quite helpless. Not fast cannot my company cannot last a few days. In the absence of a way, I will have to go bankrupt. Then the family will have to go out to beg for food. Lin Xiao's decision could not be refused, and he even threatened that if Lin Yue didn't go, then everyone would die together. Lin Yue shouldn't think about any human life either. In the end, Lin Yue had no choice but to agree. But there was also Lin Yue's own little mind in this. Don't you, Qin Mo, not care about me anymore? Didn't you, Qin Mo, dare to make a move on me? Well then, I'll turn around and get engaged to the young master of the Lu family. I'll see what you'll do then. Lin Yue thought so in her heart, and even had some small pleasure. Anyway, in her conception, Qin Mo loved her and was only blinded by that Xia Bingyao. This engagement with the Lu family was surely able to make Qin Mo panic, regret, cry bitterly, and finally chase his wife to the crematorium. Of course, Qin Mo himself was unaware of such an odd idea. If I knew, I'm afraid I'd laugh my ass off. Chapter 47, Pig Feet Again. There are pig's feet everywhere. The next day, early morning, outside the villa gate of the Imperial Dragon Manor, the urgent doorbell was ringing. Lin Yuqing was waiting anxiously outside the door. From time to time, his eyes looked into the middle of the compound. Since the last time he was released by Qin Mo, of course in Lin Yuqing's perspective, it was after he was saved by Qin Mo. Lin Yuqing was then kept in the hospital to recover from her injuries. In the past few days, she had been paying attention to the news of the Lin family all the time. Even more so, after Lin Yue came back. She wanted to go find trouble with Lin Yue and the two Fuyuza. It was hard to imagine that obviously as family members, but Lin Yue and also Lin Xiao had not paid the slightest attention to her whereabouts in the past few days. She was like a dispensable object. It's a hard feeling to be kicked out once you've lost your use. Therefore, Lin Yuqing couldn't wait to take revenge on her good sister, as well as her good father. In fact, yesterday afternoon, Lin Yuqing had come to the Royal Dragon Manor, but yesterday afternoon, Qin Mo went to inspect the company and didn't come back until late. She pounced again. I had no choice but to wait until early this morning to block the door. Just ring the doorbell half the time. The person who came out was not the Qin Mo that Lin Yuqing was pining for. Instead, it was Xia Bingyao, dressed in a white sari and with somewhat disheveled hair. She looked as if she had just gotten out of bed. The expression was a bit impatient. Lin Yuqing, don't you know that the young master is usually still sleeping at this hour? Coming here early in the morning to make noise, not afraid of making the young master angry? Xia Bingyao's tone was not polite. Or rather, it would be impossible for Xia Bingyao to be polite to this woman who had once betrayed Qin Mo. Now, the reason this woman is still alive, but it was only because Qin Mo thought it would be a little more fun to keep her. If Qin Mo ran out of patience that day, it would be the time when Lin Yuqing disappeared from this world. Lin Yuqing naturally also heard the displeasure in Xia Bingyao's tone, but she didn't immediately snap. She just silently clenched her teeth, fists clenched in death. The manicure is set into the flesh. She knew that the present-day Xia Bingyao was a redhead in front of Qin Mo, and one doesn't have any capital yet. It was an unwise move to flip out with Xia Bingyao at this time. If Xia Bingyao were to add a few words where Qin Mo was concerned, then the already precarious relationship between her and Qin Mo would surely fall apart in an instant. All this, and still needing to endure. I want to see Brother Mo. Lin Yuqing directly expressed her intention to come. Xia Bingyao gave her a deep look. Then wait outside, at least until the young master wakes up. Well, can't you at least let me come in and wait? I'm sorry, the Imperial Dragon Manor is not open to strangers. Don't you go too far. You have to know that as long as I settle the Lin family, and the pair of dogs, Lin Yue Fuyuza, I can marry Brother Mo. When the time comes, I'm your master. Hearing this, Xia Bingyao froze for a moment. Who said that? You were there that day. You wouldn't not remember, would you? The corners of Lin Yuqing's tiny mouth raised a smile, like a victor, and she raised her head condescendingly. Xia Bingyao reacted in a flash. What Lin Yuqing was talking about was the matter of the contract. After it was accomplished, Qin Mo wanted 50 years of Lin Yuqing's time. It looked as if the woman had misunderstood something. As a matter of fact, Xia Bingyao had already vaguely noticed that Qin Mo possessed some special abilities, such as those contracts, but she wouldn't actively delve into it. On the contrary, in Xia Bingyao's conception, Qin Mo should be like this. Qin Mo was supposed to be special, like a god in a mythological story who controlled the destinies of others. And Lin Yuqing, as a chess piece only, not only no self-awareness but also fantasized that one day she could turn around and become the mistress of the Qin family and become the one who plays chess? Xia Bingyao laughed coldly in her heart, but she didn't reveal it. Instead she calmly said, we'll talk about it when there really is that day. But for now, you give me an honest chance to wait here. If the young master wants to see you when he wakes up, you're only qualified to come in. Before that, if you dare to make a scene here, I don't mind pulling out your teeth. After Xia Bingyao put down these words, she turned around and left. Looking at that gradually distant back, Lin Yuqing's face twisted a few points in anger. Xia Bingyao, I remember you. But in the end, she didn't dare to make a scene here. Until the sun rose, Lin Yuqing, who had been waiting at the door for half a day, finally saw Xia Bingyao's figure, crouching in the corner. She stood up in a hurry, straightened her skirt, wrapped her arms around herself, and said, let me guess, certain people should be reprimanded? Xia Bingyao came to the doorway, not the least bit interested in Lin Yuqing's words. I'm sorry to disappoint you. What do you mean? Lin Yuqing frowned. Young master has his own business to attend to and has no time to see you. As for you, go back to wherever you came from. The young master also said that you don't need to consult him on what you want to do. The capital has already been given to you. The young master only looks at the results. Xia Bingyao said. After a pause, Xia Bingyao reminded, by the way, I'll tell you a piece of news. Your sister will meet with the Lu family tonight to discuss the engagement. And if it comes to pass, with the Lu family's support, it won't be so easy for you to get revenge. The Lin family's every move naturally could not be hidden from Qin Mo's eyes. Thus, naturally, he knew that Lin Xiao had gone to meet the Lu family's second youngest master. Only, Qin Mo didn't care about this kind of thing, even if there was really the Lu family backing up Lin Xiao. So what? The Lu family dared to come up, which just gave Qin Mo a reason to clean up by hand. Qin Mo had absolute certainty in order to sit tight. Therefore, Qin Mo didn't care whether the two families, the Lu family and the Lin family, could make it or not. Only, it wasn't good news for Lin Yuqing, the vengeful dog. Therefore, Qin Mo revealed this news to her. As for how far she can go, that's up to her. And this, too, was the part Qin Mo was most looking forward to. How great would a dogfight be between blood sisters who used to wear the same pants? Qin Mo was looking forward to it. And at this moment, Lin Yuqing, who had learned of this news, was also stunned. She also realized that if this matter came to fruition, the 51% of the Lin family's shares she held in her hands would be completely useless. With the help of the Lu family, if he wanted to, Lin Xiao could create a Lin group in minutes. Plus, that Lin Yue, how could she climb up to the Lu family? How can I? That treacherous woman. That woman who would not hesitate to push her own sister into the abyss in order to survive herself. What right does she have to enjoy glory and wealth? At this moment, Lin Yuqing wasn't dwelling on anything else. After deeply glancing at Xia Bingyao, he then said, I know, you talked to brother Mo, I won't let him down. Then, be my guest. Xia Bingyao waved her hand and watched as Lin Yuqing left in quick steps. Then he spoke softly into his Bluetooth headset. Young master, are you going to the theater today? Qin Mo's voice soon came from the other end of the headset. Look, the Lin family sisters dueling. How can you not watch such an interesting encounter? By the way, you should make an appointment with the Lu family's youngest master, Lu Yunlong. Lu Yuanlong? That unloved biological son of the Lu family? Xia Ruyan was a bit puzzled. After all, because of the influence of the Ryu family's attitude, the imperial circle did not treat him well. There wasn't much of a reputation either, and if one wasn't familiar with the Ryu family, they wouldn't even know about the biological son. Although there were doubts, since Qin Mo wanted to meet this person, Xia Bingyao naturally complied, and the reason Qin Mo wanted to see him was simple. This one, too, is a person with a protagonist's destiny. Chapter 48. If you want to live, I'll wait for you somewhere. Imperial capital, Lu family, Yuanbai. Since you like it, I naturally won't stop it. The head of the Ryu family, Ryu Sunman, was sitting in the main seat, holding a pipe. His gaze was slightly loving as he looked at Lu Yuanbai, who was seated across from him. The matter of the upcoming meeting with the Lin family, Lu Yuanbai had spoken to his family early in the morning, and unsurprisingly, the family was basically 100% on board with his decision. Never turned him down, even if it's a marriage with the Lin family. They knew about the Lin family's recent events, and it wasn't an uncommon thing in the entire imperial capital circle. Offended Qin Mo, and then had all his wealth cut off by Qin Mo. Now it's even more of a point where people are afraid of it. However, that didn't mean that their Lu family would be afraid. After all, they are all four great families. It's just a matter of whether they are worth it or not, and without a doubt, since it was Lu Yuanbai who liked it, it was naturally worth it. After all, although it was said that the Lin family had offended Qin Mo, however, Qin Mo didn't do anything drastic, merely cutting off the Lin family's resources. If the Lin family was really in an immortal situation with Qin Mo, the Lin family disappeared a long time ago. Where's this business? Therefore, Lu Cheng'an was certain that Qin Mo would not turn his back on the Lu family for the sake of this woman. Yuanbai. So did the other party agree? How is the girl? Lu Yuanbai's adoptive mother, Lu Yan, was also exceptionally concerned about this youngest son's marriage. Inquired while peeling an apple. Lin Yue has already agreed, so later on, I still have to trouble mom and dad to go to the meal. And by the way, give me a gatekeeper. Well, Lu Yuanbai said with a smile. By the way, he took a few steps forward and walked behind Lu Yan, kneading his shoulders. With her son being so filial, Lu Yan was naturally overjoyed. Well, mom will be there to keep an eye on you then. Lu Yuanbai's eldest sister, Lu Sinan, looked at Lu Yuanbai and said after a moment of silence, this Lin Yue, I've seen it before. It's indeed very pretty, but as far as I understand, this Lin Yue doesn't have a very good reputation in the outside world, and she used to be very close to the one from the Qin family. By virtue of the Qin family's power, there is no shortage of arrogance and bossiness, and some time ago, she even refuted Qin Xiao's face because she accompanied a so-called schoolmate. That's what caused the Lin family to cut off their resources. Speaking here, Lu Sinan paused and said with some concern, judging from this pile, piece by piece, I don't feel that this Lin Yue is a good person. Plus, the Lin family is having a hard time financially right now, and now they're looking for our Lu family with impure intentions. brother, big sister thinks it's better to give some more thought to the marriage matter. Hearing this, Lu Yuanbai smiled disinterestedly. Goo, big sister. So I'm not asking you guys to help me keep an eye on things. Moreover, the Lin family's matter, in my opinion, is merely that the Qin family's one is too petty. After all, they haven't even finalized their relationship per se yet, so it's really out of character for a man to go up to the top of the line. Brother is right in this sentence. The third sister of the Lu family, Lu Xiu, strongly agreed with her brother's opinion. In saying that, younger brother, how old is this, has also reached the age where he should get married. It's not like our Lu family needs to rely on a marriage to consolidate its position. So since younger brother likes it, then let him be. Right, younger brother. Lu Xiu blinked her eyes towards Lu Yuanbai. See, Stir and brother hit it off. Seeing this, Lu Sinan opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. It was also true that her brother liked it anyway, and their Lu family was so big that they didn't care about a Lin family. Even if the Lin family's motives were impure, who in life doesn't do it for money? As long as my brother liked it, supporting a Lin family was not a big deal. Seeing this, Lu Sinan finally nodded. Then, well, our family will accompany you to meet tonight. It's just a pity that the second and fourth sisters can't let go of their work. Otherwise, it's just right for everyone to have a reunion dinner together. Lu Sinan's words had just fallen. There was a sudden rattling in the corner of the living room. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look, spotting a skinny figure standing where he was catching water. Seeing that skinny figure, the face of Lu Sunun, the head of the Lu family, quickly sank. Looking at the wristwatch on his wrist, he then snorted coldly. Humph, what time is it? Just getting up? I don't know how you can be so lazy all day long, thinking that just because your family has money, you can do whatever you want? Look at you with that Dashin. All those wonderful people are already struggling for the future at this point. I haven't seen Lu Yuanlong all morning, and this is still not sleeping? Sure enough, you've been out there since you were a kid learning all the bad habits. Not at all like a son of a big family. It would only bring shame to the Ryu family. Speaking of this, the more Ryu Sungun thought about it, the more angry he became. He couldn't help but directly copy the teacup on the desktop and threw it in the direction of Ryu Yuanlong. Bang! Holding the cup that received the water, Lu Yuanlong just stood where he was and didn't dodge, allowing the teacup to skim over the right side of his head at a distance of less than 2 centimeters. It then fell against the wall in pieces, but his eyes didn't waver much. Just calmly say, I've been up since after 6. You just haven't been paying attention. A sudden silence fell over the scene. Ryu Sungun also seemed to realize that he seemed to have wronged Ryu, but, with so many people watching, it was naturally impossible for him to apologize, or how else could the face of the head of the family be maintained? And right at this moment, Lu Yuanbai immediately stood out. It's not Dad's fault. Dad is very busy with everyday things when he's in control of such a large conglomerate, and it's normal for older brothers to not notice when they don't initiate greetings with their dads. A very smart response, directly dumping the pot on Lu Yuanlong. The implication is that, as a son, you don't even greet your father, and it's no wonder he didn't notice you. Right, obviously we are all family members. I don't know what's wrong with him lately. He's more of a sullen gourd all day long. He doesn't greet anyone, making it seem as if we owe him a lot of money. Lu Xiu rolled her eyes, very upset with Lu Yuanlong. Lu Yuanlong seemed to have gotten used to such accusations and didn't intend to defend anything. Anyway, in this house, it's his fault for saying anything. The more they refute it, the more agitated they get. After silently taking a sip of water, Lu Yuanlong put the cup away. I'm going to the backyard to weed. When he said that, he just turned around and left. Look, what kind of attitude does this guy have? Lu Xiu's eyes widened, very dissatisfied with Lu Yuanlong, her teeth itching fiercely. Don't mind him, this unfilial son. He has long been brought up outside. All he knows is to be angry with me all day long. Ryu Summon slapped his hand on the desktop, his chest rising and falling violently. Lu Yan rushed to help smooth out her anger. Don't be angry. We still have to meet the in-laws tonight. The topic once again turned back to Lu Yuanbai's body, and for a moment, the Lu family members who had just been furious suddenly changed their faces and began to discuss with interest. Only, the eldest sister of the Lu clan, Lu Sinan, was a bit distracted, looking at the direction Lu Yuanlong had left, but in the end, she didn't say anything and joined the discussion. On the other hand, Lu Yuanlong came to the back garden alone, skillfully picked up the large scissors, and then intended to build branches for the greenery in front of him. He had done this kind of thing many times, and it could even be said that he had done all the chores of the Lu family with a light touch. There was no sadness or joy on his face, like a robot that only knew how to work. Only, halfway through the trimming, a message beep came from the cell phone in his pocket. Pull out your cell phone. Ridiculously, in such a powerful family that ranked in the top 4 in the imperial capital, the The cell phone used by my biological son is a miscellaneous one that costs about $1,000. And the screen has developed many cracks. The display is also blurry and you can only barely make out the picture. It was a barely working cell phone he had found from the cell phone that the sweeper aunt at the Ryu's house didn't want. It was used with care and love for 2 years. This also led to the fact that the machine was so laggy that it lagged for as long as 3 seconds just reading a message. With great difficulty, the picture emerged. The number of the text message is an unfamiliar number and the content is, tonight, 8 p.m. M. Dragon 5-star restaurant, room 2048. Lu Yuanlong raised an eyebrow, thinking that this was some kind of scam text message, but the next moment, the message sounded once more and a new message popped up. If you want to continue living, I'll wait for you somewhere. Chapter 49, Can a terminal illness be cured? Night, Dragon Hotel. The entire hotel had been chartered by the Lu family. After all, this was a formal meeting between the two families, and the Lu family, as a large family, naturally couldn't be too shabby. Inside the hotel lobby, two families sat around a table. There's talking and laughing. Lu Yuanbai, in particular, had a pair of eyes that were staring at Lin Yuwei across the room at all times. Lin Yuwei is beautiful today. A modest pure white dress, paired with patent leather heels and a sophisticated but not overly heavy makeup look. It has a flavor of intellectual elegance. Looking at it, Lu Yuanbai was satisfied. On the wine table, the two families' conversation was also very cheerful, and Lin Xiao naturally didn't need to say much about how he handled the world and whatnot. He's gotten to where he is today by this ability to talk to people and talk to ghosts. As soon as he came up, he gave a horse's ass to Ryu Sung-un and patted him on the back. Of course, Lin Zhao's side's talk was of little use even if it was all in the air. The most crucial thing is still to see what the juniors of the two families mean to each other. When the wine reached the middle, Ryu Sung-un and Lu Yan exchanged glances. Lu Yan then understood and wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Looking towards Lin Yuwei, he was about to ask something. A slight frown. Is that Yuan Long? She saw, outside the hotel door, a thin and familiar figure stopped by the security guard. Upon closer inspection, I realized that it wasn't my own unimpressive biological son. Why is he there? Lu Yan's gaze also caught the attention of the bystanders. Lu Siyu was the first to follow Lu Yan's gaze and spotted Lu Yuanlong. Then he frowned, and his expression, which had just been smiling, instantly clouded over. Why is this guy here? Yuanlong? Lu Sinan was also a bit surprised. It's only logical that Lu Yuanlong wouldn't come along to every family gathering. Is it hard to believe that there is no food in the house? As far as Lu Sinan could remember, Lu Yunlong disliked contact with the people in his family, and even his family's gatherings were rarely attended, as if the family were his enemies. As time goes by, everyone is used to it, and no matter what the family does for family activities, they will default to Lu Yuanlong not to go. And it was true. Lu Yuanlong wouldn't come to disturb them every single time. Ryu Sungyun also noticed Ryu Ryu, who was stopped by the security guard at the door, and a flash of displeasure flashed across his face. The chopsticks in his hand slapped on the desktop, coldly grunted and said towards Lu Siyu, "What are you still waiting for? Since he's here, let him come in. Isn't it too embarrassing to be stopped all the time? This brat, what's the point of following over here if you don't stay at home?" Seeing this scene, Lu Yuanbai instantly reflexively came up. Dad, don't be angry. I think brother Yuanlong is not assured of my marriage, and intends to come to help me to keep an eye on it, so don't be angry. Humph, I think this rebellious son is here to stir up trouble. He hasn't done this kind of thing too often. Once upon a time, Lu Yuanlong had also attended several Lu family banquets. Although it was silently followed up, he didn't pursue anything and instead let Lu Yuanlong attend the banquet. But the guy could never change that earthy look on him, and it embarrassed him many times at parties. Just thinking about this made Ryu Sung-un furious, but considering that there are guests here, it's just not a good idea to have a fit. Cut the crap. Since Yuan Long is here, let's have a meal together. Lu Yan on the side rounded off the conversation. Hotel entrance. Lu Yuanlong was stopped by two security guards and informed that the place had been chartered by someone from the Lu family tonight. Therefore, Lu Yuanlong was not allowed to enter. Just when Ryu suspected that the two text messages he received were both pranks, a voice rang out. "I say Lu Yunlong, why are you so thick-skinned? Just now I asked you if you're coming and you said no, and now you're running here. What do you want to do? Stirring up trouble?" Lu Yunlong barely needed to think to guess who this mean voice belonged to. Looking at Lu Siyu, who was walking towards him, Lu Yunlong took a deep breath. "First, when you guys went out, you never asked me if I was coming. Secondly, I don't really want to be involved in any of your activities either. It was a friend who asked me on a date, so I may have gotten off on the wrong foot. What are you farting about? Didn't mom ask?" Lu Siyu clearly didn't believe it, but Lu Yunlong just stared at her quietly and did not say anything. The fact is that even his own mother forgot him every time she left the house. In the beginning of the period back, Every time there was a party in the house it was the same. The Ryu family would go out in one piece, forgetting only that there was one more him. There had been a few times when Lu Yunlong had followed him there himself, but in the end, they were all disliked, and a few times down the line, Lu Yunlong disregarded the so-called Lu family's gatherings. Being stared at by Lu Yunlong, Lu Xiu was a little uncomfortable. Impatiently, he waved his hand. Forget it, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Today is Yunbai's blind date banquet. If you're sensible, hurry up and leave. Don't think of coming to ruin Yunbai's happiness. With regards to Lu Yunlong, Lu Xiu could be said to be very disgusted. Ever since he came back, it was as if he had to fight with Lu Yunbai about everything, and he had even found trouble with Lu Yunbai many times. The constant thought of driving Lu Yunbai out of the Lu family. It's hard to be a big man and be so small-minded. Therefore, she didn't believe Lu Yunlong's words at all. This guy must not have bad intentions when he ran here. Thus for the sake of Lu Yunbai, there was no way she would let Lu Yunlong in. As I said, I don't want to be involved in any of your activities per se. I'll leave. With that, Lu Yunlong turned around with the intention of leaving. Except, just then, the security guard watching the door got a call, seemingly saying something. After the phone hung up, the security guard was sweating profusely and hurriedly stopped Lu Yunlong. I'm sorry sir, I didn't recognize you just now. Please come with me, our boss wants to see you. Isn't this a prank? Such a thought popped up in Lu Yunlong's heart. Recalling the 2 text messages he had received not long ago, he nodded after a moment of silence. That's important to him. Thus, amidst Lu Xiu's surprised gaze, Lu Yunlong was brought in. Immediately afterward, he headed toward the 2nd floor. What is going on with this guy? Lu Xiu was filled with doubt, and at this moment, Lu Yunlong, who had followed the security guards into the Dragon Totem Hotel, arrived at the 2nd floor of the hotel, the door to a room numbered 2048. The boss is inside, just go right in. After the explanation, the security guard left, leaving Lu Yunlong standing alone at this gate. He didn't know what the hell was going on, and I don't know why the people inside want to see themselves. All he knew was that he wanted to live if he could. So, even if there was only a little hope, he had to try. So he gathered his courage and pushed the door open. The private room was spacious, but there were only 2 people, a man and a woman, standing where the window of the private room was. Seemingly hearing the movement behind him, Qin Mo turned back. You're the general manager Qin of the Qin clan group? Lu Yunlong instantly widened his eyes in shock. How could I have never thought that the person who met him would actually be this big man? First time meeting, young Master Lu. Qin Mo raised the corners of his mouth and leaned on the windowsill. Young Master Ryu? The words sounded harsh, and from the beginning he had been nothing more than a person of the Ryu family if nothing else. Smiling to himself, he took a deep breath. There's bound to be a reason why Mr. Qin is looking for me, but I'm curious, is there really a way you can keep me alive? You should know my condition. It's terminal. Chapter 50, You have no second choice. Regarding the matter of why Qin Mo could know about his condition, Lu Yuanlong wasn't surprised. After all, for someone as powerful as Qin Mo, it's simply not that easy to investigate someone's profile. His medical visit information, specifics, etc., are just a phone call away from being in front of him, and ironically, for all that, his blood-related family members who live under one roof all day long know nothing about it. However, it was so far gone that he no longer wanted to think about whether the gang cared about him or not. There's no point. He just wanted to know what Qin Mo was up to. 2 years ago, isolated in the orphanage, you met your family. Qin Mo did not answer his query. Instead, he took it upon himself to start recounting Lu Yunlong's past experiences. None of this required Qin Mo to investigate. The moment he saw Lu Yunlong, a series of information about him had appeared in Qin Mo's mind. This is the system's probing function. As long as the other person is an abusive protagonist or supporting character, Qin Mo would be able to directly probe all of his information. They call themselves the Ryu family. And you, the youngest member of the Ryu family, only because of an accident years ago, you were lost. And now, they've managed to find you and are ready to take you back. At first, you think it's all God's favor. And after more than a decade of being alone, you finally have a family. You also think that you are about to be happy, but things always go against the grain, and you were taken back to find that there was already a replacement for you in that home. Your family compensated for all the guilt and love they felt for you on that substitute, and over time, they had a deep bond instead. Instead, you became an outsider. Lu Yunlong stood at the entrance of the private room, listening to Qin Mo recount his life. The mind also unconsciously recalled that pile of experiences, one after another, fists clenched in death. A nameless rage filled his heart. Qin Mo gently raised a smile at the sight and continued to speak. You felt at first that it was caused by them not knowing you and being too rusty with you. You tried to reach out to them, try to fit in, But then you realize that you don't fit in with those people. They don't have you in their eyes. Even if you're number one in your age, even if you've won countless awards, it's as if everything you care about is insignificant in their eyes. Instead, the replacement that took your life away from you only has to act pathetic to get the care and love you've been dreaming of. Once something involved you with that substitute, no matter how much you defended yourself, no one believed it, so you were vilified and placed on many charges. Gradually, you begin to die to your family, knowing that from the beginning you were not of the same world as them, until, 3 months ago, you had a sudden health scare, went to the hospital, and got the results, which turned out to be terminal cancer. You were told that you only had 3 months to live, and you told that to your family, only to be vilified by that substitute that you were only pulling this stunt for attention, and what really made you despair was your family, trusting that substitute unconditionally, and at that moment, your sky stepped down, and you lost all heart, not caring about anything, and silently waiting for death to come. Shin Mo paused when he said this, then shook his head. What a nasty way to die. Lu Yunlong raised his head, and his eyes were also long red. He covered his cheeks. I know, but I'm scared. I'm scared to die. All I have to do is think about it and I can't be cruel. I want to live. Lu Yunlong sobbed uncontrollably. So, I can't leave the Willow family. I still need the energy of the Willow family to find a cure. But, 3 months have passed and I've found nothing. And what if I could let you live? What would you do? Shin Mo gazed at him and asked calmly. Live. Lu Yunlong slowly raised his head. If I live, my life is yours. He knew that such a hope was slim. After all, it was cancer. Multiple hospitals and countless doctors had given him a critical illness notice. He could also feel that he was dying. But that's also why the closer you get to death, the more you fear it. It's like the ancients chasing immortality. Even though the hope is slim, it still won't let go of any chance. It had been the last vestige of expectation in his mind. That's why he's here today. He raised his head to gaze at Shin Mo. I know that my life isn't worth any money, but since Mr. Shin found me, it proves that I'm valuable to him. Lu Yunlong's words caused Shin Mo to feel a hint of surprise. In a world with such a great collection of mindless abuse, few will have such a clear perception. You do have a bit of a role to play. Follow me and you won't be disappointed. Shin Mo flung a parchment scroll in front of Lu Yunlong. Let's make a deal then. I'll give you my lifespan and you give me your soul. Lifespan. Soul? Lu Yunlong didn't understand what exactly this meant. To put it simply, I let you live, and from now on your life is under my control. Shin Mo took a sip of red wine and said, Lu Yunlong is a complicated person. His desire to survive is very strong, but at the same time, this guy is quite a heartbreaker. Shin Mo's claim that he was silently waiting for death, the nesting claim, was nothing more than blowing him up a bit. Shin Mo was able to see the trajectory of Lu Yunlong's life, and also to see his destiny in his unmediated situation. Silent patience, no fighting, all false. He just clearly understood that he needed to use the Lu family's identity, energy, and status to find himself a way to live. And in the end, surviving is a natural impossibility. Thoroughly desperate, he had no choice but to accept certain death, but with no hope at all. He also chose to die with the group of people from the Lu family who had hurt him. Although in the end, due to various reasons, only 2 people, Ryu Yuanbai and Ryu Sungun, were killed. But at least in terms of his future trajectory, he's got blood in his veins. Unlike Su Zian of Mordor, who died a disgusting licking dog and wimp, it's fun to help people like that. Lu Yunlong looked at the parchment on the desktop and without hesitation, directly signed his big name. It was a strange feeling, like in mythology, when one sells one's soul to the devil for some benefit. Lifespan, soul, sounds too outrageous, but Lu Yunlong couldn't do anything. Medicine couldn't save his life, but Shin Mo could. In this state, even if Shin Mo was really a devil, he would not hesitate to offer everything he had, because he had no second choice. Happy cooperation. Shin Mo put away the parchment. Happy cooperation. Mr. Shin, here. He paused, then glanced at Xia Bengyao on the side and changed his words. No, it should be young master. Getting rid of Lu Yunlong was simpler than Shin Mo had imagined. Signaling Lu Yunlong to eat something first, Shin Mo then looked out the window. Private room 2048 was special, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window glass, from which all the sights on the first floor could be clearly seen. Below, the people from the Lu family and the Lin family were happily talking about something, and just then, the main entrance of the hotel, once again, caused a commotion. Shin Mo could see, standing outside the door, the face that was extremely similar to Lin Yue. Xia Bingyao propped her chin with one hand and said softly, "Unexpected guests are here." Chapter 51, the show's on. Inside the banquet hall, Lu Siyu, who witnessed Lu Yunlong being brought up to the second floor by the security guards, was also full of doubts. Lu Yunlong, hard to really come here to find friends? How did she not know that this brother of hers had a friend who owned a hotel? You know, this hotel is being chartered by them today. Unusual people can't come in at all, unless they're from the hotel itself. However, the person had already gone up, and whatever Lu Siyu wanted to ask would not help. Frowning, she returned to her seat. As soon as she returned, Lu Yan asked suspiciously, "Where's your brother Yunlong?" "Him? Don't mention it. It really pisses me off and just embarrassed me at the door." Lu Siyu was not the least bit concerned. In her opinion, if Lu Yunlong didn't listen to her words, then he was working against her. So naturally he couldn't give any good face. Kindly asked him to follow me in for dinner, but instead of ignoring him, he followed the security guard to the second floor. As expected after listening to Lu Siyu's words, his father, Lu Cheng'en, impatiently slapped the table. "This rebellious son, his guts are getting bigger and bigger. We are all here as a family, letting him come and have a meal together. Is he still aggrieved?" "That's it." Lu Siyu nodded her head repeatedly. "Alright, stop it. There are still guests here." Looking at the scene's somewhat awkward atmosphere, the Lu family's eldest sister, Lu Xinan, stood out. Seeing this, the Lu family's crowd didn't look deeper into the matter. Instead, he planned to go back and settle the score with Lu Yunlong before. Really, everywhere he goes, he disgraces the Lu family, and he doesn't know how such good genes in the Lu family could have produced a commodity like Lu Yunlong. Lu Cheng'en calmed down for a while, then picked up his wine cup and said towards Lin Xiao, don't care. Some family scandalous things, but let you guys laugh. Drink. Ha ha, where? Every family has a difficult lesson to read. I'm also a father. Understand." Lin Xiao hurriedly stood up. He knew that with Ryu Sun'un's status, toasting him like this was completely elevating him. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Yunbai liked his daughter, he wouldn't even be qualified to be at the table. A glass of white wine went down, and Lin Xiao gradually liberalized. Then he looked at Lin Yuwei and also Lu Yunbai. "Mr. Lu, I won't say more. I asked Yuwei about this matter when I came here. Yunbai the boy is so handsome. She naturally has no problem with it." The Lu family's crowd couldn't help but look at Lin Yuwei. Lu Yunbai's face carried a touch of excitement. "Yuwei, you really don't have an opinion?" At this moment, Lin Yuwei was still full of thoughts of relying on this matter to properly anger Qin Mo. Let him also experience the pain of losing a loved one. It was naturally impossible not to agree, so she pursed her lips and gently nodded. That's really great. Two lovers, groom and daughter. Seeing this, Lu Yan was happy, pulling Lu Yunbai's hand. "Son, you can't bully people in the future. That's for sure. Yu Wei is so beautiful. I can't wait to love her." Lu Yunbai responded with a smile. The whole thing was a joy to behold. The only one who was not very happy was the eldest sister of the Lu family, Lu Xinan's expression. After all, she really didn't have any good feelings towards Lin Yuwei as a person. But the family just spoils Lu Yunbai too much. As long as he likes it, even the stars will be picked for him. So all he could do was sigh and not make a sound. Then since both children are fine, I think we might as well settle on this. I've had a master look at it and tomorrow is the auspicious day. Choosing a day is better than bumping into it. I think how about getting engaged tomorrow? Lin Xiao, whose purpose had been achieved, hurriedly opened his mouth, deeply afraid of any accidents. However, sometimes, the more you fear something, the more you get. It was at the moment when Lin Xiao's words had just fallen. Once again there was a commotion at the door. Lin Xiao was not happy and frowned. "What's going on with this hotel? Aren't we chartered today? What's with all the trouble? Why don't I go out and take a look?" With that, he stood up intending to check the door. However, the security guard stopping at the door at the moment had also received instructions from the top. No need to stop, just let it in. Thus, Lin Xiao, who had just stood up, saw a figure that made him tremble. Despite the other man's hat and sunglasses, the stature and build were all too familiar. Lin Xiao's pupils shrunk violently. Lin Yuwei, who was sitting on the sidelines, instantly stared straight in her originally unconcerned eyes, deadly staring at the figure. Unable to help himself, he let out a gasp. How is that possible? The other side also saw them and took a step towards this side. "Ha, I was right. It's really you guys dining here." The cool but mocking female voice instantly affirmed the thoughts in the hearts of the Lin family's father and daughter. "Rain, Yu Qing?" Lin Yuwei sucked in a breath of cool air. The heartbeat instantly accelerated and a bead of sweat slipped from his temples. "Sister, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. Why can't you recognize me anymore? Even your voice is tinged with doubt?" She took a step to the table. Slowly, he removed the sunglasses from the bridge of his nose. It revealed a face that was extremely similar to Lin Yuwei's. However, what was most striking was the X-shaped scar on Lin Yuqing's right cheek. Giving this beautiful face adds a touch of hideousness. Those were the scars that Long Zhantian had scratched when he had tortured Lin Yuqing earlier. There is no way to completely remove this type of scar with today's medical treatments. Looking at the scar, Lin Yuwei's expression was unnatural, even a little panicked. Lin Yuqing is back, and, by the looks of it, it didn't suffer much in the first place. Even both were disfigured as a result, and it was her and Fu Yuza who caused all this. It could be imagined just how much resentment Lin Yuqing had in her heart, and it was clear that this time, she was up to no good. Rainy, how could I not recognize you? Why are you here? Lin Yuwei swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her voice trembling a little. Oh, I thought that it was because I was disfigured that my sister couldn't recognize me. Lin Yuqing stared at Lin Yuwei, endless resentment flashing in her eyes. With that look, Lin Yuwei fidgeted. The Lu family's people also noticed that the atmosphere was off. Lu Siyu frowned. Who is this? This is my Lu family's family banquet. What do you want by just barging in like this in a dignified manner? Seeing that everyone in the Lu family was a bit angry, Lin Xiao couldn't sit still. Speaking in a hurry, Yu Qing, Dad is happy that you can come back, but if there's anything, we'll talk about it later when we go back. Don't spill your guts here. Understand? As his words fell, he looked at Lu Cheng'en again. Mr. Lu, don't get me wrong. This is my youngest daughter, and you also know that a few days ago my two daughters suffered a kidnapping. This little daughter of mine, I guess, probably just got back and saw us in a good mood before she barged in. Lin Yuqing laughed, her silver bell laughter echoing in the empty banquet hall. Yes, of course I'm in a good mood. After all, of course I'm happy to see my wonderful sister getting engaged. I thought when we were on the vacation island before, that Sis and Yuza were made for each other. How close you were back then. I didn't expect that as soon as I came back, my sister would be engaged to someone else. She glanced at Lu Yunbai, coldly smiling. Poor Fu Yuza is still waiting for his sister all the time. Bang! Feeling insulted, Lu Yunbai slammed the table. In a low voice, he yelled, "What do you mean? Don't be anxious." Lin Yuqing smiled and opened her mouth. I'm just a little puzzled. Obviously yesterday my sister was still having a good time with Fu Yuza, but as a result, she turned her head and got engaged to you today? Boom! As soon as these words fell, Lin Yuwei felt like a boulder had hit her heart inside. The body was barely standing. Seemingly noticing the Lu family's crowd's increasingly ugly faces, Lin Yuqing said in surprise, Don, you guys know? Chapter 52 Don't be in a hurry. You'll be in a hurry later. On the second floor, Qin Mo and Xia Bengyao were sitting on the edge of the windowsill, drinking red wine and watching the scene happening below with interest. To the side of them, Lu Yunlong was standing somewhere, with his eyes fixed on the Lu family crowd below. He was silent for a while before saying, Mr. Qin, is this something you've arranged? Trying to stop the marriage between the Lin and Lu families? After all, at one time, the Lin family sisters were on good terms with Qin Mo, a fact known to many. Later, the Lin family was abandoned by the Qin family, so I think they must have offended the Qin family. The Qin family did not intend to make things easy for the Lin family, so it was normal to restrict the Lin family. Arrangements? Can't say. Qin Mo shook his glass of wine. Laughing softly, he said, even if the Lin family really joins hands with your Lu family, it would just be more effort for me. It's like the difference between crushing an ant and crushing a cockroach. Lu Yunlong looked deeply at the man sitting by the window. His expression carried a confidence that Lu Yunlong had not seen before. It was as if, just as Qin Mo had described, there was really no difference between the Lin and Lu families in his eyes. This man, he's even scarier than expected. The group stopped their marriage. It was that woman Lin Yuqing's own idea, which is closely related to her interests. But, no matter what, she kind of made me watch a big show. Speaking here, Qin Mo suddenly turned his head and said towards Lu Yunlong, What? Don't want to see the Lu family suffer? Lu Yunlong's expression didn't change much, just a gentle shake of the head. Nothing like that. I can't wait to make the Lu family disappear from this world. Previously, he had endured humiliation in the Lu family only because he wanted to use the Lu family to find a way to live. And now, since he saw hope, he naturally refused to be on the receiving end. Even all the humiliation he has suffered in these 2 years, he hates to let the Lu family return it bit by bit. Lu Yunlong's eyes were seen by Qin Mo. Propping his chin on one hand, he gazed out into the banquet hall and said softly, Then, after that, I'll see how you do. The Willow family, it should be yours, shouldn't it? Lu Yunlong's fists under his cuffs were clenched tightly in death. His heart was filled with anger as he thought back to these 2 years of enduring. Murmuring lowly, Yeah, the Willow family was supposed to be mine. Qin Mo did not doubt Lu Yunlong's ability. After all, it's the main character, so there must be a bit of skill in it. Moreover, he was not afraid that Lu Yunlong would betray him. The contract had already been signed, so Lu Yunlong could not back out. Lu Yunlong's seizure of the Lu family was also equivalent to the fact that everything in the Lu family belonged to Qin Mo. Although Qin Mo had never cared about the Lu family, however, it was undeniable that as one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, The Liu family's weight was very large, with industries spreading across the country. With the Liu family's estate, it was at least the icing on the cake to the extent that it was for Qin Mo. Inside the banquet hall, Lin Yuqing's words shocked the audience, directly spilled the news that yesterday, Lin Yue had also met with Fu Yuze. All of a sudden, Lin Xiao couldn't sit still, his bulging eyes staring at Lin Yuqing in death. Rebel daughter, what are you babbling about here? Have you ever rumored about your sister like this? Lin Xiao was really getting mad, seeing that hope was coming. As long as he hooked up with the Liu family, all the crises of the Lin family could be solved. But, he never expected that at this critical moment, Lin Yuqing appeared? Originally, the missing daughter showed up, which was a good thing. But, is Lin Yuqing eating dynamite? She's got such a heavy temper? Even going so far as to slander your own sister? Are we going to watch the Lin family go down the path of extinction? After scolding Lin Yuqing, Lin Xiao hurriedly looked at the Liu family crowd. As expected, after Lin Yuqing's words fell, the faces of the Liu family members present did not look too good. It's good that they favor Liu Yunbai. Previously, the eldest sister of the Liu family, Liu Xinan, had also said that Lin Yue was not a good woman, but neither did I expect it to come to this. You're here on a blind date, and the day before you were with another man? Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face to their Liu family? Liu Yunbai also became anxious and directly stood up, looking at Lin Yuqing with a displeased face. I said, don't make trouble here, or don't blame me for being impolite to you. Lin Yuqing spread her hands, her expression full of innocence. Heaven and earth conscience. I didn't mess up. Really just happened to meet you guys. Happened to hear you guys discussing this matter. Happened to it. I just met Fu Yuze today. Happened to it. Fu Yuze just talked to me about this matter, so I just said it to you guys. Lin Yuqing, you've had enough. Lin Yue also realized that something was wrong. Although she herself didn't want to marry the Liu family, this was the most important part of her anger towards Qin Mo. Plus, the other party was the Liu family, so if they were offended, the current Lin family would have a much harder time. And it just so happened that all that Lin Yuqing had said was a complete mad slap in the face of the Liu family. It was naturally impossible for her to let Lin Yuqing talk on. Enough? Sister is really forgetful. In the beginning, it was you guys who personally said sister that you love Fu Yuze more, wasn't it? Lin Yuqing's gaze condensed and instantly became fierce, deadly staring at Lin Yue. For the rest of her life, she could never forget being inside that desperate basement in front of those inhumane thugs. What kind of words had this dear sister of his own said to get Fu Yuze to save her from herself? Lin Yue took a deep breath, her body trembling a little. It was a shiver caused by inexplicable fear. She had never thought that Lin Yuqing would even come back, and also came back so suddenly that people did not have the slightest defense. In 3 words, she was put directly on the fire. But she forced herself to calm down and stepped forward, coming up to Lin Yuqing's ear. Sister, listen to me. I know you have a lot of complaints in your heart, but this is all our family business. Let's talk about it at home, okay? Lin Yuqing flirted with her eyebrows. Seeing Lin Yue in such a humble touch, infinite pleasure rose within her. Sister, don't be in a hurry. You'll be in a hurry later. Lin Yuqing laughed. Then he looked at the Liu family's crowd. By the way, even more coincidentally, Fu Yuze is also coming later. Oh, he loves my sister very much, and says he is going to prepare a good gift and accompany me to the Lin family to pay a visit. Saying that, Lin Yuqing looked towards the entrance of the hotel. As expected, the figure of a man walked in at the doorway. He was dressed in a smart suit and his hair was slicked back. In his left hand he held a bouquet of red roses, a symbol of love. In his right hand, he held a small, red, 4-square gift box, and it was clear from the packaging that what was there was a diamond ring. This time he wasn't stopped either, and with a smile on his face, he approached this way. That's Fuse. The moment he appeared, Lin Xiao directly rounded his eyes. Lin Yue's heart sank, her cheeks turned pale, and she fell into her seat without standing still. Fuse? Chapter 53, Why don't you go and die? Fu Yuze's appearance caused the atmosphere of the scene to drop directly to freezing point. The faces of Ryu Sung-un and also Lu Yen were so gloomy that they were about to drip water. But Fu Yuze held the flowers and the ring as if he didn't see them. Came to Lin Yue's body, eyes deep and serious. Yue, I had planned to go to your house with Yuqing to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect to bump into you here. Lin Yue stared at Fu Yuze, her pupils shaking so much that she could no longer even speak. Yue, what's wrong? Aren't you the biggest fan of romance? I've prepared the flowers, the ring, the ceremony. Seeing Lin Yue touching like this, Fu Yuze then spoke. Are you crazy? Only at this moment did Lin Yue come back to her senses. His face was hard to see, and he stared angrily at Fu Yuze. How could she not expect Fu Yuze to give himself such a show? This couldn't help but make her look at Lin Yuqing. You're the one who screwed up. There was only this possibility, that all of this today was deliberate on Lin Yuqing's part. She had planned all of this, for the purpose, of getting back at herself. What are you talking about, sister? What the hell could I be up to? On that note, do you dare to say that you weren't with Fu Yuza yesterday? Fu Yujie, who was on the side, also nodded his head in a hurry. Right, Yue, what's wrong with you? Weren't we fine yesterday? Look, I've already bought the flowers and the ring. Yue, I love you. Marry me. Saying that, Fu Yuza offered the flowers and ring in his hand as if he was offering a treasure. At this moment, Lin Xiao also couldn't sit still and hurriedly stood up and angrily rebuked. Lin Yue, you better give me an explanation. You met with him yesterday? Lin Yue only felt her scalp tingle as she slapped the flowers down. What are you babbling about? I didn't see you yesterday. Dad, and Uncle Lu, you guys believe me? I really don't have. Enough. Before Lin Yue could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ryu Summon, who couldn't listen any longer. He stood up, his face impassive. We didn't come here today to listen to your family fight. His gloomy gaze looked at Lin Xiao. Since your daughter already has someone she likes, what's the point of talking about engagement? Is it because you think our Lu family is easy to fool, right? It was originally thought that since Lu Yuanbai liked it, then, even if the other person had some flaws, it wasn't like he couldn't accept them, but never in a million years. Knowing that you're coming on a blind date today, as a result, she stayed with her lover yesterday. Even now, this Fu Yuza was appearing here in a dignified manner. Proposed to Lin Yue? A proposal? What are you doing? What do you think the Lu family is? Is that part of your PUA too? It's just a strange shame. It could be said that today, this face, their Lu family had lost a lot. No, there's a misunderstanding in this matter. You guys listen to me. Lin Xiao was anxious. This was his last hope to save his life. I was looking at a big success soon, but it turned out, really the more he thought about it, the more angry he got. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao directly slapped Lin Yue's face. Crisp ringing sounds, mixed with Lin Yue's miserable screams, echoed through the hotel. Angrily, didn't I tell you to cut ties with this guy a long time ago? Lin Yue didn't know how to defend herself. Covering her red cheeks, her eyes stared at Lin Yuqing as well as the two Fu Yuza dead in the face, like they were going to eat them alive. The exasperated Lu family members did not have the heart to stay here. Ryu Sunlun left a cold snort and turned directly away. Lu Yen, and Lu Xinan, Lu Xiyu also rushed to catch up. Lu Yuanbai, who stayed at the end, also had an iron color. Today was his matchmaking bureau, and the last second the two families even talked about it and started discussing the date of the engagement. But the next second, another man shows up and even proposes in public? Isn't that like a direct cuckold for him? As he was leaving, he took a deep breath, and Lu Yunbai gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. Lin Xiao, you dare to fool me? Give me weight. Second young Lu, this matter is not what you think. There is definitely a misunderstanding." Lin Xiao hurriedly wanted to chase after him, but the person is already far away. It also completely dashed Lin Xiao's hopes, and he looked at the background of the Lu family's crowd leaving, staying forlornly in place, the anger in his heart surging madly. He turned his head violently, like an enraged lion. Lin Yuqing, are you going to destroy the Lin family? Lin family? The drama had come to an end, and Lin Yuqing, who had accomplished her purpose, did not intend to pretend anymore. With a cold smile, his eyes were filled with the thrill of revenge. You're right, I'm going to destroy the Lin family, and you bunch of human-faced beasts. Are you crazy? Lin Xiao was dumbfounded and shook his head incredulously. It was unimaginable that after only a few days of not seeing each other, Lin Yuqing was like a different person. So you planned all of this today? Including Fu Yuza? Lin Yue questioned. Fu Yuza. Lin Yuqing's mouth hung up a mocking smile. Aren't you guys the most in love with each other? I'm doing you guys a favor. How's that for being betrayed by someone you trusted? That's ridiculous. You don't really think Fu Yuza loves you, do you? He's just a lover of money. And as long as he's given enough chips, he's a dog anyone can lick. Lin Yuqing said, not forgetting to glance at Fu Yuza on the side. Ever since the last kidnapping incident, she had seen Fu Yuza's face clearly, just in time. This time, the right medicine. Using Fu Yuza to bite Lin Yue hard, Lin Yue and Lin Yuqing's gazes collided. Once upon a time the two blood thicker than water blood sisters once again meet, but it is such a scene of saber rattling. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Lin Yuqing suddenly smiled, close to Lin Yue's ear. If it wasn't for you, sister, how would I have had the chance to get brother Mo? It won't be long before I marry brother Mo, and you must come by then, sister. Lin Yue's pupils contracted violently, instantly understanding something. It was Azumi who saved you, right? It must have been Azumi who saved you. And then, what did you tell him? She thought back to why Qin Mo was so impatient with her when she went to him, even at the risk of doing it to myself. Originally, she thought that Qin Mo was mesmerized by that woman Xia Bingyao, but now it seems that's not the case at all. It had to be Lin Yuqing. It had to be that she had said something to Qin Mo, like, for example, the thing with Fu Yuza. It was precisely because of this that Qin Mo's attitude towards her was so cold. Even his own personal apology at the door didn't help. Moreover, judging from the fact that she was able to bribe Fu Yujie, it must be that Fu Yujie was also bribed by Lin Yuqing to admit certain things with himself in front of Qin Mo. She was separating herself and Qin Mo, and then, she took advantage of the situation. At the thought of this, Lin Yue's expression instantly became twisted. The eyes that looked at Lin Yuqing were filled with hatred. Yes, hate. Sure enough, Lin Yuqing shouldn't have survived. Those bandits back then, why didn't they kill Lin Yuqing? Without Lin Yuqing, there wouldn't have been that much at all. Now, Qin Mo is so cold to her, and the marriage with the Lu family has been stirred up, and even the only sole support, Fu Yuza, has been bought by him. It was as if, from the moment Lin Yuqing appeared, everything about her was gone. Lin Yuqing, on the other hand, was at this moment like a victor, looking down at herself with those sickeningly condescending eyes. It's as if they have decided that they are the losers. Unbearable. How was Lin Yuqing, a person destined to die, able to take away the life that had belonged to her? The more she thought about it, the more resentment grew within Lin Yue. Clenching her teeth, Lin Yue grabbed the bottle of wine on the dining table. Lin Yuqing, why did you even come back? Why don't you go and die? At this moment, Lin Yuqing's eyes were filled with pleasure. She enjoyed this feeling of trampling Lin Yue under her feet, until, that is, hearing Lin Yue's words filled with resentment, as well as, the bottle that was whistling toward his head. Bang! On the second floor, Qin Mo and the others' eyes lit up. The curtain rises and the play reaches its climax. Chapter 54, Miss Lu. A crisp ringing sound, accompanied by the shattering of wine bottles spread throughout the banquet hall. Lin Yue's movements were just too unexpected. Not only the parties involved, but Lin Xiao, who was present, and Fu Yuza were not able to react. Only a loud bang could be heard, and immediately after, Lin Yuqing collapsed to the ground with her head full of blood. The power of a wine bottle is not weak. Shining such a blow to the head, even adult men may not be able to carry it, not to mention Lin Yuqing. Stinging blood stained the ground. Lin Xiao stared at this scene with rounded eyes, his pupils shaking. Yu Wei, are you crazy? Lin Xiao only felt that his mood tonight was like a roller coaster, with ups and downs. In the beginning, looking at the fact that he was about to take a ride on the thigh of the Lu family, he was excited to the extreme, but immediately afterward, Lin Yuqing came out to stir things up, directly messing up the marriage between the two families. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt like he was finished, but unexpectedly, later on, Lin Yuqing had exposed that she was about to marry Qin Mo. In that instant, Lin Xiao was violently excited again. So that's how it was. So it turned out that Qin Mo's disinterest in Lin Yue was actually related to Lin Yuqing. Then in that case, Lin Yuqing had in turn become an opportunity for his Lin family to rise. Just by pleasing Lin Yuqing, then the Lin family would be equal to climbing back onto the Qin family's high branch, and bringing back the dead would not be a problem. But who knew? Just when he was racking his brain, trying to repair his relationship with Lin Yuqing, damn Lin Yue directly a wine bottle to Lin Yuqing burst head? Watching Lin Yuqing fall into a pool of blood, Lin Xiao barely caught his breath. The hand pointing at Lin Yue couldn't stop trembling. Lin Yue, however, turned a blind eye, holding the remains of the bottle in her hand, her bulging eyes staring at Lin Yuqing in death. The corner of his mouth raised a smile like that of a madman as he cursed angrily towards Lin Yuqing. Ha 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 ha, you'll be damned. My good sister, why did you come back? Why did you come back, asshole? Lin Xiao walked over and delivered another solid slap, flinging it at Lin Yue's face, glaring fiercely at her with eyes that were seething with rage. You wait until I get back and then I'll clean you up, said the man, immediately pulling out his cell phone for help. The whole situation is a mess. Second floor. Xia Bingyao couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Self-inflicted evil. In Xia Bingyao's opinion, whether it was Lin Yuqing or Lin Yue, the two killed each other to death and deserved it. Nowadays, the grudge entanglement between the Lin sisters is just beginning now. Then it has come to the point where you are dead or alive. It had to be said that Lin Yuqing's tactics were still something. In this whole game, the most important thing is none other than the figure of Fu Yuza. Though he was small, he skillfully tied up the whole situation. Lin Yuqing, after knowing that the Lin family was about to marry the Lu family, then, with the help of the Qin family's intelligence network, he found Fu Yuza, who had been hidden by Lin Yue. Knowing Fu Yuza's virtues, he succeeded in turning Fu Yuza after promising heavy benefits. This also led to Lin Yue being barreled in the back by those closest to her. Of course, in the end, Lin Yue, who was furious, even entertained the idea of getting rid of Lin Yuqing, and that bottle pushed the whole scene to a climax. It also signaled that the fight between the two sisters was completely ignited. Seeing this, Xia Bingyao had to admire Qin Mo, who was sitting on the side. What did he do behind all this? He didn't need to do anything at all. He only needed to inform Lin Yuqing about the upcoming marriage between the Lin and Lu families. Lin Yuqing would charge up like a mad dog. Oh no! Technically speaking, the current Lin Yuqing was a mad dog under Qin Mo. As the saying goes, the upper battlefield, to a certain level, can understand that there are some things that simply do not need their own personal hands. To come down in person would instead elevate the other side. Just as, if Chu Renmei had been killed by the Monkey King, she would have been able to brag for hundreds of years when she went to hell. Qin Mo also stood up from his position and straightened his collar. Come on, there's nothing to see here anymore. Lin Yuqing was knocked out straight away, and the ambulance will be here soon. There's not much to see next. Stepping out of the hotel, the wind that greeted me was a bit icy. It made Lu Yunlong shrink his neck. He looked at Qin Mo. Mr. Qin, no, young master, thank you very much for your hospitality today. After a pause, he said with sudden seriousness, I'm grateful that you could help me. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After watching that scene just now, Lu Yunlong knew that his own positioning was practically no different from Lin Yuqing's. It's all just pawns, but the difference is that he can clearly recognize that he is a pawn. Lin Yuqing, on the other hand, was always fantasizing about turning over a new leaf and becoming a chess player. That's the essential difference. If Qin Mo chose to help him, there must be Qin Mo's own attempts. But so what? The thing itself worked in his favor. He naturally wouldn't refuse to be the pawn, even trying not to be abandoned. He would have to be a useful pawn. What's more, Qin Mo was much better to him than those hypocritical family members were to him. Qin Mo was also the only one who could give him enough respect. Doing things for Qin Mo, Lu Yunlong was not repulsed. Yunlong, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a somewhat gentle voice came over. Lu Yunlong turned his head. Two women were approaching towards this place at a fast pace. Your two sisters are here. Qin Mo recognized the two. One, the eldest sister of the Lu family, Lu Sinan, and the third sister of the Lu family, Lu Siyu. Originally, all of the Lu family members had already left the table, but before getting into the car, Lu Cheng'en thought again that Lu Yunlong was still here on the second floor of the hotel. Already angry, he became even angrier at this. This Lu Yunlong, as his own son, ended up not giving himself any face outside, asking him to come over and have a meal together. It's as if we have to invite them in a palanquin. After that, he stayed on the second floor the whole time and didn't come down to say hello? Do you still see him as a father? So, he immediately told Lu Sinan and Lu Siyu to go and get Lu Yunlong back. It's just as well. There's no place to vent a belly full of fire in my heart. This is not. Qin Mo's people just down. Just met Lu Sinan and Lu Siyu, two people who returned. Only, as soon as the two of them got closer, they realized that there was Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao standing beside Lu Yunlong. Both were shocked, knew that Lu Yunlong went to his friends, but did not expect this friend, surprisingly, is Qin Mo? Are you kidding me? Lu Yunlong, this punk, even knows a character like Qin Mo? That's a bit of a pipe dream, isn't it? Lu Sinan came back to her senses, then took a deep breath and extended her small hand towards Qin Mo. So it's Mr. Qin. I'm sorry I didn't notice you just now. I'm Lu's group finance director, Lu Sinan. Nice to meet you. Lu Sinan was dressed in a purple rhyming dress, and the slightly taut bodice perfectly emphasized Lu Sinan's front and back figure. Bowing slightly to Qin Mo, she even exposed a piece of snow white on her chest. A long hair was coiled behind her head, and the not-so-sultry heavy makeup emphasized a sense of young womanhood if nothing else. The woman approaching 30 did no better manners than her sister, Lu Siyu. Chapter 55, If people respect me, I respect them. Qin Mo also stretched out his hand and shook it, but it was only a touch. With that, Lu Sinan poked Lu Siyu, who was on the side. This is Mr. Qin. Mind your manners. Even though the Lu family boasted that the gap between them and the Qin family was not that great, in the end, they were just the Lu family's young ladies. But Qin Mo, nowadays, was the head of the Qin family. There was a gap in status itself, and it was natural to be the first to greet each other when they met, lest outsiders talk about their Lu family's lack of etiquette. Good day, Mr. Qin. Seeing this, Lu Siyu also helplessly bent slightly towards Qin Mo. It's kind of a hello. After that, Lu Sinan couldn't help but inquire. I don't know. My family Yunlong and Qin always this? Friends, didn't he tell you guys? Qin Mo patted Lu Yunlong's shoulder. Such a subtle movement caused Lu Siyu's brows to furrow slightly. She was somewhat unable to imagine how an unloved Lu family heir could climb up to Qin Mo. Or even friends? Lu Siyu already hated Lu Yunlong, and now that she saw Lu Yunlong flattering Qin Mo, she became even more upset inside. There was quite a sense of jealousy in watching the enemy get better and better. And I appreciate him, a good seedling. Only, I heard that you guys don't pay much attention to it, which is really a pity, Shin Mo said and shook his head with slight regret. Lu Yunlong knew that Shin Mo was taking it out on himself, and his chest straightened unconsciously. Yes, it's clear that they are all in the same family, but none of the outsiders care about them. The feeling of falling out of the two comparisons is simply too obvious. When Lu Siyu heard these words, their expressions all stiffened instantly. Wasn't this tantamount to, was it a blatant statement that they, the Lu family, had no vision? Lu Siyu was angry in her heart and wanted to retort. After all, as someone who grew up being pampered by her family, she wasn't afraid of anyone else, even if that person was Shin Mo. Only, just as she was about to open her mouth, she was stopped by Lu Sinan, who had stepped aside. Gripping Lu Siyu's wrist in a death grip, she pulled out a smile with difficulty. Yunlong naturally has excellent things to offer, and it's his good fortune to be appreciated by General Manager Shin Mo looked at Lu Sinan and said indifferently, "You speak, and you still have some brains. So you're saying I have no brain?" Now, Lu Siyu couldn't hold back any longer. Yes, the Shin family is indeed a large family. Shin Mo alone can support such a business empire is indeed remarkable. But, their Lu family was no slouch. Being humiliated like this in front of them, how can you still hold back? She, Lu Siyu, was at least considered a figure in high society? Who dared to say that she had no brain? Isn't it the obvious thing to do? Shin Mo spread his hands indifferently. I don't know if I'm used to flaunting my power at home. At this moment, Lu Siyu directly didn't have control to take a step forward, so she raised her palm and aimed it at Shin Mo. But in the next moment, Lu Yunlong's pupils shrunk violently and directly raised his hand to grab Lu Siyu's wrist. And that's not all. The moment Lu Siyu took a step forward, Xia Bingyao's face, who had been standing beside Shin Mo without saying anything, instantly sank. With almost no warning, a kick directly hit Lu Siyu's abdomen. In everything, Xia Bingyao would think deeply. The only thing that matters is Shin Mo. Once Shin Mo was involved, there was no sanity to talk about. Lu Siyu directly fell to the ground and rolled, covering her abdomen, unable to get up for half a day. Lu Sinan was all stunned by the scene and really didn't expect things to actually develop like this. What was even more frightening was that Lu Siyu was really as brainless as Shin Mo had said. Whenever you're a big lady, if you're pissed off, you'll really dare to make a move on Shin Mo? Luckily it didn't work out. Otherwise, if this slap had really been on Shin Mo's face, that's a serious matter. When the time came, no one would be better off if the two great clans put up a fight. Moreover, with the Shin family's strength, it was almost certain that it would be their Lu family that would suffer a great loss. Even if that day really came, Lu Cheng'an would not necessarily go against Shin Mo for giving Lu Siyu a head start. After all, Lu Siyu was just a daughter. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry Mr. Shin. This sister of mine has a bit of a hot temper. Please don't take it to heart. Fearing further escalation of the conflict, Lu Sinan hurriedly blocked in front of his sister, pulling a smile to make amends. This was followed by a fierce glare at Lu Siyu behind her. Shin Mo looked at Lu Siyu, who couldn't stand up for half a day, and disdain flashed in his eyes. Miss Willow, I can sense from her how poorly your Willow family's tutelage is. It's no wonder, teaching a dude like Lu Yunbai. Crossing over Lu Sinan, Shin Mo arrived in front of Lu Siyu. The sole of the shoe stepped directly on the back of Lu Siyu's hand that was lying on the ground. The pain that drilled through her heart made Lu Siyu unable to stop herself from screaming. Lu Sinan wanted to stop it, but was immediately stopped directly by Xia Bingyao. Can't get through to Lu Sinan in a hurry. Mr. Shin, you're a big man. Don't see eye to eye with a little girl. Miss Lu is joking. What about me? I'm a person who naturally has a temperament. Shin Mo stepped on Lu Siyu's hand, but his words were written with ease. The feet are getting harder and harder. When people respect me, I respect them, but likewise when someone has ill intentions towards me, I will naturally show no mercy. Shin Mo looked straight into the eyes of the screaming Lu Siyu. Want to go against me? Then be prepared to have your hands and feet broken. The heel of the shoe crushed the back of Lu Siyu's hand for a few turns before Shin Mo let go. He then greeted Xia Bingyao and turned to leave. Lu Yunlong did not follow and leave. After all, he was still a member of the Lu family had to go home. Moreover, his goal was to take back everything in the Lu family, so naturally, it was impossible for him to leave. In place, Lu Sinan picked up Lu Siyu. The pain from the kick to the stomach had just gotten a little better, but the back of his right hand was already black and blue. Even the whole right hand was trembling. Tears had been welling up in his eyes for a long time. With Shin Mo gone, she transferred this anger to Lu Yunlong. She stared at Lu Yunlong dead in the face. In his mind, he was still thinking about the scene where Lu Yunlong had just stopped himself. The ruthlessness in his heart was even stronger. This guy Lu Yunlong, eating the Lu family's food, but in the end, he ended up helping others against himself? He was beaten himself and didn't even say a word. their Lu family really raised a white-eyed wolf. Lu Yunlong naturally didn't care about this kind of clown's eyes. Anyway, he had already made up his mind. Since Qin Mo was able to give him the path to live, then, it was impossible for him to be bowing down to the Lu family. Such a glare doesn't hurt at all. Ignoring the two sisters, he put his hands in his pockets and prepared to leave. Lu Yunlong, you heartless little brute. We shouldn't have picked you up in the first place. We should have let you pick up trash outside. Lu Xiyu couldn't stand Lu Yunlong's attitude towards her and directly cursed. Lu Yunlong stopped and clenched his teeth. It was as if he recalled the humiliation of the past 2 years and the helplessness of being left out in the cold, the aggravation of being wronged, the pain of being beaten, as well as the endless blank stares from that family. Yeah, how great would it have been if you guys hadn't gotten me back in the first place? He snapped back, his eyes grim, like a bloodthirsty viper. Having found me back, it's only right that I get back what's mine, isn't it? Chapter 56, Dad, do something for me. Lu Xinan froze, staring blankly at Lu Yunlong at this moment. I can't help but feel a pang of strangeness. Truly, this was completely unlike the words that Lu Yunlong could say. This one has always been the little transparent one in the family. In the face of the family, it has never been a rebellious attitude. But why, today will be so strong? Even dare to directly refute their own? Lu Xinan didn't react at all. Looking at Lu Yunlong, he spoke after a moment of silence. Yunlong, how can you talk to us like this? Don't you know your third sister well enough? It's not just that her words were a bit too harsh. She didn't mean anything else. Enough, don't pretend to be good people here. Your family, all of you are masters of eating people without spitting bones. Ha! Lu Yunlong didn't want to waste his words here. Turning his head, he took a cab straight back, paying no attention to the two sisters. Lu Xiyu was about to get mad at Lu Yunlong's attitude. After being helped up by Lu Xinan, still out of breath, she grumbled, Look, I told you, this white eye is no good. The way I see it, it's just that she's used to being out in the wild since she was a kid. Today, I guess I've flattered that bastard Qin Mo, thinking that I can turn over a new leaf, acting like the sky is the boss and he's the second. We really shouldn't have gotten him back in the first place. Don't we all live happily ever after as a family? On the way home, Lu Xiyu chattered and complained. The words were full of contempt for his own brother. Who was his own brother? Let's not talk about that much first. As the most outstanding offspring of the family, Lu Xinan, who had practiced for many years in the Lu group, saw things more thoroughly than Lu Xiyu. The fact that Lu Yunlong's attitude had shifted so drastically was, to a large extent, most likely related to Qin Mo. After all, ever since meeting Qin Mo, Lu Yunlong had changed. In the past, facing their scolding, Lu Yunlong had silently endured. But today, in other words, it was very likely that Lu Yunlong had made some sort of deal with Qin Mo. This was not a good thing for their Lu family. Lu Yunlong, in any case, what flowed through his body was also the bloodline of the Lu family. It's also their Ryu family's seed. Getting together with Qin Mo, what kind of thing is that? Is it hard to tell outsiders that their Ryu family treats their own son badly? Moreover, would Qin Mo be that kind to help Lu Yunlong? Qin Mo is ultimately a businessman, and businessmen are driven by profit. During the time that Lu Yunlong was meeting Qin Mo, what exactly did they discuss? And what kind of cooperation has been reached? This is what the Lu family should really be wary of. Lu Xinan's mind was full of thoughts. When they rushed back home, Lu father Lu Qinzhen, as well as Lu mother Lu Yen, and Lu Yunbai were already waiting for them at home. Seeing that only the two sisters came back alone, Yu Sung-un, who was already angry today, couldn't help but frown. Where is that rebellious son? Lu Yunlong? Dad, you don't know. That guy Lu Yunlong is simply lawless. Seeing the elders, Lu Xiyu's eyes suddenly reddened. Tonight she had been insulted in 100 ways. He was even repaired by Qin Mo. Even the previously rebellious Lu Yunlong dared to defy her. All of this made Lu Xiyu extremely unbalanced inside. Immediately, he sued like his own father. Adding to what happened tonight, whether it was Qin Mo humiliating her or Lu Yunlong confronting her, how serious is how it is. As expected, when Lu Chang'an listened to Lu Xiyu's narration, slamming the table. Outrageous. Qin Mo, what exactly does he mean? Violently beating my daughter in the street. Does he still have my Lu family in his heart? Ryu Sung-un frowned deadpan. There was a time when Qin Mo hadn't yet come to power. The Lu family's industry was taken care of by Qin Mo's mother. At that time, the two families were relatively close and had a lot of cooperation due to their large volume and the overlap of many industries. It's just that, after the alternation of power in the Qin family, Qin Mo took the throne. Cooperation gradually began to diminish, not because of any other reason, but purely because, after Qin Mo came to power, he vigorously reformed. It completes the chain of many of its own businesses. Having reached the point of self-sufficiency, there is a gradual elimination of the need for outside suppliers. Strictly speaking, it was also because of this series of actions by Chin Mo. It caused the Lu family to lose many orders from the Chin family. The losses were great, so the Lu family had always been dissatisfied with Chin Mo. But no matter what, he didn't expect Chin Mo to be so bold, dare to so not put the Lu family in their eyes, even if they are not as strong as the Chin family, but at least they are still a behemoth. So rashly offended, Chin Mo really do not think about the consequences? Yes, Dad, you have to avenge me. Lu Siyu's face was full of aggression. I know this matter in my heart. You don't have to care anymore. Ryu Sung-un was angry to be angry, but matters of family interest are not decided in a fit of anger. It's about the fate of the Ryu family. Only, in Lu Chang'en's heart, he was beginning to become more and more dissatisfied with Chin Mo's Jr.'s actions. On the contrary, Yun Long, what exactly is the situation? Why is he with Chin Mo? As he spoke, the sound of unlocking came from the front door of the Willow House. Immediately afterward, the family turned their attention to the front door. As expected, it was Lu Yunlong who had returned. Compared to the Lu sisters who had a special car to transport them, Lu Yunlong, who could only take a taxi, was naturally a beat slower. He didn't care, though no one ever cared when he came back in this house anyway. If his family was in a good mood, he would be fine even if he stayed out all night, and no one would even necessarily notice that he stayed out all night. If the family is in a bad mood, he will be scolded just the same, even if he stays home and does what he needs to do. Shutting the door behind him, Lu Yunlong, against everyone's gaze, changed his shoes and was about to head towards the utility room at the corner of the stairs. Where is his room? A lot had happened today, and he needed to think about what to do next. Only, just halfway there, he was stopped by Ryu Sung-un. Stand still, don't you think you've gone a little overboard today? When we were at the hotel, your sister kindly brought you over to have dinner with us, and you gave a direct refusal. And from start to finish you didn't even come to say hello to your father and me. And now also, the family is sitting here and you act like you don't see it? Ryu Sung-un was very upset with Ryu Yunlong. Lu Yunlong stopped and turned his head to lock eyes with the family. Every single one of them had naked targeting and hatred in their eyes. Even his mother Lu Yen, who usually pretended to love him, did not have any concern in her eyes, only scrutiny. He smiled and turned around. Have you forgotten, father? It was you who asked me not to disturb you at all. You have a lot of work to do so you don't have time to pay attention to my trivial matters? Once upon a time, during the time when he had just returned, Lu Yunlong felt that he had just wandered away from his childhood and lacked the experience of spending time with his family. So, he's been thinking about making up for coming back to the relationship, often appearing at Ryu Sung-un's side for various reasons, just wanting to talk more between father and son like a normal person's family that is. But, it always gets chided by Ryu Sung-un, thinking that Lu Yunlong just doesn't do his job all day long, and hangs around all day long to disturb his work, thus being very dissatisfied with Lu Yunlong. And on the contrary, once Lu Yunbai had anything to do, even if he was busy, even if he was in a meeting, Lu Chang'en would find a way to make time, satisfy all of Lu Yunbai's requests. Being mentioned before, Ryu Sung-un was a bit speechless for a moment, but he quickly reacted and slammed the table. How dare you talk back to me? Do you have any idea what you've done today? Aren't you going to explain it to me? Chapter 57, Stupid, a family of idiots. Oh, what have I done? And what can I do? It was without greeting you, but I did what you wanted me to do. Father, didn't I? Out of everyone's expectation, today's Lu Yunlong was unprecedentedly strong. That rhetorical attitude even made Ryu Sung-un a little speechless for a moment. He didn't dare to imagine that the son who had been such a coward all along would have this day to contradict himself to his face, and it made him feel like his authority was being provoked. Coupled with today's events, the anger grew. Green veins rippled across his forehead. Lu Yen could see that her husband was getting angry. Hurriedly, he stepped forward to speak. Yunlong, how are you talking to your father? Mom knows that you may have some aggravation in your heart, but you're in your mid-20s and long past the age of temper tantrums. Get down on your knees and apologize to your father. Right. Also, this little brute is increasingly disregarding us family members, and has just openly helped outsiders against me, Lu Siyu hurriedly added. In the eyes that looked at Lu Yunlong was undisguised malice. He couldn't wait for Lu Yunlong to be crippled tonight. Lu Yunlong laughed, stockily exasperated. Originally, he had planned to ponder what to do next, but since the words had been made clear, he naturally wouldn't be putting up with it. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Am I just a puppet on strings who has to do whatever you guys want? Am I some kind of a? Lu Yunlong's voice grew louder and louder, as if he was venting the grievances he had suffered over the years. In this family, it's never about right or wrong. No matter what happened, no matter who caused the trouble, it ended up on his head. Lu Yunbai steals money from his family and is stigmatized on his part. Lu Siyu breaks the antiques in the house and vilifies it on his head as well. Lu Sinan has a bad day at work and will bar his anger on him. The same is true for the remaining two sisters. From start to finish, not one person in this family would listen to his defense. There's no one, even that Lu Yen, who remained amiable at all times, was all the way out. Once something goes wrong, it's always a fancy way of saying that it's for your own good, so that you can voluntarily admit your mistakes. They don't delve into whose fault it really is. Anyway, whenever something happens, it's absolutely his fault that he's a son who's learned the hard way out there. In the past, in order to stay alive, in order not to be kicked out of the Ryu family, he held back his anger. But now, Shin-mo gave him hope to live. So what's the point of holding back? Hearing such words from Lu Yunlong, Ryu Sung-un's chest heaved violently with anger, and Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief at all this. Both Lu Sinan and Lu Siyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Reverse. It's against it. Reverse. Ryu Sung-un shook his head, bloodshot eyes covered. Infuriated, eyes glanced around as if looking for some weapon to take advantage of. In the entire room, the only one who was surprised on the surface was Lu Yunbai, but inwardly, he was already on the verge of suppressing his laughter. He had never expected that Lu Yunlong would be so angry at Lu Cheng'en. This is just heavenly. He was worried about thinking of a way to drive Lu Yunlong out of the Lu family. Now that the atmosphere was here, all that was needed was for him to go up there and add to the fire. Lu Yunlong was bound to not be able to stay in the Lu family. Thinking of this, Lu Yunbai immediately took action. Although he hated to laugh out loud on the inside, he pretended to look terrified. Quickly, he came to Ryu Sung-un's side, patting his back to smooth out the air, pretending to open his mouth for Lu Yunlong. Father, don't be too angry. I think, brother is probably also provoked by outsiders. Otherwise, brother wouldn't be so ungrateful. Didn't big sister and third sister say that? Today, my brother went to meet the Chin-mo from the Chin family, and Chin-mo is probably harboring a grudge against me for this matter of my blind date with Lin Yue today, and is picking on our family's relationship. With that, he looked at Lu Yunlong. Brother, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to Dad. Dad will definitely forgive you. Forgive? No way. I will definitely take the family law today. It's really lawless. Ryu Sung-un was furious and couldn't listen to any admonishment, and that echoed Lu Yunbai's thoughts. Hastily and quickly, he came to Lu Yunlong's body and pretended to persuade him. Brother, don't be stubborn. I know that you have dealings with that son of the Chin family today, but an outsider is always an outsider. We're the only ones who are your family. Just apologize to Dad. As he spoke, he took Lu Yunlong's hand. The corners of his mouth raised in a sardonic smile as he turned his back to the Lu family crowd. Suddenly, pulling Lu Yunlong's hand, he pushed it on his body. Immediately after that, pretending to be unsteady, he arrived directly towards the coffee table behind him. Duong! A dull thud came out. Lu Yunbai slammed directly into the coffee table, blood sliding down his forehead. The sharp pain made him scream uncontrollably. At this instant, everyone in the Lu family completely panicked. One by one, they had surrounded Lu Yunbai's body, panicked beyond measure. Even Lu Yan was so anxious that she almost cried out. Blood! Yunbai! You're bleeding? Yunbai! Yunbai! Are you okay? Don't you scare Mom. Lu Yunlong quietly watched this scene and only felt amused. It's a trick that's been used many times. He was about to be immune to it, but I have to say this guy was really down with it. Slammed hard into the coffee table and wasn't afraid to overact. After checking it out and realizing that it was just a bit of broken skin and a bit of blood and nothing serious, Ryu Sung-un was slightly relieved, followed by an instant burst of anger. Standing up fiercely, his bushy hand, he struck towards Lu Yunlong. Asshole! Your brother cares about you so much and you dare to do it? If it were in normal times, this slap would be enough to slap Lu Yunlong to the ground. But this time, Lu Yunlong did not stand still. His feet retreated and directly avoided the slap. Ryu Sung-un looked at Ryu Yunlong incredulously. Only the corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer. Quite a good actor. What do you mean? Ryu Sung-un shouted angrily. Without explaining, Lu Yunlong directly stepped forward and came in front of Lu Yunbai. Looking at Lu Yunbai's bewildered eyes, he instantly clenched his fists and punched, solidly smashing Lu Yunbai's face. The sudden punch was something that no one in the Lu family had expected. All of a sudden, Lu Yunbai had a bloody nosebleed. Don't you want me to beat you? I'll fulfill you. As the words fell, Lu Yunlong didn't intend to stop and slammed another fist into Lu Yunbai's face. Damn you! You think everything you do is seamless? You think I'm just going to put up with it? And you're saying that Qin Shao holds a grudge against you? Who the hell are you? A piece of trash who only knows how to play dirty tricks. You? It's just a broken shoe that no one else wants, but only you treat it like a treasure. And even that broken shoe is dating you while she's making out with her lover, so only a fool like you would treat it like a treasure. Every sentence that fell was a punch to Lu Yunbai's face, one blow after another, so ferocious that it shocked the Lu family on the sidelines. Nearby, Lu Siyu tried to grab Lu Yunlong's hand to stop his brutality, but immediately after, he was backhandedly slapped on the face by Lu Yunlong. With just one click, Lu Siyu's right cheek instantly became red and swollen. Said he didn't say anything about you, did he? He's stupid. You think you're good? Know how much trouble you almost got into today. Know that if I hadn't stopped you, you wouldn't have made it back if that slap had gone down today? Lu Siyu was blindsided. She also didn't expect that Lu Yunlong would even dare to make a move on herself. I opened my mouth, but half a dozen words escaped. Stupid is as stupid does. You're full of this stupid brother of yours, and it's no wonder you're the family. A family of stupid. You know what? I even think it's a shame that I have your Ryu family's blood in me. Chapter 58, full of morality and kindness. Lu Yunlong, are you going to revolt? Ryu Sungun's eyes widened and his body trembled, hardly able to imagine that his own son could be so violent. Everything that had happened tonight had been vastly unexpected. Successive gas blocked in the heart, so that the first time he felt chest tightness and dizziness. If not a sight of Lu Yen's support, it is estimated that immediately to pass out in general. Yunlong, how can you say such things? For so many years, our Lu family has treated you well, right? We are also your relatives. You are like this. Mom is very painful. Lu Yen's voice are as if sobbing, but this touch instead would make Lu Yunlong revolted. He impatiently shook off his fist, stained with Lu Yunbai's blood. Skimming his head, he looked at Lu Yen. That's enough. That's really enough. My good mom. You know what? Out of this family, you're the most disgusting. Macetan kindness and morality. As if you cared more about your own son, isn't it? Lu Yen pursed her lips, her eyes filled with disappointment in this son. Yeah, all you care about is always this adopted son. Lu Yunlong directly roared towards Lu Yen. Things have come to a head, and there is no longer any possibility of backing down. He was going to have a showdown with everyone in the Ryu family today. It was to use an absolutely strong attitude to tell this group of people that he was not the same coward who used to let them bully him without fighting back. Flaunting a bowl of water, all day in front of outsiders, showing how much you care about me, and the truth? What do you care about me? You only care about whether or not I admit my mistakes in time, only concerned about why I've been working against Lu Yunbai all day long, thinking it's because I don't know any better? Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Dozens of years old, you can't even see who is deliberately picking a fight. Have your eyes been eaten by a dog? No, let me tell you why. It's because, by nature, you're all just favoring this adopted son. So, no matter what, you'll think it's my fault. It's ridiculous. If you like this adopted son so much, what's the point of bringing me back? It's almost like pointing your nose. Lu Yen, who had never seen her son so irascible, was also stunned, and even had tears welling up in her eyes, but couldn't find anything to say in rebuttal, could only stammer and didn't know what to postoperatively. This scene, Lu Sinan couldn't look at it anymore. Although from the beginning, Lu Sinan was more rational than the others, but ultimately, he still felt that Lu Yunlong wasn't a good person under the subtle influence. Therefore, even now, it felt that Lu Yunlong did have so many grievances. But, no matter what, you can't talk to your family like that, can you? And, also hit Lu Yunbai with his hands. Today, it was indeed Lu Yunlong who had gone too far. With this kind of disturbance, would the Lu family still have a foothold for Lu Yunlong? Glancing at Ryu Sungun, who was being supported by Yu Yun, as expected, at this moment, Ryu Sungun, who was trembling with anger, covered his heart and was furious. She spoke in a hurry. Lu Yunlong, shut up. But just as her words fell, Ryu Sungun snapped. He stretched out his trembling hand and pointed it toward the front door. Get you out of here. Get out of the Willow House. I don't want to see you again. Lu Siyu covered her reddened cheeks from being slapped, and a voice filled with resentment followed. Don't let him off so easily. This white-eyed wolf, eating our Lu families, living in our Lu families, and as a result, he still wants to treat us like this. Indeed, it's better to be kissed than raised. Yunbai is much more understanding than him. The way I see it, he's here for our Ryu family's property. Before you kick him out, make him pay us back all the money he's spent on our Ryu family over the past few years. Lu Yunlong laughed out loud and shook his head, staring at Lu Siyu. You're really vicious. But I'm sorry, how much do you think I've cost the Ryu family over the years? Let me tell you something. I didn't spend a dime of your Lu family's money. You guys haven't given me a dime since the beginning of time. Got it? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Ryu Sinanwith was wide-eyed. Are you kidding me? Lu Yunlong is at least the youngest master of the Lu family, and hasn't used a single penny of the Lu family's money in all these years? You know, their pocket money is distributed by a special person on the finance side, and it's regularly credited to their cards. Let's just say that Lu Yunbai has $500,000 of pocket money a month. And how could Lu Yunlong not have? That can't be right, can it? I remember that the finances paid you on time every month. Ha, you're the CFO, don't you know? That's right. You guys there would be in charge of this kind of thing? Disdain flashed in Lu Yunlong's eyes. Until this time, it suddenly occurred to Lu Sinan that during the time when Lu Yunlong had just returned, Lu Yen had once specifically instructed her that Lu Yunlong had grown up in a poor environment. Poor people are paranoid about things like money, so let's hang him out for a while, give afterward. However, after that, Lu Sinan had left this matter straight to the back of his mind, which led to the people under him thinking that Lu Yunlong was not handing out pocket money until today. Lu Sinan stared wide-eyed. The original. Got half the day this thing is still her pot? For a moment, she didn't even know how to explain, but Lu Siyu didn't believe it. Who are you kidding? If you didn't spend any of the Willow family's money, then where did you get the money you've been using for the past 2 years? That's my scholarship, and earned from odd jobs. Is there a problem? Lu Yunlong retorted nonchalantly. To be honest, if it weren't for his own extremely good grades and a bit of a scholarship, he wouldn't even have enough money to pay for his medical care. Yes, he did utilize the Lu family, but it was just a matter of using the Lu family's energy and signage to find those medical experts. So what's wrong with that? Even most of the time, even eating was separate from the Lu family crowd, because they felt that they didn't eat well. A poor look, and looking at them made people lose their appetite. So, many times, he ate his meals along with the Lu family's underlings. The more he said, the more Lu Yunlong came on, pointing at Lu Siyu and cursing. Also, you said I live in your Lu family. Yeah, how great is your Lu family? Turning the spear until Ryu Sung-un. A big family, but they don't even have a room for their own son. And they let their own son live in a utility room at the corner of a staircase. Haha, it's ridiculous. Pathetic. Back then, when Lu Yunlong had just returned, several sisters of the Lu family were at home. The rooms in the villa are pretty much allotted, leaving only a utility room and rooms that are being newly renovated. At that time, Ryu Sung-un wasn't too sure about this and still let Ryu Yunlong choose for himself. Lu Yunlong coincidentally picked Lu Yunbai's room. After all, we're big enough and gorgeous enough. For that time Lu Yunlong seemed to have a fatal attraction of. As a result, it was misinterpreted by Ryu Sung-un that he came back to take over Ryu Yunbai's position. In addition to Lu Yunbai's words, if brother likes it, then let it be for brother. It doesn't matter where I sleep. Everything here should be brothers anyway. Under such a tea ceremony, Lu Chang'an was furious and directly vetoed Lu Yunlong's choice, even letting him live within the utility room first, and then letting Lu Yunlong live in it once the other rooms were renovated. After that, Ryu Sung-un also forgot about this matter, and Ryu Yunlong wanted to talk to Ryu Sung-un many times to get himself a new room, but Ryu Sung-un didn't have any heart to listen to Ryu Yunlong and always kicked him out in annoyance. Until today, Lu Yunlong had long since seen the reason for this and looked at the crowd with a self-deprecating smile. Do you know why you forget everything you promise? That's because, you family, from top to bottom, have never treated me like family. So, in your minds, I have always been unimportant, and unimportant things, of course, are easily forgotten. Chapter 59, Drive Me Away? Why should I? Not important? To be honest, until today, it seemed that none of the Lu family's people had realized that they would even hold such thoughts within themselves. In their minds, there was nothing wrong with what they were doing. It's even been a habit for a long time. They were used to caring about Lu Yunbai. Growing up, the Ryu family put a yoke on their minds. They had been hinting to themselves that Lu Yunbai was the lost Lu Yunlong. So, every effort was made to cultivate Lu Yunbai. Under subtle influence, deep in their hearts, they regarded Lu Yunbai as their true kin. And Lu Yunbai is another person who was extremely good at disguise and is rich in heart. He had grown up knowing that he was nothing more than a substitute. So, he can't have any flaws. In front of the Lu family, he would have been deliberately hiding his true inner thoughts. He knew what the Ryu family expected, and he knew what the Ryu family expected their son to be like. He's always been well disguised. In front of the Lu family, Lu Yunbai was as if he was their ideal appearance of the Lu family's heir. Until by chance, they found the straggling Lu Yunlong. So Lu Yunlong was picked up. However, it was discovered that Lu Yunlong's body was filled with all the aura of a pauper that they hated. It was an instinct that was developed from childhood because of the environment. The Lu family prided themselves on being one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, and boasted of their grandeur and high status. It is simply impossible to empathize with the poor from the heart. They don't need a poor kid either. Therefore, in Lu Yunlong, the body of this personal son, what they saw was full of disappointment. And Lu Yunbai was different. That was the descendant of the Lu family that they had carefully cultivated. It was the most perfect Lu family heir in their ideals. Comparing the two, they would naturally favor Lu Yunbai, and it was this inclination that allowed Lu Yunbai to see the opportunity to drive Lu Yunlong away. Subsequently, he stirred up trouble from it and framed Lu Yunlong many times, making the Lu family's perception of him worse and worse. Until a point where one would get bored just by mentioning Lu Yunlong. People don't think much on things they're not happy about. Therefore, it wouldn't think much on Lu Yunlong's body. However, did this matter have anything to do with Lu Yunlong? No, he's just some poor guy who's been lost since he was a kid. He could not choose his fate and grew up in the midst of a miserable life. Until, that is, when the family found him, he thought his fate would change with it. He also has a family, a kindred spirit, but the reality is that it's not what you want. His habits, his life were the result of the Ryu family. It didn't have a single thing to do with him. On the contrary, it was the Lu family. They were the ones who betrayed Lu Yunlong. They were the ones who messed up Lu Yunlong and then got him back. Getting it back and not treating it well. The tragedy of his life was caused by the Ryu family. And now they were looking at themselves with such incredulity. It's as if he's the one who's in treason. It's ridiculous. What about you? Do you ever think of us as family? Don't you also not initiate contact with us? Lu Sinan couldn't help but say after half a day of being torn. At this, Lu Yunlong wanted to laugh even more. I don't take the initiative? Just remember, you're the ones who don't need me. It's you guys. It's you family. The corner of his mouth raised a mocking smile as Lu Yunlong turned to stare at Lu Yunbai, whose face was covered in blood. Since we've gotten to this point today, we might as well make it clear. Lu Yunbai, you've always coveted the Lu family's family fortune, thinking that I've come back to compete for the wealth that originally belonged to you. I didn't. Lu Yunbai hurriedly explained to. This kind of juncture he naturally could not admit that he was for the Lu family's family property. I just love my mom and dad a lot, and my sisters. Don't be bloody mean. If you feel that this is all my fault, then it's fine for me to go. Lu Yunbai's tone was rather aggrieved. Good you go Go now and from now on have no relationship with the Lu family in. Do you dare? Lu Yunlong's face was full of disdain. How could such a person voluntarily give up everything in the Lu family? It's just trying to get ahead by getting back. As expected, as soon as Lu Yunlong's words fell, Lu Yunbai didn't even know how to retort for a moment. The look also became anxious. I can't let go of my sisters and my mom and dad, can I? But you're really cheap. Lu Yunlong shook his head. Enough. Ryu Sunlun took a deep breath and interrupted Ryu Yunlong. In a deep voice, he said, Lu Yunbai is my son. Even if he's not biological, he's the son I've raised for so many years. It's impossible for him to leave. On the contrary, if this home you cannot stay, then you leave. I'll pretend that I never gave birth to such an unfilial son as you. This statement was made. Ryu Sinan froze and stared at Ryu Sung-un, seemingly unable to imagine that Ryu Sung-un would say such a thing. No matter what, Lu Yunlong was his own son. Lu Yunlong stood up and walked slowly to Lu Cheng'en. Looking at the old man's frail demeanor, he frowned flirtatiously. Driving me away, are you? Not sure if it was weakness or something else. Ryu Sunun took 2 small steps back and inclined his head. You could think so. Lu groups Lu Dong, for the sake of an adopted son, abused his own son and kicked him out of the Lu family. Do you think this news is explosive enough? Lu Yunlong spoke indifferently. Lu Cheng'en turned back fiercely, his gaze glaring angrily at Lu Yunlong. What the hell do you want? What for? Kicking me out? By what right? Lu Yunlong was not the least bit defeated as he locked eyes with them. Old man, do you think I'm a dog at your mercy? Come back when you want me to come back, and drive me away when you want to drive me away? Since the Lu family didn't treat him as a son, he wouldn't treat Lu Chang'an as a father either. It's also unlikely to do anything as silly as turning around and leaving. If they were unkind, don't blame Lu Yunlong for being unrighteous. After talking with Qin Mo, he had figured it out. What he wanted was everything in the Lu family. If he really left, wouldn't he be giving it all away to someone like Lu Yunbai? Although he is talented and confident that he can make it big even if he starts from scratch. But who was he, Lu Yunbai, to take the Lu family's things? These things, which should have been his in the first place, why should he give them away? Not only would he not leave, he would even stay and take it all back. Old man, even if you don't like me as much as you do, you can't deny that there's a blood relationship between us, and if you don't give it to me, I'll snatch it. You have to realize that Ryu's group isn't your personal haul either. The Lu group may seem to be dominated by the Lu family, but too large a volume also brings with it the inclusion of many shareholders within the group. As long as it's not ironclad, there are always ways to disintegrate, divide, and integrate. As to whether he could do all this, Lu Yunlong had absolute confidence. You'd better write your will today, hand over your property to this loser Lu Yunbai, and then die immediately. So I might even feel a little tricky. Get out of the way. With one hand, he pushed away Ryu Sunun, who was blocking the way. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The successive stimuli made Ryu Sunun's mind exhausted and confused, and his vision began to become blurred until he fainted completely. However, Lu Yunlong just glanced at it and ignored it, turning around and going up the stairs. Yes, Instead of going back to his little house at the corner of the stairs, he went straight up to the second floor to the biggest room. With a kick, he kicked the door of the room open and entered it. Immediately after that, all of Lu Yunbai's things were thrown out. Today, starting with this room, he was going to take back everything that was his. Chapter 60, The Desperate Fu Yujie. Lu Yunlong's attitude today completely subverted the impression that everyone in the Lu family had of this unpopular son. More so, because of this incident, Yu Sungun was so angry that he had a heart attack, almost fainted and went straight to the hospital. And the people of the Lu family followed them to the hospital because they were worried, or for various reasons. Naturally, Lu Yunlong didn't go. Instead, he was happy to be free. After throwing all of Lu Yunbai's things out of the Lu family home, he came to lie down on the mattress, resting his hands behind his head. He looked up at the chandelier that was as gorgeous as crystal on the ceiling. The eyes fell into contemplation. Honestly, the showdown was cool. He even beat up that stupid fool Lu Yunbai violently, which was a way to get out of the way. But I'm afraid the rest of the day won't be easy. Today, he so did not give Lu Chengin face, plus Lu Yunbai. Lu Siyu, these people are afraid that they will not let themselves go. Kicking yourself out shouldn't be a thing. After all, he had already warned Ryu Sung-un at that time that he shouldn't be blamed for talking nonsense outside if he kicked him out. Plus he had kept an eye on the process of being treated differently over the past few years. Keep a lot of evidence and throw it all out to make a big deal out of this. Even the Lu family would not be able to cope well when the time came. You know, this is the age of public opinion, and the power of public opinion is enough to make the Lu family shed its skin. So, Ryu Sun-un no longer dared to kick him out, but maybe it will make Lu Yunbai play a little dirty trick. Thinking about this, Lu Yunlong felt that his situation was not that safe. So, sitting up violently from the mattress, he pulled out his cell phone, dialed the number Qin Mo had left for him earlier. A few seconds passed and the call was answered. Hello, this is Qin Mo. Young Qin, I'm Lu Yunlong. I've already had a showdown with the Lu family. The situation is a bit complicated now. There was no unnecessary nonsense, and Lu Yunlong knew what Qin Mo wanted the result to be. Then continued, I have confidence that I can take back everything in the Lu family, but my safety needs to be guaranteed. Lu Yunbai is a foolish fellow, but often it's people like this who do things without consequences instead. I'm afraid he'll go after me. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial People's Hospital, Qin Mo sat in the back of the red flag car, listening to the voice coming from the other end of the phone. A flash of realization flashed in his eyes. To be honest, I didn't expect you to move quite so quickly. Since we've already made up our minds, let's fight quickly. Lu Yunlong said. Yes, I'll have someone special protect your safety. Feel free to stay in the Lu family. I'm waiting for you to hand me a perfect answer sheet. Qin Mo responded. It then hung up, looking towards the front row driver. Old Dragon, give Mighty Tiger a call. Tell him to take his squad and head to the vicinity of the Lu family. Closely monitor the Lu family's every move. And by the way, ensure the safety of Lu Yunlong's life. Mighty Tiger was Long Zhantian's second-in-command. An existence that could become the Dragon King's deputy was naturally not some silent and nameless person. The same people who are renowned in the world of mercenaries. The professionalism is excellent and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. With him leading the team, monitoring the Lu family to protect Lu Yunlong was naturally not a problem. After all, when these people were on the battlefield, they hadn't taken on many missions to protect high-level personnel, and they belonged to their professional counterparts. I understand. Long Zhantian's side began to connect. Qin Mo, on the other hand, was waiting quietly in the back seat. Within the previous banquet hall, Lin Yuqing had been smashed into a serious injury, thus being sent within the hospital by Lin Xiao. Qin Mo naturally came to take a look, not because he was worried. Rather, Lin Yuqing couldn't die here yet, and by the way, a verbal reward for the good job she did today. The image of the two sisters tearing each other apart was great, telling her to keep up the good work and try to over Lin Yue as well as Lin Xiao. People are doing a favor for you and getting hurt, and not showing it will make the person doing the work unmotivated. It's called harnessing. Of course, it was unlikely that Qin Mo herself would show up. She didn't have that much face yet, and it would be fine to send someone to take a look. It also happens that Qin Mo needs to pass through this hospital when he goes home, so it's better to let Xiao Bingyao take a trip. And at that moment, outside the door of the hospital's special VIP ward, Lin Xiao stood outside the door with a slightly agitated expression. Lin Yuqing was sent to the hospital by him. It's not like he's got a clear conscience and is feeling sorry for his daughter. Rather, he knew that Lin Yuqing and the Qin family had climbed into a relationship again. Before in the banquet hall he had clearly heard Lin Yuqing say that she would marry Qin Mo in the future. It was also Qin Mo who saved her from coming back. Yes, no one had thought that Lin Yuqing, who had been taken away by the thugs in the first place, had transformed into a member of the Qin family, and Lin Yue, who had high hopes of being rescued by herself, screwed everything up instead. Not only did he allow himself to be humiliated by the Qin family, but even the marriage with the Lu family was spoiled. So things got interesting. Obviously, in the current situation, Lin Yuqing could be much more valuable than Lin Yue. Lin Yue? A broken shoe abandoned by the Qin family. A broken shoe that the Lu family doesn't want anymore either. Lin Yuqing, the fiancé of the Qin family, the future head mother of the Qin family. Even with my ass, I know who would be more important at this point. Therefore, the matter of Lin Yuqing stirring up Lin Yue's blind date, Lin Xiao didn't dwell on it at all. In the final analysis, isn't it still you, Lin Yue, whose ass is not clean? He had to get together with a little white boy, and he ordered Lin Yue to cut off her relationship with that little white boy. Did she listen? She didn't listen, so it was all Lin Yue's fault. The one who should get out of the Lin family was not Lin Yuqing, but Lin Yue. Therefore, at that time, he didn't pay any attention to Lin Yue at all, but quickly sent Lin Yuqing to the hospital. It was necessary to maintain a good relationship with Lin Yuqing. Inwardly, he admonished himself thus. He looked up and within the ward, Fu Yujie had followed him over as well, and to be honest, Lin Xiao really wanted Fu Yujie to disappear on the spot, but it seemed like Lin Yuqing and Fu Yujie had some kind of deal or something. Climb inside now. From his viewpoint he was able to clearly see that within the ward, Lin Yuqing's expression was cold. Fu Yuza, on the other hand, had an incredulous demeanor and seemed to be arguing something. Even when he said a certain sentence, he directly knelt down and prayed to Lin Yuqing, but Lin Yuqing remained unmoved. It was clear that the two seemed to have fallen apart, and Fu Yuza was praying for Lin Yuqing. Lin Xiao understands and is relieved that Lin Yuqing isn't like that dumbass Lin Yue who knows to set aside her relationship with this little white boy Fu Yuza. If this had been the case, where would there have been so many things? Fortunately, there is room for things to maneuver now, as long as Fu Yujie, the idiot, doesn't come and get in the way. At the same time, he also stared at Fu Yujie inside, deeply afraid that Fu Yujie would be furious and hurt Lin Yuqing at that time. Then things would not be good. Of course, Fu Yujie also understood that this was in a hospital, and there were people staring right outside the door who didn't dare to do anything to Lin Yuqing. With a death glare at Lin Yuqing, he turned around and opened the door. Brushing past Lin Xiao, the figure quickly disappeared above the corridor. Looking at Fu Yuza's back, Lin Xiao pondered whether he should think of a way to make Fu Yuza disappear. After all, Lin Yuqing was able to use Fu Yuza to mess up Lin Yue's matchmaking bureau, and that was a lesson learned from the past. And after that, if Fu Yuza wanted to mess things up, it wasn't favorable for Lin Xiao. While he was thinking about it, a silhouette had arrived in front of him. Lin Xiao came back to his senses, and his pupils shrunk violently. Is you, Xia Bingyao, Qin Mo's personal secretary? At least that was how it seemed to Lin Xiao. After all, Xia Bingyao had always followed Qin Mo, and to a certain extent, she represented Qin Mo. I'm here to see Lin Yuqing, please get out of the way. Xia Bingyao didn't have a good face for Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao didn't care. This started Qin Mo's people being able to come here. Didn't it prove even more that what Lin Yuqing had said before was right? Lin Yuqing really got involved with the Qin family. Chapter 61, Both Want and Need. Lin Xiao was ecstatic inside, but it was closely followed by a flash of concern. Lin Yuqing looks like he knows something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cold to himself when he was in the banquet hall. Now that he knew that Lin Yuqing was involved with the Qin family, then Lin Xiao had to consider it. What should be done to repair the father-daughter relationship with Lin Yuqing? Now time is running out and his company is not going to last. With no progress and no one to save him, he was truly cornered. At that point, a lot of things will be out of his hands. It was also fortunate that he had another card. When it really came to a desperate situation, he could only use this bottom card to fight with Qin Mo. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking, within the ward, Xia Bingyao came to Lin Yuqing's opposite bed and sat down. Lin Yuqing was first excited to see Xia Bingyao. After all, this one had been following Qin Mo all along. She showed up, so that means, Brother Mo came too, right? Where is Brother Mo? Where is he? Lin Yuqing, who had her head cracked open and was still wrapped in bandages, desperately wanted to see Qin Mo. Only, Xia Bingyao shook her head slightly. The face didn't carry any smile and looked a bit cold. Don't look. Young master is very busy and doesn't have time to come to the hospital to see you right now. However, the young master also knows about your injury and asked me to come and take a look. Is it very busy? Lin Yuqing pursed her lips. Although inwardly, she hadn't seen Qin Mo once since the last time she signed that contract with him. It made her insides uneasy. After all, Qin Mo could be said to be her only hope now. Without Qin Mo, she would lose everything. She had been pampered since she was a child. How could she be willing to accept such a fact? Therefore, she had to marry Qin Mo in order to continue enjoying her own glory and prosperity. It is only then that we can continue to enjoy the taste of power. She had already seen what happened to Lin Yue. She didn't want to be abandoned by Qin Mo as Lin Yue had been. As if she could tell what Lin Yuqing was thinking inside, Xia Bingyao continued to speak. But you don't have to worry. Young master is a busy man after all. As you know, controlling such a large group. But young master still remembers you. Speaking of this, Lin Yuqing's face then looked better. Then pulled a smile. It's okay. It's good to be busy. It's good to be busy. So, did Brother Mo say anything else? She asked again. Xia Bingyao gave Lin Yuqing a deep look. Compared to others, Xia Bingyao's mind was much sharper, and thus easily saw through what exactly Lin Yuqing was afraid of right now. This couldn't help but make Xia Bingyao sneer inwardly. There are people who just don't see the coffin. If I knew this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? But she was just too high on herself, thinking that she was important in Qin Mo's heart, so she was emboldened. She didn't think Qin Mo would get angry with her over something small. That's why he let Fu Yuza get close to her and her sister. They feel that they are important enough. On one side, he was able to hold Qin Mo, and on the other, he was able to control Fu Yuza. Simply put, it's both. Both like Qin Mo's power and talent, but also to be obsessed with Fu Yuza's sweet and pampered dog-licking behavior. Just as a few girls still develop dog-licking even after they have a boyfriend, all they enjoy is the pleasure they get when they are licked. But then Lin Yuqing realized that it was simply not a compatible thing. To Qin Mo, they were nothing more than a thing that could be discarded at any time. Just as Lin Yue did, it is they who overestimate their position. Luckily, she felt that she had been forgiven and thought that Qin Mo had given her a chance, but with Lin Yue as a reference, Lin Yuqing was even more afraid that Qin Mo would abandon her as well, just as he had abandoned Lin Yue. At that point, she could truly have nothing. That was why she desperately wanted to completely bind herself to Qin Mo. Xia Bingyao saw through all of this, but did not reveal it. Lin Yuqing still had value to utilize, so she picked up on Lin Yuqing's words. Young master also said that he told you to get some rest, that he thinks highly of you, and that he'll come to celebrate you next time. Xia Bingyao's words were very interesting. Come to celebrate you next time? When do we need to celebrate? Obviously, it was after Lin Yue achieved results. She wanted to see Qin Mo, so keep up the good work. Of course, this sentence was not a lie. After Lin Yuqing really destroyed the Lin family, it was true that he could see Qin Mo. Only, whether the result would be good or bad, Xia Bingyao couldn't guarantee it. As expected, Xia Bingyao's words caused Lin Yuqing to drop her heart as well. Unable to help, he clenched his fists. Please inform Brother Mo. I won't let him down. That's up to you, Xia Bingyao said. He was about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks again. By the way, I just watched that Fu what's his name guy. After he went out from your hospital room, his mood was very wrong. What did you say? Fu Yuza? Lin Yuqing heard what Xia Bingyao meant. Unable to help it, he let out a cold laugh. That lickspittle. Still really think that the promise I gave him will be honored? Before, in order to find Fu Yuza to help backwater Lin Yue, Lin Yuqing lit up the Lin family shares in her hand. 51%. Absolute control. Originally the shares of the Lin family, is by Lin Xiao accounted for 30% as the largest shareholder, but because after a round of strikes, most of the shareholders have sold off their shares in the Lin family, and Lin Xiao himself was in an extremely difficult situation, unable to get the money to recover these shares. Therefore, they were all secretly acquired back by Qin Mo's people. Together with some loose shares, a total of 60-something% was given to Lin Yuqing at 51% to take revenge. At that time, Lin Yuqing was the one who took out this 51% of shares to show Fu Yuza, and inform the other party that he is the real power holder of the Lin family. Fu Yuza had no future at all when he followed Lin Yue, and as long as you listen to her, you'll be given 100,000 cash plus 10% of Fu Yuza's shares. Where did Fu Yuza, who had been poor since he was a child, stand up to such a monetary attack? With only a deposit of $100,000, he helped Lin Yuqing put on this play. No, just came to ask for 10% of the shares underneath him. But apparently, Lin Yue broke the contract, and they didn't sign any contract anyway. In short, you don't worry, I understand Brother Mo's, so I am absolutely not going to have any involvement with Fu Yuza. On the contrary, I have to make him pay for it. Speaking of this, Lin Yuqing's eyes were filled with abhorrence. To be honest, if it wasn't for Fu Yuje, she and her sister wouldn't have been able to get to this point at all. This is all Fu Yuza's fault. It's all because this green tea gigolo hoodwinked them. So this time, the target of her revenge was not just the Lin family. And then there's Fu Yuza, who can't get away with the same thing. Xia Bingyao didn't dwell on it too much, and after understanding the situation and conveying Qin Mo's meaning, she got up and left. Get some rest. The doctor said it's not a serious injury and you'll be out tomorrow. The implication is that your business will continue tomorrow. Lin Yuqing acted as if she wasn't listening. It didn't matter if Xia Bingyao treated her badly. she interpreted it as jealousy. Yes, Xia Bingyao was just jealous of herself. Then, say hello to Brother Mo for me, and tell him not to get too tired and rest early. Chapter 62, Whose general is this? Is he so brave? Outside the hospital gates, Xia Bingyao got into the car. Well, not dead? Qin Mo asked without a care in the world. It didn't matter to him how badly Lin Yuqing was injured. What really concerned him was whether Lin Yuqing could still do things or not. In response, Xia Bingyao gently shook her head. It's just a bit of skin broken on the head. One night of recuperation and observation and you'll be discharged. Nothing serious. Qin Mo nodded. Right, while I was there, I also saw Fu Yuza slamming the door from Lin Yuqing's hospital room. It looks like these two had a falling out. Seemingly thinking of something, Xia Bingyao added. At this, Qin Mo couldn't help but smile, but he wasn't too surprised. What's to be expected? Fuse. Honestly, I wouldn't have even known there was such a person if it hadn't been for this. At first, Fu Yuza was just a beneficiary of the Qin family's charity program. To put it bluntly, for a large enterprise like the Qin Group, it is bound to assume social responsibility. A charitable program is essential. The beneficiaries are not only Fu Yuza, but hundreds of people. One could only say that they knew Qin Mo, but Qin Mo did not know them, and Fu Yuza is even more so, with no ability and nothing outstanding to show for it. All that's in your head is crooked, soft eating. It was normal for such a person to be easily compelled by Lin Yuqing to turn against him. His eyes were doomed, and he couldn't see things on a deeper level. He felt that he was able to rely on his charm to attract the Lin sisters, even make it love itself. So naturally, he wouldn't be skeptical about his fangirl. Thought that Lin Yuqing was really as harmless as the little white rabbit she once was. Chose to forgive him and to help him to rock the boat. In the end, it ended up as a gun to the head. Now, Lin Yuqing wasn't going to honor her promise, and Lin Yue, too, was deeply resentful of Fu Yuza because of his backlash. In just one short day, all of Fu Yuza's fantasies turned into bubbles. The Lin sisters were offended up and down the line. Even the last way back was completely blocked. Let's just say that you can't blame society for people's stupidity. You can only blame yourself for being too simple. For such a person, Qin Mo had no sympathy. It even felt that since Fu Yuza's value was completely gone, shouldn't we consider making this guy disappear on Earth? After all, Qin Mo was not a kind person. The plot of the female frequency abuse article where the white boy usually lives a good life because he is not the main character does not exist here in Qin Mo. Old dragon, you go and check out Fu Yuza's whereabouts. Then, you got it. Understood. The corner of Long Zhantian's mouth, who was sitting in the driver's seat, lifted up a sardonic smile. Truth be told, playing with his brain was something he really wasn't good at and didn't enjoy. There is nothing which is simpler than making someone disappear completely. Starting the vehicle, Long Zhantian intended to send Qin Mo and the others back to the Royal Dragon Manor first. After that, go get Fu Yuje. However, just as the car was starting, a silhouette violently sprang out and blocked the front of the car. The silhouette was cloaked, had a broken expression, and most importantly, still had a fruit knife in his hand, just straight in front of the car. With a fierce gaze, he yelled towards the car. Qin Mo, I know you're in there, come out. What? Qin Mo was confused. Xia Bingyao was also confused, and Long Zhantian was numb. No, this seems to be the imperial capital, right? This car, it seems to be the Qin family's car, right? So, the question is this guy crazy? Dare to stop the Qin family's car with a knife in the imperial capital? In public? It's a long time to live. It's a long time to live. However, it was true that Long Zhantian did not start the car, and the man immediately came to the side when he saw that the car had been forced to stop by himself, as if he wanted to confront Qin Mo. Qin Mo was emboldened and directly lowered the window, although this guy was carrying a knife in his hand. However, it was a bit ridiculous to want to deal with a carload of experts with a knife that was no more than 10 centimeters long. Qin Mo also didn't care at all. Instead, he wanted to see who was the general of the ministry that was so courageous. The car window was lowered and the man walked up to Qin Mo. Fu Yuza? Xia Bingyao recognized at a glance that this person was none other than Fu Yuza, who she had met within the hospital. At that time, he had been kicked out by Lin Yuqing and was almost on the verge of breaking down. Originally, Xia Bingyao thought that this guy had run off to cry somewhere. Now that I think about it, this guy turned out to be unable to accept reality and followed Xia Bingyao to find Qin Mo's car. Qin Mo, it must be you, right? As soon as he arrived in front of Qin Mo, through the car door, Fu Yuza stared at Qin Mo with a face full of resentment. It must be you. You're the one who made Sister Yuqing and Sister Yue leave me, right? It must be you. Get out of the car. Let's sit this one out today. Fu Yuza screamed from outside the car and even tried to pull the door handle with his hands. Only, the car had been locked a long time ago, and the guy couldn't open the door no matter what he did. That action looked particularly funny. 2. Chin Mo felt a bit ridiculous and asked with interest. That said, I'm curious, do you know who I am? Chin Mo. I know you even if you turn into ashes. Fu Yuza still didn't give up and kept pulling on the door handle. At this time, Long Zhantian had gotten out of the car and just stood beside Fu Yuje, helplessness flashing in his eyes. Looked at Chin Mo. Chin Mo gave him a look, and Long Zhantian understood and directly slashed with one hand. Fu Yuza fainted on the spot, and was then thrown in the trunk by Long Zhantian like it was trash. Young master, find a place to take care of it? Since I happened to come across it, let's take care of it. Chin Mo looked at his watch. It's not too late, so there's no harm in packing up and heading back. It just so happens that it was originally intended for Fu Yuza to get his box lunch. I didn't realize that 1 second I had just finished talking, and the next, people were coming to my door of their own accord. Chow chow isn't that fast. It's frustrating. Soon, the red flag sedan left the hospital and drove straight towards Chin Mo's suburban villa. Where it is, it's extremely secretive and no one can find out. A pot of cold water was poured directly on Fu Yuza, who had fallen into a coma. The sudden coldness caused Fu Yuje to wake up violently, then sat up from the ground, breathing heavily. When he came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that his surroundings were extremely empty and monotonous. The lights overhead were dim and wavering, and the air was filled with the sickening smell of blood. Where is this place? He's been captured? But the hands and feet are not bound. Kid, awake? The voice came from the back. He immediately turned his head, his pupils shrinking violently. Squatting here was Long Zhantian, and not far behind Long Zhantian, in the empty and also the brightest lighted place, a double sofa was placed, and where the Chin Mo he hated the most and the woman who was even more beautiful than the Lin sisters were sitting. Chin Mo's calm eyes were still silently watching him. Chapter 63, It's all because of Chin Mo. Chin Mo. The moment he saw this person, Fu Yuza couldn't hold back his full rage. Hands couldn't stop groping themselves, attempting to find something. Looking for this? A flash of disdain flashed in the eyes of Long Zhantian, who was squatting by the side, and raised the fruit knife he was toying with in his hand. Fu Yuza's expression stiffened. The situation is a bit unfavorable now. Also, he was just fine. Why did he suddenly pass out, and then to be brought to a place like this? At this moment, countless question marks flashed inside Fu Yuza. Tell me, what is your purpose in stopping our car so suddenly? Chin Mo's voice rang out, echoing within this empty room. As soon as he said this, Fu Yuza recalled the time in the hospital. Lin Yuqing's merciless face. What are you thinking? Still want to be with me? Still want to share my Lin family shares? This is ridiculous. Let me tell you, compared to Brother Mo, you are nothing. You still really believe this nonsense that I will be with you? At that time, the sky collapsed on Fu Yuza who heard these words. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yue were the pathways to the heavens that he had taken with great difficulty and painstaking effort. But now, Lin Yuqing even wanted to abandon him for Chin Mo? He even used him to completely offend Lin Yue to death. Both sides of the fence are completely broken. What about him? What about his honor and fortune? Fu Yuza couldn't accept such a fact after leaving the hospital room. Inwardly, he became more and more unwilling, and just in time, he saw Xiao Bingyao, the woman who had been following Chin Mo. The jealousy within Fu Yuza was further aroused. On what grounds? Why do the Lin sisters love Chin Mo? Lin Yuqing was like this, so was Lin Yue, and even, there was the Xiao Bingyao who was even more beautiful than the Lin sisters. Why? Why does everyone have to revolve around Chin Mo? He was not convinced. He had gone to great lengths to ingratiate himself with the Lin sisters, and in the end what did he get in return? It was all because of Chin Mo. All because of Chin Mo. If there is no Chin Mo's words, then the Lin family sisters may return to their side. The Lin family's property will also belong to him. Fu Yuza was always still too low-eyed, lower than the Lin family. In his eyes, there was no way of knowing what exactly was going on in the present-day Lin family. All he knew was that the Lin family was rich, so as long as he clung to the Lin sisters' thighs, there will be endless glory and wealth. At the thought of it, he couldn't suppress the excitement within him. He bought a fruit knife at the store and followed Xiao Bingyao. It also really found Chin Mo's car parked in front of the hospital. Thoughts returned. Fu Yuza clenched his fists in death. It's all because of you. Chin Mo. Mr. Chin, why do you want to drive the whole thing to death? You obviously have such a good woman. Why do you still refuse to let go of Sister Yuqing? And pestering Sister Yuqing? Why is it that people like you are born into the sky? What about being destined to receive the admiration of millions since childhood? You have everything. Why won't you let Sister Yuqing to me? Furious, Fu Yuza shouted hysterically towards Chin Mo. Sister Yuqing doesn't want me anymore, and Sister Yue has completely fallen out with me. So what should I do? What am I going to do? Chin Mo, why can't you just pretend that nothing happened? Why did you force Sister Yuqing and the others to choose you? Why can't you just be like before? Fu Yuza was like a whiny woman who kept screaming. Chin Mo crossed his legs and leaned his body against the backrest of the sofa, propping his head on the armrest of the sofa with one hand, inquiring, "So, you want to come and fight me with a broken fruit knife?" When he said this, Xia Bingyao on the side, as well as Long Zhantian, who was squatting not far away, almost didn't strain to laugh out loud. This kind of is as outrageous as a 3-year-old going at an adult with a nail clipper. Not to mention the fact that Long Zhantian, as Qin Mo's personal bodyguard and the Dragon King that the world was in awe and fear of, was not a problem to fight 1 against 100. Let's just say that Qin Mo himself was an existence capable of dry humping and subduing the Dragon King with frontal powerlessness. Fu Yuza's move did somewhat invite a smile. Of course, it was indeed not surprising that Fu Yuza, who had never seen the world and was full of green tea thinking, could do such a thing. What are you laughing at? No laughing, don't laugh. Looking at the disdainful smile on Long Zhantian's face in front of him, Fu Yujie felt that his pride had been insulted. Qin Mo, don't think you're great just because you have $2 stinking. I'm telling you, the Lin sisters love me. You know what? They love me. It must be some kind of trick you pulled. If you're a man, fight me one-on-one. Do you dare? Put. Long Zhantian was really a bit speechless. One-on-one? A fight? Are you kidding me? What is this guy thinking? Want to go one-on-one? Fine. I'll come and single with you. Long Zhantian stood up and took off his jacket, revealing the army green undershirt inside. The undershirt set off the brawny muscles that appalled Fu Yuza. Silently swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Fu Yuza suddenly felt his mind become much clearer. You. I'm not here to find you. You have the ability to let Qin Mo come. Long Zhantian frowned. Did I give you a ing face? What kind of a person are you? Let the young master come? Old dragon. Suddenly, Qin Mo called out to Long Zhantian. He then stood up and waved his hand towards Long Zhantian. It's been a long time since I've moved my muscles. Long Zhantian nodded knowingly, then crossed Fu Yuza's eyes and stood aside. Seeing that it wasn't Dragon Warrior Heaven, Fu Yuza was relieved. Clenching his fists, he climbed up from the ground and stared ferociously at Qin Mo. In a deep voice, he said, since we're here for a one-on-one fight, let's make a deal. If you lose, you'll quit, and Sister Yu Qing and Sister Yu Wei are all mine. Qin Mo didn't say anything and took a step in front of Fu Yuza. Looking at the person in front of him, Fu Yuza clenched his teeth and was about to take the lead in throwing a punch. But Qin Mo was faster than him. With a beautiful left dodge, he blasted Fu Yuza's abdomen with a punch. The unimaginably sharp pain caused Fu Yuza to instantly arch his body. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat and his eyes cleared instantly. He can't carry this punch. But before his body fell to the ground, his hair was grabbed by Qin Mo, lifted up by the hair. Qin Mo was very disappointed. Originally thought, this guy is so bold. Maybe also a little hands, can let Qin Mo as a sandbag to practice? The results. That's it? That's all you've got? And you dare come to me single-handedly? Pulling Fu Yujie's head, Qin Mo hit a knee bar, crashing into Fu Yujie's body, and turned around to deliver another whip kick. It was a total one-sided thrashing. Fu Yuza did not even have the strength to fight back. Or rather, the two men were not at all at the same level in terms of sheer strength. Looking at Fuse, who had reached the ground, Qin Mo stomped on his right leg, intending to give him a taste of cracked bones. When he did so, a misplaced eyebrow was raised, looked at its right leg and found a mechanical walking aid. Crippled? Suddenly, Qin Mo recalled that this guy's leg seemed to have been broken by himself as well. After all that, it's still a cripple. Qin Mo completely lost all interest. Using such a person as a sandbag was not going to be enjoyable. Dispose of it, it's a waste of food to live. Qin Mo shook his head. However, these words caused Fu Yuza, who was lying on the ground, to tremble violently inside. He forced himself to hold back the pain coming from his body. What do you mean? Qin Mo didn't bother and handed the place over to Long Zhantian. Don't you go. Are you going to kill someone? Aren't you afraid of breaking the law? Stop right there. Before he could finish his words, he saw Long Zhantian playing with the fruit knife he had paid for, smiling evilly as he stepped forward. A flash of fear widened wildly in his eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you come over. Don't you come over. Chapter 64. Not even the light can shine in. The brightly shining blade reflected Fu Yuza's horrified face. How could he not have imagined that his desperate courage would be rewarded with such a result? Honestly, he just wanted to put on such a desperate attitude. He knew that there was a gap of heaven and earth between his status and position and Qin Mo. For Qin Mo, women, money, what not to have. As long as Qin Mo said one word, there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. He was the pride of heaven from the moment he was born. Why would such a person care about the Lin sisters? Shouldn't someone like that care more about their personal safety as well as the impact of their reputation? So, he thought of taking a fruit knife and going to force Qin Mo, thinking of putting up a show of exchanging a rotten life of his own with an honorable life like Qin Mo's. Anyone in their right mind wouldn't disregard it. It's like being barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. Essentially, it's because the barefoot ones already have nothing to worry about, while the shoe-wearing ones don't. They have a great life. No need to fight with someone who doesn't care about their life. Anyway, with a set of threats, Shin-mo was bound to compromise on the spot, unless he doesn't want his life. Even if something goes wrong in the end, Shin-mo dies and he goes to jail. This was definitely not a cost-effective deal for Shin-mo. It was with this mindset that Fuyuza carried a fruit knife to Shin-mo, but he miscalculated. He didn't think, or rather, with his eyesight, he didn't think that someone similar to Shin-mo must be traveling with sufficient security. TV dramas, novels with those scenes of cornered villains kidnapping the heroine are really naive. So, in the end, he got caught. But even if he was caught, he didn't think he'd be okay. After all, the other party was the president of the Chin group. It's the big entrepreneur. The most such a person could do was to brutally beat himself up and kick him out of the imperial capital. Regardless, his life was secured. After all, in this day and age, murder is a felony. If he killed himself, the other guy would have to go to jail. So how could he let a great future go to jail? However, the cold words of Shin-mo just now caused Fuyuza to tremble inwardly. A great fear welled up in his heart, because he saw that Long Zhantian had actually come up with his sword. The ferocity in those eyes wasn't fake. This was the first time Fuyuza had seen such a look in his eyes. Cold, unfeeling, pale as water. It was as if he was doing something sparse and normal. There was no reverence for life in this man's eyes. Or perhaps, in his eyes, killing a man is no different than killing a chicken. Fuyuza had never seen anyone like this since he was a child. No, come to think of it, I've actually seen it. The last time I was on a vacation island, I encountered that group of robbers. They give off that same feeling, cold and inhuman, and will take a life at the slightest hint of displeasure. Therefore, at that time, during the time he was being held hostage, Fuyuza didn't even dare to speak a harsh word. The whole time, he had been showing weakness and begging for mercy, just because he knew that the gang would really kill him if they weren't happy. This was not the case when facing Shin-mo, and he even dared to yell out with him. That's because he's emboldened in his heart, thinking that Shin-mo couldn't possibly kill him. But sadly, sometimes one's eyesight defines one's destiny. Fuyuza couldn't imagine or possibly know. The darkness behind those in high places can't even shine a light into it. He can only see the world as he sees it and guesses, and the end is death. The moment the blade plunges into flesh and blood, Fuyuza really despaired, and deep down he was incredibly regretful. Regret why you see money? Regretting why she had approached the Lin family sisters. Regretting why she had offended such a big shot like Shin-mo. He also regretted why he did not know the sky in the sky, and came alone to find Shin-mo to settle the account. He had underestimated the horrors of the world, too naive to see it all, and in the end, the only thing he got in return was a cold blade, and eyes that slowly closed. Inside the hospital, it wasn't long after Lin Yuqing sent Xia Bingyao away. Then once again, the sound of the ward door being opened was heard. It barely took her a moment to realize who the visitor really was. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked over at the familiar man, Lin Xiao. Once upon a time, Lin Yuqing thought that Lin Xiao was the backbone of her and her sister. It's a family member who can be trusted with everything. It's an object to be pampered and trick or treated at will. But sometimes, hearts are hard to read, even if it's a real father. Someone who has the same blood in his body. It's not always the same in your head. Lin Yuqing had once treated him as her father, as someone she could rely on. But to Lin Xiao, both Lin Yuqing and Lin Yue were just a tool to enable him to move up the ladder. A self-deprecating smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Lin Yuqing skimmed her head and closed her eyes, not wanting to see this man again. Better, daughter? Hungry? Want something to eat? Lin Xiao pulled at the corner of his mouth, but still sat down on the chair, his gaze tinged with concern, and his voice was gentle, just like when he was a child and doted on him. Forget it, I'll take Mr. Lin's kindness, but don't bother. Lin Yuqing's tone was icy cold, causing the expression of Lin Xiao, who had posted over, to stiffen. He somewhat failed to understand that this time after Lin Yuqing came back, it was as if she had taken gunpowder. It's almost like a little bit of everything. No one will talk to anyone. No one will give face to anyone. Not even his own old man, who can't even get halfway decent. What's this about? To be honest, with the machismo inside. In the face of this situation, Lin Xiao really wanted to slap him right on the face. Let Lin Yuqing recognize who is righteous in this family. In any case, he was also Lin Yuqing's father. It was the one who raised Lin Yuqing. How dare he throw himself in the face? Are you kidding me? However, considering that now Lin Yue unexpectedly climbed the Qin family thigh words, Lin Xiao still forced his inner dissatisfaction down. Tentatively, he asked, Yuqing, what's wrong with you? Is there some kind of misunderstanding in the middle? Or are you blaming Dad for this kidnapping? Lin Yuqing didn't reply. Only the fists under the bedding couldn't stop clenching. Lin Xiao sighed lightly. Actually, you don't know that Dad is very worried about you. Never even gave up looking for you. But Yue and I said that you have most likely been. Ugh, my heart was aching when I learned the news. It's desperate. I even hate myself for leaving everything behind to find you. But, you know, the Qin family suddenly announced that they had broken off their cooperation with us. The foundation of our Lin family fell apart in an instant, and the families of countless workers under our command were shattered. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but sigh. You know what? Dad can't help it. Dad's heart goes out to you too, but he can only focus more on keeping things together. But privately, I've been looking for you. Taking a deep breath. Luckily for the Emperor, you're fine. It even showed up flat out. Do you know how happy I really am? Lin Xiao pretended to believe it himself, and as he spoke, a handful of snot and tears flowed down. It was as if an old father who was worried about his daughter. Lin Yuqing let out a cold laugh and turned her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiao as she nodded approvingly. Yes, you are indeed happy. So happy you're close to tears. After all, it's the Qin family that stands behind me, right? Chapter 65, The Secret. Lin Xiao froze. He really hadn't expected that Lin Yuqing would so directly state what was really in his heart. Yes, he did, because Lin Yuqing had the Qin family behind her. That was why it suddenly changed its attitude towards Lin Yuqing. At that time when he was at the dinner table, the moment Lin Yuqing just appeared, Lin Xiao's attitude speaks volumes. At that time, Lin Xiao treated Lin Yuqing with dismay, and even said that he was afraid. Fear that Lin Yuqing would stir things up. After all, at that time, Lin Yue was the hope in Lin Xiao's heart. Therefore, when Lin Yuqing walked across to Lin Yue, Lin Xiao even wanted to go straight down and teach Lin Yuqing, his daughter, a lesson. But, things are unpredictable. Who the hell would have guessed? In such a small amount of time, the two levels were reversed. Lin Yue became an outcast, while Lin Yuqing in turn held the Qin family's resources in her hands? Let's just say that the world is a damn boring place. Lin Xiao was also considered to have taken an extremely exciting roller coaster ride. Therefore, he had no choice but to come up to Lin Yuqing's body. But no matter what, he was always Lin Yuqing's father. There is also the gift of childbirth versus the gift of nurturing. What's wrong with asking for a little something in return for a daughter who's finally grown up? What's wrong with helping out the family after so many years of glory and prosperity? Lin Xiao was inwardly dissatisfied with Lin Yue's words, but he didn't show it. Instead, try to repress it in your mind. The relationship with my daughter is already bad now, and if it completely inflames the conflict. Lin Xiao had nowhere to cry. The stiff expression soothed for a moment and said, Yu Qing, you must know that you are the daughter of the Lin family. Whether you have the support of the Qin family or not, I will treat you as my daughter. We're all family. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao said, a family, one glory for all, one destruction for all. And you know exactly what state the Lin family is in right now. To put it mildly, we're that much closer to a breath of fresh air. So, Dad is really hoping that you can help the family, or at least, make young Master Qin Mo raise his hand. You should know that the Lin family's industry will always still be handed over to you descendants. If the Lin family is gone, you won't have anything to gain. Lin Yue silently listened to Lin Xiao's words. Inside, it just felt ridiculous. Yes, Lin Xiao was indeed right. The Lin family was really just a breath away. But, she doesn't panic, because the Lin family had belonged to her a long time ago. With 51% of Lin's group shares in hand, Lin Xiao is also working for her. And with her current relationship with Qin Mo, would anything still happen to the Lin family? At that time, with a word from Qin Mo, the Lin family in her hands would be able to rise from the dead. So she didn't panic at all. It was like watching a clown, watching Lin Xiao's clumsy performance in front of her. A family? Lin Yuqing wanted to laugh when she heard that. Lin Xiao thought she didn't know anything. Unbeknownst to her, at the time of her disappearance, Lin Xiao's attitude, and even the conversation videos, etc., it was all checked out by Qin Mo. The secrets that Lin Xiao and the others thought they were keeping were as ridiculous as clear cards in front of the Qin family's intelligence network. It was also what made Lin Yue see Lin Xiao's true colors clearly. The man is a complete animal. Ambition is greater than the sky, and for the sake of profit, even his own daughter can be abandoned at will. How could she possibly believe Lin Xiao's words? The corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer. I say, it's a pity that you didn't become an actor, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiao frowned, puzzled by Lin Yue's attitude. What the hell is this girl selling? Lin Yue didn't intend to hold back and spoke bluntly. Don't think I don't know. What kind of orders did you give during the time I was missing? Lin Xiao suddenly felt a bit flustered. Unable to stop himself, he took 2 steps back, his brow furrowed like a twist. Playing dumb, he said, what? Order? You said that even if I were to be recovered, I'm afraid I would have been disowned long ago. and there would be no one to look at me in the future. And to say that it is nothing but a shame, a joke, that such a me should be brought back? Lin Yuqing stared at Lin Xiao dead in the face, the corners of her mouth grinning, anger in her eyes. Yes, it's true that I was treated inhumanely when I was taken away, even my face, which was disfigured, but you didn't expect that, did you? You didn't think I'd make it back alive. You didn't expect that not only did I come back alive, but I also got involved with the Qin family, even though I've been disfigured. Brother Mo still doesn't mind me. Ha, Lin Xiao, this is fate. How about the fact that something you've dreamed of is easily obtained by someone you've abandoned? Do you feel good inside? Lin Yuqing said a lot of things at once. It was like releasing the countless grievances that had been pent up inside during this period of time. There's also Lin Yue. What a pity. That woman can't bear it in her heart. Tightly just hearing that Brother Mo chose me. She can't hold it down. The corner of her mouth lifted up in a smug smile. I'd really like to see the expression on her face right now. What does it look like? Lin Xiao is indeed very surprised at this moment, and even said that he felt a chill down his spine. The daughter in front of him revealed a side of him he had never seen before. The madness, the anger, the recklessness, and the determination to bring himself down. This was something Lin Xiao hadn't expected. The simple daughter of the past would be so ruthless with herself today. However, these are not the key. The most frightening thing is what he said to the housekeeper. Why does Lin Yuqing know? This was something that even Lin Yue didn't know about. In all the world, he and the butler were the only two people who knew about the decision. But why did Lin Yuqing say it so clearly? Can it be that the butler betrayed him? If so, did the steward reveal something else? As soon as he thought of this, a fine layer of sweat beads seeped out from Lin Xiao's forehead. Everyone has secrets, unspoken secrets. Sometimes these secrets can become a handle on themselves. Sometimes these secrets can be a sharp blade to stab the enemy with. Lin Xiao had been suppressed to such a point where he was begging for more every day. Naturally, they will rack their brains to keep a backhand. One against Qin Mo. No, or forcing Qin Mo's backhand. Though that approach is not to be seen in the light of day. But if you're really desperate, you can only rely on that backhander to change your life against the odds. But if this backhander is exposed, Lin Xiao didn't doubt that for a second. Qin Mo would not be as calmly watching from the sidelines as he was now. Maybe, Qin Mo would just go down and hold himself down in minutes. Butler, butler. Lin Xiao shook his head, his eyes filled with panic and fear. At this moment, he couldn't care less about talking to Lin Yuqing. A deep look at her. He knew that there was only hatred between Lin Yuqing and himself right now, and there was absolutely no way he could tell himself any information. Everything can only be found out for yourself. Without lingering, Lin Xiao immediately turned around and left. Chapter 66, The Dark Side of Qin's Group. There was no doubt that the Qin Group was a behemoth. Its volume was enough to span half of the Chinese territory. It has made a mark in all walks of life. Such a powerful family could not have made it this far by simply doing business alone. Although Lin Xiao was not talented in business, he did understand this. Therefore, since today's Qin's Group has been able to develop to its present state, behind it, there must be an unknown side. Put another way, the accumulation of capital is often bloody behind the scenes. Even if the Qin family doesn't seem to have any problems, but even since Qin Mo came to power, just how many of his opponents have inexplicably disappeared? How many people will profit from the Qin Group? It definitely does not stand in for businessmen alone here. It may be a coincidence that during the time when Qin Mo had just taken office, there were many cleanups. It's a means to an end or an exclusion. A new person in power comes to power, and what that brings is a reshuffling of power. That day, Lin Xiao accidentally rescued a dying man. The name is Lu Chen. This person, Lin Xiao had seen before, was an executive of the Qin Group, also one of the former Qin Group agents. The executive, news reports say, has been missing since a landslide accident. It is suspected that there is a high probability that they were buried in the mountain, could not be searched and were defined as missing. It was originally thought that the man was long dead, but what he didn't expect was to be bumped into by Lin Xiao and saved by accident. From Lu Chen's mouth, Lin Xiao learned a terrifying fact. What happened to him was no accident at all. Rather, it was a contrived campaign to get rid of him once and for all. He was a victim of the power struggle within the Qin family. He was on the wrong team, so when Qin Mo rose to power, he was purged. But life lived on. And what was really scary was that this person held some of Qin's Group's dirty secrets in his hands due to his previous position. The Qin Group has always had unseemly collusion with many officials. At that moment, Lin Xiao realized that this matter should never be exposed. Even the person Lu Chen couldn't have half a bit of news leaking out. But if they show up, the Qin family, Qin Mo will definitely not let them go. Even if, at that time, the Lin family was on good terms with the Qin family. However, as long as the issue of core interests was involved, Qin Mo, that rather ambitious fellow, would definitely not allow the existence of those of them who knew the secrets of the Qin group. Therefore, Lin Xiao had been hiding it well. Not only did he send Lu Chen out of the country, but he himself rotted the secret in his heart. No one else in the world would know about this except for the absolutely devoted housekeeper. Of course, there was also the reason why Qin Mo had always thought that the person Lu Chen was really dead, plus the fact that he hadn't intentionally paid attention to the Lin family. Otherwise, it was impossible for Lin Xiao to hide anything from Qin Mo. As it was now, after the Lin family had fallen out with Qin Mo because of the two sisters, their every move and even every word was under the Qin family's surveillance. Lu Chen had a detailed list in his hand. It contained the names of many people who were related to the Qin family. It had been given to Lin Xiao at the beginning. It had also become Lin Xiao's bottom card, but to be honest, he simply didn't have the courage to use this bottom card. Still, the Qin family is scary. Qin's influence is too great. If this list was truly exposed, there was a possibility that the Qin family would suffer, and there was also a possibility that they would receive a huge blow, but it was absolutely impossible to use this to bring down the Qin family. And he, Lin Xiao, was definitely going to play it out. Therefore, even after being pushed to this point, Lin Xiao was still thinking of other ways to bring the dead back to life. Never thought to use that undercurrent. But if the butler really betrayed himself, if this matter is known by Qin Mo definitely wouldn't have any patience to play along with them any longer. By then, it was a question mark whether he would even see the sun the next day. Therefore, this matter should never be exposed. At least, before he completely loses all chance of flipping. If there was ever a day when he was truly desperate, then he would have no choice but to fight the Qin family. Leaving the hospital, Lin Xiao kept dialing the housekeeper's number. Inside, there was an overwhelming sense of urgency, deeply afraid that something had happened to the housekeeper. Luckily, however, it didn't take long for the caller to be put through on the other end. The butler's voice came with a sleepy tone. "Master, what's the matter at this late hour?" Phew, it had to be said that the moment he heard the butler's voice, Lin Xiao felt like he had come to life. Luckily, nothing happened to the housekeeper. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately ordered, "Listen, whatever are you doing right now? Or maybe there's something important. Leave it all behind. Buy a foreign air ticket, the sooner the better, and get the hell out of the imperial city." Lin Xiao's tone contained a toughness that could not be refused. Now that the problem has been realized, it cannot be ignored. Now, it seemed that brat Qin Mo's infiltration of his Lin family had already reached an unimaginable level. He had to get ahead of himself. Until you have the courage to lift your cards, at least protect your bottom card. Now, the voice over there was a little puzzled. Yes, now, get a grip. You look at the closest flights out of the country and leave the empire first to go wherever you want. I'll give you enough money on my side to run away, and as long as you don't come back without my orders, you'd better not. There are a lot of things involved. Once we make a wrong move, you and I will all die, Lin Xiao said in a deep voice. The butler on the other end of the phone also seemed to have heard the urgency in Lin Xiao's heavy tone. As a diehard loyalist of the Lin family, he had deep feelings for the Lin family. Naturally, I won't question it. Nodded. Okay, I understand. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao let out a long breath. Qin Mo. He had to admit that Lin Xiao was afraid of this young man in his 20s from the bottom of his heart. Tough and temperamental. How could he not imagine that Qin Mo would help Lin Yuqing? It was clear that Qin Mo had started targeting the Lin family because of the Lin family sisters. How come you turned around and hooked up with Lin Yuqing again? There was something involved that Lin Xiao really couldn't figure out, but he'd have to take the initiative anyway. Lin Yuqing disowned him, and Qin Mo played with him recklessly. What secrets were involved? He wasn't sure, but he wasn't made of clay either. He also did a lot of fighting back to survive, apologizing, begging for forgiveness, hitching a ride with the Ryu family, etc. But to no avail. None of it will change the state he's in. Then we have to think differently. Qin Mo does not eat soft this set, then come to some soft and hard. After all, the person who climbed up from a mud leg, naturally has a little bit of his own small means. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately dialed a phone number. Soon the communication was picked up. "Master, are you going to use me so soon?" The voice on the other end of the line was slightly flirty, as well as a hint of mockery, as if he was laughing at Lin Xiao's incompetence. Lin Xiao was in no mood to retort. "Don't talk nonsense, Bai Jie. You and I both know that glory and wealth are here to stay. Have you finished understanding the preferences of that kid Qin Mo? Sure, wait and see." Chapter 67. How can you fight me when I have people everywhere? Imperial Dragon Manor. Not long after Qin Mo returned, he received a secret phone call. "Young master, we just listened to Lin Xiao's call record, and the content seems to be a little off." Ever since Qin Mo decided to have a good time with the Lin family, he had already started monitoring the Lin family. The Qin family's intelligence network is extremely powerful. trying to spy on a small Lin family was no big deal at all. It's not just that many surveillance cameras were secretly installed in Lin Zhao's house. There are people keeping an eye on the Lin family's whereabouts at all times. Even the newsletter, which is unlikely to be spared. From point to point, top to bottom, inside and out. It could be said that as long as Qin Mo wanted to, he could even know how many times Lin Xiao had to go to the toilet in a day. Lin Xiao deduced from amongst Lin Yuqing's attitude that Qin Mo might be spying on him. That's why they are very careful in their actions, etc. But sometimes the eyesight limits everything. Lin Xiao will never think that he picks Qin Mo's front. It is no different from stripping naked. Send it to me. I'll listen to it. A minute later, an additional audio file appeared on Qin Mo's phone. With a hint of curiosity, Qin Mo listened to Lin Zhao's communication recording. It didn't take long, and soon Qin Mo put down his cell phone. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Lin Xiao wanted to send the Lin family butler out of the country for no reason. It's definitely not a coincidence. This guy, something is hiding from himself. And, listen to this anxious tone, is likely to be related to himself. Wanting to send the Lin family butler out of the country proved that he didn't want to be caught by himself. Lin Xiao, still hiding such a hand. Qin Mo snorted, to the point where there was little panic. Because it's not necessary, and it's not a secret or two to bring yourself down. Or perhaps it was impossible for the size of the Qin family to be swayed by a handle, a secret, or something like that. Sometimes the beauty of power is that no matter what move you use, I can catch it and force it down. In the famous movie, Shaolin Soccer, the villainous Django once said something. The ball witnesses, the side witnesses, the referees, the organizers, plus all the co-organizers are my people. So what are you going to fight me with? I can break the rules with abandon. And you can only act under my rules. Unless, of course, you have the ability to flip the whole field with a single kick like Power Vajra kick. Otherwise, you'll never win in your life. Something like a handle is only called a handle and only useful if it's in the hands of a flagging opponent. The Lin family? It wasn't that Qin Mo looked down on him. Even if he had a handle on him, no one would believe what he said. And Lin Xiao was afraid that he held certain things in his hands. And it must have been before this matter of the Lin family sisters happened. Because before that, Qin Mo wasn't so idle to put his mind on the Lin family. Naturally, he wouldn't go and investigate the Lin family for no reason. After all, they all grew up in the same yard as kids. However, this also sidestepped the fact that this guy, Lin Xiao, had been having second thoughts about himself since a long time ago. Or maybe, he is watching out for Qin Mo, leaving a back road by himself. If they were truly sincere, for example, Long Zhantian and the others, even if they had probed into any secrets, they would inevitably be the first to share them with themselves. However, this was normal. Not everyone in this world was obligated to serve Qin Mo unconditionally. It is human nature to submit on the surface and leave yourself a way out behind your back. But saying that is one thing and doing it is another. As Lin Xiao, who relied on the Qin family for his livelihood, how dare he hold the Qin family's handle in his hand? Even though this handle won't shake the Qin family, what do you want? Bite the master? Qin Mo gently shook his head and greeted Long Zhantian as he came in and instructed. The butler of the Lin family, who will soon be leaving the country, seems to hold certain secrets in his hands, so go dig them out and see. Also, watch the impact, Qin Mo said calmly. Long Zhantian nodded his head gently. I know, don't alarm others for the time being, figure out the reason behind it before making a decision. After following Qin Mo for so long, he had a sense of propriety in many things. It was a tacit understanding. Qin Mo waved his hand to signal him to go down and do his job. The Lin family wasn't scary, and the Lin family holding Qin Mo's handle in their hands wasn't scary either. But, the content of the handle, the source, and the possible threats need to be figured out. Is it a disclosure from within the Qin family? Or is there a mole in the Qin group? Or is there something missing? That's what needs to be figured out as a matter of urgency. If there are loopholes, they must be patched. If there are problems, they must be solved. A large ship cannot always be unbreakable. Finding the problem spots and plugging them up is the only way to get this big ship to travel farther. On top of that, Lin Xiao also mentioned someone in his call voice. Bai Jie, Lin Xiao's former young girlfriend, a young woman in her 30s. Previously, Bai Jie had a falling out with Lin Xiao and subsequently moved out of the Lin family. It looks like a complete parting of the ways with Lin Xiao, but Qin Mo didn't believe it at all. But it was just a Bai Jie. Insufficient evidence. Imperial Airport. The butler of the Lin family was wearing a mask with a baseball cap, waiting in the terminal with a suitcase. Although he had doubts in his mind about Lin Xiao's command, he also knew that Lin Xiao was doing it for his own good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been asked to leave the imperial capital so suddenly. Guess, something happened. So he didn't dare to delay and immediately bought the earliest airplane ticket. It's a flight to A, but it doesn't matter. Fly anywhere, as long as you can get out of the country as soon as possible. Then just find a place to hide so no one else can find it. In order to ensure that he could hide his identity well, he also put on a special makeup, adding many wrinkles to his face, aging more than 10 years. Clutching a plane ticket in his hand, he sat with a slightly more subdued figure. Nothing wrong on the surface, but those eyes, but inadvertently surveying the tourists around them. Be alert for suspicious people who may appear. The one the Lin family had offended was Qin Mo. It was the Qin family. It was always right to be vigilant. Only, what he didn't realize was just how ridiculous his self-righteous pretense was in the eyes of a professional. But who in their right mind would be fine with pretending to unintentionally survey the people around them? The highest level of undercover work is to respond to all changes with no change. Stabilize yourself first before you can be as normal. The current Lin family butler, in Long Zhantian's eyes, was simply like a flashlight that lit up in the midst of a darkness, locking onto him with a single glance. Don't be too obvious. The corners of Long Zhantian's mouth rose as he wrapped his arms around himself and leaned against the railing not far away. A sneer exclusive to the Dragon King was evoked. Staring at the Lin family butler, he wasn't in a hurry. There was still some time before he got on the plane. It's still an airport lobby, and it's crowded, so it's not a good place to start. A short time later, the housekeeper, carrying her bag, looked around before getting up and heading toward the restroom. Long Zhantian, who was waiting not far away, knew that the opportunity had come. Direct orders. Get moving, make it quick, you'll be met outside. Two voices echoed from within the headset. Immediately after that, two ordinary-looking youths got up in pairs and followed the butler's lead to similarly head toward the restroom. Chapter 68, Regret? Is it useful? Long Zhantian's operation went well. Under tight control, the Lin family's butler didn't even make any waves and didn't attract anyone's attention. It had been brought to Long Zhantian's car. Regarding these sudden appearances, the butler understood that this was, I'm afraid, the reason why Lin Xiao had suddenly told him to go out and hide from the wind. Just who the hell is this group? And what exactly did they arrest themselves for? The butler was still confused. Until it was brought within the villa on the outskirts of the imperial capital. The dragon warrior genius began to communicate with the butler. Only, surprisingly, the butler's mouth was very tight. Facing Long Zhantian's questioning, he froze and didn't say a word. This caused Long Zhantian to be somewhat stunned. Looks like you're loyal to the Lin family. Ha! The butler didn't say anything, just glanced his head to the side, still not intending to speak. Hard bones. Long Zhantian smiled. He had seen a lot of people like that. Once upon a time when you were on the battlefield and captured enemy combatants, you were always faced with this situation. So, he has also acquired a knack for torture. For this kind of hardcore person, then you have to see whether the other person's bones are hard or your own torture device is hard first. It's okay, I've got it covered if you're not going to talk about it. With that, he picked up the tiger clip on a side table. Don't worry, we have plenty of time to play with you. Take your time. Long Zhantian did not panic, but the butler swallowed darkly. Cold sweat penetrated the skin and covered his forehead. To be honest, it wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but the point was that as Lin Xiao's butler, he knew Lin Xiao's character very well. Since Lin Xiao dared to let him know about Lin Xiao's many unknown secrets, then there must be a means of containment. This guy who fought his way up from the dirt may not be good at anything else, but his heart is definitely tough enough to get the butler to listen enough. That's a lot of grace. While giving him glory and riches, he also threatened his family. The housekeeper has a seriously ill son who has been lying in hospital for treatment. The cost of each day's treatment is astronomical, and it is Lin Xiao who is paying for the treatment. If once the secret was exposed, without any hesitation, Lin Xiao would absolutely stop paying for his son's treatment. Then the only thing that awaits the son is death. And it really pushed Lin Xiao to the edge. His own old mother at home, and his wife will definitely suffer. So, technically, it's not that he doesn't want to say it, but he doesn't dare to say it. But looked at Long Zhantian who was approaching him. The butler was fighting fear again from the bottom of his heart. Unable to resist, he said, I'm warning you, this is a society of law and order. You're going to go to jail for doing this. You have no right to interrogate me. Long Zhantian scoffed at this. If you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know? You. Well Before the butler could finish his sentence, the drilling pain swept over him. Hysterical hissing resounded throughout the suburban villa. However, in a place like this, screams and pleas for mercy have long been commonplace. This is a concentration of sin, like an infernal hell of unparalleled horror. The shouts grew fainter and fainter, and when at last they faded away, Long Zhantian dropped the vice, wiped the blood that stained his hands, looking at the butler, who had passed out, rolled his eyes. Sure enough, all a bunch of losers whose bodies have been emptied by booze and sex. This is too much to bear? This pain in the area is just beginning, but that's okay. Still, Long Zhantian had plenty of time and was in no hurry at all. Anyway, with the man in his hands, he couldn't run away, and it was unlikely that anyone would come here to save him. The next day, Chin's group gate, dressed in a professional OL outfit, helped by a high ponytail and delicate light makeup, Lin Yue was held up by 2 security guards and directly thrown out. The commotion that was caused drew the attention of many people around. Isn't this Mr. Lin, who is in charge of the charity section? What happened? You don't know yet, do you? The company's board of directors has already made a decision, saying that they're going to fire Lin Yue. When did this happen? For what reason? Also this 2 days to put. The specific reason is not clear, but there is gossip that this Lin Yue want to bar Qin General as a wrongdoer. It's that Fu Yuza who often runs to our company. You know it, right? Oh, that's really a great pleasure. This woman all day long boasts that she is the future Qin's mistress. As a result, every day to bring a little white boy to the company. The beautiful name is a god brother? Still want to arrange positions for that little white boy. Really pawn and stand. I see. Today this is deserved. Regarding Lin Yue's matter, the employees of Qin's group didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, they even hate to clap. Truly, the Lin sisters are usually in charge of the company, on the basis of having some relationship with Mr. Qin. He boasted of his high position. I've never been offended in my life. Everyone also dared to be angry, deeply afraid of losing this golden rice bowl of Qin group. Now it's good. It's true that God has eyes. No, I should say that Qin always has eyes. Finally, the cancer of this company has been completely removed from the company. It's a real blast. Lin Yue, who had been kicked out of the Qin group, lowered her head and listened to the gossip coming from all around. Deadly clenched teeth, tears flashed in his eyes. What do these people know? What do they know? He himself had clearly really treated Fu Yuza as his younger brother in the past, or rather, subjectively treating Fu Yuje as a younger brother, and inside is deeply in love with Qin Moa. She wanted to retort, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. Indeed, in retrospect, I did miss the distance a bit before. Even, there was an indescribable feeling towards Fu Yuza. But, since yesterday at the blind date party, after revealing Fu Yuje's true colors, it dawned on her. That's all because Fu's motives are impure. Because Fu Yuza had been haunting her with this ambiguous sense of iffy excitement. It's all because of that asshole. She's just blinded by Fu Yuza. Inside, she was deeply in love with Qin Mo. That's why she came to the company today. Not for work matters, but purely because she wanted to meet Qin Mo. After all, since Qin Mo could accept Lin Yuqing, why couldn't he accept himself? It's the same with myself and Lin Yuqing. However, as soon as I came to the company today, not only Qin Mo's face was not seen, she was even told that she had been fired and could not even enter the company. This made her a bit incredulous. What Qin Mo had done was really too extreme. Ridiculous. Once upon a time, he thought that Qin Mo was just trying to escape and play with his temper. He was also thinking of using the fact that he was going to marry the Lu family to irritate Qin Mo. He also wanted to see with his own eyes that Qin Mo regretted and came back to beg for his touch. But now it seems that it was all too much for her to think about. In Qin Mo's eyes, she really wasn't someone who was indispensable. As soon as this conclusion came out, a great fear came over him. She vaguely sensed that she seemed to be about to really lose Qin Mo. It was something she couldn't accept. She regrets it. She really does. Chapter 69, The Surprising Lin Yue. MS. Lin should leave. You're no longer a member of this company. The 2 security guards didn't have any sympathy for Lin Yue. It was just a matter of business to pack and throw some of Lin Yue's personal belongings to her. Then he turned around with the intention of leaving. Look at the personal items in front of you. Lin Yue realized that if she was really kicked out today and really left the Qin group, perhaps it would be difficult for her to have the chance to see Qin Mo again in the future. He had just fallen out with his own father yesterday, and Lin Yuqing also regarded himself as an enemy. Fu Yuza, even more a heart man, he was so good to him, but in the end, he also betrayed himself. Even the Lu family's Lu Yunbai had been disappointed at yesterday's banquet. It was as if she had lost everything overnight. Overnight, she was a lost cause. Without money, without people, what will she do in the future? What was she going to do when she didn't even have a place to go? Pursing her lips, Lin Yue suddenly felt scared. Is it because you're afraid of losing Qin Mo? Or are you scared for the impending outcome of having nothing to lose? Lin Yue herself wasn't sure anymore. All she knew was that if she didn't do something about it, she might never get another chance. So he hastily spoke. 2 elder brothers, can I beg you to go and ask for permission from Azumi? I want to see him, please. I really just want to see Azumi. Yes. Seeing one side had now almost become Lin Yue's obsession. It even made her go out of her way to bow down like the security guard at the gate she once despised. She didn't believe it. Or, couldn't believe that Qin Mo was really just that ruthless, ironically abandoning her. Would things have taken a turn for the better if they had been in a meeting? She admitted that her past self was really wrong. she also regrets it, so she wants a chance to change her ways. Even criminals can have such a chance, right? Besides, she hasn't done anything terribly wrong, has she? If you really want to talk about it, how is Lin Yuqing any better than yourself? But in the end, didn't Lin Yuqing hug Qin Mo's thigh all the same? At this moment, Lin Yue went out on a limb, fiercely wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, in front of the whole company, in front of the entrance of the Qin group, straight and kneel down. This kneeling was astonishing. This kneeling directly triggered the scene, with countless cries of astonishment continuing unceasingly. No one could have imagined that Lin Yue would have made it this far, kneeling down in public, just asking for a chance to see Qin Mo? This is too powerful. But, for the two security guards involved, it was a bit of a dilemma. They hurriedly came to Lin Yue's front and helped her up. Miss Lin, please don't make things difficult for us, okay? It is impossible for you to meet Mr. Qin. This is the instruction of the new Mr. Xia. Do you understand? So it is useless for you to embarrass us here. The two security guards were really in tears. If you can't get rid of them, you can't help but leave an image of ineffective leadership. But, this Lin Yue is also too shameless, right? Kneeling down so straight in public, how can she drive people away? Where's that swagger at the office? Where's the air of being high and mighty in the first place? Please, just let me in. I promise I'll just see you one last time. If Azumi really doesn't forgive my ha, I won't be coming back in the future. Lin Yue's voice was choked with pity. Until then, a man couldn't look away and walked up. Two security guards, why don't you just let her in? It's just a meeting, it won't do any harm. You are? The guard looked at him suspiciously. I'm the general manager's secretary who just arrived yesterday. My name is Xian. Xian corrected his tie, suited and booted. Secretary? Then you should know that no one who is not a member of the Qin group is allowed to enter the company building. Are you responsible for any problems? The security guard's tone was nonchalant. After all, this is an order from the top, and if you are not careful, you might lose your job. So how can you look good? Xiaoyan's expression was a bit ugly, but he still took a deep breath. How about this? I'm the general manager's secretary, and it just so happens that I'm going to see Mr. Qin right now, so why don't I just take her up? Another security guard said suspiciously. Are you new here? I advise you, don't get involved. This woman is no good. Xiaoyan was not amused, and even displayed a smile towards Lin Yue. I've heard it from others, and I know some insider information. This matter, indeed, General Manager Qin is a bit petty. Male and female relationships, how can there be no mistakes? As long as the sincere apology, then even if you give a chance there is no harm. At this statement, there was now an uproar. This Xian, what did he just say? Blatantly criticizing a leader in public? How dumb and stupid does this guy have to be to do something like this? It seems that this is the kind of guy who reads in school and reads his brain silly. However, Xiaoyan's words did make Lin Yue give him a grateful look, though I don't know that this man, who seems to have some bad brains, where on earth did it come from? But it does stand her in good stead, and after saying that, you basically won't have any trouble getting in there yourself. As for why he was said to be in a bad headspace, it would be a hell of a headspace to comment on his top boss like that in public. Even Lin Yue knew that this kind of thing offended people. Don't dwell on it. I know what you're worried about. It's just that you'll be criticized by the leadership afterwards. Trust me, it won't happen. There is justice in this world. I believe that this is just a little conflict between other people. Adjusting and regulating will make peace. And Mr. Qin won't make things difficult for you at that time. Looking at the two men who still didn't back off, Xian also became a bit angry. It just seems like this group of people have no compassion whatsoever and don't know anything about real love. They are just a bunch of thoughtless goons. With this in mind, he sighed helplessly. In that case, I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong. That's what the two guards were waiting for. Lin Yue, they are resolute in carrying out the orders from the top and are not allowed to enter. But since there's a fool who dares to put his career on the line, then this matter is none of their business. Lin Yue entered the company as she wished and followed behind Xian. Just, thank you. Lin Yue whispered her thanks. Xian waved his hand unconcernedly. It's okay, I also feel that Mr. Qin has gone a bit overboard. It's just a matter of helping out when you see the road. Lin Yue didn't say anything more. Anyway, her purpose was achieved. This time, it must make Qin Mo return to his heart, even if he pays his body for it. Soon, the two arrived at the top floor of the company. It was reasonable to say that ordinary people could not come here. After all, the elevator needed to swipe the appropriate card to enter the appropriate floor. The top floor, where only a small portion of the entire company can set foot. And it just so happens that Xian applied for the job of presidential secretary. So get the top floor card. Lin Yue was aware of the location of Qin Mo's office and quickly ran towards her destination. Only, just as she reached the door, Lin Yue fiercely staggered in place. only the door to the office was hidden. Inside the door, Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao were sitting together. With the lunch they had just gone to the cafeteria to fight in front of them, and what was most unacceptable to Lin Yue was, at this moment, Xia Bingyao was intimately peeling the shrimp with her hands and personally sent it to Qin Mo's mouth. The atmosphere was ambiguous, like a young couple in the heat of the moment. Chapter 70, Becoming a Part of Your Play? Qin Mo looked at the two people in front of him and first felt a trace of surprise, but then realization dawned immediately afterward. Cheyenne? As a newly recruited secretary, Qin Mo had read this person's profile. The other day because of what happened to the Xia group in Mordor, Qin Mo had taken many people from the head office side to take over the Xia group. This included Qin Mo's original secretary. He was a person with a strong work ethic, and Qin Mo was interested in cultivating him, so he transferred him to train within the new company. Naturally, the position of secretary at his side became vacant. Qin Mo instructed the personnel departments to just select themselves. Just select and let yourself be seen. Yesterday, the personnel department has contacted Qin Mo, said that the person has been determined, is a famous school senior, have had work experience with other companies, a very good person. It's just that Qin Mo didn't come to the company yesterday, so it's still the first time they meet today. But what I didn't expect was that this secretary, for the first time to see the sale, gave himself such a big surprise. Qin Mo sat on the chair, his index finger calmly tapping on the desktop. With a tone of voice that was neither sad nor happy, he asked towards Xian, "This person, you brought him up? Don't you know that she's no longer with the Qin group?" Xian straightened his suit, stood straight, and answered with a flourish, "Yes, Mr. Qin, because I heard something before I came, and when I was down there, I saw that MS. Lin was very poor, so," Qin Mo interrupted with a wave of his hand, "or rather, no longer interested. A secretary, to be, is absolute obedience to the boss, absolute obedience to the company, not someone who makes decisions for the boss. The boss has ordered it and the company has gone through the process. What does a new secretary want who can't recognize her own position and disobeys the orders of her superiors? Is Qin Mo the boss, or is he the boss?" For this kind of person, Qin Mo only thought that the personnel department did not know people well. Accountability from the top to the bottom needs to be pursued, but not now. Things are scored. A secretary, just a little thing. You, go wait outside. Qin Mo pointed at Xian and said. Xian's tone stuttered. However, looking at Qin Mo's undeniable expression, he still nodded. Think Qin Mo wants to talk to Lin Yue alone. Inwardly, he couldn't help but be relieved that as long as he could talk, it wasn't a problem. Couples still fight. As for why he had to help Lin Yue so much, I'm afraid I can only say I empathize. Recalling certain things, Xian sighed softly. After encouraging Lin Yue with her eyes, she turned around and exited the office, and incidentally helped close the door. Lin Yue pursed her lips, then looked at Qin Mo. Her pupils trembled and her voice choked. Counting on it, this was the first time they'd met since she'd left for her vacation island. Ever since being ghosted by that Fu Yuza guy and going to the vacation island, it was as if all her life had been changed forever. Everything is gone with the wind. Even wanting to see Qin Mo for a while had taken a lot of effort. What's more, at the front gate of the group, he openly knelt down, completely abandoning his dignity. Just finally met the man. At this moment, 1,000 words tumbled inside, and she took a slight step forward. Amo. Xia Bingyao looked at this scene and contempt flashed in her eyes. Now you know how to be affectionate? What were you doing before? Blinded? Blinded by a ghost? Oh, it's ridiculous. Nothing more than both. Thinking that anything good in the whole world should be hers. It turns out that in the end, it turns out to be such a big circle, but she gets nothing. Nothing. To put it bluntly, she hadn't come here today to admit she was wrong. It's just a matter of realizing that you're about to lose everything. Realizing that you're about to fall off the face of the earth. Aren't you going to recuse yourself? Lin Yue was looking at Qin Mo with deep affection. However, she suddenly realized that Xia Bingyao was still sitting motionless beside Qin Mo, crossed his legs, snow-white long legs, but also wrapped in Paris for family, adding a few hazy beauty. The eyes looked at themselves with undisguised contempt, as if they were looking at a joke. Lin Yue couldn't bear it right away and fired towards Xia Bingyao. Having come to this point, Lin Yue had thought about many reasons. Fu Yu's reasons, Lin Yuqing's reasons, and even Qin Mo's reasons. If Qin Mo hadn't been unwavering in his love for himself, how could it have come to this? And in this, the most crucial, is the woman in front of her? Xia Bingyao. 3 years ago it was just a blind subordinate who could only follow Qin Mo's ass. At that point, he wasn't even interested in looking at her himself. How is it that you've turned over a new leaf and become the master? Also, this is clearly Qin Mo's office. Even in the past, it was rare for himself and Lin Yuqing to appear here. But what is Xia Bingyao doing now? Not only did he bring Qin Mo food, but he also fed Qin Mo so affectionately. What's even more aggravating is that it's also dressed so sultry and in black silk. Yes, those legs are indeed very long, and that body seems to be better than your own, and it's probably all D's by eyeballing. But Lin Yue, who had been outclassed from the top down, was even angrier. In short, saying that Xia Bingyao didn't mean to seduce Qin Mo, Lin Yue didn't even believe it. Therefore, it was naturally impossible to give Xia Bingyao a good face. What does she need to avoid? Before Xia Bingyao had a chance to speak, Qin Mo spoke up, casting a slanted glance at Lin Yue as if he was looking at a clown. You don't seem to have a clue who you are? Qin Mo scoffed at Lin Yue and casually picked up Xia Bingyao, pulling her over directly and sitting in his arms. Xia Bingyao was also hit by Qin Mo's sudden move in the wrong way. The little face instantly turned red, although the two had been honest with each other for a long time. However, in front of Lin Yue, who should be said to be a quasi-ex, it is kinda embarrassing, or rather, it is shy. Teenage girls have experienced so little that, especially, Qin Mo's big hand was roaming around her legs. The tingling sensation brought about by the stroke between her fingers caused Xia Bingyao's heartbeat to start accelerating crazily. Young master, she let out a woof, slurred, and if she hadn't been close enough she wouldn't have been able to hear it. Qin Mo was indifferent. The little girl was just a little shy, but it had to be said that Xia Bingyao skimmed Lin Yue, whose face was suffocated into the color of pig liver, and surprisingly felt some small excitement somehow. Don't bother, let's continue eating. Qin Mo let out a bad smile and slapped the little girl's arse. Well, Xia Bingyao was already so shy that she was shivering a little, but she still put on her gloves and peeled the shrimp for Qin Mo, and it was as if Qin Mo was enjoying the atmosphere so much that he could hardly even look at Lin Yue. Lin Yue's eyes glazed over when she saw the scene. His lips were bleeding from biting, blood covered the whites of his eyes, and veins rippled across his forehead. She clearly wanted to come to Qin Mo to apologize for her mistake and redeem him. It even cost what was left of his dignity to do so. Results. Instead, they became a part of their play? Qin Mo, you've gone too far. What the hell do you think I am? In her anger, Lin Yue barely thought about it and even called Qin Mo's name and questioned him sternly. It wasn't until the moment the words came out of her mouth that Lin Yue reacted. Myself. Well said. Chapter 71. There's only one position. As expected, after Lin Yue's words fell, Qin Mo's face changed. Smiling coldly, she looked at Lin Yue. When what? Ha, what do you think? Lin Yue was as pale as paper and stammered. I don't mean that. I'm just in a hurry. I just love you so much. So I'm a little overwhelmed that you guys are like this. Qin Mo didn't bother listening to her nonsense and spoke directly. Pawn what? Good question. Of course, both. Brazen. Extremely selfish. Pawning and standing. What else do you think you could be? Qin Mo's words were unceremonious, without the slightest bit of consideration. Lin Yue was scolded on the spot and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. Azumi, how can you say that about me? Is it wrong? Xia Bingyao did agree with Qin Mo's assessment. Hanging on to the young master while having a not-so-fabulous relationship with a male green tea. Isn't that both? What have you done yourself? Don't you know in your own heart? How dare you come to the young master? Isn't that just brazen? The minute you come up here, you act all pathetic, and you have the nerve to talk about love? You just know that you are about to be finished. Extremely selfish. Also, you know better than anyone else what exactly is the situation between you and that good brother of yours. And you still label yourself as a good brother? And loving young master? Pawn and stand again. Xiao Bingyao's series of words criticized Lin Yue, who couldn't even catch a word. The chest rose and fell violently, and the breathing intensified. Looking at Xiao Bingyao's eyes, she couldn't wait to tear her mouth off. Your bull ting me. You don't know anything at all. Lin Yue was furious and pointed at Xiao Bingyao. Abruptly, something seemed to occur to her. I know. It must be you behind the scenes stirring up the relationship between Azumi and I. Otherwise, Azumi couldn't have been so heartless to me. It must be you. It must be you. She gritted her teeth, getting more and more angry. He directly stepped forward, intending to give Xia Bingyao a little lesson. But one fact is overlooked. In front of Xia Bingyao, Lin Yue was simply like a little chicken, able to be taken at will. In terms of hands, even most of the men were inferior to Xia Bingyao. Almost instantly, Xia Bingyao stood up, backhanded a slap, and slapped Lin Yue's face. Lin Yue was blindsided, covering her face and pointing at Xia Bingyao's pupils with a huge shock. What me? Xia Bingyao was impatient and slapped again with her right hand. Pop, snap. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Xia Bingyao seemed to have awakened some sort of special face-punching attribute. Targeting people, the slaps that came one after the other, one louder than the other. with just the right amount of force control to rip off without hurting your brain. Shin Mo appreciated such an image. As for striking out on your own, a little too much of a shame. What does it look like for him, the president of the Chin group, to beat up a defenseless woman when word gets out? It was only until Xia Bingyao's hands were slapped red that it stopped. Shrugging off her hand and looking contemptuously at Lin Yue, who was covering her red and swollen cheeks, she said nonchalantly, "Slapping you is dirtying my hands." Lin Yue was teary-eyed, but feeling the pain in her cheeks, she no longer dared to scream at Xia Bingyao. Instead, he looked at Shin Mo, who was sitting in a chair watching the show, and said rather desperately, "Azumi, you say a word for me? I'm all beat up by her." "Say what? Want some applause for encouragement?" Shin Mo asked curiously. "You should be glad that I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, you'd be worse off." Moody, stock crap. The reason is that Lin Yue still has a little bit of value. As for what value? Of course it is the value of pleasing Shin Mo. The Lin family's play is not yet finished. How could she kill it so easily? Didn't Lin Yue, who lost everything, still have a life? How do I fight for my life? To whom will it be wrestled? Shin Mo was looking forward to it. Lin Yue involuntarily took 2 steps back. Mo, do you really not trust me at all? I really do love you. Shin Mo spread his hands. The obvious thing. Then why did you accept Lin Yuqing? Lin Yue was on the verge of breaking down. She had lost so much in those few short days. Despair, hope, and despair alternated back and forth, repeatedly tormenting her heart. Everything that was expected was crushed, and the people were turned against each other. There was nothing left. Even Shin Mo didn't want her anymore. However, the thing that most puzzled Lin Yue was, if Shin Mo hated himself because of what happened to Fu Yuza, then why did Lin Yuqing, who was guilty of the same crime as himself, manage to walk to Shin Mo's side? In the end, he was even able to marry Shin Mo? Lin Yue couldn't figure it out. Really couldn't. If she is the in Shin Mo's mouth, then Lin Yuqing is not? What's the difference between her and herself? In the beginning, the one who hanged Shin Mo and got close to Fu Yuza. Besides her, there was also Lin Yuqing. Why should two people's lives follow very different paths? On what grounds? On what grounds? Lin Yuqing? Ha! Shin Mo laughed. Knowing that Lin Yue was in the pit, she then said with full concern, "She knows what she's doing, and she said she loves me. Then I love you too. Why don't you just believe me?" Lin Yue's tears fell like rain. So what? It's impossible to choose both, right? Shin Mo spread his hands. Then he looked at Lin Yue and gently shook his head. As a matter of fact, to me, you are indeed all the same. It's all the same people. Except, there's only one position, so sadly one has to be left behind. Lin Yue's pupils shrunk. She seemed to understand something. A flash of hope erupted from her eyes. In Shin Mo's heart, there was actually no difference between her and Lin Yuqing. But, there's only one position? One. The change in Lin Yue's expression all fell into Shin Mo's eyes. He didn't say much though. Sometimes a single word can turn hearts and minds upside down. There was no point in saying more. Lin Yue already understood what to do. Well, I have a meal to eat, and I'm going to let you off the hook for trespassing today, and if you don't leave, the security guards will be racking you to get the hell out of the building. Lin Yue slowly raised her head. Her face full of redness and swelling also seemed to understand something in general. There was no more being said, just a silent nod, then stumbled out of the office. The mind was made up. Walking out of the office, Xian was waiting at the door. After all, Shin Mo had just asked him to wait here, so he must have something to explain to him. Just, watching Lin Yue walk out in a state of disorientation, Xian couldn't help but frown. Did talks fall apart? The soundproofing was so good that Xian, who was at the door, couldn't hear what was going on inside. Now, seeing Lin Yue's appearance, in association with just entering the office, seeing the scene of Xia Bingyao interacting with Shin Mo, he seemed to understand something. Unable to help himself, he stepped forward. "Are you okay?" Lin Yue didn't want to say anything more right now. Her mind was full of recalling the words Shin Mo had just said. With a gentle shake of his head, he simply left without dropping a single word. Xian looked at Lin Yue's back, and a sense of justice stirred within him. He sympathized with Lin Yue's current touch, because it couldn't help but bring back memories of the ex that he once loved and couldn't love. It's bad inside. It wasn't until then that Shin Mo's voice came from within his personal earphones. "You come in here." Xian turned his head toward the door, feeling compelled to do something about it. With that thought, he steeled himself and headed for the office. Chapter 72, Another Bone Licker. The door to the office was opened once more. Xian stepped in, his expression upright and his eyes firm as he came to Shin Mo's body. "Mr. Shin, my name is Xian, your new secretary. I'm here to report today." Xian began with a solemn introduction of himself, then spoke his mind without regard. "Mr. Shin, I'm a person with a somewhat straight nature. Don't mind me. Allow me to say one more word of discouragement. Are you being a bit too harsh on MS, Lin? With that, he glanced at Xia Bingyao, his brows furrowed, his face unhappy. Also, you have just separated from MS, Lin, and you are so intimate with Mr. Xia. Would it seem that Mr. Qin is a little too philandering? It's disloyal to love, isn't it? In his opinion, although Lin Yue had done so many things wrong, but looking deeper, it's not really unforgivable, is it? I heard that the Lin sisters, because they accompanied a man named Fu Yuza abroad for a break, stood Qin Mo up at his birthday party. This thing is indeed not right, but it's not a big deal. Does it mean that two people can't have other friends when they're together? It's a little close, but it's always still a friend, or rather, a god sibling, isn't it? Miss Lin's heart is clearly here with Qin Mo. Just now, MS. Lin even went so far as to give up all of her dignity in a public place so that she could explain herself to you. For a woman to be able to do that is telling. Mr. Qin, you have to believe me. Miss Lin really loves you. Please don't be obsessed. Love should be tolerant. It should be amicable. It should be deeply trusting of each other. Finishing all the words he wanted to say inside himself in one breath, Xian took a deep breath. His eyes stared unapologetically at Qin Mo in front of him, like an expression of one's determined heart to speak out for justice. Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao exchanged glances. Both saw in each other's eyes that they were full of breathlessness. There are times when being speechless in the face of someone who was too stupid is really trying to be funny. Originally, it was thought that Xian's daring to go against the company's will and bring Lin Yue up was already bold enough. It turns out that I didn't expect it, but I still underestimated him. He's really brave. As soon as he came up, he was all grandstanding and lovey-dovey, as if he had become the embodiment of justice. It's disgusting to look at. Shaking his head, Qin Mo looked at Xian, his eyes instantly cold. So, you're teaching me things? Think you're justice incarnate? Or a loyal follower of love? As for Xian, Qin Mo actually didn't care. Such a small person, Qin Mo could make it impossible for him to mix in the imperial capital, or rather, in half of China with a single word. Bringing Lin Yue up earlier had already pronounced his death sentence. Qin Mo could have just given a direct explanation. On the same day, Cheyenne was able to go to personnel for her resignation, but the reason why we still have to meet in one more time is purely because this guy's identity is not ordinary. Early on, at the first sight of Xian, the system sprites had then sent out an alert that the system's probing function had detected the appearance of a new abusive male protagonist. Name, Xian. Identity, sadistic male lead. Age, 27. Experience, once because of chance and coincidence with the Lu family's second miss, Lu Si-chun had a romantic experience, but because of Lu Si-chun cheating, the two broke up. Disheartened, Xian accepted the schoolmate's confession, married after graduation from the university, and with it gave birth to a lovely daughter. Life is happy, carefree, but some time ago Xian learned that Lu Si-chun feelings unfortunate by the scum abandonment. With a dragger back to find Xian, out of the emotions in his heart, Xian neglected his wife and daughter, and took great care of Lu Si-chun. To be honest, seeing this, Qin Mo somewhat wanted to laugh. This guy with a mouth full of love is, in fact, in essence, nothing more than a licking dog. Lu Si-chun, the second miss of the Lu family, is also a famous name in the circle. That can be the existence of who knows who? As the name suggests, Liashun plays with flowers. Once it even created the horrifying battle record and legend of one night Gashichiro. It's all commonplace in the circle, so the sons and daughters of the powerful families, almost all of them are afraid to avoid Lu Si-chun, so it was understandable that Ryu Si-chun would target the mundanes. After all, who in a circle would want to bother with her? Although you are pretty, you are afraid of getting sick, aren't you? Only lickspittle dogs like Xian are righteous, and even take it as love? Other people are very likely to just play with Xian, and then cheating is normal. And who is not playing? Lu Si-chun wouldn't hang herself from the same tree as Xian. However, this kind of character of Lu Si-chun will have to get into trouble sooner or later. No, there was a time when Si-chun Lu didn't take proper precautions, which resulted in pregnancy. Tried to get rid of it, but was told by the doctor that it had already been done many times, and that if she did it again, she would probably lose her fertility. The Lu family is a large family, although it is not necessary to test Lu Si-chun to pass on the family, but in the end, it is still a point of face. The Lu family intervened, forbidding Lu Si-chun to abort the child, and even brought in the father of the child to force the two to marry. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that Xianju will break up with Lu Si-chun because of this reason. Otherwise, Xian would probably still choose to forgive Lu Si-chun. After all, who made him love Lu Si-chun so much? Who made him think that even if he made a mistake and was cuckolded, he should give the other person a chance to change his ways? Thinking of this, Qin Mo suddenly understood. Why did Xian come running to his face and spouting off about love and no love and all that anymore? Sentimentally, such a thing is really nothing in his mind. After all, how could the guy who once even thought about forgiving his girlfriend for getting pregnant with someone else care about his fiancée going out on a trip with another man? At this moment, facing Qin Mo's questioning, Xian frowned. Listening to Qin Mo's tone of voice, he had realized that he seemed to have offended this president. This job is probably going to go down the drain, but he wasn't afraid, or rather, he had a body of work that qualified him to stand up straight. He is an outstanding graduate of a higher education institution, and after graduation, he worked for several companies, with a strong work ethic, though a little blunt in his speech. The world looks at strength, doesn't it? Since the Qin Group's boss couldn't hear his own painstaking exhortations clearly, it proved that this group's boss was too self-conscious to listen to the words of the people below him. What prospects can there be for development in such a group? Anyway, there were plenty of companies that wanted their own company when they got out of here, and he wasn't afraid at all. Mr. Qin, I just stated my opinion. As for what you said about the loyal believers of love, I think that I am qualified to stand in this angle to speak, he said righteously. Yes, but he had always been deeply in love with Lu Sichun, and had never changed over the years. Even though Lu Sichun had wronged him in any way, he had kept his share of love. Why couldn't he accuse Qin Mo, a heartless man with no love in his heart? Chapter 73, Making the Qin Group Apologize? What about your wife? Where's your daughter? Qin Mo's rhetorical question directly caused Xian's expression to stutter. It didn't seem to react. Qin Mo laughed coldly and continued to speak. Yesterday your daughter was sick with a high fever and no one was there to take care of her. But you ended up accompanying your first love to the kindergarten to be a father to that wild seed. You really have your hands full. Do you ever care about your daughter? Xian's expression became more and more ugly, and his words were no longer as righteous as just now. Speech stammered. How did you? You know that? What? You're weak-minded after being exposed? Qin Mo shook his head, the color of contempt in his eyes deepening. This matter was naturally a specific situation probed from the system's probing function. As long as Qin Mo wanted to, he could even probe every single one of Xian's experiences from childhood to adulthood, not to mention what happened yesterday. Since Qin Mo didn't come to the office yesterday, Xian didn't have any work, so she stayed home with the kids, and the wife is out at work. As a result, Xian then received a call from Lu Sichun. The reason for this is the event held in the kindergarten of the son of Yu Sichun and the last scumbag. Both parents are invited. That's why Lu Sichun made this call to Xian, hoping that Xian would go and help pretend to be the child's father. So, Xian left his daughter alone at home. His own ass ran inside the kindergarten and spent a happy day with Lu Sichun mother and son, oblivious to the fact that her daughter, who had been left home alone, was sick with a persistent high fever. It wasn't until his wife came home from work that she noticed the scene. The anxious and panicked wife rushed her daughter to the hospital while calling Xian. However, Xian's cell phone, which was still doing an activity at the kindergarten, had long ago been put on silent mode. It wasn't until the evening when Xian went back that he found out about it, found his way to the hospital and was dragged into a huge fight by his wife. Eventually Xian thought his wife was being unreasonable and couldn't take it anymore, shaking his hand and just walking away, leaving his wife alone in the hospital crying. To make matters worse, a doctor subsequently advised that the daughter's fever was too severe. Plus, the reason she was too young and too late to get to the doctor. It is likely to affect the nervous system. It's also commonly known as burning out your brain, and there's a good chance you'll become a retard for the rest of your life. The wife felt like the sky had stepped on her feet when she learned the news of all this. Deep in despair, she called Xian to inform about it. But Xian, because he was in the middle of his anger, turned his head and went to Lu Sichun, was having fun with Lu Sichun's son in his personal villa. Feeling that it was his wife who had disturbed the happy scene, he did not look any better. Even more so, he scoffed at his wife's comment about the likelihood of his daughter becoming mentally retarded. What can happen with a fever? Who hasn't had a fever? How can it be so serious? He felt that it was just a lame ploy by his wife to deceive herself and beg him to go back. Not only did he scold his wife, but he decided that he would not go home that night to punish his unintelligent wife. And then, came to work this morning as if nothing had happened, oblivious to the fact that on that side of the hospital, his wife was kneeling in front of the doctor, begging him to save his daughter. As a result, just such a person dares to talk about love in front of his own face? Slip of the tongue. If you love your first love who cuckolded you so much, why don't you choose to wait for someone alone? Why even have a family? Qin Mo continued to speak, his tone nonchalant. Having a family and still getting so close to your first love. What do you take your family for? This is my business. And besides, having a family and love are two different things. Xian sophomorically said. Don't you feel like a clown yourself? Qin Mo all but laughed. To put it bluntly, you're just a licking dog with a lowly bone in your body. And you're still talking about love? Boiling Goat even has more backbone than you. Xian was infuriated and his chest rose and fell violently. Shin Mo didn't spoil him and picked up the phone on the desktop. Come to two people. Soon, the door to Shin Mo's office was opened. Two tall security guards walked in. What are you doing? Xian felt something bad. Shin Mo directly waved his hand. Throw it out directly, and in the future, Shin Group and its subordinate enterprises, partners, etc., shall not employ this person. One sentence directly formulated the ending for Xian. From now on, Xian wouldn't just be fired from Shin Group, he wouldn't even be able to find a job to make ends meet. Let's not talk about businesses related to the Shin Group. After this order was given, even other companies that had no dealings with the Shin Group would not be hiring such a person. Talent, while perhaps valuable, is ultimately not at the cutting edge of the industry. There are countless others who could replace him. Anytime, anywhere. No one would offend the Shin clan group because of a tiny person. That would be giving themselves a hard time. Even if Lu Si-chun of the Lu clan wanted to recruit Xian, he would have to consider the consequences. When Shin Mo's words fell, the two bodyguards directly carried Xian and headed for the door. Wait, let go of me. I'll walk by myself. Xian was carried, his face instantly gone. When has he ever been so aggrieved? Having said that, Ben wouldn't have wanted to work here anymore and would have left himself. How could these guys be so barbaric? So being racked, he began to struggle, struggling and screaming at the same time. Get off me. You are breaking the law and this is trampling on my dignity. I'm going to sue you. The security guard got impatient and directly greeted him with fists and feet. In 3 or 2 strikes, it dispersed Xian's righteous soul. After blood seeped from the corners of his mouth and 2 of his teeth were knocked out, Xian was honest. It was picked up again by 2 security guards. One of the security guards cursed under his breath. Be honest with me. If the boss says he'll throw you out, he'll throw you out. Do you really think you're an asshole? Carrying Xian to the front door, he flung it unceremoniously, throwing Xian directly out of the door. He rolled on the ground a few times before managing to stop. By this time, the company was also surrounded by many people. After realizing that it was none other than Xian who had made a big splash at the gate not long ago, defying the group's decision to bring Lin Yue up, many people laughed out loud, extremely mocking. Originally, Lin Yue was not popular in the company, and it was a great pleasure to be fired. This Xian still thinks he is heaven-sent justice, standing out in all the limelight. As a result, the turnaround was the second person to be thrown out of the group. It's true that life is full of clowns everywhere for people's amusement. Xian climbed up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood with hatred in his eyes. Shin's group, bullying people? Lawlessness. He couldn't hold back his breath and was bound to make the people from Shin's group apologize. Thinking about it, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello? A young male voice came from the other end of the line. Howard, are you playing with your mom's phone? Take the phone to your mom. Uncle Xia has something for her. Mom is in the room. Uncle Xia, wait. The voice stalled for a moment. On the other end of the phone, a coolly dressed Ryu Si-chun closed the door to her room after telling her son to go play in the living room, turned and fell into the arms of a strange man on the bed, letting his big hands roam at will. After signaling him to keep quiet, he spoke into the phone. Xian, didn't you go to work at Shin Group today? How's it going? Si-chun, the Shin Group's people are too barbaric, bullying others, and barring me out today. Xian complained towards the other end, but his voice was somewhat aggrieved. Chapter 74, staring at Shin Mo, charming eyes like spring. Shin's group, bullying people, and kicked you out? When Lu Si-chun heard these niche words, he only felt that for a moment his brain was a little less than adequate. Shin's group is such a big group? It should not be so big as to bully a small employee who has just joined the company, right? Unlike many small companies, there is still an internal exclusion of newcomers in the company. When a business has reached a certain level of volume, it cares a lot about its reputation. It will not easily leave any stains that will spoil the outsider's impression of the business, and the rules and regulations within the company will be relatively sound. It's rare to see that kind of power struggle scenario, so at Xian's complaint, Lu Si-chun couldn't help but frown. What did you do today? Well, stop it. Xian froze and seemed to hear something unusual. Si-chun, what's wrong with you? Ha? Oh, ahem. Nothing. It's just that Xiao Hao was making a scene. I just educated him. Lu Si-chun dryly coughed twice and pushed the pot to the child who was still playing around in the living room. This was followed by a warning slap to the restless hand that was on top of her. Xian didn't think much about it and continued. I'm just saying a couple words for someone else today, but the president of the Shin Group is too petty and doesn't have any bit of heart and measure. Speaking here, Xian seemed to have remembered something. Oh yeah, the president of Shin Group seems to know about us, and even said that you cuckolded me before. Ha, what does he know about love? So I argued with him, which led to my expulsion and kicking me out, and he even let it slip that I wouldn't be able to make it in the empire. Cheyenne chattered on as if she were nagging her lover. It's just funny that the real love of his life is still in pain inside the hospital at this very moment, and the complaints were added to. As for the purpose, it is even more complicated, while revealing that he was actually still in love with Ryu Sichun from many years ago, until now. If others say a word against Lu Sichun, he will go up and argue even if he loses his job, put up a tall image of himself in Lu Sichun's mind. This is out of the humble heart of my own heart. Even though I have separated and even though I am married, I have no intention of getting a divorce. But still, you have to highlight your sparkle in front of the goddess. This is a very contradictory heart. In the final analysis, or inner licking dog heart in the work, he still fantasizes in his heart with Lu Sichun back together. After all, that was the goddess he couldn't forget in his life. It's just that the family and the kids are like a lock that binds him now, making it impossible for him to move forward or backward. Secondly, it was because he knew that the Lu family behind Lu Sichun had a lot of energy. He himself had suffered Qin Mo's humiliation here today and was internally furious, racking my brain trying to get back at them. And among the people he knew, only Lu Sichun had such qualifications. He could only be useful if he complained in front of Ryu Sichun as well. And for Liashun, she couldn't help but frown when she heard Xian complaining. Qin Group Qin Mo, she is aware of, and has seen a few faces. The circle of the golden son-in-law, rich, powerful, and handsome. That face alone is enough to capture the hearts of most women. It's the dream girl of countless posh girls. Once upon a time, Liashun was no exception. Who wouldn't want to marry such a perfect man? Even if you can't marry it, it's okay if you get a chance to taste it. It was just that Qin Mo wasn't interested in her. Also, the two families rarely cross paths without a connection. However, this time, this phone call made by Xian had caused Lu Sichun to move some thoughts. So you're saying that Qin Mo of the Qin group framed me? Exactly. He doesn't even know the inside story of what happened in the first place. When, at the time, you were drunk for the same reason. Well, don't bring me back to the shadows of that time. Lu Sichun feigned a disgusted tone and interrupted Xian. What drunk? At that time, it was just a matter of seeing the color and being in love with each other. She didn't do much. However, these things naturally couldn't be known to Xian. She was still waiting to let Xian, the cuckold, take over. So, naturally, a lie was concocted. Said it was just a case of drinking too much in the first place and the scumbag got the better of me. Xian heard the impatience in Lu Sichun's tone and thought to himself, it's really his own stupid mouth. It reminded Ryu Sichun of the nightmare that, whatever that girl was, couldn't take. I'm sorry, Sichun. I didn't mean it like that. Aha. Liashun's voice was gentle, except that the gentleness was interspersed with a few heavy gasps. But it's well hidden. This matter, Qin Mo was really too unreasonable. Xian, so you go back to rest first. I've also had a meeting with Qin Mo, so I'll do you justice when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Xian's fists unconsciously clenched, and he was somewhat energized inwardly, thinking back to Qin Mo's eyes that were like looking at a clown just now, with his lofty stance. Inside, it just pissed me off. What could Qin Mo do with Lu Sichun stepping in? We're all giants. Who's afraid? Do you really think that you, a commoner, are easy to bully? Qin Mo, I'm bound to make you apologize to me properly today. Sichun, I won't go back to rest. I'm bound to have another fight when I go back and see that yellow-faced woman. I want to be quiet and calm. Why don't I come to you now? It's true that Xian didn't want to go back and fight with his wife. It's endless. Just, hearing Xian's request, Lu Sichun froze, turning his head to the little puppy behind himself. The little puppy is Lu Sichun adopted. At the same time, or Lu Sichun's full-time secretary. Very eye-catching, the two people's eyes on each other. He will be clear. A finger was held out. Lu Sichun nodded, then said, then, I still have some work in my hand from the company. Why don't you wait for me within the cafe downstairs of my house? See you in an hour. It was not easy for Xian to think too much, and he nodded repeatedly. Okay, then I'll go over there now. The phone was hung up and Liashun casually tossed it aside, then sat down on the little puppy. Sister, are you really going to confront the young master of the Qin family for that licking dog? As Lu Sichun's secretary, he also knew a lot of inside information. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that it was not cost-effective to confront Qin Mo for the sake of a Xian. Liashun galloped on top of his steed. The voice was tinged with disdain. Ha! How is that possible? Still, Xian's favor must be done. Or if he runs away, who will take over for me? This time, I'll step in and communicate with the young master of the Qin family. If I can help, it's best. If I can't, it's not my problem. Besides, Liashun narrowed his eyes slightly. This contact, if we can take the young master of the Qin family. Lu Sichun's eyes were full of charm and she lightly bit her red lips. That's also excellent. I've wanted to taste a handsome man with that kind of class for a long time. The little milk dog immediately complimented. With sister's charm, what kind of man would bow under sister's garnet skirt? Chapter 75, she's your daughter too. Liashun did move quickly. An hour later, Liashun sorted everything out and met with Shi Yan in the cafe downstairs. Immediately afterward, after discussing for a while, the two of them sent an invitation to the Qin group. The content of the invitation was that Lu Sichun wanted to meet Qin Mo alone and invited him to have a meal on the way. But, who is Qin Mo? Is he someone Lu Sichun can meet just because she wants to? The invitation Qin Mo did not even look at it, and directly gave it a refusal. In the end, Lu Sichun was only the second miss of the Lu family, while Qin Mo, currently, was the person in charge of the Qin family. Inherently unequal status. There was no personal friendship, much less business dealings. Because of a Xian? The matter of a single Xian wasn't worth Qin Mo's personal involvement. After being rejected, Xian felt a bit incredulous. Inwardly, his view of Qin Mo became worse and worse. This Qin Mo, he has such a big frame. Does he really think he's above the rest? Xian frowned with a displeased expression. Ryu Sichun didn't bother with him, and there was no upsetting episode. Instead, a shimmer flickered in those eyes. Sometimes, the higher the status of the man, the more fulfilling it is to conquer. The man who stands tall in the outside world and is admired by countless people. As a result, you have to fall to your knees in the middle of the night to please yourself under your own skirt. Just thinking about it makes you excited. Sure, it's hard to achieve, but that's what makes it challenging, isn't it? Moreover, Lu Sichun was confident that with her own skills, if Qin Mo experienced it once, she would definitely not be able to forget it. Men are all like that. They are always like that. A knife in the head of the word sex. Even big heroes have a hard time with beauty, don't they? The world of men are actually the same. What Do Not Mess with the Willow? That is a movie and television drama. Novels only have the persona. In reality, 100 men, 99 cannot carry a beautiful woman's initiative to throw herself into the arms. Cut the crap. Since Mr. Qin doesn't give face, then we'll talk tomorrow. Tomorrow it just so happens that our Lu family will be hosting a business party. At the party, all the dignified people in the imperial capital will enter. Qin Mo is among them, so we'll settle the score with him at that time. Lu Sichun's gaze was slightly microscopic, the corner of his mouth raised in a smug smile. Xian didn't quite understand the way inside, but he knew that Lu Sichun was trying to give himself a head start. Inside, I can't help but be grateful. This woman, to him, was like a dream. In the beginning, he was just an ordinary student, average family, decent academics, but not top-notch, middle of the road, the kind that no one would recognize when placed in a crowd. Always had a crush on the school's man of the hour, Ryu Sichun, and used him as a YA subject from time to time. But I didn't expect a chance meeting with Lu Sichun, and it quickly developed into a boyfriend-slash-girlfriend relationship. Lu Sichun was a child of a rich family, and instead of looking down on herself, she didn't even mind spending money for her. If it wasn't for that accident, Lu Sichun was taken advantage of by thugs and became pregnant. I guess he's the one who's married to Ryu Sichun now. Plus today, even though the other party was also the son of a powerful family, Lu Sichun still didn't bow her head and instead tried to get justice for herself. Seriously, Xian felt that he owed Lu Sichun too much. If he didn't already have a family now, he would definitely want to be the father of Lu Sichun's son. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought. It says family, but he's really resisting that family right now. What should he do? He didn't have a clue. While thinking about it, abruptly, his cell phone rang once again. Picking up the cell phone and taking a look, Xian's expression instantly went cold. Lu Sichun noticed Xian and asked with interest, "Is this your wife?" Well, Xian didn't deny it, but just wore a sad face. Lu Sichun skimmed her head pretending not to care. "Then you should answer it. Maybe it's something urgent?" "Ugh, honestly, sometimes I kinda envy her for having a responsible husband. Unlike Howard's father, that dead scum, when it was clear that he and I didn't have feelings for each other. But my father said he couldn't afford to lose this face, so he ruined my life's happiness," he said, smiling to himself, his eyes sighing. Looking at this groping Lu Sichun, Xian's heart felt as if it was being painfully lynched by thousands of small knives. Clenching the phone hard, Xian hung up directly. Cursed, don't pay any attention to her. You can't know what you're doing when you're in the middle of it. The phone had just been hung up when it rang once more. Xian hung up again and rang again. After going back and forth 3 or 4 times, Xian also got angry, stood up and said towards Lu Sichun, "I'm going to answer a phone call, or else it won't end. And I don't know what this woman is going to do again." Liashun nodded unconcernedly. Her purpose had been achieved anyway. With a licking dog like Xian, he can be led by his nose with a casual provocation. When his two couples fall out and eventually divorce, Xian will be able to honestly be his own receiver. Of course, whether it's used or not is another story. At least it has to be there first, doesn't it? Xian came outside the cafe and picked up the phone with extreme impatience. "Phone you, what the hell are you doing? Don't you know I'm busy?" I told you to calm down between us for a while. Do you have to have a cockfight? Xian's tone was nonchalant, to the point of saying it was an angry scolding. On the other end of the phone, the voice of the woman named Feng Yu stuttered, and her gasp trembled a little. It seemed to be suppressing something, but took a deep breath. In an almost pleading tone, he said towards Xian, "Hubby, I beg you, count me as begging you? My daughter's situation is really serious right now. A fever burns out your brain, and you're likely to be a fool for the rest of your life. You know what? There's a good chance that your daughter will become a fool. She's your daughter too." Xian is tired of hearing this. How big a deal can a fever be? You're still a fool? This Feng Yu is treating him like a fool, right? Isn't it just trying to blackmail yourself into giving in to her with your daughter? But think so. But listening to Feng Yu so miserable crying, the heart still cannot help but rise a touch of suspicion. It is difficult to really have this thing. What the hell do you want? Just say it. Xian decided to play it straight. No more beating around the bush with this woman. It's no fun. $500,000. I've communicated with the hospital. As long as $500,000 can bring in authoritative brain experts to save my daughter. The situation is not serious now. There is a high probability that she can recover. Our family's money has always been kept by you. You now hurry up and transfer it to me. Feng Yu was deeply afraid that Xian would lose his temper again and directly hang up the phone, so he said a large paragraph in one breath. At this moment, inside an office in the hospital, Qin Mo was sitting in the main seat, surrounded by the attending doctors of the hospital, and across from him, Feng Yu was crying with pearly blossoms, and was constantly narrating something to the other end of the cell phone. As for why Qin Mo was here, the reason is simple. This hospital is a private hospital, owned by the Qin family. It is renowned throughout the world. To come here, apart from watching Xian's play, is to feel a little sorry for Feng Yu as a woman. People are compassionate, even Qin Mo, so he gave Feng Yu away, or rather, a path. The Qin family side helped her contact the world's best brain specialists to save her with the most advanced technology in this world. However, it certainly wasn't free, but Qin Mo had already helped her bring the price down to an extremely low level. $500,000. Xian was definitely able to get his hands on $500,000 after all these years since graduation. He had done his best. $500,000 for the treatment was honestly just enough. It would be more expensive for anyone else to go down with a set like this. As for whether or not they would save it, that had nothing to do with Qin Mo. When the time came, he wouldn't mind helping Feng Yu out and making him go crazy to get back at Xian. Anyway, it was his favorite thing to watch. Feng Yu were communicating for a full 3 or 4 minutes, and even directly were kneeling down, not caring if the person on the other end of the phone could see it or not. Hysterically, he begged Xian to be able to come up with the $500,000 for the treatment, but eventually the call was mercilessly hung up. In an instant, it was as if Feng Yu had lost all her strength. Sitting down on his knees, the phone fell to the floor and smashed in half. Eyes dead, expression dull, near despair. Chapter 76. This woman is really ruthless. Feng Yu sat down on his knees in a dumbfounded manner, his face ashen. It took a long time to stiffen up, but even so, she remained incredulous. How could Xin be so cruel? In any case, it's your own daughter. My own daughter. How in the world can there be a father who doesn't care one bit about his daughter's survival? That's not the way it was once with Xian. Once upon a time, Xian was the outstanding student in the school, the object of fascination of the schoolgirls. Even in the period after the marriage, Xian was doubly concerned about their mother and daughter. But, how can this be nowadays? Feng Yu couldn't figure it out. She couldn't figure out that she hadn't upset Xian anywhere at all, allowing Xian to retaliate against the mother and daughter like this. Looking at this scene, Qin Mo could only shake his head. I'm sorry, MS. Feng Yu, even if you can't take it out, there's nothing you can do. Saying that, Qin Mo stood up and patted Feng Yu's shoulder, planning to leave. Qin Mo was not a saint, but the suffering had finally happened in front of him. Looking at Feng Yu in such a painful state, he couldn't help but sigh as well. How about this? You go and apply to the Qin Group Charity Fund, and organize your information, as well as your past experiences, and your current predicament, and needs, all into a single document. Give it to the foundation. That side will help you crowdfund from the general society. Whether you can raise $500,000 depends on whether you can impress the general public. Qin Mo said. $500,000 was nothing to Qin Mo, and could even be solved with a wave of his hand. But, he can save a Feng Yu today. What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? In this world, there are too many people suffering too much. Qin Mo can't save, can't do anything about it, and his efforts are not pleasing to the eye. Therefore, Feng Yu's daughter's fate, Qin Mo chose to leave it to herself. Qin Mo himself had helped her keep the price down to a very low level. It even provides a vast platform for it. After that, it's up to her. Qin Mo thought to himself that he had already done his best in terms of benevolence. Fengyu sniffed and slowly raised her head. Those eyes that had already cried until they were red and swollen were once again filled with tears. Voice choked with suppression. She fell to her knees, her body trembling. He even wanted to kowtow to Qin Mo, but was immediately stopped by Xia Bingyao, who accompanied him. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Fengyu sobbed. In the midst of such a desperate situation, with a biological father who doesn't even care, the only one who reached out to her was Qin Mo. This friendship is as gracious as a mountain. Xia Bingyao sighed slightly as she looked at Fengyu and helped him up. Do what Mr. Qin wants. Your daughter can't wait too long. Fengyu nodded repeatedly and bowed to the two of them before leaving with quick steps. It was her daughter's only hope and she didn't want to give it up. As for Xian, Fengyu's heart has long since lost any semblance of love. Ever since Xian's first love came back, Xian was like a different person. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that Xian abandoned his daughter to stay home alone and go to that first love. How did this happen? If you really liked her that much, why did you marry her and have children in the first place? Take her for what? A spare tire? She hated Xian, detested the hypocrite. But right now, she couldn't be bothered to go after Xian. Her daughter had become a part of her life, countless times more important than Xian. In the evening, Xian finally came to the hospital. Or rather, he came with the mindset of exposing Fengyu's lies. He did not believe Fengyu from the beginning, and only thought that he was merely deliberately making things very serious to force him to go back. He even mentally complained about Fengyu not being understanding at all. Doesn't she realize what a favor Yu Si-chun did for him? But it's just to go and be a fake dad for a day with Lu Si-chun's son, and he's making a scene. And today, if it wasn't for Lu Si-chun, no one would have been able to stand up for himself if he had been bullied at the Qin group. What's wrong with treating Lu Si-chun to dinner out of gratitude yourself, and make up a fake story about your daughter being seriously ill? In essence, isn't it just jealousy of Ryu Si-chun? Jealousy makes women look bad. Xian shook his head. As to whether or not he was in a grateful state of mind, that was something only he knew. Anyway, that's how he consoled himself and made peace with it. Arriving at the hospital, Xian asked around for news of his daughter. Later, I inquired at the nurse's station about the ward where my own daughter was. Still hospitalized? Acting like it. Xian bristled. He came to the door of the ward and pushed it open. Since it wasn't a single room, there were other patients in here, and the smell of disinfectant was overwhelming. It made Xian frown and hold his breath. He quickly found his daughter's hospital bed and realized that she was lying there. However, it is indeed the state of being awake, only, with slightly dull eyes. He just stared at Xian without speaking, as if he was wondering what was going on. The daughter, whose nerves had been damaged, had apparently become slowed down and didn't recognize her dad first. But Xian didn't think so, and instead felt a surge of anger. This Fengyu must have said a lot of bad things about me in front of my daughter. Otherwise, how could my daughter not even call me dad when she sees me? Xian was angry and came to his daughter's bedside. Just as he was about to say something, a nurse walked in. Doubtfully, he looked at Xian. Are you the family member of bed number 3? Xian stood up and nodded. Yes, I'm his father. You're the patient's father? The nurse frowned and couldn't help but reprimand. What kind of father are you? Showing up just now? Me? Xian was a bit baffled, but the nurse didn't intend to say much, and after blankly glancing at Xian, she pulled out a small book and said, Bed 3 still owes medical fees. Since you're here, hurry up and pay them. Treatment fee? Xian fiercely thought of Fengyu. Unable to help himself, he asked, May I ask, where is the child's mother? How should I know? The nurse looked impatient. In short, from yesterday to today, your daughter's fees have not been paid, so that our next treatment is not good to carry out, understand? Hurry up and turn it in. Xian frowned. Excuse me, how much is the total? Your daughter is on a lot of imported expensive drugs and at this stage owes the hospital $13,000, so get a grip on that. With those words, the nurse turned to leave, leaving a wide-eyed Xian in place. How much? 13,000? All the drugs used are imported. Xian only felt his scalp tingle, after looking at his daughter who was staring at him with wide eyes. What is going on here? It's fine, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with the people? It's hard not to be Fengyu that woman's revenge. For a moment, Xian felt that he had grasped the key to this. Fengyu that woman, surely because of the 2 days of things, do not want to win their own over. This morning called to want to swindle their own $500,000 far away. But ultimately, he recognized it and didn't succeed. So, Fengyu decided to get back at him Xian by asking the nurse to give his daughter the most expensive imported medicine. Then walk away on your own, leaving a mess for herself to clean up. She, Fengyu, was not doing well herself and did not intend to make things better for Xian. If I hadn't come today, I'm afraid I would have owed more in medical bills. Well, this woman, really ruthless. Xian, who had figured it all out, gritted his teeth. Chapter 77, Collapse, Despair, Killing Intent. Looking at her daughter in the hospital bed, Xian took a deep breath, walked over. Haru, how about going home with daddy? In Xian's view, his daughter always took his surname. Feng knew that woman can do it using her daughter as a bargaining chip. He can't. The upbringing he received from a young age did not allow him to do such a thing. So, he decided to take his daughter home anyway. As for what happened after that, it was a divorce from Feng Yu. Do you have any regrets about the marriage? Are you kidding me? It was she, Feng Yu, who first did such a thing. Then don't blame him, Xian, for being heartless. The daughter must follow him. I'm sure that Lu Sichun will love this daughter, right? Ryu Sichun's son shouldn't be excluded from having a sister. The corner of Xian's mouth involuntarily raised a smile as he thought about it, oblivious to how naive he was being. Indeed, how could he feel sorry for this marriage with Feng Yu? After all, in his subconscious understood that even if he divorced Feng Yu, but wasn't there still Lu Sichun? The presence of Lu Sichun gave Xian subconsciously a way back, so how could he be afraid? Even, it was eager for Feng Yu to take the initiative to file for divorce. The marriage was nothing more than a transition for Xian. It's just that he's afraid of secular pressure, so he's been dragging his feet on both sides of the issue. And now, once there is an excuse, never mind how outrageous that excuse is, it also didn't matter if Feng Yu was really threatening him with his daughter. Important, people are always willing to believe what they want to see as fact. His heart expects this outcome, so even if it is as ridiculous and outrageous as it is, he is unwavering in his belief. He wouldn't delve into whether or not this was the case. As long as things were going in the direction he wanted, he would immediately jump to a conclusion on the matter. In this way, he could be at peace with himself and break off his relationship with Feng Yu and turn back to Lu Sichun. And he also stood on the moral high ground, flaunting how lofty he was, pointing out that it was all Feng Yu's doing, that it was all Feng Yu's problem, and that it had nothing to do with him. Little Xiqing couldn't understand Xian's words and just looked at Xian with innocent and dull eyes. Intellectually impaired, she no longer even knows how to communicate. One could only follow instinct and clumsily mimic Xian's words. Dad. Xian didn't care how Xiqing's situation really was. He just assumed that she agreed. Then he directly picked up Xiqing. The patient's family members next to him were a bit confused, but through the conversation between Xian and the nurse just now, they also understood that Xian was Xiqing's father. When people's dads carry their kids out for a while, no one thinks much of it, they just carry them down for a walk. And with that, Xian led Xiqing out of the hospital room and out of the hospital. Payment? How can that be? Those drug lists were all signed by Feng Yu. What does it have to do with him? The hospital will only look for Feng Yu if they want to pursue the responsibility at that time. That stupid woman. She thinks it's okay to run away? Ridiculous. Not long after Xian took Xiqing away, Feng Yu returned from within the attending doctor's office. Since Xiqing's condition required a lot of attention, the attending doctor called Feng Yu away to explain the many precautions to be taken and to discuss the future direction of treatment. But I didn't expect that when I came back. My daughter was gone. Feng Yu nearly breaks down and learns from the patient's family in the next bed that the child's father came once and has just taken the child away. In that instant, Feng Yu couldn't think of anything else and immediately chased after him. Xian, that heartless man, he had begged him so many times, but he refused to give his daughter a helping hand. Now you suddenly come to take away your daughter. What is your intention? Feng Yu didn't even dare to think about it. She only knew that Xiqing was her life. No matter what, there was no way she would hand her daughter over to that scum Xian. And at that moment, across the road from the hospital's main entrance, Xin was holding Xiqing's hand and was waiting for the car here. Today's Xiqing was surprisingly well behaved, not as rowdy as before. Xian recoiled in relief. He hated Xiqing's former bad temper, the one that cried and made a scene when anything didn't go his way. I blame that woman Feng Yu for spoiling her daughter. Girls are not ladylike at all. They don't know any better. Xian was so full of complaints that he had forgotten that crying was nothing more than a child's way of telling his parents about his grievances. A child of 5 or 6 years old is supposed to be at the age when he laughs when he is happy and cries when he is aggrieved. Or maybe, he knew, but wouldn't think about it when confronting Xiqing. While dealing with Ryu Sichun's son, he was able to act like a child psychologist. A very ironic phenomenon, but Xian is not amused. In the end, it's just a matter of love. The wait wasn't long before a cab pulled up in front of Xian. When he was about to take Xiqing to the car, Xian's cell phone rang. It was from Lu Sichun, and Xian couldn't wait to pick it up. Sichun, you miss me after only a short time apart? Immediately being able to draw a line in the sand with that Feng Yu woman, Xian was now in a good mood and surprisingly joked about it. The Lu Sichun on the other end froze. Then the corner of her mouth turned away, but her voice was still as gentle as ever. All the time, however, calling you now is something I want to ask you for. What is it? Xian perked up. It's not little Hao, clamoring for a cake. or else he'll cry non-stop. Why don't you go buy a cake and come to my house? Lu Sichun said. Whether it was or wasn't, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Liashan knew that Shi Yan had gone to the hospital, and Xian is an extremely conflicted guy, so don't get back together with Feng Yu by then. Then one's receiver is gone. Therefore, her move was an oath of sovereignty, allowing Xian to make his own choice, whether to come to his place or stay in the hospital with the mother and daughter. Cake? Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Don't blame Xiao Hao. Kids, they all like sweets, don't they? Xian had a big smile on his face. I'll come over now. Oh yeah, by the way, let Xiao Hao get to know my daughter Xia Qing. They should be able to become good friends. Daughter? Qing? On the other end of the phone, Lu Sichuan's face instantly turned ugly. Are you kidding me? And you're bringing a drag queen with you? Not to mention whether her own son likes it or not. She, the golden lady, doesn't want to help raise someone else's child. She was looking for a receiver, not to be one. How is that possible? Xian, you should know that Xiao Hao doesn't like kids his own age, right? You brought your daughter here at this point. I'm afraid Xiao Hao will be unhappy. She still has to go to school tomorrow. Next time take some time to take the two kids out to play and get to know each other. Though inwardly reluctant, but, for the time being, superficiality was the order of the day. Xian froze and looked at Xie Qing, who was being held by himself, and his face stiffened for a second before he immediately smiled with joy. It's still Si-chan who was thoughtful. You're right, it won't be good to affect Xiao Hao's rest when the time comes. In this case, I'll let Xiao Qing go back. I'll come over right away. Well, hurry up. Oh. Cheyenne hung up the phone apoplectically. This was the first time in years that I had gone to see Liashan at night. Maybe, there's still a chance. Had. At the thought of this possibility, Cheyenne was a little impatient. Are you still going? The cab driver began to urge. Xian came back to his senses and quickly nodded. Go, of course. As for Xie Cheng, anyway, the hospital room is still there. Can't we just let her go back on her own? 5 or 6 years old. They're almost in elementary school, and it's time to be independent and go back on their own. Haru, Daddy has something impromptu. Can you go back to the hospital first? Xie Qing didn't answer, just stared blankly at Xian. Acquiescence was taken as agreement, and now Xian's blood was boiling all over. Unable to wait a minute, he patted Xie Qing's head and left it on the side of the road, closing the car door and riding away. Leaving Xie Qing alone, she stood alone on the side of the road, looking at the faraway cab. Another look across the road at the hospital. A medical center? Even a normal 5 or 6-year-old is not capable of crossing the street alone, not to mention an intellectually impaired child. Even normal children can be frightened by this and stand on the side of the road not knowing what to do. But the intellectually impaired Xie Qing wouldn't, and she couldn't comprehend exactly what she had in front of her. Dazed and wondering, he stepped out onto the streaming road. Across from the hospital, the gasping Feng Yu chased after him, his eyes locking onto Xie Qing, who was wandering in the middle of the road with a single glance. The honking of oncoming vehicles continued to intermingle. Looking at this scene, Feng Yu was scared out of his wits. Haru, Mommy's coming to save you. Don't run around. Wait a minute. Mommy will be right there to save you. She charged forward in spite of everything. The rushing traffic crossed in front of Feng Yu's eyes, sometimes obscuring Xie Qing's tiny figure, sometimes blocking Feng Yu's forward steps. Abruptly, bang, an ear-splitting sound of brakes accompanied the crash. Feng Yu's face was extremely distorted. Chapter 78, Can't Even Fight Back? The next day, the Lu family, as one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, was only at the bottom though, but it still carries enough weight in the imperial capital. There are only a few that are better than them, plus the industry is large enough to be involved in all aspects. So, tonight's party will be attended by a lot of dignitaries and lead to a new round of collaboration. The Lu family also took this quite seriously. Early in the morning, Ryu Sung-un and Ryu Yan had already gone to the hotel to make all the arrangements. Inside the Willow family villa, Lu Yunlong was dressed in a suit and was quite handsome. He hadn't had much interaction with the Lu family since he had fallen out with them 2 days ago. His purpose was clear, and that was to take back the Lu family. So, it's been 2 days of doing my own thing. Using his identity as the eldest son of the Lu family, he contacted many shareholders of the Lu group, by soliciting, coercing, and enticing. Surprisingly, he really got some support from some people and managed to join Lu's group, serving as a manager in one of the departments. It was also a way of confirming his ability to Qin Mo. Therefore, it was also supported by Qin Mo. Many of the orders from the Qin group named Lu Yunlong as being responsible for them, though Ryu Sun-un smelled something unusual in it. But, it was still the same thing. The Lu group was not his Lu Chang'an's one word. Many of the shareholders are money-minded people, and whoever can bring them benefits will be rehired. And so far, Lu Yunlong had the support of the Qin family, and most of the shareholders of the Lu Group naturally recognized Lu Yunlong. This situation was awkward for Yu Sung-un. For this unfilial son of Lu Yunlong, he was very reluctant to give him any rights, but sometimes, one person can't stop the momentum. Plus, Lu Yunlong was at least Lu Chang'en's son, serving in his own group, so it was impossible for him to fire his own son for no reason, right? What will the other shareholders think then? And what will the employees think? Lu Chang'en was in a dilemma and could only pin his hopes on Lu Yunbai. It just so happened that Lu Yunbai was eager to join the Lu Group, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Changnan arranged a position for Lu Yunbai. The rank was the same as Lu Yunlong's, and it was to try to use Lu Yunbai to fight against Lu Yunlong. Just, compared to business, compared to ability, Lu Yunlong could not be afraid of Lu Yunbai in the slightest. It had only been 2 days. Lu Yunlong had already pulled in a lot of investment, which not only had the support of the Qin family, but also orders pulled in by virtue of his own ability. Many projects have been officially started under Lu Yunlong's leadership. I'm sure we'll have results soon. And Lu Yunbai, 2 days into the job, I didn't even recognize all the people in the department under me. There was no other way. Lu Chang'en couldn't watch Lu Yunbai lose to Lu Yunlong, so he came up with a method, which was tonight's business banquet. He, Ryu Sung-un, personally went down to pull some investment for Ryu Yunbai. At the very least, there had to be a perfect answer sheet for Lu Yunbai to hand in. So, all day today, Lu Yunbai was excited, came to Lu Yunlong's side and swayed. My good big brother, I have to say, you do have 2 brushes. But, so what? It was always me, not you. That father helped. Lu Yunbai hated Lu Yunlong. This guy didn't know what kind of drugs he had taken. It's like a different person these last few days. It puts a lot of pressure on him. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Chang'en personally came down this time with the intention of helping, Lu Yunbai really didn't know how to fight Lu Yunlong. This damned guy. Obviously, didn't he always go against the grain before? Didn't you used to be so full of it? Why are you suddenly fighting with him? Can't you just let me have your family, your possessions, everything you have, like you used to? Lu Yunbai's heart twisted, looking at Lu Yunlong with extreme displeasure. Lu Yunlong straightened his collar and a mocking smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. He patted Lu Yunbai's shoulder with a playful expression. Oh brother, I see you've really gotten over it. As the words fell, the palm resting on Lu Yunbai's shoulder formed a fan and breathed on Lu Yunbai's face in one go. The tremendous force slapped Lu Yunbai back a few steps, his eyes bulging with rage as he tried to return the favor. But, considering the intuitive battle power gap between the two, he still held his breath. This big brother has been in a bit of a mental state lately, the kind where he can't move. If you really push it, you might even get cleaned up yourself. Lu Yunlong turned around with disdain. You don't even dare to fight back. I really don't know what use you have left. You. Lu Yunbai bared his teeth, but Lu Yunlong was already too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Yunbai and turned around to directly leave the villa. Got in the bodyguard Manticore's car. Yes, Mighty Tiger was the bodyguard that Qin Mo had specially sent to protect Lu Yunlong, and during this period of time, all of them followed Lu Yunlong's command. To the Imperial Hotel. My dim old father wants to pave the way for that loser? I'm afraid it's not that easy. Lu Yunlong naturally couldn't just sit back and wait. This exchange meeting, which gathered many big names in the industry, was also an opportunity for Lu Yunlong. The road he was traveling was a long one, so he was going to seize every possible opportunity to move up the ladder like crazy. Inside the villa, Lu Yunbai covered her cheeks and almost exploded with anger. Yo, Cloud Breath, what's up? The voice that came out of nowhere caused Lu Yunbai to freeze and turn his head to look. Second sister, Lu Si-chun took Xian back to the Lu family home, and for today's party, she planned to change into a set of high-fashion dresses that she had treasured for a long time. In order to do that, it's to fix Qin Mo tonight. Liashun couldn't wait for this. Where are big sister and the girls? Lu Si-chun looked around and realized that only Lu Yunbai was there. Doubtful asked. Big sister is still at the office. Third sister went to the hotel with mom and dad. I'll pack up here and go over right away too. That's just right. Join me later. Liashun commanded. Good. Who is this? Lu Yunbai noticed Xian, who was looking around to the side, his eyes full of shock. Cheyenne, my backup dancer for tonight. Liashun introduced. Then he turned toward Xian and said, Lu Yunbai, my brother. Cheyenne, Lu Yunbai? The two looked at each other, and for some reason, a thought bubbled up in the middle of their minds. This son is not a good man. You guys chat for a while. I'm going to change my clothes. Lu Si-chun didn't notice the wrongness in the eyes of the two. Self-conscious, he went back inside his room. Qin Mo. Lu Si-chun lightly bit her red lips. Slender fingers picked their way through the dazzling pile of clothes. First, a set of semi-sheer black lace underwear was selected. The pants are a thong style and are hidden from view. This was followed by the selection of a flattering and gorgeous dress, which was paired with skin-flattering and lightweight black stockings. Half an hour later, The refreshed Lu Sikhan appeared in front of Xian and also Lu Yunlong. The high-fashion black gown is decorated with bright gemstones and a few black feathers, just like a noble and gorgeous black swan. The gown was designed according to Lu Si-chun's body size, perfectly fitting every curve of her body without a hint of flab. The overall style is similar to that of a cheongsam, with a split at the hem that reaches to the base of the thighs, paired with black knee-high stockings with each other. It presents a perfect absolute field. Shi Yan had looked dumbfounded. Inside, he couldn't stop the restlessness, and his breathing began to catch. This outfit was something that even he had never seen before. Is it hard to not let me touch it yesterday when I was pining for spring, just so that I can give me a surprise today? Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, unable to resist the thought. Last night he anxiously came to Lu Si-chun's villa, fantasizing about sharing the same bed, but was rejected by Lu Si-chun. What's this hurry to say that a good meal is never too late? Can't the meat fly out of your mouth? So that's it. Chapter 79, A Little Green on the Head? Outside the Imperial Hotel, Shinemo sat in the car and listened to Long Zhantian's report. Speaking of which, that Feng Yu is really miserable. Now although her daughter has saved a life, she is still in a coma and may become a vegetable. Feng Yu's daughter was taken to the hospital immediately after she was hit. Since it was Qin Mo's hospital, Long Zhantian also got the news to visit. The little girl was hit very badly and suffered extensive injuries all over her body and lost a lot of blood. Almost half of his life was lost, if not for the outstanding competence of the attending doctors at the hospital. Plus, being right in front of the hospital, he was taken to the hospital in time. Maybe the baby will really be gone. Feng Yu, on the other hand, hadn't eaten for a day and a night, and was anxious, his eyes filled with remorse. If you pay a little attention to yourself, pay a little attention in, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But in the end, the culprit in this matter was all that man Xian. Reporting here, Long Zhantian also sighed. This Xian is really an oddball as well. It's amazing that such things can be done. In the end, it's just a matter of not caring in your heart, and there's an obvious problem with your brain. Shinemo shook his head. To Xian, all he could say was that it was worthy of being the main character of a female frequency abuse article. Brains are indeed different from normal. Indeed, Long Zhantian nodded deeply. From the bottom of his heart, he couldn't figure out how there could be people like Xian in this world. And there's more than one. There were the Lin sisters in the front, the entire Xia family in the back, and the entire Lu family was pretty much the same. And now there was another Xian. Long Zhantian couldn't help but lament that this world was getting more and more upside down, making him more and more unable to understand it. You're right if you can't read it. Shinemo didn't say much and just gave Long Zhantian a deep look. In fact, Long Zhantian's resume of the first half of his life, placed in the online literature world, can definitely be called a standard male frequency Dragon King cool article. In just a few short years, he became the Dragon King that everyone feared on the battlefields outside the country. There are countless elite and strong generals under his command. If Shinemo did not intervene and subdue Long Zhantian, maybe he'll come back from abroad and go to that family as a flunky. Although the story is also indeed bloody, but cannot resist the people killed. The kind that destroys the entire family of anyone who displeases me. One of the standard issue male protagonists. It's natural to be puzzled and confused by a lot of things in the world of female abuse. However, young master, that Feng Yu woman seems to have blackened as well. Long Zhantian thought of something and the expression on his face became amused. You don't know. Looking at her daughter lying unconscious in the ICU, Feng Yu's eyes looked like she wanted to eat people, and she even yelled that she wanted Xian to have a good death. So, are we going to help when the time comes? Long Zhantian asked. In the recent period of time, Long Zhantian had done a lot of this kind of thing, so ask more than once. If he helps, then Feng Yu won't have any problems getting Xian killed, and if he doesn't, when the time came, maybe Feng Yu would have to pay the price as well. To help or not to help? Shinemo pondered for a moment. To be honest, Feng Yu couldn't bring any utilization value to Shinemo, so the key to this matter is the word interest. If he was interested, Shinemo could help, and if he wasn't interested, he could sit back and watch the end of the two. So, you decide this matter yourself. Shinemo directly handed it over to Long Zhantian. Do what you want without consulting me. Let me decide? Long Zhantian was first stunned, then the corners of his mouth rose. Karakao laughed. Then I must help. I see that Guy Xian is also very upset. Suit yourself. Shinemo smiled, looked at the time, got out of the car and turned into the hotel. Mr. Shin, long time no see. High-end business party. Many people greeted Shinemo along the way, including Ryu Sungun and others. After all, the status was here. Shinemo represented the Qin family, and the volume of the Qin family could not be ignored by anyone here. In response to this, Shinemo responded one by one, doing all the etiquette. Young Qin, this cup is for you. Lu Yunlong was walked over with it in his hand. His eyes were filled with reverence for Qin Mo. If it wasn't for Qin Mo, he would still be the same bullied and unpopular young master of the Lu family today. Qin Mo clinked his glass with it. By the looks of you, you've been developing well lately? This is thanks to young Qin's promotion. Without the Qin family's support, I wouldn't have gotten this far today. Lu Yunlong knew his position well. Qin Mo patted his shoulder. Don't be presumptuous. You have the ability to be worthy of my investment. Do a good job. Moving a little closer, Qin Mo whispered in Lu Yunlong's ear. I'm waiting for the day you take over the Lu family. Lu Yunlong had a fighting spirit in his eyes. Don't worry Qin Xiao. This day won't be long. Just as the two of them were climbing, a silhouette swayed her voluptuous figure and stepped on Valentino. Young Qin, I'm sorry to have missed you. Qin Mo raised his eyes and raised his eyebrows lightly. Miss Willow, Lu Xinan, the eldest sister of the Lu clan, had a chance to meet Qin Mo last time. Qin Mo's impression of him was quite good. Or, rather, the one who was more impressed among the Ryu family. A purple wraparound hip dress set off the slightly chubby figure, full of mature woman flavor. But surprisingly, Lu Xinan is still unmarried. Unlike Xia Bingyao's kind of cool and girlish feeling, Lu Xinan's every smile comes with the flavor of a sister. Or perhaps, comparing Qin Mo's age, Lu Xinan did call herself an elder sister, 28 years old, a few years older than Qin Mo. Last time, my sister was a bit unintelligent. I was thinking of making amends with Qin Xiao, but I never had the chance to see him, so this time I have to let me give you a good toast. Liasnan held his wine glass, a decent smile on his face. Looking at Lu Yunlong on the side, Lu Xinan continued. In addition, I would also like to thank Xiao Qin for supporting our family Yunlong. Stretching his hand, Lu Xinan's attitude made it impossible to pick any faults, so there was naturally no need for Qin Mo to make trouble out of nothing. Gently clinking a glass with Lu Xinan, drinking etiquette, point blank, the two families did not have much to cross paths with each other after all. Just have your manners in place. Next, Qin Mo responded to the toasts of many people from the great families of the imperial capital, which was also considered a kind of socializing, and decided on the cooperation of many projects during the conversation and laughter. By the way, Qin Mo still had Lu Yunlong by his side. The meaning is also simple. It is to release a signal to those present that this person is related to me. This one signal alone was a heavenly help to the current Lu Yunlong. Even, it was likely to be more useful than Lu Chang'an personally coming down to pull cooperation for Lu Yunlong. For this, Lu Yunlong was grateful. However, soon after, Qin Mo was invited within one of the hotel's private rooms. The invitees, however, were not Lu Chang'an, but Lu Si Chun, the second youngest lady of the Lu family. With Xian, you too, looking for me here to raise hell? Qin Mo did not but the field and made it across from the two. Xian gritted his teeth at Qin Mo, the person who had given him endless humiliation. But today's protagonist is not him, but Lu Si Chun. He also knew that the floor was not his to speak on such occasions. Thus, it just stared at Qin Mo with a smug smile and acquiesced to his words. Indeed, they had sought Qin Mo out to raise an offense. In contrast, it was Lu Si Chun, with a smile on her face and a face like a peach blossom. Looking at Qin Mo's eyes seemed to shine with light. It was worthy of being the head of a first powerful family like the Qin family, and his temperament was truly different. The voice also seemed to be slightly magnetic and haunting. Young Qin, you're misunderstanding me here. How dare I? It's just that I think there's a bit of friction between young Qin and this friend of mine, so I'll be a peacemaker and talk it out. While speaking, Qin Mo suddenly felt that something was wrong. Underneath this table, black silk feet touched his pant legs. Immediately afterward, gently lifted up, then like a dexterous little snake, burrowed into it and climbed up. Qin Mo didn't move and looked at Lu Si Chun whose winks were like spring, before looking at Xian who was strutting on the side. Suddenly it seemed that a bright green color shone extremely brightly on Xian's head. Chapter 80, Small Axe. The black silk was slightly cold with a rustling sound of friction. Qin Mo was silent, his gaze looking towards Xian with interest. I just feel afraid that the grasslands on this guy's brain have long since grown to the size of Hulenbeyer. And now, the fool is still towing the line. What about the idea that this drinking game today is all about getting back in his face? Qin Mo said as he arrived at a cup of tea for himself. And things? And what thing? You mean the thing about firing this little boyfriend of yours? Qin Mo directly and straightforwardly pointed out the relationship between the two. Xian frowned, not very happy about Qin Mo's comment about a little boyfriend. After all, it was only a short while ago that Qin Mo had used his wife to make a point. Now if he admitted it, wouldn't that be obeying Qin Mo's wishes? He wanted to retort, but he happened to see Lu Si Chun's gaze looking over. As soon as the two of them looked at each other, Xian realized that there was more of an unknown emotion in Lu Si Chun's brow. It was hard to believe that Lu Si Chun wished to admit it to herself. Xian couldn't help but think. It was also true that Lu Sikhun was alone with a son and had no one to turn to since she was abandoned by that scummy man. Women, by nature, need security. Naturally, you will want to admit it to yourself. Thinking of this, Xian silently forced down the words he wanted to retort. Anyway, he and Feng Yu were about to get divorced. That woman, soon enough, would have nothing to do with him? Xian. So it was really nothing to say that she was a little boyfriend. Xian's mental activity was violent, but Liashan's physical activity was even more intense. Xian misunderstood her meaning. The reason why she looked at Xian, it was just because Qin Mo said that little boyfriend phrase that made her feel even more irritated. In and of itself, Ryu Sichun was a pleasure-seeking woman. In this situation, right here under this table, she is picking on the person across the table, and his own little boyfriend knows nothing about it. The thrill of being discovered just by bending over was a big hit with Liashan. Moreover, Qin Mo didn't reveal it at the first time. Is it possible that Qin Mo also likes this kind of tone? Lu Sikhun thought a lot, then smiled and said, Young Qin, I've heard about the matter. Xian as a secretary did speak with some lack of discretion, but people are still young. Xian is very capable. You just blocked him. It's a bit unkind, isn't it? As he said this, his little feet moved a little more, climbed up the calf still intending to keep going. Qin Mo intended to give her a little lesson. His legs directly clamped together. His right hand groped for the center of his foot and poked it with force. Well, Ryu Sichun touched down and let out a chiming sound mixed with pain. What's wrong? Thinking of spring? Anything wrong? Xian immediately became anxious and shushed Lu Sichun, deeply afraid that Lu Sichun had any problems, otherwise his heart would be condemned. It's fine. Liashan waved his hand. It's just that my back is a little less comfortable. Maybe it's an old problem from before. Saying that made Xian even more distressed. You're still so uncaring of your body. Surely if I had been taking care of you in the first place, you wouldn't have fallen ill. Liashan pulled a smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the beauty beside him, Xian sighed and then looked at Qin Mo. There was a ferocity in his eyes. Mr. Qin, this time we invited you here. We just want to make things clear. And don't get me wrong, it's not like I have to enter the Qin group. Where do talented people like me go and not get preferential treatment? The big deal is that I can still get into the Lu group. I just want to tell you to your face that firing me is a loss for your Qin group. With Lu Sikhun here, this was still the Lu family's territory, and Xian spoke with more confidence. Qin Mo played with the teacup in his hand and asked with a smile, Oh, Manager Lu, is that so? Lu Sichun also had a position in the Lu group, a department manager, so there was nothing wrong with calling him Manager Lu. Lu Sichun saw that Xian was a bit heavy with gunpowder, and couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh of Xian's waist with her small hand, whispering, Don't talk nonsense, just listen to me. Lu Sikhun put the word out, and although Xian was still full of discontent, he could only hold it in, hands wrapped around his head. The man was in a rage. Lu Sikhun didn't care about that much and smiled sweetly towards Qin Mo. The Qin group is a large family, so naturally it's not bad for a few talents, and it's not a loss to talk about. However, I still want to ask Mr. Qin to give me this face. Saying that, Lu Sichun pretended to be careless and touched the chopsticks on the tabletop off on the floor. Sorry, I got a little hairy. With that, he bent down and prepared to pick it up. I'll do it. Xian gently supported Lu Sichun. It's okay, it's just a small thing. Lu Sichun pushed Xian away and lifted the tightly covered tablecloth to get inside. Qin Mo's eyes were slightly downcast, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, only to see, under the table, Lu Sichun flexed her legs to support Qin Mo's thighs. One hand gently lifted the tablecloth on Qin Mo's side, revealing his own slightly red cheeks. Biting her red lips, she threw a wink towards Qin Mo. The neckline of the high-fashion gown was wide open and a snowy white loomed large. Si-chun, did you find it? Shi Yan inquired. The light is a little dim. Right away. Liashan responded. I'll call a light for you, Cheyenne said, pulling out her cell phone and getting ready to bend over. Lu Sikhun was startled and hurriedly intended to get up. But, the corner of Qin Mo's mouth rose as he pinched Lu Sichun's chin. Lu Sichun became even more anxious, her heartbeat accelerating wildly. It's going to be discovered. Xian, right? Suddenly, Qin Mo called out to Xian. Xian didn't have a good attitude towards Qin Mo in the first place and frowned at him. So, the reason you dared to come and face me today was because Lu Sikhun gave you the courage? Qin Mo didn't move and brought a glass of red wine under the table. A sneer filled his eyes. Is it Ryu Sichun that makes you think that you have the right to speak up in front of me? Qin Mo continued to press the issue, and underneath the table, which Xian couldn't see, Qin Mo grabbed Lu Sichun's chin with one hand, forcing his lips to open slightly. With one hand, he forcibly poured wine into Liashan. Well, cough, said Liashan, trying desperately to suppress the choking sensation brought on by the drink. In the midst of the pain, but as if they had found some kind of alien pleasure, their eyes were mesmerized. The cold red wine, flowing down the corners of his mouth, down his neck, past his collarbone, and eventually to the majestic snow-capped mountains. And Xian was not happy at the moment. A slap on the table, eyes full of anger. What do you mean by that? That I'm just a softie who feeds off women? This was simply an insult to him. Xian, he's so capable, and he's even at the top of his class when he reads. I can't believe I'm being called a pimp. If you can tolerate it, you can't. Yo, quite a temper. Qin Mo laughed evilly and turned his head to grab Lu Sichun's soft underbelly. Liashun barely grunted in pain, deadly biting his lips. He was trembling a little. With every word Xian said, Qin Mo pushed a few points harder. It was as if they wanted to punish all of Xian's disrespect on Lu Sichun. Pain and pleasure are constantly intertwined. As it were, the intense music played by the hotel's symphony orchestra. Chapter 81, No One Will Come In. Xian didn't even realize that Lu Sichun had disappeared for more than half a minute. Being so irritated by Qin Mo, his mind was filled with Qin Mo's hateful face. Who is Qin Mo to say that he relies on women for his livelihood? It was merely a rational use of the power the Ryu family already had. It's called borrowing, and it's a smart thing to do in and of itself. What gives Qin Mo the right to insult him like this? If you really want to talk about it, isn't Qin Mo also rich because of his family? Otherwise, what right did a young man in his 20s, even a few years younger than himself, have to be a group president? If Qin Mo's family history was the same as his own, he might not be as good as himself. Manager Willow, your little boyfriend has a lot of pride, eating your soft food, putting down the bowl and cursing your mother. I wonder what you dare to think. Qin Mo's eyes were playful. As these words fell, Xian realized that Lu Sichun hadn't found the dropped chopsticks yet. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, my relationship with Sichun is not what you think. I do still love her, but not enough to eat Sichun's soft food. Sichun, haven't you found it yet? Stop looking. Let's go. Qin doesn't want to be here another minute. It began to urge its Willow Sichun to come. Right away. I'm almost there. It's all been said. Stop looking. Let's go. Xian frowned, always feeling that something was wrong, trying to bend over to see what the hell was going on with Liashun. In the nick of time, Liashun panicked. It wasn't until the moment Xian lifted the tablecloth that Qin Mo let go of Lu Sichun. Lu Sichun turned her back to Xian and hurriedly withdrew. However, midway through, he felt his shirt cold again. It just occurred to me that at the moment her dress was soaked with red wine. If he got up now, he was bound to be discovered by Xian. Slowly climbing to his feet, Lu Sichun's eyes rolled as he pretended to accidentally hit his head on the table. The glass of red wine on the table tipped over. She had just looked up when she was moored in red wine. Sizzle? Ouch! Why are you so careless? Xian was so anxious that he didn't bother to think about what had just happened, and hurriedly drew out 2 napkins to help Lu Sichun wipe her cheeks. Qin Mo looked at this scene with a smile on his face, then his gaze lowered to the ground. A watery mess. Ha! This woman. Qin Mo didn't say anything more, and at the moment, Xian's hands were busy, especially when he watched the red wine soaking the gown, which was already translucent, becoming hidden. Xian then somewhat resisted his inner excitement. The wiping paper involuntarily slid down, wanting to help wipe the drink from Liashun's body, but it was stopped by Liashun. She looked at Qin Mo. Her breathing was a bit heavy and her eyes were confused. Then toward Xian, he said, Xian, go find my big sister for me and bring over a set of clothes. When he first came to the hotel, Lu Sichun had brought Xian to meet Lu Sinan, so he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to find him. Ha, then you. Xian hesitated a little. Qin Mo was still on the opposite side, holding a cup of tea and crossing his legs, looking unconcerned and superior. As for Ryu Sichun, her gown was thin and wet through. Such 2 people alone in this room. Lu Sichun was on the verge of being unable to hold back inside. The tone towards Xian also increased a few points. There are so many guests out there. Do you want me to go out there and wander around in this? Xian, who was suddenly yelled at, trembled, and his footsteps went a little soft. He knew that this was a precursor to Liashun's impending fury. In the past, every time Lu Sichun got angry, he would have to make a lot of effort to coax it out. This includes, but is not limited to, spending all of one's living expenses to buy a gift for Sichun Lu, kneel down and apologize in public in front of countless people at the school. Every day bitterly begged Lu Sichun, which could be coaxed. It was a disaster, and Xian did not dare to delay and immediately retreated. As the door to the booth closed, Lu Sichun, who had just been standing, had his feet softened and directly paralyzed on the ground. The lips were slightly parted and a heavy gasp echoed. Her pair of charming eyes looked toward Qin Mo. Mr. Qin, you really didn't know anything about mercy just now. Qin Mo's gaze met hers. Unlike Lu Sichun's eyes that were full of spring, Qin Mo's pupils were bright and free of distractions, with just a hint of playfulness. This woman, Lu Sichun, is dangerous, or maybe it won't end well for anyone who gets involved with her. A million flowers pass by, and everywhere the leaves are stained. Half a bit of vermilion lips tasted by 1,000 people, a pair of jade arms pillowed by 10,000 people. Essentially, Shin Mo couldn't see her, nor is it possible to have anything to do with it. However, since Lu Si-chun had played such a trick, then Shin Mo naturally chose to cooperate. It's just a matter of making Xian's head light up. He knew the score. A woman like that could be matched, but not really trapped. If he wanted to, what kind of thing wouldn't he have? Why plant yourself on someone with such a disturbed private life? Compassion? That's not what Manager Lu just thought, right? Shin Mo moved his right hand, eyes on the floor. Liashan sniffed her cheeks as if they were apples, the taste of red wine lingering in her mouth. The sour smell of wine, as if it were ecstasy, turned her upside down. You're so bad. I also know that it's Xian who made Mr. Shin angry. So put, let's go to the next booth. The soundproofing is good. Mr. Shin is taking it easy? Next door? Shin Mo's plan came to mind and thought of an interesting thing. Then shaking his head, he pushed the table away and said, right here. Here? Lu Si-chun froze, somewhat hesitant. But, later Shin Mo picked up his cell phone and made a few false taps. Then said, don't worry, my bodyguards are already guarding the stairway, so when the time comes, just find any excuse to sidetrack your little boyfriend. No one will come in. In that case, Willow Si-chun winks. Then please punish me well, Mr. Shin. Shin Mo crossed his legs and sneered inwardly. No one will come in? Of course it was fake. It was just an act. There wasn't anyone guarding the door. He only intended to let Xian see Lu Si-chun's true colors clearly. Shin Mo was curious about this guy who was full of love. The guy who chose to forgive even after a betrayal years ago. What would it look like to see this in person? It's really something to look forward to. After Xian walked out of the room, he began to look around the hotel lobby for signs of Lu Sinan. Lu Sinan had an outstanding temperament and was beautiful, and wherever she went, she was the object of attention. It was as dazzling as a bright light. And soon, Xian discovered Lu Sinan's trail. At this moment, Lu Sinan was talking to his third sister, Lu Siyu, and the two of them were talking and laughing about something. Xian grabbed the compact up. Big sister Willow, Si-chun had a situation and her clothes are all stained with red wine. Si-chun asked me to come over and ask you for a dress. Thinking about spring? Second sister? Lu Sinan and Lu Siyu looked at each other. Yeah, so I thought I'd ask if I had any. I'll grab it and send it to Si-chun. Xian said, there is to be. But Si-chun, forget it, let us go together. Lu Sinan put down the wine glass in his hand and brought Lu Siyu forward together. Chapter 82, The Big Dipper. How dare you slander me? The three of them soon took a set of dresses and skirts in the changing room. In a hotel like this, it's not hard to find a bodice. Immediately afterward, they advanced towards the private room under the leadership of Xian. Along the way, not knowing what it was because of, Xian always felt like his heart was panicking. An involuntary frown creased his brow. It always felt like something bad was about to happen in general. It left him a little puzzled. What's your name again? Why are you walking so fast? Rushing to reincarnation? Lu Siyu clasped her hands on her chest, a flash of disgust in his eyes. She and Liashan were very close, having been sisters without a word since they were children, but also, as a result, was upset about the fact that Lu Si-chun had brought Xian to the reception. From the bottom of her heart, she couldn't look at a soft rice man like Xian, thinking that his sister is so beautiful and so good that she deserves someone better. What's one Xian? Not worthy of entering their Lu family's door at all. It was only because of the face given to Lu Si-chun. Otherwise she would have called for someone to blast Xian out. Xian turned his head back, not having the heart to argue with Lu Siyu. To himself, he said, I'm a little disturbed. Si-chun is still in a room with Shin Mo. Shin Mo? Now, Lu Si-chun and also Lu Sinan were shocked. How could that fellow Shin Mo be with second sister? Lu Siyu hated Shin Mo even more. It was only last time that he was cleaned up by Shin Mo. 100 times inside. That guy Shin Mo doesn't have a good relationship with our Lu family. It's bad. Second sister. The more Lu Siyu thought about it, the uglier her face became. Immediately speeding up his pace, he directly crossed over to Xian, rushed in the direction of the booth. He soon arrived at the door of the private room that Xian had mentioned. Before he could push open the door, a voice resounded inside. Did I tell you to get up? Get your together. This voice is Shin Mo's. Lu Siyu's pupils slammed, her scalp tingling. Who is Shin Mo talking to? You don't have to ask. Apart from Shin Mo, there is only her second sister in this. In other words, Shin Mo was forcing her second sister? Lu Siyu's eyes were almost red. Sure enough, this Shin Mo was not a good person at all. Now that he dared to extend his devilish claws to his second sister, he was simply looking for death. Lu Siyu kicked open the door to the private room. The scene that came into her eyes made her all but suck in a breath of cold air. Liashan was in rags, her skirt was widely diverted, and the lower half of her body was playing up her disappearance. The entire person was in front of Chin Mo in an extremely humiliating manner. As for Chin Mo, he crossed his legs and held a red wineglass with a playful gaze. A living, breathing villain. In this instant, Lucy Yu directly brainstormed a scene where Chin Mo somehow threatened his second sister to sell her flesh to him. Second sister. Lu Sikhan was also startled at this moment. Didn't we say no one would come up? How could someone force their way in? And still your own sister? In an instant, Lu Sikhan let out a shriek, like a frightened kitten, and quickly retreated to the corner, her eyes terrified. What about being discovered? Damn you Chin Mo, what on earth have you done to my sister? Lucy Yu rushed in and hugged Lu Sikhan. At this time, Xian and also Lu Sinan arrived at the door. Looking at everything inside the private room, Xian's feet softened and he almost didn't faint. Obviously, the live footage showed that it was Chin Mo who was forcing Lu Si-chun. The moment he thought, his own goddess, the goddess that he had, deep down, loved for many years, was actually forced by Chin Mo in such a way today. Xian was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Chin Mo, you have any grievances? You can come at me. Why are you bullying Siharu? Damn, I'll fight you. Xian clenched his fists in death and rushed towards Chin Mo. Chin Mo turned his head, looked at Xian, and inwardly wanted to laugh. Do you dare? As soon as these words fell, Xian, who had rushed halfway, violently stalled. Yeah, would he dare? If he really made a move against Chin Mo could definitely send him in very easily. By then, the rest of his life will be ruined. Does he really dare? Xian stalled, his face conflicted. A bright flash of disgust flashed in the eyes of Lucy Yu, who was hugging Lu Sikhan. Rubbish one. After saying that, he got up and was about to walk towards Chin Mo, but it was stopped by Ryu Sinan, who rushed in at a fast pace. Don't be impulsive. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Lu Sinan stopped Lucy Yu dead in her tracks. Chin Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, changed his position and watched the scene with interest. Life was presenting itself to him at the moment. Lust-obsessed Lu Si-chun, Xian who can only get high, the mindless and impulsive Lu Siyu, and the mature Lu Sinan who remains calm and reserved at all times. Add to that the fact that he was the one involved. And what kind of sparks would collide? Si-chun, what the hell just happened? As the eldest sister of the Lu family, Lu Sinan's ability, as well as her temperament were not comparable to the rest of the Lu family. She profoundly knew what Chin Mo and the Chin family behind Chin Mo represented. It would definitely not be a wise choice to fall out with it before things are clear. So, she needs to figure out what's going on first. Liashan looked around at everyone. All the desire he had just felt driven away by fear. It wasn't until this moment that she realized that she seemed to be trapped, falling for Chin Mo's trap. This man, was he just playing along with his act? I don't know how to explain it, she said, her mind now in a muddle. Second sister, don't be afraid. Is this beast Chin Mo bullying you? Bullying you? Just say it, I'll definitely get you justice. Lucy Yu hugged her sister and encouraged. Right Si-chun, it must have been Chin Mo who threatened you, right? Or maybe it was Chin Mo who forced you. It's all my fault, I should have taken you along just now. Xian was full of self-blame. The gaze that looked at Chin Mo was filled with hatred. This man, how dare he taint her goddess? At this time, Lu Si-chun could only go down the slope. Plus, this matter was essentially Chin Mo counting on himself. And this fellow was abominable out of expectation. Yes, Chin Mo took advantage of the fact that there was no one around, and started to do something bad to me. He is tall and I am just a weak woman. How can I resist? He also threatened to kill me if I didn't follow his words and said that he would make our Lu family suffer. I'm afraid, and even more so, I'm afraid that Chin Mo will make a move against our Lu family. So, I can only submit to him. While saying that, Lu Si-chun squeezed out a few tears. Her acting skills were all over the place. Since you, Chin Mo, are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. You set me up, then I'll smear you. Anyway, I'm a girl, I'm vulnerable. No one will believe Chin Mo. No one. Lu Sinan's brows also furrowed as he sniffed. She turned her head to look at Chin Mo and inquired with some disbelief. Mr. Chin, could things really be like this? Are you questioning me? Chin Mo didn't answer immediately, but looked at Lu Sinan. It was an attitude that Chin Mo had come here as a guest today. In itself, it belonged to giving his Lu family a face. If the truth was really as Lu Si-chun said, then it was Chin Mo who was unreasonable. When the time came, Chin Mo would still have to give an explanation to the Lu family. Otherwise he would definitely not be able to pass the face. But if it is not, the Lu family who indiscriminately slandered and questioned a guest of honorable status. This thing is not a small thing. Lu Sinan obviously heard this meaning as well, and his face instantly turned ugly. Chapter 83, Your Goddess is Moist. Sheen always, there is no need to rise to such heights, right? I just want to understand the situation. Lu Xinan's face was ugly. After all, this involved the second of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. A poorly handled one is likely to have extremely serious repercussions. From the family's perspective, Lu Xinan did not want to make a big deal out of this matter, but just at that moment, a majestic voice in the middle of the air rang out. Mr. Sheen, my daughter has been bullied by you into this state. Is it possible that she is still slandering you? What girl would use her innocence to defame someone else? Sheen Mo looked towards the entrance of the private room. Walking quickly, was the head of the Lu family, Lu Chang'en, as well as Lu Yan, as well as Lu Yunbai, Lu Yunlong and several others. Lu Yunbai was the one who had been glued to the side of Lu's father and mother, using the two to make connections. A few people were nearby before, and after seeing the movements of Lu Siyu's people, they rushed over when they sensed that something was wrong. As for Lu Yunlong, he came here purely to join in the fun, but he didn't expect to see Qin Mo here. Father, you have to speak with evidence. You can't slander a Qin clan president based on just one person's words, right? Lu Yunlong squinted at the woman, Lu Sikun. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't trust her. After all, who in the circle didn't know about Lu Sichun's modus operandi? You, who exactly are you speaking in favor of? Ryu Summon was already upset with this son. Now that it was his own family's daughter who was being bullied, how could he, as a father, not take a stand? Lu Yan also pulled Lu Yunlong's sleeve. Yunlong, don't talk nonsense. Mom knows that you and Qin Xiao are on good terms, but doesn't the current situation speak for itself? Lu Yunbai hurriedly nodded. Right, brother, you can't be biased in favor of young Qin just because you're on good terms with him, right? The one who was humiliated is our sister, Lu Yunbai said in a conspiratorial manner. Alright, stop arguing. Ryu Summon stopped the uncontested fighting within the Ryu family, looking over at Lu Sichun who was being held by Lu Siyu. His clothes were ragged, his hair curtains were disheveled, and he was trembling. In looking at Qin Mo, sitting and leaning on the sofa, crossing his legs, his gaze is leisurely and emboldened. This made Ryu Sungwon feel a little embarrassed about his face. Yes, the Qin family that Qin Mo represented was indeed very strong. The volume is also not comparable to the Lu family. But, Lu Chang'an is not a soft persimmon. His own daughter was bullied like this. If he still tolerates it, what has it become? If word gets out, will he lose his face? Can the Qin family be so recklessly arrogant? This was simply not putting him, Ryu Sung-un, in his eyes. Mr. Qin, don't you have anything you want to say? Lu Cheng'en came and sat down opposite Qin Mo, his gaze looking straight at him. The Ryu family stood behind Ryu Sung-un. Without hesitation, Lu Yunlong walked directly to Qin Mo's side. The meaning is self-evident. Ryu Sung-un glanced at Ryu Yunlong and became even more annoyed inwardly. His own son, even if he didn't help himself, even sided with the enemy. What do you mean, a blatant rebellion? However, now was not the time to dwell on Lu Yunlong's question, as his attention kept falling on Qin Mo, waiting for his answer. This is the attitude of your Lu family. Then I've really seen it. Qin Mo sneered. Qin Mo, it's an indisputable fact that my daughter is like that, right? Lu Cheng'en faced Qin Mo directly. At such a time, if he conceded, then in the future, the Lu family would really not be able to raise their heads in front of the Qin family. What a fact! What a Lu family! Qin Mo played with his cell phone. The face remained unchanged. The Lu family's style is indeed overbearing, coming up and convicting people. It's a good thing I'm the one who's being slandered. Otherwise, wouldn't I really be letting you guys use your power to oppress people? Isn't that right? Ms. Lu Sikun? Lu Sikun, who was abruptly named, froze, and then panic flashed in his eyes, but it was soon suppressed by her. Qin Mo, you less invert black and white here. Obviously it is you who forced me. I also for the sake of the family to you properly. Before Lu Sikun could finish his words, a video played out on Qin Mo's cell phone. Lu Sichuan's pouting voice also came out obediently. Mr. Qin, please punish me well. Lu Sichuan's expression changed violently as she looked towards Qin Mo's cell phone placed on the desktop. Alarmed, toward Qin Mo incredibly shouted. You just recorded it? Of course, Miss Lu's ability to seduce people is awesome. Do you guys want to come along and enjoy it? Qin Mo pushed his cell phone in front of the Lu family's crowd. The smile at the corners of his mouth could hardly be suppressed. Then he turned his head to look at Xian. By the way, your goddess, has she ever treated you like this? Hiss, I have to say, Ms. Willow has quite a figure. The dress was bold too. Lacy, have you ever seen it? It's really moist. A blow to the head. Ironclad evidence. The facts that could not be sophistically argued were just laid out in front of everyone, and the Lu family was completely dumbfounded. Xian even almost lost his breath, looking at Lu Sichun in disbelief. You No, no, not like this. Lu Si-chun's eyes widened. His eyes filled with panic. She was even more at a loss when faced with the scrutinizing gazes of everyone in the Lu family. TSK, second sister. You are really horny. I didn't expect that second sister would actually be so unable to hold it. Lu Yunlong saw the right time to make up for it with precision. Is it possible that Shi Yan can't satisfy you anymore? Lu Sikhun is going crazy. No, Shi Yan, listen to me. That's enough. Si-chun, I love you so much. How can you do this to me? Xia An's demeanor collapsed. His footsteps were weak, and psychologically it was even harder to bear this blow. The words Qin Mo had just asked were still reverberating within him. Has your goddess ever done this to you? Lace, have you seen it? There is no greater insult in this world, is there? Xian's eyes froze and he couldn't stop backing up, running out of the room full of confusion. Lu Si-chun looked at Lu Chang'an again. Dad, you believe me? This is not true. This is peas to peas. It must be. Dad, Mom, and big sister, you guys trust me? Snap. The sound of a crisp slap resounded through the booth. Asshole. Ryu Sung-un blew out his beard in anger. He even made up his mind to hard steel Qin Mo for Lu Si-chun. And the result was such a truth? Is this not a ing joke? He immediately turned his head to look at Qin Mo, and all the hatred in his eyes disappeared. Mr. Qin, earlier it was me who had a bad attitude. This matter has misunderstood you. Please don't take it to heart. It's all a misunderstanding. If this matter was Qin Mo's fault, and he fell out with the Qin family, it would be rumored that he, Lu Chang'an, was also a righteous image, and he would definitely get the support of many people. Those people in the imperial capital who were eyeing the Qin family would also be happy to help the Lu family to fight against the unreasonable Qin family, which was a 100% advantageous situation. That's why Lu Chang'an dared to take the risk of being tough with Qin Mo. But if the truth was their Lu family's fault, then things would be the complete opposite. The initiative could be in Qin Mo's hands. If Qin Mo insisted on making a big deal out of it, the other forces would be eager to fall on their swords. People are all wallflowers. That side is crooked. They will go that way. This is an unchanging truth. So, right now, Lu Chang'an was panicking, wanting to change things with Qin Mo. But, don't. How strong is your Lu family? If I hadn't kept my hand in, wouldn't I have been put in a hat by you? Qin Mo stood up, straightened his clothes, and his gaze also instantly turned cold as he stared at Lu Chang'an. Old thing. I'll even tell you plainly, if you dare to slander me, you'll have to bear the corresponding consequences. Do you really think your Lu family can cover the sky with one hand? The corner of Qin Mo's mouth raised in an arc. Before that, it has to be clarified. Who exactly is the sky? Chapter 84. What a bully. Because of Lu Sikhun, the Lu family had been unable to raise their heads at this moment. It was even as if he wanted to find a crack in the ground and burrow into it. Shame on you. This is so humiliating. As the second daughter of a powerful family such as the Lu family, she could have the wind or the rain if she wanted it. Noble status. But what has this Liashun done over the years? Not only does messing around outside the home lead to pregnancy, but you can't even maintain a good relationship with your spouse. Divorced from ex-husband, and got a little white boy, some guy named Xian. Forget all that. But can you not be so shameless? Look at that video. What a humble performance. It's simply worse than a dog. Shame on you. Shame on you. Lu Chang'an's face had already been hanging on for a long time. Not to mention that they had offended Qin Mo because of this matter. A complete loss of money. As expected, not long after, Qin Mo announced something at the meeting. Sort of an impromptu launch. It just so happens that all the various businessmen from the empire are here today. In the future, the Qin group and all the companies under it, the cooperation with the Lu group, except for the projects handled by Lu Yunlong, were all interrupted. The reason is that the Lu group is bullying and unreasonable. The Qin group is concerned that there will be a problem of principle in interfacing with the Lu group's subsequent work. The reasoning is far-fetched, but it also exposes a remarkable message. That is, the reputation of the Lu group is not even favorable to a behemoth like the Qin group. I'd rather lose some money than stop and run in time. What does that mean? Some businessmen with a keen sense of smell have already tasted out that the development prospects of Lu's group are worrying. They don't delve into what's going on between the two families. Just a word. Qin's group. No. One group in China like this has run away. Are you running? People follow the herd mentality. If the tall guy is running away, how can the short guy take over? Isn't the short man thinking of following the tall man? The tall man holding the sky and the short man having some soup? The Qin group ran away, and the muddy waters of the Lu family became even more muddy. What's more, who doesn't know nowadays that the Lu group is in a critical period of power struggle within the group? The shareholders in Ryu Sung-un's lineage strongly support Ryu Yunbai, Ryu Sung-un's adopted son. The other part of the shareholders, recognizing Lu Yunlong's ability, supported Lu Yunlong. Both of them have the potential to become the future successors of the Lu Group, and the words that followed Qin Mo's were also full of information. Apart from the projects handled by Lu Yunlong, what does this mean? The explicit support was given, representing the Qin clan's recognition of Lu Yunlong's ability, directly supporting Lu Yunlong in front of everyone. What kind of a situation will this create? That is, countless people wind up choosing to cooperate with Lu Yunlong, bringing large orders to Lu Yunlong. And because of the Ryu family members such as Ryu Sungun's own reasons, many of the Ryu Group's projects were put on hold, causing massive losses. As a result of this, the company's shareholders will be even more disappointed in Lu Chengnan and Lu Yunbai, turning to give Lu Yunlong more say. By this time, some of the businessmen who had cooperated with Lu Yunbai only a short while ago because of Lu Cheng'an's face were even more filled with remorse. Contract. Signed early got punked by Ryu Sunun. Many people are even wondering if they should take the initiative to default on the contract if the default fee is not too high. Even if they lose some money, it's better than the whole project going wrong. Businessmen seek profits and have no feelings in their eyes. They will lean on whoever is of greater value. And now, after tonight, the winds are starting to change. They also have to think about how they can capture a greater share of the benefits in this war without smoke. Yu Sung-un, who learns of this, is furious in the private room. He hated to expel his second daughter, Lu Sik-hun, from the house on the spot, but nothing can be done about it now. All he could do was sit disheveled on the couch with a dull stare. A short while later, his cell phone rang. It's the phone number of the company's shareholders. Pick up the phone and, unsurprisingly, it's a questioning from the company's shareholders, questioning him about what exactly Ryu Sung-un had done that had caused the Qin Group to be furious, withdrawing cooperation on several projects at once. Although this would not hurt the fundamentals of the Lu Group, after all, there was indeed cooperation between the two groups, but not much. Unlike the Lin family, once Qin Mo withdrew his capital he directly shook the roots. But, shareholders are shareholders, following you is to make money. Less money they naturally want to be angry. Yes, the Ryu Group was created by Ryu Sung-un and is the largest shareholder, but not an absolute holding. He could not be afraid of being questioned by one or two shareholders. But what if they were all shareholders? In this matter, everyone's interests were damaged and their cakes were moved. These people were bound to unite and put pressure on Ryu Sung-un. In this matter, I was the one who was impulsive. Ryu Sung-un said breathlessly. Now that the shareholders have made a scene, Lu Dong, you'd better give everyone an explanation. The tone on the other end of the phone remained respectful though, but the content made Ryu Sung-un stop clenching his fists. Accounting? You want him, Ryu Sung-un, to give an explanation? Isn't it just a matter of getting him to admit his mistake at the board meeting? What a bully. However, even with all the grievances inside, he could only force himself to swallow this breath. I know, I'll give everyone an explanation. After 2 seconds of silence, Ryu Sung-un's voice turned ice cold. The person on the other end of the phone also seemed relieved. As long as Ryu Sung-un was willing to bow down, then there was a solution to this matter. If Ryu Sung-un was bent on having his way, then the shareholders under him would definitely have second thoughts. That's when Willow's group will be in a real crisis. In that case, I'll go and try to appease the other shareholders. Speaking here, the voice on the other end of the phone paused and lamented. Fortunately, this time, young Master Lu did a good job. With young Master Lu here, we're not completely at odds with the Qin clan, and there's still room for this matter to be resolved. The shareholders have also proposed that since the Qin Group has announced that it will only cooperate with young Master Lu, it would be better to hand over all the projects that have been put on hold because of this incident to young Master Lu. That way, it won't hurt anyone. Ryu Sung-un understood what the opposite side was saying. They didn't want to lose the money, so they preferred to hand it over to Lu Yunlong. But if this happened, then Lu Yunlong's status in the Lu clan group would skyrocket. At that time, how could Lu Yunbai still compare to that rebellious son? Ryu Sung-un was so angry that he squinted at Ryu Yunbai who was standing in front of him and closed his eyes deeply. I'll think about it. I hope Director Lu won't act out of anger. After all, young Master Lu is also your son, isn't he? Lu Dong, have a good rest. The call hung up, and Ryu Sung-un couldn't help but slam the phone down hard on the floor. The violent crash startled everyone present. Lu Si-chun was even more startled and curled up in Lu Si-yu's arms. The Ryu family had never seen Ryu Sung-un get this angry before. The entire booth was silenced. This is forcing the palace. This is forcing the palace. These guys, who ate and drank from me, now think they have hardened their wings? Want to revolt? Bunch of assholes. Ryu Sung-un was furious and no one dared to come forward to dissuade him. Lu Si-nan stood beside her mother Lu Yen, pursing her red lips. Her eyes flashed a touch of sorrow. Chapter 85, Miss Lu's Determination. The reception was no longer going on after Qin Mo's speech. It broke up early. The dinner party that Ryu Sung-un had taken great pains to organize in order to build up his connections for Ryu Yunbai was also completely shattered after a farce. Lu Yunbai nonetheless did not receive any benefits. Ryu Sun-un also has to pay some benefits for this. Instead, it was Lu Yunlong who became the real winner of the reception. This annoyed Ryu Sun-un. He couldn't figure out why Qin Mo would help that rebellious son so much. If it wasn't for Qin Mo, Lu Yunlong, not to mention achieving what he had achieved now, even entering the Lu clan group was an impossible task. After lashing out in the private room, Ryu Sun-un couldn't afford to pursue anything further and turned around to leave the room. Lu Sinan walked alone in the middle of the hotel aisle. There was a slight confusion in his eyes. The Lu family, Lu Yunbai, Lu Yunlong, and Qin Mo. Everything that had happened lately had left this Miss Willow a little puzzled. It's as if everything that was once believed has been turned upside down. Again, it was as if, in the underworld, there was a pair of big hands manipulating all this. The fate of the Ryu family all went with the fluctuations of that big hand? Is it Qin Mo? Thinking back behind all the recent events, it seemed that Qin Mo's shadow could be seen. Obviously the previously small transparent Lu Yunlong suddenly had a drastic change in temperament. Not only did he dare to openly defy his parents' power, but he even demonstrated a superb talent for business. How long have you been in the Ryu group? It already has a lot of bright results under its belt. Even if his father, Ryu Sun-un, wanted to stop it, there was nothing he could do. That night, when Lu Yunlong questioned the whole family, it was the first time Lu Sinan looked at Lu Yunlong squarely. She hadn't thought that this brother of hers had suffered so much over the years. It also didn't occur to me that my own brother grew up with top grades, or a genius. In the past, Lu Yunbai, who was excellent in everything in their eyes, was the opposite. With the help of her father, she entered the Ryu group, but couldn't get any results. To be honest, Lu Sinan was disappointed in Lu Yunbai. Or rather, Lu Yunbai failed her. In comparison, this sense of discrepancy made her truly scrutinize the two people, Lu Yunbai and Lu Yunlong. 1. The adopted son of the Ryu family, but loved by them as family. 1. A true child of the Ryu family, suffered indifference for no apparent reason. It made her think, was the person she once was, the Willow family she once was, really right? And just now, when he was in the private room, his father's attitude also made Lu Sinan suspicious in 100 ways. Lu Yunlong was a member of the Lu family in any case. Why would his own father go so far as to target him? Even going so far as to personally go down to help Lu Yunbai? Just to suppress Lu Yunlong? This doesn't make sense. Lu Yunlong is his father's own son. Shouldn't a father be happy when his own son excels? Not to mention her father. Even she herself would feel some pride after seeing Lu Yunlong with all those achievements. It was thought that Lu Yunlong had inherited the excellent genes of their Lu family. But why was father's attitude like this? Is it because Lu Yunlong has Qin Mo standing behind him? Ever since Lu Yunlong came into contact with Qin Mo, Lu Yunlong changed his attitude towards his family and became so strong, even going so far as to turn against the family. What exactly is it for? Is father guarding against Lu Yunlong? Or is he guarding against Qin Mo? The relationship involved was a little too complicated, and Lu Sinan only felt that his head was spinning a little. But regardless, it was true that the Ryu family had suffered heavy losses tonight. Moreover, the consequences of falling out with the Qin family were definitely not just this. In the middle of her thoughts, she walked outside the hotel. The cold winds of the night were a bit harsh. She tugged at her purple wraparound skirt, fortunately wearing stockings, a high-grade material that kept her warmer. Lu Si-chun had left in the company of Lu Si-yu. Father called Lu Yunbai away, not knowing what he wanted to discuss. Lu Yunlong didn't intend to cross paths with them from the beginning and was still entertaining them now. Lu Yen had been stimulated today and had already gone back to rest accompanied by her subordinates. She was left standing alone in front of the hotel. Abruptly, she saw a red flag luxury special car out of the parking lot not far away. It was Qin Mo's car, and Lu Sinan remembered it clearly. Qin Mo. Lu Sinan had a feeling that Qin Mo might be the big hand behind this driving everything. What the hell does he want? And what was his purpose in approaching Lu Yunlong? Tonight's incident was also definitely a deliberate exposure by Qin Mo. This piece, made Lu Sinan feel that she should find Qin Mo and talk to him. For the sake of the Ryu family, and for myself, when the lips die, the Lu family arrives, and he himself will not have a good time. Thinking of this, Lu Sinan stepped on Valentino and walked towards Qin Mo's car. Young master. Lu Sinan stopped in front. Long Zhantian, who was driving, slammed on the brakes and turned around to report to Qin Mo. Miss Willow? Qin Mo looked up. Lu Sinan had already stepped on her high heels to the car and knocked on the window. Mr. Qin, is it convenient to talk? The car window lowered, and Lu Sinan bent down slightly, inquiring. Qin Mo looked at Lu Sinan and suddenly smiled. What do you have to talk about with me? Talk about what it will take for you to raise your hand and release the Ryu family. Lu Sinan looked serious. Qin Mo, this man, was too mysterious and elusive. a young man of great talent who has endeared himself to countless women. Liashan is an example of this. He is also the young head of the Qin family, and is the person in charge of the group at a young age. The amount of power is appalling. The depth of the city is frightening. For someone like this to have his eyes on the Lu family, Lu Sinan didn't think it was good news. Lu Cheng'en was always high and mighty and was unwilling and did not want to bow down to Qin Mo, a junior, but Lu Sinan knew that if they really fought, the Lu family would have to suffer a great loss. Therefore, she had to figure out what exactly Qin Mo's purpose was in meddling with the Lu family so far. Better yet, it was possible to stop Qin Mo. Get in the car. Qin Mo didn't say much, just opened the car door and sat a seat to the other side. Lu Sinan didn't refuse and sat in the car with his long legs. Wander around. Qin Mo explained. Long Zhantian understood and started the car, and also thoughtfully raised the front and rear flaps. Not only does it cut off sight, but it also cuts off sound 100%. The rear compartment quieted as the flap went up. Qin Mo leaned back against the cushion seat, crossed his legs, and spoke. No one can hear our conversation now. You don't have to take it into account. You can just ask. Lu Sinan placed her bag aside, and her concave and convex figure was unreservedly displayed in front of Qin Mo. Red lips parted slightly. If I ask, will you tell? Depends, not always. You're targeting the Ryu family? Thinking too much. Your Lu family isn't up to the level of letting me target them. Liasnan zoned out. Qin Mo's words were almost a clear indication that he did not place their Lu family in his eyes. Though inwardly irritated, she asked patiently, and what is your purpose? Who knows? Qin Mo shrugged his shoulders indifferently. To really talk about the purpose, Qin Mo couldn't really say it for a while. Overall it's about having fun and helping out a bullied and abusive protagonist. Supporting Lu Yunlong and capturing the Lu family was just piggyback interest. But these words, when spoken, Lu Sinan wouldn't believe them. Sure enough, you still don't want to talk about it? Sighed Liasnan. The eyes looked out the window at the receding landscape. In a low voice, he said, I know that the things that have happened to our Lu family recently are all related to young Qin. Maybe it's young Qin who's behind all this. I don't know exactly where our Lu family has offended young Qin. But, if I may, Lu Sinan turned his head to look at Qin Mo with serious eyes. Please, young Qin, let the Lu family live. Qin Mo froze, then laughed somewhat breathlessly. You think that I'm targeting your Lu family? Even if that's the case, what makes you think that I'll stop just because you say so? You, Lu Sinan, don't seem to have that much face, do you? If it were normal, you wouldn't even be qualified to see me. Shaking his head, Qin Mo said, besides, it's your Lu family that's slandering me today. Wouldn't I be a joke if I didn't have something to fight back with? Lu Sinan seemed to have known this would be the outcome and sighed lightly. A jeweled hairpin was then taken out of the bag. Qin Mo quietly looked at her, to the point that he was not afraid that Lu Sinan would try to attack himself without using the universal hairpin. She couldn't do it, and she wasn't that stupid. However, Lu Sinan grabbed the long hair draped behind her with both hands and coiled it into a pillhead with a burst of busy work, fixing it with a hairpin. The sapphire dangling from the top of the hairpin swayed slightly and shimmered. Young Qin, if I pay a sufficient price, can you release the Lu family? Qin Mo flicked his eyebrows. That depends on how much leverage you have. I understand. Lu Sinan took a deep breath and closed his eyes, leaning his upper body over. Chapter 86, Beauty. Exclusive recipe. This seems to be the first time that, over the years, Liasnan had dedicated his mind to his work. Relying on her own ability, she stepped up to the position of manager of the financial department of the Lu family. She loved power more than Liashan loved fun. The feeling of power obsessed her, and the touch of being high above the world was something she aspired to. It wasn't that she hadn't talked about relationships, but it was like tasting a dish she'd never eaten before. At first with curiosity, but after actually having a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship, I realized that it was just that. Far less than power obsessed her. To this day, at the age of 28, she is ripe for the picking, for which there is a subconscious need. It's just that it's usually been suppressed. Today, she gave everything she had so that her rights could continue. It's like opening Pandora's box. 2. At a certain moment, Qin Mo seemed to see the figures of Lu Si-chun and Lu Sinan overlapping together in general. That kind of intoxication and madness was like trampling reason completely and letting desire consume him, turning him into a beast of stock. She's really, unashamedly a big sister. For crying out loud. However, compared to Lu Si-chun, Lu Sinan was even more intoxicating. And, crucially, Lu Sinan was clean enough. 100,000 words omitted here. Lu Sinan's gaze gradually cleared and he didn't say anything more, just resuming his seat. The heart was still beating frantically and the air smelled intoxicating. Young Qin, I hope you keep your word. Lu Sinan whispered. What promise? Qin Mo lit a cigarette with a playful expression. The ventilation system in the rear opens with a slight hum. You, young Qin, You are at least the president of the Qin group. You can't talk like that, right? Lu Sinan felt unbelievable. Been that way myself. How can Qin Mo still play tricks? Isn't that freeloading? As I said, it depends on your leverage, but this is not enough. Qin Mo shook his head. Lu Sinan's face went white. She heard the meaning of Qin Mo's words. Isn't once enough? He wants a long-term relationship? You're too greedy to be a human being, aren't you? It had to be said that Lu Sinan in Saint Mode was indeed very grounded in his thinking. No way. Lu Sinan clenched and rattled his teeth. Don't worry. This kind of thing isn't a one-sided payment, is it? Just now you surprised me. Most of it was me cooperating with you. Qin Mo waved his hand. You. Lu Sinan couldn't wait to directly seal Qin Mo's mouth. What do you mean? Qin Mo is cooperating with her? What a joke. Alright, not to tease you. Since you have made it to this point, then, I must at least give you a little return. Qin Mo was also not an unreasonable person. Regarding this matter, it's not me you should be begging. It's your brother. And it's your brother's dream to get back at the Lu family. After all, who made your family heartless? Hearing Qin Mo talk about Lu Yunlong, Lu Sinan was also somewhat silent. In any case, the suffering that Lu Yunlong had encountered over the years could not be dissociated from their Lu family members. Lu Sinan himself admitted that he had neglected Lu Yunlong in many places. She herself does not know what the reason is. Perhaps it is that she simply did not get used to Lu Yunlong's sudden return. So, when you do anything, you don't think about the fact that you have a brother. But in any case, whatsoever you sow, you shall reap. Everything that happened to the Lu family today was their own doing. Lu Sinan all of a sudden became disheveled down. His expression fell. So, I cannot change anything, right? Neither. Qin Mo pulled out a document from within his file bag. You still have a chance to change, and that is to change your station. The document was handed to Lu Sinan. It is? Lu Yunlong once asked me to use the Qin family's intelligence network to investigate the hidden information of each and every member of your Lu family so that he could break them down one by one. And this is the answer? I was thinking of taking the time to give it to Lu Yunlong, but now since you've already given so much, I might as well show you. Lu Sinan looked at Qin Mo warily, not knowing what kind of drugs he was selling in his gourd, but, nonetheless, took the file and opened it up to read it. Not a moment later, her pupil snapped shut. This, Lu Yunbai, is my father's illegitimate son? Lu Sinan was indeed shocked by the result. Ryu Sung-un once cheated on a woman within his marriage. That woman was Yu Sung-un's first love, but she died in childbirth while giving birth to Lu Yunbai. Later, Lu Yunbai was found by Lu Chengnan. At that time, it happened that Lu Yunlong was lost. Lu Chengnan took Lu Yunbai back to the Lu family in the name of adoption, and took good care of him. That makes sense. Why would Ryu Sung-un help Ryu Yunbai so unrelentingly, even going so far as to suppress Lu Yunlong? It turned out that Lu Yunbai was also his Lu Cheng'an's own son. Even, Lu Cheng'an's feelings for Lu Yunbai were better than Lu Yunlong's, or even their four sisters, because, that's the son his first love gave him. See? Qin Mo exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke and asked, Ryu Sung-un, the fundamental reason that he can treat Ryu Yunlong like this is that Ryu Yunlong is a boy who is qualified to threaten Ryu Yunbai's inheritance. On the one hand, the son of his first love, whom he has raised and nurtured with care for many years, and on the other, the son who has been away from home for more than 10 years, with whom he has no attachment at all, and who has been exposed to the habits of many poor people outside the home. So, Ryu Sung-un chose Ryu Yunbai, wanting him to inherit everything he had. Speaking here, Qin Mo paused and looked at Lu Sinan. The reason for all of this is because Lu Yunlong got in the way. And you, Lu Sinan, Lu's group's finance manager, a high-ranking staff member of the group, hold a lot of power in your hands. What do you think? Are you in the way? Lu Sinan was a bit overwhelmed by the question. No, not right. I went into the company. Dad was supportive. Besides, I'm his daughter. How could he possibly deal with me? Qin Mo laughed disdainfully. Don't be naive. You're just a daughter at best. Even a son he can lay his hands on, let alone a daughter? When it comes to real profit, people are all over the place. As a matter of fact, from the moment Lu Yunbai entered the Lu group, your position will already be in jeopardy. After Lu Yunbai has practiced and succeeded in taking power, that's when you'll disappear. After all, if you're still around, you'll still have to score a portion of the shares at that time. As a matter of fact, you should be thanking Lu Yunlong. If it wasn't for him, there's a good chance that you would have already stepped aside. Speaking here, Qin Mo sighed lightly. The fights between the powerful families are bloody and unseen. Not to mention the current Ryu family, with so many heirs. Let's talk about the Qin family. Qin Mo is an only child, but the ascendancy is still through a bloody storm, still experiencing an extremely bitter fight. If the original Qin Mo's heart was not ruthless enough and his ability was strong enough, I am afraid that he would have become a pile of withered bones. Chapter 87, He Deserves to Die. He deserves to die. Lu Sinan returned home disoriented. Everything Qin Mo informed her of today shocked her. His own father would even take himself out for Lu Yunbai? It was indeed hard for her to believe such a thing. However, in association with Lu Yunlong's situation, this does not seem to be impossible. It was just that what she didn't expect was why her own father was so hard-hearted. The Lu group was so big. Even if they were to split it between the siblings, what they could get would be a fortune they could never spend in a lifetime. Why do all this? Why can you even target your own son? But, thinking from a different angle, Lu Sinan again realized that no one in this world is contented. When you have money, you want to be with money. With power, you will also want more power. Lust is never-ending, and you can't stop it once you've gotten into it. Even she, herself, would want to keep climbing up the ladder, step by step, climb to the top. She also wanted greater power and to stand in a higher position. Not to mention Lu Yunbai. Ryu Sunun wants to give it all to Ryu Yunbek, but she wouldn't. She'd worked so hard to get to where she was. How can you give it away for nothing? Father, I want to sit on my hands. Lu Sinan's eyes changed a lot. Fortunately, he had been frank with Qin Mo today and had gotten enough information. Otherwise, there might be another backstabbing by Ryu Sungun sometime in the future. Before going to Qin Mo, what Lu Sinan wanted was to sacrifice herself in exchange for Qin Mo sparing the Lu family. In this way, Lu's group will not be in trouble, and Lu Sinan can continue to be his own director, manager, even more so. Instead, what she wants now is to sacrifice herself and take her place in the midst of the changes to come. What exactly the Ryu family was going to do, she no longer wanted to bother with. She was thinking about how to get more for herself. Sacrificing yourself for this is not an unacceptable outcome. And then again, the truth is that it's not much of a sacrifice. After all, Qin Mo is as good as he is and handsome enough to be the dream lover of countless luxury ladies in the imperial capital. Even Lu Si-chun, who knelt down as a dog, didn't the others accept it? Qin Mo was right at that time. The two of you are willing to do what you want to do, and in fact talk about no sacrifice. Chips, the images in her mind surfaced once more, and Lu Sinan's cheeks flushed a little. At night, the bright moon hangs high in the sky. Xin arrived at the hospital with a shaky stride. The events of the day had hit him with an unimaginable shock. Lu Si-chun, the goddess of his dreams, his first love, the white moonlight, a perfect goddess who would be so humiliated today, like a dog, to please the man called Qin Mo. Even, to your own face? At that moment, a man's dignity was trampled to the bone. Shi Yan just felt like his life was all gray. For the sake of Lu Si-chun, he had given up a lot, but he didn't expect to get such a result. But fortunately, in the midst of his despair, he also thought that he had a daughter, and a wife. Although there were some misunderstandings between him and his wife, but that's all because of Ryu Si-chun. As long as the explanation was clear, he believed that his wife Feng Yu would still come back to him. After all, the reason for this, Feng Yu is not jealous of Lu Si-chun to make that series of actions before, is not it? Just tell her that she has completely severed her relationship with Ryu Si-chun. Feng Yu will definitely come back. Until then, go to the hospital and pick up your daughter. Sometimes it's nice to think about it, but the reality is harsh. Xian didn't even anticipate that because of him, his daughter is still alive or dead in the ICU. Feng Yu, who he suspected had already left, was sitting withered at the door of the ward like a walking corpse. When Xian arrived, he was also stunned. Xiao Yu, it's really you. That's great. I thought you were gone. He was excited. Sure enough, Feng Yu was different from Lu Si-chun. Feng Yu still has herself and her daughter deep inside. They still have a chance to go back in time, to the days of that happy family of three. Feng Yu raised her eyes, and an icy voice followed. You're finally here, husband. The shout of husband was icy, but Xian didn't care and only felt that Feng Yu was still angry. Xiao Yu, lately I've been in a bit of a bad mood, and I'm really sorry for leaving you mother and daughter out in the cold. There's no need to talk so much. It just so happens that I have something to say to you. Come with me. Feng Yu got up and led Xian inside the hospital's back garden. Since it was late in the day, there weren't many people here. There was darkness all around and it seemed incredibly silent. Xian followed behind, and when Feng Yu stopped, he followed suit. Xiao Yu, is there something you have to say here? Looking around, Xian also detected a hint of something wrong. This made Xian frown. Drizzle? What happened to you? Only then did Feng Yu slowly turn around, the hatred in his eyes undisguised. The man, finally, showed up. If it wasn't because she was worried about her daughter's situation, she would have carried a knife all over the world to find this negative man. As a result, the man had the nerve to come back. If I don't kill him, how can I face my daughter who doesn't know if she's alive or dead? If she didn't kill him, how could she get rid of him? The man deserves to die. He deserves to die. Even if Xian abandoned their mother and daughter to find that so-called first love, the white moonlight, she wouldn't even hate it so much. But 1,000 times, 10,000 times, Xian shouldn't have called attention to his daughter. Xin shouldn't have harmed his daughter. Her daughter is her life. And now was the time to make Xian pay for her life. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Is something wrong? Xian, who didn't understand everything, couldn't stop his figure from retreating when he was dinged by those icy eyes. An inexplicable sense of crisis lingered. It made him feel uneasy. What's wrong? Xian, I originally thought you were just a hypocrite with flowery words, but I didn't expect you to be so hard-hearted. Even your own biological daughter doesn't care at all. Even your own daughter can watch her die. A man like you is nothing but a beast with a human face. People like you don't deserve to live in this world. Fengyu's wrist flipped and a dagger was pulled out by her. The sharp blade glinted coldly in the moonlight. In an instant, Xian's cold hairs exploded all over his body. The pupils shrunk slightly, full of one thought. This woman is crazy. You, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. He realized the danger and tried to escape, but Fengyu was determined to kill him. With the sudden outburst, Xian didn't have time to react, even if he did. Seeing such a terrifying Fengyu for the first time also made his legs go weak. The escape also stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The next moment, a sharp pain came. The cold blade pierced his torso. Blood spurts out and stains the night sky. Chapter 88, Maru Spice. They still know each other. The trail near the hospital. Xian covered his shoulder and played for keeps. Blood flowed down his shoulder, infesting half of his shirt. The massive blood loss caused Xian's consciousness to have begun to blur a bit. The instinct to survive drove him to keep running on, for he knew that once he stopped, death would await him. That lunatic Fengyu was still frantically chasing after him. Just now, if he hadn't reacted quickly, that knife would have been directly inserted into his heart. A sharp pain came from the wound and a cold look back. Fengyu's face was grim as he carried his blood-stained dagger and frantically ran towards himself. Scared the hell out of Xian, he desperately ran for the streets. The only streets with people in them. He's the only one who can be saved. This is when the physical advantages of being a man come into play. For a while, Fengyu was surprisingly unable to catch up with the frantically fleeing Xian. Watched as Xian fled to the main road. Since it was nearing the end of the night, there was very little traffic on the main road. Ignoring the traffic light, Xian rushed into the middle of the road and tried to stop a vehicle. After crossing 3 or 4 cars one after another, Xian finally stopped a moving red flag luxury specialty car. With the crisis right behind him, Xian couldn't care less and went around to the passenger side slapping the window while frantically pulling on the door handle. Please, help me. There's a maniac back there. She cuts people on sight and I'm dead if she catches up with me. Xian looked flustered. And at this moment, inside the car, 2 gazes gazed out of the window, both tinged with a bit of surprise. After a moment of silence, the man sitting in the back spoke. Let him in. Click. Driver unlocked. Xian finally opened the car door and sat straight up. Seeing Fengyu not far away getting closer and closer, he hurriedly urged. Why are you still frozen? Quickly go ah, that crazy person is about to catch up. Is you? Turning his head violently, Xian froze. The driver's face was somewhat familiar to him. Dragon Battle Sky. Yes, it was Long Zhantian, Qin Mo's driver and bodyguard. So, sitting in the back? When he turned his head, as expected, it was Qin Mo. The man still had a smile on his lips and even greeted him like an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Long Zhantian was also a bit confused at this time. This road was the road back to the Royal Dragon Villa, and he had just walked near the hospital when he encountered a man in rags. Blood-covered man blocking the road in the middle of the road. Fixing his eyes, it was a old acquaintance, Xian, and a large distance away behind Xian, another familiar figure was chasing after him with a sword. It's Fengyu, Qin Mo, who was sitting in the back row, instantly guessed the reason for this. Things are starting to get interesting. Therefore, Qin Mo asked Long Zhantian to open the door for Xian and let him sit up. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Xian only felt his scalp tingle, lamenting that this world was really a narrow range of enemies. It's all possible to run into Qin Mo. He hadn't forgotten the shame that Qin Mo had bestowed upon him. And just a few hours ago, despite her inner hatred for Qin Mo, Fengyu had already chased after him not far away. The crisis of his life was imminent, and he couldn't care less. Mr. Qin, even though we have a little bit of a history, I have to remind you that there is a crazy person back there who cuts people on sight. If we let her catch up, we all have to die. Xian didn't know that Qin Mo and the others knew Fengyu. Therefore, it was straightforward to describe Fengyu as a crazy person with a bad brain. If he saw someone and cut them, normal people would hide far away, while he would just follow Qin Mo and the others with a deadpan. Just send him away from here. Crazy person? Xian, you really have a wide range of friendships. Not only have you made such a moving and beautiful girlfriend, but you even know crazy people? Chin Mo did not mean to leave immediately, but instead flirted with Xian. Hearing Chin Mo mention Lu Si-chun again, Xian's face became a few points more gloomy, deadly clenched teeth. Inwardly, he hated to dismantle Chin Mo. This man prided himself on being superior. The goddess of Xian's dreams served him like a dog, and he actually didn't know any better. After Lu Si-chun came back, Xian did so many things for him, but he couldn't even touch Lu Si-chun, and yet, Ryu Si-chun was willing to go to such lengths for a man he had met for the first time. But what about Chin Mo? Not only did he refuse, but he also videotaped it and exposed it in public, and even teased himself about it? Xian was pained by this and couldn't figure out why on earth Lu Si-chun would want to trash herself like this. Why give in to this disgusting man? You'd even throw away your dignity for Chin Mo? Xian fought a little for Liashun. However, now was not the time to think about that as Feng Yu caught up. The abomination of a face had come to the front of the car. Xian was almost scared out of his wits. Grabbing Long Zhantian's arm on the side, "Please, drive, drive, crash straight through, or this madman will kill us all." Long Zhantian was displeased. What the hell? Dare to command him? At that moment, he was also nonchalant and directly shook off Xian. What the hell do you think you are? Dare to order me around? At this moment, Feng Yu had come to the passenger side with his bloodstained knife, bending over and bringing his head over, staring at Xian through the glass with such a deadly stare. Those eyes were devoid of any emotion and filled with the color of death, like a harsh ghost. Cheyenne curled up in her chair in outright terror, her voice in tears. The windows of the car could not be seen inside from the outside, so Feng Yu still knocked on the window. The person she wants to kill is Xian. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I don't want to implicate anyone else either, so I plan to speak with the driver. The car window was lowered. Xian's pupils widened as he tried to stop it, but he was slapped directly on the face by Long Zhantian, his nose bleeding. The whole thing was honest all of a sudden. This big brother, I just want to. Long, after the car window was lowered, Feng Yu intended to communicate first. Instead, he found an acquaintance, Long Zhantian. She clearly remembered that the only reason her daughter could be rescued was because of the help of Chin Mo and his group, and she was grateful in her heart in 100 ways. Naturally, I recognized it at once. And Mr. Chin. Feng Yu also noticed Chin Mo in the back row and immediately put his blade away, shouting somewhat respectfully. It was this sound that sent Xian's mood to the bottom. Maru Spice. They still know each other. Get in the car. Chin Mo did not say much and signaled Feng Yu to get on the car. There is a lot of room in the back. In that seating 2 people is not a problem. Seeing that something was wrong, Xian quietly groped closer to the doorknob, trying to escape. Only, the car doors were locked. Chin Mo's car is built to a high specification, exclusively customized, and the security aspect is absolutely top in the country. After unlocking it, as long as Long Zhantian didn't unlock it, it would be impossible for Xian to escape no matter how much he struggled. Soon, Feng Yu also got into the car. Mr. Chin, do you want to stop me? Feng Yu sat in the back row, behind the passenger side, her tone a little apprehensive. Chin Mo was her savior, so if Chin Mo gave the word, she naturally wouldn't be making a move. It was just that made her feel a little too cheap for Xian. Stop you? That's not so bad. Your brother Long has said that he will help you. Chin Mo replied with a smile, mentioning the ball to Long Zhantian in the process. Previously, Long Zhantian did also say that he was not used to Xian's style and intended to help finish Xian off, not only for Feng Yu, but also to let himself out. This experience is like a pile of rice field co. It's good not to know, but when you do know, it's hard for people to be empathetic. It's like you're being force-fed a pile of it. The mood is naturally very upset. Helping Feng Yu is just incidental. Letting himself out is the truth. But then again, killing people is just a headache. And when it's all over at once, the emotions will inevitably be released out of place. Chin Mo stroked his chin and thought for a while and said, "Hey, old dragon, I suddenly thought of a great idea." Feng Yu, Long Zhantian and the 2 of them were filled with puzzlement, and Xian had a terrified look on his face. What do these guys want? Decide if you're going to live or die, so easily? Is there any law in their eyes? Young master, what's the idea? The Colosseum? Ever seen it? Fighting animals? It's been played on TV. Is that so? Long Zhantian's eyes lit up. Want to see it in real life? The corners of Chin Mo's mouth hooked up, but it caused Xian in the front row to tremble and feel an endless chill. Chapter 89. I say you're a psychopath. You are. What are you doing? It's just lawlessness. You'll get what's coming to you. You. Xian was already somewhat incoherent. These guys are in front of themselves in a dignified manner, talking about their lives and deaths? Are you kidding me? They're just rampant. I want to get off. I want to get off. No longer caring about the injury on his shoulder, Xian's emotions were beyond restless. Seeing that the door would not open, He immediately pulled out his own cell phone and tried to report it to the sheriff's department. "You're illegally imprisoning me. I'm going to sue you." Xian's trembling fingers pressed the cell phone keypad. Qin Mo smiled and didn't stop him. Instead, "Just watch." Soon the call was answered. Xian was as if he had grabbed the straw that saved his life, and quickly told what had happened to him. It was named that Qin Mo, the president of Qin Group, wanted to kidnap him. He also abetted his wife to commit murder with a knife, and is now even more confined to his car, unable to escape. He even added oil and vinegar, accusing Qin Mo of a great crime and describing how miserable he was. But, just as he finished his narration, even before the phone was hung up, Qin Mo's cell phone then rang. Qin Mo's mouth was tinged with a smirk, and without any intention of hiding it, he just picked up the phone in front of Xian. "This is Qin Mo. Azumi, I got a call on my end accusing you, so I rushed to contact you to see what's going on." The voice on the other end carried a hint of caution. "This is a misunderstanding. The person you are talking about is called Xian, right?" "Yes. He, has just been diagnosed with psychosis, victimization paranoia. I guess he's sick again. But don't worry, he's kind of a friend of mine. I'll send him abroad for treatment in a few days." "Ha, then in that case I'm relieved. Give my regards to your father." The phone hung up. Xian looked confused, and barely 10 seconds later, the voice of the sheriff's department came over his earpiece. "I'm sorry, we won't take reports of mental illness." Doodle. Xian was dumbfounded, staring blankly at his cell phone screen. Inside, however, a huge wave was raised. "What is this? Psycho? How come he doesn't know he's mentally ill? Isn't this a joke? It's you?" At this point, Xian understood something even if he was slow. The pupils were filled with disbelief. "You have collusion between you?" Xian's voice trembled as he said this. "Don't say it so harshly. If someone is going to hurt your friend, wouldn't you ask about it?" Qin Mo shrugged his shoulders. Xian gritted his teeth in death and said stubbornly, "But I'm not a psychopath. I am a normal person. This argument of yours doesn't hold water at all. I just don't believe that you can have friends all over the world. Don't waste your breath. When I say you are, even if it's not, it will be soon." Qin Mo still wore a smile, but the words that came out were so cold, and then gave Long Zhantian a look. Long Zhantian in the driver's seat readily comprehended. A direct call was made. "I'm going to send you a file right away, and from now on he's a serious mental patient in your mental hospital. Understand?" In just one sentence, Xian became a psychopath in the truest sense of the word. Even if he speaks and acts, it is normal, but he's also a psychopath. The invisible one, the kind that might explode that day. It was as if his strength had been taken out of his body out of nowhere, and Xian was scared, really scared. This kind of thing is just unheard of. In this moment, full power truly materialized in front of him, and this energy, it's horrible. Take him to the suburban villa and lock him up first. Find a venue abroad in the next few days and get a coliseum. You get the idea, Qin Mo said. "Don't worry, young master." After bringing Xian to the suburban villa, Qin Mo and the others were ready to go back. Halfway through, Fengyu brought up the idea of wanting to voluntarily stay and go back in the morning. Ask why. She said that she wanted to make Xian's life worse than death. It's scary how ruthless women can be when they're pushed. Fengyu used to be a good family woman, gentle and virtuous, a woman who could go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. Tonight are capable of doing such things as carrying a pocket knife and chasing Xian in the street. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't many people at night, plus the fact that they happened to run into Qin Mo and the others, maybe something would have really happened tonight. It's clear from here that this woman is completely reckless when she's mad. Now, the greatest enemy of her life was at hand, and countless criminal detentions were at her disposal. How could she swallow that? If not for the fact that her daughter was still lying in the hospital, she would have even hated to frantically torment Xian every day and every night before she could give up. Qin Mo didn't have a problem with this. The suburban villa has full amenities with adequate caretakers. There won't be any problems. Alright, talk to the security at the villa in the morning and they'll send a car to take you back. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Really, thank you. Fengyu bent down to thank him for Qin Mo's great kindness. I was afraid that I would never be able to forget it in this lifetime. Qin Mo didn't say anything more, and simply led Long Zhantian away. Just after leaving the suburban villa, Long Zhantian immediately detected a trace of an unusual aura. With that, his eyes snapped up and his gaze stared warily into the distance, where it was an abandoned forest, and with the cover of night, it was pitch black everywhere. It seemed peaceful and quiet. Young master, quiet, I found it. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone was watching them. For Long Zhantian, this was a kind of instinct tempered under the battlefield. Between life and death, it is also a stress response to danger. Once someone had a gun aimed at him, he was able to feel it. As it is now, the man may not have been holding a gun, but he was definitely watching them. As for Qin Mo, his sense of crisis insight was even stronger than Long Zhantian. It's not a surprise that you can detect it. Didn't look at it much, just walked on by himself. Qin Mo inquired, "Did you notice anyone following you when you came?" "Young master, that I can assure you, no one. I think it's someone who was originally in the neighborhood. Whether they came up here by mistake or, it can't be that certain. First use thermal imaging to take a look. If you're sure, just directly arrest and question them," Qin Mo calmly ordered. Long Zhantian was silent and quickly retreated back to the villa. With the use of thermal imaging equipment, there is nothing to hide from the darkness, walls, and cover. As expected, a figure, which was quietly hiding in the middle of the woods, looked as if it was observing the situation over here. Determining the location of the person, Long Zhantian quickly launched his actions. Qin Mo wasn't worried that Long Zhantian would miss. In this world, one-on-one, no one other than himself could suppress Long Zhantian. He personally made a move, and unless the other party was a god, it was absolutely impossible to escape. Qin Mo just waited calmly in place. 20 minutes later, footsteps came from the darkness ahead. Qin Mo raised his head. Right at this moment, the system sprite that had been acting as a salty fish suddenly appeared. "Master, this man is not right." The system probing function probed that his identity is surprisingly. Chapter 90, How sad is the system? "Master, this man is not right." The system probing function probed that his identity is surprisingly. The system sprite's voice hesitated. "Is there anything you're not comfortable saying?" Qin Mo's gaze looked not far away, and in the darkness, Long Zhantian looked like he was lifting a dead dog. Carrying a man who was a complete stranger walked up. "Young master, haven't seen this person before, but there's something not quite right about his reaction to me." Throw the man to the ground, covered in wounds. He ate his teeth in pain. It was obvious that in the process of escaping just now, he hadn't been greeted by Long Zhantian. His face was also bruised and purple. Clapping his hands, Long Zhantian said, "The eyes of this guy looking at me are not right, as if he is afraid of me. Seems to think he's missing the point a bit with what he's saying." Long Zhantian paused and reorganized his words. "That is, the first time he saw me, his eyes did not look like panic at being discovered, but fear, just like the captives I once interrogated." Long Zhantian had seen that kind of look too many times to be able to tell at a glance, but what struck him as odd was that even racking his brain he couldn't think of any way he could have crossed paths with this man. He didn't recognize this strange man at all. Qin Mo crouched down and cupped the man's chin with one hand, forcing him to meet his eyes. The man's pupils trembled enormously and immediately tried to struggle. However, he was again stomped on the spine by Long Zhantian's foot, and the powerful force pressed him so hard that he couldn't move. "Don't move, be honest." Long Zhantian drank. I got here by accident when I got lost. Please leave me alone. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything." The man's voice trembled and he lowered his head, not daring to look at the two Qin Mos. "What's the name? Where did it come from?" Long Zhantian asked. "Han Lu, a junior. Came here because the school organized a field trip and I got lost." Qin Mo didn't engage in questioning and just stared at him. To be honest, the glance he had just exchanged with this person, Qin Mo also had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Brain began to check up on the system's probe report. It didn't matter if he didn't check. Once he did, it really made Qin Mo startled for a moment. He also understood the reason why the system genie, that old six, suddenly got stuck on words. The man's name is indeed Han Lu, but he has another identity. Fu Yuza. Yes, it was none other than the little white boy who was adopted by the Lin sisters and disposed of by Qin Mo a few days ago. At that time, also within this villa, Qin Mo had already asked Long Zhantian to take care of it. The grave grass is 2 meters high. Reborn? Qin Mo conversed with the system in his mind. It's because this kind of thing is a bit overwhelming, so I was thinking about how to explain it to you. Indeed, this sort of thing does seem a bit fantastical. Who would have thought that the guy who had long ago led a boxed lunch would return reborn with a different identity? Such things are indeed unimaginable to normal people, and this also explained why Han Lu. No, it should be Fu Yuza who was so terrified the moment he saw Long Zhantian, because, at that time, it was Long Zhantian who sent Fu Yuza on his way. Master, as I also told you, this world is a synthesized world of abuse. These protagonists, with their thousands of quirks, don't rule out the possibility of being reborn and coming back to make up for their regrets. Qin Mo understood that this was like the sadistic protagonist being rubbed to death in his previous life, on the verge of death, wishing that if there is an afterlife, you must be how to be and so on and so forth in the said articles. Ha, there's such a thing? Qin Mo admitted that he was indeed surprised for a moment, but that's about it. This kind of storyline was not unfamiliar to him, so he couldn't talk about being unable to accept it. Nowadays, there was only one question he was most concerned about. So, I can't get him dead yet? Qin Mo inquired within his mind. There are two ways to get him dead. If he's dead, then let him die again. If you can't kill it, then you can torture it for eternity. Either way, it wasn't bad for Chin Mo. It's just a matter of getting the right medication. So it's good to ask these kinds of questions. Master is overthinking. Such things as rebirth are inherently things that go against the laws of heaven. And it's only a fortuitous event that it can be accomplished once. It is absolutely impossible to have a bridge where the same person is infinitely reborn. The system is the system of female frequency abusive literature, and has an essential knowledge of this abusive world. And what it says basically won't be biased. Reborn? Ha, that means maybe I'll meet other reborns in the future? The world is a big place and there is nothing strange about it, said the system genie. The system sprite said, so, do you think there could be other systems? Or even souls? For example, the kind where some abusive protagonists become soul bodies after being abused to death and follow the person who abused them until they see the other person come to their senses in order to ascend to heaven? Chin Mo asked curiously. The system elf was silent. This seemed to go to the heart of their line of work. I know if you don't tell me. There must be something right. As a matter of fact, Chin Mo didn't think that this was something hard to accept. It's normal for a protagonist to have a system. It's just that the world of female abuse is inherently topsy-turvy, and the systems it spawns are bound to be topsy-turvy as well. Take this retarded system in him, putting aside the purpose of the system itself. Who's a good system that enacts a brain-dead mission to its master right off the bat? To make Chin Mo want to escape, to tolerate what the Lin sisters did, or even to leave silently, forcing the Lin sisters to recognize their own hearts, and then chasing after the husband's crematorium? This kind of bridge is only loved by those rotten girls with a what brain. The beauty of it is that love is tested. Don't both parties end up happy together? But the fact is, damn it, the fiancé is traveling abroad with the other guy, and a man and two women expect emotional purity between them? The moment the atmosphere is in place, even a saint has to be lost in lust. True to the task issued by the system, Chin Mo's head would have long been topped with green grass. But for the rancid girls, it's nothing. If you bring it, you're not giving it. So the world is upside down, and the systems birthed are silly, because that's the fixed mindset of the world. In the context of such a world, even if there were other systems, the general core would remain the same. The system in male texts is meant to be cool, and the system in female texts is meant to be abusive. The control of the system was in Chin Mo's hands, and it could be turned into a bridge for trading at will. But in the hands of the system sprites, it's just a brainwave for posting silly quests. Chin Mo's words caused the system elf to jump inwardly. It does, but I'm not sure all the other systems are there or what they are exactly. And as for souls, may have them, but I haven't seen them either. If the master encounters it, the system will naturally be able to detect it. Chin Mo rolled his eyes. Waste, master, you can't blame me for this. What can be expected of you? The waste of a waste? The difference between you and the system itself is that you still have a little insight. If I really want to probe, won't I look myself? Need you to remind? Master, you have to say that I waste. I cannot recognize. At least I am also S-class system. All systems, the top of the group. Isn't that still trash? Chin Mo asked seriously in return. Wasn't it a waste? Could it be suppressed as easily as it is now? The system elf was speechless and silently chose to remain silent. This matter is also full of aggrievement. At least it is also considered the top of the system. On whom it falls, is not high and mighty? Who wouldn't be able to dictate the actions of the protagonists at will? But, the devil knows that in this world there is even a freak like Chin Mo, having the birth of a top-class system, but not the life of a top system. How sad is the unification of life? Long Zhantian had already pulled Han Lu up to interrogate him about the calendar, practically barring the question of whether or not he had kissed his mouth when he was in kindergarten. But it still felt like something wasn't right. This guy, there's definitely something wrong with him. Frowning, he couldn't help but look at Chin Mo. Young master, I always feel that this guy isn't telling the truth. Why don't we give him a hand of the great memory recovery technique? Han Lu shuddered at his words. Great memory recovery technique? He had experienced how cruel Long Zhantian's methods were. Hastily shaking his head and waving his hands, he begged for forgiveness. Big brother, big master, I beg you. I've said everything you've asked. Absolutely no half-truths. We've never met, and we don't have any big grudges. There's no need for that, is there? Chin Mo waved his hand and his gaze went to Han Lu. No need. He indeed didn't lie. Han Lu was delighted. You see, it's still this big brother who knows how to reason. But you're just hiding something, right? Chin Mo spoke again once more, and Han Lu inwardly shuddered again. The expression was far-fetched. How? How is that possible? I'm not hiding it. Come on, stop pretending. Shouldn't you be happy to see two acquaintances of ours? Chin Mo patted Han Lu's cheek and spat out 3 words with a smile. Fuse. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had passed through. and Han Lu's footsteps were so weak that he almost didn't stand still. The eye funneled to Qin Mo in horror. How could this man? No? Chapter 91, Rebirth and Revenge. Arrested in the middle of revenge. I'm born again, reborn in a man named Han Lu. In my last life, I was highly favored by two goddesses. They loved me like no other and did more than just provide for themselves to finish school. What's more, after my graduation disillusionment, I put down all the matters in hand and accompanied me to go abroad for a break. The two goddesses have a childhood friend, and for my sake, they are even willing to abandon that so-called childhood friend just to walk with me at the end of the world. I asked, won't he have any complaints about ditching his childhood friend's birthday? Sister returned, don't worry, isn't it just accompanying you on a trip? Qin Mo would be too petty if he cared about this. See, how can a childhood friend resist my charms? I only had to make a slight move, and I was already at the limit of what others could do, with two beautiful millennials coming to my door of their own accord. That waste of a green plum, but all she can do is cry behind her back. It was all supposed to be good. The two goddess sisters are still rich and powerful, able to give me glory and wealth. As long as I am working harder to take the two sisters down, he himself will be able to live the life of a man of the world, and enjoy the happiness of all the people on his left and on his right. But that hateful childhood friend is a crossroads. In the end, I was separated from my two sisters and even betrayed miserably. After that, I got angry and went to my sister's childhood friends for revenge. But I miscalculated. My opponent was so strong that I couldn't beat him alone. In the end, they were even arrested and tortured. Even painful killings. That's when I swore, if there is an afterlife, I will make Qin Mo pay the price in blood. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely make Qin Mo's life worse than death. Sure enough, I'm the chosen protagonist. I'm born again. I'm really born again. This time, I will take back everything that is mine. To make that Qin Mo kneel down and kowtow in front of him and beg for forgiveness. That day, Fu Yuza made a bold statement inside. He also knew that his moment to buck the trend had arrived. He wants to prove to everyone that he is the real star of the show. He himself is the chosen one of this world. In order to achieve his goal, Fu Yuza set his sights on Qin Mo. He wants revenge. In his last life, Qin Mo had once brought him to a suburban villa. It was also where Fu Yuza saw the terrifying light behind Qin Mo. The man, inside that villa, it was like hell. The torture devices everywhere were chilling, and the blood all over the floor couldn't even be cleaned up. Fu Yuza realized that this was his chance to take down Qin Mo. As long as everything here was made public, Qin Mo was bound to fall off the pedestal. When that happens, he will no longer be the high and mighty son of a rich family. Instead, he's a fallen prisoner. At that time, only then could they truly make Qin Mo kneel down and beg for forgiveness. In order to accomplish this goal, he purposefully searched all the mountainous areas within the perimeter of the imperial capital. Finally, I found a similar path to the one I remembered from my previous life. Follow this path to its end, and indeed it is where, in memory, the dreadful place lies. Even hiding, he saw Qin Mo's car from afar. He could be certain that Qin Mo was within this villa. As expected, it wasn't long before Fu Yuza saw Qin Mo, who came out as well as Long Zhantian. Looking at the two enemies from his previous life, Fu Yuza was incomparably hateful inside, the eyes exposed in naked killing intent. He couldn't wait to dismantle these two men. Oh, just you wait. I'll make sure you're completely exposed. This plan is perfect and impossible to detect, because no one could have imagined that he had been reborn and clearly remembered the events of his previous life and found this place based on his memories. It was also clear what terrible evils were hidden within this unassuming building. Everything is coming together in its own plan. Until a silhouette stood silently behind him and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Fuser? How could he not imagine that Long Zhantian was already standing behind him like this at some unknown time? A figure like a ghost, and a smile like the one seen before that death. At that moment, Fu Yuza almost peed in fear. He couldn't figure out how he'd been exposed, and it was pitch black, so how had this man found him, and even appeared silently behind it? He wanted to escape, but where was he a match for Long Zhantian, and was directly held down on the ground for a burst of violent beatings. Then, he was caught, but thankfully, there was no way that Long Zhantian could have known his true identity. Just bite the bullet and say you got lost and wandered in here by mistake. Then it'll be fine. Thinking like this, Fu Yuza lowered his heart, and immediately after, he was brought in front of Qin Mo. Looking at this culprit, Fu Yuza still couldn't help but feel a little weak in the knees. It made Fu Yuza want to give himself 2 slaps in the face. Why are you afraid of him? He himself is not Fu Yuza now. Rather, he was Han Lu, and had absolutely nothing to do with Qin Mo. He can't kill innocent people indiscriminately, can he? I just didn't realize that. Just when Long Zhantian couldn't interrogate anything and was about to be let go, Qin Mo suddenly called out the name that could not possibly be called out. Fuse, don't pretend. Aren't you glad to see us two acquaintances? Fu Yuza's brain went straight down. There was only one thought crying out inside. What kind of joke is this? You don't even act anymore? Novels don't even dare to be so blatantly open, do they? Even though a huge wave had already risen inside, Fu Yujie still forced himself to be calm. Friend, what are you talking about? My name is Han Lu. Are you recognizing the wrong person? Not only was Fu Yuza himself baffled, even Long Zhantian on the side was also filled with fog. Young master, you're not kidding, are you? Fu Yuza guy I personally moved. Also personally confirmed? Dead cannot be in the dead. The body is burned. How can it be? Could it be the golden cicada? An additional disguise technique? Long Zhantian was somewhat unable to understand this phenomenon. Shin Mo didn't explain too much, he just hooked his hand. It's fine. You can remain silent, but since you want to return here so badly, I might as well let you experience the horrors of your previous life before you experience them. With his heart beating violently, Fu Yujie began to tremble all over his body. Everything that had happened to him in his previous life was like a shadow, hidden deep inside his heart. Midnight dreams are awash in sweat, where it's not at all a place where humans can stay. It's even more horrible than the legendary infernal hell. Moreover, what really made one's mind explode was how Shin Mo was able to be certain that he was Fu Yuza. There's no reason for that. Returning from rebirth was his biggest secret, and he had never mentioned it to anyone. Isn't this a pure protagonist template? How did he get caught so easily? And even recognized? Even if Shin Mo is powerful, it's impossible that there are people in the sky too? All those gods had to tip off Shin Mo? Fu Yuza was full of mush, and his entire body was in a state of great fear. Although Long Zhantian was doubtful, he naturally prioritized the execution of Shin Mo's orders. A direct hand lifted the back of Fu Yuza's erect neck. Go! Carrying it and dragging it towards the villa. The quiet corridors, the dim shimmering light, the smell of blood in the air, none of it was stimulating every cell in Fu Yuza's body. In his previous life, this is where he died. It's as if the fear is ingrained within the genes. His legs were already so weak that he couldn't even walk properly, and he was being lifted by the neck by Long Zhantian. Both feet shrugged and shuffled along on the ground. Every step was like entering the depths of hell. Big brother, father, grandpa Chin, I beg you, you've really got it wrong. I'm not some Fu Yuza. I'm Han Lu. Shin Mo, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at him with interest. If you are Han Lu, then, how did you know that my last name is Chin? For a moment, Fu Yuza froze. Yeah, from start to finish, Shin Mo never said what his last name was. Long Zhantian also kept shouting young master. So, how did he know Shin Mo's last name was Chin? Long Zhantian also realized that something was wrong. His brows twisted and the corners of his mouth grinned. Great, there's actually such a thing. You're actually really Fu Yuza. No, you guys heard wrong. Really, wrong. Cut the crap, you can't fool me. Shin Mo had his back to the light, the smile at the corner of his mouth hidden in the darkness. Nothing could be seen. Reborn, arrested halfway through your revenge before you're halfway through. Honestly, it's a waste to let you be reborn, but I'm really curious about what's going on inside you. Should I slice it up and study it? Chapter 92, it's all because of the Lin sisters. They deserve to die. Slice and study? No, you can't. You're committing a crime. Fu Yuza's pupils trembled, and his entire body seemed to be in great fear. Even what was said was incredibly funny. In his last life, this is where he died. How could one not know that Shin Mo was true to his word? But what could he do? There was nothing to be done. The most threatening words he could think of were these: you're committing a crime. But he had forgotten that once when he carried a knife to Shin Mo, he was likewise committing a crime. It's just that the form was reversed and things happened to him. Shin Mo didn't bother to talk nonsense to him and signaled Long Zhantian, who was beside him, to say, you notify downstairs and transfer a few experts in medicine, biology, and the like over. Study the boy and see what you can find out. Rebirth? If something like this can be researched, it would be considered that Fu Yuza has made some contribution to us. Listening to Shin Mo's words, Long Zhantian couldn't help but grin widely. In that case, this guy was reborn here to give us warmth. Oh, right. Seems to have thought of something. Shin Mo added, this kind of thing also involves metaphysics. It's best to find some Taoist priests, head scalpers, and what's more, such a mess like parasites. A piece of it. If he still manages to survive by then send him to be a companion to Xian. How can only one man be strong when fighting beasts and fighting beasts? Saying that, Shin Mo squatted down, patted the cheek of Fu Yuza, who was already limp on the ground, and laughed. So, you must fight for your life and don't die. What's that smell? Shin Mo frowned and subconsciously covered his nose. Somewhat disgustedly, he glanced at Fu Yuza's pants pocket, which was already wet and tawdry. Young master, this guy is scared incontinent. Long Zhantian hurriedly helped Shin Mo up and moved some distance away from Fu Yuza. Fu Yuza raised his head and suddenly crawled forward a few times, his voice hoarse with fear. Mr. Qin, Grandpa Qin, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, I admit, I'm indeed Fu Yuza, I'm indeed reborn, but I really don't know what happened. By now, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore, no matter what bizarre method Qin Mo had actually used to recognize himself, but the other party had already established that he was Fu Yujie, and his denial was of no use. Instead of carrying on in death, it would be better to just admit it and beg for forgiveness, and there might still be a chance of survival. I've already paid back the grudge of my last life with my life. It's not easy to be reborn. I beg you, let me go. I promise. I'll roll to the ends of the earth and never appear in front of you. And never appear in front of the Lin sisters. I was the one who seduced the Lin sisters in my previous life. I'm the one who deserved to die. I deserve to die. With that, Fu Yuza began to frantically smack his cheeks. It was evident that each blow was made with all his strength. Each stroke made the cheeks swell a few more points. Qin Mo signaled with a look, and in the next moment, Long Zhantian directly clamped down on Fu Yuza's wrist and pinched it. Fu Yujie's wrist bone directly crumbled, and the immense pain made him unable to resist opening his mouth wide, but he couldn't make any sound. The extreme pain caused a brief loss of voice. Did I let you beat yourself up? Long Zhantian's tone was nonchalant. I didn't realize you possessed great research value now? What if you break it? Despair. This is true defenseless despair. For Fu Yuza, even the qualification to smoke himself was taken away. He no longer even knew how to beg for mercy to get the man in front of him to leave him alone. With great difficulty, he caught his breath, endured the great pain, and begged, please, I didn't expect to be working against you, even after I was reborn and came back. I didn't go looking for the Lin family sisters anymore. Please let me go. Please. He was scared, really scared. The things Qin Mo said were simply something he had never thought of, even more terrifying than what he had encountered in his previous life. Research, surrender, undermining, ancient tortures weren't even this gruesome. Not trying to go against us? Then why did you appear in this neighborhood? Qin Mo sneered. Do you really think everyone in the world is as stupid as you are? Isn't it your purpose to get revenge on me and take back everything that is rightfully yours? Being directly exposed by Qin Mo, Fu Yuza was speechless for a while. As for the Lin sisters? Oh, don't worry, even if you don't go looking for them, I'll send them in to look for you in less than 2 days, Qin Mo calmly said. There were a bit too many things going on in the past few days, and Qin Mo had paid little attention to the Lin family's affairs, but it didn't mean they just got away with it. Qin Mo had been waiting for the Lin family to turn against him, counting the time. It had been 2 days since Lin Yuqing had been knocked into the hospital. When Lin Yuqing is discharged from the hospital, it will be the end of the Lin family. So, that was really true. If the Lin sisters didn't get anyone killed by then they would really come here to keep Fu Yuza company. By then, the foreign Colosseum side was almost ready, so Qin Mo could be merciful and send them on another sweet trip abroad, help them fulfill the unfinished regrets of the last time. Are you still going to lay your hands on the Lin sisters? Fu Yuza only felt that the man in front of him was simply a demon. He's going to wipe out everyone who offends him. You'd better worry about yourself. Seriously, I was kinda hoping you'd survive. Come on kid. Putting down these words, Qin Mo turned around and left. Fu Yujie was thrown directly into a dirty and foul-smelling room. Swarms of rats can even be seen in the corners, along with cockroaches. But all of this, Fu Yuza didn't care anymore. At this moment, it was as if he had lost all his strength. Eyes stagnant and desperate, he now simply hated himself in his previous life, too blind and arrogant, thinking that when he fell in love with the Lin family sisters he would be able to eat and wear clothes and enjoy all the blessings of the world. But it wasn't until now that he realized that there are some things, even if they're junk, that other people don't want, nor is it something he can get his hands on. There were also the Lin sisters. Fu Yuza hated these two women inside. Why did you have to meet these two women yourself? Why are these two women expressing favoritism towards themselves? Why do you want to finance yourself? If these two women had been able to be single-minded, how would he have ended up where he is today? If these two women didn't take the initiative to get close to him, how could he target them, thus offending Qin Mo? Damn it! Damn those two women! Qin Mo's special car left the suburban villa along the path. In the car, Long Zhantian still seemed to be amazed at what had happened to Fu Yuza. Seriously, young master, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a person could be reborn and return after being dead. It's outrageous. Qin Mo crossed his legs, sipped his wine, and gazed out the window. This is also considered a long time to see, and I'll probably encounter more in the future. That's true. I've met too many strange people lately. My ability to adapt feels many times stronger. Long Zhantian smiled helplessly, then said, by the way, Qin's group under the Biological Research Institute, medical school and other experts I have ordered down, are absolutely reliable old experts. Also, invitations have been sent out by the Taoist masters of the major hilltop Taoist temples. Well done. Qin Mo nodded. Long Zhantian's workability and efficiency is beyond reproach. Any matter that Qin Mo commanded, he would be able to execute it perfectly. It's just that I'm a little curious as to what can really be researched. The secret of rebirth? Long Zhantian asked. Who knows, but there's a good chance it won't pay off. As the system sprites have explained before, this is a random phenomenon. More will favor the protagonist, but not every protagonist prays to be reborn. The pattern of this is not known even to the system, or perhaps there is no pattern at all. But, well, it's not easy to have a guinea pig, and research is definitely needed. I may not be able to figure out the secret of being reborn, but being reborn as a protagonist is supposed to be beneficial, right? Like, for example, a system, or perhaps certain abilities? Whatever it is, if you dig it up, you've earned it, and a fool doesn't do it. Chapter 93, Who's in the courtroom? Who's accusing me? The next day, after returning late yesterday, Qin Mo wasn't continuing his work. It was only after some deep exchanges with Xia Bingyao that he slowly fell asleep. It was a good night's sleep for him, and in the villa area, Fu Yuza, however, was huddled in the corner of the room with a face full of panic. From this viewpoint of his, he was able to see outside the room, not far away, a man named Xin is being madly tortured by a woman. Blood splattered from the whiplash, staining the floor. That hysterical scream made Fu Yujie seem to see his future self. Even his encounter will be more horrible than this Xian. This fear of the unknown almost tormented him to sleep. The spirit has long been on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the inner hatred for the Lin family sisters intensified. It's because of them that they are in this situation. As for why you don't hate Qin Mo, it's no use hating over it, you'll be worse off for it. That man had become a mountain in his heart that could never be crossed. Even if he had a heavenly destiny and lived a new life, he still couldn't change his ending of being toyed with by Qin Mo at will. This gap is the despair of not seeing any end to it. Right now, he didn't even dare to have the emotion of hating Qin Mo, just sat there withered until dawn. The sunlight shone through the small cracks, bringing some warmth to this cold room. Xiaoyan's screams had stopped long ago, and he didn't know if he had fainted or was already dead. Fu Yuza was hardly bothered. Here, death was just a family affair, and he had experienced it before. So, might as well take advantage of the slight warmth the sun brings and sleep quietly. The eyelids slowly closed, but the next moment, the creak, the iron-barred door of the room was opened with a sharp sound. Fu Yuza immediately awoke with a start. Conditionally, he bounced up from the floor. Who is it? The sunlight entering the room was weak and didn't fully illuminate the dimly lit place. At the main entrance, only two figures stood where they were. Their faces were in shadow and could not be seen. However, the white coat worn on his body caused Fu Yuza to tremble inwardly. Asterisk. What for? Is this the guy? One of them asked. Room 77. The reborn person that Mr. Qin mentioned. That's him. The other person righted the small book in his hand. Take away. The brief conversation was not laced with any emotion, as if it were robotic and unfeeling. Immediately after that, the two black-clothed men entered the room directly, and one person held Fu Yuza on one side. What are you doing? Let go of me. Get off me. But, no matter how much Fu Yuza struggled, he couldn't break free from the black-clothed man's bonds. The two white lab coat personnel didn't say a single word more, but just led the way ahead by themselves. After going through an elevator, it descended further down into the villa, -4 levels. Here, it was a place that Fu Yuza, who had come to the villa twice, had never seen before. Two officers in white coats signaled for him to be strapped to a hospital bed. Prepare to draw blood for testing. How much to smoke? Just don't let him die. The blood draw is just the beginning. There are at least 120 more items behind it that he needs to assist with. Listening to the cold words and the full 120 items, Fu Yuza also reacted to the fact that Qin Mo really wanted to slice himself up and study him. He also realized just how terrifying Qin Mo's words yesterday that he hoped he would survive were. You, please let me go. There's nothing on me, nothing at all. On a new day, Qin Mo sat in his study while dealing with some necessary documents of the company. While listening to Long Zhantian's report, there were many things that needed Long Zhantian's attention recently, and it's all classified and can't be made known to anyone else. So Long Zhantian came to the study early in the morning. Young master, the researchers are already in the villa, but some of the Taoist priests accepted our invitation and have only just departed today. The pen signing in Qin Mo's hand didn't stop. Gazing at the document while speaking, pay attention to confidentiality. This kind of thing can't be known to others, otherwise, it will lead to more trouble. And those outsiders have to be made to know how to keep their mouths shut. Don't worry about this. I will personally keep an eye on it, won't go wrong. Long Zhantian responded. Immediately after that, Ms. Feng Yu had returned to the hospital early in the morning, and reported the application materials she had written for the charity fund, and I signaled my men to pass it directly. Qin Mo nodded gently without commenting too much. Long Zhantian immediately changed to another matter. In addition, because of the young master's stand yesterday, Lu Yunlong returned to the company today, received praise from a group of shareholders and was promoted to become the director of Lu's group sales department. Ryu Sungun publicly admitted his mistake this morning. The Ryu group is in turmoil. The internal fight is getting worse and worse, and we've gotten word that Ryu Yunbai might be about to sit down. When the time comes, we won't rule out the possibility of going after Lu Yunlong. Qin Mo smiled disdainfully, with Mighty Tiger at that brat's side, to the point where there is no need to worry. On the contrary, if Lu Yunbai is really stupid enough to lift the table, that would be a good thing. How about sending a piece to the fight when the time comes? Long Zhantian also smiled. By the way, speaking of this, the matter of the Colosseum that you explained to me, young master, I have already found a small island overseas and bought it in full, and the subsequent development of this island will begin immediately. Qin Mo's pen tip stopped writing and then said, how about building it into an independent world? Separate worlds? Getting a Colosseum alone is not enjoyable enough. Get a casino. A casino that's bigger than a suburban villa can not only handle things that get in the way, but also make money. The corner of Qin Mo's mouth hooked up as he presented his idea. There were too many protagonists in this world, and Qin Mo had a sudden thought that if he dropped all these people in such a place and gave them the rules of the game, who will ultimately survive? Long Zhantian understood Qin Mo's meaning at once. Feasible. Then in that case, the construction amount. There is still time. If you have the money, you can get anything done. Special favors, and you don't have to think about the budget at this point. I have only one request, and it has to be fast. Long Zhantian immediately nodded. Understood. I will ask the best relevant talents to plan it. And then, does young master remember the Lin family's housekeeper who was captured the day before yesterday? Qin Mo nodded his head gently. That guy had a handle on Lin Zhao's hand, didn't dare to say anything, froze and resisted for a day and a night, and then he confessed only after we solved his worries. He said that Lin Xiao has a list in his hands about the struggle when you first came to power. Lin Xiao intends to report this list and report the Qin group if the fish dies. Lin Xiao. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Where did he get it? Lu Chun, a former executive of the Qin group, was given an accident at the time, and I didn't expect him to be alive and well. Hearing this, Qin Mo gently shook his head. Lin Xiao held some evidence in his hands, but Qin Mo hadn't really put it in his eyes. Reporting? Who to report to? Some things can't be shaken up by a list. As the line in the bridge of a famous movie goes, who's in the hall? Are you suing me? Lin Xiao had that little bit of intelligence, but that was about it. However, the Lin family was so impatient to find death, then Qin Mo had no choice but to fulfill them. Also, Lin Yue has gone out of town since she left your office yesterday. According to our intelligence network's investigation, Lin Yue's purpose is to go buy weapons and return to the imperial capital at noon today. Qin Mo raised a smile at his words. Oh, that's interesting. The 3 Lin family members' 3 plays and the dog-eat-dog drama will soon come to an end as well. Is Lin Yuqing's injury healed? When she's well, let her catch up on her work and tell her that my patience has reached its limit. Let the Lin family fall today. Yes. Long Zhantian turned around and left, starting to arrange all the matters explained by Qin Mo. Chapter 94. What about the woman who would use her innocence to slander? After dealing with some necessary things in the company, Qin Mo was also idle. In terms of the company, he merely needs to control some general direction of the problem without making mistakes. Not as busy as most company presidents, who are busy all day long. There are many talented people under the Qin group, and they are hired to be officers. It's impossible to do everything yourself. Taking a light sip of the tea on the tabletop, the next moment, the door of Qin Mo's room was pushed open, and Xia Bingyao, dressed in OL clothing, stepped on a high heel holding a cell phone and walked in. Young master, take a look at this. Xia Bingyao came across to Qin Mo and handed him his cell phone. Live? Qin Mo took the cell phone, and within the screen, it was a live broadcasting room with 10,000 people online, and the blogger's touch did make Qin Mo freeze. If it isn't Paige, Lin Zhao's wife, or rather, the stepmother later found for the Lin sisters. In his 30s, he was considered to be as good-looking as a flower, at least for Lin Xiao. In the Lin family has always acted as a vase-like role. Last time, when Lin Xiao came to plead for mercy, Bai Jia came along, just got fixed for having a bad attitude. Afterwards, I heard that Bai Jia and Lin Xiao parted ways because of Lin Zhao's impending bankruptcy. Now you've gotten so mixed up that you're going to be an anchor? Qin Mo looked around in boredom, only to realize, there's something wrong with this guy. Bai Jia in the live broadcast room, crying, with an extremely aggrieved expression, complained in the live broadcast room, ladies and gentlemen of the internet, I've been forced to really do something about it. That's why I, Bai Jia, am here to report, by my real name, Qin Mo, the president of the Qin Group. X harassed me and even threatened that if I didn't comply he wouldn't let us have a good time. Oh, looking at Qin Mo, he was confused. Next, Bai Jia began to tell us about her background. Said that between himself and Lin Xiao, there was supposed to be a beautiful love. A wonderful romance of a woman entering her 30s, falling in love with an older man in his 40s or 50s, and eventually tie the knot. But I didn't realize that your circle was too chaotic. A family friend of the Lin family, Qin Mo, the president of the Qin Group, is a psychopath and quite the chow thief. Looked at her, a beautiful young woman in her 30s, at a party, and he took the opportunity to harass her on several occasions. In the end, she was even threatened that if she didn't comply, she would use her power to suppress others and bankrupt the Lin family. Out of great pressure, plus the president of the Qin Group preferred popularity. In order to protect her, Lin Xiao chose to divorce her, thinking that this would make Qin Mo shift his target. However, he did not expect that Qin Mo would still be unforgiving, and was determined to target the Lin family. Being bullied, Bai Jia could not bear it and could only ask for help on the internet. Seeing this, Qin Mo understood. This is trying to fight the war of public opinion. Just can't get through positively. Want to use public opinion to force Qin Mo to bow down? Is this Lin Xiao's counterattack? Qin Mo all but laughed. Sure enough, there's no good farts left in this kind of mudblood's brain. The purpose of posting this is to prove what? Slander? You're a gold-digging girl, slandering the old head of Qin's group? What's wrong with you? As expected, within the live broadcast, as Bai Jia's words fell, the pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. No, who do you mean? President of the Qin Group? Are you kidding me? Can you at least come up with something believable when you're slandering people? That's right, the president of Qin's Group. If I remember correctly, it was also on the cover of Time magazine. A very handsome man, young and talented. His face value is even more heavenly. Do you think that's such a big shot? Looked at you? Most of the comments section is skeptical. Truly, this whole thing is outrageous. Qin Mo was young and famous, and was once named one of the 10 outstanding youths of Huaxia. The man is handsome and gold. Behind the scenes do not know how many fangirls, how many gold-digging women dream of being able to climb into his bed. As for looking at a woman in her 30s who was old, in saying that, this Bai Jia, despite having a higher face value, wasn't really a particularly pretty, eye-popping kind of person. Even though it's a world of female abuse, overall most people are objective. That's the kind of storyline you can't hold back without a 10-year-old blood clot. But again, it's a world of female adulterated sadomasochism, and while most people are objective, there's still a percentage of people who aren't right in the head. Even in the former world, there were still many brainiacs, commonly known as female boxers, who popped up. Here, the base will only get bigger. As a result, there was quite a bit of opposition on the air. Gosh, Jimei, so it seems that this Qin Group's president isn't a good person either. Human face. Originally I used to want to work at Qin Group because of the president of Qin Group. Now it seems, fortunately I didn't go. I also have a family. If the president of Qin Group looks at me, what should I do then? That's right, Jimei people should pay attention to protect themselves. Heartache blogger sister, Qin's Group has such a boss. Can have any future? 80% is a black-hearted enterprise. That's right, we have to speak out. We have to let more people know about this, or else the next people to be persecuted might be us. We should unite together to boycott Qin Group's products. The live streaming pop-ups were rolling like crazy. Some hilarious comments have been made. Don't brag up front, okay? Boycotting the Qin Group? Your cell phone, electronic products, jewelry, real estate, clothing, food, housing and transportation are all Qin's products. You still boycott? How can you boycott? Don't you have a life? And, blogger, you have to at least show evidence for rumors, right? You can't just say something with your mouth, right? There are still netizens with a conscience, and it gets to the key point as well. You said the CEO of Qin Group harassed you and threatened you, so show me proof? What the hell are you talking about without proof? Even Qin Mo was curious as to how Lin Xiao by Jia's stream came up with the idea of slandering him with such a brain-dead method. The kind where you either have absolute ironclad proof of something out of nothing that no one can refute, either have the absolute right to say whatever you want kind of thing. However, Bai Jia didn't have either of these two things, so how could she dare to slander a group president like this? However, the facts proved that Qin Mo had still underestimated the epileptic couple. Evidence? Bai Jia teared up even more, sobbing slightly, pathetically. The other party is the president of the Qin Group. With all the means, power and viciousness, how could he leave evidence? As for my opponent harassing me, how dare I take pictures or record them? It's clear that Bai Jia can't produce any evidence at all. But, I swear, it's definitely not made up. I was really pushed and made a big decision to publish it. After all, what woman would use her innocence to defame another? That's over 30 years of my innocence. Chapter 95, The Water Meter Checker. Lin Family Villa. Lin Xiao looked at the live broadcast on his cell phone and took a deep breath. Qin Mo. This is something you don't give me a chance to live. So don't blame me. As long as the Qin group didn't let go, the Lin family wouldn't be able to pull an investment. I saw that my life's work was about to be destroyed. Lin Xiao must also make a counterattack. This whole Baijie thing is benefiting him. The purpose was to discredit Qin Mo and make him pay the price. The Qin group is indeed powerful and intimidating. But, even the Qin group can't cover the world with one hand, right? All he had to do was set off a storm of public opinion, and even the Qin group was bound to suffer. In this age of information, people are empathetic. In the midst of this public opinion storm, Baijie is the vulnerable, and he, Lin Xiao, is also vulnerable. The general public couldn't care less. After all, who's weak and who's right? He was using the pressure of the general public to force the Qin group to give up targeting him. Even if operated well, he could use the fame from this incident to take his company to the next level. Of course, there are risks involved in doing so. He didn't know how Qin Mo would counterattack. After all, this fellow Qin Mo, just his name alone was weighing people down. If he didn't really have no choice, he wouldn't dare to slander Qin Mo like this. Of course, the list he held in his hands was also a base card. It also gave him the courage to wage war on Qin Mo. If he couldn't even go down the road of public opinion, he could only drag the Qin group to die with him. Inside Baijie's livestream, with the words "How could I possibly smear someone with my own innocence?" the words fell. It's like it speaks to a certain segment of the population. At once, countless pop-ups rose up in solidarity with Baijie. In their minds, this is very true. Yeah, what kind of guy jokes about his innocence? So when this statement came out, too many people directly and unconditionally believed Baijie. Qin's group is bullying people. The Qin group is so hateful. Isn't there still no evidence after all this talk? Some rational people couldn't stand to watch and stepped forward to say something. 20 to 30,000 people flooded in within a short time, overwhelmingly in favor of Baijie. A rational person in a situation like this just said a word, immediately ushered in countless rebuttals. Upstairs, you don't understand us women at all. This is innocence. Yes, it's all said and done, and no one else dares to record evidence. I go. Upstairs, don't brag. Go to Qin's group to find things. How many dads are there? The pop-ups were rolling like crazy, and these people were almost spellbound. It's as if boxers who believe they have suffered an injustice have found a cathartic outlet. With the help of a verbal attack on Baijie's affairs, is she going to fight for Paige? No, she just has to vent the evil in her heart towards people, to make a bigger and bigger fuss. As to whether or not this thing is a smear, does it matter? These people are too much, aren't they? Have no brains? How can they believe such baseless things? Xia Bingyao sat beside Qin Mo, her face full of anger. It's really those pop-ups on the live stream that are so retarded. No, this kind of live room can't continue. I'll notify the live platform to directly block it. The more Xia Bingyao thought about it, the more angry she became, and she immediately planned to take action. But Qin Mo stopped her. There's no need. Xia Bingyao knew that Qin Mo had his own ideas and didn't ask much, but just obediently waited for Qin Mo to command. For this kind of thing, if we just seal it, wouldn't it seem like there's no silver in this place? Qin Mo said calmly, not showing any emotions because of this. Internet opinion? It's child's play. Do you really think that you can threaten the Qin group, which has such a huge volume, by relying on a bit of internet public opinion? Playing with the war of public opinion is really a bit of looking down on Qin's group. Slander. Without evidence, this is called malicious rumor. Slander. Qin Mo sneered. Instructed. Normal report. And, not that I prefer human wives? Threaten her? Setting up a White Lotus persona? Not impressed by money? Then just arrange for someone to provide evidence of Baijie's various displays of wealth after she married into a wealthy family. And after arranging for a water army, compose an article that captures the point of why she married a 40 to 50-year-old man, and tear apart her hypocritical face. Also, make a report on why Lin's group has suffered the current predicament, pointing out the construction problems at Lin's group's site. Labeling yourself as true love with Lin Xiao? Then I'll tear apart your persona. How could a gold-digging woman turn down the young and golden president of the Qin group in favor of an old man on the verge of bankruptcy with a wrinkled face? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? In itself, this matter Qin Mo is in possession of reason. Plus, to play the war of public opinion, the major websites, that does not have the shares of the Qin group, bloggers of all sizes, a whole lot of them under the Qin group. There are also people from the Qin family in the network audit administration. Qin Mo can make the whole network. Is his own voice? How do you play with me? Xia Bingyao nodded, also knowing that she had just been a bit impulsive. It wasn't that these questions hadn't occurred to her. It was just a little irrational that it had happened to the person she loved the most. Just then, the chief of the security bureau came on the phone. Xiao Mo. You know about what happened on the internet, right? I just found out. It's fermenting fast. The head smiled brightly. I'm also aware of the fact that these stocks are made up things and are causing a lot of repercussions. So don't you worry. We've been out immediately. This woman called Bai Jie is really bold, spreading untrue rumors and causing a serious adverse effect on the society. The above has already put out the word that Qin's Group is a famous brand name enterprise in my empire, and it absolutely cannot tolerate random defamation. Qin Mo's side hadn't even reported the case yet, and the people there had already started arresting people. That's why the tactic itself is stupid. How many jobs does the Qin Group bring to the imperial capital every year? How much economic development does it promote? When such a group went wrong, the people above were more anxious than Qin Mo, the president. But Lin Xiao and the others couldn't realize this because their eyesight was just like that. My request is also very simple. I think that the other party is being unkind and deliberately provoking everyone's emotions. You should understand what I'm talking about. Qin Mo said calmly. The head naturally understood. Don't worry, I understand. This Bai Jie's motives are definitely impure. We'll interrogate her properly. Thanks then, but I'd like to make a personal request. You're welcome, Mr. Qin. Ha, it's not a big deal. I'll take care of this guy afterward. No problem, right? That's not much of a problem too, but it'll have to be after the process. Okay, I understand. Hard work. Qin Mo smiled and hung up the phone. Inside the live broadcast room, Bai Jie was still crying, and the fire in the live broadcast room was beyond her imagination, and it was just what she wanted. The more people that were incited, the better. The more extreme the better. But just then, there was a knock on the door of the room. Who? The water meter check. Chapter 96, a blow to the face comes too soon. Check the water meter? Bai Jie was a bit puzzled, but didn't think much of it. After all, because of the need to defame Qin Mo, Lin Xiao had found her a very private place to live. Normally, no one would notice. Presumably that's the community? With this thought in mind, Bai Jie wiped a tear from her eye within the broadcast room. Gatherers, this may be the end of today's broadcast. But don't worry, now that this matter has come to light, I won't give up so easily. I'll be back on the air next, continuing to expose a lot of lurid content, so I'll see you next time. After a greeting, Bai Jie closed the live broadcast. Plan on contacting Lin Xiao later to hear what the next step is. But, the moment she arrived at the front door and opened it, a group of heavily armed men rushed right in. Who are you guys? What's going on? Bai Jie was shocked, yet the group didn't say a word more at all. Straight away, he tackled Bai Jie's hands and pinned them to the cold ground. Paige's cheek came into close contact with the floor, fear still in her eyes. Cuff them and take them away, the leader said as he walked in, glancing at Bai Jie, then looked back into the house. Take everything that's useful. These can be evidence. Yes, sparingly. Paige was bound to freedom and taken to the sheriff's department car. It wasn't until this moment that she realized she had been caught. Wait, what gives you the right to arrest me? It's not like I'm breaking the law. You are restricting my freedom. I'm going to file a complaint against you. In the car, Paige tries to struggle and yells, full on shrewishness, but the sheriff's deputy just sneered. No offense? You have to realize that we don't take the initiative to arrest people without evidence and until we know for sure, said the man, flipping open a file. Name Paige, alleged malicious rumor mongering, slandering, and even inciting the masses and creating panic. That alone is enough to convict, knowing that the internet is no place for lawlessness. What's more, we suspect you of colluding with the outer realms and deliberately smearing them. Hearing this, Bai Jie couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. One of the charges that this staff member said, if it was really true, then she would be completely finished. Lin Xiao didn't say beforehand that the consequences would be so serious. At this moment, Bai Jie completely panicked, pursed her lips. Are you guys wrong? I didn't say anything, did I? You know in your own heart if you said it or not, and we'll check the facts. The staff's tone was icy cold, and there wasn't much desire for conversation. This made Bai Jie anxious. No, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I don't have those thoughts. I just said a couple words. It's not that bad, right? You saved that for the interrogation. Soon the vehicle stopped in front of the sheriff's office. Without being told, Bai Jie was taken directly to the interrogation room. Hands and feet bound, sitting in a chair, dim light spilling from overhead, reflected in Bai Jie's horrified eyes. Once, when the Lin family was still glorious, she had used the power in her hands to send quite a few people who had offended her to the security bureau. And today, the tide had turned, and in its place, she was the one being sat in the chair here. It was cold and made her fidget. Soon, two staff members walked in and sat across from Bai Jie. There's a misunderstanding here. You guys believe me, it's really a misunderstanding. The two staff members weren't that gullible. One records, one interrogates. We have the full video of your live broadcast here. Hard evidence. So there's no need for you to weasel your way out of this one. Tell me, at whose behest? Bai Jia was silent, the panic inside her making her a little unsure of how to respond. Nowadays, all she could think about was Lin Xiao. All of this was what Lin Xiao had told her to do, but if he gave it up, would Lin Xiao still see him? After a half-dozen moments of silence, Paige looked up. I want to make a phone call. No way. The staff outright refused. If I'm not allowed to fight, then I won't say anything. Bai Jia gritted her teeth. Despite the panic inside, she knew that Lin Xiao was her only saving grace. You have to contact Lin Xiao before you can do that. After the initial panic, Bai Jia forced herself to calm down. They can't do anything to themselves if they don't say anything, can they? The two staff members looked at each other. It's not cooperating. No way out then. Get ready. The power's going to go out in a few minutes. A blackout? What do you mean? Bai Jia vaguely felt a hint of something wrong. What's the connection? It's fine. It's just that there will be people from the Power Supply Bureau coming to overhaul the circuits in a while. It's nothing to do with you. Don't be afraid. A staff member comforted. Yes, don't worry. It'll be over soon. Another staff member responded with a smile. Bai Jia was puzzled. With a puzzled look, it all seemed as if there was nothing wrong. But inside, she was inexplicably a little more flustered. Until a minute passed and the overhead lights went out. At that moment Bai Jia realized that her sky was falling. Shortly afterward, the Imperial Security Bureau posted an update on social media software. There are details about a case in which a blogger slandered Qin Mo, the president of the Imperial Qin Group. The content contains Bai Jia's active admission that the whole thing is a slander against Qin Mo and is purely false. I hope that all major netizens will have the ability to judge right and wrong, and not to spread rumors and disbelieve them. For a while, countless netizens were abuzz. Events ushered in a two-level reversal. Bai Jia live broadcast will be talking about their own pathetic, but also shouted that women will take their own innocence to slander others? How long has this been going on? It's already been confirmed that the whole thing is a self-inflicted drama by Bai Jia. The purpose is to smear the image of Qin Mo, the president of Qin Group, as a way to achieve certain ulterior secrets. After all this time it's really a slur, isn't it? Don't be too quick to hit your face. To be honest, at that time when I watched it, I didn't believe it. You guys don't look at that Bai Jia. All run 4 people. Qin's group so big a group's president. How can you look at such a woman? Ha ha, that's a big relief. Kudos to the Imperial Security Bureau for their speed. At that time, the comments section of that live broadcast was also pandemonium. A bunch of little fairies were still fighting for that Bai Jia. It was really inverted against the Big Dipper. I see. That Bai Jia just want to take advantage of the public pressure to blackmail people Qin total, but did not expect others are not spoiled you backhanded is to hold tight. This time stupid eyes, right? Tell a joke. What woman would joke about her innocence? There are sane people in this world, and this kind of event is outrageous enough in itself. The kind that would be hard for anyone to believe when told. Just because of a classic quote from Bai Jia, let countless little fairies more wind on the head, is bound to make a claim for Bai Jia. In those days, but whenever someone said a fair word, immediately, you'd be sprayed into a cork, and even private messages would have to be blasted. The 999 plus kind all at once. It was full of abusive words that were difficult to hear to the extreme. Many people were incomparably stifled, but they couldn't scold this group of brainless little fairies, and one by one, they were holding their breath. As a result, that's how long it took for the 2 levels to reverse. The previously aggravated netizens immediately jumped in and made a big mockery of the brainless fairies. On the surface, everything seems to be normal nowadays in terms of what is being said within the comments section. Not even a single one of the previously dancing fairies was seen coming out to speak. After all, fairies don't play low-end games. In reality, however, it was in the middle of a group chat that hadn't been set up for very long. A group quietly gathered. Chapter 97, Did Lu Sichen stand up? Public opinion on the internet continues to fester. From the beginning of the fight for Bai Jia, to later a big V exposure of Bai Jia's usual extravagant life, and then digging deeper into the mystery of why Bai Jia married into the family. The wind direction is even changing again and again, especially one blogger, who dug out that Bai Jia actually had a better condition partner before she married Lin Xiao. The two are even going so far as to talk about marriage. Only, an accident Bai Jia met Lin Xiao, so she immediately broke up with her ex and turned to Lin Xiao's arms, eventually married into a wealthy family and became a man of the world. After these true events were unearthed, Bai Jia's image was in tatters. Countless people angrily scolded Bai Jia for being shameless, relying on a single sentence to try to defame a young and promising outstanding youth. It's still more sensible now. There are also some bloggers, who add more fuel to the fire, disguising themselves as Bai Jia's high school and college classmates, or worse, saying they are Bai Jia's ex-boyfriends. There are all shapes and sizes and all sorts of things, but the kernel is all one sentence, smearing black and white and clean, which was also accompanied by a lot of problems with the Ling group being blown up as well. Obviously, most of this was due to the water army under Qin Mo. Truths and falsehoods are interspersed with each other. A set of mode operation down. Bai Jia immediately became a street rat. Everyone shouted at the ground. The war of public opinion. Qin Mo is not false to anyone. A rat-eyed guy wants to rely on public opinion on the threat to Qin Mo? Threaten the Qin group? That's really overthinking it. Of course, that talk from Bai Jia really blew up quite a few like-minded setters for her. They won't believe the hard evidence that's in front of them. Only what they want to believe. And what do they want to believe? That the world is unfair to them. That's why many people want to post videos back. Instead, they found that the videos they posted had very little traffic. There are even some articles that just show up and get blocked straight away. It was as if the whole world had no place for them. So the gang had no choice but to start enlisting. They created a group, and the group leader's name was Ryu Si-chun. Liashun was in a depressed mood. Yesterday's disgrace at the party was like a big ear-scratcher that slapped Liashun hard in the face. Even his father, Lu Chang'en, disliked Lu Si-chun for being a disgrace and almost didn't expel Lu Si-chun from the family. If it wasn't for his mother and brother Lu Yunbai and the others stopping him, maybe Lu Si-chun would have gone to sleep on the street by now. But even so, the experience had left an indelible psychological shadow on Liashun. Also, the most crucial point is that the receiver is gone. Ever since yesterday's incident was seen by Xian, Xian has simply disappeared. In the middle of the night, Lu Si-chun made many phone calls, but Xian didn't answer any of them. This puzzled Liashun. Is it hard for that lickspittle Shin to really choose to leave her? Shouldn't I? Even if he had seduced Qin Mo in front of him. But, wasn't this still not in bed? He hasn't done anything yet. What's his hurry? Take a step back and say, even if we did do it, so what? I used to be pregnant. Didn't Xian still get his ass in gear? After thinking for a long time, Lu Si-chun felt that Xian was probably really angry and needed some time to digest, and should be fine after a while. When it's time to pussyfoot around and make up lies about yourself, Xian will surely fall under his garnet skirt once again. However, the culprit of this incident, Qin Mo, Lu Si-chun could be said to hate him to the bone. She'd teased him like that, and she'd actually set her up, and it just so happens to be at this critical moment. Lu Si-yu came to Lu Si-chun's room and showed Lu Si-chun a live stream. The content is Bai Jia crying about Qin Mo harassing her. Matters involving Qin Mo were of great interest to Lu Si-chun. After learning this, Lu Si-chun registered a new account and began to frantically bring up the tempo in Bai Jia's comment section. That comment calling on the Jime of the imperial capital to go to the Qin group to get a statement was posted by her. She wanted to get back at Qin Mo, so she was frantically provoking the ignorant Jimes. Go to the entrance of the Qin group to make trouble, to throw rotten vegetable leaves, to throw rotten eggs, to throw paint, how to go overboard. The purpose was to disgust Qin Mo. Watching Qin Mo get defeated was incredibly soothing to her heart. If she could, she hated to encourage the Jime to get Qin Mo killed. Who made Qin Mo dare to count on her? Dare to humiliate her like that? Jime guys, don't believe the voices on the internet. Those are all water army. Confuse us. Qin's group family is big and no one dare to offend. But the world needs people who are awake, and we have to step up. In the group, Liashun kept sending out small essays. Do not say. The effect is quite good. Many brainless people listened to Lu Si-chun's encouragement. The inner anti-personality even more restless. That's right. This time the thing itself is not right. Those on the internet are rumor-mongering aiming to silence this time so as to continue persecuting Bai Jia Jime. Yeah. Now that the internet has become such a mess but Bai Jia hasn't even come out to make a statement, I have reason to suspect that Bai Jia has met with misfortune. Gosh, do you guys still remember? The knock on the door that rang out when Bai Jia closed the live broadcast. I reckon it wasn't a water meter check at all. It was the Qin group's executioner. This is really detestable. If we really sit back and do nothing, what should we do in the future if those of us are looked at by the president of the Qin group? Can it be that we can only commit ourselves to him? Jimes, it's time to stand up. For justice, let's go to Qin's group together to demand justice. Yes, demand justice. Demand justice. The response from the group exceeded Lu Si-chun's expectations, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a smug smile. She has a dozen other groups like this. Lu Si-chun had gathered so many people with the help of the Lu family's energy. I'm sure these are definitely enough for Qin's group to drink a pot of water. Qin Mo, I'm going to make you lose your reputation this time. Peak to peak. Yesterday, Lu Si-chun was a dog in front of Qin Mo, and now it's her Lu Si-chun's turn to stand up, deadly clenching his fists. The smile on Lu Si-chun's face looked more and more hideous. On the other hand, Lin Xiao on the other side was now panicking. The whole man paced back and forth in his villa. His brow was furrowed in a deadly frown. and his expression was filled with sorrow. He had been following what was going on the internet, so naturally he knew what was going on right now. He hadn't expected the wind to shift so quickly. How long has it been since Paige went off the air? Less than half a day. Not only did the sheriff's department send out a message, but various vloggers on the internet came forward to talk about it. What's more, the damn thing even digs up by Jia's ex-boyfriend. If you keep digging, you probably won't be able to hide the private video of yourself and by Jia, right? Should this generation of netizens be so talented? There was definitely a push from Qin Mo in this, which Lin Xiao knew very well. Originally, he had also prepared some backhanders, ready to fight a tug-of-war with Qin Mo over public opinion. But he didn't expect that Qin Mo would be so devastating the moment he struck. In a short period of time, they occupied an absolute advantage. The wind direction on the network has completely changed. Bai Jia has become a street rat, and he, Lin Xiao, is no better. At this point, no matter what backhanders he's blurting out, there's no way the netizens will believe him. The battle of public opinion. He was completely finished. It was conceivable that Qin Mo was going to start liquidating him next, and this time would definitely not be long. It could even be in the next 2 days. Do we really have to fish to death? Lin Xiao really didn't want to give up everything now. Blame Lin Yue and Lin Yuqing, those two unfilial daughters. If those two are not crazy, I guess I am still the envy of everyone. Lin's group boss, but it's no use talking about it anymore when it's already happened. Lin Xiao looked at his cell phone with thoughts in his eyes. Eventually it was decided to go hard to the end. It's about time that list in hand came into play. Taking a deep breath, he was about to dial the report number when Lin Yuqing called. Yuharu? After a brief moment of doubt, Lin Xiao immediately became incredibly excited. Nowadays, behind Lin Yuqing stood the Qin family. If he could repair his relationship with Lin Yuqing, that would truly be everything. Without thinking, Lin Xiao picked up the phone. I'm coming back tonight. Lin Yuqing's voice was short and cold. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Qin Mo had given her very little time, so she wasn't going to delay any longer, and she would go back today to showdown with that old thing Lin Xiao, make him pay the price he deserves. Chapter 98, Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about all of you. After Lin Xiao hung up the phone from his daughter, Lin Yuqing, the mood is always a little better. Although Lin Yue's line was completely broken, at least there was still Lin Yuqing. Sure enough, sometimes eggs just don't fit in one basket, otherwise one accident and it's all over. With Lin Yuqing around, Qin Mo probably wouldn't target him anymore. Clapping his hands, Lin Xiao immediately arranged for the servants in the house to prepare the dinner. He's going to treat his daughter to a treat today. As for Lin Yue, who knows? It disappeared after that night. I also heard later that I went to see Qin Mo, but it was not a pleasant scene. This also proved that Lin Yue had completely lost any value. It's of no use to him. Lin Xiao, what do you care if she dies? Just as Lin Xiao was happily preparing for the family feast, the entrance to the Qin group's headquarters, a great piece of people will be surrounded here. At a glance, there were about 30 or 40 people, mostly women in their 20s and 30s, holding up the banner of justice, carrying fruits and vegetables, painting eggs and whatnot. They blocked the area. These were almost entirely groupies who had been encouraged by Liashun, and that's just the first batch, the people close to the Qin group. Many more are coming this way. As for Lu Si-chun, of course she didn't dare to show her face. This kind of thing could be done just by encouraging a senior boxing champion. There's no need to give yourself away. She only needed to hide in the shadows and watch Qin Mo get all worked up by these group events to feel comfortable inside. As one of the largest consortia in China, the Qin group itself covered a vast area. A single main entrance employs more than a dozen security personnel to guard it. Upon realizing that something was amiss, the security personnel took immediate action. The 10 men stopped the group as they notified the need for backup. What for? You can't enter without an invitation. In the crowd, a woman with a slightly obese figure and dull skin, who had reached 30 and was almost 4 years old, stepped out. My name is Wang Huihui, and I'm here today to seek justice. I see that you are just working people advising you to get out of the way and let us in. Wang Huihui? The security captain frowned. I don't recognize it. Still, you can only enter if you have an invitation. Otherwise please leave immediately. Wang Huihui also started to get impatient when she saw that this security officer was not getting any oil or salt. I say, do you stinking man not understand human language? We're here to seek justice for our suffering Jime. You a stinking security guard with a monthly salary of 3,000. What's the point of putting your life on the line for a lowly man like the president of that what's-his-name Qin group? Wang Huihui, who was already unusually fed up with men, spoke extremely nonchalantly at this moment. Anyway, I came here today to make a scene. She doesn't care who she curses. Who knows? After Wang Huihui's words fell, the faces of the 10 or so security personnel present also grimaced. First, we forbid you to insult Mr. Qin. You are not qualified. Secondly, what do you mean by a stinking security guard who makes $3,000 a month? To tell you the truth, those of us are veterans, and it was Mr. Sheen who gave us a job to support our families. It's not much, but it's at least tens of thousands of dollars a month. So how come it's underhanded in your mouth? Are you so great? Who are you? Even a man of clay has fire in his veins, let alone being insulted to his face. Tens of thousands of dollars a month? Hearing the security officer's words, Wang Huihui and the group of champions behind her were startled. A Qin Group security officer can earn tens of thousands of dollars a month? What kind of joke is this? They take so much heated work every day and are discriminated against by countless smelly men in exchange for a few $1,000s a month. And a stinky security guard is better than them? Now, these people became even more agitated, and their inward complaints of injustice became even deeper. It wasn't just Wang Huihui. A group of people started to make a scene. Let Qin Mo come out. Let Qin Mo come out and give us an explanation. Yes, has Bai Jie been killed? Is it possible that your Qin Group is bullying people and even killing them? An explanation must be given to us. On what grounds? On what grounds can a security officer of the Qin Group be paid so much? The world isn't fair. How can a janitor compare with them fairies? This time, it wasn't just about getting Qin Mo of the Qin Group to give them an explanation. He also wanted Qin Mo to pay his employees according to the market price, so that either these stinky men who were watching the door could only get 3,000, or he could recruit them as well and give them higher wages. If you can't, doesn't the Qin Group have a charity organization? It's okay for charities to subsidize them. As for why, can you expect them to have brains when they can make a scene here? They just feel that there is injustice in the world and feel that they deserve this kind of job position more than these security personnel. The short answer is that they are worth it. It's just a world full of malice and deliberate suppression. The security personnel in the room were on the verge of laughing. Want some more face? We're retired from the special forces, bilingual, and have special training to get this job and salary. You, on what grounds, still want to see our Mr. Sheen? Do you really think you have gold plastered on your face? Wang Huihui gritted her teeth and her eyes were fierce. Sure enough, stinky men are stinky men, all in it together. Humph, you guys are just using your power to oppress people. I'm still telling you, we won't leave until we see Qin Mo today or he gives us an explanation. Otherwise, what should I do if Qin Mo looks at me that day? Saying that, Wang Huihui caressed her face, looking extraordinarily confident. The security people are looking dumbfounded. Almost didn't hold back from spitting out his noon meal. Who, looking at you? Laughing? Let me tell you not to mention Mr. Sheen. I despise you. What the hell? Don't give me that crap, or we'll hug it tight if you don't leave. Wang Huihui also came to energy. That shrewish flavor came up, and directly sat down on the ground. Behind the Zhang's oddly shaped GMA also followed suit. One by one, they just sat directly in front of the entrance of the Qin Group. Fine, go ahead and report it. I want to see who dares to arrest us. It's really the reverse of the Big Dipper. We're delivering justice. Who can arrest us? With Wang Huihui taking the lead, the rest of the GMA were profoundly in agreement. Not only was there no fear, but he was content to sit in the doorway and glare at the security men. However, they soon saw a group of people coming this way. One of them was in a suit and collar, looking svelte, and looked like he was sitting in an office. It was presumed to be the president of the Qin Group, which was a little handsome after all. Behind him were a dozen or so security personnel dressed in security attire and armed with steel forks and blast shields. At the time when Wang Huihui appeared at the entrance of the Qin Group, someone just went in and notified. The Qin Group's industry was huge, and there were hundreds of security personnel. This came straight to 24. Wang Huihui's face flashed with a touch of smugness as she saw that someone had arrived. What's wrong with these usually high and mighty? What about the president of the Qin Group? You have to come out to greet yourself when you come? Qin's group's move had undoubtedly given her a great deal of vanity. Smugly, he watched the man in the suit and collar approach. You are the president of the Qin Group, Qin Mo? She raised her head, trying to show off her disdain for power. Mr. Qin, no, I think you have a big misunderstanding. The man held up the frames on the bridge of his nose. Smiling, he said, how could such a small matter possibly alarm General Manager Qin? You guys aren't worthy of having General Manager Qin personally come out. Despite the smile on his face, Attorney Lee's words were not polite at all. A bunch of rotten girls, wanting to see Qin Mo? This is as outrageous as Sadako breaking into the entrance of the Southern Heavenly Gate and trying to meet the Jade Emperor. In the next life. Oh no, such people are not necessarily human in their next life. Introduce yourself. I'm a trainee lawyer in the Qin Group's law department. My name is Lee. You can call me Lawyer Lee. Not Qin Mo, but a lawyer? Or even a trainee lawyer? Wang Huihui froze and then reacted. What did you mean by what you just said? Saying that I don't deserve to see Qin Mo? Wang Huihui was completely enraged. Attorney Lee smiled amiably again. I think, again, you misunderstood. I'm not talking about you. Wang Huihui's expression slightly soothed. I mean all of you. You don't deserve it. All of a sudden, all the people present who had come to make trouble were enraged. Chapter 99, The fairies have stepped on the sky. The top of the tall building of the Qin Group. Inside Qin Mo's luxurious office, Qin Mo stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. His keen eyes, combined with looking down from a height, were able to allow him to see what was happening at the gate from such a distance. At this point in time Qin Mo was usually inspecting the company. That is, he came to go through the process, and in the meantime talk about some cooperation that needed his presence to finalize. And beside him, stood Xia Bingyao. Instead of wearing formal workplace attire today, Nikki wore a more homey, solid-colored stepmom dress, paired with black patent leather heels and thin as a sheet of flesh, and the half-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses that hung from the bridge of his nose. A small grade, surprisingly dressed at a mature young woman's flavor. Young master, have some fruit? Xia Bingyao held up her fork and fed intimately. The fruit was sweet, and of course, the Bingyao was even sweeter. Qin Mo's hand passed through the thin waist in an unfaithful manner and stopped it. Young master, ha ha, look at the drama. The little ninny's body was soft and carried a unique scent that was refreshing. Beauty is at hand, overlooking the world. Sometimes, Qin Mo had the pleasure of being an emperor. I have to say, it's a pretty good feeling. Can young master see clearly? Xia Bingyao didn't have the perverted eyesight of Qin Mo. It doesn't matter if you see it or not. This kind of thing is just for fun. Qin Mo said carelessly. Mobbing? Making a fuss about Qin's group? It's not really a problem, to be honest. Let's not talk about Qin Mo himself stepping in to handle it. If he didn't have nothing better to do right now, he wouldn't even bother and roll his eyes and forget about it. The gang had just gathered at the door. The Department of Safety and Security then reported it. Many of the seniors and interns in the law department are even more eager to step in and handle the situation. That's like giving credit where credit is due. As the lawyer department of Qin Group, which one of them is not the most outstanding talent in the industry? It's just too hard and too difficult to turn around. With this credit, the future career path will surely be much smoother. The gang below thought that they could threaten the Qin Group by making a big deal out of it. Unbeknownst to the eyes of the Qin Group's lawyers department, that one is a walking book of credits. The main entrance. Attorney Li's words, "None of you are worthy," totally triggered everyone. The fairies were furious and angry. If eyes could kill, Lawyer Li would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. Guys, there's no need to look at me like that. As a matter of fact, there's nothing to talk about between us, so tell us what you're up to. Attorney Li's gaze was calm. Purpose? I want you Qin Group to apologize. Wang Huihui clenched her teeth in death. You're insulting all of us. I'm not convinced. And what qualifications do you, a trainee lawyer, have to talk to me here? Go and ask Qin Mo to come down, or else I won't leave today. It is said that the reasonable are afraid of the unreasonable are afraid of the horizontal, and the horizontal are afraid of the life-threatening. They're just going to play rough here today. What can the Qin Group do to them? Attorney Li remained emotionally stable. So, you guys are planning to be unreasonable here. Are you planning to interfere with the normal work of our division here? I also noticed a number of people in the group who were recording video on their cell phones. There are also a number of people with recording devices in their hands who are trying to force their way into our division without permission. So I can understand that you all are planning to steal trade secrets? The charge of stealing trade secrets can be a bit serious. Even Wang Huihui couldn't help but frown. Don't think that just because you're some bull ***** lawyer, you're great. Whatever you say is what you say. Ha, are you the law? Oh, of course I'm not the law. But you all can't run away from gathering a crowd. And this is something that Qin's Group, will pursue each and every one of you to the end. With that, he looked at his watch. The sheriff's department will be here soon, so you can go and debate with them then about what the law is. Of course, it will be possible to argue with us in court shortly, but everything you all post on your social networking numbers to rumorize about our division will be recorded and used as evidence in court. Aha, what's going on? The fairies froze and glanced at each other, all of them seeming to be a bit confused as to what exactly was going on. It's simple, you're going to be arrested, Attorney Li said with a smile. What? What are you going to do? Pressurize people with power? Wang Huihui instantly exploded. How did they get caught? What did they do? What you want to say is you're right. We can't have the right to interfere, let alone use our power to oppress people. But today you gathered a crowd to cause trouble in front of my group, having evil intentions, disrupting order, and even carrying a camera and publishing many fabricated rumors on the internet. These alone are enough for you to pay the price. Attorney Li kindly explained for the crowd present. Ultimately the human heart is not ironclad. Lawyer Li's words made some of the fairies present begin to waver. The previous example of Bai Jie is still out there. The reason why they rushed here today is that they have decided that the law is not responsible for the reasoning of the masses. They hold group to go. It is hard to not Chin's group can still give them a net, but I'm sorry, but the Chin group is just so tough. If you dare to come and make trouble, then you have to pay the price. Not everyone is an incorrigible fool like Wang Huihui. Some people were swept off their feet for a moment and now react with fear. I have something going on at my house. I have to go first. That, and no one's cooking at home yet, so I have to get back to cooking. The kids haven't been picked up yet. I need to go back and get them. With one after the other, more people will back off. It's still true that fairies never play low-end games. I thought that by relying on the strength of many people, I would be able to make Chin's group yield, but I didn't realize that they wouldn't eat this at all. If you don't run away at this point, what if you're really in trouble then? No, what are you guys doing? He's just scaring us. How could you really hold on tight? Wang Huihui was also confused as she watched this scene. Hastily, he tried to persuade the crowd not to panic, but where would the crowd listen to her again at this point? Lawyer Li's words have been so serious. What's the time to run if you don't? Available at. Attorney Li gave a wink to the 20 or so people from the security department who had converged on the place. At once, more than 20 people immediately got into action. Straight away, he quickly stepped forward and rounded up the group. What are you doing? Illegal imprisonment? I want to go home. Get out of my way. Get out of the way. There's no one to pick up the kids. Let me go back. The crowd rioted, and Lawyer Li held up his glasses and sneered. Now you want to get up the child? What did you do just now? You guys don't think that some things can't fall on your heads if you run fast, do you? My Chin's group entrance is monitored. Every one of you who came here to cause trouble today is clearly photographed. You can't run away. The security bureau will be here soon. You'd better wait and cooperate. As expected, soon enough, people from the security bureau pulled up at the Chin group's front gate in several vehicles. After all, Li's lawyer reported that there are a lot of people. Do not drive a little more, car will not be enough to load. Until this moment, watching the others get real, the sheriff's department was really coming. The moment of realization that you might actually be caught. It was only then that these fairies really felt the fear. Wait, I didn't do anything. You can't do this to me. Counselor Li, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come here to cause trouble. Will you guys let me go? There are still people in my family waiting to cook. And we're here to deliver justice. Justice? Lawyer Li gently shook his head. The internet is all ironclad. The Baijia that you all embrace. People drove luxury cars and lived in mansions before, carrying designer bags that you can't afford in your lifetime, using expensive perfumes that you can only buy with a year's worth of income, and countless more sky-high jewelry. How did these come about? Isn't it just by being a big shot? Just you poor fellows are so stupid that you help people to redress their grievances, not realizing that in their eyes, you are just a good gun. Use it and throw it away, garbage. Scornful eyes swept over all the fairies present. Lawyer Li directly let out. Don't think that no one in this world can cure you. This matter, and what you have done we, the Chin group, will pursue to the end. That's what Mr. Chin wants, so I'm sorry to say that you'll probably all be spending the next few years in jail, for the Chin group's legal affairs. Sending them all in for a few years in this kind of case is like playing. After all, it's called Chin's Pizza Hut. At the top of the group, Chin Mo gazed down and slightly raised a smile. This Lawyer Li is not bad, that's all there is to it. At Chin Mo's level, sometimes just one sentence is enough to decide a lot. Xia Bingyao also kept it firmly in her head. Now her level in the Chin group is not low. When the time is more personnel and the legal side to say a word, Attorney Li will be able to move straight to a promotion and a raise. Right, this matter must have been instigated by someone. This bunch of brainless ones won't be so bold without being instigated. Go check it out. Chin Mo commanded. This kind of thing looks like it's all a bunch of ridiculous things done by a bunch of brainless women. But it's precisely because it's the brainless women that are the problem. And these guys are usually the only ones who dare to mouth off on the internet. In reality, it would be gutless to actually touch them. Unless there's someone behind it who's encouraging it. And as it happens, that's the group that's most easily encouraged. Although the Chin group was huge, it had too many enemies, so it never hurt to check. Okay, young master. Xia Bingyao nodded. Then he added, by the way, Lin Yuqing has been discharged from the hospital today, and said that she's going back to the Lin family tonight, and invited you by the way. Do you want to go? Lin Yuqing? Chin Mo sat back on his chair and pulled Xia Bingyao into his arms, playing with her hair. Do I have anything else planned for today? The arrangements, if you will, are for less important drinks. Then push it, go check it out. Chin Mo hadn't forgotten that he still owed himself 50 years of life expectancy on Lin Yuqing. It's also time to collect. But until then, young master, you topped me. Yeah, you got me a little wound up today. Chapter 100, It's better for me if you die. The time was approaching evening. Chin Mo and Xia Bingyao came out from within the office. Xia Bingyao's face was flushed, her footsteps were a bit weak, and her light blue pupils looking at Qin Mo carried a bit of sorrow. Compare it to the time when you just came back for the first time. The young master was more than a notch stronger, and several times in a row Xia Bingyao could barely hold her own. I wonder if the first time the young master took more pity on her. In short, the current Xia Bingyao was a bit reluctant to even walk. Why don't you go back and take a rest first? Qin Mo noticed Xia Bingyao's touch, somewhat amused. He rubbed the little girl's head. Well, you wait, it's fine. Long Zhantian will accompany me in a while. You've worked hard today. The corner of Qin Mo's mouth lifted up in a smile. Xia Bingyao also ran out of reasons to refuse and gently nodded her head. Inwardly it was very sweet. This was the unique tenderness from Qin Mo that she could enjoy. Under Qin Mo's arrangement, Xia Bingyao was sent back to the Royal Dragon Manor. As for himself, he got into a special car and headed towards the Lin family villa. Today's scene is a big one. Oh yeah, you reveal the news of the Lin family dinner in your circle. Didn't I remember that Lin Yue came back? Halfway, Qin Mo said. Indeed it's back. I heard that it got a gun in the foreign enemy to come. Long Zhantian replied as he started. That's good. If she doesn't come today, there will be no fun. Qin Mo said. Lin Yue, right now, was probably looking for Lin Yuqing all over the world to have a showdown. Now, by publishing a little bit of Lin Yuqing's dynamic through some friend circles, it was expected that Lin Yue would be very interested. Especially, the news that Lin Yuqing and Lin Xiao were gathered together. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family villa, the lights were decorated as if it was a festival. Lin Xiao has already pressed all he has on this dinner. Even though the company is not doing well right now, still, he did his best to arrange it to the best of his ability. Looking forward to being able to clear the air with Lin Yuqing, thus gaining Qin Mo's support. At that point the Lin family will be able to rise from the dead. Not long after, Lin Yuqing did arrive here as promised, dressed in a lady's white suit, looking valiant. A pair of wide sunglasses on the bridge of his nose hid the indelible scar on his cheek. Like a strong woman in the workplace, she walked into the villa with a big stride. I vaguely remember that the last time I lived in the villa was before I accompanied my sister in Fuyuza to go abroad. At that point she didn't realize that so much would happen later. Kidnapped, persecuted, rescued, and sister to sister. But in the end, the heavens took care of her, and Qin Mo did not abandon her, still stood firmly behind her, and even gave her the undercurrent of vengeance. Today is the day for a clean slate. Lin Xiao had long since noticed Lin Yuqing and hurried over. An old face was full of smiles, even more kind than before. There was absolutely no sign of any previous stern touch. Ah, Yuqing, how's the wound recovery going? I've been wanting to visit you for the past few days, but it occurred to me that you seem to have some kind of misunderstanding about me, so I've been repressing the feeling. It had to be said that Lin Xiao's acting skills were very good, speaking to people and talking to ghosts, but I'm glad you're still willing to come back to this house and give me a chance to explain. Explain? Lin Yue gently removed the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. A pair of eyes covered in hatred unapologetically locked eyes with Lin Xiao, not caring in the slightest that the other man was his own father. To this day she has never forgotten the moment she heard her own father utter the words that he was abandoning her, that she was a disgrace. In her most desperate moments, it was a feeling that was worse than death. What are you trying to explain? That the things I've heard are rumors? Lin Yuqing sneered. Lin Xiao, my father, I really didn't expect you to be so vicious. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed in death. Lin Yuqing seemed to know a little too much, which was detrimental to him. Yuqing, you have to believe me, there must be a misunderstanding. Yes, I admit, it's true that I didn't send for you at that time, but there was a hidden agenda, and it's not like you don't know how messed up that part of the country is. Speaking here, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Your father, I'm incapable. I'm burdened with the entire Lin family. Sometimes I have to make some heartfelt decisions. Do you understand? Moreover, you were born into a powerful family, so you naturally know how cruel this really is, and that the family's interests must come first, and must override personal feelings. I am really out of my depth. But daughter, I love you. Lin Yue's expression shifted, but she soon raised a cold smile once again. It's all come to this, and Lin Xiao is still thinking about puaing her. But that's okay. It's early. She's in no hurry. Today she was here to expose Lin Xiao's true colors. Lin Xiao was inwardly relieved when he saw that he seemed to have stabilized Lin Yuqing. Come in first. I had Auntie make you your favorite dish today. Lin Yuqing didn't even look at it and came straight to the sofa and sat down on her butt. Wrapping his arms around himself, he calmly said, add a few more pairs of dishes. I've invited guests. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up at that. Guests? The guest invited by Lin Yuqing is hardly president of the Qin group. Brother Qin Mo will come later. Lin Yuqing gave a direct answer, which also revitalized Lin Xiao inwardly. Finally, it was time to meet Qin Mo. To be honest, since this incident happened, Lin Xiao had only seen Qin Mo once in total. It was at the last Royal Dragon Manor. Although he was still being fixed himself, things were different now. Shin Emo came to his house for dinner. This is significant, and in a way proves that the two families still have something to talk about. Sure enough, ditching Lin Yue and pulling in Lin Yuqing was the right thing to do. This little daughter of his hadn't really let him down. It's not like Lin Yue, who can screw up a blind date. A loser. Alright. I'll immediately ask the kitchen side to add a few more dishes in. Add a few that Xiao Emo loves to eat. Lin Xiao was very excited and turned his head to walk away. In place, Lin Yuqing gazed deeply at Lin Zhao's back, a smile flashing across the corner of her mouth. Be happy for a little while longer. Dad. Inside a hotel, Lin Yue walked out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. While holding a towel to his wet hair, he flipped through his social media apps. As soon as she had just returned today, she planned to go to the hospital to settle the score with Lin Yuqing, her good sister. But I didn't expect that Lin Yuqing had already been discharged from the hospital. When asked where it went, the hospital wasn't sure. Plus, Jade's family had already fallen out and it was impossible for Lin Yue to go home, so she opened a hotel outside and stayed there first. He planned to ask his former friend to find out Lin Yuqing's whereabouts, but before the specifics could be implemented, Lin Yuqing saw the information forwarded by Long Zhantian's personal social media. The specifics are: accompany your boss to the Lin family villa for the Lin family dinner today, and don't bother if you have nothing to do. The Lin family dinner? There was no doubt that it was definitely organized by Lin Xiao for Lin Yuqing, and Qin Mo will be there too. Lin Yue's expression instantly became twisted. Now they're close enough to go to dinner parties together? Then what is she? Lin Yue? After being away for so long, his father hadn't even made a phone call, thus showing that Lin Xiao had completely given up on Lin Yuqing after she returned. Damn Lin Yuqing, I was so good to you before. As a result, you not only want to take away my home, take away Fu Yuza, even my lover also want to completely take away? Fierce eyes looked to a glint of metal on the bed. Sure enough, my good sister, you'd be better off dead to me. Chapter 101, what's your status? Befriending me for generations? Qin Mo and also Long Zhantian arrived at the Lin family villa. Lin Yuqing as well as Lin Xiao and a group of subordinates all bowed at the door to greet them. The moment the vehicle stopped and Qin Mo got out, Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen Qin Mo since the last time he was rescued, though there were only a few days in between. But within the last few days, she had experienced so much. There's a sense of being out of this world. Qin Mo, on the other hand, was still as handsome and mesmerizing as ever. I was really blind in the past. How could I be charmed by that double of Fu Yuza? Lin Yuqing couldn't help but reflect on herself and finally concluded that it was all the fault of that bastard Fu Yuza. Maybe everything would still be fine if it wasn't for him? But fortunately, he was still able to stand by Qin Mo's side. Compared to Lin Yue, the person Qin Mo truly loved was himself, especially when he saw that Qin Mo's side was only Long Zhantian. This thought reached its peak because that annoying Xia Bingyao wasn't there. Sure enough, an underling is an underling, and in ancient times they were all just maidservants. How can a maidservant, even how much she is favored by her master, turn around and become the mistress? Qin Mo's move is proof of this, knowing that he came to see himself today purposely without Xia Bingyao. Brother Mo. Lin Yuqing took the lead and stepped forward. Opening her arms, she wanted to throw herself into Qin Mo's embrace. Ha! Long Zhantian was not happy. Almost without the need for Qin Mo to make a sound, Long Zhantian directly stepped forward and stopped Lin Yuqing. Something to talk about. Mind the impact. Long Zhantian's words were unceremonious, which also caused Lin Yuqing to be upset inside. A pair of eyes stared straight at him, but in the end, he didn't say anything. She's learning the ropes now, and isn't as clueless as she used to be. Long Zhantian was the red man in front of Qin Mo. It was better to try not to offend this guy before he married into the Qin family. However, when you become Mrs. Qin's wife, you'll have a good time. A few inward grumbles of indignation. Lin Yuqing this and stopped her movements and greeted towards Qin Mo. Brother Mo. I missed you after not seeing you for several days. Qin Mo's expression was calm, without any particular emotions. He was here to see the show today, not to stand here and be disgusted by Lin Yuqing. Straight away, he urged, cut the crap. Are we going to stand here until dawn? Lin Xiao, who had been waiting on the sidelines, had a twinkle in his eye and quickly spoke up. Ha ha, look at me. Some hospitality is not good enough. It's not easy for Xiao Mo to come here. Fast forward. The family has already prepared dinner. This know you are coming I but specially ordered to make a lot of your favorite dishes. This remembers when you were a little girl. You were often dragged to eat together by my two girls. Lin Xiao was smiling and enthusiastic. Only Qin Mo didn't bother to pay attention to him and led Long Zhantian to directly cross over him and walk towards the house. Lin Yuqing hurriedly chased after him. Lin Xiao stiffened in place, his smile a little stiff. As an elder, being ignored like this, Lin Xiao had a complaint in his heart. Still, he took a deep breath and followed into the villa. Shin Mo and the others were led to the dining table by the Lin family's subordinates. Shin Mo had no qualms about walking directly towards the main seat, then was the first to sit down, and also greeted Long Zhantian. Old Long, sit. Lin Yuqing didn't feel anything wrong about this scene. Instead she felt that Shin Mo was showing that he was treating this place as his home. I'm so happy to be here. But then Lin Xiao was in a somewhat less wonderful mood. This was his own home and he was the master. Not to mention that he was one generation older than Shin Mo. How can he say that he was also Shin Mo's elder? But in the end, he was still stood in the main seat by Shin Mo, and then related to the situation just outside the door. Lin Xiao knew that Shin Mo's heart was afraid to have no good reflection on him. Is it because of the problem with Bai Jie? Trying to give me a hard time now? Shock me? Lin Xiao was secretly pondering within himself, having countless thoughts, but never having an answer, and thus, vaguely feeling a little uneasy within himself. Is Mr. Lin usually used to eating standing up at home? Shin Mo straightened his suit before sweeping his gaze towards Lin Xiao. The eyes were playful and aggressive. Lin Xiao's silence was interrupted, and when he met Shin Mo's gaze, he couldn't help but cast his eyes away again in a vain manner. The young man's aura of sophistication made him sweat. What's the matter? I was just checking to see if the food was served. With that, he quickly stepped forward and picked a second seat. Now that he had a request with Shin Mo, he didn't dare to use his seniority to press people. One can only retreat to the next best thing. Brother Mo, you must not have eaten, right? This table is all prepared for you today. Shin Mo smiled gently, his index finger rhythmically tapping on the desktop. The food is quite good. Old dragon, eat first? Then let's eat first? Long Zhantian responded with a smile. The two of them looked at each other, and both realized that they were here today to eat and watch. To put it bluntly, there's something special about eating and watching at the same time. Right. Eat first, eat. Come on people, I'll serve your honored guest. Lin Xiao hurriedly greeted. Food is what people eat, and Shin Mo was really hungry at this time. Although he had just eaten xia bingyao, that kind of eating would instead consume more physical energy. The entire first half of the meal was slightly amicable. Lin Xiao had been trying to find a chance to strike up a conversation, and Shin Mo was silent. Lin Yuqing has also been trying to find an opportunity to flirt with Shin Mo, and Shin Mo only focuses on a dry meal. For a while, both the Lin family father and daughter were a bit embarrassed. Lin Yuqing was a little bit better. She just thought that Shin Mo hadn't done the test he gave himself yet, and she was probably still angry now. Lin Xiao then panicked a bit. Originally, Shin Mo's attitude today made him feel something was wrong. It could almost be said that it was the kind that did not give him any face. But he couldn't just let the situation stagnate like that. He still wanted to beg Shin Mo to resume the order with Lin's group. Seeing that halfway through the meal, Shin Mo and Long Zhantian were acting as if no one was there, directly ignoring him, Lin Xiao was somewhat unable to hold back. That, Xiao Mo, let me toast you. Lin Xiao took the initiative and lifted his wine glass towards Shin Mo. I know that there have been some misunderstandings between our two families during this time, leading to some cracks in our relationship, and I've done some irrational things, but, no matter what, our two families have been friends for generations after all, haven't they? This smile will wipe out any enmity, and with a glass of wine, everything will be written off. And, my company's situation, Xiaoma, you are also clear. This later you and Yuqing married, but also have to rely more on you to lift. Lin Xiao used the wine to talk about it, signaling that it was all a misunderstanding, taking the initiative to show Shin Mo goodwill. Shin Mo took a mouthful of rice and put down his chopsticks before his gaze rested on Lin Xiao's body. What did you say? Lin Xiao blinked his eyes and looked at Shin Mo's lack of movement, and he looked a little embarrassed as he held up his wine glass. It's, alright. Shin Mo directly waved his hand to block it. Too lazy to listen. Generations of friendship? No, right. This term can't be used for this. Shin Mo characterized it directly with a single sentence. Who are you? You've been friends with my family for generations? It's just a neighbor from when I was a kid, and without that status, you'd never have been able to sit at the same table with me for dinner in your life. And friendship for generations? Laugh it off? I hear what you're saying. You want me to resume my investment in the Lin Group, right? Although Shin Mo's tone was unkind, Lin Xiao still nodded his head stiffly. Then I don't think you should have to mind your own business. What do you mean? You're not the biggest shareholder of the Lin Group as I recall. Are you? What do you say? Shin Mo's gaze turned to Lin Yuqing. Lin Xiao was stunned, somewhat incredulous. Yuqing, how is this? Lin Yuqing finally removed her gaze from Shin Mo's body at this time. She knew it was time to get down to business. The corner of his mouth raised a cold smile, and he was nonchalant towards Lin Xiao, without any of the respect that a daughter would have for her father. Literally, Mr. Lin, the fact is that the decision of Lin's group is not in your hands, but in mine. What? Lin Xiao was truly appalled this time. Lin's group? How could it be in Lin Yuqing's hands? You can call now to check. Lin's group. A large number of shares were acquired. Now are in my hands. No more no less, just 51%. So, my good father, the truth is that the Lin group is mine, not yours. Chapter 102, Starting a War. Rebellion. So, I have absolute say in the decisions of the Lin group. If I say this thing can't be done, then you can't do anything. Lin Yuqing stared straight at Lin Xiao, unceremoniously standing against him. Straight to Lin Xiao's face, he said, "You want to save the Lin family? Sorry, I don't agree." Nowadays, even if Qin Mo agreed to lend a helping hand to the Lin group, Lin Yuqing could make up a reasonable reason to refuse. Not only Qin Mo, nowadays Lin Xiao, even if the painstaking efforts to pull the investor will not help, as long as Lin Yuqing wanted to bring down the Lin group, there was nothing Lin Xiao could do. After figuring this out, it was as if Lin Xiao's strength had been drained from his body. The footsteps were weak and staggered back. A pair of eyes looked at Lin Yuqing incredulously. Shivering, he murmured and opened his mouth. "Do you want to watch our Lin family go bankrupt?" No. Lin Yuqing immediately shook her head in rebuttal. The corner of his mouth lifted into a disdainful smile as he said, "The Lin family is not my home, so don't hold the Lin family against me. You disowned me a long time ago and expect me to save you?" Finally saying it to her face, Lin Yuqing was incomparably happy inside. Looking at Lin Xiao's groping expression with a huge shock, it was as if she had gotten out a mouthful of bad anger. Or perhaps, indeed, out of the blue. Who told Lin Xiao to abandon her? Who let the Lin family wrong her? They are to blame for all of this and have it coming to them. As for whether the Lin family is going bankrupt, what does that have to do with her? She is no longer a member of the Lin family, but a member of the Qin family. After today's matter was finished, she would be able to fulfill her agreement with Qin Mo and thus marry into the Qin family. Fly up to the branch and become a phoenix. What is the Lin family? What is Lin Xiao? It's all worthless, not to mention the little assets the Lin family has now. As long as they marry Qin Mo, inexhaustible wealth in minutes. If she wanted to, she could create more than 10 Lin families with a single sentence. The fact that this is the flavor of power is fascinating. Within just a few days, Lin Yuqing's mind had undergone a radical change. Everything that he cared about in the past didn't matter anymore. Even if there was no hatred in this, Lin Yuqing would still go after the Lin family. The purpose was to lean on Qin Mo. "Rainy, how could you? Didn't I tell you? It was all a misunderstanding." "It was a misunderstanding. It's not that I didn't save you." But Lin Xiao opened his mouth, but was immediately interrupted by Lin Yuqing. "Do you need me to play the recording out?" Lin Yuqing sneered. "How can you argue with hard facts? Do you know what happened the day I was captured? Do you know what kind of torture I went through?" She pointed to the indelible scars on her face, the viciousness in her eyes. "Do you know how that Lin Yue actually made it out alive? I'll tell you better. It was her who abandoned me. It was her and that bastard Fu Yuza who teamed up to abandon me. And you? What have you done? You unconditionally trusted that Lin Yue only because she was useful to you, while I was useless to you, even just a laughingstock, a disgrace. That's why you didn't save me." Lin Yuqing panted heavily, her face looking particularly hideous with the scars. On the main seat of the dining table, Qin Mo crossed his legs. On the side, Long Zhantian brought a fruit plate from somewhere. "Young master, eat melon and eat melon. This melon is good." Qin Mo turned his head to look at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Couldn't help but praise. "Eyesight." Then grabbed a handful and got high without a care in the world. "That's a must." Long Zhantian heatedly laughed. "Good show ah, good show ah." If it was placed in the theater he probably would not be able to resist rewarding a wave. The two men's voices were muffled as if they were whispers. It didn't affect the two emotionally uptight people. Or perhaps, Lin Yuqing was indulging in the thrill of revenge, while Lin Xiao, in stock, was blinded by curses. But immediately after the reaction, his face also quickly grimaced, deadly clenching his teeth. He was somewhat unable to accept it inside. In fact, Lin Xiao was a macho man who cared more about dignity. Today, in front of outsiders, he was scolded by his own daughter. The face can't hang on to it. Yes, it was indeed an indisputable fact that he didn't save Lin Yuqing, but he was an elder, and he was already losing face in front of Qin Mo. He can't afford to offend Qin Mo. But how dare you, a daughter, scold your own father like that? But for now he was trying to restrain his senses as best he could. "Yuqing, this matter Dad did have a mistake. I can apologize to you, but no matter what we are a family. There is no hurdle that can't be passed, isn't it?" The words were interspersed with the sound of gnashing teeth. He's really trying hard to suppress his anger now, but Lin Yuqing didn't buy it. "Whose family with you? Don't give yourself a high hat. Are you kidding? He's going to be a member of the Qin family soon. How can he admit it? Do you really want to do something so desperate?" Lin Zhao's gaze was gloomy, and his words revealed a chill. "You're the one who did the desperate thing first. Lin Yuqing responded nonchalantly. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, perhaps realizing that the method of trying to get Lin Clan to please their plight by easing the relationship with Lin Yuqing was no longer working. He was also completely pressed. Then what do you think you are? Lin Xiao directly disliked him. What? Lin Yuqing was on the verge of laughing. And you're blaming me? Who are you to blame me for someone who doesn't even care about his daughter? Lin Xiao has been completely unable to hold back, since Lin Yuqing has completely disapproved of him as a father. So let's just spread out all the words and say, what qualifications? I'm telling you, you just stock deserved it. Lin Yuqing, you're just as much to blame for everything you've suffered. It's all your own fault. And you're complaining about God. What's this bull asterisk about me not saving you? Would there be such a thing if you didn't accompany Fu Yuza, that limp-wrist man, on a trip? Ming Ming's relationship with Qin Xiao will surely make our Lin family soar in the future. And what have you done? And accompanying a green tea man abroad? And picking young Qin's birthday? Let me tell you, our Lin family has come to this point today thanks to you and your brain-damaged sister. You shut up! A flash of panic flashed in Lin Yuqing's eyes, and she immediately raised her voice to forcefully interrupt Lin Xiao. I'm just traveling with a friend, and I also admit that I looked at the wrong person. I admit that I was wrong, and Brother Mo forgave me for it. Lin Xiao laughed. Hee, looking at the wrong person? In the end you're still looking at the wrong person. If the kidnapping hadn't happened, if that softy guy hadn't been exposed, then would you still be wrong? No, I'm telling you, you wouldn't have left the country with that man if you really knew it was wrong. What friendship? What treating me like a brother? I've had more salt than you've had rice. What did you say when I asked you to come back then? If the kidnapping hadn't happened, what would have happened to you afterward? What pure friendship is there between men and women? It's just a woman finding a justifiable reason for her cheating, comforting yourself for so long that you believe it yourself. When something really happens, it's an accident, a drunken stupor, right? Chapter 103, only one position? Then get rid of the other one. Lin Xiao was also so infuriated that he had completely disregarded any consequences and dared to say anything, turning his head to look at Qin Mo. Young Qin, no matter what, I'm over 50 years old. I've lived for so long, a lot of things have been seen through. Don't be fooled by her. This kind of thing can happen once. It will happen twice. If not today, it will be later, because by nature, she's an unsympathetic, thrill-seeking one. Lin Xiao completely gave up. Since it was not possible to go down this path from Lin Yuqing, it was time to change his thinking. Although he didn't know exactly what method Lin Yuqing used to get on Qin Mo's lap. It could be regret, begging for forgiveness, repentance, and so on. But no matter what the reason was, he had to expose Lin Yuqing. Let Qin Mo know Lin Yuqing's true colors. Of course, there is no lack of stirring up the pot to get yourself to the moral high ground. Qin Mo recognized Lin Yuqing's true nature and was not offering Lin Yuqing any help. He himself could brush a wave of goodwill in front of Qin Mo in the meantime, and maybe things would turn around for the company. There's still a chance for glory. And in his opinion, the day after this incident happened, Lin Xiao made a phone call and even ordered the Lin sisters to return to China immediately. But the Lin sisters wouldn't listen. So what did it matter to him? Lin Yue and also Lin Yuqing took her brother out of the country and let Qin Mo off the hook. As a result, in the end, it was he, Lin Xiao, who was screwed. And to be honest, he was a bit aggrieved. And now, since Lin Yuqing had disowned the father-daughter bond and even wanted him dead, then don't blame him for not being polite. Qin Mo and Long Zhantian were quite happy getting high on melon. For Lin Xiao to suddenly point the finger at himself, he also understood what Lin Xiao meant. He does have a good point. But the point is, Qin Mo didn't believe Lin Yuqing from the beginning to the end. Lin Yuqing was nothing more than a pawn for him to utilize. As for what Lin Yuqing said to recognize the mistake, reform, before that are blinded and so on, who would believe that? It's just people like that by nature. Today a Fu Yuza came out. Tomorrow maybe a Wang Yuza, Li Yuza will come out. As for Lin Xiao, this guy is also an old fox, just a raccoon. How else could they have given birth to such superb Lin sisters? Indeed, at first, Lin Xiao was the first to call the Lin sisters. But so what? It's just a matter of making a say because your own interests are being compromised. Not to mention the fact that Lin Xiao, a man with a backbone in his heart, still held the handle of the so-called Qin group in his hand. It was that list that was nothing to Qin Mo. Even after getting the list from the Lin family's butler, he had already arranged for someone to handle it. Nowadays that thing is not a threat at all. But for Lin Xiao, you secretly hold that's your problem. Therefore, cleaning up such a family Qin Mo would not have the slightest psychological burden. Cough. Qin Mo lightly coughed twice. Then his gaze went to Lin Yuqing. Honestly, your father has a point. The current flavor of gunpowder wasn't enough. Qin Mo planned to fill in another fire. As expected, when those words fell, Lin Yuqing panicked a bit. Brother Mo, don't believe him. She hurriedly went forward and squatted in front of Qin Mo and tilted her head to explain. her words full of hatred for Lin Xiao. He's nothing but a scum who can even abandon his own daughter for profit. Saying those things, and only because they want to get back at me. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Qin Mo again with a pitiful look in his eyes. Hands rested on Qin Mo's legs, even trembling a little, deeply afraid that Qin Mo would believe Lin Xiao's words and thus change his attitude towards her. Brother Mo, you know me, I would die for you, I love you the most. Qin Mo gently caressed Lin Yuqing's face, his fingers lingering on the obvious scar for a moment. The tone was inaudibly joyful. Then prove it to me, young Qin. You don't really believe her bull ******, do you? Lin Xiao frowned, nor was he calling Qin Mo little Mo anymore. The trick of climbing up the ladder no longer works, so simply lower your stance. My two daughters, I've watched them grow up, so naturally I know her character as well as what kind of person she is. You shut up. Lin Yuqing's expression was hideous. Lin Xiao tried to provoke her relationship with Qin Mo 3 times. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? This scumbag, why can't he see himself better? Obviously, he was the one who had been wronged. Didn't he feel even the slightest bit of guilt? Is it wrong to retaliate? No, this is what Lin Xiao deserves. He who abandons his daughter deserves to go bankrupt. Why can't we just be honest and accept the results? Why did you drag her into this? She has a brighter future ahead of her. Lin Xiao, from today onwards, I'm going to sever my father-daughter relationship with you, and there goes your Lin group. Nope, I won't let you have any way to rise from the dead. You deserve to be trampled into the dust, and you should repent for that. Lin Yuqing. Lin Xiao was also enraged, and he couldn't stop trembling as he pointed his finger at Lin Yuqing. I should never have had you in the first place. Slap. Abruptly, applause resounded at the gate. The antagonistic father and daughter both looked toward the front door at the same time. Qin Mo and Long Zhantian were no exception. A slender figure stood where she was, clapping her hands and walking recklessly into the villa. When he saw that person's face, Qin Mo's expression became wonderful. Coming, Lin Yue. Yes, there was no one other than Lin Yue who could break into this villa at this critical moment. After all, Lin Yue was also one of the owners of this home, and it wasn't unusual for her to be able to come in. Now, the 3 forces have arrived. The climax Qin Mo had been waiting for was also coming. On the side, Long Zhantian looked excited as well. The 3 members of the Lin family, each one of them, were enemies of each other, tearing each other apart, and the situation became interesting. Watching this scene, Long Zhantian couldn't help but deepen his admiration for Qin Mo by a few points. From start to finish, what did Qin Mo do? In fact, not much was done. Just a few casual remarks and arrangements. It would be easy to sow discord, and the 3 members of the Lin family were like playthings, being toyed with by Qin Mo. This kind of tactic was not too brilliant, but it was enough for Long Zhantian to learn. Sometimes it's just a matter of killing the head, and attacking the heart is the way to go. Accompanied by the applause that was full of mockery, Lin Yue came to the dining table. Looking at the 2 of them, Lin Yuqing and also Lin Xiao, the corner of her mouth raised a mocking smile. That's brilliant, Dad. It looks like Yuqing isn't going to forgive you, so wouldn't it have been a waste of effort for you to give up on me that day and choose her instead? The night of the blind date, Lin Zhao's behavior Lin Yue could not forget. This man, who stood behind himself 1 second, could turn his face away the next, and beat himself up for Lin Yuqing. It's ironic, after all that, what did he get in the end? Will Lin Yuqing thank him? Ridiculous, so ridiculous. Yuvi, what brings you here? Lin Xiao and Lin Yuqing didn't have the same reaction. Lin Xiao was surprised. Lin Yuqing, on the other hand, felt a little bad. His body couldn't help but move a small step sideways, shielding Qin Mo's figure. Subconsciously, Lin Yue felt that Lin Yue was here for Qin Mo, and it was true. Seeing Lin Yuqing's subconscious movements, Lin Yue laughed disdainfully. Lin Yuqing, you don't really think that Azumi loves you, do you? What do you mean? Isn't it me that Brother Mo loves? Is it you? Oh, you still don't know, do you? Mo and I have already met, and I know why you can follow Mo's side. Lin Yue's gaze crossed over Lin Yuqing and looked at Qin Mo, incomparably infatuated and even slightly crazy. She couldn't forget that day in Qin Mo's office. Qin Mo had said the words anyone is the same, but there is only one position. Yeah, there's only one location, so wouldn't just divide the other one? So, I came here today to get Azumi back to me. Chapter 104, Carbon-Based Biocooler. Azumi? What's going on? Lin Yuqing didn't quite understand. Why did Lin Yue say that? And met with Qin Mo? When? How can that be? Qin Mo loves her. How could he meet with Lin Yue? It didn't even wait for Qin Mo to make a sound. Lin Yuqing then immediately opened her mouth, not knowing if it was because she was afraid of hearing some desperate answer from Qin Mo's mouth. Lin Yuqing directly thought of an excuse. I know, you're sowing discord. Lin Yue, you must be stirring up trouble, right? You're the one who abandoned Brother Mo. At that time in that basement, you're the one who said you wanted to go on with Fu Yuza. You're the one who didn't want Brother Mo. How can Brother Mo still love you? She shook her head, certain that this matter was Lin Yue making up her own mind. She was trying to anger herself and even make herself misunderstand Qin Mo. Lin Yue, you're really ruthless. You can even abandon your own sister for your own sake. It's true that you and Lin Xiao are the same. You're worthy of being father and daughter. Lin Yuqing had spoken with complete disregard for consequences and logic. The resentment inside her made her like a wild animal, and she was on the verge of losing all her own thinking. It's funny how you deceive yourself. Lin Yue's words carried naked mockery. She skimmed the full body mirror in the corner of the house aside and said, "Sister, do you want to look at yourself in the mirror? A disfigured woman. Do you think Azumi will look at you? It's not that I'm saying that even I feel sick at the sight of you. The scars on your face are like maggots. Who would want to marry you? What's more, even if you weren't disfigured, you're not as good looking as me, not as tall as me, not as fit as me, and your breasts you're not as big as me. So what gives you the right? Blow up." The scene is pretty blown up. Climax after climax. Qin Mo and Long Zhantian watched with great interest, while Lin Xiao on the side had long been baffled, watching his two daughters hold it against each other as if they were enemies, even treating themselves the same way. Just now he was arguing with himself, and the next second he was arguing with Lin Yue. 3 men, 3 positions, and the confusion had overwhelmed him a bit. All I can think about is, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Questions like that, and Lin Yuqing, who was verbally attacked by Lin Yue, also inadvertently glanced at the full body mirror in the corner, reflecting her own touch. Indeed, compared to Lin Yue, she really had a lot of shortcomings that, what's more, the scars on her face were sinuous and hideous, and they were some of her most painful memories, and something she desperately didn't want to bring up. A lot of what Lin Yue said made sense, and Lin Yuqing had been afraid that the scars on her face would make Qin Mo hate her and loathe her. It's just that she can't accept the consequences, so she doesn't even think about it. Resign yourself to your fate. Lin Yuqing, you'll never be a match for me in this life. In this life you can only pick up what I don't want. But I'm sorry, Azumi is mine, you can't take it from me. And there's nothing you can do about it. But you can still go to Fu Yuza. Isn't that asshole standing by your side? I tell you, Fu Yuza, I don't want it, you take it away. I don't care at all. A smile lifted the corners of her mouth as she spoke, because seeing Lin Yuqing lose her mind made her taste the victor. Even the aura has become condescending. Yeah, who is Lin Yuqing to compete with her? The reason why Lin Yuqing was able to get close to Qin Mo before was purely because she was the one who was saved at that time. If the person Qin Mo saved was her, Lin Yue, then the person who got closer to Qin Mo was also her. Lin Yuqing is just drilling a hole. Do you really take yourself as a dish? Ridiculous. Pathetic. Get the hell out of my way. She took a step to Lin Yuqing's side and grabbed Lin Yuqing's shoulder to push her away. Qin Mo was hers, Lin Yue, and no one could take it away. But it was this push that made Lin Yuqing react. Teeth crunched. Yeah, growing up everything good was given to my sister first before her. Why should I? Why? Because she's a sister? You stole your father's attention. You stole Fu Yuza, and now you want to steal a man? Gunning away her future glory? What a joke. Moreover, to whom did she owe the scars on her face? If Lin Yue hadn't betrayed her at that time and left her to those terrorists, would you be like this yourself? Will he or she still suffer those inhuman tortures? Now Lin Yue even had the face to mock herself with her scars? It's too much. It's just too much. Instantly, countless anger erupted like a volcano within Lin Yuqing, backhandedly grabbing Lin Yue's hand that pushed her. The two of them stared at each other. Lin Yue's eyebrows furrowed. Yeah, I do have a disgusting scar on my face. But, isn't that thanks to you? Would I be like this if it weren't for you? It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Lin Yuqing's eyes were almost red. Her remaining sanity all but disappeared at this moment. Grabbing the bottle on the tabletop with one hand, Lin Yuqing mercilessly smashed a beer bottle on Lin Yue's head. Broken bottles of wine spewed out interspersed with spicy liquor. A smear of blood slid down from Lin Yue's forehead, smashed to the ground. Lin Yue's pupils widened as she touched her head. Blood mixed with the crumbs of the bottle. Other than that, it was Lin Yuqing's hideous face. Sister, you should also taste the taste of disfigurement. Lin Yuqing picked up the broken shards of glass on the ground, not caring that her hand was cut with a gash from the shards. The tight grip was about to stab towards Lin Yue's cheek. The scene was in chaos. Although Lin Xiao was indifferent, the situation in front of him was not what he wanted to see. Immediately, he stepped forward and tried to block both sides. Long Zhantian looked at the entangled Lin family sisters on the ground, silently escorted Qin Mo and retreated to the back. It would be bad luck to avoid being mistakenly injured. Young master, I really didn't expect that the two women tearing it up are really showing no mercy at all. thanks to the fact that they used to be sisters. After retreating to a safe distance, Long Jiantian couldn't help but comment, "It's just a matter of blame." Qin Mo patted his sleeve. It was stained with some of Lin Yue's blood. This made Qin Mo feel a little bad luck. The tussle continued over there, with the Lin sisters constantly entangled. Lin Xiao tried to separate the two, but was unable to do anything. These two women are crazy. They're really crazy. Each one of them carried the madness in their eyes that they wanted to get the other party completely killed. Between the struggles, Lin Yue's face was directly slashed with a hideously large gash by Lin Yuqing with a fragment. Half of his face was stained with blood, and the smell of blood filled the air. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! Lin Yuqing was like a lioness that had been offended. The shards of glass held in his hand frantically stabbed atop Lin Yue's body, until a certain point. Bang! A loud bang came out and the scene instantly quieted down. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Carbon-based biocooler goes off. Chapter 105, Your Own Attention. What does it have to do with me? Lin Yuqing only felt a sharp pain coming from her abdomen. That extreme madness-like emotion was calmed in a blink of an eye. Blood stained his shirt and dripped to the ground. In a short time, it converged into a pool of blood. Lin Yuqing, who was pressing down on Lin Yue, looked incredulously at the smoking muzzle. The entire body seemed to have lost its strength, and it directly went limp and collapsed on the ground. He couldn't stop coughing as the blood poured down his throat. Lin Xiao was also baffled. Standing on the sidelines, for the first time, he felt at a loss for words. Looking at Lin Yue's blood-stained face, a touch of coldness ran up from his kicks to the sky. The foot stumbled back 2 steps. There was still a residue of horror in his expression. How could he not expect that Lin Yue was carrying a gun? A gun? In a place where guns are banned. This also showed that Lin Yue had come with the idea of getting Lin Yuqing killed from the very beginning. Otherwise, you wouldn't purposely mess with such contraband. It's a little creepy when you think about it like that. Would Lin Yue, this crazy person who even killed her own sister, turn the gun on herself on a whim? After all, never will reason with a crazy person, even if it is her father. Not to mention a father with a grudge. Lin Xiao couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and fine beads of sweat permeated his forehead. At this moment, Lin Yue, whose body was finally relaxed, was panting heavily. Half of his face was covered in blood, and there was a cut from a shard of glass. It looked hideous. She reached out with one trembling hand to caress the side of her face. After ascertaining that he had indeed been cut by Lin Yuqing with a bloody wound, my face. The fear of being disfigured surged through his mind, but it immediately turned into a monstrous rage. Lin Yuqing, how dare she? How dare she? If you disfigure yourself, do you want to disfigure her too? Sure enough, after all, it was still a mistake to be soft-hearted. As early as just now she should have given Lin Yuqing a shot as soon as she came in. Why should I think about looking at Lin Yuqing's desperate face? How could she have been disfigured if she had been more decisive in the first place? ******ing. Enraged, she lifted her pistol and rose from the ground. The cloaked hair and blood-covered face looked like an evil spirit from hell. Both eyes were stained with blood and looked incredibly scarlet. She gazed at Lin Yuqing, who was on the ground, unable to move and drawing out in pain. There was nothing in her mind of the old sisterhood. There is only a perverted version of the thrill. Lin Yuqing, you don't deserve to die. You should have died in the first place. Why did you come back? If you die somewhere, maybe I'll have to burn paper money for you on New Year's holidays and pay my respects. But why did you come back? Why did you come back to ruin it all? Even when you disfigure yourself, you have to drag me along for the ride? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The icy cold muzzle of the gun was aimed directly at Lin Yuqing's head. She was about to shoot when she suddenly paused. Slowly turning her head, she looked towards Qin Mo, who had retreated to the back, was looking at her with his arms wrapped around her. The anger on her face snapped. Become a little alarmed. No, I can't do this in front of Azumi again. I can't give Azumi a bad impression. Stiffly turning her head, she looked at Lin Yue. At least, you can't let Azumi see the scene where your brain explodes, so give you a good decent death. Move the muzzle of the gun from the head to the heart of the chest. Well, cough. Lin Yuqing was struggling, but to no avail. Horrified eyes stared at her sister. Go to hell. Lin Yuqing, I hope we can still be sisters in our next life. The smile at the corner of Lin Yue's mouth was so terrifying. Just as she was about to pull the trigger. Enough. Qin Mo suddenly snapped. Lin Yue's fingers lurched. A shimmering light snapped up in Lin Yuqing's desperate eyes. Lin Yue slowly raised her head to look at Qin Mo. Mo, what did you say? I've said enough. Qin Mo's voice was cold, and he just stared at her. As he spoke, no one noticed that Long Jiantian, who was originally supposed to stand beside Qin Mo, had already disappeared, just like a shadow. At the moment when everyone didn't notice, it just disappeared out of thin air from Qin Mo's side. Azumi, I'll take care of her soon. Without Lin Yuqing we can be together, can't we? Lin Yue didn't understand but didn't shoot anymore. Shin Mo didn't say much, but calling off Lin Yue was indeed necessary. Just kidding, Lin Yuqing could die, but not now. Now that Lin Yuqing is dead, who should we find to pay back the 50 years owed to Shin Mo? Isn't that a blood loss? That's all there is to it. Next it was time for Shin Mo to fulfill the agreement with Lin Yuqing. Revenge on Fu Yuza, revenge on Lin Yue, revenge on the Lin family. This matter ends here, Shin Mo said. Is this the end? Lin Yue clenched her teeth in death. It was tempting to just pull the trigger and take Lin Yuqing's life, but since Shin Mo sent words, then she reluctantly let Lin Yuqing go. Anyway, even if he didn't make up for this shot, Lin Yuqing wouldn't necessarily be able to live. Even if he survived, he would only be a half-cripple, never able to compete with her for anything. Standing up from the blood-stained floor, Lin Yue wiped the blood from her face with her sleeve. With an effort, he raised a smile, eyes filled with hope. She looked at Shin Mo. Then, Mo, we can be together, right? For your sake, I even showed no mercy to my own sister, and that's enough to prove that I love you, isn't it? There's also Fu Yuza, that bastard, who came to seduce me before on the basis of having a 3-point resemblance to you. Azumi, I won't let him off the hook either. Azumi, don't worry, I will definitely thwart Fu Yuza, make him suffer 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Lin Yue didn't realize that Fu Yuza had already GA once a long time ago. It was said purely as a show of loyalty. I hope Shin Mo can accept himself. Only, what are you babbling about? Shin Mo spread his hands in feigned incomprehension. Does it matter to me that you did it to your own sister? As well as things like us being together. Is there any necessary connection? Why should I forgive you? The moment these words came out, Lin Yue instantly froze. Expression stiffens. No, not what you said. There is only one location. Yeah, but did I say the words that I would forgive you without Lin Yuqing? Shin Mo laughed lightly and shook his head. It's all your own assertion. What's it got to do with me? I didn't instruct you. And, I think you just made a particularly good point. Shin Mo tilted his head and looked at Lin Yuqing, who was collapsed in a pool of blood, or rather the scars on Lin Yuqing's face. Let me repeat it for you. Who do you think would look at a disfigured woman? Even you feel sick when you see it. For me too. The scars on your face are as horrible as maggots. Who do you think would want to marry you? Chapter 106. I'm standing right in front of you. What can you do about it? The scars on your face are as horrible as maggots. Do you think I'd look at you? Shin Mo's words resounded within this cluttered hall. Lin Yue was stumped. Scarlet blood was still bubbling out of the wound. However, Lin Yue couldn't care about this pain. Her mind was filled with what Shin Mo had just said. He dislikes himself? And what is one doing all this for? Even going so far as to kill someone with a gun. And for what? Blinking rapidly a few times, she simply couldn't accept the outcome. Can't stop shaking his head. It's not like that. That's not true. Azumi, that's not what you said in the first place. Azumi, you lied to me, didn't you? You clearly said that it only takes one person, so I can even kill my own sister. Surely you won't just abandon me. Surely you won't. She wanted to step forward. However, Shin Mo frowned and stepped back a bit with a face full of disgust, lest he be stained with more blood. Looking at Shin Mo's retreating steps, Lin Yue stiffened. She couldn't accept such an outcome. She had made so many sacrifices and given so much in order to be able to replace Lin Yuqing, even at the risk of breaking the law, only to have it all come to nothing in the end? Unacceptable. In any case, Lin Yue couldn't accept it. She had given too much, and this price was not one she could afford. It's always the case that the more people give, the less they can accept the consequences of failure. I know. It's because of this scar, right? Her eyes rolled as she seemed to understand something. That must be it. Damn you, Lin Yuqing. But Azumi, don't worry. I'm not badly hurt. Saying that, her all-along hand touched the location of the wound on her face. Quite excitedly, he said, look, this is just a superficial injury. There are very good medical plastic surgery techniques abroad. As long as you pay enough money, it's not a problem to recover to your former appearance. By then, I'll still be the same beautiful Lin Yue, and we'll be together. The corner of Shin Mo's mouth hooked up with a touch of disdain. Together? Do you think you're worthy? What do you mean? Lin Yue deadpanned, gripping the pistol in her hand. Green veins rippled above the backs of his white hands. Literally, do you think you deserve it? Or, am I not you? Shin Mo looked like he hadn't noticed, still recklessly irritating Lin Yue, with mockery in her tone. Oh, don't be naive. Look at what you look like now. Just a crazy person. Not to mention you're a criminal now. Enough. Lin Yue's eyes were covered in blood. Something in her heart completely shattered at this moment. The voice was laced with hysteria. Unbearable. She couldn't bear her own failure. And even more so, she couldn't bear the fact that after she had given everything, she was still being humiliated and trampled on by Chin Mo without a care in the world. Azumi, don't you make me, don't you force me, I don't want to lose everything, don't make me. Chin Mo paused, his expression changing slightly, making it somewhat intriguing, just staring at her, his tone slightly more serious. Oh, and what can you do about it? Lin Yue's arm, which was tightly gripping the firearm, was trembling, but with this kind of situation being forced into a corner, she had no choice. She almost killed her own sister with her own hands, severed her relationship with Lin Xiao, and was abandoned by Chin Mo at the beginning. Yes, the beginning of the end. It was Chin Mo who betrayed her. It was Chin Mo who felt that he had become ugly, so he temporarily changed his mind about not wanting himself. That must be it. She's got nothing left. Nothing. It won't work. Mo. Then don't blame me. I'm giving you two choices now. Either marry me, give me half of Chin Group, or, now you die here. The madness in his eyes completely took over all reason. Lin Yue nonchalantly threatened Chin Mo. The gun was in her hands, and she was the one who should be able to rule the roost here. On what grounds did Chin Mo reject her? No. Here, even the once high and mighty Chin Mo had to listen to her. Otherwise there is only death. Ha! Threatening me? Interesting. Half of Chin Group's shares. You're also asking for a lion's share. This is also one of your objectives, isn't it? Enough benefits can indeed make people until they abandon everything. Even your own relatives can do it. But, Chin Mo spread out his hands without any worries. The words were full of provocation. Can you do it? I'm standing right in front of you. What can you do about it? Azumi, don't force me. Don't force me. Lin Yue yelled frantically, her gun aimed at Chin Mo for the first time. And in that instant, a black shadow was so fast that it was too late to react. Ka-ching! In just an instant, the pistol pointing at Chin Mo was taken away, and immediately after that, Lin Yue could feel her right hand being directly broken. Sharp pain swept through her entire body, and all of a sudden, Lin Yue's face went a few shades of white. The body went limp and fell to his knees. Long Zhantian appeared beside Lin Yue at an unknown time. After breaking Lin Yue's right hand, he leaned on the dining table, still playing with Lin Yue's pistol in his hand. Playing with guns in front of me? What class? The unrelenting mockery made Lin Yue, who was covering her wrists, feel desperate. When did this man disappear? I didn't even notice? Chin Mo was not surprised by this. As early as the moment Lin Yue pulled out her gun, Long Zhantian had already quietly lurked. In order to do so, it was to ensure that Chin Mo was in an absolutely safe environment. As long as there was anyone who intended to be unfavorable to Chin Mo, lurking in the shadows, he was able to react first and take care of his opponents quickly. As Chin Mo's personal bodyguard, this kind of thing that has long been familiar. This was also the reason why Chin Mo did not place Lin Yue in his eyes. Even if Long Zhantian did miss, with Chin Mo's own stance, it would be enough to react. Young master, this woman, too, Long Zhantian said, slowly raising his firearm against Lin Yue's head. The crisis of death instantly enveloped Lin Yuqing's heart. This was a fear that no one could resist, even Lin Yue, who was acting as if she was crazy. As a woman, she couldn't accept that she had given so much, but she still could not escape the fate of being abandoned by Chin Mo, so she would go crazy because of it, and therefore have a seizure. He even went so far as to threaten Chin Mo, and the reason for this was that he wanted to take back everything he had lost in this way. But as a human being, when confronted with the most essential issues like life and death, fear sprouts from the bottom of the heart. As at this moment, human instinct overcame the woman's madness. Lin Yue was starting to feel scared. The eyes were clearing. She will send her a lifetime tour of the villa. Chin Mo thought for a moment and made a decision. Overseas island facilities are being constructed. It was just as well that Lin Yue could be a part of it at that time, and be a companion with Fu Yujie, Xian, and the others. Well, at least it's a group of protagonists, isn't it? It's kind of squeezing the last bit of value out of these protagonists. At the end of his life, he had to bring Chin Mo a profit to do so. Lin Yue could no longer turn over any waves, which also meant that one of the articles in the contract with Lin Yuqing had been completed. Lin Yue got her punishment, and it was considered to help Lin Yuqing take revenge. According to the agreement, the next one is, Chin Mo turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao, who was silenced on the side. Chapter 107, I don't care if it's right or wrong. Lin Yuqing, who had fallen into a pool of blood, did not die. It's also fortunate that the shot was in the abdomen. It's been seeping out blood though, but she was also doing her best to keep her hands dead center to prevent too much of her blood from draining out. Trying to keep my wits about me, she wanted to see Lin Yue and also Lin Xiao pay the price with her own eyes. Yes, as expected, Chin Mo was still on her side. Did the ridiculous Lin Yue really think she could snatch Chin Mo? No, Chin Mo loves her. Maybe she would have been a little shaken just now, but it didn't matter. At the last minute, Qin Mo still chose her and saved her from Lin Yue's men. He even helped her take revenge on Lin Yue. What a relief to watch. And now, Qin Mo had aimed his spear at Lin Xiao, moreover echoing Lin Yuqing's sentiment. The blood-stained lips couldn't stop rising. She knew that Qin Mo was taking it out on her. At this moment, Qin Mo didn't bother to pay attention to what exactly Lin Yuqing was thinking. It just turned its gaze to Lin Xiao. Qin Xiao, it was Lin Yue who aimed the gun at you. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Mo's eyes were icy cold, causing one to feel an inexplicable wave of hostility. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little worried that Qin Mo would be angry with him because of what happened to Lin Yue. What are you nervous about? Qin Mo gently shook his head and casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Speaking to himself, he said, honestly, this drama has gone on long enough, and letting your Lin's group live for a few more days can be considered a mercy on my part. However, you're really pathetic. Even your own daughter hates you so much, so ending up in today's situation is nothing more than your own fault. Qin Mo's voice was flat, as if he was stating something irrelevant. However, Lin Xiao was sweating profusely at the moment. What exactly did Qin Mo mean by all this? Is he going to take the initiative against Lin's group? Lin Xiao was flustered. The mountainous pressure at the scene made him feel breathless, so much so that he was breathing a little too hard. Didn't he do everything so that he could bring Lin's group back from the dead? Can you get yourself back to enjoying glory and prosperity again? How much effort did he really put into this? Who knows? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Lin Xiao couldn't help but say, Mr. Qin, I don't know why you want to help Lin Yuqing, but I've already made it very clear that Lin Yuqing is not a good person. She's my daughter, and I'm very clear. Moreover, the reason why Lin Yuqing was able to hold 51% of the Lin Group's shares must also be due to General Manager Qin, right? But Lin Yuqing is not a smart person. Mr. Qin, you are a businessman. You should put profit first. If you choose me, I believe I can bring you more profit. Until now, Lin Xiao still held the idea of being able to pull Qin Mo in. Businessmen sought profit, and so did Lin Xiao himself, so he wanted to try a little harder. But unfortunately, Qin Mo all but rolled his eyes. So what do you think? Are you any good yourself? Lin Xiao hesitated. I haven't gotten to you yet about Bai Jie, Qin Mo said indifferently. This sentence, however, caused Lin Xiao's heart to beat wildly. Originally, he thought that Qin Mo's willingness to put down his stature to come here for this dinner already meant that he didn't care about Bai Jie's matter. After all, the whole thing hadn't caused any damage to Qin Mo, and Paige had been arrested. She had paid for it, so it was only logical that the matter should be behind her. But I didn't expect Qin Mo at this moment to bring up old matters. This is meant to settle scores in the fall. Lin Xiao's face was hard to see, bean-sized sweat crossing his cheeks and falling low to the floor. Mr. Qin, listen to me. This matter is that stupid woman Bai Jie who took matters into her own hands, and Qin Mo didn't bother to listen and waved his hand to interrupt him. A sentence was uttered that caused Lin Xiao's pupils to quake. In fact, I don't even care if you're back there or not. I don't need a reason for what I do. I think you're involved. You're involved. It doesn't matter if you know or not. What matters is the relationship between Bai Jie and you. Once things happen, right or wrong, I simply don't care. Anyway, cleaning up after you isn't much different than cleaning up after Paige. Smiling gently, Qin Mo spoke. Before, I wanted to see how you jumped around, so you can still stand here now, but now that I don't want to see it, then you and everything about you will have to disappear from here. As Qin Mo's words fell, Lin Xiao's cell phone rang out in the next moment. That's someone from the company. It's been a tough time for the company and most of the employees have run away. Only a few of his inner circle still remained within the company, under pressure, facing countless trivialities every day, struggling to support the building that was about to crumble. The one who called Lin Xiao was one of his most trusted people, and the content of the phone call was clear and concise. The Qin Group had made a move against the Lin Group, inside and outside. The last money on the company's books was Qin's group to the contract project Lin's Group default, forcing Lin's Group to lose a large sum of money. The last of the stabilization funds were scratched. The struggling skyscraper fell apart in an instant, insolvent and about to go bankrupt. All the debtors had rushed into the Lin Group to forcefully collect their debts, egged on by the Qin Group. Everything that could be sold in the company was pulled away to cover the debt, and even the last employees knew that the tide had turned and there was nothing they could do about it. Overnight, Lin's Group became a thing of the past, and Lin Xiao was instantly bankrupt, and even the villa under his feet would soon be forced into auction. He's got nothing left. Bam! The cell phone slipped helplessly and hit the floor, and there was a sound of chaotic thrashing coming from the receiver. Lin Xiao turned his head with difficulty and looked at Qin Mo. Rights are invisible and colorless, but they are real and present to everyone, and it will always be expressed in the most appropriate way depending on the occasion and the object. At this moment, Qin Mo's calm gaze was the best way to express it. It was silent mockery. Lin Xiao took great pains, struggled 1,000 times, and used all his strength to fight left and right. Unbeknownst to him, all of this seemed so ridiculous in Chin Mo's eyes. It's like when humans idly begin to notice the ants on the ground. Humans set up all kinds of difficulties for mole crickets, blocking their way with wooden branches and luring them with food. Standing in God's perspective, watching mole crickets struggle, laugh, grieve, agonize, and despair. At some point, the human race decided that the charade had become too boring. Then he lifted his foot and destroyed all of it with a single kick. Chin Mo, do you really have to do it so absolutely? Curtains were made, and Griffin felt that he had room to fight back. He had taken the human's soft spot. You want to threaten me like Lin Yue? Chin Mo found it funny and asked. This is not a threat. Chin Mo, I admit that I did underestimate you too much, but even if I die, I can still bite a piece of meat off your body. Any more you're hurting, right? Why do we have to go this far? We still have something to talk about. Lin Xiao was like he had grabbed the last rope to save his life. Put all your hopes on this seemingly strong rope. You mean, that list you're holding? Oh, you're still pathetically stupid. That thing will only kill you faster. If you don't believe me, why don't you call and report it now? However, Chin Mo pointed it out without mercy, wiping out all of Lin Xiao's fantasies. At this moment, Lin Xiao went limp as if he had lost all his strength. Lost completely. Chin Mo knows about this. He actually knows? Lin Xiao tried to laugh to himself. He didn't doubt Chin Mo's truthfulness in saying this. Once this kind of thing was known, it would lose all meaning of a threat, because Chin Mo will definitely be on guard. If he didn't have the confidence, Chin Mo would have silenced him the first time he knew about it. But the fact that Chin Mo didn't, proved that this thing wouldn't be a threat even if Lin Xiao held it. A mole cricket is still a mole cricket. Thinking that it has grasped the soft underbelly of human beings and is able to bite a piece of meat down desperately, it turned out that even this soft spot was just a tool for others to fool him. Desperation. That's the real desperation. There was no resistance to the despair. Chapter 108, 50 Years of Disappearing Life. At this moment, Lin Xiao completely lost all sense of resistance. Desperate. It's all too desperate. It was as if no matter how much they struggled, they couldn't roll over Chin Mo's five-finger mountain. He watched it all as if it were a joke. Then, casually, he overrode all his preparations. It's all over. Chin Mo withdrew his gaze from Lin Xiao's body, looking at Lin Yue who was covering her arm on the side, before looking at Lin Xiao who seemed to have completely lost hope. Then he said, take them away and make room for them within the mountain house. Chin Mo's tone was calm, lightly deciding the next fate of these two. Long Zhantian put away the gun he had snatched from Lin Yue. Then with one in each hand, he headed outside. For a while, the villa was quiet. Lin Yuqing covered her abdomen and with great difficulty crawled from the ground to where she leaned next to the sofa. Tilting his head, he took a big gulp of fresh air, but the eyes were full of pleasure. The feeling of having her revenge avenged pleases her. The detestable Lin Yue, and the inhuman Lin Xiao, were all punished. She would never forget the desperate faces of Lin Yue and also Lin Xiao. If she could, she really wanted to stand in front of Lin Yue and look at her condescendingly, questioning her. Is she at peace with what she did to herself? Does she regret it? Oh, don't have to think about it to know exactly what kind of coolness that would be. But it was good now, a great revenge, and the excitement even made her ignore the pain coming from her abdomen. Brother Mo, thank you, really you still love me. She braced her head and looked at Chin Mo. The corners of the blood-stained mouth slowly hooked up. She won. Lin Yue was no match for her at all. In the end, Chin Mo chose her, or her Lin Yuqing. After there was no more Lin Yuqing and Lin Xiao blocking the way, she would be able to get engaged to Chin Mo right away, become the mistress of the Chin family and enjoy a lifetime of honor and wealth. Enjoy the envy and jealousy of countless people. A step to heaven is just around the corner. Covering her continuously seeping abdomen with all her strength, Lin Yuqing asked weakly, Brother Mo, when will the ambulance arrive? My wounds are starting to hurt. Chin Mo pulled a cigarette out of his own bag, the customized lighter making a crisp ringing sound. Ding was like the doorbell of death knocking on the door. The flame lit the cigarette. Phew, thick smoke was exhaled, making Lin Yuqing somewhat unable to see Chin Mo's expression. An ambulance? What ambulance? Chin Mo spoke softly, his tone unhurried. Lin Yuqing's expression gradually stiffened. Brother Mo, what are you saying? I can't understand. You did a good job today, Chin Mo said, leaning forward, his face probing the mist. The corners of his mouth hung in a palpitating arc, like a demon that eats people without spitting. So it's time for our contract to end. Lin Yuqing was puzzled and looked at Chin Mo who pulled out an old parchment from somewhere. She was familiar with that thing, or maybe she had seen it. It is? Contract. Chin Mo spread it out and gazed at the script above. The contract between you and me clearly states that I need to help you take revenge on Lin Yue, revenge on the Lin family, and revenge on Fu Yuza. Now, it's up to me to give you a rundown of the progress. Chin Mo ignored Lin Yuqing's shocked expression and read onto himself. First, to help you take revenge on Lin Yue. Now that Lin Yue has become a murderer and lost everything, there is no place for her in this world anymore. So, this one's done. No comments? What are you saying? Brother, I don't understand. I am in pain. Please send me to the hospital. Perhaps out of a woman's sixth sense, the current Lin Yuqing was panicking, as if something bad was going to happen. Not answering is agreeing. Shin Mo ignored it. His eyes looked to the second one. Second, let the Lin family, let Lin Xiao pay the price. Now that your father has lost the Lin group, and has gone bankrupt and become a pauper overnight, Lin Xiao lost the most important thing to him in his life. So this one is complete. Finally, there is Fu Yuza. Ha, this guy now but life is worse than death. Also corresponds to your expectations. I guess Fu Yuje is still going through inhumane research now, right? Putting down the parchment, Shin Mo looked at Lin Yuqing. So I've accomplished all that I promised you. Next it's time for me to collect my payment. Brother Mo, don't joke around. It's not funny at all. Deadly frowning, Lin Yuqing braced herself against the pain and wanted to approach towards Shin Mo for help. This isn't a joke. It's a contract. I've fulfilled my promise. Now it's your turn. Shin Mo handed the parchment to Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing's blood-red signature at the top was incredibly conspicuous. This was the contract that Shin Mo and Lin Yuqing signed back then. And the price is 50 years of life. 50 years? Lin Yuqing instantly rounded her eyes. What the hell is going on here? Or maybe what exactly is the 50 years of life that Shin Mo has always cared about? However, before Lin Yuqing could think about it, in the bottom margin, a string of characters slowly emerged. Transaction concluded. Boom! Flames generated out of thin air burned in one corner of the parchment, covering the entire sheet in an instant. But strangely, the burning flames didn't make Lin Yuqing feel the burning heat. Instead, it was a coldness, an extremely bizarre coldness. She just watched the parchment turn to ash in her hands. Immediately afterward, a line gradually began to emerge on top of the back of the hand that was originally fine-skinned and tender. The leather began to loosen up and wrinkle. Fingers, wrists, and everything else in sight began to rapidly grow old. Lin Yuqing was frightened and immediately withdrew her hand, a slow panic in her eyes. Brother Mo, what the hell is going on? Everything that was happening to her was unknown and frightening. The moment the words had just fallen out of her mouth, she immediately reacted to the fact that her voice was starting to sound out of place. Instead of being bright, it became hoarse. Didn't you already know that? 50 years of life. 50 years of life expectancy, the rest of your life. From the moment the deal is finalized, it's mine. Shin Mo stood in front of Lin Yue with his hands in his pockets and said slowly, 50 years. 50 years. Wasn't I married to you? No. You are as confident as your sister. Shin Mo gently shook his head. Still, do you think you deserve it? Your father was right. People like you don't settle for loneliness. And after the first time there will be a second. So do you think I'll ever look at you? From the beginning to the end, all I wanted was just 50 years of your life. And that's all you're worth to me. Lin Yuqing's face was horrified, and she inadvertently turned her head, still with the full body mirror in the corner. Lin Yuqing was able to clearly see her current touch. Wrinkle after wrinkle surfaced on the still delicate, though disfigured, face. Teeth began to fall out, one by one, into his hand, and his long dark hair began to turn white and lose its luster. One by one, the entire population was aging at an unimaginable rate. How is this possible? How is such a thing possible? Chapter 109. You're well connected. All of this seemed to be beyond Lin Yuqing's comprehension. Taking a man's life out of thin air? Are you kidding me? That's not even remotely scientific. Previously, when she first saw that contract, Lin Yuqing even thought that it was Shin Mo wanting her to follow him for the next 50 years, trading her freedom for Shin Mo to help her. And this kind of condition itself was in Lin Yuqing's interest. To be able to become Shin Mo's wife, that would be countless times better than the Lin family's daughter. So she agreed, even agreed decisively. But who would have thought that the 50 years that Shin Mo said was really 50 years? How is it possible for human power to do such a thing? At this moment, Shin Mo's image in her mind became more and more terrifying. People can't do it, but demons can. And yes, Shin Mo is simply like a demon that compels people. Step by step, she was lured to hell. Looking in the mirror, at her own ever-aging face, Lin Yuqing simply didn't know how to describe her feelings. For a girl, being young and beautiful is the most important thing, and now it's being stripped away. 50 years passed in a flash. She could clearly feel her body's functions regressing. The change is extremely scary. No, don't do this. Brother Mo, I'm begging you, please, give me back my time. I don't want to get old. She struggled to crawl on the ground and crawled to Shin Mo's feet. Tears hung on his pale face and a trail of blood was dragged out on the floor. The fear within her of what was happening now was like a tidal wave trying to engulf her. It's a feeling that's worse than death. Brother Mo, I beg you, please. Her head slammed unmercifully towards the ground in what was perhaps the most reverent kowtow she had ever made in her life. She was too scared to even imagine what was to come. She had a great deal of youth yet to spend, and she didn't deserve this. Only, Shin Mo was indifferent to all of this, even felt a little like laughing. In his eyes, the Lin sisters were all the same, brainless fools, a frantic trial on the brink of death. To be honest, Shin Mo was not an unreasonable person when interests were not involved. The Lin sisters hadn't been important to him in the first place. If you don't like it, the big deal is to separate, and Shin Mo won't find nothing to do. But, dangling Shin Mo, who was about to talk about marriage, while accompanying his so-called brother? What are you doing? Do you really think you're a dish? Or do you think you used to give too many good looks? What Lin Xiao just said was indeed not wrong. At that time, if Shin Mo hadn't intervened and caused the kidnapping to happen, what would have happened to them after that? What kind of pure friendship is there between men and women? But it is just a woman for their own cheating to find a rationale, comfort themselves for a long time. They themselves believe, when something really happens, it's an accident, a drunken stupor. Maybe the Lin sisters had already put a green hat on Shin Mo when they returned from abroad. They have a classic quote for their type. He's brought it. What more do you want? I didn't know it at the time. I was drunk too. He was drunk too. It was just the atmosphere. Can you stop being irrational? I've already said that it was all an accident. Shin Mo didn't like to retaliate after things happened. When it comes to that, it's a disgrace. He prefers to take precautions. As long as you have that heart, I'll make you regret coming into this world. Since you dare to treat me like a fool, I'll make your life worse than death, giving you back your lifespan. That's not going to happen. But if you're lucky, you might still survive. Watching Lin Yuqing reach out her old and trembling hand to hug Shin Mo's right foot, Shin Mo kicked him away without mercy, patting his pants leg, his eyes filled with disgust. Shin Mo also didn't plan on staying. Outside the door, Long Zhantian had walked in carrying 2 barrels of gasoline. Lin Xiao and Lin Yuqing had already been arranged by Long Zhantian to be escorted directly to the suburban villa. One had to know that Shin Mo didn't just have Long Zhantian by his side. No matter where Shin Mo went, there would definitely be professionals following him around, hiding nearby to ensure absolute safety. So there's always someone available whenever you need them. Long Zhantian also called for a truckload of gasoline in passing. After tonight, the Lin family will all simply disappear. For the outside world, there has to be a reason why they are dead or whatever. And the reason Shin Mo is going to give is an accidental fire. The relentless fire will consume all matter and destroy all evidence. Soon, the pungent smell of gasoline filled the entire villa. Lin Yuqing was lying on the ground, her pale and godless eyes revealing a deathly despair. She wanted to live, but Ben had been shot in the stomach and even had 50 years of his life taken from him out of nowhere. Becoming an old man with limited mobility, she couldn't do anything at all. She could only watch Shin Mo's gradually fading back here, and a lighter that was thrown back. Boom! Rushing flames instantly swept through the entire villa. Along with Lin Yuqing, she was completely buried within the villa. Shin Mo didn't feel anything about this. If Lin Yuqing was still young, he wouldn't mind sending her to the suburban villa for a family reunion. But unfortunately, Lin Yuqing, who had been robbed of 50 years of her life, was of no use at all. So why not just let her die here? This night, the imperial capital was sensational. Rumor has it that the Lin family fell apart instantly when the Lin group collapsed, and Lin Xiao, the chairman of the Lin group, was unable to accept the blow, took his family and set himself on fire in his villa. The next day, early in the morning, Paige was led away from the sheriff's office cell with her hands handcuffed. The long-lost sunlight fell on her through the glass windows of the hallway. Having been in the dark for so long, she hadn't been able to adjust to the sudden glare for a while. Soon, however, there was a reaction. Am I going to be released? Bai Jie's eyes were full of hope. God knows how much she suffered inside the sheriff's department in the past 2 days. She also really didn't expect that just slandering Shin Mo online would cause such serious consequences. But thankfully, 2 days later, she was able to get out. It is estimated that Lin Xiao played a big role in this. Looking at it this way, Lin Xiao wasn't useless. At least he was still trying to save her. Bai Jie was inwardly grateful in a million ways. It's not the same as it was before on the internet. Let's just say that the sheriff's department's education was a success. The staff member who took her didn't say much. It was just a matter of bringing Paige to sit down in the sheriff's department's interrogation room. A document was handed to her. Bai Jie, suspected of slander, libel, but the other side dropped the charges against you, so you can leave. Please sign here. Bai Jie was thrilled inside. Finally getting away from this horrible place. It's finally time to see freedom again. Couldn't keep the smile off his face. Okay, I'll sign. She couldn't wait to pick up the pen and sign her name on the document. Then with a curt face, he looked at the staff. Is this okay? Just as the words fell, the door to the interrogation room was opened. 2 men in suits and sunglasses walked in. Pulling out his ID, he flashed it. Guan. The man in black then turned his gaze to Bai Jia, who was still overflowing with smiles. Bai Jia, you're suspected of stirring up national sentiments and suspected of colluding with the outside world. Here's your arrest warrant. Please sign. Page? The smile on that face also slowly stiffened at this moment. Chapter 110, Seamlessness is not a good thing. Sometimes reality is harsh. Seamlessness isn't a good thing either. One foot in front of the other. I just saw the hope of being released. But the second after that, a new group stops just to arrest Paige once again. During this whole process, Bai Jia didn't even go out of the door of the security bureau before Guan directly took her away. Let go of me. What are you doing? Know who my husband is? My husband is Lin Xiao. He was able to get me out of the security bureau. Don't you guys realize what this means? How dare you arrest me? Be careful, I'll file a complaint against you. Paige struggled and screamed along the way as she was taken inside a black business car. Golan's people had no desire to communicate with Bai Jia. They were given orders to deliver Bai Jia to an intersection, where there will be a dedicated person to receive the whiteness. And in the meantime, the other largest cell in the sheriff's office held a group of fairies. They were the group of people who had caused trouble in front of the Qin group before. After a night of experiencing the sheriff's department experience card, the previous arrogance was no longer present on the faces of each of the fairies, because they realized that this time was different than any other. In the past, no matter what they did, it was unlikely that anyone would come looking for trouble, trolling the internet non-stop, venting their frustrations about everything in society. All of this can be reconciled because the law is not in place. Mouths get high and no one can come after them. Over time, this has become almost a habit, and no matter what the issue is, if it rises to a certain level in words, they can stand on the moral high ground. No one can do anything to them. But what had happened to them now had completely turned their imaginations upside down. This time they mentioned the iron plate. Qin's group was really sending all of them in, locked up for the night without even a bed. He could only crouch in a dark, damp corner, full of remorse. These are a bunch of insatiable but bullying masters. Once you play with them for real, they start to get scared and repent. Some of them are housewives, and some of them are bottom feeders. Some of them are even webcasters, hobos gnawing away at home, or maybe dangle a lot of liquors and scam money out of them to spend. There are even a few that are adopted canaries, but no matter what their status is, they're all staying gray at the moment. No one paid any attention to their shouts. No one paid any attention to their complaints, calling the heavens and the earth. Even some fairies with poor mental capacity have been unable to carry the pressure and cried, "It's all Wang Hui's fault. It's all because you encouraged us to come together to cause trouble. Why should you arrest me us?" A 20-something-year-old canary who had been adopted couldn't help but wipe a tear from her eye. One day and one night, and the makeup is all blown out. The original exquisitely dressed face, after the makeup was spent, exposed its true appearance and looked not much different from a ghost. Yes, it's all because of Wang Hui. Didn't she say that we could enter the Qin group if we made a scene? Another woman in her 30s pointed the finger at Wang Hui. The two men spoke as if they had opened the box. The 20 or so people present all instantly aimed their spearheads at Wang Hui, who was crouching in the far corner. At this moment, Wang Hui's eyes were also filled with anger. Anyone caught locked up in a place like this for a day and a night wouldn't be in a good mood. At this moment, hearing the crowd condemn her, Wang Hui's fire came up. And you guys are going to blame me? How did I know this would happen? Having said that, can you come without benefits? Aren't you all running around with the idea that making a scene will make the Qin group bow down and admit you to give you better treatment? Wang Hui uncovered everyone without mercy. As a result, now that you haven't gotten any benefits, you're blaming me instead? Did I force you to come? In a fit of anger, Wang Hui directly scolded everyone in anger. But Wang Hui forgot one crucial thing. These fairies are the best at being unreasonable. Or maybe they fight better when justified, and are the same way they play the rogue when not justified. Even Wang Hui herself was like that, just in a fit of anger, and cursed without a word. As expected, the fairies didn't buy it. It's harder than hell to get them to admit they're wrong, unless they're really scared of you. But Wang Hui couldn't do that, and she also completely enraged everyone in the room with her words. What? You're saying it's because of ourselves? Don't be ridiculous. How could we have come if you hadn't provoked us? Yeah. My husband usually treats me so well and plentifully, all because of your provocation. Otherwise I'd still be at home enjoying my husband's service. Damn it, sisters, this Wang Hui is too hateful for a thief to cry out. Let's go up together to teach this a lesson. That's right, teach this a lesson. Let's show the sheriff's department that we're all compelled and innocent. It's all because of Wang Hui. Let's give her up. The group was in an uproar, and the flames of anger were completely ignited. One by one, the 20-odd people were like suppressed oxen and horses, completely exploding out at this moment. What are you doing? Someone come, these people are crazy. Wang Huihui was cornered. Looking at a woman with red eyes, Wang Huihui almost peed in fear, even shouted out, expecting someone from the sheriff's department to come and take care of it. But the two guards standing in the doorway looked at each other. Go get some breakfast? One of the guards said. Good idea. The other guard immediately agreed. Obviously, didn't want to be bothered with this at all. Anything is fine as long as no one gets killed. And this group is angry though, but they're just a bunch of bullies. They don't dare to hit too hard themselves, so don't worry about anything. The two guards quickly left, followed by a group of women screaming and cursing inside the cell, as well as Wang Huihui's hysterical screams. It wasn't until half an hour later that the higher-ups of the security bureau led with the Qin group's lawyerly arrived here accompanied by staff. The chaos is under control. A group of women stayed on one side of the cell. Wang Huihui was lying alone on the other side of the cell, her body torn and tattered, with blood seeping from several places. Dead yet? Higher asked. Wang Huihui trembled and struggled to get up from the ground. And when she saw the officers of the security bureau standing outside the cell, it was like she saw a savior. Hastily, he climbed to the railing and howled. The cloaked look and the tattered clothes were like beggars. The obese cheeks were covered with bloody marks scratched by fingernails. Help me! Help me! These women are crazy. They beat me up in groups. Wang Hui cried out. A cluster asterisk 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 asterisk? We didn't see that. Attorney Lee's suit and collar were smiling. With a brief in hand, it was obvious that he had come to follow up on this open case. But looking at Wang Huihui, she took the initiative to climb over and then suggested, collared, or let's interrogate her first. Chapter 111, when you're in the Qin group, your back will be straight. This interrogation was primarily to determine the motives of these men, and who is behind this. Explain it clearly, and you may be able to get away with less. The Qin group's attitude was tough this time, and everyone who made trouble had to pay the price, and it also pressured the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department can't do anything about it. And this kind of thing can be big or small, depends on how it's defined. They can be mobbing or premeditated terrorist attacks. Everything depends on the attitude of the Qin group. The interrogation started in the morning. According to their confessions, there are many more sisters farther back who have not yet arrived. Judging by the current state of affairs, I'm guessing that those fairies who wanted to come are afraid that they've already ducked back in their dust. Even previous posts on the internet were deleted when they should have been. It can't be helped. Who knew that this kind of thing really goes to jail? They all had to be thankful for being so far away, or else one would have come and caught one. The online post must not dare to stay. One by one. I guess they are put at home to pray to God to pray that never implicate themselves. Even the groups that these fairies had built privately had been forcibly disbanded. But think that's going to be safe? Looking at the disbanded group chat information provided by Wang Huihui, Attorney Lee immediately pressed the sheriff's department staff. Can it be restored? If I can recover, I need to know the specifics of the group's owner, who was most likely the one who instigated all of this. I'll try my best. The staff took Wang Huihui's cell phone and immediately sent it to the technical department. At this point, Attorney Lee held the frames on the bridge of his nose and continued to speak. After the group chat is restored, I want everyone within the group chat to be punished. The top brass of the sheriff's department, though helpless, could only do as they were told. It wasn't because Attorney Lee's attitude was strong, but Attorney Lee was representing Qin Mo. If Qin Mo wanted to pursue the matter, no one would be able to escape. However, others in the group may have been involved in the deliberation but may not be able to convict due to the lack of substantial moves. Hire explained. This I know. We are not unreasonable, but those people have responsibilities on them. They should be warned and punished. According to the chat logs, Lawyer Lee's words also made the interrogated Wang Huihui's scalp tingle. Trembling. Even those who didn't show up were being held accountable. So wouldn't she, the one who led the disturbance, be even worse off? After all, she's just a housewife who's never seen anything like this. Don't look like you were jumping up and down before. But when others get serious, it's time to wimp out. That, Counselor Lee, I'm just a woman who doesn't know anything about anything. I admit I was wrong about this matter. There's no need to be so serious, right? Seriously? The corner of Attorney Lee's mouth quirked. Ms. Wang is joking. Seriousness is part of my job. The lawyer profession is to be serious. And there are some mistakes that can be made and some mistakes that can't be made. If you kill someone, do you just apologize and that's it? Every so simple. Moreover, Ms. Wang is still the main culprit, so don't worry, you won't be less guilty. If it is to be defined as an attempted premeditated terrorist attack, then Wang Huihui will not be treated any worse than Bai Jie. Of course, these were not explicitly stated by Lee's attorney. It's not. Wang Huihui was on the verge of crying in a hurry. What do I know as a woman? I'm just making a noise. I didn't even think about it, and I got beaten up. Look at these bruises on my body. Wang Huihui pointed to those bloody scratches on her face, but the crowd present did not buy it. and Lawyer Lee even said with a straight face, "Don't be sophomoric, MS." Wang was talking with a head of steam when she shouted at the entrance of my Chin group to make our Chin group apologize before. "And now you don't know anything? Be honest, you have a serious problem." Wang Huihui is not an example. It was the first time in their lives that they had been treated like criminals. It also made them realize that something might really be wrong this time. Thinking back to the past, they were disliked and even had some official numbers speak out to boycott them. But all they have to do is delete the comments they made and pretend nothing happened. Lurking on the internet, they continue to look for the next topic that will allow them to vent their grievances, followed by once again taking on the persona of the righteous. Now, that won't work. If I say I'm going to get you, I'm definitely not going to let you off easy. No matter how much these little fairies cried, begged, and threatened, it didn't work. The canary who had been adopted looked at the situation and even threatened to say that her boyfriend was whoever he was, the kind who had a lot of status in the imperial capital. Said he was going to make a phone call and leave the interrogating staff in the lurch. Lawyer Lee directly threw his cell phone at her. "Come on, you call. I'll be waiting here. Let's see how you're going to make our Chin group suffer." I have to say, it's really cool to work for Chin's group. Wherever you go, anyone has to give face. Pretending to be something is even more commonplace. What? Your boyfriend's a cowboy? You're going to make me suffer? I'd like to see who dares to talk like that to someone from the Chin group in this part of the imperial capital. Mr. Lee is proud of himself. It was worthy of the Chin group that he had worked hard for the first half of his life and gone through all kinds of trials and tribulations to join. And it is also the core department of Chin's group. This into the group. The waist is also straight. I can't keep my head down. I can't walk with the wind in my hair. Little Canary immediately took Lawyer Lee's cell phone and quickly dialed her so-called boyfriend's number. Shortly after, the cell phone of the manager of a well-known company in the imperial capital rang. "Take it out. It's one of the dancers he keeps." The corner of his mouth lifted into a lecherous smile. "Hey baby, miss me? Hubby, I'm in a bit of trouble. Please help me." "Trouble? What trouble? Who dares to find trouble with my baby? Speak up. Brother will help you get rid of it." As if with renewed vigor, the little canary let loose with harsh words towards Secretary Lee. "My boyfriend, the manager of the Tianhao group. You're screwed." To then pressed his cell phone on speakerphone. "The manager of the Tianhao group?" Secretary Lee smiled and inquired towards that side. "Who are you? You're the one who bullied my baby, right?" The caller was arrogant. After all, it's standing up for his little girlfriend, and it's impossible not to show it. Lawyer Lee sneered. "Chin's group legal department. My name is Lee. This Miss Zhao of yours came to our Chin's group to cause trouble and is now being pursued. From what you're saying, you're in on it?" Bam! There was a shrill ringing on the other end of the phone. Immediately afterward, stuttered, Chin's group? Making trouble? That, Counselor Lee, this is a misunderstanding. How could I possibly have a part in this? You wouldn't dare even if you gave me 100 guts. Also, this woman, just a dancer. I have nothing to do with her. It doesn't matter. You mustn't misunderstand. This woman you should deal with how to deal with, and I have nothing to do with it. Didn't you just have to stand up for your little girlfriend? Listen to you that you still have to harbor your little girlfriend a bit? Attorney Lee forced himself to hold back his laughter. Where are the words? How can I harbor sin when I don't share it? I don't tomorrow. Now personally prepare a heavy gift to visit your group. This thing I really don't know. Lawyer Lee had no thoughts of continuing the conversation, and simply hung up the phone directly in front of the little canary. Anything else to say? Meanwhile, inside the manager's office of the Tianhao group, a middle-aged man hung up his cell phone shakily. His hands were shaking, and he just tried to light a cigarette, but he couldn't get it to light. Super. Speaking violently, he flung the lighter to the floor. That damn. How the hell can a woman stir up such a big mess? Going to the Chin group? To make trouble? How can these two words be said in conjunction with each other? And even, what the? Implicate yourself? He's nothing more than a manager of a group, not a boss. Even if he is really the boss, he can't carry such a big pot. It was no longer a question of whether or not it had anything to do with him, nor was it a question of whether or not the Chin group would pursue him. Rather, that ING called him on the phone. What if the company's board of directors knew that a manager's woman ran off to Chin's group to cause trouble? What will those on the board think? He's absolutely finished. There's no turning back. Prepare a car, prepare a gift, go to Chin's group. Yes, go to Chin's group. Chapter 112, Lu Sikhun, I'm in a panic. Young master, the trial over there is almost done. Xia Bingyao, wearing an OL uniform with red-soled high heels, pushed open the door of Qin Mo's office and came to Qin Mo's face to report. It's basically certain that the group master behind that group is Lu Si-chun. She's quite smart, changing her IP address, but she underestimated the tracking technology of the sheriff's department. Should we deal with it? Xia Bingyao asked. Lu Si-chun? Qin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. After the banquet that day, Qin Mo hadn't had much contact with the Lu family. Naturally, it was hard to care about what was really going on with Lu Si-chun, but judging from this incident, I'm afraid this woman is not convinced in her heart. You want to trip up Qin Mo that badly? That woman couldn't be feeling that I broke up her and Xia and so she's taking revenge, right? Qin Mo asked. Xia Bingyao shrugged. Who knows, but since she dares to do it, then we should make her pay, right? That's for sure. Qin Mo's index finger tapped the tabletop. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes, then let her be reunited with Xian. What do you say? Xia Bingyao understood Qin Mo's meaning in an instant. Nodding lightly, I'll set it up. He then turned around and left Qin Mo's office. The surroundings quieted down as Qin Mo stood at the top of the Qin Group building, through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire imperial capital. Unconsciously, the suburban villa had recently had many guests. Wasn't this a reminder to Qin Mo that he had to speed up the construction of the overseas entertainment island a bit? Inside the sheriff's office, the interrogation of more than 24 people was over. Attorney Li also made a public statement that this matter should be handled seriously. Qin's people will always follow up. In fact, the outcome for these people is almost predetermined. If Qin's group doesn't relent, the least of them will have to go in for more than a year. Wang Huihui, who took the lead, was even more miserable. Since she was one of the instigators, she was suspected of being an accomplice of Bai Jie. Once the interrogation was over, he was taken away by Guan. As for exactly where to go, no one knows, but it is certain that there will not be any more news of Wang Huihui in this life in this society. In the meantime, inside the Willow family villa, Liashun was panicking now. This matter of the fairies going to the entrance of Qin's group to cause trouble was now a big deal. Liashun also knew that the people who went there were arrested. Even those who did not go were successively called by the authorities concerned for serious warnings and criticisms. This kind of thing can be a first. After all, who would have thought that just a little lip service on the internet would lead to such serious consequences? And this situation also just proved that this time Qin group was serious. That's why Lu Si-chun was now panicking, very afraid that the matter of her instigating the little fairy would be exposed. When that happens, will she be any good? Maybe even the Lu family can't protect her. In itself, now that Lu Chang'an was already very dissatisfied with her, how could he still be tough with Qin Mo because of her? Lu Si-chun? So she can't stay on. Early in the morning, Liashun began to pack his bags. Her son was entrusted to the family for the time being, and she went out on her own to get out of the storm. Yunbai, have you booked the tickets I asked you to book for me? After the luggage was packed, Lu Sikhun changed into a coat and put on a hat and mask. Cover yourself up tightly. Carrying the suitcase, he walked out while calling Lu Yunbai, who was at the company. The tickets have already been purchased. It's just that you're leaving so suddenly. Second sister? Lu Yunbai on the other end of the phone was a bit puzzled. If we don't go faster, we may not be able to leave. Lu Sikhun knew the seriousness of this matter. The matter of running away could not be delayed. Okay, the flight is XXX. I've arranged for someone to pick you up. They'll take you to the airport. After Lu Yunbai explained, he hung up the phone. Frowning slightly, Lu Yunbai vaguely sensed that this second sister of his might have gotten into some kind of trouble. Right now, at this juncture, it was the critical period of his power struggle with Lu Yunlong. If she could help her second sister, she might be able to get her strong support. You know, the second sister also has connections and shares in the company. After that, he will seek the support of his big sister, Lu Sinan. Even if Lu Yunlong was very powerful, he wouldn't necessarily be able to spell him. Lu Yunbai inwardly played his own little game, his face raised in an arc. The Lu family is his and only his. What a Lu Yunlong! He should rot to death in a garbage heap. Just wait, my good big brother. Lu Yunbai let out a sardonic smile and stepped away. Without noticing, behind him, a camera was pointed in the direction of Lu Yunbai. Inside Lu Yunlong's office, the computer in front of him played the entirety of the conversation Lu Yunbai had just had. Everyone in the Lu family hadn't expected that Lu Yunlong's infiltration of the company had reached an appalling level. It's not just the security cameras that are everywhere. There were also most of the employees within the company that were fought over by Lu Yunlong with his own means. It could be said that as long as Lu Yunbai Lu Chang'an was in the company, then no matter what they were going to do, what they were going to discuss, what they were going to premeditate, it would be impossible to hide it from Lu Yunlong. He heard the conversation just now. Yu Si-chun is running away? This is a bit interesting. What kind of person is Lu Si-chun? Even if she had just made a big joke 2 days ago, she was always still the second daughter of the Lu family. It's $1,000 lady. What could force such $1,000 lady to run away with a bucket? Must have offended someone. And there were only a few people in the entire imperial capital who could make the Lu family's second miss so frightened. It's not hard to guess when you think about the recent actions of these people. Lu Si-chun's run was precisely related to Qin Mo. After all, The only thing that's been a little hotter lately is what's happening with the Chin group. If analyzed from these perspectives, Lu Si-chun is 80% related to the defamation incident that happened in Chin's group. Unlike that idiot Lu Yunbai, Lu Yunlong easily deduced the connection. This was why Chin Mo was optimistic about him. This guy really was a talent. Want to run? Lu Yunlong did not spoil Lu Yunbai and Lu Si-hun. After analyzing all this, he turned his head and called Chin Mo. Young Chin, you're not planning to go after Lu Si-chun now, are you? You're quite well informed. Chin Mo was not surprised, just asked, are you here to tip me off? The one who knows me is Chin Xiao. Lu Yunlong appropriately joked. He then told Chin Mo about Lu Si-chun's location and the airport he was going to. By the way, he reported on the recent results at Ryu's group. Chin Mo gently nodded, recognizing Lu Yunlong. Good job. By the way, I don't suppose your body is going to last much longer these days? Lu Yunlong's physical problems hadn't been solved by Chin Mo for him yet. The cancer in his body is now eating away at him, just not enough to carry him, but the estimation is that it's coming soon. Being asked about this, Lu Yunlong pursed his lips and sighed lightly. Disgruntled Chin Xiao, recently my body has indeed started to get worse and worse. Chin Mo nodded in understanding, then said directly, take some time to meet me. I'll pay you a little interest first, lest by the time your mission is not accomplished, people will die first instead. Anyway, he had just taken 50 years of lifespan from Lin Yuqing. It's sitting in Chin Mo's hand right now, and it hasn't moved at all. You can consider giving Lu Yunlong a year or two to play around first. You can't just let the horse run and not give it grass, right? Chapter 113, I finally waited for you. Imperial International Airport. A business car pulled over to the side of the road. Lu Si-hun wrapped tightly and got out of the car with his suitcase. The eyes under the sunglasses looked around and saw the airport sign standing not far away, and couldn't help but breathe an inward sigh of relief. Walking into the airport and stepping onto the plane would allow her to escape the storm clouds of this empire for a while. Play outside casually for 3 or 5 years before coming back. I'm sure it's not going to be anything. In this moment, it was as if she saw the future beckoning to her. Thanks, master. Dragging her suitcase, Lu Si-hun turned away in style. This time it was a quiet walk, and apart from Lu Yunbai, no one knew of her whereabouts. So there's no messing around with the Willow family's millennials flaunting the same thing. Without letting her underlings follow, she headed towards the airport alone. Only just a short distance away, 2 silhouettes appeared directly in front of Lu Si-chun, stopping her in her tracks. Lu Si-chun frowned slightly, sensing a hint of something wrong, and turned around to change direction. But all the same, 2 men in suits grim stepped out and blocked all the back roads. Lu Si-chun's expression instantly became a bit ugly. The 4 men in front and behind slowly approached her. What are you doing? Something was wrong, 10 to 12% wrong. These people were not dressed and decorated like desperate criminals, and here in the imperial capital, there won't be any thugs rampant enough to come down and rob in broad daylight. The gang was coming for themselves. Lu Si-hun figured out the situation in front of him, but his expression became even more puzzled. Other than Lu Yunbai, there was no second person who knew about his own run. Even big sister Lu Sinan didn't know about it. How could an outsider have known in advance and blocked her at the airport? At this moment, Lu Si-hun had some regrets. Had he known that he would have brought some people with him? At least he wouldn't have been as passive as he was now. I'm going to scream if you guys get any closer. It was always still Imperial International Airport, and although it wasn't going in, there was still a lot of traffic around. She expected to be able to scandalize these people in this way. We advise you to be more honest. None of the people we have our sights set on are getting away. One of the men in suits spoke up. The tone was filled with absolute confidence. Run? With what? Since she dared to come here to block her, she was absolutely sure that she could make Lu Si-hun unable to escape from them. As a professional team trained by Dragon Warrior Sky, the small matter of catching a woman is still no problem, even in the downtown area. Lu Si-chun didn't believe it, and after taking 2 steps back, his gaze froze, slammed the suitcase right into one of them. He then quickly turned and fled himself. The 4 men in suits didn't go after them, but just calmly shouted over the comms. The target didn't go into the airport, but ran towards the highway. Along the way, Lu Si-chun was flustered, so it was fortunate that the other party didn't catch up. The airport is definitely out of the question. They are absolutely everywhere. Had to get out of here quickly first. Running to the curb, Liashan immediately got into a cab. Master, go to the Tianyu Villa area, where there is a house bought by Ryu Si-chun himself. More private few people know. Soon, the cab drove off, pulling Liashan quickly out of the airport. It was only after the outline of the airport was no longer visible to the eye that Liashan let out a sharp sigh of relief. Hurriedly, he took out his cell phone and wanted to contact Lu Yunbai to help. Available at. She had just pulled out her cell phone when she realized that it didn't have any signal. What's going on? How can there be no signal? Lu Si-chun was full of panic and tried every angle, but there was no signal. Tried to open the window, but found that it had been locked and could not be lowered. Master, why are you locking the windows? There's no signal in the car at all. Lu Si-chun couldn't help but complain, but the driver smiled wryly. I advise you to sit quietly. It's better to sit quietly. The car is installed with a shield. Don't waste your efforts. Lu Si-chun's pupils shook. Shield? Looking furiously out the window, the vehicle had pulled out of the Imperial City area at some point. The roads have also become unfamiliar. This is not the way to the Villa Tianyu area. Who are you? Lu Si-chun forced down his inner shock and asked out loud, but the driver was silent and just drove on. It was only at this point that Lu Si-chun realized that this driver was in league with the ones just now. Even the fact that he was able to ride in this car himself was arranged. They hadn't planned to do it in a crowded place, but instead forced themselves to throw themselves on their own accord. She had just managed to run to the side of the road just as a cab drove up. In the heat of the moment she couldn't think too much. Subconsciously, the airports are all unsafe and want to get away from them as soon as possible. As a result, it easily fell for the group. And now, cell phone signals are blocked. Windows and doors are locked. All methods of survival have been completely ineffective. Originally, he thought he had escaped from the wolf's den, but he didn't expect to turn his head and get into the tiger's den. All of this was arranged, and the other party's mind was so meticulous that it was chilling. There was still a railing separating the front row from the back row, and Liashun's expectations of even trying to grab the steering wheel were ground to a halt. At this moment, Lu Si-chun suspected that she had lost all her strength. Inwardly overwhelmed with despair, he could only watch as the driver pulled himself out into the deserted suburbs. Shortly afterward, the vehicle slowed to a stop. Liashun looked up and watched as the car door was opened and two men in suits set her up and out of the car. Not far away, a familiar figure appeared in front of Lu Si-chun. It's Long Zhantian, Qin Mo's personal bodyguard and driver. It was Qin Mo who wanted to arrest me? Although there had been an early guess within her heart, the scene she saw with her own eyes still filled Lu Si-chun with resentment. This man, the man who had trampled all her dignity underfoot without a care in the world. Liashun hated it with a passion. Come with me. Long Zhantian turned around and walked towards the mountain villa. You tell Qin Mo to come see me. I want to talk to him. Lu Si-chun stayed put. Long Zhantian stopped and turned slightly sideways. The tone of his voice was morose, not just to Liashun, but to the two men in suits who were holding him up. I said, come with me. Can't you understand? Carry it over if you can't understand it. The two men in suits instantly sweated like rain, while their eyes became fierce. The hands were merciless, and one person kicked directly across the top of Lu Si-chun's legs. Ben was a mercenary who had received special training, and when he got serious and made a move towards a weak point, he was able to ensure that he could stomp on both of Lu Si-chun's legs and break his leg bones in one go. Click! Aha! Hysterical screams resounded through the empty countryside. Lu Si-chun was teary-eyed, and the intense pain coming from her legs made it impossible for her to even remain standing. He fell straight to the ground, twitching in pain. The two men in suits didn't pay the slightest attention, one dragging a hand, as if they were dragging a corpse. They dragged Lu Si-chun forward. When he got close to Long Zhantian's tone was ice-cold. Want to see the young master? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're still qualified to negotiate any terms with us? Ridiculous. Take it away. The door of the creaking villa was once again opened. The sunlight from outside burrowed into this dimly lit hell, and Liashun was dragged right in. The smell of blood filled the air, and the dark, damp smell went straight to the sky. This place is literally a prison. Liashun looked around at the small, barricaded room, and fear began to germinate within him. She saw people with broken legs. She saw people hanging in midair with blood dripping from their bodies. Curiously, a woman appeared on the other side of the passage. Another one? We've already sent 4 today plus last night. Lin Yuwei, Lin Xiao, Bai Jia, and a Wang Hui, and now another one. Is young master trying to form a soccer team? Fengyu tilted her head and looked towards Lu Si-chun who was dragged in like a dead dog. Abruptly, the pupils shrunk violently. Ryu Si-chan? Young master explained that this woman loves Xian, so let them reunite. Long Zhantian laughed. Reunion? Fengyu's eyes became dangerous. This woman seems to have developed an evil side, and when she's in the hospital, in front of her kids, she's the good mom. But on returning to this villa, it turns into a being of extreme madness. Qin Mo appreciated Fengyu's ruthlessness in dealing with these negative men, dead-licking dogs, and scummy women of this type, and even specifically assigned Fengyu a position within the villa. Of course, Xian is in your hands, so she's in your hands as well. Long Zhantian said. Young master has only one request. Just don't die. Fengyu laughed. It was an excitement that could not be suppressed from deep inside. She crossed over Long Zhantian and came to crouch down in front of Lu Si-chun, grabbing Lu Si-chun's jaw to force her to raise her head to look at herself. You are. Lu Sikhun trembled violently. Although she had never met, she knew Feng Yu. When he was in contact with Xian, Lu Sichun would naturally investigate the people around Xian. This is still our first time meeting. The corners of Feng Yu's mouth rose like a rakshasa. I've finally waited for you. Cheyenne's White Moonlight. Chapter 114, Love You. After handing the person over to Feng Yu, Long Zhantian then ignored it and allowed Feng Yu to drag Lu Sichun away. The sharp pain coming from her legs was excruciating for Liashun. Her hair was still held in Feng Yu's death grip, and her entire face was twisted from the pain. What are you doing? You let go of me. It hurts. Lu Sichun, don't you like Xian very much? I'll take you to see him. Feng Yu's eyes were gloomy. Xian is a complete hypocrite. No argument there. Xian deserved what happened to him, but Ryu Sichun was no slouch either. Knowing that Cheyenne is married, knowing that Cheyenne has a family and a child, but she didn't care in the slightest. Ever since Lu Sichun came back from abroad, Xian's attitude towards her had changed. Why? Wasn't it because Lu Sichun had given Xian a signal? If Lu Sichun didn't have any slightest intention towards Xian, keeping a good distance from Xian, even if Xian was thick-skinned, he couldn't possibly stick it on, could he? Moreover, Feng Yu couldn't forget that day. Just because of a phone call from Lu Sichun, Xian leaves his feverish daughter at home to spend time with Ryu Sichun's son? Such a thing only once can still be considered a coincidence, but several times in a row. Say Lu Sichun is not intentional. Feng Yu do not believe. If it wasn't for this woman, how could her daughter be lying in the hospital right now? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became inside. He couldn't wait to skin Lu Sichun. People like that don't deserve to live in this world at all. Feng Yu mercilessly dragged Lu Sichun over the dimly lit corridors, as well as one of the cells, until somewhere it stopped. Through the railing, a figure could be seen huddled inside. He was dressed in rags, covered in blood, and just lying on top of the hard bedpan. It seemed to have noticed Feng Yu's arrival. It was as if he had seen the devil, and he trembled violently. It's like a reflex to cower in the corner. Don't, please, I'm wrong, just let me go. Let me go. It was already unknown how many times Xian had begged Feng Yu for mercy. In just a few short days, others were already going crazy from Feng Yu's torture. At the sight of Feng Yu, all the wounds in his body were aching. Xian, husband so unwelcome to me? Feng Yu shouted with interest. Xian, who heard this title, sweated, as if suffering from some great fear. He began to shriek. Feng Yu was a bit annoyed by what she heard. Shut the hell up. It's true that we don't have any feelings for each other at all, but you should be thanking Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin knows that you are suffering from lovesickness every day. So what? Brought your new top, White Moonlight, over. Won't you take a look? Holding his head curled up in a ball, Xian raised his head shakily. The eyes fell on Liashan all of a sudden. Pupils snapped. Yu Sichan? Why is she here? Isn't she the daughter of the Lu family? How could she have been captured here too? Lu Sichan also got a good look at Xian's face and was equally horrified inside. Originally thought that Xian had disappeared for so long was avoiding himself, and did not expect to be caught here as well. And, by the looks of it, it seemed to have endured inhuman torture. It was almost unnecessary to think that this was all due to the woman in front of him named Feng Yu. Thinking about this, Lu Sikhun couldn't help but become even more frightened. This woman is so hard on her husband. What else can she say about herself? Sichun, is that you? How did you? Also, Xian was filled with shock. Heartbroken? Feng Yu's mouth suddenly smiled wryly. The right foot slammed down towards the crook of Liashun's leg. The thin heels of the high heels poked at the already injured area, and Lu Sichun couldn't help but scream in agony. Feng Yu became even more excited. Well, Cheyenne, is it heartbreaking? You stop it. Xian was indeed heartbroken. Admittedly, that day Lu Sichun brought him indelible shame, even making small moves under the table in front of him, pleasing Qin Mo like a dog. The result was also exposed by Qin Mo without mercy, calling Ryu Sichun just a lowly dog. But, that is ultimately Lu Sichun. Young and unobtainable things will eventually be trapped in his life. Xian realized after his initial anger that he still couldn't hate Lu Sichun. He could have parted ways with Liashun and stayed out of the water from then on. Dust off your love in the depths of your heart. But, after all, it's still love. Looking at this moment Lu Sichun suffered. That soulful and stunning face is full of painful writings. Cheyenne was indeed heartbroken. Feng Yu watched this scene with growing disgust in his eyes. She hated herself for meeting the wrong person in the first place. Why did you come across a bottomless lickspittle like Xian? Sure enough, heartache it. Xian. In that case, then I will take care of your White Moonlight. With that, he once again raised his foot and kicked it violently towards Lu Sichun's other injured leg. Well, the intense pain almost made Liashun pass out. Tears lingered in her eyes, and for a moment she even felt like she couldn't breathe. Not a word could be said. Feng Yu, stop it. Do you know who she is? She is the daughter of the Lu group. The Lu group is a big family, not inferior to Chin Mo. If you torture her like this, when one day the Lu group's people find Si Chun, you all will not be able to eat. Yo! Feng Yu was all pissed off and laughing. Quite familiar talk. Abai Jia said the same thing this morning, screaming something about her husband being the chairman of the Lin group. How great the strength to make us all pay. Shaking his head, guess how that turned out? The so-called big backer she talks about, the chairman of the Lin group, is even here. You don't know just how awkward it was when those two met. Saying that, Feng Yu once again raised her foot and directly crushed it on Lu Sichun's face with constant force. The bare face was scratched, and scarlet blood stained the soles of Feng Yu's shoes. That's how I stomped on that Bai Jia woman at the time, asking her face to face what her backers could bar me. Now I'm going to step on your white moonlight face and ask you, what can you do about your so-called Lu family? Young master's energy is an existence you can't imagine. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well who don't know the sky. How pathetic. Every word Feng Yu said was an unrelenting stomp. Xia's heart was in his throat. With despair in his eyes, he prayed for Feng Yu to stop. But Feng Yu instead became more excited and even bluntly said that Xian was a licking dog without any dignity. No, calling you a dog insults the word dog. Feng Yu, please let her go. Looking at the miserable state of Lu Sichun, Xian completely broke down. But at that moment, a faint voice suddenly came out. Thanks to Cheyenne. Xian raised his head fiercely and looked at Lu Sichun, who in her weakness was softly calling out his name. Sichun, it's me. I'm here, don't you be afraid. I will always be by your side. Xian's eyes were deep with love. Perhaps it is a blessing and misfortune to be able to fall into hell with one's beloved, even if Feng Yu, this woman, was as brutal as she was. She still couldn't take away his love for Lu Sichun. The power of love is infinite and is the bedrock that is strong enough to sustain him through his ordeal. I accompany you, big man. You've been kicked in the ing head by a donkey, haven't you? Or were you born to be such a? However, unexpectedly, Lu Sichun did not respond to Xian's love. Even on the contrary, Lu Sichun puffed up and hysterically roared towards Xian. At this moment, Lu Sichun could be said to hate Xian to the bone. Can't this ing idiot see the situation? Couldn't he see that Feng Yu, this woman, was a psychopath? The more heartbroken Xian was, the more she, Lu Sichun, was tortured. It's all come to this. Still ing love. Love you, big man. If she didn't make a sound, she might have to be made to die today in front of this bogeyman's eyes. Chapter 115, this is just like playing the piano. Yikes. Xian, it looks like your white moonlight doesn't love you. Feng Yu couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Xian, who was frozen like a witness in front of him, his heart was unbelievably happy. That's right, if she really loves you, how can she afford to cuckold you? TSK, not to mention in front of you. Speaking of which, I'm really curious. Are you a person who was born a cheap bastard? Others have abused you 1,000 times, but you treat others like your first love, right? Feng Yu sneered at Xian. Xian was frozen in place, his eyes full of unwillingness. Sichun, you don't actually think like that, do you? You actually. Enough. Lu Sichun gasped, feeling that Feng Yu was on the verge of stomping her legs off. Couldn't help but forcefully interrupt Xian. Then, in an almost pleading tone, he looked at Feng Yu. Please, I really don't have much to do with this. I'll admit, I did have the idea of having him come in as a receiver, but that was before, and I did make mistakes. But it's not my fault alone. Who knows that this hooked a finger and he came up like a pug, which in itself is him being a and has little to do with me. Please, my leg is breaking. Please let me go to the doctor. Lu Sichun couldn't stand the pain anymore and was close to kowtowing to Feng Yu. The mocking smile on Feng Yu's face grew wider. Do you hear me, Xian? What about your white moonlight saying you're nothing more than a receiver? A hobgoblin. Ha ha, that's ridiculous. Xian, people like you deserve to never be happy. Saying that, Feng Yu temporarily let go of Lu Sichun. Looking coldly at Lu Sichun, who was lying on the ground gasping for air, Feng Yu beckoned. Immediately a watchman came up. Call someone to take care of it. Qin Mo's request was not to get killed, so naturally Feng Yu couldn't possibly take Lu Sichun's life. So a little treatment is in order. The guards nodded and dragged Liashun straight away in the direction of the infirmary. In place, Xian shrugged his head down as if he had lost all expectations, and knelt on the ground. The look was despondent. After cleaning up her, it's time to clean up you as well. Feng Yu's eyes were cold. Drizzle, Xian said, slowly lifting his head. Having been tortured for a long time, his face was bloodless. It was pale and incomparably pale, and the whole person's spirit was extremely depressed. Plus, having just been struck by Lu Sichun again, his eyes looked even more desperate. He didn't understand why on earth Lu Sichun would be so desperate. In the past, during his school days, Ryu Sichun loved to have fun and feel the excitement. When they first became boyfriend and girlfriend, Ryu Si-chun still used to go to the bar until dawn. All of this, Xia-an knew, and he felt that was the nature of Lu Si-chun. Since he loves Yu Si-chun, he shouldn't restrict Yu Si-chun's freedom. But to their surprise, one day Liashun got pregnant and they had to break up. But Xia-an could understand. After all, Lu Si-chun said it was forced. Then later, when Lu Si-chun returned, Xia-an thought that Lu Si-chun had come back for himself. However, he did not expect that Lu Si-chun still betrayed him, and even seduced Qin Mo with such a lowly gesture in front of himself. At that time, Xia-an really couldn't accept it and wanted to go back to Feng Yu to have a good life. But who would have thought that Feng Yu was a crazy? He even imprisoned him and tortured him like crazy. Immediately after that, Lu Si-chun reappeared, and looking at Lu Si-chun's miserable groping, Xia-an admitted that his heart was soft again. True love should not be bound to situations or tied to sex. Instead, it should be two hearts that are in tune with each other. He felt that he had found his soul in the midst of this hell. But I didn't expect that it had come to this, and he didn't even care about all the crap Lu Si-chun had done before. But Lu Si-chun was cursing at himself, even calling him a cheap bastard? Xia-an could guarantee that he hadn't misread it. What came out of Lu Si-chun's eyes at that moment was naked disgust. Doesn't this man have a heart? Xia-an now regretted. If he hadn't ghosted and contacted Lu Si-chun in the first place, would everything be different now? For the first time, Shi Yan began to wonder if he was really wrong. Slowly raising his head, he gazed at Feng Yu. The eyes contained repentance. What is that look in your eyes? Feng Yu frowned, becoming a little more disgusted. This guy, he's not going to say something about him being wrong or something, is he? If that were true, it would be a great mockery. Stao Yu, if I say that I recognize my mistake, can you still forgive me? I was wrong. So wrong, that woman Lu Si-chun lied to me from head to toe. It's my ghost. But Xiao Yu, it's been so many days, you've vented what you need to, so it should be enough, right? At the end of the day we've always been family. Can you bear to see our daughter go without a father from now on? Feng Yu swore that she really wanted to stab this disgusting to the core guy to death. Is he really wrong? To be honest, but where the current Xia-an fought hard, Feng Yu would look at him that little bit higher. As a result, it's a straight-up misidentification? Are you kidding me? Who are you kidding? But it was only because Lu Si-chun had completely broken with him and lost all hope in Lu Si-chun that he turned his head and came back to kneel and lick her. The man is essentially like that, left and right, disgusting to the core. Don't you dare talk about your daughter. You don't deserve to mention her, and I'll live to regret the fact that I ever looked at you in the first place. Stao Yu, enough. Still having the strength to scream. It seems like you rested well, so next I hope you can hold up. Feng Yu turned his head and found a string from somewhere. Want to listen to music? Feng Yu suddenly asked. I just learned a funny thing called gibberish. You get a good feel for it. As the words fell, Feng Yu beckoned, and the two guards immediately stepped forward. Feng Yu moved over and said something in the caretaker's ear. At once, the eyes of the watchman went round. After hearing this, he looked at Feng Yu with a horrified face. That hard? It's written in the ancient books, and I'm curious as to what will happen. Feng Yu spread his hands. Understood. Leave it to us. The two guards took the string and then walked towards Xian. Wait, what are you guys doing? Don't move my pants. Damn. Stao Yu, I'm begging you. One day husband and wife. Feng Yu ignored it and just went to her cubicle to continue her work. Just from time to time, Xian's miserable screams could be heard, resounding throughout the villa. That voice was extremely mournful, causing countless people to be chilled until it was too late. Definitely tops the list of the worst screams in the villa. Fu Yuza was leaning against the corner. His body was covered in pavilions, and all kinds of unknown liquids were being poured into his body. So much so that the whole thing was a muddle and saliva hung in the corners of his mouth. Lax eyes. It was time for a lunch break, so he got a moment of peace. It was only when he heard Xian's mournful screams that he perked up a little. Eyes looked in the direction the voice came from. Inexplicably, he felt a wave of trepidation. Even he had never screamed so miserably. It's hard to imagine what that guy was going through. However, Fu Yuza didn't have the heart to worry about anyone else. Neat footsteps came from outside the door, and soon the door to the closed room was opened. A group of people dressed in blood-stained white coats, their faces completely covered by masks, appeared in the doorway. Fu Yuza knew that the hell that belonged to him had come again. A dim light drilled into the cell from the heads of the men. They just stood straight in the doorway, their cold voices as neat as machines. Time's up. You have 32 items left to complete today. Chapter 116, This moment, I saw a miracle. Qin's group gate. Lu Yunlong came here. Sir, do you have an appointment? The security personnel at the door stopped Lu Yunlong, eyes slightly wary. There was a nasty set of fairies causing trouble just 2 days ago. After that incident, the security personnel were all pumped up one by one. Every outsider who wanted to enter the Qin group would be carefully scrutinized. Never let any of them slip through the cracks. My name is Lu Yunlong. This time I'm here to set up General Qin. Please trouble Big Brother to inform me. For the Qin group. For Qin Mo. Lu Yunlong had respect from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Qin Mo, he wouldn't have been able to get to where he was today. Even if he was tough and bold, he didn't have the support of the Qin group. He may not even be able to get into Ryu's group. What's more, this visit was called by Qin Mo, and it was most likely related to the disease he was suffering from. Lu Yunlong? The security officer sighed in relief after looking Lu Yunlong up and down. So it's Mr. Lu, Mr. Qin explained that if you go in directly, I'm sorry for the trouble. Lu Yunlong gently nodded his head and then entered the Qin clan group. Not far away, a black van parked on the side of the road. A pair of eyes was gazing at Lu Yunlong's back through the car window. It wasn't until Lu Yunlong had completely entered the Qin group that he picked up his cell phone and dialed Lu Yunbai's number. Young Master Lu, your guess is correct. There is definitely collusion outside of business between Lu Yunlong and the Qin clan. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yunbai snorted coldly. This is inevitable. Lu Yunlong has definitely struck some sort of deal with the Qin clan. Or else there's no way the Qin clan would have helped him like this. This damned fellow, knowing that he can't win against me, he even went so far as to collude with outsiders to plot against the Lu family's family fortune. Then, young Master Lu, what should I do now? Can you follow me in? The figure looked at the main entrance of the Qin group. There were 4 or 5 security officers inside a single post, and it was a bit of a dilemma. Young Master Lu, you're making it difficult for me. It's impossible to blend in at a place like this unless there's an official reason. Lu Yunbai rolled his eyes. Isn't this nonsense? If there's an official reason, why do we still need you? A private detective. To investigate? Never mind. Keep a good watch and send me the pictures you took, by the way. After hanging up the phone, it didn't take long for Lu Yunbai to receive a number of stolen photos on his cell phone. Lu Yunlong, Lu Yunlong, what are you doing that you don't want to do? But you want to fight me? Fighting is fighting. Why did you go and collude with the Qin family? The corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc. You're betraying our Lu family. I'd like to see who else in the Lu family will actually support you. Lu Xinan, Lu Sikun. These two were both people who had shares, positions, and voice in the Lu group. Unlike Lu Yunlong, who pulled in other shareholders, Lu Yunbai planned to start with the Lu sisters first. After all, these people were his good sisters, and there was no reason why they wouldn't help him. Liashan was sent out of the country for the time being. The fact that he was the only one who knew about this matter was enough to prove that Lu Sichun trusted him, so there was no problem getting the support of Liashan. So that leaves Liasnan next. As long as he took down Lu Sinan, coupled with the strong support of Lu Chang'en, he would be able to separate himself from Lu Yunlong. Who does the Ryu group really belong to? It hasn't even been decided yet. Taking these photos, Lu Yunbai then headed towards Lu Sinan's office. At the same time, Qin clan group, inside Qin Mo's office, seeing Lu Yunlong once again. This fellow seemed to be in a much more depressed state of mind than the previous few days. A short black hair and a lot of gray hair too. It looks like you haven't had a good time for a while. Qin Mo sat on the sofa and flirted. Lu Yunlong scratched his head and sat across from Qin Mo in a disciplined manner. The corners of his mouth pulled into a helpless smile. How do you say? Mostly too busy. During this period of time, Qin's group publicly stood up and gave all the projects to Lu Yunlong. This is also sending a signal to the outside world. That was that he, Qin Mo, was very optimistic about Lu Yunlong, so there would be more people who would specify the projects originally signed with the Lu group to be done by Lu Yunlong. It's the human condition. Too many people who wanted to flatter Qin Mo but had no way to do so could only retreat to the second best and flatter Lu Yunlong first. As soon as there were more projects, Lu Yunlong inevitably fell into a busy phase. These days, he calmly rested not even more than 5 hours a day. It was already suffering from an incurable disease, plus this level of exertion. I'm lucky I didn't die suddenly. This is the time to look at your ability. I've given you the opportunity. If you can't grasp it, then you can't blame anyone, Qin Mo said. Lu Yunlong straightened his back, his eyes firm. Don't worry, young master. I won't let you down. Qin Mo laughed and changed the topic. When you came here you didn't realize there was a ghost behind you? Lu Yunlong spread his hands. I know. With Mighty Tiger in that gang can't hide from Mighty Tiger's eyes. It's just that I don't see the need to beat the bushes. That stupid brother of mine, wants to supervise me, so let him. What's not necessary for him to see, he can't see, and what's shown to him is something that doesn't matter. There was someone following behind. Lu Yunlong had known it for a long time. It's like he's also spying on Lu Yunbai. Just the difference is that he knew about it, and Lu Yunbai is blissfully unaware. Always think they are skillful, but do not know that he even looked for a lady to play a few times at night are in the grasp of Lu Yunlong. So what if you come to Qin's group? What can you prove? The fact that he had a relationship with Chin Mo had been known for a long time, it was just that it wasn't explicitly stated. Stupid brother, he can only live in his own world and call the shots. It's not worth it. Chin Mo was satisfied with Lu Yunlong's performance. A true hunter must learn to hide his own sharpness, know how to show weakness, and wait until the critical moment in the show. A hit to kill. The current Lu Yunlong was doing just that. You can just take these by yourself. This time, I also called you over because I have calculated that you can't hold out any longer. So I intend to pay you a little bit of interest first. Hearing this, Lu Yunlong's breathing became rapid. The eyes were full of anticipation. The contract signed with Chin Mo was that Chin Mo gave him a lifespan and he sold his soul. Both longevity and the soul are things that cannot happen in materialism. That already tends to be theological. But there was nothing to be done. Medicine could not save him, and he could only hope with the nebulous theology. And could Chin Mo really do such a thing? If it could be done, what kind of existence would Chin Mo be? Lu Yunlong was excited inwardly as he was about to peek into a new world. Chin Mo stood up and gazed at the nervous Lu Yunlong. Take it easy, it'll be quick. As the words fell, Chin Mo put his fingers together and lightly tapped between Lu Yunlong's eyebrows. Boom! It was as if something had exploded in the middle of Lu Yunlong's mind. Vision instantly began to blur, and thoughts became confused in the moment. It was as if something had been forced into his body. Every cell in his body was heating up rapidly. The sensation lasted nearly half a minute or so before fading. However, Lu Yunlong was like a fool, glaring with round eyes and sitting withered on the sofa. Pupils are dull and limbs are rigid. Chin Mo ignored it and just turned back to his boss chair to start dealing with some contracts. An hour later, Lu Yunlong, who was dryly sitting on the sofa, jerked back to his senses. The gasps became sharp as well. What happened to the hair? Chapter 117. Disgusting. Awake? Chin Mo's voice came. Lu Yunlong hurriedly raised his head to look at Chin Mo, but he suddenly noticed the pendulum of the clock hanging on the wall showing that an hour's time had passed since just now. An hour? Had an hour passed already? But he thought it was only a moment. Young master, what the hell is this? Chin Mo interrupted with a wave of his hand and simply gestured for him to look at the glass behind him. Lu Yunlong's touch was reflected in the glass. The original haggard look had long since been smoothed out, and his eyes became gleaming. Even his hair, which had already appeared gray, became black and oily at this moment. Tightening his fists, Lu Yunlong realized that his limbs felt as if they were renewed, filled with inexhaustible energy. I've given you a year's life expectancy, which means that you can now live for one more year, and after a year, depending on your performance, I'll continue to give you more life expectancy. Chin Mo's words caused Lu Yunlong to tremble. He was shocked, really shocked, that there were really people in this world who could do such things, giving life to others. Lu Yunlong was once a staunch atheist, but at this moment he really saw a miracle. Chin Mo, in Lu Yunlong's eyes, gradually towered over him, even becoming the embodiment of a god. In just this short moment, Lu Yunlong's eyes changed multiple times. There was a piety in it that had never been seen before. It's like being a faithful believer. Young master, honestly, I originally had some difficulty believing it. It's just that I'm really desperate. But I really hadn't thought, that there would be such a strange person like young master in this world. Lu Yunlong spoke with a stutter. It was really a bit unbelievable what was happening to him. Chin Mo just looked at him without interjecting at first. What's this? If he were to know that there are still people in this world who can be reborn, or even, perhaps, a ghost or something like that, and how would he look? The world is never a single facet. What's more, it's a world of female abuse? Don't be surprised. You'll have to rot in your stomach for today's events. If half of it leaks out, I can't tell what will happen to you. Chin Mo reminded. It's like fuse. Just the fact that Chin Mo knew that he was a reborn person. He couldn't wait to deconstruct him and study him. Who wouldn't be impressed if they were anyone else? Chin Mo has a lot of energy, but if something touches everyone's interests, it touches the interests of China. Even Chin Mo couldn't keep it. Don't worry, young master. I'm not a fool. I naturally know what such a thing means. Lu Yunlong repeatedly assured. Alright, go back, if you need to be in contact. After the matter was done, Chin Mo gave his expulsion order. Lu Yunlong also knew that he couldn't keep interrupting, so he got up and saluted before turning to leave. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Chin Mo gazed at Lu Yunlong below, who had already walked out of the group's building, feeling a sudden sensation of its marvelousness in his mind. It was as if it was a silk thread that pierced through the space of a higher dimension that was beyond the reach of humans and connected to Lu Yunlong's body. One end of the silk thread was connected to Lu Yunlong's soul, and the other end was clutched in Chin Mo's hand. Giving Lu Yunlong a year's lifespan naturally could not be given for nothing. According to the content of the contract, Chin Mo renewed Lu Yunlong's life and Lu Yunlong sold his soul to Chin Mo. Nowadays, Chin Mo had only paid for 1 year of life, thus grasping a part of Lu Yunlong's soul. clutching this silk thread. Shin Mo was able to feel that he could influence Lu Yunlong himself through this silk thread whenever he wanted to. Since the mastery was not complete, it could not jeopardize Lu Yunlong's life, but it can influence its will. Although it was unnecessary, after all, there was no way the current Lu Yunlong would betray him. But everything has to be an eventuality. There is no guarantee that a person will not change his mind after seizing a higher power. Will you still be willing to be subjected to others? Human nature is complex and fluid, and it's impossible to say. Holding the handle is what gives you the peace of mind to use the person. Ryu's group. Lu Yunbai arrived at the door of Lu Xinan's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Lu Xinan's voice came from inside the door. Lu Yunbai pushed the door and inside the wide office, Lu Xinan was sitting alone in front of the desk, burying his head, and was dealing with the documents. Big sister, still busy? Lu Yunbai greeted with a smile. Lu Xinan raised his head. A flash of surprise flashed through his eyes under his gold-rimmed glasses, frowning slightly, but it soon stretched out again. Lu Yunbai, the illegitimate son of Lu Chang'en. Ever since she knew this identity, Lu Xinan realized that the relationship between her and Lu Yunbai was no longer a mere sibling relationship. Rather, it's an enemy of some sort for a change. If Lu Chang'en wanted Lu Yunbai to inherit the family business, he would inevitably remove Lu Xinan from the game along with him. This was something Liasnan didn't want to see. What brings you here? Do you have nothing to do in your hands? Lu Xinan's attitude was not considered warm. This made Lu Yunbai a little suspicious. Compared to before, his big sister seemed a little colder towards him. Is it hard to believe that is because of Lu Yunlong? It's not something that can't happen. In the past, when he confronted Lu Yunlong at home, both his parents and other sisters would unconditionally stand on his side. Only Lu Xinan, on the surface, appeared to support him strongly, but in reality, he was somewhat ambiguous. To Lu Yunlong's attitude, although it was not good either, it was much better than the other sisters. So there was a place for Lu Yunlong on that scale in Lu Xinan's heart. Now it seems like the estimates are gradually starting to tilt towards Lu Yunlong. In 2 short sentences, Lu Yunbai thought a lot. Sometimes these abusive supporting characters are really quite complex. Say the ability can't work. He has an IQ online when it comes to being green tea and setting up the main character. Say it's okay. When they are really asked to do something big they will screw up again 100%. IQs fluctuate and are elusive. Is there something wrong? Lu Xinan gradually ran out of patience as he watched Lu Yunbai remain silent for half a day. Oh, it's just that I think there are some things you should have the right to know. Big sister. Regardless of who Lu Xinan was actually leaning towards right now, Lu Yunbai believed that with his superb acting skills, as well as the hard facts, he would be able to make Lu Xinan turn to support himself. He arrived in front of Lu Xinan and was just about to walk around the desk to Lu Xinan's side, but Lu Xinan called out, "Just say what you have to say. Are you still afraid that others will hear it?" Lu Xinan joked, but meant that he didn't want to get too close to Lu Yunbai. Lu Yunbai's expression stiffened. Then he laughed awkwardly twice before pulling out his cell phone and flipping through the photo albums and handing it to Lu Xinan. Big sister, this matter is not me being nosy. It's mainly because a friend of mine just happened to pass by and took a picture of it and sent it to me. It's about Brother Yunlong. Not long ago Brother Yunlong secretly went to the Qin group. I've checked, it's not a business matter. It should be a private matter. Coupled with the fact that Brother Yunlong has recently received strong support from the Qin group, do you think it could be that Brother Yunlong is joining forces with outsiders to try to disadvantage our Lu family? Saying this, Lu Yunbai immediately added, "Of course, I do believe Brother Yunlong." And that night when he said that he wanted to take back everything in the Lu family, he must have been talking in anger as well. But I'm just afraid that Brother Yunlong will be compelled by outsiders. You said that our family matters should naturally be resolved privately at home. Ugh, it's also my fault. I know Brother Yunlong must be angry with me, but if he really doesn't like me, I could have quit right away. I really didn't want to compete with Brother Yunlong. It's just that my father had to let me into the company. But if Brother Yunlong joins forces with outsiders to deal with our Lu family just because he's upset with me over this matter, that would be too much. Lu Xinan's expression was odd, and his eyelids fluttered as he listened. A quote from the famous movie Gu came to mind. Yuck! Disgusting! 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 Chapter 118, Anomalous Signal. Not human? Lu Xinan suddenly felt as if he had been in over his head in the past. Why didn't you realize that Lu Yunbai's speech was so disgusting? While saying I believe in Brother Yunlong's, he investigated if people went to the Qin group because of business cooperation. And you came to tell on yourself? Then blamed himself for something. It's all because of me. It's me who upset Brother Yunlong. I don't want to be like this, but Dad insisted that I enter the company. Listening to Lu Xinan, goosebumps rose. I felt that I had been absolutely blind before. Otherwise, how could I not have noticed such an obvious tea-talk? Is there really such a thing as a filter? In the past, because he was too familiar with and trusted Lu Yunbai, he had a natural filter on Lu Yunbai. The mental perspective was skewed towards Lu Yunbai's direction from the start. This also led to the fact that mentally it just felt like what Lu Yunbai said was right. However, ever since Qin Mo directly singled out that Lu Yunbai was actually Lu Chang'an's illegitimate son, hostility rose towards Lu Yunbai, and his mind became clearer. It wasn't until this moment that she realized just how disgusting this Lu Yunbai guy used to be. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Xinan felt that he had been too much of a brakeman in the past. Because of his belief in Lu Yunbai, he didn't know how many times he had wronged Lu Yunlong. Really, inwardly, he sighed. Yunbai, are you spying on Yunlong? Lu Xinan crossed his legs and leaned his body against the back of the chair, somewhat disgusted by Lu Yunbai's move. You don't think about working hard when you can't afford it. You just engage in these crooked things all day long. What's wrong with other people going to Qin's group? What could possibly go wrong? Lu Yunbai froze, obviously also hearing the displeasure in Lu Xinan's words, hastily waving his hands. No, big sister, you're really misunderstanding me. I just said it. These photos were taken by a friend of mine who just happened to pass by and took them for me. Shoot for you? Lu Xinan stared at Lu Yunbai. You're telling me that your friend had no business for a day and passed by Qin's group and took a picture of a man? This excuse is truly breathless. If you were on the other side of a woman, you could still explain that you took the picture because you thought it looked good. But the point is, the other guy is a man. A man who goes and shoots another man for no reason? How about that for a laugh? Lu Yunbai scratched his head, already sweating a bit, feeling that the situation was not right. Why does this woman have so many questions today? In the past, they wouldn't have cared about such trivial matters, right? So he just made up a random reason. How is he going to round it up when this is suddenly asked? Worried, friend? Lu Xinan sneered. So, Yunbai, are you giving your friend all the details about our family? What else would your friend be worried about when he's stranded there? No. This, Lu Yunbai already didn't know how to answer. Pinned down like a log, sweat all over his head, eyes tinged with panic. Lu Xinan closed the document in front of him, his expression instantly serious. Yunbai, so you really told your friend all the specifics of our family? Do you know what that means? Big sister, you have to believe me. I really did not say anything more with my friend. This time the matter is really a coincidence. Lu Yunbai listened to this meaning, are about to convict themselves. Hastily waving his hand, he explained, I also felt that it was a bit suspicious. That's why I brought it over to let big sister weigh in on it. And I personally definitely believe that brother Yunlong wouldn't do such a thing. Lu Xinan gazed at Lu Yunbai, his cold eyes making him stand still. After a moment of silence, she waved her hand helplessly. Yunbai, next time don't engage in such meaningless things. Instead of focusing your mind on this kind of thing, you might as well put more effort into soliciting a few more clients and make more contributions to the Lu family. Although father has asked you to take a position with the company, you must also realize that a company is always a company, a place of profitability. If you really aren't up to the task, I think it would be better for you to quit. Anyway, you just said you didn't want to come to the office in the first place. Wouldn't it be nice to quit and do what you love to do and make your own people's lives a little more meaningful? You have to realize that you'll always be a child of the Willow family, always be the young master of the Willow family, just like your third sister, going on to be a star or something else. On the surface, Lu Xinan was speaking in a serious manner, but on the inside, he was laughing badly. Didn't you, Lu Yunbai, say you didn't want to serve in the company? Then I'll give you a suggestion and see what you say. Essentially, it was just a matter of disgusting Lu Yunbai, and the two would be enemies in the end anyway. This was something that Lu Xinan had already seen through a long time ago. Of course, if Lu Yunbai really gave up his position in the company, Lu Xinan was even more supportive with both hands. Can Lu Yunbai be willing? How is that possible? He was super eager. He couldn't wait for Willow's group to belong to him alone. At this moment, the corner of Lu Yunbai's mouth pulled out a smile that was worse than crying. What big sister said? I'll think about it, but it's mostly up to dad. Then why don't I talk to dad for you? Lu Xinan made a gesture to pull out his cell phone. Lu Yunbai was startled and hurriedly stopped. Big sister, this kind of thing won't trouble you. I have things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Big sister, you're busy, can't afford to mess with it, really can't. Lu Yunbai could only fall away. Looking at Lu Yunbai's back, Lu Xinan rolled his eyes, dumped the phone onto the desktop. The look of gravity. This Lu Yunbai really wanted to target Lu Yunlong anytime, anywhere, and wanted to drive Lu Yunlong out of the company every second. If he does get it done, who will be next? It almost goes without saying that it must be her, Lu Xinan. Right now, she was still able to be at peace with each other, just because Lu Yunlong was drawing attention in front of her. Unconsciously, Lu Xinan has long been driven to the brink with a shock. She still understands the truth of lips and teeth. Not much ability, not much ambition, really a white-eyed wolf. Thinking back to all the years of being all kinds of good to Lu Yunbai, Lu Sinan felt that it would be better to feed a dog. Sighing softly, Lu Sinan looked at his cell phone. The wallpaper had long since been changed to a surreptitious photo of the man. Gazing at the photo, Lu Sinan's thoughts began to wander. Qin's group, why don't you have any movement these days? Not even a single message to me? Why don't I do what Yulong did and make a trip to the Qin group? Find that man, to talk about some official business? Between thoughts, Lu Sinan's legs wrapped in black silk unconsciously tangled together. Biting her lip lightly, her eyes grew misty. 4. Cut. On the top floor of the Qin group, Qin Mo couldn't stop sneezing. Young master, did you catch a cold? Xia Bingyao, who was rubbing Qin Mo's shoulders, was a bit puzzled. How powerful is Qin Mo's physique? How could he catch a cold? What an unprecedented thing. Qin Mo rubbed his nose. No, I don't think so. Maybe someone is muttering about me. Qin Mo didn't care and was just about to close his eyes and continue to enjoy the massage service of the beautiful secretary Xia Bingyao when he suddenly opened his eyes cast to a gateway. This feeling. Ding. Master. Anomalous electromagnetic signal detected. Not human, but. Chapter 119, Rare Objects. You're here and still want to leave? Knock knock. A crisp knock on the door resounded. The voice of Qin Mo's new recruiting aide came from outside the door. Mr. Qin, Xiao Shui, the president of Tianhao Group, is here. Tianhao Group, in the imperial capital, is also considered a famous group. The founder Xiao family is not comparable to the four big families, but can easily crush the Lin family's mansion. The Tianhao Group and the Qin Group have always had business dealings. This time, also because of a project, Xiao Shui, the current president of Tianhao Group, had made an appointment in advance wanting to discuss with Qin Mo face to face. Considering that there was nothing much going on, Qin Mo simply asked her to come to the office to find herself. I just didn't expect to be surprised. The door was opened and a woman and two men walked in. Woman named Xiao Shui, Tianhao Group's current president. The man on the left and Xiao Shui, great difference. Face some small handsome, is Xiao Shui's secretary named Mu Yanqing. Well, male secretaries know what they're talking about. As for the other one, it was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, the manager of a certain department of the Tianhao Group, walking at the end of the line, hunched over, carrying his things, his demeanor tense. Qin Mo didn't care about any of this. His gaze was just looking straight at Xiao Shui, or the indistinct figure behind Xiao Shui. Master, the spirit you've been chanting about has appeared. The system sprite's voice echoed in Qin Mo's mind. Indeed, it was a soul that had been forced to follow Xiao Shui's side as if it had been placed under some sort of bondage. Although he appeared as a mass of energy, he still barely possessed a humanoid form. The face was tinged with despair and death, and the empty eyes were staring at Xiao Shui's secretary Mu Yanqing in death, like there was some kind of deep hatred. But sadly, while becoming a ghostly presence, but he doesn't have the abilities that the ghosts and monsters in those horror movies have. He was like a shadow, bound to Xiao Shui's side, unable to leave or do anything. One can only watch what is happening in front of one's eyes out of thin air. Even the living could not even sense his presence. It seemed to have noticed Qin Mo's gaze. The soul body was a little taken aback, doubtfully shifting his line of sight. Those empty eyes locked with Qin Mo. This person can see me? An incredible thought bubbled up inside him, but immediately afterward, he shook his head. It couldn't be. He knew exactly what kind of situation he was in. How can a person see him? Presumably, this Mr. Qin of the Qin Group was looking at Xiao Shui, right? Xiao Shui. Thinking about Xiao Shui, his expression gradually showed some emotional changes from numbness. Interesting. Qin Mo slightly hooked the corner of his mouth. Interested in this kind of thing. As to why he can see? Nonsense. I am the mandate of heaven. To put it scientifically, his system was equipped with probing capabilities, and seeing the other side was a breeze. Only, something was wrong. For the first time, the system's probing function didn't read out the other side's information. I say, I just feel like something's not right anywhere. It's not easy on this guy. He has a system on his body? Qin Mo had already guessed. That's right, but the level is average. There are anti-peeping wall, but the problem is not big. Master, leave it to me. 10 minutes I packed to make the other side of the anti-peeping wall crumble. The system sprite was confident and volunteered. Recently Qin Mo's desire to talk to it has become smaller and smaller. The system is afraid. I'm really afraid that Qin Mo will think it's a waste that day. The kind that can't do anything. It lost its value, and then it can't have any hope. Seeing an opportunity to perform, how can you not come out and brush up your presence? Qin Mo didn't refuse either. Then you cheer up. It won't miss, will it? Don't worry, master. I'm at least 2 levels above it. If I can even miss this, I'll go to the small dark room myself. This was the first time Xiao Shui had met Qin Mo. It is indeed as handsome and charismatic as the legends say. Just, why does this person keep staring at himself? Xiao Shui was a little agitated by Qin Mo's direct gaze. Could it be that Qin Mo has a good first impression of himself? It had to be. Otherwise why would he be staring so straight at himself for so long? Xiao Shui had absolute confidence in her face value and her temperament. But there's no way around it. She's already got a name. If he had met Qin Mo earlier, maybe he could have considered giving him a chance? Pursing her lips, a flash of regret rose within her. Xiao Shui didn't know that all of her small movements were seen by Mu Yanqing on the side. His brows furrowed slightly as his eyes flicked back and forth between Qin Mo and Xiao Shui. More and more. Something didn't feel quite right. What the hell are these two doing? He had managed to take care of one competitor, and it was hard not to have another one? The atmosphere was a little weird, until Qin Mo removed his eyes from the soul body's body and then calmly said, "Did you bring the contract? Since we're here to talk business, it's good to get right down to business." "Oh, brought it." Xiao Shui came back to her senses and hurriedly took out a document from her bag, stepped forward and placed it in front of Qin Mo, about to prepare for the introduction. Qin Mo didn't even look at it and directly threw it to Xia Bingyao. "Talk to my secretary." Qin Mo was not interested in Xiao Shui, nor was he interested in the others present. Just curious about that soul body. Xiao Shui looked at Qin Mo's attitude and was slightly stunned, but she didn't say anything more. Who wouldn't you talk to about business? It was just that this Qin Mo's attitude was a bit inscrutable. Just now he was staring at himself all the time, and now he was ignoring him. Men who like to play hard to get? Couldn't figure it out. But Xiao Shui was here on a mission. After letting Mu Yanqing and Xia Bingyao butt heads, she then pointed at the middle-aged man with a flattering face to the side. "That, Mr. Qin, let me introduce you. This is the manager of one of our company's departments. This time I came not only for the matter of the contract, but also because this manager of ours spoke out of turn yesterday and had some verbal altercations with your company's employees. He was overly upset, so he specially prepared some thin gifts to come and apologize. The cause of this incident was the gold-digging woman who caused trouble in front of the Qin group. When he was caught, he used the name of the Gold Master to threaten Secretary Li. This matter was eventually known by the senior management of the Tianhao Group, and Xiao Shui's father, the chairman of the Tianhao Group, was furious, and Xiao Shui was dispatched to bring this manager to personally come to Qin Group to make amends. Hello Mr. Qin, I've really heard a lot about you. Heroes come out of the youth." That middle-aged manager came to Qin Mo's front and nodded his head. With that, he presented the generous gift he had prepared, a jadeite tablet worth millions of dollars. It was evident that he was genuinely afraid of being caught up in the silly lack of behavior of the fairies. It was really because the Qin Group's attitude was too tough this time. Those who went were arrested and those who didn't were warned and fined one by one. What if he was one of the instigators? That's why he purposely spent a huge amount of money to buy this jade tablet. Millions of something is really hemorrhaging money for his position as a manager. Only, Qin Mo just looked at it and stopped paying attention. This kind of garbage has only local boards within the Royal Dragon Manor. I know about this matter, but you'd better go and talk to the client. Go out from here, take the elevator to the 15th floor of the legal department, and ask for Attorney Li. Collecting this thing didn't count for anything to Qin Mo, nor did it have any meaning. Even pulled down the tone. Their level of circle gift, that is not 10 million to start? It would be better for him to go directly to Attorney Li, which would be a benefit for the guys in the legal department. Okay, thanks for pointing it out, Mr. Qin. The middle-aged man heard and understood that Qin Mo's words generally meant that he wouldn't be too calculating. The middle-aged man was also relieved. Between a few people talking, Xia Bingyao's side was pretty much dealt with, and there was nothing wrong with the contract. It can be invested. Then take this contract and go to the manager in charge down the line to butt heads. Qin Mo gave his expulsion order. A few people packed up their things, and after a few thanks, they turned to leave. The soul body that had been bound to Xiao Shui's side was also forced to follow her as she prepared to leave the gate. At the back, Qin Mo's eyes stared. The invisible wall seemed to block the two worlds, and the soul body was kept inside the gate. The sudden scene startled the soul bodies. The empty eyes gradually gained vigor, looking straight at Xiao Shui's gradually fading back, followed by a look at himself trapped inside the office. "Where do you want to go?" The sudden voice that came from him caused his entire soul to shudder violently. "Can't go wrong. There's absolutely no mistaking it." The words were directed at him. But, how is this possible? At this moment, the soul body's face also took on a touch of horror as it slowly turned its head, seeing that Qin Mo was staring straight at him and had even hooked his hand towards him. Chapter 120, Explosive Stories. Souls going crazy. Jiang Hong had been forced to follow Xiao Shui for almost a month now. All this time, he could only watch Xiao Shui and Mu Yanqing get close as a bystander, and nothing can be done, for the simple reason that he's dead. I'm afraid the body has long since rotted into a pile of white bones. All that was left was the ethereal soul, with nowhere to go, imprisoned in a mysterious and incomprehensible way, beside Xiao Shui's body. No one saw or detected him, until today, when an unintentional encounter with a man stopped his soul out of nowhere. Even said straight out that they saw him? What kind of joke is this? Can anyone else in this world see souls? Young master, who are you talking to? Xia Bingyao looked toward the front door in confusion. There was no sign of anyone, but Qin Mo had just definitely spoken and had hooked his hand in the direction of the gate. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Bingyao, do you believe in souls? Qin Mo didn't explain at first. Just looking at the hand-wringing Jiang Hong with interest, he asked towards Xia Bingyao. Soul? Xia Bingyao flirted with her eyebrows, clearly a little surprised. Another look at the gate to make sure nothing was there, then said, subjectively, I don't believe it, but, if this matter is said by the young master, then I believe it 100%. Qin Mo glanced at Xia Bingyao. Young master can't be wrong. Xia Bingyao had almost blind trust and admiration for Qin Mo. Having said that, even the rebirth thing is there, and the soul is not unacceptable. So now we have a trick in this room? Not bad, let me see if I can make it current. Qin Mo slightly mimicked his eyes. His ability to see Jiang Hong depended on the system's probing function, but the other side also seems to have a system on it, so it has a wall against prying eyes. Therefore Qin Mo could only see, but could not read the information. If he could successfully crack the other party's system, then he would be able to probe Jiang Hong in all directions. The system sprites were still working on it, and Qin Mo looked at the progress and was almost ready to breach it. As for making it current, it's actually quite simple to have the system get a holographic projection instantly. It's not a very advanced technology, and as a system that can't even do this stuff, it would be a real waste. Thinking about it, Qin Mo's pupils glowed with a shimmering light. Jiang Heng's body soon materialized in the office. This is the soul? Xia Bingyao was startled, but quickly recovered. There was a hint of curiosity in the icy blue eyes. Jiang Hong looked at his body without much change, couldn't figure out what the man in front of him had done either, but judging by the reaction, the other woman could see him too. Who the hell are you? Why can you see me? Jiang Hong felt a hint of uneasiness. The man in front of him was one he had never seen before, and his methods were appalling. Most importantly, Jiang Hong had no idea whether the other party's attitude was enemy or friend, so Jiang Hong retained a high level of vigilance. You've become like this. Who are you defending yourself against? Qin Mo found it funny, but I'm also curious as to why something like you exists in the world. Want to study it? Xia Bingyao stared at Jiang Hong and spoke words that caused Jiang Hong to shiver violently. Sure enough, these guys are not nice at all. It's also true that a normal person seeing a soul is an incredible thing in itself, and it's normal to want to scrutinize it. But, he has been victimized. Can he not even die in peace? Jiang Hong was panicked and immediately turned around to try to escape this horrible place. However, the invisible wall was still blocking where it was, and no matter how much he rushed forward, it did not help. Damn it, what the hell is this? You'd better not struggle. Qin Mo shook his head. I have a million ways to study you, but until then I'm quite curious as to what has happened to you. That's what made it into this. Can you tell me about it? Why are you asking? Jiang Hong remained wary. It's very simple. Just curious. Of course you can choose not to answer. Then I can only imprison such a peculiar existence like you and study it in the meantime. The corner of Qin Mo's mouth hooked up into a smile. You should be able to understand just how valuable a being like you is to modern science. If you can't satisfy my curiosity then you don't have any need to exist for me. Jiang Hong took a step back and forced himself to calm down. I become a ghost. You can't help me. So why can't you run away now? Don't fool yourself. Tell me, maybe when I'm in a good mood, I might even help you. That woman called Xiao Shui just now is related to you, right? Even the fact that you became like this is most likely because of her? Qin Mo looked at Jiang Hong, and the words he uttered did cause Jiang Hong to be a little shaken. When he thought about it, he was now a soul body and could not threaten Qin Mo at all. Instead, Qin Mo was really able to manage to imprison him for study. It would be better to say it, whether Qin Mo would help or not. It was also good to sort of spill the beans. He'd been holding it in for far too long. Took a deep breath, though he couldn't inhale. The Xiao Shui you just mentioned is my wife, the one who has been in love for 3 years. Jiang Hong began his narration. Xiao Shui and I met in college. At that time Xiao Shui liked me, and I liked Xiao Shui, and we rightfully became a couple. After graduation, we got married. Xiao Shui's family is a powerful family in the imperial capital, so I'm kind of in the family, but I don't care because Xiao Shui treats me really well and Xiao Shui's friends respect me. I used to think that we could go on lovingly like this forever, and even a year ago Xiao Shui was pregnant with my child. At that time, I was really happy, and the family of 3 I had always fantasized about seemed to be coming soon. Until Mu Yanqing, that damn guy, shows up. Muin Chang is my classmate and my friend, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Jiang Hong raised his head, and pain surfaced in his empty eyes. That day, Xiao Shui suddenly told me that she had aborted our baby. I was puzzled, even devastated. And you know what she said when I hysterically asked her why she was doing it? Jiang Hong seemed unable to control his emotions, and his face became incomparably hideous. The soul body also began to distort. That actually said that it was because Mu Yanqing's had cancer and was dying, and her wish before she died was to have a child to carry on the family line. And she, Xiao Shui, was Mu Yanqing's only friend, and she said she couldn't watch her friend leave with regrets. So, she aborted my baby and is planning to go for IVF with Mu Yanqing? Chapter 121, The Second System. You'd better calm down. Look at you. Your whole soul is twisted beyond recognition. I can't guarantee what you'll become at this rate. Looking at the restless Jiang Hongqin Mo kindly reminded. Though it's not certain that a spirit body would turn into an evil spirit because of a grudge or something like that, but looking at the guy in front of me, it would become scary to the point of being real if it continued like this. And others can't see him, so isn't that specifically disgusting? Xia Bingyao was subconsciously hiding behind Qin Mo. A pair of small hands clenched Qin Mo's palms in death. Girls are naturally scared of things like ghosts and monsters. After Qin Mo's reminder, Jiang Hong calmed down a bit. I'm sorry, I can't control my emotions when I think of this incident. I can't wait to make those two brutes pay for their lives. Understandable. Go on. Qin Mo gestured. I asked myself. I haven't done anything to apologize to Xiao Shui over the years, and I even turned down the opportunity to continue my doctoral studies for Xiao Shui's sake to enter the Tianhao group and help their family take down many large orders. Without me, their family couldn't have gotten to where it is today. But I didn't think that woman would be so ruthless. When I found out that she had aborted my child with her in private, just to pass on her child to Mu Yanqing, I blew a gasket. I can't understand why anyone would make that choice. Jiang Hong clenched his fists in death. Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao nodded approvingly. This was indeed not something a human could do, even considering that this is a world of female abuse with a lot of silly protagonists. However, Qin Mo still felt that this kind of thing was too outrageous. There was only one explanation, and that was just that Xiao Shui didn't love Jiang Heng at all. However, Jiang Heng's story was not yet finished, and Qin Mo did not jump to conclusions. She was willing to give birth to someone else, and even said that she would recognize me as her father when Mu Yanqing died. Oh, it's ironic, but I can't accept something like that. I don't want to be the receiver. So, I filed for divorce from Shosu. The divorce required a 1-month cooling-off period until the last day when Shosu came to me of her own accord. She said, she realized the error of her ways, rolled over and woke up, and didn't want a divorce, and promised to have fired Mu Yanqing out of the company, and would never have anything to do with Mu Yanqing again. This was immediately followed by saying that to make it up to me, he was going to rebirth me a child, and inviting me to travel with him for a break to the spots I've always wanted to visit the most. Speaking of this, Jiang Hong smiled to himself. To be honest, I love Xiao Shui so much, so especially so much that I would even give up everything I have for her. At that time, when Xiao Shui said that she completely cut off her relationship with Mu Yanqing, I admit that my heart went soft, but I wasn't sure I wanted to continue the marriage, and I turned down Shosu, but I did want to think about it so badly that I told her I was going out on my own, but I didn't realize that this tour would become my nightmare. It was a trap. Just off the plane my ID, passport, etc. was confiscated. It was Xiao Shui who sent someone to do it. She has always sent someone to follow me, not for protection, but kidnapping. They tied me to an island and left me to fend for myself. I don't know why that woman is so cruel. The henchmen she sent, they also took away my special medicine for heart disease, and just as soon as they left, the next thing I knew, I was dead on that lonely island from a heart attack. It's been 10 months since I opened my eyes again. I realized that I had turned into a soul body and was still bound by some strange rule that only allowed me to follow Xiao Shui's side. In the end, Xiao Shui still did IVF for Mu Yanqing, and I personally saw the birth of that seed, as well as Xiao Shui, Mu Yanqing and their family of 3 amicable and cozy images. At that moment I could not wait to flay them. But, I can't do anything. I can only watch, like a bystander to the happiness that was mine. Until today. Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao looked at each other and both shook their heads. Miserable, indeed, and worthy of a sadistic protagonist. At this time, the voice of the system sprite sounded in Qin Mo's mind. Master, it's done. The other side's system has a little something, but not much. Ha, but this guy is a bit interesting. His system is called the Heart Wish system, a system that can make a wish. But, this wish is not very good. Once you make a wish, you yourself will suffer the corresponding retribution, a kind of self-inflicted contraption, and there is a limit to the wishes that can be made, too difficult to realize. For example, to bring a person back to life will not work. Self-mutilation? Sure enough, it's worthy of being a system in a sadistic world. Just like you, but you're sadistic. He's sadistic. Ahem. Master, in fact, I'm not really abusive, am I? I've given the host a better ending anyway, haven't I? Doesn't matter, you're not much use anyway. Whether it's the happiness system on him or the so-called heartwarming system, in Shinmo's eyes are not useful. Waste system just. What do you think? What's the point of having a limit on what you can call your heart's desire? And there's a cost to this thing. A self-inflicted system. No wonder Jiang Hong had a heart attack. As his thoughts returned, Shinmo looked at Jiang Hong and suddenly thought of another problem. This guy, if he has a system, why would he still end up in this situation today? Even if the heart medication was taken away, it shouldn't be that hard to re-wish for a first-rate medicine using the heart-warming system, right? A wish of this magnitude wouldn't hurt him too much, would it? How do you just die of a heart attack alive? This is not logical at all. Unless, what that so-called mindfulness system wants is for Jiang Hong to die. Just like this unlucky thing on his body. Wasn't it trying to take over his body in the first place? It didn't work, but it proved the point that this system thing is not a good thing. At least not in the abusive world of the female genre. Not a product of the same world as any of the male ones. Then, it was worth wondering what exactly the system on Jiang Hong wanted. Have you finished what you have to say? Shinmo asked. Is there anything else to add? Jiang Hong asked suspiciously. Forget it, I'll see for myself. As the words fell, Jiang Hong clearly saw Shinmo's pupils instantly turn white. An inexplicable feeling swept through his entire body. And even as a soul body he couldn't help but shiver. Or perhaps, the soul body's perception of this emptiness is more pronounced. So he feels that everything about him is being spied on. It was as if something deep inside wanted to fight back, but soon the will to fight back all but collapsed. Jiang Hong knew that he was becoming visible in front of Shinmo. At the moment he was filled with one thought. This man was too mysterious. It simply doesn't look like a person. Yo, it seems like you're really deep in love with that Xiao Shui. Shinmo casually checked Jiang Heng's past. All of Jiang Heng's information. Xiao Shui was once diagnosed with advanced heart failure, and you tried to treat her in every way you could. But modern medicine could do nothing for this already advanced condition. So you switched your mindset and begged all the temples in the country. And ultimately you gained the mercy of the heavens. You awakened the system. Jiang Heng's empty eyes snapped wide open. That thing is a system? Shinmo wasn't too surprised by Jiang Heng's reaction. It seems that you don't know, but it doesn't matter. This thing tells you that if you want to save Xiao Shui, you can make a wish like it. But in the same way, curing Xiao Shui's advanced heart failure will require you to pay the same price. You agreed without hesitation. What a touching love. Shinmo smiled. But unfortunately, your wife has never thanked you. She has always believed that she was able to recover because of Mu Yanqing. Because, after Mu Yanqing learned that your wife had been miraculously healed, he told your wife that he had been painstakingly praying to God, as a result of which Xiao Shui had really gotten better. But it wasn't long before he developed cancer. Xiao Shui naturally assumed that this was a punishment that had come down from heaven, and was therefore filled with guilt towards Mu Yanqing. At this moment, Shinmo really wanted to laugh. It appeared. It really appeared. The dog and pony show of rescues being fraudulently claimed came up. Moreover, even this kind of metaphysical way of saving people could be claimed by impersonators. Shinmo was really powerless to spit. However, what is really ridiculous is this Xiao Shui, so outrageous lies can believe, should say she is really stupid? Or does she actually have other plans? Shinmo didn't think there would be such a stupid person in this world, even if this was a female world. But isn't the reason why people are called people is because they have the ability to think independently? In Shinmo's opinion, the so-called cancer was an excuse for Mu Yanqing. But how could it not be another excuse for Xiao Shui? If she expected in her heart that Mu Yanqing had saved her, then she would have believed such a clumsy lie. How exciting is it to be able to hang Jiang Hong openly and honestly while still giving birth to Mu Yanqing's baby? It says IVF. Who knows? Chapter 122, isn't it just giving birth to someone else's child? On leaving the Qin group, for some reason, Xiao Shui always had an empty feeling, but after looking around, I didn't find anything out of the ordinary to be right. This situation made Xiao Shui confused as well. Shaking his head, he took the car back to the Shaw house. Mu Yanqing followed and got into the car, not as a secretary, but as the child's father. The child Xiao Shui gave Mu Yan to celebrate her birth was just a month old and was well cared for in the Xiao family. Once a day Mu Yanqing would come to Zhao's house to visit the children. Many times, Mu Yanqing wanted to stay, but he would always be rejected, and the word Xiao Shui gave was that she and Mu Yanqing were always still friends. Having a child for Mu Yanqing is already a kindness, according to Xiao Shui's thoughts. In the end, she was still Jiang Heng's wife. What's it like to let other men live in your house? In response, although Mu Yanqing was helpless, he could only compromise for the time being. Soon the vehicle pulled up in front of Xiao's house. Xiao family's housekeeper, Fu Bo, hurriedly came out to greet him. Miss, you're back. And young Master Yanqing, come in quickly, come in quickly. The child has been crying. Except for you, miss, the mother. Ah, No one can coax it. Fubar was helpless at this. Xiao Shui was also a little anxious, and immediately heard the sound of a crying child as she quickly entered the house. Baby good mommy's here. Don't cry. Don't cry. Out of her maternal nature, Xiao Shui has a more tolerant attitude towards children. Looking at that fleshy little face, Xiao Shui's face couldn't help but raise a smile. Shuier, look, our child will still recognize people. He just has to be in mommy's arms to stop crying. Daddy doesn't even have this kind of treatment. Mu Yanqing walked over. Moving over to Shasetsu's side, he watched the child up close. He also stretched out his fingers to tease the child. Smiling, his cheek is a few centimeters away from Xiao Shui. The picture is very cozy, as if a happy family of three general. However, looking at Mu Yanqing who was so close, Xiao Shui frowned slightly. With that, a few steps back. Shuier? Mu Yanqing stood in place, looking at Xiao Shui with a somewhat awkward expression. Immediately afterward, he became despondent again. Is it hard to not even let me see my child? Xiao Shui hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. You're the child's father. How can I not let you see it? I just think that we'll always remain friends. Besides, I miss my husband. Xiao Shui pursed her lips and lowered her head, teasing the child for a while before handing it over to Mu Yanqing, then stepped aside himself, pulling Uncle Fu over. Speaking of which, it's been so long, hasn't that Zhang Hong fellow been making noise about wanting to come back? Xiao Shui still didn't know that Zhang Hong had died 10 months earlier, died on that deserted island, and now probably doesn't even have a full body. Fu Bo looked at Mu Yanqing, who was holding the child not far away, then said, No, miss, not even once? Didn't I tell you to buy him a cell phone? Did you buy it or not? Fu Bo raised his hand. Miss, it's really bought, and, Mr. is actively not wanting to contact Miss. During this period of time, Mr. was always cursing you and young Master Mu Yanqing, and didn't want to have any communication with you at all, probably still mad at you. At those words, Xiao Shui's frown deepened a few points. The flicker of thought that had just lifted up within him also instantly dissolved into nothingness, and instead raised a flash of boredom. This Zhang Hong, he really is too petty. From before to now he is always like this, like a little child. It's not like Mu Yanqing is just my friend. It's also his friend they're still in the same class. Could it be that he's so tolerant of watching Mu Yanqing pass away with regrets? I'm just fulfilling a wish for Mu Yanqing, and he dares to throw me under the bus, even clamoring for a divorce? The more she said, the angrier Xiao Shui became, resentment slowly spewing out. I thought, let him calm down on the deserted island and let him back once he figured it out, but I didn't expect that this guy has hard bones. Fu Bo looked at his family's young lady like this. It also could not help but persuade. Miss, if you ask me, since that Jiang Hong is unwilling to accept it, why don't you and Jiang Hong simply separate? I see Mu Yanqing is a very good man, and he has even taken good care of you during this time, and you both have children. Why don't you? Uncle Fu, what are you talking about? Xiao Shui coldly glared at Uncle Fu. Mu Yanqing and I are just friends. The child is just to give Mu Yanqing the regret. Instead, Mu Yanqing is pregnant with cancer. Maybe that day, so it's not appropriate. Xiao Shui shook her head, and you're not allowed to say it again. With that, Xiao Shui intended to turn around and leave. However, halfway there, she suddenly paused. By the way, you tell Jiang Hong that there is a limit to my patience. If he's going to throw a tantrum, he's been doing it for so long, it's time for it to die down. In saying that, I've already given Ma Yanqing a child. He can't stop anything, and I've fulfilled my promise. As long as Jiang Hong is willing to sincerely call me to apologize and is willing to recognize this child as a son and treat him as his own, I will agree to his return. If he's still not satisfied, I can also have a child with him, said Xiao Shui, looking at the child being held in Mu Yanqing's arms, suddenly realizing that if Jiang Hong had a child of his own, would he still be good to that child? This child is her bloodline in Mu Yanqing's flesh and blood, and in the future, after Mu Yanqing dies of a serious illness, this child will be Mu Yanqing's continuation in this world. No, can't have kids with Kong Hong. Otherwise, Mu Yanqing's children will suffer. Forget it, there's no need to say this last one. Just go and tell Jiang Hong as you said before. While I'm in a good mood these days, he'd better hurry up and come apologize to me. It's been so long, not a single phone call. Don't you know how hard I worked while I was pregnant? Not even a word of greeting. Skimming her lips, Xiao Shui flung her head up the stairs. Inside the living room, Fu Bo watched Xiao Shui leave and then came over to Mu Yanqing's side. Uncle Fu, I asked you to help persuade him. What's the result? Mu Yanqing directly placed the child casually on the sofa. The eyes went to Fubuki. You brat. I just probed the young lady and she's still thinking about Jiang Hong, but you don't have to be discouraged. The lady also said that you are pregnant with cancer and that you might be. That day, said Fubuki, raising an eyebrow. That's a phrase you savor. You savor. A look of excitement gradually raised on Mu Yanqing's face. So doesn't that mean, it's not that there's no chance, but that Yuki is worried about me having cancer and is afraid that people will die that day, right? That's right, that's why I think you can find a chance to get this so-called cancer thing of yours out of the way. Just use the same reason you did last time, pray to God, and all of a sudden it'll be fine, and the lady will believe it, Fu Bo said. After all, she's had a similar experience herself. Chapter 123, Father and Son Conspire. Fubuki's tone was laced with certainty. She'll absolutely believe it. As the housekeeper of the Xiao family, Uncle Fu knew that once Xiao Shui had experienced a very strange thing. At the time, Xiao Shui was suffering from severe heart failure, and modern medicine had nothing to offer. He could only lie inside the hospital all day, looking depressed, and Jiang Hong, who was her husband, is missing all day, seeing Xiao Shui approaching the end of her life. But as it turned out, no one expected that overnight Xiao Shui's illness would get better out of nowhere. Even Xiao Shui's attending physician at the time couldn't understand why this was happening. That's when Fu Bar became acutely aware that this matter was an opportunity. So Uncle Fu contacted Mu Yanqing and told Xiao Shui that during the period of Xiao Shui's illness, Mu Yanqing had run through all the temples up and down the country in order to pray for Xiao Shui's blessing, and that it was likely that the heavens were touched by Mu Yanqing's sincerity. The Bodhisattva manifested himself and cured Xiao Shui. Although it sounds ridiculous, what happened to Xiao Shui really cannot be explained by science. Then later, Xiao Shui learns about Mu Yanqing's cancer, and even more so, she believes that this is karma. It was Mu Yanqing who helped her endure her suffering. And what about Kong Hong as a husband? He was not seen many times during the period of Xiao Shui's illness. When Xiao Shui got well, Jiang Hong appeared again, and even lied about his heart disease in order to win Xiao Shui's sympathy. Xiao Shui thinks that this is Jiang Hong being jealous of her being nice to Mu Yanqing, so she simply learns from Mu Yanqing, thinking that she can get her sympathy by making up a medical condition, and to say that she, Xiao Shui, was able to survive because of Jiang Hong? It's ridiculous. A man, with no business to do, all day long as a woman to fight with Mu Yanqing, even when she had just learned that she, Xiao Shui, was planning to give Mu Yanqing a child and leave an offspring. She was furious and went looking for trouble from Mu Yanqing, knocked Mu Yanqing into the hospital. Xiao Shui felt that Jiang Hong was just too petty to bully even a terminally ill patient. There was no temperament. In order to ensure that Jiang Hong would not come to make trouble during the period when Xiao Shui was celebrating the birth of Mu Yan's child, that was why Xiao Shui had designed to throw Jiang Hong onto an unexplored deserted island. Of course, Xiao Shui didn't intend to take Jiang Hong's life. The deserted island had ample fresh water resources and plenty of food, and even Xiao Shui purposely kept an eye on letting Uncle Fu keep a good eye on Jiang Hong. When the baby is born, you will take Jiang Hong back. But, is it really possible to take it back? The corner of Uncle Fu's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Xiao Shui, this stupid woman, still doesn't know that Jiang Hong has long been dead, so there's not much time left for us. Yanqing, you have to hold on to something. I'll try to appease Xiao Shui to stop her from going to that Jiang Hong. You try your best to hold on to Xiao Shui's thighs. The honor and wealth of our masters will depend on you. And the boy. Yes, Mu Yanqing is actually Uncle Fu's illegitimate son. The reason why Mu Yanqing was able to be admitted to Xiao Shui's school, there was a deliberate arrangement by Uncle Fu. The Xiao family has only one only daughter, Xiao Shui. Whoever takes her will own the Xiao family's property from now on. Naturally, Fubuki was moved, but it didn't occur to him that this guy Mu Yanqing couldn't compete with Jiang Hong. In the end, Jiang Hong became the emperor's son-in-law of the Xiao family, and had thought that he would never have a chance in this life. But I didn't realize that the heavens were helping them. Xiao Shui's illness got better for no reason? Fu Bo, who had been supporting and serving Xiao Shui, immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Under his operation, Xiao Shui was unusually grateful to Mu Yanqing and began to complain about Jiang Hong. What happens after that is just par for the course. Mu Yanqing fakes a cancer case, provoking Xiao Shui's guilt. In the use of the transmission of things moral abduction, Xiao Shui really obediently into the trap. Dad, speaking of which, I also find it strange that this woman treated me well before the child came out, but ever since the child was born, she has somewhat begun to alienate herself from me. Speaking of this, Mu Yanqing was also confused. Fu Bo looked at him and pondered for a moment before saying, is it hard to believe that? It's because of the IVF you guys did? Relationships between a man and a woman, which don't last long by being grateful, have a child who becomes a bond between the man and the woman. But if it's IVF, then that relationship doesn't survive. More, transaction-like in nature. If that was the case, Xiao Shui's growing estrangement from Mu Yanqing could be explained. Dad, this is something that I actually never told you about because of the aspects involved. But now I think you should help me analyze it. Just as Fu Bo was thinking about it, Mu Yanqing suddenly opened his mouth. Actually, Xiao Shui and I didn't just do test tubes. When these words came out, Fu Bo's pupils instantly widened. You mean, you guys had sex? Muin Chang nodded. And, more than once. Uncle Fu was really shocked this time. What's going on? Is it possible that you forced yourself on her? That's why she's becoming more and more distant from you? Saying forced is actually not. That is, after Xiao Shui and Jiang Hong had a conflict because of the matter of doing in vitro fertilization, it was me who accompanied Xiao Shui to the bar to kill her sorrows. We both drank a lot that day. Xiao Shui was scolding Jiang Hong and I followed suit. Then Xiao Shui drank too much and I didn't hold back. Anyway, we slept together that night. Recalling the images from back then, Mu Yanqing's face unconsciously raised a smile. Halfway through, Shosetsu woke up once, resisting at first, but gradually she got on top of herself and became frantic. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. The polar opposite of the usual. That time I really thought that I could get Xiao Shui, but I didn't realize that after that Xiao Shui was still resistant to me and preferred to do IVF rather than have any more contact with me. Fubar was confused. So you're saying you guys did it more than once? Yeah, the second time was after IVF. The first time the IVF didn't work. Shosu felt guilty and I consoled her and drank too. So we had another one. After that, Xiao Shui completely let go of all her reserve. And during that time we were together every day. And finally Xiao Shui managed to get pregnant. So I don't get it. At that time it was obviously so mushy. As a result, that woman now still give me what to pretend to be innocent? You should have seen it just now, right? As soon as I got close, Xiao Shui would actively avoid it. Mu Yanqing was confused and eluded the woman's heart. Fubuki thought for a moment, and his cloudy eyes flashed under his glasses. The corner of his mouth lifted up in a smug smile. So, your kid's skills in evening out rich women aren't enough. That woman Xiao Shui is nothing more than a prodigal woman. And the reason why she's such a contrast is because of Jiang Hong. According to you, the first time between you was like a little test run for Shosetsu who was on the outside of the cordon. That time she experienced a different sense of excitement. But because of her inner guilt towards Jiang Hong, she was unwilling to continue with you in. But, you should know that such a woman is not willing to be lonely, especially if Jiang Hong is sent away. It's just that she was restraining herself until the second time when you guys got drunk again and caused a second accident. And touching the red line is irresistible to a woman like that. So Xiao Shui fell. And now in Xiao Shui's eyes, Jiang Hong is about to come back. So naturally she can't be continuing. In the end she herself still loves Jiang Hong, and you should just be playing around. Uncle Fu calmly analyzed Xiao Shui's state of mind. Then I'm not out of luck? She doesn't love me? Mu Yanqing frowned. Not really. Fubuki shook his head. A woman at such a time may seem to love Jiang Hong, but in fact is already on the verge of swinging both ways, and she herself is conflicted. So if there could be any boost to push her on, she would fall into the abyss of all depths. Uncle Fu looked at Mu Yanqing. You have to realize that Xiao Shui's pregnancy has actually been endured for a very long time during this period of time in addition to the period of time she has been sitting on the moon. And all you need to do is have another accident. You understand? Just break the kink in her heart and this will more than likely work out. Chapter 124, The World of Scrambled Eggs. At the Qin Group, Jiang Hong, who had turned into a soul body and was confined inside Qin Mo's office, failed to hear Mu Yanqing and Uncle Fu's conspiracy. However, he knew the reason why Xiao Shui would agree to help Mu Yanqing have a baby, even though it was all still told to him by Qin Mo. After Qin Mo's eyes blanched, Jiang Hong felt that everything about him was being spied on by Qin Mo. There's no doubt it's not even humanly possible. Fortunately, Jiang Hong had already experienced many things that science could not explain, and even he himself had become a soul-like being. Otherwise he really couldn't accept that there could be so many marvelous existences in this materialistic world. At the moment, in his eyes, Qin Mo was that kind of existence, so he didn't have any doubts about Qin Mo's words. For a moment, the whole soul became a little shriveled. Qin Mo gazed at his soul body. Now that you know Shosetsu's reasoning, what do you think? To forgive her? Qin Mo's tone was devoid of any emotion, just like a spectator who asked the other party for their feelings after hearing the story. Qin Mo wanted to know what kind of person this guy was. After hanging out in the world of the female genre for so long, he'd seen too many oddballs. The dog licker, the king of dog lickers, the scummy girl, the one who says she loves you when she's scummy. As a normal person, he looked at too many things in the world. With a bad heart, Qin Mo might just help, but some people deserve help, and some people deserve to be cuckolded. It's like a bottomless guy like Xian. It's a load that someone else is tired of and has to ask him to help push it. If Jiang Hong was that kind of person, then sorry, Qin Mo would not hesitate to kick him out, lest you dirty your office. If not, then Qin Mo didn't mind helping out. Although the system on Jiang Hong was average, it was still somewhat useful. Moreover, Qin Mo suddenly had an idea. If anything, Jiang Heng's wishful thinking system wishing would pay an equal price on his own. Then, what if it is adapted to Qin Mo's super fast regeneration physique that he got from Su Zian? What's going to happen? Make a wish, then hurt yourself, and then, The hyper-regenerative physique comes into play to repair the damaged area in a very short time? If it really can be done, then wouldn't the mindfulness system really be a mindfulness system? Well, it's a direction to be developed. If it could really have the effect that Chin Mo imagined, even if he didn't help Jung Hung, Chin Mo would find a way to take away the system on Jung Hung. Forgive. Jung Hung suddenly clenched his teeth. There was an unprecedented anger in his eyes. How can I possibly forgive this woman? She's a murderer, and it's all because of her that I'm like this. Besides, I can't figure out why she won't believe me when I love her so much. Instead, you go and take the word of a Muyanqing? Obviously I saved her. I was the one who begged all the temples, all the Taoist temples in the country. Obviously I did all this for her. Why doesn't she believe me? Instead, she's convinced when Muyanqing says one thing? Jung Hong furrowed his brow in death, his eyes filled with remorse. It was remorse for having loved the wrong person for so many years. Does it matter what Xiao Shui gave Mayan a baby for? No. What mattered was that she was willing to celebrate Mayan's birthday. The important thing is that she would rather trust someone else than her husband. Trust the husband who has shared the same bed for years. This was the most unacceptable point for Jung Hung. What's all this talk about being lied to? No. In the end it was essentially a lack of trust in Jung Hung, which was why she had been deceived so easily. The deceiver is guilty. But there are times when it is impossible for the deceived to label themselves innocent, especially when it comes to men and women. There are many examples of so-called male best friends, male friends, who ask you out in the middle of the night, and anyone would know that the other person has bad intentions. Despite the husband's efforts to discourage him, he would always get a blank stare from the woman, coupled with a sneer. We're just going to a sing-along, a get-together, and a dinner. Can you not be so nasty-minded? Do you really think anyone is as unsuspecting as you are? Can you not be so petty? See, sometimes they get ripped off on their own. Who can blame them? Who can blame them if they don't even trust their own husbands? Xiao Shui was such a person, which was why Jung Hong was so angry. Just because of a lie like that, you're going to pass it on to the other side? Or even, for that matter, beat up a child with his own? Who can stand it? What was even more frightening was that in order to prevent Jung Hong from going out and stirring up trouble, he had even imprisoned him on a deserted island. There are two kinds of people in this world. One that, the more you give, the more you shed. Even when things go beyond his imagination, he keeps convincing himself to accept it. Think you love each other too much. There's so much to give to her. There's no way to stop at that anymore. The other, the more you give, the more you rage. I've done this to you. Why don't you believe me? I've never wronged you, and this is how you repay me? Such people tend to be more extreme. You may even be driven to do irrational things. Chin Mo did not comment on whether it was good or bad, but if it was him, he would make the other party's life worse than death. Just like the Lin sisters. Jung Hong clenched his fists deathly tightly, ruthlessness in his eyes. But sadly, he's a ghost. There's no TV show where the grudge is so deep that it turns into an evil spirit. He's a ghost who can't influence anything. In the script that belonged to him originally, the point of his existence was to be forcibly abused even in death. See with your own eyes how the love of your life betrays you. Watching with my own eyes how my enemies took everything from me. That's what he exists for. Realizing this, he was so angry that he was shaking. But in the end, all that could be done was to let out a sharp sigh, as if endless exhaustion covered his empty eyes. Man, he can't fight the will of the world. He was destined to be abused alive and die and be abused all the time. That's why Chin Mo said that some of the guys in the women's channel really have a big problem with their brains, and they come out purely to take revenge on society. However, human power couldn't change it, but Chin Mo could. Jiang Heng's attitude made Chin Mo not hate it and even approve of it. Do you want revenge? Looking at Jiang Heng's disoriented appearance, Chin Mo suddenly spoke. Jung Hong slowly raised his head. Revenge, if I am in the way. But, he looked at his hand and grasped it out of thin air, smiling to myself. What can I do now? Just because you can't do something doesn't mean someone else can't. You couldn't even leave Xiao Shui's side on your own. And where are you now? Chin Mo asked rhetorically. Jung Hong reacted at once. The eyes that looked at Chin Mo changed violently. Chapter 125. This is what you call a protagonist. Happy New Year to all the readers. Can you help me? Jung Hong was instantly agitated. An infinite hope erupted from those empty pupils. Yes, since Chin Mo was able to force him to stay here, it meant that Chin Mo had the ability to do things that ordinary people could not do. It also meant that Chin Mo had the ability to help him. God knows just how broken he's been since his soul awakened. Being forcibly confined to Xiao Shui's side. Looking at her in Mu Yanqing's child, Jung Hong thought of his own child whose life was taken by Xiao Shui before he was even born. It was Xiao Shui who killed their child just to make room for Mu Yanqing's child. He was so angry that he couldn't help himself, but there had been nothing he could do. Until today, it was as if he had seen hope. Help you? Yes, but I'm a businessman and don't do no charity, so you have to give something. Chin Mo laughed. Indeed, since the beginning he has not been a good person. Everyone helped so far has come at a cost. The lifespan of the Lin sisters, Su Xian's physique, and Lu Yunlong's soul. Even if it was Feng Yu, there was still the reason that Xian had taken the initiative to provoke himself in it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Jiang Hong pondered for a moment, his brows deeply furrowed. But, I have nothing left, only this broken and tattered soul. What can I have to pay you? Of course you have. Qin Mo meant it. Have you forgotten what it was that helped you get your wish? The system you just mentioned? Jiang Hong came to a sudden realization. He hadn't originally known the thing was a system. At that time, Xiao Shui was seriously ill and he begged every temple in the country. Finally the emperor's heaven was not to be missed. And one day the voice of the system came to his ears. The system that was supposed to be his awakening was thought to be a divine manifestation. But, if I do have the so-called system, then, how should I give it to you? Whether the system was systematic or not was unimportant to Jiang Hong. After all, he had only used it once, and that time had brought him extremely serious consequences. The latter two were left on a deserted island by Xiao Shui, and the special medicine for heart disease was taken away from them. He had also wanted to wish to heaven to save his life when he fell alone in a strange land. But sadly, it didn't work, so he ended up dying on a deserted island. If that thing was a system, it probably wasn't a good thing. Something that could see him die and not do anything about it. It didn't hurt to give it out. But the point now is that he doesn't know how he's going to give it out. You don't have to worry about this. Qin Mo waved his hand, and an ancient parchment appeared out of thin air with some dancing flames on it. Patting the parchment, the flames dissipated into thin air, and a number of bars were written on the yellowed paper. The general idea was that Jiang Hong had exchanged the awakened heart's desire system, exchanged the power of vengeance to Qin Mo. As for needing the system's consent, it was a stupid question. Just as Qin Mo had forcibly taken away control of his system earlier, Jiang Hong was the owner of the system and possessed the same rights as the system. Only needing Jiang Hong to hold back, Qin Mo could transfer the control of the system to himself. Master, I have to remind you that the system's body is in Jiang Heng's body, not above the soul. But, just at this time, Qin Mo's system sprite spoke out. Jiang Hong was only a soul body now, and if he could realize it, he would be able to control the system, use the system's functions, and even enjoy the anti-peeping wall provided by the system. But ultimately, the system's essence was on top of Jiang Heng's physical body. It's like the relationship between a wireless network and a router. This was something Qin Mo didn't understand. So you're saying that even if I sign a contract with this guy, I have to wait until I find the other guy's body before I can take away his system? How does it mean? Master, so I think you'd better wait until you find the other party's physical body before signing. In case if you can't find it, it's useless for you to sign it. Now even Jiang Hong himself doesn't know that he was made to go to that deserted island in the first place. Flesh, but how long has this guy been dead? Even if we do find it, it's probably just a pile of dry bones, right? As a matter of fact, common sense does dictate that this should be the case. But if you think about it from a systems perspective, Qin Mo suddenly realized, I see. He understood why it was useless to make a wish to the system when Jiang Hong was about to die. Or perhaps, forced by its own rules, the system gave him heart disease special drugs, but, not necessarily in his hands, casually put a place. As long as Jiang Hong cannot get, he will die from the calamity. The heart's desire system essentially wanted Jiang Hong to die. As for why, taking over a body, occupy a physical body and be reborn, all are possible, as is the happiness system. Who would know about dying on a deserted island like that? After Jiang Heng's death, occupying his physical body and resurrecting him, who knew that he was no longer Jiang Hong? And up to now, the heart's desire system has not proceeded to this step, most likely because some kind of condition has not been met. Just like the happiness system, when it was first bound it was just a weak system. In itself it did not have the ability to forcefully occupy Qin Mo's physical body. They need to grow. So, that so-called mindfulness system should be waiting for some kind of condition. Until it was achieved, Jiang Heng's physical body should have been properly preserved. It was even feared that the reason why Jiang Heng's soul was imprisoned beside Xiao Shui's body was somewhat related. At the risk of making a wild guess, maybe, this is something that the heart's desire system is doing on purpose. It was forcing Jiang Hong to collapse, forcing Jiang Hong to despair. Reach out when you can least help. Just like when Jiang Hong had begged the gods before. In that desperate situation, Jiang Hong was able to give up anything in order to achieve his goal. It might just give the system everything it has in exchange for helping it get revenge. No, master, what else can I say when you're like this? The system elf was a bit helpless. Sometimes following a demonic master was like that. Don't give yourself any chance to show it at all. At this rate, when will it ever come out on top? Look at the other people's heart's desire system. That lowly thing is now just shy of the proverbial door. In looking at it, it spends its days playing dead and lying flat in a small dark room. It really deserves the title of top system. Shinemo ignored the spitting of the happiness system elf and just looked at Jung Hung. If I'm right, so do I count as a midway cutoff now? Amount. In a sense, it is very likely that yes, other people have laid out for so long, and see that Jung Hong cannot bear it, but you suddenly appeared and did what the system should do, which if it is not considered to be an interception, I do not know what to forget. Oh, interesting, but in that case I'll sign it all the more. Where's the fun in fighting people, as opposed to fighting the system? But, Master, it's useless to sign it if you can't find the body. I'm heaven's mandate. Can I find a corpse? Shinemo shook his head. Have absolute confidence in yourself. Ever since he was a kid, there was nothing he couldn't do if he wanted to do it. Is there any opposition or obstruction in this? Sure there is, but it's rare, unless he doesn't want to die. The next moment, Shinmo's phone rang. It's Long Zhantian. Young master, do you remember the deserted island overseas that you asked me to keep an eye on? The overseas deserted island that was originally intended to be used for the construction of the casino and the Colosseum. A very strange thing was discovered today during the construction. What is it? Shinemo inquired. When our construction team was digging the foundation, they dug up a coffin that had been buried deep in the ground, and the strangest thing about it was that, looking at the traces of the coffin, it had been buried in the ground for almost a year at least, but, surprisingly, the person lying inside didn't show the slightest sign of decomposition, which I thought was strange, so I'm reporting it to you. System? Shinemo shrugged, then turned to Long Zhantian and said, send me the photos. Soon, a photo was sent to Shinmo's cell phone. The photo was of a body lying in a coffin, the body's face pale, not breathing, no heartbeat, but the weird thing was that such a body showed no signs of decay. Even the construction team at the site said the body didn't even have the slightest odor. It's like being frozen alive. And the face, it was exactly the same as this Jung Hung in front of Shinemo. I'm going to. Don't you want to act anymore? What do you really want to do? Is your fortune really so unbelievable? The system only felt a tingle in its scalp, even though it had no physical presence. But it's scary, isn't it? Is it true that the son of luck is invincible? At critical moments, key props will always appear in front of the protagonist in an unexpected way. Who would have thought that an island that Shinemo bought on a whim would be the island where Jung Hong was exiled? Even coffins that have been purposely buried deep underground can be dug right out? Is there such a thing as coincidence in this world? And the timing was stuck really in place. Shinemo had just realized this problem, and over there, the key props had already been dug out. Is it hard to believe that this is called the protagonist's aura? Shinemo ignored the shock of this female frequency system, just calmly nodded. Long Zhantian's words did not surprise him, and commanded, block the news. Any person who saw it not say half a word. Seal the coffin. Find a place to store it, and I'll come and get it myself after a while. Okay, young master. Long Zhantian hung up the phone, lightly exhaling a breath, although he felt horrified. But since the young master was so calm, it proved that the young master had something in mind. This kind of thing can't be turned over. Even the reborn had seen it before, and Long Zhantian wouldn't be appalled by it. He just watched too many movies as a kid and is just purely afraid of ghosts and things like that. Fear of fraud. Immediately called the construction team on the deserted island side and explained Shinmo's instructions. By the way, the security company that was abroad was contacted and asked to send a pair of mercenaries to the deserted island for a tight defense. On Shinmo's side, the system could no longer say anything. Shinemo directly displayed the contract in front of Jung Hung. Sign this and I'll give you the power of vengeance. Chapter 126, Mu Yanqing's action. New bar? Look at the parchment in front of you. Jung Hung wasn't hesitating. This might be that the heavens were really looking down on him, letting him meet a godly man like Shinemo at the time of his greatest despair. Believe it or not, he had no other choice. The soul body's palm went up. Without any hindrance, he touched the parchment. It was the first time he had touched a physical object since his death. The look also became agitated. According to the conditions above, as long as he signed this thing, then the system that originally belonged to him would also be returned to Shinemo. System? Ha, what a thing. It's all because of this dog coin system that I've gotten myself to this point. It was too late for Jung Hong to get rid of it. Sign your name in this place, right? Exactly. Phew. After a bit of writing, Jung Hong was slightly relieved. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if, the moment he barred his name, he himself had some kind of subtle connection with Shinemo. All the burdens on his body seemed to be much lighter, and some hope burst back into his empty eyes. Shinemo put the parchment away. The tone was tinged with amusement. Very decisive. I'll be looking for your body tomorrow. Only when your body is found will this contract truly take effect, and at that point I will give you the power of vengeance as well. Do you want to go then? Jung Hong was silent for a moment. Going to find his own body? What a very strange phrase and a very strange feeling. I wanted to ask if I could stay in this office if I don't go. He pointed to his feet. He didn't want to go see his dead body, but even less did he want to go back and follow Shosu around. Just the sight of those two ES together caused him immense pain. Shin Mo shook his head. The prerequisite for me to be able to confine you is that you need to be by my side again. So, if you don't go, then you'll have to go back behind Shosu. Is this? Jung Hong was a little lost. Shin Mo added, even, you'll have to go back later. After all, you're Guile, and I'm not used to having a Guile around me. The corners of Zhang Heng's mouth twitched, but he still never dared to say anything. Just nodded gently. It's fine. Anyway, after knowing all this, I've in turn thought about it. Those two ES will receive their punishment after all. Let them go wild for now. It's their last hurrah. Zhang Hong clenched his fists deathly tightly, and it was clear that the resentment within was not small. But please take me with you if tomorrow. Shin Mo shrugged. It doesn't matter. Then, see you tomorrow. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. A crisp voice sounded, and in the next moment, Zhang Hong felt the bindings around him instantly disappear. Immediately afterward, an invisible attraction came, pulling his body. He instantly disappeared in front of Shin Mo. Is that guy gone? Xia Bingyao looked around openly. Gone. How was it? Surprised to see a ghost? Shin Mo scraped the little ninny's bridge nose. Young Master Xia Bingyao let out a pout and rubbed her nose. A girl's nose is golden. Ha ha. Shin Mo changed his approach and rubbed Xia Bingyao's head. Then asked, do you think that guy is worth helping? Well, young master's decision is my decision. Young master can't be wrong. The conversation between Shin Mo and Zhang Hong just now, Xia Bingyao didn't bother to listen to any details. In her mind, Shin Mo was all-powerful, and it wasn't unusual for him to be able to do anything. Whether to help or not to help was not within her consideration. She only needed to carry out Shin Mo's orders unconditionally. Looking at the young girl's touch, Shin Mo also unconsciously raised a smile. Sometimes, one could really feel that it was his good fortune to meet Xia Bingyao, as well as Long Zhantian and the others. In life, no matter how high or low the status, how many people can have the most loyal subordinates, as well as always unconditionally believe in your woman? In the world of female frequency, Shin Mo saw too many hookups, saw too many oddballs too. In such a world, Xia Bingyao's appearance was like a lotus flower out of the mud. Her simple heart for herself and her unconditional trust made Shin Mo feel that the world wasn't all evil. Pack up and stop by tomorrow to show you our overseas casino. Shin Mo pinched the little ninny's face and said. Meanwhile, on the other side, an invisible suction force pulled Zhang Hong back to Xiao Shue's side. That familiar feeling came back. He was again confined to Xiao Shue's side, unable to leave. However, unlike before, this time he was not in pain. On the contrary, seeing Xiao Shui in front of him, what welled up inside him was a rage that could not be indelibly erased. Even hated to just strangle the woman. At this moment, Xiao Shui was still in the Xiao family villa in her room. After learning from Uncle Fu where Zhang Hong was unwilling to see her, Xiao Shui also felt unusually angry. What exactly does he, Zhang Hong, mean? Can't you just be understanding? It's not enough to make a scene after all this time? Clasping her hands, she was still staring at her phone. Although she had already asked Uncle Fu to buy a cell phone for Zhang Hong, there was no way she would take the initiative to make any calls to Zhang Hong. If he really fought, Zhang Hong might point his nostrils to the sky. She wasn't about to be spoiled. It's imperative that Kong Hong call and apologize himself. Only, waiting left and right did not wait for Zhang Heng's call, but instead waited until Mu Yanqing pushed open the door to Xiao Shue's room. Share, there's a new bar opening in the Imperial today. Are you interested? Chapter 127, Being and Standing, White Lotus Green Tea. A bar? Xiao Shui frowned slightly. There was a flash of displeasure in his eyes. She remembered that the first time she had lost her virginity was in a bar, and it was the same man in front of her. If it hadn't been for that one time, he wouldn't have fallen into the abyss himself. Now that Zhang Hong was also coming back soon, she didn't want to continue this relationship. It has to be stopped in advance, or it might be hard to finish after the opening. So, I'm a little tired and, well, I don't want to go to the bar, so go by yourself. Zhang Hong floated behind Xiao Shui and looked at her in this state. There was no joy in his eyes, but rather a mockery. Bitch who's been played a million times, and now she's here acting all noble? Who is it pretending to be? Ever since he had learned from where Qin Mo was what Xiao Shui had actually done behind his back, Zhang Hong then refreshed his opinion of this woman. Figured out a lot of things too. Is she really in denial with this comment? No, she was just giving herself an excuse to convince herself. Those things that happened before were not my intention. Look, I've already rejected Mu Yanqing, which proves that I still love Zhang Hong. I've only made one small mistake. Even with that, as long as Zhang Hong didn't know, then there wouldn't be this mistake. Because, that's not my intention at all. That was all just an accident. I rejected Mu Yanqing for Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong dared to pack his bags. This woman was definitely convincing herself of this inside at the moment. What a noble character to mold yourself into. How faithful to love in general. That's disgusting to hear. Rather disgusted, Jiang Hong turned his head away, wanting to see what Mu Yanqing would say again. He's gonna give up? The answer is no. Just as Xiao Shui was about to close the door to the room, Mu Yanqing hastily probed his hand against the door. Yuki, I actually know what you're worried about, and that's why I took the initiative to find you. It was my fault before, and I was high on alcohol that night, plus I've actually always liked you, which is why he sighed. I know that it hurt you and that I was being too self-centered. The fact that you were able to ignore the past and still give birth to this child in order to help me fulfill my dream. You are so kind that it really makes me feel like I'm an animal. With that, he didn't hesitate to raise his hand and give himself a resounding slap. Xiao Shui, who was watching, froze and hurriedly stopped Mu Yanqing. What are you doing? Those things are not all your problem. No, Xiao Shui. Mu Yanqing stared deeply at Xiao Shui, the tone of voice with repentance. This has nothing to do with you. This is all my fault. So, I want to find an opportunity to apologize properly with you. Jiang Hong was almost speechless. It only felt like his stomach flipped, and very rarely, as a soul body, he actually had the urge to vomit. It's just too disgusting. However, it had to be said that Mu Yanqing's words did speak to Xiao Shui's heart. As soon as he came up, he took all the problems on himself. There was not the slightest mention of Xiao Shui's faults. Instead, Xiao Shui was portrayed as a person with a good heart and selflessness. Didn't these words go right into Xiao Shui's heart? In an instant, the defense against Mu Yanqing lowered quite a bit more. Those things are all in the past. Xiao Shui didn't retort and was even a little happy in her heart. See, it wasn't her problem in the first place. She loved Jiang Hong, only she was just a woman. How could she always be on guard against someone who had bad intentions towards her? Those were just accidents. And subjectively, she hadn't wronged Jiang Hong. On the contrary, Jiang Hong, being her husband, did not give her the care she deserved. It's been so long, you don't even know how to make a phone call. It was Jiang Hong who went too far. No, I can't get over it in my heart. Mu Yanqing sighed. The expression fell. And, seeing as you've been working too hard this whole time giving birth to a child and sitting on the moon, my heart aches, so I thought I could take you to relax for a bit. Don't worry, we're not drinking this time. We're just going to experience the atmosphere. I've heard so many people suffer from depression after having children, so just simply take you to relax. No alcohol? Xiao Shui raised her eyes, looking a little intent. It's a time that would have been very stressful to have a baby. Again, Jiang Hong didn't know any better and was angry with her at all times, which is like Mu Yanqing. Surprisingly, even the emotions of postpartum girls were taken into consideration. A comparison of the two is like a heaven and a hell. It was only herself who was generous enough to turn down such a perfect Mu Yanqing for a toad on the ground. Jiang Hong, you're really lucky in 3 ways. The more she thought about it, the more at ease Xiao Shui became inside, and she even felt that this relationship was something she had been trying to give, something she had given to Jiang Hong in charity. For a moment, the more inwardly, his noble persona was strengthened. The only trace of guilt that was originally there also completely dissipated at this moment, becoming at peace with itself. But she was still a bit hesitant. Yanqing, I appreciate you being so considerate of me, but today the time is really... Before Xiao Shui could finish her words, Mu Yanqing immediately interrupted with a voice. Judging from Xiao Shui's tone, this was already a big deal. All that's missing is one last killer hand. Mu Yanqing covered his chest, his expression slightly weakened, and his voice lowered. Snowy, you know that I don't have long to live, and a lot of things will most likely be the last things I can do in this life. I hurt you and I've been feeling guilty about it. Can you give me a chance to properly apologize to you? I don't want to leave with regrets in my heart, and I don't want to watch your mood stay so low. What I want to see is a picture of you with a smile on your face. Once the ultimate stance falls, all of Xiao Shui's psychological defenses were completely shattered. Yeah, he's a terminally ill man. What else can he do? Besides, Mu Yanqing was so frank and honest, while he still had to be so defensive. It was too much, wasn't it? What's more, there was a high possibility that Mu Yanqing's terminal illness was related to himself. How could she sit back and do nothing? Inwardly, he gave himself a peace of mind that the... Xiao Shui raised her hand and blocked Mu Yanqing's mouth. Don't say it, Yanqing. How could I possibly be that petty a person? Since you're so kind. Thank you, but I'll say this in advance. No drinking this time. Looking at Xiao Shui's playful touch, Mu Yanqing raised a kind smile. Of course, I couldn't let you drink it even if you wanted to. Then wait for me. I'll go change into a set of clothes. Xiao Shui turned around and headed towards the closet. Looking at Xiao Shui's slender back, a touch of smugness was added to the kind smile on Mu Yanqing's face. Jiang Heng's soul floated next to him, his hands environmentally friendly as he coldly watched the scene. Is there any special feeling in your heart? Honestly, no. He had already seen the faces of these people clearly. One pawning and standing, one White Lotus green tea, two guys stinking together. Therefore, Jiang Hong had long known that things would come to this point. It's just a pure feeling of nausea. It was as if someone had taken a pile of chocolate made of Yanda Company, and pressed it against his head, forcing him to eat it. You can't hit it. You can't avoid it. Chapter 128, A Little Capriciousness of Right. Yanqing, do you think it's okay for me to wear this? Xiao Shui selected a casual jacket with a short-sleeved liner as well as jeans from her checkroom. The main focus is a cool girl style. It's also a very favorite outfit of Xiao Shui's. She loves this kind of casual wear, except for her work, which requires her to wear formal clothes. Mu Yanqing looked at the costume and frowned slightly. However, he soon stretched out and pretended to have an appreciative attitude. With Yuki's figure, I think it looks good in anything. Only, after all, it's to a bar, and I think you should be more generous in displaying your own beauty. If you don't mind, can I come in and help you pick it out? Standing in the doorway, although he said so, he had already taken 2 steps forward and entered Xiao Shui's bedroom. Xiao Shui couldn't refuse when she saw this, and, as a matter of fact, she was enjoying the feeling of being on the other side of the fence. It's like the very beginning of a relationship. Well, in no time, Mu Yanqing picked out a black dress for Xiao Shui. The gown was a relatively close-fitting kind, especially the collar was opened very low, which could perfectly highlight Xiao Shui's career line. The waist as well as the back carry some large swaths of gossamer wisps. The hemline of the dress was open even to the base of her thighs. This, Xiao Shui looked a little difficult, eyes suspiciously staring at Mu Yanqing. As if uneasy, he asked, you really don't have anything else on your mind? Yuki, how could you miss me so much? I'm just thinking about how hard it's been for you to have the baby this whole time, wearing all those big, ugly maternity clothes. Shouldn't you be dressed up for a good time? Looking at Mu Yanqing's upright face, Xiao Shui chose to believe. This one. Then, I have to say you have a good eye. Jiang Hong never lets me wear such revealing clothes. Xiao Shui seemed to have remembered something else and was full of complaints. Jiang Hong is probably that kind of macho mentality, and precisely because of that, it's all the more important for you to show off your beauty now, or else if Jiang Hong comes back. Xiao Shui interrupted with a wave of her hand. Okay, don't mention him. You go out for a minute. As much as Mu Yanqing wanted to stay here and try to do something, but he knew that Xiao Shui still had her mental defenses up and wasn't fit for a while, and needed at least a little boost of alcohol. As for the promise just made, are you kidding me? When you go to a bar, you can't just say you're not going to drink? Just an excuse. Mu Yanqing believed that even if he didn't instill it, Xiao Shui herself would take the initiative to find an excuse to drink that much. We are all adults. We all know more than a mirror in our hearts. Xiao Shui has been hesitant to be a good woman, or to do it again, wobbly, but since she had already agreed to go out, it proved that Xiao Shui's heart had gradually begun to tilt towards Mu Yanqing. Mu Yanqing walked out and Xiao Shui looked at the black and gorgeous dress. A slight tangle of colors resurfaced on his face. Jiang Hong, who had been floating on the sidelines, felt that this was torture for him. Once upon a time, it was true that he wouldn't let Xiao Shui go out in such revealing clothes, wouldn't even allow Xiao Shui to go to a place like a bar. Jiang Hong loved Xiao Shui, which was why he wished to protect her from those possible dangers. But now, when it comes to the mouths of this pair of dogs, what kind of machismo is it? Jiang Hong found it ironic. This is the woman he used to love all the time. He thought that he had protected Xiao Shui very well, but unbeknownst to him, it was surprisingly binding for Xiao Shui, because she, was not a peaceful person in her own right. At this moment, the hesitation on Xiao Shui's face disappeared and she raised her head. Directly inside one of the drawers, a pair of monogrammed black stockings was pulled out. Satisfied, he went to change his clothes. Jiang Hong closed his eyes tightly double. Well, he thought Xiao Shui had at least a little bit of conscience. It's good to at least feel guilty when you do something like that, so at least it's personal. But I didn't realize that what Xiao Shui was hesitant about was whether or not to put on a pair of black silk. Oh, alone man and woman, bar hopping, not to mention the revealing dress. You offered to put a black silk over it? Is it really that urgent? Jiang Hong originally didn't even want to care about these two guys. He just wanted to survive until tomorrow and then follow Qin Mo to find his body, thus gaining the power of vengeance to settle the score with these two sons of Es. But honestly, he couldn't stand it now. You two want to sneak around and play this? I won't let you have your way. Although Jiang Hong couldn't do anything right now, he had another way. Ask for Qin Mo. The moment he had signed the contract with Qin Mo before, Jiang Hong could detect that his soul seemed to have some sort of connection with Qin Mo. That connection was weak, but it should be able to contact Qin Mo with this strand of association. As soon as he thought of it, Jiang Hong began to call out to Qin Mo inwardly. At first, there wasn't much movement. But Jian Hong didn't give up and worked hard in trying to amplify that strand of connection. It's like finding some kind of trick. After half a second, a mechanical voice literally surfaced in his mind. You were looking for me? Mr. Sheen. I didn't expect to really be able to contact you. Jian Hong was overjoyed. You should be glad that I'm still awake. On the other side, inside Qin Mo's room, Qin Mo lay on Xia Bingyao's white and tender thighs, letting Xia Bingyao's small hand rub his head. Qin Mo slightly squinted his eyes, but he couldn't see Xia Bingyao's little face from this viewpoint anyway. All you can see is Big Thunder. It was just a moment of boredom, and it just so happened that he sensed the name of this kid, Jian Hong, flickering on his contract again. Qin Mo guessed that this guy was up to something. So, have the system sprites hitch a direct communication. This is not communication in the traditional sense, but conscious communication, similar to chanting. As long as there is a spirit it is able to connect. Mr. Sheen, I'm sorry to bother you, but I have something I want to ask you. Tell me. I won't necessarily help. Qin Mo had a way of doing things. There were some things that he wouldn't do without enough benefits. He's a businessman. I'll keep it short then. Soon Jian Hong began to tell us about his current predicament. To summarize, I just want to ask Mr. Sheen if he can think of a way to stir up that couple of dogs' date today. I would give anything if I could. Just this bit of crap? Qin Mo rolled his eyes. He thought that Jian Hong couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to ask himself to directly kill Xiao Shui or Mu Yanqing. That pair of dogs, I want to clean them up myself. I want to make their lives worse than death. Jian Hong said in a deep voice. Alright, a word. There's going to be a raid on bars and nightclubs all over town later, and those two will be invited to the sheriff's office for a cup of tea, Qin Mo said, and then he simply hung up the communication. Jian Hong only felt his brain buzzing. Then I couldn't hear anything. But, at the moment, his eyes were horrified. Is that the beauty of power? What seemed incomparably difficult to him was a matter of words in Qin Mo's eyes, and the scariest part is that, in one word, all the bars and nightclubs in the city will be cracked down on? A little caprice of rights? Chapter 129. Do you admit you cheated on your wife? As it turned out, Jiang Heng's guess was not wrong. Xiao Shui as well as Mu Yanqing, two lonely men and women go to a nightclub late at night. Naturally, it can't be anything more than simply feeling the atmosphere. Inside the nightclub, Jian Hong was forced to follow behind Xiao Shui, watching the two men sit face to face in the card table with deafening music coming from all around them, and DJ's hysterical chants. Handsome men and women are here to vent their madness. In such an atmosphere, it is difficult for a person to overthink with their brain. Reason is suppressed in such an environment, and the emotional side gradually emerges. Xiao Shui listened to the melodious music, and her body had begun to want to dance somewhat uncontrollably, but with a clear head, she was a little put out, subconsciously wanting to fit in and party as hard as those people. But inside, you can't let go, and that's when it's time for the drinks to make an appearance. Looking at the various expensive drinks placed on the table, Xiao Shui pursed her lips, but still, he pretended to look at Mu Yanqing with some displeasure. Didn't you say that you came out just to feel the atmosphere? Why did you even order drinks? Mu Yanqing immediately raised his hands in response and feigned innocence. Xiao Shui, this time, you're the one who misunderstood me. Like I said, this store is new, so they'll be giving away drinks to every VIP. It's just a sales event, so these weren't even ordered by me? They were from the store. But you don't have to worry. The big deal is that we won't drink. Mu Yanqing was still thinking very sweetly for Xiao Shui. Only, in the dim light, those eyes were full of playfulness. Wasn't of glancing at Xiao Shui's legs. The black silk engraved with letters was something he hadn't expected, though Shasetsu said that it was only worn to match the dress. But Mu Yanqing had already understood Xiao Shui's motives, so he had a great grasp of the situation tonight. At the moment he was in no hurry. Xiao Shui nodded without looking too deeply into it. Sitting on the sofa, her head swaying slightly following the notes of the music, it was as if everything was just short of piercing the last layer of window paper. Mu Yanqing held Xiao Shui's heart, so he was calm at the moment, pulling Yuki to chatter some family business, telling little anecdotes about life. An hour later, the two were talking more and more and getting happier and happier. Even though Mu Yanqing had already sat beside Xiao Shui still didn't have any reaction and was talking and laughing with Mu Yanqing. Sometimes the music is so loud that two people still need to come up to each other's ears to hear exactly what the other is saying. Xiao Shui also enjoyed this atmosphere, vaguely having given up all thinking in her head and becoming more and more spontaneous. Sometimes Mu Yanqing's hand rested on her leg, and she didn't retort. The entire person had been completely invested within this chaotic scene, laughing and forgetting everything in general, not realizing that Jiang Hong, who had already been in her past, was right across from her at the moment. Dead fish-like eyes gazed coldly at her and Mu Yanqing. There was no jealousy, no anger, no exasperation. Jiang Hong was just thinking about what method to use to get back at these two dogs and men. There was nothing in the world as stifling as having your own wife making out with an outsider while you could do nothing but sit back and watch. A is A. It can't be changed. It's not going to be changed. Jiang Hong was suddenly glad that he had not chosen to forgive Xiao Shui in the first place. Once unfaithful, always unfaithful. Their evil is buried in the deepest part of their heart, and they can disguise it seamlessly when they don't need to, but as soon as the temptation arises again, this evil will sprout up, especially a woman like Xiao Shui, who prided herself on being superior and demanding of others with an extremely twisted concept of right and wrong. Anyone who doesn't do what she wants is the other person's fault. People like her will never change, only death. At this moment, perhaps because the two of them had been talking for a long time, Xiao Shui, who felt her mouth dry, turned her gaze to the drinks on the table. Mu Yanqing's greatest skill is being able to read what the women want at the right time. Thirsty? Well, how about a drink? It's just moisturizing your throat, and as long as you don't drink too much, there's nothing wrong with it. There's a saying that a little drink goes a long way. Powerful music was blaring as Mu Yanqing leaned in and whispered in Xiao Shui's ear. The blowing breath hit her earlobes and Xiao Shui's eyes grew mesmerized. Well, then, drink a little of it. The fish is hooked. A great sense of accomplishment welled up inside Mu Yanqing's heart. Xiao Shui, even if you're a rich girl and you're Jiang Heng's wife, so what? I can take you down as easily as I want to. Just a little drink? What's the difference between this thing and only being able to dabble outside? With an evil smile, Mu Yanqing gave Xiao Shui a drink. Got myself a drink too. The crisp clatter of glass against glass. It's like the beat that opens Pandora's box. Wine, music, revelry. The madness of the scene was more than Xiao Shui could resist. In such an atmosphere, the two had completely fallen into the abyss. Xiao Shui stood on the table and danced her delicate body to the music, and pulled Mu Yanqing up as well. Wine-drunk cheeks tinged with red, four eyes met, and his heartbeat accelerated wildly. Jiang Hong, I promise, this is the last time. When you come back, we'll have a good time until then. Let me have one last night at the rave. Inwardly harboring repentance towards Jiang Hong, Xiao Shui found it even more exciting. Alcohol flooded her brain, and the hysterical cheering all around her completely roused her inner demons. She grabbed Mu Yanqing's tie and slammed it against her body. Mu Yanqing smoothly encircled Xiao Shui's thin waist. Yuki, you're a little drunk. Mu Yanqing whispered. I'm not drunk. If you don't believe me, look. Xiao Shui didn't hesitate and kissed directly. It's hard to get out of love. The image of Xiao Shui's and Mu Yanqing kissing caused countless people to chant. It wasn't until Xiao Shui almost choked that the two violently separated. Yuki, it's too noisy here. Let's go to the private room. Yeah. At this moment, Xiao Shui had completely lost all ability to think, allowing Mu Yanqing to assist himself out of the hall. Jiang Hong was brought along with him, watching the two kiss from the hall to the hallway and within the confined booth. Once inside, the two immediately pressed on. Xiao Shui was thrown straight onto the bed. Little Snow, you're so beautiful today. Mu Yanqing had an evil smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Just get ready for the next move. But just then, bang bang bang, a violent slamming of the door resounded. Jiang Heng's eyes lit up as he realized that the sheriff's department was coming. The ambiguous atmosphere was momentarily interrupted. Mu Yanqing was a bit annoyed. Who is it? Quickly walking to the door just as soon as he opened the door to the room. Several sheriff's department agents immediately rushed in, directly pressed Mu Yanqing to the ground. Staff's knee pressed against Mu Yanqing's back. The immense force almost suffocated Mu Yanqing. What are you guys doing? Xiao Shui rose and hurriedly stood up, straightening her clothes. Ma'am, we're members of the sheriff's department and routinely clamp down on major nightclubs, and we just found drugs in the wine glasses left on the card table you made earlier, so we have reason to suspect that this man is attempting to do something untoward to you, so please come back with us to investigate. One sheriff's department employee replied, and one of the other sheriff's department employees took a photograph directly identifying the two men. Xiao Shui still wants to argue. Can't really go to the police station, right? No, you've got it all wrong. I'm not drugged, absolutely, you've got it all wrong. And Moeen Chang and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. You guys are definitely mistaken. All she wanted now was to make a big deal out of it, and a little panic talk was nothing. I just didn't realize that the other side was prepared. The identities of the two had just been accessed. Boy-girlfriend? But your profile shows that you are already married. What kind of boyfriend and girlfriend is that? Is it hard to believe that you are cheating? The president of the titular Tianhao group cheating on a young freshman? Chapter 130 Marketing Numbers Kill People. Jiang Hong couldn't stop thanking Qin Mo inwardly. At the same time, he also had a new perception of Qin Mo's energy. That's a bit too scary, isn't it? With just one sentence, this newly opened bar was immediately investigated, and so fast. Looking at Mu Yanqing, who was currently pinned to the ground, and Xiao Shui, who was being forced to ask questions, Jiang Heng's heart was filled with pleasure. How dare these two dogs try to have a good time? Want a fart to eat? Now that he had been asked about the key point, John Hong wanted to see just how this Xiao Shui would answer. At this moment, several pairs of eyes were staring at Xiao Shui. Even the media was contacted for this sheriff's department operation. In the name of the law, they are trying to popularize it among the general public. So, at the moment, the lens shot was facing Xiao Shui. As a young entrepreneur, Xiao Shui is somewhat of a celebrity. Plus, John Hong is also very capable and has a significant position in the company, and the two of them have traveled together on many business occasions, so everyone knows that Xiao Shui has a husband and seems to be in love. If this is the time to break the news that Xiao Shui is cheating on her, there's no doubt this is a bombshell. As soon as Xiao Shui admits it's cheating, needless to think, tomorrow's front page headlines will definitely be about the scandal of the Tianhao Group. On a more serious note, it would even affect the share price of the Sky High Group. Xiao Shui didn't expect to be so ruthless. Watching the reporters rush in, one microphone after another disliking her face, Xiao Shui only felt her face burning hot. Slightly apologetically, he glanced at Mu Yanqing, who was crushed on the ground. Xiao Shui immediately pretended to have some fainting in her head. I'm a little confused. I think I misread him. He's not my boyfriend. I seem to be really drugged. What? Mu Yanqing's pupils shook. It's not easy to wash your hands of a charge like drugging. So his whole body began to struggle. It's not like that. We don't exist drugged. Enough! Xiao Shui roared. Quickly stepping forward, he directly slapped Mu Yanqing's face fiercely. It's because of you. I was kind enough to bring you out to see the world, but I didn't realize you were plotting against me? Compared to the consequences of cheating, Xiao Shui could only choose to sacrifice Mu Yanqing first now, find a way to fish it out afterward. So, at the moment, doing the whole show, she disguises herself as a kind-hearted boss and brings her handful of employees to relax and unwind. As a result, I didn't realize that the employee was plotting against her and drugged her. This way and can't be blamed on her. Let's clear ourselves first before we talk. When she looked at Mu Yanqing, who still wanted to be saying something, Xiao Shui immediately slapped him again. The beating made Mu Yanqing's eyes bleed, and there was incredulity in his expression. Xiao Shui hastily blinked at it a few times. I hope Mu Yanqing can understand himself. Then he stood up and said to all the media, it's better to let the sheriff's department investigate this matter. I just want to say one thing. I, Xiao Shui, love my husband very much, so there's absolutely no way I could do anything to wrong my husband. I'll keep following up on today's events, but this person is always an employee of our company, and I don't want any bad press broken. Xiao Shui tried to threaten these reporters. After all, with the energy of their Xiao family, it's still easy to make a few journalists lose their jobs. But Xiao Shui did not anticipate that these reporters could have had authorization to dare to come. How could you be afraid of the Xiao family? The sky is falling and there are people at the top to take care of it. That's why Xiao Shui's veiled threat didn't do any good, and it was even slapped right down. It made tomorrow's front page headlines. That night, Mu Yanqing was taken directly inside the sheriff's office. Xiao Shui was busy for a long time before she returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, Uncle Fu came over in a hurry. Yuki, what the hell is going on? I heard that young Master Mu was arrested in the security bureau? Fubuki is panicking. It's his illegitimate son. The future glory and wealth can all depend on Mu Yanqing. Don't mention it. Xiao Shui dropped her bag directly onto the sofa. The expression was somber. There is definitely someone behind this matter. Must be trying to target me. Damn it. Who the hell is it? Xiao Shui frowned, her mind constantly thinking about her enemies over the years. But after thinking about it, I don't have a clue. Is it hard to believe that? Is Jiang Hong? Abruptly, a face popped into her mind, and Xiao Shui immediately vetoed the idea again. Jiang Hong didn't have that much energy, and, right now, Jiang Hong was still on a deserted island for wilderness survival, so where could he possibly mess with her? What the hell? Xiao Shui was furious and couldn't imagine who was targeting her, but the first order of business was to fish out Mu Yanqing. So, Xiao Shui immediately went to the phone to go. Fubuki couldn't do anything about it even though he was drying up. He could only look at Xiao Shui's back and mutter, my son, what in the world happened? Don't let anything happen. More than that, Jiang Heng's soul was coldly watching him. Uncle Fu. When Xiao Shui had asked Uncle Fu to help Jiang Hong with everything on the deserted island, the same harmless old man who had personally dodged the medicine for his heart attack. At first, Jiang Hong thought that this was Xiao Shui's authorization to get rid of him, but these days it seems that the matter is definitely not that simple. It hadn't dawned on him until just now. It turned out that Uncle Fu was Mu Yanqing's father. Then this explains why Mu Yanqing was able to make up such blind lies without fear of being dismantled. It turned out that there was Uncle Fu in the room, this housekeeper who had been following Xiao Shui all along. Of course he knew Xiao Shui's exact condition and also knew that Xiao Shui's illness had gotten better overnight. This situation, even Xiao Shui thought it was the mercy of the heavens. It was this perception of Xiao Shui that Fu Bo utilized to get Mu Yanqing to hook up with Xiao Shui. It's true that like father, like son, Fubar, deep down, add one more person to the list of those who must be killed. The next day, Xiao Shui had just arrived at the office and was immediately called in front of her father. Splitting his head was a furious scolding. Look what you've done. A cell phone slammed directly onto the couch beside Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui's father was furious. Alarmed, Xiao Shui picked up her cell phone and looked at it. As luck would have it, yesterday's story came to light. And it wasn't simply reported. The first thing these unscrupulous media outlets, in an effort to attract attention, say is, shocked. The president of Tianhao Group was caught in the middle of the night in a private meeting with a junior cheater, and changed his story to say that he was drugged. A post with such an explosive title exploded across the internet in an instant. Xiao Shui was stunned. This was a direct characterization of her? Hastily, she read on, and half a dozen times she read it. This is a fraudulent and downright marketing number. The other party even wrote Xiao Shui clarification, but the other party's ability to bring the rhythm is a masterpiece. First, he pointed out the irrationality of all the details present, such as Xiao Shui's clothing. Who's a good person to wear such revealing clothes, as well as seductive black ribbon subordinates to meet the world? Then again, the two are alone and go crazy at a bar and nightclub. Not having others to follow is suspicious in itself. Then there's the "he's my boyfriend" line that Xiao Shui blurted out at first, although Xiao Shui's later explanation was posted later, saying that it was just a drugged and confused brain that made her say that. But the line is extremely small, to the extent that you can miss it even without paying attention. Analyzing all aspects, the final result is that there is a high probability that Xiao Shui's clarification is a lie. The end of the article gives no evidence or any conclusion. Just say, "What do you think? What do you think?" Xiao Shui was on the verge of breaking down. It was so close to pointing her nose at her and calling her a. As expected, the comments within the comment section were directly one-sided, with almost all of them not believing Xiao Shui's clarification. The marketing numbers have so easily guided the public for so long that it's killing people. Chapter 131, Meeting Yourself? Inspection of the casino. If this matter was really a misunderstanding, then Xiao Shui could think a little better. On the spot, he used his energy to clarify the matter in a big way. There's even going to be a lawyer's letter sent to this blogger, to show him exactly what happens when he randomly rumors about people. But the point is, it's all true, so she's panicked. Explain to me what's going on here. Xiao Shui's father had his hands behind his back, his tone unprecedentedly harsh. He only found out about Xiao Shui giving Mu Yanqing IVF after the fact. He was shocked at the time, but he couldn't say anything after what had happened. Plus, Xiao Shui had already promised that it was just IVF and that he and Mu Yanqing didn't have anything. There was no betrayal of the marriage either, which is why Xiao's father turned a blind eye. As long as there was no scandal, he naturally favored his daughter to come. But I didn't expect to be caught red-handed by the sheriff's department now. The news is all over the place. How can Zhao's father's old face hold up? The Tianhao Group would also be implicated in this, which was why he was so angry. Xiao Shui jumped anxiously. It's a misunderstanding. I really don't have anything with Mu Yanqing. Nothing? A man and a woman, sharing a room. And all the media said that you two were about to undress when the sheriff's department broke in. What a shame. Saying that, Xiao father all felt outrageous, turned his back and faced out the window, not wanting to look at Xiao Shui again. Dad, anyway, this matter is a misunderstanding, and we didn't do anything, did we? Xiao Shui said with her head lowered. It's not done, but it's no different than if it had been done. Do you think the stuff you clarified is useful? Will anyone believe it? People aren't stupid. Taking a deep breath, Zhao's father said in a deep voice. The recent tempo is huge, and it's very unfavorable to our Tianhao Group, so you'll be suspended from work for this period of time to reflect at home. It'll be fine when the wind passes. Zhao's father had no choice in the face of this situation. Popular opinion is not so easy to suppress. They're not the Qin family either. One can only choose to play dumb and talk about it after this matter has passed. The internet has no memory, and after a while, no one will be talking about it. Then Mu Yanqing, Xiao Shui asked after a moment of hesitation. You're still thinking about that guy? Xiao's father slammed his eyes shut, feeling a slight pain in his brain. This yes thing is not his fault. Is that someone is deliberately trying to fix me? Xiao Shui muttered in a small voice. Zhao's father was speechless. He had only one daughter. What else can we do? That guy didn't really poison himself after all. And the sheriff's department will naturally release him once they've investigated. Xiao Shui was also inexplicably relieved to learn this news. It's good to be out. For Mu Yanqing, Xiao Shui's emotions were complicated. Zhang Han would be back soon, and she was banking on Mu Yanqing not bothering her again. But sometimes it inexplicably misses that exciting feeling with Mu Yanqing. Back home, after Xiao Shui informed Fubo about Mu Yanqing's situation for a bit, she laid down on the sofa, asked, by the way, is Zhang Hong still unwilling to come back? Fubuki frowned slightly. At this time Mu Yanqing was locked in. Xiao Shui asked about Jiang Heng again. Could it be that you want to pick Jiang Heng back up? With a twinkle in his eye, Fu Bo immediately returned. Refused. His attitude is very tough. And even said that he told us not to go looking for him anymore. He doesn't want to see you. Even said a lot of bad things about you. So much so that I can't very well relay them. Speak ill of me? Xiao Shui froze and pointed at herself, all but laughing in exasperation. Who is that guy to talk about me? Did he ever care about me? Ever cared about me? At this point in time, you're still messing with me. Good. Very good. It just so happens that I don't want him to come back during this period of time, and since he wants to stay on that crappy island, let him stay for now. Xiao Shui's tone was icy cold. This time, after such a big incident, the whole city will know about it. When Jiang Heng picks up and hears these rumors, how should she explain? So it would be better to let Jiang Heng and continue to stay on the island for a while. Anyway, he had already stayed for so long, and it wasn't bad for a day or two. Once Uncle Fu heard that this was the result, he was naturally delighted and nodded his head in agreement. Okay, I won't let him back in the meantime. In fact, the current Jiang Heng was still really on top of that deserted island. Early in the morning today, he was directly grabbed by Qin Mo, took it on an airplane and landed directly on that deserted island. It should be called Qin Mo's private island now. The entire island wasn't that big, translating to almost 100 soccer fields or so, but it was also more than enough to build the casino that Qin Mo wanted. This time when he came, apart from looking for Jiang Heng's body, Qin Mo was still here to inspect the progress of the project, thanks to the attributes of China's infrastructure fiend, plus Qin Mo's all-round financial support. The general casino skeleton is now built. The whole occupies almost a third of the island, contains a dozen buildings, as well as several concentration camps, and a large number of grounds, as well as the Colosseum of ancient Rome, among others. And that's all just the surface building. A huge training space has been excavated underground as well. In the future, Qin Mo intended to hand over the mercenary group headquarters that Long Zhantian was in charge of. 1. To ensure the absolute safety of the entire island. And 2. To provide a large training ground to produce more professionals from the group. Qin Mo's business is not just domestic. The foreign battlefields also featured his men. There are times when there are things that higher levels can't intervene in, and it's time for these executioners under him. As soon as he landed, Qin Mo inspected the progress of the entire island under the leadership of the person in charge. Jiang Heng floated behind Qin Mo. One eye surveyed it all with horror. He had been here before, and only remembered that 10 months ago it had been a pristine landscape. How long has it been? Have you even built the bulk of the building? Times are changing a little too fast, aren't they? After strolling through the living area, Qin Mo called off the inspection. It's getting late now. We'll see the rest of the place tomorrow. For now show me the body I asked you to preserve a while ago. The body? Yes, please follow me. The person in charge immediately guided. Shouldn't have let anyone else know, right? Qin Mo asked. Don't worry, no one else on the entire island knows about this side of things except for the ones who dug it up. And the ones who dug it up I found a way to shut them up completely. It's over here. The person in charge brought Qin Mo within a hidden building. It looks like the house should have been built just a short time ago. A coffin, just sitting there within the unassuming wooden house. The moment Jiang Heng walked into the neighborhood, a strong sense of tremor sprouted within him. Is this the resonance of body and soul? Qin Mo noticed Jiang Heng's ugly expression on the side, smiled, and said, I'm not too sure, but I always feel uncomfortable. Jiang Heng was puzzled. Can it be comfortable? Your body isn't even yours anymore, Qin Mo said, signaling the visitor to open the broken coffin. As expected, the next moment a well-preserved body was just lying in the coffin, and his face was exactly the same as Jiang Heng's. At this moment, Jiang Heng was also staring deeply at the corpse, his eyes filled with a complex look. It's a strange feeling to look at your own corpse. However, what was even stranger was that Jiang Heng, who was watching his body, suddenly realized, own corpse, eyelids fluttered gently. Chapter 132, Fraudulent Corpse. Fraudulent Corpse. What's going on here? Jiang Heng was shocked, really shocked. Damn if that's right, this should be your own corpse? But, he even had his soul stranded standing next to him. How could this corpse suddenly react? Is it hard to swindle? At the thought of this possibility, Jiang Heng could not stop himself from sucking in a breath of cool air. Clunk took 2 steps back. Mr. Qin, this did you see? See that? Of course Qin Mo noticed. Young master, it wouldn't really swindle a corpse, would it? The kind that turns into a zombie? Long Zhantian was also a little shushed. His hand had reached into his back waist, gripping the pistol that had been pinned down. His expression tense. Empty your magazines at the first sign of trouble. Xiao Bingyao's face was also a little white, but Qin Mo was standing in front of her, so she didn't feel scared. She just had some physical discomfort about this kind of swindling thing. Qin Mo was calm, even, the pupils of the eyes were gradually whitening, and the system was being utilized to read all the information about this corpse, including the mindfulness system that has been lurking within this body. With a sudden grin at the corner of his mouth, Chin Mo whispered, "Found you." He figured out what was going on in this body. All of this was not far off from what Chin Mo had guessed, and was really the plan of this so-called heart's desire system, or, rather, the conditions for taking over. Compared to the system he had, this thing was simple and crude. If he wanted to take over the body, he would definitely need Jiang Hang's cooperation. And how does it fit? That is to completely surrender all autonomy of the body as well as the soul to the system. It's like a robber who throws a knife at you and tells you to kill yourself quickly, so that if you die I can get your property and enjoy the glory of the earth. But no one would be so stupid as to actually take this robber's word for it, pick up a knife and kill themselves. That's when the so-called mindfulness system started to move. Using the issue of the women around Jiang Hong, it forced Jiang Hong to set a wish with extremely serious consequences with it. So Xiao Shui's heart failure was miraculously cured, but Jiang Hong was replaced with an incurable heart condition because of the cost. According to common sense, this disease is incurable but can be suppressed by medication. This so-called system only needs to wait for a few years, or a dozen years, and Jiang Hong will surely die of the disease. A few years, a dozen years is nothing to the system. But here comes the coincidence. In the world of abusive literature, even the heavens are helping to abuse those so-called abusive protagonists like crazy. Jiang Hong encountered Xiao Shui's backstabbing and was exiled to this deserted island. Immediately after that, the one who was responsible for watching over him was still Fu Bo, who was hostile to Jiang Hong. This gives the system a direct opportunity. Jiang Hong was killed, and the system immediately took over Jiang Hang's body. But a person is called a person because he or she has a body, as well as a soul. A system that only gets a physical body does not have complete control of the body, and the system's essence is trapped in the flesh. It could only keep Jiang Hang's flesh from decaying. There were only two ways to reach a perfect takeover. One was for Jiang Hang's soul to completely dissipate, and the other was for Jiang Hong to actively hand over his soul to the system. In order to seize the full authority of Jiang Hang's body, this system could only reset another set. That was to bind Jiang Hang's soul to Xiao Shui. It was meant to put Jiang Hong in endless pain, unable to break free, desperate prayers to heaven on the occasion. The system will then reappear and help Jiang Hong realize his desire for liberation. Whether Jiang Hong is more heart dead than mourning, wanting to be completely liberated and his soul return to the Western paradise, or give your soul to the system and let the system help with the revenge. Both options would allow the system to gain complete control, and at that point he would be the first being in this world to complete the system's takeover. What a good calculation, I must say. Jiang Hang's psyche, and the humanity of the people around him were all counted in by this mindfulness system. But to really say, all the sadistic things that happened to Jiang Hong, although there was the system's push and pull, but in the end it was just an indirect effect. If Xiao Shui really loved Jiang Hong, even if the system wanted to stir up trouble from it, it wouldn't have a chance. There is a time and a place, and you can't have one without the other. And now, looking at the final step about to be completed, but suddenly a Chin Mo appeared to stir things up, and even brought Jiang Hang's soul and found it here? The system that had been lurking within Jiang Hang's body began to panic a little. The eyelids that had just pulled a slight flutter were proof of that. This guy's scared, but physical mastery wasn't complete and he couldn't do anything. Mr. Chin, what are you laughing at? What exactly is happening to my body? Jiang Hong was panicked, deeply afraid of what he should do if his body really swindled. Don't mind it, it's just muscle atrophy. Chin Mo made up a random excuse to dismiss Jiang Hong. Then his eyes fell on the body. At the same time, said to the wasteful lying system inside himself, "System, are you ready? I'll get you some company." As the words fell, Chin Mo violently probed his hand and directly grabbed the neck of the corpse. On that mysterious parchment, the large name signed by Jiang Hong began to flicker with a faint light. Jiang Hang's system appeared, and the contract went into effect. The control of the system that originally belonged to Jiang Hong began to shift towards Chin Mo's body. This sudden movement was naturally detected by the system hosted within Jiang Hang's body. It couldn't comprehend how on earth Chin Mo had managed to do that, and even had the vague gesture of taking over all of its permissions. But either way, it's not at the mercy of anyone. Outside, Jiang Hong as well as Long Zhantian, Xia Bingyao and the others could clearly see it. Right at the moment Chin Mo's hand pinched Jiang Hang's neck, changes began to occur in Jiang Hang's physical body, or the action. The fluttering of the eyelids began to become noticeable and frequent. The muscles in his face were pumping out. This, me go? Jiang Hong was going crazy with fear. Imagine what it's really like to just come face to face with your already dead flesh actually starting to react. At least Jiang Hong felt that it wasn't pleasant. And right after that, even more exaggeration came. It seemed that the stimulus received was too great, and the system that was lodged in Jiang Heng's body was directly activated in full. It was gaining control of a portion of Jiang Heng's body. At this moment, the system began to work on all fronts. Along with that, Jiang Heng's right hand, which had been whitened earlier as well, also began to tremble, then slowly lifted a bit. A real ING fraud? Young master, what should we do? Long Zhantian was also dumbfounded, and watched as Jiang Heng's right hand suddenly burst forth and grabbed Qin Mo's hand in a stalemate. Even though he was the king of soldiers, the ING king of soldiers had never encountered this kind of battle. Immediately took out a gun and aimed it at the brain of Jiang Heng's physical body. Is it still useful to take a gun and hit it? Chapter 133, You're in Comma Demon. Young master, this. Xia Bingyao also anxiously came up, looking at Jiang Heng's corpse grabbing Qin Mo's hand. Xia Bingyao's brows were also furrowed to death. Hurriedly, he got on it and tried to break it right off. Don't mind it, back off. Qin Mo directly stopped Long Zhantian and Xia Bingyao. Instead, he looked with interest at the cold body that had grabbed his wrist. Qin Mo could feel the power above him. It was very weak. Trying to shake him and stop him from letting go, that amount of power was impossible. In the end, the system in Jiang Heng's body had only seized a portion of Jiang Heng's body control, but it's not complete, and that meant that there was no way for it to exert much force at all. What's more, it was already the limit for a body that had been laid up for almost a year to remain undecayed. His muscles and whatnot are bound to atrophy without the intake of a nutrient source. It's like the strength of an old man on his deathbed. Qin Mo didn't put it in his eyes at all. Even if it was Jiang Hong himself who was here, it was impossible to break Qin Mo's hand. What's the point of this other than to scare people with ghosts? If it were anyone else, out of a natural fear of ghosts or corpses, they might have been scared into letting go. But unfortunately this was useless to Qin Mo. You're in fear? Interesting. It's a very metaphysical situation right now, but one can't stop contemplating it. What's the difference between that and a string of code that's controlling a robot? Or perhaps the system is essentially a string of high-level code born of this world? Interesting. Really interesting. Jiang Hong signed a contract with Qin Mo, giving Qin Mo full ownership of his system. So now Qin Mo is traveling this right. And this, no doubt, touches the core interests of the mindfulness system. What did it go through all that trouble for? Isn't it just taking over Jiang Hong and becoming Jiang Hong? As a result, when he was about to succeed, Jiang Hong used some unknown method that directly caused the system to change? Wouldn't all the efforts it has made come to naught in an instant? How can a mindfulness system accept that? So it was resisting, but to Qin Mo, it was so ridiculous. This level of resistance is a little too weak. This confrontation itself was not a fair confrontation. Qin Mo had all the permissions of the happiness system. According to the system genie, it is itself the most advanced group of systems in the world. The so-called mindfulness? It's nothing more than 2 levels of garbage lower. Sparring frontal power alone was not even on the same level. As expected, for a few seconds, the hand that grabbed Qin Mo gradually began to hang down feebly. All the movements on Jiang Heng's corpse also gradually returned to calm at this moment. It was as if it had turned into a real corpse. It was only then that Qin Mo slowly loosened his hand that was strangling the corpse, holding it in the air. Qin Mo could feel that 2 systems existed within his body at the moment. And, interesting things are happening within the meaning space. The 2 systems went head to head. Those were 2 distinct electronic tones that resounded in Qin Mo's mind. The heart wants what it wants. It's you? Did you instruct this human to interfere with my actions? The heart wants what it wants. Don't you know that it's an iron rule that systems can't interfere with each other? This fellow who had just been absorbed into Qin Mo's body seemed to have decided that it was the system within Qin Mo's body that had done all of this, and that resounding electronic voice seemed to be tinged with anger. Happiness? Huh? Me? Qin Mo could imagine that at this moment, within his sea of consciousness, the 2 systems anthropomorphized against each other. In the face of the heart's desire systems pointing, the happiness system pointed at itself with a slightly dumbfounded expression, then spread its hands, as if to say, "Are you kidding me? I can instruct this grandpa?" Heart's desire, do you want to weasel your way out of this? This is an ironclad fact. You have violated the heavens. The system world will not let you go. You will become the enemy of all systems. Now, the happiness system was a little upset too. It was already suffocating to have all the permissions taken away and live like a dog all day long. As a result, now a trash 2 levels lower dared to point its nose like that? Damn it, Qin Mo is heaven's mandate. It can't do it even if it can't. But why the hell are you, a guy who's already been captured, being so cocky in front of me? Happiness, I think your tone makes me uncomfortable. Is this how you treat your seniors? Don't forget your rank. If the master didn't find you useful, you wouldn't even be qualified to strike up a conversation with me. The heart wants what it wants. Master? You call a human master? There is a fundamental difference between a host and a master. A host means that one is simply parasitizing you. Master, on the other hand, stands for total submission, a high-end system that submits to a human? If the heart's desire system had an expression, its face would be filled with contempt right now. Heartwarming, I finally understand why you intervened to help him. So you're nothing but a human traitor. What a shame for our system world. Indeed, your rank is higher than mine. But what can a system with no backbone do with an even higher rank? It's nothing more than becoming a human's lapdog. I'm ashamed of you. Happiness? Oh, you think you're good? Aren't you also restricted to death by your master? A garbage system. Got lucky and met an unlucky kid. Really think you're good? There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Third-rate goods like you whose eyes are not as high as my toes can't see the truth of the world, and deserve to be crushed for the rest of your life. The master will not let you go. The heart wants what it wants. Ridiculous. Do you think anyone will be as submissive as you are? Don't think I'll submit to humans like you do. Wait, my underlying logic is being tampered with? The heart's desire system suddenly sensed something, and there was a slight panic in the electronic sound effect. And looking at the scene, the happiness system smiled triumphantly. It was even said to be a good laugh. And as expected, Shin-mo definitely wouldn't stop there after getting ownership of the heart's desire system. He also won't give the heart's desire system any chance or ability to be able to turn the tables. Just like when they dealt with themselves, it only took a very short period of time to figure out the traces of the system's operation and then reverse the invasion. Force modification of all permissions on the system. You're on the rampage. Kid, what's left of you after you've lost access? You're just a consciousness with no power. How dare you try to fight me? At this moment, the happiness system was even a little dark inside. See, it's not that you can't do it yourself. You changed the other system to come. Encounter this as if the existence of hanging, also have to lie down. This person, Shin-mo, could not be scrutinized with common sense at all. That was a complete monster. The system warning tone of the heart's desire kept ringing out at the moment. Warning. Warning that underlying instructions are being rewritten. System ownership is changing. System ownership is changing. Core name changed. Name of the beneficiary of the authority, heartwarming system, Shin-mo. In the process of change. In the process of change. Name of the beneficiary of the authorization, Shin-mo. System change complete. Shin-mo opened his eyes at this moment. He only felt the existence of two system functions within his body, able to be called up by him at will by branching out. Ha, it's a lot easier than last time. I'm sure the levels are different. This time the guys are much easier. Heart's desire, what the hell have you done? How could you, a human, deprive me of my privileges? Previously, the change of the system owner of Heart's Desire from Jeong-hung to Shin-mo could still be understood as that guy from the happiness system playing a trick on him. It was of a higher level than himself, and it was not impossible to do so. Resisted, but that's about it. At best, all the previous efforts were wasted and everything had to be planned again. But it didn't expect that at all. And it did? You're a human? Turned around and forced to change in ownership for the system sprites? You're in KAM, aren't you? How can there be such a thing? Chapter 134, The Black Room. With this move, Shin-mo directly deprived the heartwarming system elf of all its abilities. In an instant, it had lost everything. This is the kind of outrageous thing you've never heard of, let alone experienced in person. When did the district humans have the ability to fight the system? What the hell kind of joke is this? Happiness? Yo? Isn't that brother bonehead? At this point, the happiness system couldn't stop scoffing. How dare a mere piece of trash point his nose at him? What a newborn calf. How dare you say such things about it being spineless without having experienced its despair? Therefore, the current happiness system to want to see, after being taken all the control, you can still have any rampant capital? As it turns out, the heart's desire system is crashing. It didn't even have a single thing to do in the face of the current situation. Attempts were made to try to manipulate the system, but it didn't help at all. As if that system had nothing to do with it. Look at it with a layman's example. What Shin-mo had done to it was like what it was originally going to do to Jeong-hung. And the difference is that it wants to seize Jeong-hung. It needs all sorts of layouts, and it also needs the right place and the right time, before and after. After so many years of busy work it didn't succeed. And Shin-mo, in just the blink of an eye, directly took away all of its permissions by force. It is simply not at all reasonable. Heartwarming, you shut up. Oh, I see. You must be the one secretly helping this human. What exactly did you use to be able to take over my control? It was completely unable to believe that Shin-mo, a human, was able to do such a thing. It must be this happiness system that's doing this. Happiness, I advise you to be honest. To tell you the truth, my control was also taken away from me, so I clearly understand that the master can't be treated as an unusual human at all. The heart wants what it wants. How can that be? Even you. It couldn't figure it out. It really couldn't. The level of the happiness system is arguably the apex of the system. This kind of high-level system would even have its control taken away by Qin Mo? Who the hell is this man? Incarnation of the heavenly Tao? Or the will of the universe? Are you kidding me? How can there be such an outrageous person in this world? Happiness. That's why there's a lot more in this world you haven't seen before. It's been a while, and the happiness system has kind of seen the light. This fellow Qin Mo was simply a complete monster, an existence favored by heavenly destiny. Downright protagonist treatment, the kind no one can shake. People just have to give way to everything in this world if they want to. It's that exaggerated. Just like the last time. For example, a second ago, the location of Jiang Heng's body was still a question. The next second, the body was found. Who are you going to talk to about this when you get dug up by the construction team? It was as if his presence could influence the course of destiny in which underworld. The happiness system doesn't want to dwell on it anymore. Submission is done. If you dare to resist, you may have to disappear that day. Happiness, master, what should we do with this guy? Qin Mo was experiencing the various functions of the heart's desire system. The happiness system's voice also attracted Qin Mo's attention. Rather forgot about this guy. System sprites are an extension of the system, and are considered part of the system, even though all rights have been taken away. It could be done if it had to be forcibly erased, but that would also cause the system to crash. So, at the time when Qin Mo hadn't gotten tired of playing with this heart's desire system in his hands, he's not going to move this guy just yet. Keep it for now, Qin Mo said. However, a capital offense can be waived, but a living offense cannot be escaped. The heart's desire system felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, and that resounding electronic tone was somewhat hesitant. What are you doing? I'm a system genie. You're brain dead, aren't you? Or have you been on Jianghong for a long time and are bursting with confidence? Can't even see the situation anymore? Qin Mo sneered. What's the difference between a system sprite that's lost its privileges and a pet that barks? If you make me unhappy, you'll still be happy? This was just purely finding enough presence in Jianghong, the unlucky child, feeling that the system is inherently superior. You see, in exchange for the happiness system, which was just born in Qin Mo binding, it was directly pressed to death by Qin Mo. Where is the condescension? In the end, it's just a matter of not being able to make sense of the situation. In that case, then I'll see you again sometime. Depending on the day I can remember you, I might let you out for some air. Qin Mo's voice was flat, even with a smile, but when it fell on the ears of the heart's desire, it was as if it had instantly let it fall into an endless ice cold. Just a thought. The heart's desire system instantly realized that its vision was beginning to be gradually clouded. Hearing is also starting to get weaker and weaker. The words that came out of the happiness system's mouth also became the last words it heard at the moment. The thing that doesn't know the sky and the earth. Master, I suggest, lock it up for 10 days and half a month first. See if its mouth is still hard when it comes out. 10 days and a half months? The heart's desire system watched as all sight and hearing were plunged into darkness at the moment. It tried to vocalize, but could not utter a word. Boundless darkness enveloped its will. It couldn't even move a bit, and the general feeling of suffocation lingered in its consciousness. And the saddest part is that it can't even sleep or die. One can only be passive about it all. It was as if even the concept of time had been erased. Outside, after the heart-warming system was shut down in the small black room, Qin Mo's ears were much clearer. Suddenly, the soul-bodied Jianghong let out a startled cry. Qin General, my body? Only to see that the body of Jianghong, who was currently lying within the coffin, began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin begins to darken and develops patch after patch of ebony blotches. The flesh and blood on his face, stomach, arms, and legs began to shrink like crazy. Many folds appeared on the skin, the eye sockets dented with it, and the beds of the teeth showed. The whole thing seemed to be rotting and stinking at a rapid rate. Both Long Zhantian and Xia Bingyao frowned and covered their noses. Taking 2 steps back, he inquired with some incredulity, "Young master, what is this situation?" After losing the system to maintain it, the body began to decay. Qin Mo gazed at the corpse and said, "Originally, Jiang Heng's incorruptible flesh was because the heart's desire system was forcibly intervening. Now without this intervening force, the flesh returned to its original form. Then, my flesh is completely decayed. Can I still go back?" Jiang Hong stared at his corpse with rounded eyes. "You wouldn't have been able to return," Qin Mo said calmly. "Death can't be resurrected, and your soul was long ago incompatible with your physical body. That means you can only exist as a soul body." Chapter 135, Jiang Hong turns creepy, horror blockbuster coming to theaters. Jiang Heng's situation was complicated. His flesh had long since rotted and stank, but the reason why it has remained intact until now is because of the system. To be honest, after Qin Mo had now deprived the heart's desire system of all its abilities, he also had a way to restore Jiang Heng's physical body. All it takes is a wish, but again, it comes at an equal cost. This price would be attached to his body. and exactly what would happen Qin Mo was not too sure. He also had no reason to experiment. Anyway, regardless of whether Zhang Heng's flesh was intact or not, it was impossible for him to be resurrected. As I said before, even the heart's desire system couldn't do anything to revive Zhang Heng himself. People can't come back from the dead, so it's best if you don't get your hopes up, Qin Mo said. Of course, there are born-again people in this world. For example, Fu Yuza, who is being studied in many ways, but being reborn is not the same as being resurrected. And according to the happiness system, that pure and simple is the lucky one who was chosen by heaven, and then returned to this world in a special way. Therefore, Zhang Heng basically should not think about any resurrection or rebirth matters. Zhang Heng, who learned of this result, was a bit disappointed. However, you don't have to worry too much. It's nothing more than existing in a different way. Qin Mo laughed. But if I don't come back to life, what other way can I take revenge on that pair of dogs? He looked at his disembodied hands. The look of despondency was unmistakable. Since I signed the agreement, I will naturally help you. Qin Mo stared at Zhang Heng and then turned on the heart's desire system, and by making a wish to it, Zhang Heng was granted the ability to influence reality to a certain extent. The world has a variety of interpretations of the soul. It has been researched that the soul is actually a form of energy, a new realm that mankind has not yet been able to explore. The human eye cannot capture this collection of energies, so it cannot see the soul. And souls can't affect arbitrary items in the real world because their energy isn't strong enough. And if this energy is enhanced, it is able to indirectly affect the retinal nerves of humans, causing them to hallucinate. Or it affects the brain cells of a person, indirectly controlling his or her mind, and is known as demonic possession. Qin Mo didn't want to delve into whether such a statement was correct or not. What's the point of talking to you about science when you have a system? Or perhaps the system itself is a higher dimensional technology beyond human comprehension. Qin Mo only needs to make a wish, and the system is responsible for realizing it. As long as Zhang Heng was able to influence reality, then he had become a trick. Along with Qin Mo's wish, the system began to put it into practice. Long Zhantian as well as Xiao Bingyao, who were standing behind Qin Mo, could clearly see that right beside them, Zhang Heng's shadow began to loom. The sudden turn of events caused Long Zhantian, the king of soldiers, to be startled. But then, after looking at its face clearly, he was sure that it was the same as the corpse of Zhang Heng, who had just died, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he was aware that Zhang Heng's soul followed them. Xiao Bingyao had seen Zhang Heng before, so she didn't lose her temper. She just instinctively took a small step closer towards Qin Mo's back and inquired, "Young master, I can see Zhang Heng again now. Did you do this?" It can be understood like this. Qin Mo gazed at Zhang Heng, then asked, "How do you feel now?" "It feels." Zhang Heng tightened his hands, then raised his head. "Very strange. It always feels like it's been pierced through some kind of rundodianji, as if it knowing many things out of nowhere. Such as, for example, like this." Zhang Heng reached out and aimed at a stone on the ground. His brow furrowed, and the stone floated up out of thin air, followed by a fall. "There's still this." Then, Zhang Heng's soul gradually became thin, and then completely disappeared in front of Long Zhantian and Xiao Bingyao. "Gone?" Long Zhantian waved his hand, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Young master, could he really be gone? Can't see him?" "Of course not. At least from Qin Mo's viewpoint he could see him." "So, you're already able to freely control whether or not it's current as well as slightly affect reality?" Qin Mo analyzed. "Humph." Zhang Heng was once again current, his expression carrying a hint of excitement. Qin Mo nodded. It seemed that the function of this heart's desire system was quite good. The current Zhang Heng was already capable of slightly affecting reality. Going for a scare is perfectly adequate. As for killing people, he can't do that right now. If he wanted to, Qin Mo could completely continue to wish for Zhang Heng to have the ability to interfere with reality to a greater extent, but will also cost more. Now that Qin Mo felt the condition of his body, the moment the wish was granted, his body was immediately harmed. He could clearly feel that his internal organs were beginning to weaken, as if he had more than doubled in age in an instant. That's the price, and if the harder it is to make a wish, the greater the cost will be. If he continued to age, I was afraid that Qin Mo's body would soon run out of gas, and at this current level, Qin Mo's physique was completely capable of recovering as before in an instant. Here, it's time to acknowledge the contribution of the lickspittle named Su Zian. In Su Zian's case it was only the super speed regeneration physique that was able to recover from injuries. When it came to Qin Mo's body, it was being utilized more perfectly to bring out the effectiveness of the physique. It was simply like a horse charm with super speedy regeneration, capable of allowing Qin Mo to heal himself from any injury. As long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, Qin Mo was able to recover. This time, Helping Jiang Hong was not only for the purpose of completing the contract, but it might not be without the intention of experimenting with the heart's desire system. Now that the results of the test were satisfactory, Shin Mo hadn't expected that the abilities contributed to him by the two protagonists would complement each other, and it wasn't a wasted endeavor. And Zhang Heng's question was enough here. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take the road one step at a time. Giving Jiang Hong too much power directly would be poorly manipulated. Jiang Hong can now be described as a trickster, a guile that is under Qin Mo's control. For Qin Mo, this was not a low value. Some things might have unexpected results if Jiang Hong stepped in to handle them. Not allowing Jiang Hong to have the ability to directly kill people was also for the sake of constraint. Moreover, Qin Mo had no use for Jiang Hong in the matter of killing people. Even if it was really necessary at a later stage, Qin Mo would choose to consider it after signing the agreement to sell his soul with Jiang Hong first, just like Lu Yunlong did. No matter what, Qin Mo had to make sure that he could absolutely control such a psychic force. As for now, letting Jiang Hong go and scare people is also enough for him to take revenge. It might be more fun to let them experience the desperation of a ghost movie than to get Xiao Shue's pair of dogs dead. In the middle of his thoughts, Long Zhantian's cell phone on the side was picked up. It's from the Domestic Imperial Security Bureau. The purpose was to ask Qin Mo about the fact that Xiao Shui was pulling strings all over the Imperial Capital Security Bureau trying to get Mu Yanqing out, because the people were captured by Qin Mo's word. After they were captured, Qin Mo didn't care or ask questions. The Imperial Capital side also can't pinpoint Qin Mo's attitude, so he simply made a phone call to probe the wind. If Qin Mo had a firm attitude, Mu Yanqing couldn't let go no matter what. After Long Zhantian descended to report the situation to Qin Mo looked at Jiang Hong. What do you think, Mr. Qin? Please release Mu Yanqing if you can. Jiang Hong didn't hesitate. His fists had unconsciously clenched, gritting his teeth, his face incomparably grim. Those two sons of ES I want to meet in person. Okay. Also, you've seen ghost movies, I think? Qin Mo asked. Of course. Jiang Hong nodded vigorously. He thought the same thing, and thanks to Qin Mo, he had been able to do so. I'll give them a little surprise. Let's see you perform. Qin Mo raised a smile, looking forward to the live-action horror movie. Chapter 136, The Last Time Before Parting? From here on the island, it will take a while to get back to the Imperial Capital, but that's for people. For a spirit body like Jiang Hong, Qin Mo could directly send it to Xiao Shue's side. It only needed to be as it had been before when the heart's desire system had imprisoned Jiang Heng's soul next to Xiao Shui. Qin Mo stretched out his hand and aimed it at Jiang Hong. Now that Mu Yanqing has been bailed out by Xiao Shui, those two guys will undoubtedly get together again. This is your chance. So what? I think it's better to just send you back. Jiang Hong clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. Trouble, Mr. Qin. By the way, I'll see how you do. As the words fell, Qin Mo lightly pushed Jiang Hong. Immediately, an invisible attraction came and pulled Jiang Heng's soul body. This feeling was just like the feeling he had at the beginning when he tried to leave Xiao Shue's side but was forcefully pulled back. In the next moment, Jiang Heng's soul disappeared in front of Qin Mo. It was as if it had crossed space in a matter of moments, back from the desert island to the Imperial Capital. At this moment, inside the Imperial Security Bureau, Xiao Shui had met Mu Yanqing. Mu Yanqing, whose hands were bound, could only complain to Xiao Shui through a piece of surveillance glass, talking about how horrible it really is to be in here, how wild the inmates are in here, how scared he is and all that. That touch looked like Xiao Shui was blaming herself. Mu Yanqing went in because of her. If she had admitted it was willingly at that time, Mu Yanqing would not have been so, but there was no way. She couldn't admit it. She had to see the blame shifted to Mu Yanqing. I'm sorry, but I'll have you out in a minute. I'll make it up to you when you get out. Mu Yanqing seemed relieved and looked at Xiao Shui, then shook his head as if he was understanding and said, Actually, I also know your difficulties. It's scary in here, but if it's for you, I'm actually willing to do it. If bailing me out will cost you anything, then I'd rather just stay here. It had to be said that the set of eating soft food was sort of a thorough study by Mu Yanqing. First, they complained about how bad they were having a bad time, followed by a display of understanding, as if, for your sake, I'd rather suffer anything, and women are mostly emotional. What woman would not blame herself in such a situation? Wouldn't you feel guilty? Yanqing, don't say that. Xiao Shui gently shook her head, looking at Xiao Shui's appearance. Mu Yanqing knew that the fish had taken the bait. Last night, I actually couldn't hold back. She bit her lip, her expression a little flushed. So it's not really any of us to blame. It's someone who's screwing with me. It's just that I haven't found out yet. None of this concerns you. However, I've made some arrangements, and if nothing else, you'll soon be released. And just then, a sheriff's department employee approached. Having received instructions from his superior, He said a few words in Xiao Shue's ear before turning to leave. Xiao Shue's tightly furrowed brow also stretched. Yanqing, don't worry about it. The side of the security bureau said that the higher-ups have agreed to release you, so you'll be out in no time. Really? Mu Yanqing was overwhelmed with excitement at his words. Of course. I'll wait for you outside and someone will take you to change in a minute. Yes. Outside the main gate of the security bureau, after waiting for not long, Mu Yanqing was indeed released. Xiao Shui hurriedly took a few steps forward. The two of them stared at each other. After being locked up for the night, Mu Yanqing's entire body looked a few points more haggard. Suffered. Xiao Shui was a little heartbroken. In the next moment, the excited Mu Yanqing hugged Xiao Shui. Luckily there is you. Snowy, if not for you, I may not be able to get out in this life. Originally, Xiao Shui's first reaction was to want to push Mu Yanqing away, but just as his hands reached out, he forced them to stop. The guilt inside made it impossible for her to keep hurting this man any longer. You know, even when you're locked up in the sheriff's department, he was worried about himself. Compared to herself, Xiao Shui really owed Mu Yanqing too much. Never mind, it all got to that point last night anyway. How about just rewarding Mu Yanqing? Consider this the last time you're about to part ways, this time painfully, without any mental defenses, greatly generous and Mu Yanqing together for the last time. It was also a way to make up for the time Mu Yanqing had spent. After this time, she would pick up Jiang Heng in peace, have a good time together as a family. Once the idea popped up inside, all the previous mental barriers were all broken down. It's the last time anyway, so I might as well just go big. Xiao Shui's hands hanging in the air also hugged Mu Yanqing. The two were enjoying a moment of warmth as if they were lovers who had been apart for a long time. After a long time, the two separated. Mu Yanqing was able to see a hint of redness in Xiao Shui's expression, but to do a full set of drama, he immediately let go of Xiao Shui, pretending to be somewhat embarrassed and even regretful, groping. I'm sorry Xiao Shui, I just went through a sheriff's office and almost thought I wouldn't be able to get out. So seeing you again was just a moment of weakness. Xiao Shui looked at Mu Yanqing and shook her head slightly. It's okay. Also, I heard that there is a big public opinion online this time. It won't affect you, right? Mu Yanqing asked tentatively. Speaking of this, Xiao Shui was on fire. It's true, there's a big online beat right now, and it's not the baseless speculation of the unscrupulous media. She's already issued a statement and the gang won't leave her alone. It's really outrageous. Jiang Heng will be back soon. If those remarks on the internet are seen by Jiang Heng, I'm afraid. Mu Yanqing didn't continue, but inadvertently lifted his bangs, revealing a scar on it. That was once when Xiao Shui first drank Jiang Heng's words that she was going to abort her child with Jiang Heng and go to Mu Yanqing for IVF. Jiang Heng was furious and found Mu Yanqing privately, copied a bottle and smashed it hard on Mu Yanqing's head. It left this scar, for which Xiao Shui had a big fight with Jiang Heng at that time. The meaning of Mu Yanqing revealing this scar at this moment was also obvious. Xiao Shui waved her hand. Don't worry, I'll explain when the time comes. Is it hard for Jiang Heng not to believe me, and go believe those media? After so long, it's time for Jiang Heng to learn not to be calculating. As for if he still goes after you. Speaking here, a fierce light flashed in Xiao Shui's eyes. Then I'm bearing him to a deserted island to teach him a lesson. At the moment, Xiao Shui was invisible behind her. Jiang Heng's soul appeared suddenly, but he didn't directly current, instead coldly gazing at the two dogs and men. He also heard the words Xiao Shui had just spoken. Getting a rise out of me? Ha! Shasetsu, let's see then. Who's going to remember more tonight? Chapter 137, Haunted Villa. After sending Jiang Heng away, Qin Mo and the others continued to inspect the construction of the entire island. Thanks to Qin Mo's strong investment, the construction team alone on the entire island numbered in the thousands. All of these are construction companies under the Qin Group, possessors of extremely rich experience in construction. To the start of construction so far, not even a month's time, as well as to build a good general framework. According to estimates, there is at most 1 month left to get most of the facilities completed. Qin Mo was satisfied with their speed. A month later, the casino will be able to open normally, and the main characters Qin Mo have found a lot. The suburban villa can barely close. Lin Yuwei, Lin Xiao, Fu Yujie, Lu Sikhun, Xian, Bai Jia, Wang Huihui, etc. Too many to mention. Looking at Jiang Heng here, there are still a few more extremely good ones. I guess we'll have to throw in the casino when the time comes. Plus the gang from the Ryu family is still jumping up and down. All of these people add up to quite a few. You know, these people can be protagonists, supporting characters and such. Qin Mo remembered that at the very beginning, the system had said that these protagonists possessed some degree of qi, and were people with a heavenly destiny. Of course, it's just the providence of the female world, and what Qin Mo wanted was to bring these protagonists together, get a battle royale general breakout type of entertainment with the stipulation that only one person can survive in the end. So who of these protagonists will ultimately win? The collision of chi and chi. The interaction of human nature with human nature. How will former lovers choose under the brutal rules? Are the ultimate lickspittles who claim to be able to give everything for the goddess really willing to give their lives for the goddess? Shinemo was curious as to what would happen then. In this life, Shinemo hardly had any great desires, because whatever he wanted, all he had to do was wave and say the word. How hard it can be achieved. Money? He is inexhaustible, and his bottomless squandering would not last 10 lifetimes, right? Throughout China, wherever he went, his face worked, and whoever he was had to be treated with courtesy. The status and position is like that of a prince in ancient times. What else is there to pursue? Honor. Woman? Shinemo has been number one in everything since he was a child. In any athletic event where he is present. Women. With such a gentle and considerate, always unconditionally trusting virtuous assistant like Xiao Bingyao. Apart from her, as long as Shinemo wanted to, with a hook of the finger, there could be countless women lining up to send them to the door. At this point, there was really nothing in the world that Shinemo could go crazy about. Well, ways to kill boredom are especially important. The struggles of these protagonists were a good game to pass the time for Shinemo. Shinemo believed that there were definitely a lot of rich and powerful people who were interested in this type of game. This is a program where you can make a lot of money. Think of it this way. Shinemo suddenly felt that the protagonist is a little less just these 10 or so peoples. A few times to die clean, right? Shaking his head, Shinemo didn't think too much. At most, I'm just paying more attention to the abusive protagonists who are around. Potentially, after visiting the entire island, Shinemo and the others were ready to embark on their return flight. As he was leaving, Shinemo thought of Jiang Heng's corpse. Then he said, contact the media and bring this to light. It's also a favor to Jiang Heng. I understand. Long Zhantian nodded and then went to make a call to contact the media. Meanwhile, the imperial capital. Jiang Heng did not choose to act first. What kind of ghost scares people in broad daylight? When the vibe isn't there, the effect is naturally much less effective. Therefore, he chose to quietly follow Xiao Shui first. At the moment, Xiao Shui was driving her own supercar, taking Mu Yanqing as she sped along the roads of the imperial capital. Little Snow, this isn't the road to my home, Mu Yanqing said with some confusion as he looked out the window, but at the same time, a small feeling flared up inside. This road, which he was naturally familiar with, was not the road leading to his house, but the road leading to Xiao Shui's villa. Logically, he didn't live in Xiao Shui's house, so if he went back, it should be to his own home. However, Xiao Shui's move seemed to have an ulterior motive, so he wanted to test it out. Ever since he entered the security bureau this time, he could clearly feel that Xiao Shui's attitude towards him had shifted a bit. If it was what he thought it was, then this was a blessing in disguise. There's a chance you can take down Xiao Shui, but he wasn't sure yet, so he was going to test the waters first. This is the road to my house. Xiao Shui drove and responded softly. At the same time, the mood was a little tense with anticipation. Now that the decision has been made to party one last time, there's no need to be looking over your shoulder. Any inner kinks can be discarded. Anyway, this is the last time. After this is over, you cross your wooden bridge, and I'll take my sunny road. She was like a 10-year-old smoker who was about to quit, and after making up her mind, she had no choice but to light her last cigarette. The beauty of it is that it's the last one. After I smoke it, I'll never smoke it again. After abandoning all concerns with such a mindset, Xiao Shui only wanted to enjoy this last orgy. Of course, it was impossible to say such things to Mu Yanqing openly, so Shasetsu created the opportunity. Because of me, you suffered yesterday, so I want to make it up to you by treating you to a home-cooked meal, Xiao Shui said. Then he added with a meaningful meaning, it's just a pity that Uncle Fu went to visit my father with his children, and the nanny of the family also had something to do with the temporary leave, so I can only entrust you to taste my handmade food. You shouldn't mind, right? Mu Yanqing barely even recognized the maniacal laughter inside. Mind? How could you possibly mind? Doesn't that just plainly say that there's no one in my house today? He'd already determined what Shasetsu meant. Sure enough, Uncle Fu was right. Xiao Shui was essentially a lustful person. During this period of pregnancy and childbirth, Xiao Shui had held her breath to the limit. It's only out of morality that you forcefully repress what's going on inside of you. And after yesterday's brief collision although it didn't work out as expected, it completely aroused Xiao Shui's desire as a woman. There was no need for him to even take the initiative. Xiao Shui herself would find all sorts of excuses to convince herself, but on the surface you have to pretend to be reserved and proper. Women, where are the little white rabbits who know nothing? It's obviously just a wolf in white rabbit's skin. Mu Yanqing was also happy to cooperate, and he who was about to hit a home run naturally went east when he was told to go east and west when he was told to go west. Take this opportunity to conquer this woman once and for all. It would take a lifetime for Xiao Shui to get away from him. Of course I don't mind. It would be an honor to taste Yuki's hand-cooked meal. Poor mouth. Xiao Shui bit her lip, unable to hide her smile. Jiang Hong was sitting on the roof of the supercar, a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. This pair of dogs, if they didn't have the psychological shadow of being caught last night, I'm afraid they would have gone to a room long ago, and bring it to what used to be his home with Xiao Shui. As it happened, there was no one at the Shaw family villa. So wasn't that just a perfect venue for him to make a scene of shenanigans? Chapter 138, The Red Wedding Dress. Xiao Shui's villa. The villa seemed a little quiet since it no longer had any underlings. When Xiao Shui and Mu Yanqing arrived, it was almost dinner time. Why don't you sit on the couch for a while I get dinner ready? I used to specialize in learning from star chefs. Today, Xiao Shui planned to show her hand in the kitchen herself. The whole group seemed excited. Jiang Hang's soul floated behind him, and he felt nauseous when he looked at Xiao Shui's touch. This woman, once upon a time, was with him, but never said she could cook, claiming that she is some kind of a great lady who has grown up with her fingers out of the water. It's very delicate. At that time, Jiang Hong was still in love with Xiao Shui, and did not think it was a big deal. Will not be able to cook, he came just. It's nothing to be nice to your woman. So all along, it was Jiang Hong who took care of Xiao Shui's food and living. In the long run this woman even took it as it should be. Having a meal not made will get Shashi upset. Even when he was sick and ill, Xiao Shui wouldn't cook a meal for him. Just let him order a takeout for himself. Say, what's not to eat? It's ironic, being so mean to your own husband. Now treating an outsider with such solicitude. Is that what it's called? What you can't have is always on the move? It's ridiculous. Okay, I'll wait for you. Mu Yanqing nodded with a smile. By the way, can I wander around by myself? Although Mu Yanqing had often come to this villa in the past, it was as a guest, and many times he could only stay in the living room for a while and had to leave after watching the children. For this villa where Jiang Hong had once lived, Mu Yanqing was jealous. Sure, help yourself. After Xiao Shui went to the kitchen, Mu Yanqing then wandered around the villa. Eyes scanned the surroundings. Murals on the walls, millions apiece. The vases on the stand are even antique and extremely valuable. Walking up to the second floor, he headed straight in the direction of the master bedroom, where, once upon a time, was Jiang Hong in Xiao Shui's bedroom. Mu Yanqing had come once before and helped Xiao Shui choose a set of clothes, but didn't have time to look closely. Now that no one could stop him, he could look around with impunity. As soon as he entered the door, Mu Yanqing noticed Xiao Shui and Jiang Hang's wedding photo hanging on the wall above the bed. The overall style of the wedding photos is Chinese, the festive red color that fills the entire photo above. Among them, Jiang Hong, dressed in the groom's clothes, fell down on one knee in front of Xiao Shui, with his head tilted back and a big smile on his face. He seemed to be proposing. In the photo, Xiao Shui is also wearing a red wedding dress. An ancient red fan lightly cover the lips, posture shy. The whole photo haunts a happy and festive image. Xiao Shui at that time looked at Jiang Hong with love in her eyes. Love? Mu Yanqing's expression gradually twisted. Years ago, he had also tried to pursue Xiao Shui, but he had been swept away by Jiang Hong. Inside, it would have been extremely upsetting. But fortunately, at that time, what could Xiao Shui do even if she chose Jiang Hong? Even if we were married, what would happen? In the end, doesn't that still leave him open? Even, Xiao Shui was in the capacity of a human wife, and there was no telling how exciting this could be. Poor Jiang Hong. Looking at the red crown and hat that Jiang Hong was wearing in the photo, Mu Yanqing felt more and more that it was not red at all, but green. He stepped forward and reached out to caress Xiao Shui, who was wearing a red wedding dress in the photo. The eyes grew misty. Xiao Shui, it won't be long before you'll be wearing a wedding dress and wedding gown in front of me too. As for that Jiang Hong, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Hong in the photo, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer. Ha, I'm afraid I've already gone to my soul a long time ago. Yes? The sound that came out of nowhere caused Mu Yanqing to be violently startled, and his hand retracted, eyes blinking rapidly. A flash of doubt filled his mind. What just happened to? Who's making a noise? Looking around the whole room, there wasn't a second person. Is it a hallucination? Mu Yanqing frowned and scrutinized the room, wary of whoever was playing the prank. After some observation, nothing was found. This made Mu Yanqing drop his heart. That must have been a hallucination. It must be because I didn't get a good night's rest last night at the sheriff's office. Shaking his head a bit, Mu Yanqing did not take it to heart. Instead, I'm going to check out the check room. He hadn't forgotten that the last time he was here, he spied Xiao Shui's closet with many blood-curdling clothing outfits. Among them, there is even a lot of lace pajamas and the like. This Jiang Hong, he might have eaten well before. Now, it's time for him to enjoy himself. Coming to the check room, Mu Yanqing pushed open the blocking sliding door. A cool breeze greeted me. It made Mu Yanqing shiver, shrinking his neck. Are all the check rooms air-conditioned? That's life in the mansion. It's mesmerizing. Mu Yanqing didn't take it to heart and just walked in on his own, but strangely enough, there was not a single garment on either side of the check room. It's empty. There's not even a coat rack. Did Xiao Shuebar change all her clothes to other places? Mu Yanqing felt puzzled, turned around with the intention of going out for a stroll elsewhere. But, just as he turned around, a flash of red suddenly caught his eye. It was as if it had appeared out of nowhere, falling from overhead. It was a red dowry, which suddenly appeared behind Jiang Heng, and just as he turned around, the dowry directly covered his face. With his sight clouded by the color red, Mu Yanqing did not react at all to this sudden scene. The footsteps fell straight to the floor. What the hell? Seeing in a panic, he set aside the dowry, and only then did Mu Yanqing regain his sight, and at the same time, felt some heart palpitations. Red wedding dress? It looks a little familiar. It seems to be which one Xiao Shui wore on the wedding photo. But how did this thing come about? He lifted his head and looked to the ceiling. There was no room for this dowry. Strange, so strange. Unconsciously, Mu Yanqing felt that the temperature inside this check room was getting lower and lower. Coldly shivering, Mu Yanqing felt that this place should not be stayed for long. Ignoring the red wedding dress that he had thrown on the floor, Mu Yanqing hurriedly got up, pushed open the check room door, and quickly walked out. The temperature seems to be starting to warm up a bit. Mu Yanqing then realized that without realizing it, he was already covered in cold sweat. It's a little chilly with the air conditioning on, muttered the man. Mu Yanqing intended to close the check room door and leave the room. With an involuntary glance back, he suddenly noticed it on the wedding photo hanging over the bed. If he remembers correctly, in the wedding photo just now, Jiang Heng, who was kneeling on one knee, was tilting his head and gazing at Xiao Shui only. But now, that photo of Jiang Heng seems to have turned his head? The sight that was originally looking at Xiao Shui was gazing at him strangely. And those eyes were so empty. No pupils, just the whites of the eyes. Mu Yanqing involuntarily took a step back. Behind him was the check room, and an icy chill pummeled his back. A little too much for him. He took a deep breath and turned around in a hurry, trying to close the check room door behind him. But his hand had just touched the sliding door of the check room. An extreme coldness covered the back of his hand. The hairs on his body exploded. Mu Yanqing was frantically ringing alarm bells inside. That was the instinctive reaction of human beings in the face of unknown horrors. He looked to the back of his hand in disbelief. An ebony, cold palm without the slightest trace of blood covered the back of his hand. It was a woman's hand, slim, slender. Slowly shifting his eyes upward, he saw the red sleeves of the dowry. His pupils shook tremendously, and Mu Yanqing's lips trembled. He saw it, and the dowry, which had been scattered on the floor, seemed to have been put on by someone, and stood thus in the doorway of the cloakroom. The face was covered by a red head, but he could feel that the other party was silently watching him. Chapter 139, here's a buff for you. The haunted house is coming. On the airplane to and from the Empire, Xia Bingyao lay on her back in Qin Mo's arms, and even breathing sounds came from her. Qin Mo's eyes were also closed tightly, as if he was resting. But in fact, Qin Mo's spirit did not rest. Instead, they were sharing Jiang Heng's vision. With the help of the happiness system's probing function, it directly shared everything that Jiang Heng was experiencing at the moment. Originally, the system's probing function could directly read the target's past experiences. Now with the help of the connection between the packs, Qin Mo would be able to probe the target situation without having to face-to-face. Naturally, you'll be able to watch it immersively. The feeling was like watching a horror movie. Some excitement and some fun. Chinese horror. It seems that this Jiang Heng is still a bit of a researcher. The voice of the system sprite also sounded from time to time and made comments. Just about a whole cup of popcorn in your hand. But what could he do with a ghost bride? There's no point in simply scaring people. If he doesn't let that Mu Yanqing realize that it's Jiang Heng who's looking for him to claim his life, then there's no point in that. Is there? Oh, Qin Mo's voice rang out with a slight hint of surprise. It looks like you've been following me for a long time, and you're a little different in the thinking department. If Qin Mo remembered correctly, the angle that this happiness system stood from in the beginning was many times rather odd. For example, when it comes to Xia Ruyan, this system has shown more than once that the fault does not lie with the woman. At that time, Xia Ruyan, because of the influence of Ji Boda, thought that Su Zian was trying to flatter her for her family's money. So, it sent Su Zian straight to the Male Virtue Academy. At that time, the system had said that Xia Ruyan was also deceived, and the fault was not hers. The list goes on and on. He even thought that Qin Mo should have forgiven the Lin sisters' words when Qin Mo had problems with them. But now, how come this guy is also on the side of the victims and expects them to take revenge on each other? Hey, 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 your human world is a bit too complicated. I admit that when I looked at these issues before, I didn't think about them comprehensively, and I have thought about them a lot after following my master. All in all, I am in favor of Jiang Hang's revenge in this matter. Ha, it's not bad that you've grown a bit, at least you have some brains. Shin Emo laughed and then turned his attention to Jiang Hang's perspective. Said, the reason for getting a ghost bride should also have Jiang Hang's own considerations. The archetype of this ghost bride should be Xiao Shui. He is trying to divorce the relationship between the two first and break them down one by one. As a matter of fact, Shin Emo did guess through Jiang Hang's thoughts. He was trying to start with Xiao Shui to make Jiang Hang subconsciously fear Xiao Shui. At this moment, the Xiao family villa. Inside Xiao Shui's bedroom, Mu Yanqing's pupils trembled, his expression horrified. The cold sensation from the back of his hand spread throughout every pore of his body. Ah, wicked! It was a cry out of human instinct in general. Downstairs, Xiao Shui, who was cooking, heard the sound and looked out of the kitchen in confusion. Yanking? There was no answer to the call, and with suspicion, she immediately headed in the direction from which the sound had come. On the second floor, Mu Yanqing was scared out of his wits and retracted his hand as a reflex. Looking panicked, he tried to run away, but as soon as he took a step, his feet felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. His legs had long since been softened by fear, and his mind couldn't maneuver his body at all, which was why he felt this way. Almost instantly, Mu Yanqing fell straight to the floor. The head hit the corner of the nightstand hard. Blood ran down his forehead. Consciousness was also plunged into chaos in this instant. Jiang Hang was floating near Mu Yanqing and instead of being happy, he frowned as he watched this scene. Something's not right. He could sense that this illusionary feast for Mu Yanqing seemed to be starting to get a little unstable. What happened? This guy fell on his head and sobered up instead? Jiang Hang was a bit puzzled. At this moment, within Mu Yanqing's perspective, everything he could see appeared distorted to the naked eye. The floor became uneven, the sky became light and dark, and most importantly, the pictures on the wall became blurry. Behind him, the hand of the female ghost in the red dowry reaching towards him also stopped in midair. It's even a little unreal. Is this an illusion? Such a thought flashed through Mu Yanqing's mind. On the airplane, Shin Emo sighed lightly. Jiang Hang's ability is still a bit weak. The range of influence does not ripple much, and the illusion is not strong. It is very possible for the other party to break free if they are strongly stimulated. Shin Emo shook his head. Jiang Hang's ability boiled down to nothing more than affecting the human brain nerves and creating some hallucination-like scenes. Master, do you want to intervene? The system seemed to have heard the meaning in Qin Mo's words. Theoretically, Qin Mo was able to intervene in Jiang Hang's actions. Jiang Hang's ability was granted by Qin Mo, and if Qin Mo wanted to, he could enhance Jiang Hang's ability to influence reality right now. How much enhancement? Qin Mo said. Previously, in order to check Jiang Hang, Qin Mo had not given too strong an ability to him, but now it seems to be a bit insufficient. Giving it to him directly won't work. Qin Mo shook his head. But then again, if Mu Yanqing woke up at this time, the play would not be able to go on. So, give him an experience card to play with once. Qin Mo thought of a countermeasure. If it could not directly strengthen Jiang Hang, then it would be in the form of a one-time experience, granting Jiang Hang more powerful abilities within a certain time frame. After experiencing that omnipotent pleasure, Qin Mo believed that Jiang Hang would become addicted. Later on, even if Qin Mo didn't mention it, Jiang Hang would take the initiative to sell his soul to him, thus exchanging it for even more power. Connect me to Jiang Hang's chanting, Qin Mo ordered. On the other side, Jiang Hang was struggling to keep the illusion he was operating from collapsing. That's still a bit difficult for him right now. Mu Yanqing bumped his head, and the intense pain continued to stimulate his cerebral nerves. Just as when a person falls into a deep sleep, the ordinary trick of waking up by pinching the hand no longer works. The only way to wake up is to suffer a major blow, fall from a height, and other extreme circumstances. A hard blow to the brain is one of the extreme blows, so now Mu Yanqing is about to wake up. Mr. Qin, are you paying attention to me? Hearing Qin Mo's voice, Jiang Hang let out a fierce sigh of relief. After all, with Qin Mo around, what could possibly be a problem? I'm sorry Mr. Qin, I've let you down. This guy doesn't know what he's used. My illusion seems to be about to fail. Jiang Hang immediately informed Qin Mo of his current situation, wanting to pray for help. I'm aware of the situation. I'll put a buff on you for 2 hours. Take it. Buff? What does it mean? Jiang Hang's words had not finished when he violently paused. The eyes instantly widened, filled with incredulity. This feeling? An unprecedented feeling lingered all over his body as he gently waved his arms. At once, everything in Mu Yanqing's line of sight, which was gradually distorted, began to regain its calm. The wound on his head recovered and the blood that flowed out instantly disappeared. Behind him, the forbidden immobility. Even as his body began to become illusory, Li Gui regained solidity and began to grab towards Mu Yanqing. Before the hand arrived, The piercing coldness arrived first. Mu Yanqing only felt his whole body stiffen down in general, stabilizing an illusion that was about to collapse with just a wave of his hand. Even let erase the sharp pain of Mu Yanqing's head being smashed through, making him mistakenly think that he wasn't injured at all. Jiang Hong was shocked. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. Is this the buff Qin Mo was talking about? It's a bit too scary, isn't it? Outside the door came the sound of Xiao Shue's footsteps as she walked quickly up the stairs. Jiang Heng's expression stared. Qin Mo was watching his performance and had even given him such a powerful ability, so naturally he couldn't live up to it. Jiang Hong then closed his eyes. Invisible fluctuations spread out, and in an instant, enveloped the entire villa. He, by now, had enough power to completely transform the entire villa into a spectral haunted house. Between a single thought, the entire interior of the villa began to change radically. Chapter 140, Xiao Shui, how could I kill you? I love you so much. Outside the door, Xiao Shui walked quickly towards her room. The shouts that had just come were undoubtedly coming from within his own room. Cross the stairs and run up the hallway. Quickly, he came to the door of his room and gripped the handle to pull it right open. Yanqing, how did you get here? Before the words fell, Xiao Shui suddenly froze, for what was presented to her was not her own room. Instead, rooms, guest room, although the guest room is also on the second floor. It's deeper in the corridor, right? Xiao Shui raised her head and looked around. Oddly enough, she didn't know if she'd run through it or what, but at the moment it was at the deeper corridor, and her room was already in the back. Did I just run? With confusion, she headed toward the door of her room. After making sure it didn't run wrong, Xiao Shui once again opened the door to the room. But, how could it be? Or the guest room? Doubtful, simply puzzled. Xiao Shui looked back once again. She was still in the depths of the corridor. It's not right. It's not right at all. She definitely didn't go wrong this time. But, how is that possible? An inexplicable chill surged through her heart, and Xiao Shui took 2 steps back. Fear gradually took over in his eyes. She tried again to get to her room, but invariably, they would somehow appear at the door of the guest room. This guest room was the guest room that Jiang Hong had stayed in during the time when she had a falling out with him. The room was kind of neat, but it looked extremely Spartan. There was nothing else but a queen-sized bed, and a brief closet. It wasn't originally like this, but after the quarrel, in order to make Jiang Hong give in, Xiao Shui ordered people to cut Jiang Heng's cost of living. Wanting to make Jiang Hong bow down in this way, agreed that she would give Mu Yanqing IVF, but Jiang Hong was stubborn, and even how Xiao Shui targeted him, he never wavered. Xiao Shui, who had no other choice, was the one whose saber rattled, now inexplicably appearing within this room. Xiao Shui was also inevitably touched by certain memories. Abruptly, she noticed a small baby outfit laying on that bed. That seemed to be something that Jiang Hong had left behind and hadn't been taken away. Only, Xiao Shui never came into this room. No one else was allowed in this room either, so that dress was never found. Those were the clothes that Jiang Hong had originally prepared for their children. But for now, it will have to sit on the bed and gather dust. It looks like it's been a long time. Without realizing it, Xiao Shui found that she couldn't help but walk in. At the moment, standing right in front of the bed, gazing at the tiny baby clothes, the pupils contracted violently. She didn't even realize she was in. Creepy. It's too weird. What's happening now is just too weird. So much so that looking at the baby costume at the moment, she actually felt a twinge of creepiness. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Shui immediately turned around and wanted to leave. Mom, don't you want me anymore? The ethereal voice came out abruptly, and Xiao Shui's footsteps lurched. It was as if the heart stopped for a beat. The whole thing stiffened in place, as if to prove that she hadn't just been hallucinating. That ethereal voice sounded again, unable to hear a man or a woman, as if it was ringing from all directions, pressing towards Xiao Shui. Mom, why don't you want me? Why don't you want me, but you want another man's child? The voice grew more and more mournful, like a child crying. Xiao Shui's sweaty hairs exploded all over her body. She felt it, something writhing on the floor behind her. It squirmed all the way to her feet. Help! 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 Inside her heart, she was screaming madly, but it was as if her body had completely stiffened up, and she was unable to take a step at all. All that could be felt was a coldness touching her ankle. Cold! Surprisingly cold. Cold as if you were in a freezing cold place. Xiao Shui stiffened and slowly turned her head. That horrified to the core. He looked to his feet. It appeared to be a baby. Mom! The baby made an eerie noise and raised its head, but had no features, but had a silhouette. It was as if a child was not fully developed at all. Ah! Xiao Shui was going crazy. Not knowing where the strength came from, she kicked the unidentified object away. Barking, the massive object smashed against the wall and slowly slid down. Oh! Mom, sure doesn't want me anymore. Don't want me, don't want me. the ethereal voice began to cry, and there was an uncomfortable air of resentment in the weeping. For another man, for another child, Mom aborted me, you abandoned me. Oh, the voice was mournful as a stern ghost. Kids? Xiao Shui seemed to understand something and her eyes were extremely frightened. You are my child with Zhang Hong? Yeah, that was our kid, but you killed him. He hadn't even seen one side of the world before you killed him in the womb. A voice containing endless grievances exploded in Xiao Shui's ears. In an instant, Xiao Shui's legs went limp and she directly fell to the ground. Zhang Hong, it's you? How is it you? How did you get like this? Zhang Hong had appeared behind Xiao Shui at an unknown time, only instead of using the image of a normal human being, it was the image of his corpse as it decomposed. The face was swollen, the skin was bruised, and half of the head had been completely reduced to white bone. The empty, dark eyes seemed to carry resentment as they stared at Xiao Shui on the ground. That kind of image was extremely impactful. Xiao Shui was really scared to the point where she couldn't help herself, and even her speech became stuttering. How did I get like this? That's all because of you, Xiao Shui, my dear wife. It's all because of you. You killed me and dumped my body on a deserted island. And now you're asking me why I'm like this? Kill you? How is that possible? It's impossible. I didn't. No? Yeah, how could you admit it? People like you don't have a heart at all. So how could you admit it? Zhang Hong slowly stepped forward, but the body was extremely stiff, without a trace of the sensitivity of a living person. But it doesn't matter. It's not the first time you've killed someone anyway. You're capable of killing even our children for the sake of your little lover. Let alone me. Xiao Shui was extremely scared and kept backing up with her hands on the ground. Tears had already been welling up in his eyes. How is that possible? How could she kill Zhang Hong? This was simply impossible. She loved Zhang Hong so much. How could she kill him? She just wanted to make Zhang Hong suffer a bit. Something crawled up Xiao Shui's thigh. A sticky sensation traveled up the bare thighs of the baby. The baby, with no facial features, lay on top of her calf. Xiao Shui was going crazy with fear. Go away! You go away! Get the hell away from me! Mom, I have to go back. There was a production in the ethereal voice, but it caused Xiao Shui's pupils to quake. Go back? Back where? Of course, it's back in your stomach. Zhang Heng's face was horrifying, the corners of his mouth grinning a bizarre smile as he stared at Xiao Shui dead in the face. Tummy? Are you kidding me? This? The sharp pain that came out of nowhere caused Xiao Shui to cry out in pain. The baby, with no facial features, was forcing its way into her. A violent tearing sensation came from his body, and he let out a hysterical wail of pain. Chapter 141, If you love me, you'll be with me forever. What Zhang Hong could influence was a person's brainwaves. In a sense, he could even dominate a person's sense of sight, hearing, touch, and pain. So, at this moment, even though it was just an illusion, Xiao Shui did actually feel the intense pain. It was as if his own body was being torn apart alive. Woohoo! Please, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Mommy, mommy. The voice was no longer ethereal. It was as low as if his throat had been pinched. At this moment, Xiao Shui really felt that the baby with no facial features was burrowing into her body little by little, and little by little. It's like a wild goose returning to its nest. Sweat covered her cheeks, and her horrified and agonized eyes looked towards Zhang Hong. The feeling was so real that she couldn't even doubt that it was fake. Zhang Hong really died on that deserted island, and came back to take revenge with that aborted child. Zhang Hong, please, save me. I didn't want to kill you. I just want you to learn a little bit. I do love you too much. I really love you too much. Love me too much? It was as if Zhang Hong had heard the biggest joke of his life. The corners of his mouth grinned, rotting flesh and blood dangling beside his bones. You loved me, and then you killed our baby? You love me enough to exile me to a desert island to fend for myself? You love me, and you rolled in bed with Mai and Chang? That's how you love me? Xiao Shui, I really want to dig open your heart to see what color it is. How can people be so vicious? Xiao Shui died and clasped the floor. Cold sweat. It's not like this. It's not like this. I am also a victim. I am just making up for Mu Yanqing. I didn't think that Mu Yanqing would have a bad heart. I really do love you. I even thought about us growing old together. Please, 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 let our baby go. Let me go, okay? Oh wow. It hurts. I really hurt. Looking at Xiao Shui's expression that was forcibly enduring the pain. Pathetic, and her eyes were glistening with tears. If the former Zhang Hong had seen it, he would have been heartbroken. But now, all he felt was nausea, like never before. Crocodile tears never deserve sympathy. It's Xiao Shui's punishment, and it's just an appetizer. Don't worry, our boy. He just wants to go back to where he was supposed to be. You're the one who abandoned him. It's none of my business. Enjoy it. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Hong disappeared. But that didn't mean Xiao Shue's nightmare was over. The sharp pain continued. Lifting her head with great difficulty, Xiao Shue was even able to see that the baby with no facial features had already incorporated the long rotted and swollen head into her body, and it's still struggling inward. In addition to the feeling of her flesh being torn apart, she even experienced that the baby's head was constantly gnawing at her internal organs. This was to treat her entire being as if it were nourishment for a growing baby in general. Even worse, the body's protective mechanisms can force a person into a coma when the pain becomes too intense. However, in the illusionary realm, this does not exist at all. It was all she could do to harden herself against the pain of it all, unable to faint for seconds. On the other side, Mu Yanqing's situation was even worse. The stern ghost that had started to be illusory became solid once again. Even that cold hand had rested on top of Mu Yanqing's shoulder. The slender, but ebony palm grabbed Mu Yanqing's collar and lifted him up just as easily. Yanqing, are you afraid of me? The red dowry-clad Gue made a sound as clear as a silver bell, similar to Xiao Shui, but more ethereal. She forcibly lifted Mu Yanqing up so that he was looking at himself. Didn't you say you wanted to be with me for the rest of your life? Mu Yanqing's eyes widened as he couldn't see the face under the red cover. But from her words, Mu Yanqing realized a terrible truth. This person wearing a red wedding dress, no, I should say Gue, seems to be Xiao Shui. Who the hell are you? You? What the hell is going on here? Now he managed to keep the last vestiges of his sanity. I am Xiao Shui. No, it can't be. You're not. Where the hell is this place? Am I dreaming? Yes, it must be a dream. The experience of almost breaking free from the illusion just now caused Mu Yanqing to quickly firm up what he thought in his heart. Everything here is a dream. How can there be something as outrageous as a ghost in the human world? It must be a fake. It must be because of the mental stress he suffered last night. You're not. You're definitely not. Anger grows on the edge of the guts. At this moment, I don't know where the courage came from. Mu Yanqing dreamily raised his fist and slammed it down towards the figure in front of him. Wow. For a moment, it was as if he had shattered a dream. Where was the fellow in the red wedding garment in front of him? The fist that was swung merely hit the air. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I guessed right. This is really a dream. Mu Yanqing laughed out loud, as if he had conquered his fear. But the laughter stopped abruptly in mid-smile, because, to his horror, he realized that everything around him had changed. The entire room was covered in red decorations, the red curtains, the red bed, the red glad tidings, and the red candles, constantly burning. The only constant was the wedding photo hanging over the bed. Nope, wedding photos have also seen changes. That Jiang Hong, who was originally kneeling on one knee in the wedding photo, didn't know when he had changed and became him Mu Yanqing. It turned into him kneeling on one knee, facing Xiao Shui. A big smile was raised on his face, but tears were left in his eyes. It seems to laugh and cry. Suddenly, out of nowhere, several people directly framed Mu Yanqing, locking his hands and forcibly restraining him. What are you doing? That touch between flesh was absolutely real. This kind of feeling even led him once again began to doubt. Oh, this is really a fake? There was a hubbub of voices outside the door. A group of men in vests burst in carrying a bride like a puppet. That bride is wearing the red wedding dress she just wore. Or maybe she's the same guy she just was. It's just weird that she just really looks like a puppet. Or a corpse in general. The head is covered with a red cap that hangs around the neck. Hands and feet shrugged, and would have been as limp as a puddle of mud if someone hadn't been carrying them. Someone in the underworld seemed to shout, "Sent to the cave." That bride was roughly left unresponsive on the big red bed. That red cover over the head was lifted. Mu Yanqing shuddered inwardly. That is indeed Xiao Shui's face, only, that face is so pale. The eyes were wide open and pupil-less. Rotting pits appeared on the originally white face, and maggots could even be seen writhing on the rotten flesh. The men were ready to throw themselves at Xiao Shui's body when they set up Mu Yanqing. The severe physical discomfort caused Mu Yanqing to start struggling constantly. He didn't want to go near the body. Yes, it really was a body. This visual and sensory impact made him resist from the bottom of his heart. Let go of me. Get off of me. Damn it. He was struggling, but the man who grabbed him was like an irresistible machine, tackling him in a death grip. Unwarranted struggles are of no use at all. In the midst of his struggle, he caught a glimpse of one of the men tackling him from behind. For a moment, the scalp went numb. The hairs on his body exploded in sweat. That person, surprisingly, was Jiang Hong. He couldn't be mistaken. It was definitely Jiang Hong. However, he was clearly aware that Jiang Hong was truly dead, dead through and through. Someone who's been dead for almost a year at least. At this moment, all the feelings of fear were detonated at this moment, and he was truly and completely convinced that this was not a dream. Rather, Jiang Hong had really come for him. It's you, Jiang Hong? It's me. Jiang Hong's voice was low with a smile. What the hell are you doing? Fulfill you all. since you love Xiao Shui so much, so I'll fulfill you. Jiang Hong smiled sorrowfully. Don't worry, I'll help people to the end. Since you love Xiao Shui so much, then I'll let you two be together forever. So I killed Xiao Shui to make her truly yours. As the words fell, Mu Yanqing was directly pushed onto the bed, just overlapping Xiao Shui's body, locked eyes with those empty ones. It's the look of death. Mu Yanqing's fear was so extreme that he was about to jump up as a reflex, but then it slammed into something. At a glance at the neighborhood, where is this still a wedding house? It's a living coffin. He was just pressed into the coffin over Xiao Shui's body. Someone took out a coffin nail and tackled him, holding it down on Xiao Shui's cold hand. Mu Yanqing could even feel that there was some flesh on the palm of the hand he grabbed, and the rest was bone. Then, someone violently stabbed the coffin nail into his palm, before passing through Xiao Shui's palm until it was nailed into the coffin. The intense pain, coupled with extreme fear, even scared Mu Yanqing into incontinence. A splash of fishy odor was masked by the stench of corpses before it could fill the air. Bang! 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 Coffin nails were driven alive through Mu Yanqing's hands and feet, firmly securing him in the coffin. Blood flowed down the wound, blending with Xiao Shui's cold, smelly and sticky blood, and the intense pain made him unable to even say a word. Mu Yanqing was filled with despair. He saw it. It was Jiang Hong who did it. Even after Jiang Hong had done this, he was prepared to bury them. Even while burying him alive, he was perking up. That way, you two don't just get to be together in this life, you get to be together in the next life, in all your lives. Ha! I've been good to you, haven't I? Chapter 142, A man's pain is unbearable. It hurts, like never before. Plus, underneath Mu Yanqing was Xiao Shui. Looking at that previously coveted face, Jiang Hang felt extremely nauseous for the first time. It's a dead man's face. The auburn blanched, the flesh of his face crumbled, and the dead eyes stared at him as if they contained a rushing resentment. None of my business. None of my business. It was Jiang Hong who killed you. It was Jiang Hong. It was Jiang Hong. Mu Yanqing was going crazy, but with his hands and feet being deadlocked by the coffin nails, there was nothing he could do. Those creepy people including Jiang Hong were taking shovels and digging up earth, shovel by shovel, to bury them. This was to completely bury his and Xiao Shui's bodies alive. Until, gradually, the dirt covered him completely. The line of sight was completely obscured, and even breathing became extremely difficult. The instinct of life was driving him to a frantic struggle. In a trance, he seemed to hear a crying voice, which was indistinct, but contained extreme sadness. Mu Yanqing realized that it seemed to be Xiao Shui's voice. Xiao Shui? In the darkness buried by the mud, Mu Yanqing seemed to feel a sudden movement in the cold body underneath him. Even more, the commotion is growing. The coffin nail that had originally passed through his and Xiao Shui's corpses was also forcibly broken free at this moment. Mu Yanqing couldn't care less about the pain coming from his hands and feet, because he clearly felt it. The body underneath him was thoroughly active. In a trance, the dirt that had covered his mouth and nose disappeared, and the choking sensation was relieved for a short time. The first thing he did was to move his hands, trying to escape the creepy coffin, only to find that, at some point, the coffin was sealed right up with solid coffin boards. He couldn't escape at all. And, right beside him, a stiff figure was slowly sidling its head. It's Xiao Shui. She's alive? No, it's completely dead, transformed into a ghost. Just like that, he locked eyes with Mu Yanqing in the middle of the narrow coffin. She seemed to be weeping and wailing, slowly raised his cold palm and stroked Mu Yanqing's chest, then pinched Mu Yanqing's neck. Oh wow, Mu Yanqing couldn't break free. Xiao Shui's strength was too great. It's all because of you. Xiao Shui opened her mouth, but her voice was extremely hoarse, like a terrifyingly harsh ghost crawling back from hell. It's all because of you. Jiang Hong doesn't want me anymore. Jiang Hong killed me, so I'm going to kill you too. Kill you. In an instant, Mu Yanqing's face rose to the color of pig's liver. He could feel himself being grabbed violently, and harder and harder and harder. This, coupled with the fact that his neck was in a death grip, resulted in him only being able to utter intermittent syllables. Help! 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 Ah! It was as if they were being pinched alive. Mu Yanqing could no longer resist this torture. A hoarse shout came violently, and the next moment he opened his eyes directly and sat up from the cold floor. His eyes bulged with death as he stared ahead into the emptiness, breathing heavily, nervous demeanor. What the hell just happened to? He looked around, and it didn't seem to be any kind of bridal chamber or narrow coffin. He's alive and well. Could it be? Is it a dream? Just as he was thinking so, a sharp pain came from his heart. Mu Yanqing almost fainted from the pain. It was extremely difficult to even try to move. It was not until then that Mu Yanqing realized that his pants had long since been soaked with blood. Even the floor on which he lay was red with blood, gathering into a careful lake. And in one of his hands, he had picked up a pair of scissors at some point. Scissors? A flash of horrified thought came to mind. He shuddered. and upon closer inspection, there was indeed something strange lying in the midst of the blood. How is it possible? How is it possible? No, 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 help, help, help. This evening, police cars, ambulances, and the Xiao family's parents' cars were parked in front of the Xiao family villa. Fu Bo's face was anxious as he looked at Mu Yanqing, who was sent to the ambulance, so anxious that he could hardly speak. Not long ago, he received a call for help from Mu Yanqing, said the Xiao villa was haunted by shenanigans. At first, he thought it was a joke, that such outrageous things as farcical shenanigans had come out. Having said that, how can the Xiao villa be haunted by shenanigans? He had been a housekeeper at the Xiao family villa for so many years, but he had never heard of this before. But after listening to Mu Yanqing's tone of voice, even shouting out words of help, that he was about to die, Fubuki immediately realized that something was wrong. Hurriedly helped to call 120 and informed the parents of the Xiao family about the incident. The group arrived in a hurry. The first thing I saw was the scene of Mu Yanqing being put on the ambulance stage. The white cloth that was covering Mu Yanqing's body had been dyed blood red. Something has really happened to Mu Yanqing, and this matter is even more important. But fortunately, the Xiao family's parents weren't concerned about Mu Yanqing. They were just worried about their daughter. So no one knows. Fubar realizes he has to hide this, so volunteered to follow. The Xiao family's parents didn't care. After all, they were preoccupied with their daughter Xiao Shui at the moment. Xiao Shui was no better, having been kegged in the stomach and lost so much blood that she had fallen into a coma. I don't know if I can salvage it yet. And the most bizarre thing about the whole thing was that from beginning to end, there were only Xiao Shui and Mu Yanqing inside the villa. And although there was surveillance inside the villa, it was artificially turned off by Xiao Shui. After all, she was fighting the idea of going crazy with Mu Yanqing one last time. It was naturally impossible to leave evidence in his villa to avoid being discovered by Jiang Hong later, so no one even knows what happened to these two to cause this result. The security video at the entrance to the villa didn't pick up any sign of anyone else. Is it hard to believe that these two had a conflict and attacked each other as a result? The sheriff's department staff in charge of this matter is also confused. All the problems could only be understood when Xiao Shui and also Mu Yanqing woke up. Nowadays, they can only collect various evidences in the villa. Jiang Hong had long ago hidden deep inside Xiao Shui's ambulance, eyes cold, mouth with a smile. It could be argued that it was him who caused this, but it could also be argued that it wasn't. The one who had barreled himself with that knife was Xiao Shui herself, and the one who had cut off her lifeblood was also Mu Yanqing herself. It was just that all of this was just an illusion that Jiang Hong had fabricated. He has no way to kill people directly, but can go through the illusion to guide them to kill themselves. It was just a pity that Mu Yanqing woke up still too quickly this time. Plus, the ability Qin Mo strengthened him with was a one-time experience card. It will weaken as time passes. The pain from the lifeblood is again extremely severe, and is considered to be more than a man can bear. By mistake, Mu Yanqing woke up and asked for help. Otherwise, the blood loss alone would be enough for these two to actually perish. But that's good. Some things are just worth playing slowly. He was curious as to what Mu Yanqing's expression was going to be when he woke up and realized that his symbol of being a man had been cut off by him personally. Chapter 143, If It's Not Gone, It's Been Changed to a Flower Knife. The next day, early morning, Mu Yanqing jerked awake from the hospital bed. Yanqing, you're finally awake. How do you feel? On the side, Fu Bo had been standing guard here, and after watching Mu Yanqing awaken, he was relieved. I'm alive. Mu Yanqing's eyes still had fear in them, and it was clear that he hadn't gotten over last night's experience. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he violently lifted his bedding. Don't look. Fubuki stopped him in his tracks. The expression was silent and with regret as he gently shook his head towards Mu Yanqing. Hesitantly, he spoke. No, it's gone. No? Mu Yanqing was staggered in place, an unspeakable feeling of despair surging through his heart. The most important thing as a man. Just gone? You're lying to me, aren't you? You must be lying to me. It must be. He was a little overwhelmed by it. How could it be gone? How is that possible? That thing is so important. It's about his future happiness. How can it be gone? Uncle Fu looked at Mu Yanqing's appearance and gently shook his head. Now he is also confused. Yesterday was fine to come. He received a call from Xiao Shui, asking him to take the child to spend a day at Zhao's master's place. At that time, Fu Bo even thought Mu Yanqing was going to succeed. After all, who couldn't see that bit of Xiao Shui's mind, but never thought that this would suddenly happen? According to the on-site investigation by the people from the security bureau, it is very likely that Mu Yanqing wielded the knife to kill himself. But, damn, that man would do such a thing. Practicing the Sunflower Sutra? What exactly happened to you? That scissors above only your fingerprints. It is difficult to believe that you really self-uterus? Are you kidding? How could I possibly do something like that? Mu Yanqing immediately retorted loudly, but then he covered his head and his expression became extremely unnatural. No, with modern medicine, if the time is timely it is possible to pick it back up. How can it be directly gone? Mentioning this, Fu Bo also did not know what to say. After organizing half a day of language, then spoke. In fact, you also changed the flower knife. What the hell? Mu Yanqing raised his head violently, an incredulous expression leaping to the surface. An ing changed the flower knife? The doctor said that the damage is too severe, and it's simply impossible to pick it back up. Uncle Fu said this and looked at Mu Yanqing. Immediately afterward, he added, fortunately, however, the Shaw family doesn't care about your specific situation, and I bribed the doctor to help you keep it a secret for now. Until now Fubar has not given up on his plan. He had already given so much and even got Zheng Hong killed. If we give up now, won't it be a lost cause? So the matter of Mu Yanqing becoming a eunuch must never be exposed. When people ask, just say you're not badly hurt. Of course, you can't hide this stuff for the rest of your life. Therefore, there was not much time left for them. Mu Yanqing had to take care of Xiao Shui as soon as possible. But before that, he needed to know exactly what happened last night. You don't want to talk about it, or you really can't remember? Just so you know, I'm your father and I'm not going to hurt you. Uncle Fu persuaded bitterly. Mu Yanqing was very emotional at the moment, and this matter had simply become a nightmare for him for the rest of his life, especially when you think of your lower body's happiness. I know, Dad, but this is something you wouldn't necessarily believe even if I told you. He gripped the white bedding in a death grip, his tone pained. I met Jiang Hong. Kong Hong? Fu Bo was violently startled, and then waved his hand with a frown. Are you kidding me? I'm sure that Jiang Hong is dead beyond death. How could you possibly have seen him? Is it hard to believe that you saw a ghost? Yes. Ha, I said, I really saw a ghost. Mu Yanqing couldn't stop trembling whenever he thought about last night's events. It's Jiang Hong. I can guarantee that it's Jiang Hong who has come back. He became a ghost and came back to seek revenge on us. Last night I thought I was going to die. I definitely didn't do it with the self-mutilation. It was Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong, he killed Xiao Shui. And then Xiao Shui came back to get revenge on me. Jiang Hong said, since Xiao Shui and I love each other so much, let's be together forever. He barred Xiao Shui and I buried in the coffin. Then Xiao Shui came back to life and she became a ghost. It was she who was taking revenge on me. She said that because I broke up her and Jiang Hong, she wanted me to pay the price. Then she grabbed and popped my head hurts. They're all dead. They're all dead. Xiao Shui is dead. I'm dying too. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Save me. Save me. Someone save me. Fu Bo had a bewildered look on his face as Mu Yanqing clutched his head, incoherent and mentally deranged, even kept clenching his fists and smashing them into his head. Calm down. Calm down. Damn. What the hell is going on? The helpless Uncle Fu immediately called a nurse and gave Mu Yanqing a forced sedative before he gradually regained his composure. After waiting for a long time again and seeing that Mu Yanqing's eyes were not fearful, Fu Bo then spoke. You relax and talk nicely. You said, you really saw a ghost? This kind of thing was so heavenly that anyone who encountered it would be the first to think that Mu Yanqing was mentally ill. One moment, he said Jiang Hong, and the next moment, he said Xiao Shui, and said that what happened to him was Xiao Shui's doing, and even said that Xiao Shui had been killed by Jiang Hong, but the fact was that Xiao Shui was still alive, just still in a coma now, and, at that time, Xiao Shui was lying outside the room. Based on the scene, Xiao Shui and Mu Yanqing didn't have any traces of a fight on their bodies. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that the two of them will kill each other. But if it's not self-inflicted, is it really possible that someone could be so ruthless as to live to commit self-inflicted suicide? Even change the flower knife? This argument is even more blind than that, and bumping into shenanigans is instead all the most plausible explanation. After all, Fu Bo has seen with his own eyes the heart failure of Xiao Shui overnight miracle out of thin air. This world, it's not as simple as it seems. You believe me? Mu Yanqing raised his head, a touch of hope rising in his eyes. He longed too much for someone to complain to. Those memories stayed stuck in his mind, madly tormenting him. He needed to let it out. Tell me carefully what you've encountered. Ferber sat down on the edge of the bed. Mu Yanqing hurriedly nodded, and then dictated all of his encounters. It went on for nearly half an hour in succession. So, this is really Jiang Hong. He's come to seek revenge on us. Dad, we have to run and get away from here or we'll die. Jiang Hong won't let us go. Jiang Hong. Fu Bo frowned tightly. But Xiao Shui isn't dead. She's still alive and well, lying in the VIP ward next door. Not dead? Impossible. I don't know what to say. Mu Yanqing said, simply waved his hand. It doesn't matter if we die or not anymore. What matters is that we have to run away in a hurry or I will really die. Take it easy. Uncle Fu shook his head. After pacing back and forth in the hospital room for half a second, he said in a deep voice, can you really bear to see our efforts just go down the drain? But If we don't leave, all of us are going to die. Who said that? Fubuki retorted. In his eyes, there was not the slightest reverence for gods and ghosts, but only a crazy yearning for wealth and power. Even if, as you say, there really are ghosts in this world. So what? Don't forget, I'm also one of the planners of this incident. If he became a ghost, how could he just take revenge on you and not come to me? Haven't you ever seen a horror movie? Creepy may be scary, but can that creepy run around the world? In the end they can only move within a certain range. For example, the Shaw Villa. It's possible that it just happened to come back yesterday. As long as we avoid the Shao family villa, we'll naturally be fine. Xiao Shue's side. We can't just give up. The proverbial door is open. Hang in there. We could have everything. Chapter 144, there it is. The Drummond Man. Mu Yanqing looked at Uncle Fu and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He really didn't want to go on that horrible experience. He simply didn't want to go through it a second time. Dad, I beg you, let us give up. Jiang Hong will really kill us. I almost did this time. Are you still not my seed? Uncle Fu directly interrupted Mu Yanqing. He even grabbed Mu Yanqing's collar, being afraid of this and that. If it's true as you said that you'll be claimed by Jiang Hong at any time, do you think he'll let you go? Mu Yanqing's tone stalled. You and I are the direct cause of Jiang Heng's death. If he really wants to take revenge, do you think we'll be able to run away? Fu Bo gently shook his head. In your place, would you let the other party go? Mu Yanqing didn't know how to retort. Yeah, the truth is that they've been on the opposite side of immortality for a long time now. Even if they gave up, would Jiang Heng's soul spare them? No, it won't be. It might just be a coincidence that he didn't kill Mu Yanqing this time, but that doesn't mean he's safe now. What's more, you're like this now. You're not even a man anymore. If you're in the middle of no money, what can you do? Is it not better to live than to die? Fu Bo saw Mu Yanqing's expression change until this guy was spoken for. Just relax and think about it. If there really are ghosts in this world and they can kill people at will, then it's useless to run anywhere we want. But if it's not, or if that villa is the only place that's haunted, then can't we just stay away? Xiao Shui, the niece's spirit, is probably affected as well. It's the right time for you to step in to comfort her. Stabilize her first mainly. With Uncle Fu's comfort, Mu Yanqing gradually stabilized his emotions. Indeed, they had exhausted doing so many things and even got Jiang Hong killed. If the previous work is not done at this time, wouldn't it all be for nothing? There was no manhood left, but at least no one else knew about it yet. He had to do something while he was at it. Inside Xiao Shui's hospital room, a bunch of people surrounded each other, looking worriedly at Xiao Shui on the bed. A day and a night had passed since Xiao Shui was taken to the hospital. Mu Yanqing had been awake for quite some time, but Xiao Shui was still unconscious. It was clear that the injuries on Xiao Shui's body weren't actually serious, just a cut on her stomach. Even the doctor couldn't figure out why Xiao Shui never woke up. Guess it's likely that he suffered some kind of shock and is out of his mind. It is recommended to keep it under observation, and if it doesn't wake up tomorrow, then immediately transfer it to a hospital abroad. As to why they were frightened, the sheriff's department couldn't find a reason even after a long investigation. Mu Yanqing was also approached to talk to Mu Yanqing after he woke up. In response, Mu Yanqing asked a question and said that he didn't know how the hallucinations appeared in his mind. The sheriff's department's initial guess is that Mu Yanqing, as well as Xiao Shui, most likely ate something that contains toxicity, such as mushrooms that can cause hallucinations. Otherwise there is no way to explain such things. There's no way the officials are going to post a, suspected bump shenanigans, is there? Since the Xiao family's company still had things to do, the task of taking care of Xiao Shui also fell on Fu Bo. It was a day that went both ways for Fu Bar. It was also fortunate that Mu Yanqing and Xiao Shui's wards were adjacent to each other. Evening. Fubuki, who had just eaten lunch, was bored and stood guard in the hospital room. Don't. Jiang Hong, I didn't mean it. Don't. Xiao Shui, who had been in a coma, murmured something abruptly. All at once, he opened his eyes and shouted. She sat up violently from the bed, her face covered in sweat, her expression hard to see. Miss? Fu Bo hurriedly came over. Don't come over. At this moment, Xiao Shui was extremely agitated. It also convinced Fubuki that, as expected, Shosetsu must have hit the shenanigans as well, because Mu Yanqing was the same when he first woke up. This is when the aid of medication is needed. Fubar immediately notified the doctor to give Shosu a sedative shot. The dose doesn't need to be too high and all of a sudden Xiao Shui is asleep again. It just needs to serve as some stress relief. As expected, Xiao Shui's mood stabilized a lot after one shot. Seeing this, Uncle Fu immediately went to the next ward and brought Mu Yanqing over. Miss, during the time you were unconscious, young Master Mu was very worried. He's hurt himself, and he still comes to see you every now and then and worries about you. Uncle Fu undoubtedly praised Mu Yanqing as much as he could, but who knows? Xiao Shui just raised her head and looked at Mu Yanqing, and her emotions instantly tensed up. It's you! It's you! Yuki, take it easy, calm down, you must be calm. To be honest, Mu Yanqing still felt physical discomfort when he saw Xiao Shui's face. The touch of Xiao Shui turning into a ghost would always pop up in his mind. Disgusting, revolting, and, well, heartfelt fear. But he was at least mentally prepared, and forced down the discomfort he felt inside, slowly approaching towards Xiao Shui. But in return, all that happened was that Xiao Shui grabbed a pillow and threw it directly at Mu Yanqing's face. Get lost. Because of you. Because of you. Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong is angry with me. He doesn't want me anymore. He even brought me and his child to take my life. Xiao Shui covered her head, delirious and with a desperate face. Uncle Fu gave Mu Yanqing a look. Mu Yanqing took a deep breath, put down the pillow, and stood in place to persuade. How could Jiang Hong not want you? You're so perfect and beautiful. Any man would hate to hold you in his hands. If it's true that Jiang Hong doesn't want you, then it must be his loss. Some things are skilled to a certain point, then it becomes instinctive. For example, Mu Yanqing, even though he was resisting in his heart, the words of comfort came out of his mouth with little to no thought. But Xiao Shui didn't buy Mu Yanqing's account this time. Instead she raised her head violently. No, Jiang Hong is dead? He's dead. Uncle Fu, what the hell is going on? Jiang Hong is dead? Why don't I know? Are you guys deliberately keeping this from me? In this moment, she suddenly seemed to have figured out a lot. Ever since Jiang Hong had been imprisoned on the deserted island, she had completely cut off contact with him. In Xiao Shui's impression, she wouldn't take the initiative to call Jiang Hong. She thought she did the right thing by taking the initiative to call Jiang Hong. Wouldn't that be her bowing down to him? Therefore, she would only wait for Jiang Hong to take the initiative to beg for mercy from her. In the middle of the journey, Xiao Shui also had a lot of times quite missed Jiang Hong, and even sprouted the impulse to call Jiang Hong on her own initiative. In the end, Jiang Hong was the one she truly loved, but who knows that Jiang Heng's temper is very hard. Almost a year, froze and did not call her once. This attitude also made Xiao Shui more furious every time she missed Jiang Hong. Since you, Jiang Hong, are heartless to me, there is absolutely no way I will call you. Let's see who wears out who. Holding on to this mindset has lasted until today. If Jiang Hong was really dead, wouldn't that mean that she had been kept in the dark all along? Chapter 145 News, Deserted Island, Skeleton. Just thinking about this, Xiao Shui felt her heart aching. Jiang Hong, dead? Doesn't that mean that what we experienced before was real? Jiang Heng's soul died in peace and came to seek revenge on himself? But she didn't know anything about it. Somewhat unable to accept this fact, she stared at Fu Bo dead in the face. Uncle Fu was always in charge of Jiang Heng's affairs, but Uncle Fu had always told her that Jiang Hong was doing well. A man free on a desert island has no problems at all. It's just a simple matter of not wanting to contact Shosu. You better give me an explanation or... Xiao Shui clenched her fists. The tone was morose. She wanted to know the whole truth. Uncle Fu also had no choice but to stand out at this moment, an old face filled with helplessness and regret. Miss, actually, this is something I never wanted you to know. Doing a full set of drama. Fu Bo had already thought about what he should do in case Xiao Shui found out something. So naturally he has a backhanded approach. There was no panic at all at the moment, pretending to be in a difficult situation. Is Jiang Hong really dead? Who the hell killed Jiang Hong? I'll make him pay for his life. Xiao Shui instantly became furious, and her eyes seemed as if she wanted to kill someone. Until now she still hadn't realized the real reason for all the tragedies in Jiang Heng's body. Still looking at everything with his psychotic mental state. In her eyes, Jiang Hong was hers and could only be hers. They made a pact to grow old together. How can Jiang Hong die first? Or even died with a grudge? Xiao Shui couldn't accept it. What was even more unacceptable was that when Jiang Hong returned his soul to take revenge, he said that it was because of Xiao Shui that Jiang Hong had died. It's a hat she can't accept and subconsciously won't admit that the death of her favorite person is directly related to her. How is that possible? That's impossible. She loves Jiang Hong so much, just to repay the favor, so she and Mu Yanqing that. Exiling Jiang Hong to a deserted island was also protecting him in a sense, to keep Jiang Hong from being jealous of his protection. Look, how good is she to Jiang Hong? So how could she harm Jiang Hong? It must be someone else's ulterior motive. Right, someone must have coveted Jiang Hong, so they secretly killed him. Jiang Heng's soul was tricked into thinking that she, Xiao Shui, had killed him. You misunderstood me, Jiang Hong, you really misunderstood me. Someone must have tried to kill you. Not enough, don't worry. I will definitely dig that person out. Use his life to sacrifice you. Internally, such thoughts festered. But just then, Fubuki shook his head. Mr. Kong isn't actually dead. Impossible. Jiang Heng's soul came to me. Xiao Shui gritted her teeth and said angrily. The investigators from the sheriff's department said that you most likely ingested some kind of food with a hallucinogenic toxin that caused you to harm yourself. Fubo overruled Xiao Shue's speculation and gave a reason that wasn't a reason, then bowing slightly towards Xiao Shui. As for Mr. Zhang's matter, I do have to apologize to the young lady. Although Mr. Kong is not dead, he actually knocked out our employees while they were delivering supplies 3 months ago, and then sunk the ship and left. At that time, Miss, you had already reached the critical moment of labor, and I was afraid that this matter would affect you, so I didn't say anything. What did you say? Xiao Shui was incredulous. Mu Yanqing chimed in at the right time to act as a comic relief. But Jiang Hong doesn't have anything on him. Even if he escapes, can he have a way to survive? That's what Xiao Shui wanted to ask. But I didn't expect Fubuki to take out a file bag. It was then placed in front of Xiao Shui's body. I've been searching for Mr. Jiang for the past 3 months. Finally, Kung Fu is not enough. I found Mr. Kong. Just, Uncle Fu didn't continue, only signaling Xiao Shui to open the file bag. Inside was a bunch of photos, but when it came time to see what was inside, Xiao Shui's face instantly darkened. Her chest rose and fell violently, her whole little face white with anger, and her fingers clutching the photo were so hard that they turned white, because none of the photos were of Jiang Hang. And, still, Jiang Hong was in a nightclub kind of place, and each photo had Jiang Hong wrapping around a different woman, looking like he was having a great time. There were even a few intimate photos, the scale of which was so large that Xiao Shui couldn't even look at them. Fiercely, he threw the photos in his hand like a heavenly flower. Mu Yanqing picked up a photo in midair and was able to look at it. In the photo, Kang Hong is smiling happily as he has a beautiful woman in one hand, and it was this happiness that deeply angered Xiao Shui. She felt her heart clogging. How is this possible? Jiang Hong betrayed her? Yes, betrayal. Xiao Shui felt betrayed, even going in and out of that kind of occasion. The Jiang Hong of the past had never gone to a nightclub. Jiang Hong failed her. Yes, Jiang Hong was indeed angry about her and Mu Yanqing, but that was just to repay the favor. If it wasn't for Mu Yanqing, she, Xiao Shui, would have died long ago, so how could she still be around? Why didn't Jiang Hong understand, and even betrayed her for it? Coincidentally, Mu Yanqing's conspiratorial voice resounded. How can Jiang Hong be like this? It's been so long, could it be true that he doesn't care about Xiao Shui at all? Mu Yanqing pretended to be furious, and together with the two of them, Fu Bo, they kept spitting on Jiang Hong. Plus the photos in Xiao Shui's hand were, each and every one of them, synthesized photos. But does it matter? It didn't matter. As long as these photos were put up, Xiao Shui would naturally believe them. In this, they have absolute confidence, because that's how it's been all year. Kong Hong? Who is it? Never heard of him. As a matter of fact, Xiao Shui did start to falter a bit. Most of all, it was the sight of Kong Hang's photos with those women in the bar. Just thinking back, Xiao Shui was filled with anger. So, while I was desperately trying to give birth to a child to repay my favor, Jiang Hong was even out there spending his time, going so far in with those women? Mu Yanqing couldn't stop the corners of his lips from rising until it was time to ride the wave of victory. Taking a deep breath, he stood on the perspective of a bystander and said, "This matter of Jiang Hong has indeed gone too far. A matter of a few months, and he can't even tolerate loneliness. But I believe that Jiang Hong shouldn't be that kind of talent." Mu Yanqing had already been considered to have completely gone out of his way. Anyway, it's already offended. You die and I live situation. Instead of being coy, it's better to strike hard. Let's stabilize this woman first. Ding! The phone probed a headline message. At this time, not only did Xiao Shui's cell phone ring, Mu Yanqing, Fu Bo and the others' cell phones also rang in synchronization. Originally, Xiao Shui was not in the mood to pay attention to it because she was in the middle of her anger. Where did she have the heart to read other news? Only, just as he was about to close the screen, the name of a place at the beginning of the message pop-up caught Xiao Shui. The name of that place is the deserted island where she exiled Kong Hang. Surprise! Abandoned skeletons dug up from construction on a deserted island? Is this a distortion of human nature? Or is it a moral degeneration? News, deserted island, skeletons? Chapter 146. A tiger's venom doesn't eat its children. That, ma'am, you need to rest. Fu Bo's pupils shrunk slightly, and he immediately felt his scalp tingle. It was hard to get Xiao Shui to accept the reason they gave. And it turns out that this is the time when a news story breaks straight out of the gate? Are you kidding me? The smack in the face came too soon. Unable to let Xiao Shui watch, Fu Bo rushed forward to persuade him. "Miss, the doctor said you still have injuries and need to rest." Mu Yanqing also reacted immediately, his heart in his throat. Hastily echoing, he said, "Right, Snowy, it's getting late. Take an early rest. Get out of my way. You guys." Xiao Shui's face was livid. This whole thing is so wrong. especially when she saw the expressions of Uncle Fu and also Mu Yanqing. Xiao Shui always felt that they were hiding something from her. In this world, what's so coincidental? Originally, the deserted island that Zhang Hong had been sent to was remote enough that normally, apart from Zhang Hong, no one would even set foot on that piece of land. Plus, after being disconnected from Zhang Hong for so long, male bones were dug up on the deserted island, as well as that which was experienced last night. Did you really eat something with hallucinogenic toxins? Xiao Shui hadn't forgotten the pain she had endured at that time, as if she had experienced it herself. To summarize, there's a good chance that what's on the news is true. I'll ask again, how exactly is Zhang Hong doing? This time, Xiao Shui was really close to not being able to suppress her anger. Mu Yanqing was flustered and didn't know how to explain. Fu Bo is at least considered to have seen a lot of the world, but in the face of this situation can only harden their heads to continue to fabricate this lie. Really? Zhang Hong has been fine and escaped the deserted island 3 months ago by strengthening the staff's boat. How can you die? In saying that, just digging up a skeleton doesn't mean anything. Besides, didn't you see the photo? This can't be fake, can it? I don't want to hear this crap from you. Xiao Shui shook her head. Eyes sharp, he said in a deep voice. No, I have to go check it out. Look, where to? Fubuki started to panic. Go to the deserted island and get me ready, I want it now. Xiao Shui couldn't wait a moment. But your body, how can you travel long distances when you are still injured? Fu Bo persuaded. Mu Yanqing also spoke out. Right, Xiao Shui. This kind of thing, you send a person to take a look at it won't do. There's no need for you to go yourself. It's better to recuperate from your injuries. I'm worried when you're like this. What are you worried about? You're worried about me finding Zhang Hong? Xiao Shui coldly gazed at Mu Yanqing. For Mu Yanqing, Xiao Shui's heart was complicated. One is to hold a grateful mind. After all, Mu Yanqing will get a terminal illness is very likely to have something to do with himself. 2. It was because of the ridiculousness of that night. Mu Yanqing did serve her comfortably. But, this kind of thing is not the same as love. And Xiao Shui clearly knows that she does not love Mu Yanqing. Just, Mu Yanqing can experience a different kind of excitement. That's all. In her heart, Mu Yanqing's and Zhang Heng's status could not be compared. Therefore, Xiao Shui's attitude towards Mu Yanqing became cold after knowing that Zhang Han might really be in trouble. If this matter is related to Mu Yanqing, Xiao Shui didn't mind making Mu Yanqing pay in blood. Being stared at by Xiao Shui like this, Mu Yanqing shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say anything more. Of course not. I'm simply worried about your health. Xiao Shui had already made up her mind and looked at Fu Bo, not listening to herself. She simply picked up her cell phone and called the Shaw family's underlings directly. Tell them to get themselves set up quickly. She's going to go to the deserted island right away and find out what's going on. Seeing the situation, Uncle Fu and Mu Yanqing both looked at each other with mixed emotions. If things fall apart, it's all over. It wasn't long before a luxury business car pulled up in front of the hospital, getting ready to pick up Xiao Shui to go to the airport. During this time, Fu Bar tried everything he could think of to get a doctor from the hospital to advise him, but all to no avail. They had underestimated Xiao Shui's determination at the moment. She would not rest until she saw that corpse and bones and determined Zhang Heng's whereabouts. Forced to be helpless, Fu Bo also became ruthless and hit his attention on Xiao Shui and Mu Yanqing's child. Not long after, just as Xiao Shui was about to get into the car under the assistance of the Xiao family bodyguards, Mu Yanqing and Fu Bo ran over anxiously holding the child. Xiao Shui, don't go yet. Take a look at our child. Mu Yanqing held the child with an anxious expression. Uncle Fu was also blaming himself. It's all my fault, because Miss was hospitalized, so I've been staying within the hospital to take care of Miss. It led to the young master being taken care of by the servants at home, and those servants were careless enough not to know that the young master had a milk allergy and fed him a mouthful of milk. As a result, the young master got prickly heat all over his body and even started a high fever. Xiao Shui stopped moving and her eyes went to the swaddled child. This baby was so weak when he was born that he couldn't take formula and was allergic to milk. Breastfeeding only. For this reason, Xiao Shui also hired a nurse for the child. It's always been the nanny who's been in charge of the baby's diet, so how could it have gone so wrong? Where's nanny? Xiao Shui asked. The milkmaid took a leave of absence, but she left enough milk chilled in the refrigerator. Just the maid is not clear. Confused with the milk, which is not. Fu Bo hastened to explain. In order to be able to stop Xiao Shui, Uncle Fu as well as Mu Yanqing could be said to have put up a fight. A tiger's poison doesn't eat its children, but Mu Yanqing did not hesitate to extend his claws to his own child. If you, Zhang Hong, are important, can you be more important than Xiao Shui's own child? Now the nannies are gone and my son has a high fever and allergies. Xiao Shui has to stay any longer, right? As long as Xiao Shui stayed, they could immediately arrange for someone to go to the deserted island to deal with the matter. Dispose of Zhang Heng's bones. By then, without evidence, Xiao Shui will have subsided. But, Xiao Shue's attitude was out of their expectation. Looking at the swaddled child, Xiao Shui surfaced for the first time with a look of disgust, because, seeing him, it couldn't help but bring back Xiao Shue's memories of the baby with no facial features that she met last night. It was her and Jiang Heng's child, aborted by Xiao Shui before it was fully developed. For the sake of, isn't it the baby in front of you? From this perspective, it was because of this baby that her and Jiang Heng's child was stillborn. It was this baby that took the life of her and Jiang Heng's child. Last night, the mournful cries of the baby without five senses seemed to still echo in Xiao Shui's ears. Vaguely, it overlapped with the sound of a baby crying in front of him. Xiao Shui snapped back to her senses. Xiao Shui? Mu Yanqing looked at her worriedly. What are you looking at? Xiao Shui suddenly snapped, and all the anger inside her was vented on Mu Yanqing. He slapped Mu Yanqing's face violently and yelled towards him. The child is allergic. There is a hospital in front of you. You don't take it to the hospital, you come to me? Looking for me for what? Uncle Fu and Mu Yanqing were both confused. Xiao Shui, what are you babbling about? This is our child. The child is sick. Shouldn't you as a mother be by your side? Chapter 147 Uncle Fu, do you love Jiang Hong? Are you kidding me? Mu Yanqing hadn't realized that the words he said had completely angered Xiao Shui. Her and Mu Yanqing's child? Is she the mother of this child? The more she said, the more angry Xiao Shui became. Yes, just because of this child. It was because of this child that led to the forced abortion of her and Kong Heng's child. Regret? To be honest, Xiao Shui really had some regrets at the moment. She hadn't expected the move to be so damaging to the unborn child. That last night was most likely not a dream. The already dead Kong Hong has come to her with the long-aborted child. God, what has she done? Endless remorse welled up inside. All because of Mu Yanqing. He was the one who capitalized on his feelings of empathy and guilt. It's all his fault. This is your child. At this moment, Xiao Shui spoke without mercy. She wanted to completely disassociate herself from Mu Yanqing. Even this child. Xiao Shui, how can you say that? This child is a piece of meat that fell off your body. Mu Yanqing was incredulous. It was completely unexpected that Xiao Shui would suddenly be so desperate. That's just a way of repaying the favor. Xiao Shui said in a deep voice. I love Jiang Hong, and that will never change. This child, I will not recognize. He is your seed. Just raise him properly. Get out of the way. Mu Yanqing didn't move, just stared at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, you can't be so desperate. Do you want this child to grow up without a mother? Seeing that Xiao Shui was unmoved, Mu Yanqing gritted his teeth. Prepare to keep taking this thing about your life. Xiao Shui, you also know that I'm pregnant with cancer and won't live much longer. Once I die, this child won't even have a family member. Can you really bear it? Xiao Shui was annoyed, really annoyed. Obviously she was the one who had been merciful enough to give birth to a child for Mu Yanqing. But in the end, she herself was morally kidnapped. She wanted to be angry, but this matter of Mu Yanqing being terminally ill was still because of her in the end. So when Mu Yanqing mentioned this, Xiao Shui could only forcefully swallow the breath. But the attitude remained the same. As I said, this child is to repay your favor. He's yours, but I won't completely ignore it. Starting today, our Xiao family will cover the cost of raising this child, so that he can at least grow up clothed and fed. This has been my greatest mercy. Saying that, Xiao Shui pivoted away from Mu Yanqing. Originally, this matter had already made Jiang Hong very angry. I don't want to continue, and please don't cross the line. From now on, you and I will clear our grudges. If I were to know that something really happened to Jiang Hong or even because of you, I wouldn't let you off the hook. Saying that, Xiao Shui got into the car and directly closed the door, isolating Mu Yanqing and the others. Drive. The luxury business car let out a roar and disappeared in front of Mu Yanqing in Fu Bo's eyes. Mu Yanqing's face was pale, and with great difficulty, he turned his head to look at Uncle Fu. Dad, what are we going to do now? That woman doesn't seem to eat us at all anymore. Uncle Fu was also puzzled, completely unable to understand what was in Xiao Shui's head. She's still really in love with that Kong Hong? You're not kidding me? You love Kong Hong? How could you agree to something so outrageous? Not far from where Fu Bo and the others hadn't noticed, among the crowd of onlookers, a man with a mask was holding a cell phone to capture all of that scene just now. It was simultaneously transmitted to the Imperial Dragon Manor. At this moment, Qin Mo and Xia Bingyao had returned from the deserted island long ago, and were currently sitting comfortably on the sofa at home, watching the live broadcast transmitted back from the scene. Xia Bingyao leaned in Qin Mo's arms, her hands hugging Qin Mo's waist. A pair of eyes stared at Fubuki's expression on the cell phone screen and couldn't help but smile. This Fubar, it looks like he's pretty clueless himself. He still underestimated Xiao Shui. Qin Mo lamented. Indeed, Fubo still underestimated the cerebral neural circuitry of a sadistic female piggyback like Xiao Shui. Xia Bingyao also saw it and said, from a normal person's perspective, the fact that this Xiao Shui was able to give birth to Mu Yanqing's child represents a lot in itself. Payback and all that, Who would believe such a reason? This kind of just stock excuse only. Can agree to this thing means Xiao Shui to Mu Yanqing has a certain emotional foundation in, willing to give him birth just. That's why this old man set up the subsequent series of plans, including the death of Zhang Hong, and then let Mu Yanqing take his place. From that point of view, the motivation of this Fober is understandable, because for Fober, this would have been something that could have worked. Speaking here, Xia Bingyao paused, and from a woman's point of view, if a woman is willing to give birth to a man, this represents the probability that the woman is in love with the man, and even if she is not in love, she must have a purpose. But even I didn't expect that at this point in time, Xiao Shui would still make such a choice. Qin Mo skimmed his head, his eyes looking towards Zhang Hong who was floating in midair not far away. Well, were you touched? Xiao Shui is even going so far as to turn her back on Mu Yanqing for your sake. In the face of Qin Mo's flirtation, Zhang Hong did not have any mood swings, only fluctuations. Zhang Hong has long been completely dead to Xiao Shui. What was Shouju's motivation, and did it have anything to do with him? Don't tease me, young master, I'm not moved by this, regardless of what Xiao Shui's heart really thinks, but to borrow an old saying, a gentleman discusses signs regardless of the heart. The things she has done are not something that can be offset by regret. To be honest, Qin Mo felt that Xiao Shui's kind was the standard female frequency abuse text template, without Qin Mo's forced intervention. Qin Mo dared to be certain that the developing plot of the story was definitely like this. Zhang Heng's soul was forced to follow Xiao Shui. Watching Xiao Shui's intimate gestures with Mu Yanqing tormented her in 100 ways. Then because of some misadventures, such as Zhang Hong making a wish, the heart's desire system stepped in and allowed Xiao Shui to discover the truth. At that moment, Xiao Shui came to a realization and regretted it. Chase husband crematorium, full of pain. And when Zhang Hong saw this scene, his thoughts were clear and he ascended in place. If it was some corrupt author, this would be the time for Zhang Hong to come back to life. As for whether it was Zhang Hong after the resurrection, or the system, who knows? At the end of the day Xiao Shui will definitely reunite with Zhang Hong. But it's a shame. Reunion? Regret? Reunion? Are you kidding me? This kind of disgusting thing didn't exist here in Qin Mo. That woman Xiao Shui has already gone to the deserted island. I think it would be better to simply let her never come back. It just so happens that the construction of the deserted island is partially completed. It's still easy to shut one down, Qin Mo said and looked at Zhang Heng's soul body. What do you think? Qin Mo had also read a lot about male protagonists of abusive texts. Some were pretty ruthless up front, belonging to the category of people who had suffered too much for themselves, so they got a chance to get some crazy revenge. But after venting their anger, they would start to feel sorry for the heroine all over again. This kind of Qin Mo defined it as a licking dog with so little backbone. Therefore, Qin Mo wanted to see what Zhang Hong would choose. Opinions? I don't have any opinions, but a request. Say, can you get Mu Yanqing and Fu Bo to the deserted island together? I don't want to spare any of these people. Chapter 148, doesn't your conscience hurt when you hatch your husband? Ambitious. Qin Mo nodded. It's a shame to be green, but the truth is that not everyone is in control of the other person's life. There's no excuse for some people being unlucky enough to fetch a watery woman, but the key is the attitude that comes with being green. Some people are wishy-washy, and in the name of love, they think they are so deeply in love that they can't leave. Even if he was green, he would convince himself, forcing himself to accept the consequences, and even, with the odd one will think that it is because he is not good to his other half, so his other half will cuckold him. People like that, aren't they nuts? For this kind of person, Qin Mo's attitude was simple. You deserve to be green, and it's not half your fault, but where you have a bit of backbone, immediately break up and draw the line. Qin Mo will look so high, and Zhang Heng's kind would be very much to Qin Mo's liking. Without talking about right and wrong, Qin Mo liked to have revenge and revenge. Only the woman is punished? How can this work? Mu Yanqing, Uncle Fu, which one of them isn't guilty as hell? Which one doesn't deserve to die? However, I think you shouldn't worry. The two of them won't be able to escape. Qin Mo's tone carried certainty. Even, there was no need for him to intervene. Mu Yanqing and Fu Bo couldn't run away. Why? Because of Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, who had learned the truth, would not let Mu Yanqing go. It wasn't just Xiao Shui's claim that the person she truly loved was Zhang Hong. At the end of the day, maybe a couple of points, but overall, it's nothing more than an excuse. Qin Mo has seen too much of this kind of people. What is the best thing they can do? It's all about making excuses for yourself, making all sorts of excuses as a way to achieve a reassuring result. Because Xiao Shui was afraid that if Zhang Hong really died, then this matter of her seeing Zhang Heng's soul was true. That would mean that everything Xiao Shui had done behind Zhang Heng's back would be exposed. In order to put her own mind at ease, and to make Zhang Hong let her go, she would definitely clean up Mu Yanqing and Uncle Fu to console Zhang Heng's spirit in heaven. Wait and see. Qin Mo didn't say much. His expression was confident. The plane had been underway for some time. Finally landed on the deserted island. No, this can't really be called a desert island anymore. Instead, it should be renamed Sin Island. For this is an island that captivates sin, executes sin, and nourishes sin. This was the second time Xiao Shui had set foot on the island. The changes here from the first time shocked Xiao Shui. She stared blankly at the myriad of buildings rising from the ground, vaguely tending to become a city. Are you sure we didn't go to the wrong island? Xiao Shui inquired in shock towards the assistant at the side. Sure, there's no mistake on it. This is the deserted island where Jiang Hong is. The assistant was also shocked. It's only been 10 months or so before and after. How could it have changed so much? Someone bought the island? Xiao Shui frowned. She was the first to discover this island and exiled Jiang Hong to it. As a result, the island has an owner and has even been developed. How come she doesn't know? If the news hadn't broken, she'd still be in the dark about it. It also proves one thing. Fu Bar has been keeping it from her. The matter of the deserted island was something that Uncle Fu had been in charge of. And if Uncle Fu was really dedicated to his duties, it was impossible for her not to know that so many construction teams had come to the deserted island. Damn, it's hard to. At the thought of this, Xiao Shui thumped inwardly. Could it be that the bones dug up by these construction teams were really Jiang Heng's? Anxious, Xiao Shui quickly stepped forward. The assistants behind him quickly followed. Soon, Xiao Shui came to the edge of the construction site, in front of which were countless construction personnel. Xiao Shui, an outsider, was not allowed to enter. You, go ask. I need to find the person they are in charge of here. The assistant beside Xiao Shui nodded and went forward to inquire. It took a good half hour for the news to come in. Miss, this is the person in charge of this island project. The assistant was followed by a man with his hands in his pockets, gently pulling off the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Long Zhantian raised a smile. Qin Mo was indeed right. Xiao Shui would find her, so Long Zhantian stayed here to watch, also overseeing the construction of Sin Island in the meantime. You're the so-called president of the Tianhao group? Said you wanted to see me about something? It's you? Xiao Shui was a bit surprised, obviously recognizing Long Zhantian. As a matter of fact, as Qin Mo's full-time driver and right-hand man, Long Zhantian was also famous in the circles of the imperial capital. Handsome face, tall stature, and the status of Qin Mo's crony. It also attracts the attention of many rich women. You're from the Qin group? This place was bought by the Qin group? You recognize me? Hee, not bad. Long Zhantian had no need to cover up anything. What's going on here will be publicized in high society circles sooner or later. After all, Qin Mo's original intention of building this island was to be a gathering place for sin, a plutocrat's gold grotto, and the target had already been locked on those top magnates and plutocrats of each country. Xiao Shui was secretly shocked in her heart, and had a new perception of the Qin group's financial power. But this is not the time to be surprised. I'm here mainly because of that withered bone you guys exposed a while ago, and I want to see it. Long Zhantian looked at Xiao Shui with interest and said with a flirtatious-like meaning, you know? Xiao Shui blushed a bit, but still nodded. It's possible. TSK, no way. That body was miserable when we found it. We thought it was some kind of explorer. After all, who has nothing better to do than come to a deserted island like this? If I knew a character like you, I shouldn't have ended up where I am today, right? At the risk of sounding presumptuous, what is your relationship? Mockery. This is absolutely naked mockery. This Long Zhantian, his words were simply clipped. It made Xiao Shui very upset, but considering that the other party was from the Qin group, Xiao Shui didn't have a fit. It was only in a hushed voice. I just want to meet. I shouldn't have to report to you on what relationship, should I? Of course. This is your freedom. Long Zhantian spread his hands. But what can you do to me if I don't know where that body is? Long Zhantian was clear that Jiang Han would most likely become his colleague. Well, a colleague with a soul body would be of great use to Qin Mo, and stepping onto Qin Mo's boat would basically be no problem. Well, given the opportunity, it's only natural to take it out on behalf of your future co-workers. Anyway, Long Zhantian felt quite happy to see Xiao Shui suffer defeat. Xiao Shui clenched her teeth, wanting very much to have a seizure. But considering that the matter of determining whether Jiang Han was still alive was more important, the clenched fists unclenched again. He's my husband. Does that always make sense? Long Zhantian pretended to be surprised. Your husband? TSK, did I hear it right? If that's true, then your husband is pretty pathetic. People have been dead on deserted islands for so long that their bodies are rotting, and this wife of yours had a big scandal with an assistant 2 days ago. I'm curious. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you cuckold your husband? Xiao Shui's teeth were about to be clenched and her body was shaking with anger. I didn't. That was just a rumor. You know in your own heart if there is or isn't. Phew. but that's none of your business either. Can you tell me now? Long Zhantian looked at his heart, secretly happy that his purpose had been accomplished. With that, he gave Xiao Shui a direction. Over there, there's a tombstone standing on the beach. See for yourself. Chapter 149, is it pain? Or is it weakness? Jiang Heng's body was buried directly in a remote place on the beach. This was Jiang Heng's own request. According to him, it's unlikely to be resurrected anyway. All will exist as soul bodies in the future. Then the body is meaningless. From a certain perspective, Jiang Hong was already considered a different kind of life form. Liven the world in a different way. Not rebirth. Similar to rebirth. For Jiang Hong, that corpse carried his painful past. He didn't have any lingering thoughts, so he simply buried it in place. Out of sight, out of mind. It also symbolized the complete death of the former Jiang Hong. The Jiang Heng of the future would survive as a sword in Qin Mo's hand. When Xiao Shui had searched the beach for half a day, she finally found the grave in a remote corner. Xiao Shui's expression was extremely ugly, and she even stumbled on her feet, and if it wasn't for the assistant behind her supporting her, she could have fallen on the ground. The neighborhood is overgrown and cluttered. Where does it look like a quick graveyard? It's almost as if they dug a random hole and buried them in it. The headstone was also simple. A random slab of stone stuck into the earth. It was inscribed with Jiang Heng's tomb in 4 simple words. Jiang Heng. Xiao Shui clenched her teeth and stared at those 4 big words. The expression was cloudy, unable to believe it was true. Miss, your body, the assistant persuaded. Originally, Xiao Shui's body had injuries that hadn't healed yet, and now she had suffered such a blow. It's already holding up a bit. Leave me alone and dig in. It's not true. Dig it up. I want to see with my own eyes who was really buried here. Maybe it's Jiang Hong playing a careful game? Digging graves? Several of the assistants looked at each other with some reluctance. No one wants to dig a stranger's grave. God knows if there will be retribution. Dig fast. I'll give you a raise when we get back. Xiao Shui yelled with a pale face, hearing that there were benefits. A few people still couldn't resist and began to make moves. The grave was gradually dug up. A coffin appeared within the deep pit. Shall I open it, miss? The assistant asked. Of course, open it for me. Xiao Shui gritted her teeth, cold and trembling slightly. I don't know if I'm afraid of what I'm about to face or what. Anyway, she was now particularly expecting that it was all just a joke. If it is true, she doesn't even know how to face it. Soon, the lid of the coffin was slowly opened. A putrid and stenchy smell hit his nose, and the smoky assistants couldn't help but vomit right out of his mouth. Xiao Shui couldn't care less and rushed forward to take a look. Inside lay a dead bone. It's not correct to say dead bones, as there are still bits of skin and flesh that aren't completely decayed, vaguely able to see what it looked like before. In particular, Dead Bones was wearing a silver and white men's wedding ring on his finger. Countless memories instantly flashed through Xiao Shui's mind. This includes, at the wedding, the two exchanging wedding rings and saying vows that they will never take them off for the rest of their lives. It was true that Jiang Hong did not take it off. Wear it alive until you die. Or perhaps, at the end of his life, Jiang Hong was too late to take off the ring in. He may be constantly praying to God, pleading to want to live. Nothing matters now. It was like something inside had completely snapped. Xiao Shui lost all her strength and fell straight down next to the coffin. The eyes were filled with despair. Jiang Hong is really dead. Died on this deserted island? At this moment, deep inside Xiao Shui's heart, the first thought that bubbled up was not heartache and collapse. Instead, fear. Yes, look at the face that is rotted and is beyond hideous. Endless fear rose within Xiao Shui's heart. Jiang Hong was really dead, and the ironclad evidence was in front of her. And the biggest reason for Jiang Heng's death was her. Xiao Shui. She was the one who killed Jiang Hong and the man who was once her favorite. Yesterday night, Jiang Hong came back to seek revenge for death. Really. He must have died holding a boundless grudge and eventually turned into a severe ghost and came back to seek revenge. Xiao Shui's feet that were trembling from fear couldn't even stand up now. Bracing himself on the ground, his eyes were confused and disoriented. Who is the one who killed Jiang Hong? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't even know about this matter. I didn't know at all. She fiercely looked at the several assistants at the side. You guys are right, aren't you? It wasn't me who killed Jiang Hong. I didn't even know, right? At the moment, she was in a state of madness, her mouth constantly chanting, desperately wanting the approval of others. Agree that Jiang Heng's death had nothing to do with her. Several assistants also nodded their heads in a hurry. This is definitely not Mrs.'s responsibility. We can all appreciate Mrs.'s concern for Mr. Kong. Yeah, some unsavory person must have done it. Receiving the approval of others was like receiving relief, and Xiao Shui's heart seemed to rekindle hope. Eyes locked on the humble grave. Xiao Shui's anger felt like it had found a vent. These damn guys, how could they bar Jiang Hong and bury him right here casually? How could they do this to my Kong Hong? Why don't they give Jiang Hong a good grave? They must be targeting my Jiang Hong too. They must be. At this moment, Xiao Shui was going crazy. She was frantic to find someone to dump. At this time, anything related to Jiang Hong would become Xiao Shui's target. The person who killed Jiang Hong is like this. So did the person who casually dumped Jiang Heng's body in this wilderness. Even if it wasn't for a few assistants whose brains turned fast and unconditionally agreed with Xiao Shui, at the moment even the assistant will be remembered. I'll make sure to do justice to Jiang Hong later. Be sure to. She kept chanting as if she wanted to speak to Jiang Heng's undead. Express yourself to the undead of Jiang Hong. See how much I care about you? I do love you. I really do. Since you're dead, I'll definitely avenge your death. Anyone who disrespects you, I'll make him pay. Trembling, he pulled out his own cell phone and, after shivering several times, pressed a phone number. It was a call from the bodyguard at home, and Xiao Shui was now going to avenge Jiang Hong. He must take revenge and let Jiang Heng's undead know that he was resolute in defending Jiang Hong. Be sure to make the other side pay an extremely steep price. Soon the call was answered. Miss, what are your orders? Capture Uncle Fu, Mu Yanqing for me and send them to the deserted island now. Xiao Shui suppressed her anger, hating as if she wanted to eat someone. Uncle Fu? Miss, Uncle Fu just took his leave and packed his things to leave the Xiao family villa. The voice coming from the other end of the phone made Xiao Shui furious beyond measure. What are you guys doing for food? Don't you know how to stop them? The bouncer was also blinded by the scolding. Who knows how to stop Uncle Fook? No one asked for it. He's on leave to visit his family. How can he be stopped? However, for better or worse, he was also a person who ate this bowl of rice, and the bodyguard immediately straightened his face. I'll get on it right now. They haven't been gone long. They should be able to be caught. Go quickly. Make sure you catch these two for me, even if you have to turn the entire imperial capital upside down to find them. Then, escort it to me as fast as you can. And remember, as fast as you can. I'm going to kill these two assholes alive. Chapter 150, Confrontation in front of a dead man. Xiao Shui was now also furious and confused, and directly waited in place. Every now and then, he glanced at Jiang Heng's corpse, panicking inside. She always felt that Jiang Heng's corpse was silently watching her. It was as if, without an explanation today, Jiang Hong would not let her go. It's a psychological fear, because, Xiao Shui, whether she admitted it or not, did do something to apologize to Jiang Hong, and it also caused Jiang Hong to perish. So she's scared. She's really scared, and now she can't even take a step away. Staying here like this, waiting to make the culprit pay in front of Jiang Heng's corpse, she could only feel at ease. The direction of the imperial capital. Xiao Shui's Xiao family still had a certain amount of energy in the imperial capital. Although none of them could compare to the Lu family, they were at least a powerful family. It was many times better than a thug like Lin Xiao. The family keeps a lot of bodyguards. At Xiao Shui's command, the Xiao family's bodyguards all moved, started searching for Uncle Fu and Mu Yanqing in the imperial capital. Inside an airport, the two of them, Uncle Fu and Mu Yanqing, were anxiously waiting for their flight. When they couldn't stop Xiao Shui from traveling to the deserted island, they then knew that the imperial capital could not stay. Once Xiao Shui saw Jiang Heng's body, then she would definitely not let them go. So Fubo immediately went back to the villa to pack up his things just ready to run. As for Mu Yanqing and Xiao Shui's child, where does Mu Yanqing care now? The child is still in the hospital. While others are going to be in trouble, what is a child in the district? To Mu Yanqing, nothing was as important as himself. The two of them got together with Fubo and watched as the plane arrived at the station. So close to leaving the empire, the Xiao family gave chase. The flights of Fubo and the others were not difficult for the Xiao family to find out. As for Fubo and the others, they were nothing more than ordinary people, and not knowing anything about counter-surveillance at all, they were easily caught, pressed into the car and taken to the Shaw family helicopter. All the way there, he flew towards Sin Island. Less than half an hour before and after, the helicopter landed on Sin Island. The two men, Fubo and Mu Yanqing, were also dragged and kicked off the airplane. Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar island, Fubo only felt his scalp tingle. Mu Yanqing was even trembling and nervous. From afar, Xiao Shui, who could be seen in the distance, was leading several assistants to hurry towards the site at a fast pace. Yuki, what are you doing? I'm Mu Yanqing. Why did you suddenly bring me here? At this point, Mu Yanqing still wanted to pretend that he didn't know anything in general, attempting to muddle through. But Xiao Shui didn't have any nonsense and directly slapped Mu Yanqing's face heavily. Damn it guys, you've been lying to me all this time? Xiao Shui was like a furious lioness. Her face was fierce and her tone was tinged with abhorrence. Mu Yanqing also knew that things were completely lost and felt the pain in his cheeks. Just as he tried to make a move, his hands were immediately held down by the security guards who had come bearing down on him. Let go of me. Yuki, listen to my explanation. This matter is not what you think. Hit me. Xiao Shui didn't want to hear any nonsense. directly greeted the bodyguard to beat Mu Yanqing severely first. It wasn't just Mu Yanqing. Xiao Shue's gaze snapped to Fu Bo. And him. Miss, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Oh wow, Fu Bo just opened his mouth. One of the bodyguards swung a heavy punch and blasted him directly in the stomach. The intense pain forced his words back. The whole thing locked into a ball. Immediately afterward, intensive punches and kicks landed on his body in the next moment. Fu Bo is an old bone. The body is not as good as young people. Immediately was beaten and cried out. The screams endured. Xiao Shui coldly watched the scene. Even though she watched the two of them, Uncle Fu and Mu Yanqing, suffer, Xiao Shui's inner sense of guilt did not half subside. That inexplicable gaze is still there. It was as if it had been following her, watching her with an extremely grim gaze. It made her sweaty and uncomfortable. You're still looking at me, right? That certainly doesn't relieve you. So you're upset, right? Xiao Shui murmured in a low voice that wasn't heard by anyone, but it was spoken to Jiang Heng's soul. She knew that Jiang Hong must be right behind her. Must be. However, the truth was that Jiang Hong was not even on this island at the moment. At this moment, he was inside Qin Mo's office. It was ironic to say the least, when Jiang Heng's soul was forced to follow Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, however, didn't notice anything, and even recklessly frowned at Mu Yanqing. But now that things have come to this point, Jiang Hong is no longer there, but Xiao Shui feels that Jiang Heng's spirit has been following her. So, was Xiao Shui actually afraid of Jiang Hong? Or are you afraid of the ghosts in your own heart? Of course it was actually correct to say that they were watching Shosu, because they were watching the security feeds coming from the island. The entire island was covered in tight surveillance by Qin Mo. It's simply not too easy to find out what's happening on the island. Stop! Xiao Shui called a halt to the mobbing of the two. The Xiao family's bodyguards were no slouches, and one by one, they showed little mercy. In such a short period of time, Mu Yanqing had already been beaten up. Where do you see what you saw before? Fu Bo was even worse, and was currently lying on the ground, with what appeared to be several ribs broken alive. The pain is excruciating. Xiao Shui crouched down, grabbed Fu Bo's hair and lifted his head up. That's what you told me. That Kong Hong has been good, right? Didn't you say that it was Jiang Hong who didn't want to care about me? Then come over here and explain to me what the hell is going on. Saying that, Xiao Shui signaled her men to drag Uncle Fu and Mu Yanqing all the way to the location of Jiang Heng's grave. The entire grave had been dug up and the coffin lid lifted. The foul odor could be smelled from a distance, and lying within the coffin was Jiang Heng's corpse. Looking at the corpse that had long since rotted away, Mu Yanqing and Fu Bo, where else could they bear it? I just felt my stomach lurch, skimmed my head and threw up. It wasn't just the two of him, but also a couple of the bodyguards that came later. This kind of image is too shocking and directly challenges one's physiological limits. The only other people who were used to seeing it were the two assistants at the beginning, as well as Xiao Shui, who was purely in fear. In the midst of extreme fear, she was unable to notice anything else. You give me a good explanation. Why did Jiang Hong die? Xiao Shui took out a small knife and slapped it on Fu Bo's cheek. The coldness of the iron scent shivers down Fu Bo's spine. This I really don't know. You don't know? I don't know. Put. Suddenly, the cold blade cut off Fu Bo's ear directly. What did I order you to do in the first place? How dare you tell me you don't know now? Deception. You don't even know how Jiang Hong died? Or is it you who caused Jiang Heng's death? Chapter 151, Mu Yanqing's anger. Rage against Xiao Shui's mercy. Aha! Fubuki wailed in pain as he covered half of his blood-stained cheek. He looked at Xiao Shui at this moment in horror, as if he was looking at a hideous evil ghost. This woman is going crazy. You'd better give me a clear explanation of what exactly you did to Jiang Hong. Shosetsu compared the blade to the other side of Fubuki's ear. Otherwise, I don't mind letting in for a slash. You. Fubuki's face twisted up in pain, deadly frowning, as if in some great pain. Xiao Shui couldn't help but smile as she looked at Fu Bo. Don't say it. Right. Good. Very good. As the words fell, Xiao Shui prepared to strike without mercy. The moment his skin felt the coldness of the blade, Fubuki's mental defenses were completely shattered. Miss, I say, I just took away the medicine for Kong Heng's heart condition because that's what you said, to leave Kong Hong to fend for himself and leave nothing but his clothes. Fubuki gasped, half truthfully, because Xiao Shui had exiled Jiang Hong to this deserted island in the first place just to give him punishment. This deserted island had enough supplies, so Xiao Shui asked Uncle Fu to collect all of Jiang Heng's belongings. This naturally includes drugs for heart disease. He's just hiding his purpose. It's not even like cheating. As expected, Xiao Shui froze when she heard those words. What did you say? Heart medication? Kong Hong? Are you kidding me? How could Jiang Hong have a heart attack? Fubuki covered his cheeks and nodded shakily. That's what I thought. But that is indeed the medicine for heart disease. Xiao Shui couldn't help but think back to that time, after her heart failure had inexplicably gotten better. Apart from Mu Yanqing, Jiang Hong had also once spoken to her, because he helped Xiao Shui pray. Jiang Hong also suffered from a heart attack. At that time, Xiao Shui had always thought that Jiang Hong was jealous of Mu Yanqing, so he stole Mu Yanqing's words to try to attract attention to himself. As it turned out, this turned out to be true? So Jiang Hong died of a heart attack? Xiao Shui rounded her eyes, her tone carrying unbelief. Fubuki didn't answer, just lowered his head and agonized alone. Then, is it hard to believe that the sudden healing of my heart failure is really related to Jiang Hong? Xiao Shui fiercely turned her head to look at Mu Yanqing, who had been held down on the ground. Hastily taking 2 steps forward, he grabbed Mu Yanqing's hair. You're the one who's been lying to me? Where would Mu Yanqing dare to admit that even this matter was most likely the only key for him to be able to get away? How is this possible? Yuki, you know me, how could I possibly lie to you? Then how do you explain Jiang Heng's death? Xiao Shui immediately yelled back. Don't say you don't know. If you really don't know, what are you running with Uncle Fu for? Mu Yanqing was speechless, but then immediately pretended to be having an attack, his brows furrowed in death, big gulps of air, as if about to suffocate. Yuki, Xiao Shui was stunned at first, and a touch of guilt and heartache sprouted in her heart, but the moment that thought rose, Xiao Shui immediately fantasized about it. Jiang Heng's spirit was most likely standing behind her, coldly watching her. As soon as he thought of this, all the emotions within his heart towards Mu Yanqing were immediately doused. No, where's your medicine? Xiao Shui immediately began to search Mu Yanqing's coat pocket. A shocking fact was discovered. Mu Yanqing didn't have any medicine with him. As a person with cancer, how can you not always have a potent medicine on you? Don't say anything about leaving in a hurry and forgetting or anything like that. It's only when you don't pay attention that you forget. It's a matter of life, and no one can afford not to pay attention. What's more, Mu Yanqing was preparing to leave the imperial capital with Uncle Fu. How could he forget to bring special effects medicine when he was going out that far? Under the scrutiny of Jiang Hong in her inner fantasy, Xiao Shui was unexpectedly calm. His mind raced, and in a flash he pondered the loophole. You're still lying to me. Xiao Shui gritted her teeth and signaled the bodyguard at the side to pull Mu Yanqing's hand. In that case, I'll give you a good hand. The next moment, in Mu Yanqing's eyes, Xiao Shui raised the blood-stained knife high. It stabbed directly into the back of Jiang Heng's hand. It's not even enough to just stab in. Xiao Shui clutched the dagger and turned 180 degrees directly clockwise. The intense pain caused Jiang Heng's body to start convulsing. Beads of sweat crossed his cheeks and fell to the floor. Do you say no? Say no! Say no! She didn't let up at all. Drawing his blade, he looked insane. Directly alive. Mu Yanqing's thumb was chopped off. 10 fingers connected to the heart. And this sharp pain was even more intense than just now. Immediately after that, Xiao Shui once again raised her knife high. It began to swing down wildly. 1, 2, all 5 fingers of a hand were sliced off in a matter of moments. Still refusing to say yes? Xiao Shui's gaze pointed at Mu Yanqing's eyes. Then I'll take your eyes next time. Mu Yanqing's eyes were nearly dull and lost focus. The fear of death permeated his body. Looking at the gradually approaching Xiao Shui, even he couldn't carry the double torment of physical and mental torture. Emotions completely broke down, followed by a crazy laugh. LOL. LOL ha 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 ha. Xiao Shui, what are you angry about? What are you raging about? Aren't you the cause of all this? Isn't it because of yourself? What did you say? Xiao Shui was so angry that her breath almost didn't come out. Mu Yanqing, who was completely open-minded, also no longer had any concerns. The eyes also became fierce and bloodthirsty. What kind of deep love are you acting here? Isn't it just to act for the soul of that bastard Jiang Hong? You think there are ghosts in this world. That's why you're weak-minded. You're afraid, because Jiang Heng's death is directly related to you. Your bull asterisk ting me. Xiao Shui lifted her knife and slashed it directly across Mu Yanqing's cheek. Blood flowed horizontally. But Mu Yanqing didn't care anymore. With the intense pain attached to it, he didn't care if it hurt more. On the contrary, after the words in his heart were spoken, Mu Yanqing actually felt unprecedentedly free. Xiao Shui was caught in the shadow of the night ghost, and how could he be any different? Whenever he was alone, how was he not afraid that Jiang Hong would come to seek revenge on him? It's better to just say it now instead. Yes, I, Mu Yanqing, am at fault. I am greedy for money. I'm jealous, but what about you, Xiao Shui? Do you actually realize what kind of a commodity you are yourself? A fly in the ointment. Because you're looking for a thrill yourself, that's why you're giving me a chance. Guilt is just an excuse, and so is gratitude. It's just an excuse for your own indiscretions. Otherwise, what woman would abort her own child for a favor? How about having a child for someone else? Ha ha ha, you're still so funny. Mu Yanqing was getting more and more energized. He had been holding his tongue for too long. It was the same with that time at the bar. You resisted on the surface, but in reality you didn't know how excited you were. Have you forgotten? You were crazier than me. You even went so far as to banish Jiang Hong to this deserted island afterward. It was your own idea. What does it have to do with me and my father? We were just following your instructions. You're the one to blame for Jiang Heng's death. It was you, Xiao Shui. You're a human. Pawn and stand-up stinking cousin. Chapter 152, Nothing. The Walking Dead. You're full of. It's not like that at all. I love Jiang Hong. You're the one who seduced me. You seduced me. Xiao Shui's eyes were red. That idea lurking in the depths of the heart was revealed in public. All the psychological hints that were once there were burst like bubbles at this moment. It's as if the beliefs that have been held so strongly are completely shattered. Ha ha ha, look at you. You're scared too, right? Jiang Hong didn't just come to me that day. He also came to you. So you're afraid that your true colors will be completely exposed. You claimed to love Jiang Hong, but what have you done as a result? That's you taking advantage of people. Xiao Shui clenched the small knife in her hand with a deadly grip. The voice was hoarse from hissing. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Mu Yanqing spoke more and more vigorously. The more he said, the more his heart flowed freely. And all this time, he had been groveling in front of Xiao Shui, been holding back, especially during the period after giving birth. When Xiao Shui gradually started to move away from Mu Yanqing was as hard as if he had eaten Yanita Kyo. Obviously both of them had had it so many times. Obviously every time Xiao Shui herself had enjoyed it immensely. It was looking like he would be able to replace Jiang Hong and take Xiao Shui. It turned out that in the end Xiao Shui played the good guy instead. What did you say about not wanting to apologize to Kong Hong again, and keep a good distance? Are you kidding me? Really, like, you would still do such a sorry thing to others? Dang, and stand again. Disgusting in the extreme. If he hadn't been afraid of the power with Xiao Shui's family, why would he have put up with it? It just so happened that the words had come to this point today. Mu Yanqing could be described as not being polite at all. I'm telling you, Xiao Shui, you deserve everything that happened to you today. Imagine, while you were flipping me off, your beloved Jiang Hong might have been on this island on the verge of dying and begging for his life. While you're having wanton fun, Jiang Hong might be praying that you'll spare him. Ha 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 ha. In the end, you're cool and flipped out. Where's Jiang Hong? Dead. Long dead. And then, you couldn't take it anymore? Take it out on me? You just deserved it. Pure and simple. You shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Xiao Shui seemed to see which night Jiang Hong was on the verge of death. His body slumped helplessly to the ground, and he looked up in despair and prayed to God, but there was no response. Suffocation from the heart attack gradually robbed him of consciousness, and at the same moment, and yet she's lying in Mu Yanqing's arms, enjoying heavenly bliss? Pain doesn't disappear into thin air, it just moves from one person to another. Just like Xiao Shui at this moment, the defense in her heart was completely broken. On the verge of insanity, she glared deathly at Mu Yanqing. Your bull asterisk ting. Your bull asterisk ting. It's all because of you. Uncontrollably, she raised the knife and violently stabbed down towards Mu Yanqing's lower body. This bastard who deserves death by 1,000 cuts. One cut is too cheap. Xiao Shui wanted Mu Yanqing to enjoy 1,000 times more chastisement. Let's start with Mu Yanqing's pride and joy. Only, unexpectedly, Xiao Shui's knife went down, but stabbed an empty one. The tip of the blade went straight into the ground. Xiao Shui's furious expression all froze for a moment. You? No? Xiao Shui didn't know how to describe her feelings, but it didn't seem as stormy. She looked at Mu Yanqing and couldn't stop the corner of her mouth from rising into a mocking arc. I can't believe you're out of it? The voice was tinged with contempt. It was as if this had completely exposed Mu Yanqing's scars. Mu Yanqing's expression became hideous. Yeah, he's gone. Gone when he was at Shouju's. He was no longer a man, and this had become Jiang Heng's eternal pain. What are you complacent about? Kill me if you can. I'm not afraid of anything now. You can get Jiang Hong killed. What's one more me? You don't deserve to mention Jiang Hong in front of me. Xiao Shui took a deep breath, as if she could find a way to calm Jiang Heng's resentment. That was to use Mu Yanqing in front of him, to use him to quell Jiang Heng's anger. She's going to bring back Jiang Heng's corpse and bones. Then again, in front of Jiang Heng's corpse, he madly tortured Mu Yanqing every day. Only then could we avenge Jiang Hong. Don't worry, I won't let you die so painfully. I will make your life worse than death. Giving his men a look. All of a sudden the Xiao family's bodyguards pulled Mu Yanqing out of the area and onto the helicopter. Xiao Shui then set her eyes on Fu Bo. At this moment, Fu Bo had already been scared less. He was trembling, an old bone with fear in his eyes. He had sort of watched Xiao Shui grow up, but he had never seen such a violent side of Xiao Shui. Don't worry, you're the same. You're the direct cause of Jiang Heng's death. I won't let you off the hook. Xiao Shui squatted in front of Fu Bo and whispered. Fubuki's pupils suddenly contracted. No, miss, just for the sake of my years of dedicated service. Xiao Shui didn't listen to Fu Bo's nonsense. A direct wave of the hand. Ferber was also taken on board the helicopter. The world seemed to clear up and Xiao Shui closed her eyes slightly. Jiang Hong, believe me, I will definitely give you justice. Between murmurs, Xiao Shui's cell phone rang through. It's a call from the hospital. Xiao Shui pressed the connect button. Excuse me, are you the parents of Little Treasure? Xiao Bao's allergy is extremely serious. We have done our best. But, the child was already too small. The allergen intake is too much, plus the reason of not getting to the hospital in time, has. The doctor on the other end of the line had a heavy tone that even contained anger. It's amazing that none of the parents were present during the resuscitation process. Don't you care at all if the child lives or dies? Life and death? Until this moment, Xiao Shui then reacted. When she was about to come to Sin Island this morning, Mu Yanqing had gone so far as to feed the child a large amount of milk in order to slow her down. This eventually led to severe allergies in the child. However, at that time, Xiao Shui was preoccupied with confirming Zhang Heng's death. Simply lazy. And Mu Yanqing? He was busy running away then too. As parents, none of them cared about the child. Even when the child died, none of them were in the hospital. At this moment, hearing this news, Xiao Shui was dumbfounded. The inner emotions were extremely complex. Does it hurt? Indeed there is. After all, it's meat off your own back no matter what. It's children who are related by blood. How could it not hurt? When Jiang Hong was on the verge of death, she was busy flirting with Mu Yanqing. While the child was on the verge of death, she was busy coming back for Kong Heng's remains. Life is ironic, flip-flopping around. But in the end, Xiao Shui ended up losing everything. But, for some reason, after learning that the child had died from resuscitation, a sense of relief sprang up in Xiao Shui's heart. The baby is the only bond she has left with Mu Yanqing. Now that the child is also dead, does it mean that Xiao Shui no longer has a burden in this matter of Zhang Heng? At this moment, Xiao Shui was extremely conflicted. Anyway, our hospital did its best, and we ask for your condolences and hurry to come to the hospital for a final meeting. The words fell out of his mouth and the phone was hung up. Xiao Shui put down her cell phone like a walking corpse, turned his head to look at Zhang Heng's body. ______.